You were just a little out of fashion when you were in school, and you were identified as the poorest student in the school. Your classmates and teachers even treated you as a joke in this prestigious school. But what they don't know is that even the chairman of the school has to call you grandpa when he sees you. On the first day of school, at the entrance of Zijin International University, top luxury cars drove in one after another. You were wearing a white vest, canvas shoes on your feet, and an old military green bag slung over your shoulder. Just as you walked to the school gate, you heard a reprimand. Stop, what are you doing? The security guard glanced at you and shouted, I am here to study. My name is Chen Zhensheng. What? Don't speak dialects? Speak Mandarin. I am here to study. My name is Chen Zhensheng. The security guard laughed. How could someone like you be a student here? Go away. You can't be bothered to explain. Just go straight in. The security guard immediately reached out and grabbed your arm. You shook your arm violently, causing the security guard to fall to the ground, and the security guard fell and spat out teeth. Quickly, catch that guy. Several security guards with batons rushed over and surrounded you. You said in distress, I came here to study. If you don't believe me, go ask my eldest nephew. What is this country bumpkin babbling about? Why bother with so much? Just catch him. 4 security guards swarmed up. You kicked one security guard out, and then grabbed another security guard's shoulder and threw him 5 or 6 meters away. You, who appear to have a slender figure, have strong power. The wealthy parents who were sending their children to school nearby gathered around to watch the excitement. The 4 powerful security guards were no match for you, and all 3 punches and 2 kicks fell to the ground screaming in misery. Parents shook their heads and sighed. The security guards at this prestigious school are not that great either. Just can't beat a kid. The security guard next to him heard this and was really angry. He immediately used the walkie-talkie to call the security team leader. In no time, the burly security team leader led 5 security guards over. How dare you cause trouble at Zijin International School? Looking for a fight? Ha! The security team leader came aggressively in front of you, only to find out that it was a skinny little guy. He felt like not even giving him a punch. You point at him. Don't be impulsive. Be careful not to hurt yourself. My goodness, you're not very big, but you've got quite the attitude. Ha! Today, if I don't knock you down, I'm not worthy of being the captain of this security team. After saying that, he suddenly punched you in the face. You tilted your head, easily dodged this punch, raised your knee suddenly, and hit the captain's stomach. Ah! The captain cried out in pain, and his body shrank into a shrimp. Stop! Stop it! The principal of Zijin International School rushed over in a hurry. The principal is here. Now that kid has good fruits to eat. The security captain cried out. Principal, help! This guy has seriously injured all of our security guards. Everyone was shocked. The principal looked at you and asked, Are you okay, young man? You said impatiently, Why did you come so late, my friend? I told you I would be here soon. The principal looked embarrassed. It's the first day of school, so there are a lot of things to do. Come on. Let's talk inside your room. Okay. The principal pointed at the security guard on the ground. Why are you still lying down? Get up quickly. Everyone disperse. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Am I mistaken? Was that our principal just now? Yes. That's right. Didn't you hear? The principal called that guy uncle. The principal also has such a poor relative. He must have used his position to arrange for his relative to enter the school. Opinions are divided. And then you come to the principal's office. The principal personally pours tea for you. You take a sip, frown, and say, Why isn't this tea from our own trees? The principal said with a frustrated face in his hometown dialect, I also want to drink tea from my hometown, but there's none left. Your old man has taken it all. You took out a large bag of Dahongpo mother tree tea from your bag and placed it on the table. You know that there are only 500 caddies a year, so drink it sparingly and don't give it away. The principal's eyes lit up instantly. The mother tree? Thank you, little uncle. Which classroom am I in? You ask. You pick casually. Oh, you are the principal. You say it. Then I will arrange it for you. After the principal called, he arranged you into the freshman finance management department. The counselor is a tall and beautiful lady. You stiffened all over after just one glance. Principal, are you looking for me? Teacher Bai, let me introduce you. This is Chen Zhensheng, who will be arranged in your class. Teacher Bai took a look at you and saw that you were dressed very plainly. Thinking that it was possible that you got into the Purple Gold International School because of your relationship with the principal. When she had just graduated from college, she went to the mountainous areas to teach for a period of time, and she had a deep affection for the children there. Okay, principal, rest assured, I will definitely be able to teach him well. The principal slapped the mesmerized Chen Zhensheng. Don't thank the teacher yet, Chen Zhensheng said. Thank you, teacher. I will study hard and work hard every day. Mr. Bai solemnly said. Mr. Chen Zhensheng, in the future you should learn to speak Mandarin. Well, and then, Chen Zhensheng followed Mr. Bai to the freshman finance department. There were 20 students in this class, all of whom were the sons of the rich and powerful, dressed in clothes that smelled of money. Chen Zhensheng's arrival added some hunting to the class, and the students looked at him as if they were looking at aliens. Crap, am I in the wrong school? Is this a public school? What's with this redneck? Hot eyes, all earthy, but looking closer, he's quite handsome. Mr. Bai introduced to everyone. This student is Chen Zhensheng, a poor student from a remote mountainous area. From now on you will all be classmates. Please get along well. Hearing this, Chen Zhensheng was full of doubts, thinking, the ancestor board, where I am poor? Chen Zhensheng became an anomaly in the eyes of his classmates in college. It's like a chicken running in from a flock of phoenixes. Counselor White arranged for Chen Zhensheng to sit in the third row of seats. A haughty female student said with a look of disgust, I'm not allowed to have him sit next to me. The air is polluted by him. Teacher Bai frowned slightly and said unhappily, classmates, don't look at people with tinted glasses, okay? From today onwards you are classmates. You are a collective. Teacher, don't you think he stands out in this collective? Mr. White is also helpless. These students are pampered, have not suffered the real-world beatings, do not know what the human world. Mr. Chen, why don't you sit in the back seat? Well, Chen Zhensheng is not angry, not with them in general, smilingly sitting in the last row. Mr. White wrote his name on the blackboard. White E. I created a group of students and now they all scan the code to get into the group. E. White held out the printed QR code for the students to scan. All the students scanned the QR code. Only Chen Zhensheng did not bother to scan it. I.E. asked, Chen Zhensheng, why don't you scan the code? Chen Zhensheng said with a look of embarrassment, my cell phone doesn't have that function. Ha ha ha, did this guy cross over? How poor are you? Can't even afford a smartphone. You can buy a smartphone for $4.500 these days, right? The students unabashedly pointed at Chen Zhensheng and mocked. I.E. is really depressed, but also pity Chen Zhensheng, a teenager in the middle of adolescence, but cannot even afford to buy a smartphone. Ugh, I'll buy one for you tomorrow. How can I do without a smartphone? I'll have to pass on your study materials later. Chen Zhensheng smiled sarcastically. Thank you, Mr. Bai Ha. How much will I pay? Hey, Chen Zhensheng, can you show us your old man's cell phone? Chen Zhensheng, we're all curious. How did you go to Zijin International School? Chen Zhensheng pulled out his Nokia Ver2. I have said, I can't use WeChat with this cell phone. Don't believe you guys see. The cell phone comes out and the class gasps. Is this a customized gold Nokia Ver2? It's not a high-quality imitation, is it? The cell phone doesn't match what he's wearing either. The students burst into gasps of surprise, and Chen Zhensheng quickly put away his cell phone. His grandfather had warned him not to get into trouble outside and to get along with his classmates. Chen Zhensheng, I don't believe you can use such a good phone. Customized Nokia Ver2. The starting price is 100,000. Bring it over so we can see it. At that moment, the bell rang. Chen Zhensheng left the classroom quickly. Bai tugged at Chen Zhensheng and said in a sly voice, young people have the mood to climb up the ladder. Teachers can understand that, but teachers still hope that you can be your true self. Chen Zhensheng nodded and said, okay, teacher, I'll listen to you. I'll take you to buy a change of clothes after school. Thank you so much, teacher. I'll buy you lunch. When it came time to go to the cafeteria in the morning, Chen Zhensheng had wanted to invite Mr. Bai to dinner, but Mr. White had to leave the school on a temporary basis. Zijin International School has several restaurants, Western, cuisine, seafood, and Chinese. There is also a school cafeteria where it costs nothing to eat. It's all included in the tuition, and the food is actually very good. After school, Chen Zhensheng came to the cafeteria and played 2 portions of food and filled a large porcelain bowl with rice. Sit down and just wolf it down. In no time at all, a large bowl of rice was cleaned and another large bowl was served. The surrounding students and teachers looked dumbfounded. Is this a student from our school? A whole lot of hungry people. The way he's eating, he'll eat his tuition over the course of the year. Burp. 2 big bowls of rice down. Chen Zhensheng burped. Unfulfilled. Said, no line pepper fried preserved ham meat. Not barfy. Seeing this, his classmates teased. Chen Zhensheng, are you a pig? Eating so much in one meal. Does your village not have such delicious meals? The food in my village is much better than this. And we don't have this ham here. Ha ha ha. Bacon, huh? That's all you deserve. Let's go to the seafood restaurant for a buffet. The buffet that these students are talking about. That's also thousands of dollars per person. Chen Zhencheng pulled out a ball of newspaper from his old army green satchel. Master, come aha, can you help me make a thread pepper fried bacon? I'll give you another $100 for your hard work. The chef took the ball of newspaper handed to him by Chen Zhencheng, opened it and looked at it, his face full of astonishment. This, are you sure you want string peppers with this ham? This chef knows that a piece of ham like this is worth $20,000 to $30,000. A student on the sidelines couldn't help but ask, is this ham worth a lot of money? It's a top-of-the-line Iberian ham from Spain. A kilo is in the neighborhood of $30,000. Crap? Seriously? Ha? It's just a piece of bacon. Chen Zhencheng shoved $100 to the cook. Yes, send it to my nephew when it's done. Who's your nephew? Chen Shu-jian. Tell him not to eat all of it. Save some for me for the night as a midnight snack. After saying that, Chen Zhencheng got up and left the cafeteria. The chef muttered, Chen Shu-jian. Why is that name so familiar? The waiter said, it's the principal of Zijin International School. After school in the afternoon, Chen Zhencheng returned to the dormitory. The dormitories at Zijin International School are upscale apartment-style dormitories where every 4 students live in one dormitory. The dormitory has a living room, a bathroom and is equipped with large and comfortable beds. Chen Zhencheng lay down on the soft big bed and lamented, it's just so much more barfy than the hard board bed I sleep on. At this time, another student came in, slim, ordinary appearance, wearing a pair of myopic glasses, literary temperament. Into the dormitory also did not pay attention to Chen Zhencheng, straight to sit at their desks to start learning. Chen Zhencheng went over and asked, classmate, what's your name? Without looking up, this student said, Gosaku. You work so hard. You must be good at studying. But I can't. I don't want to come to school, but my old man wants me to come. Chen Zhencheng pulled out a jar from his army green school bag and took out a few chocolates and put them on Gao Shua's desk. Please eat. This chocolate is expensive. Over $30,000 a piece. It's what black truffle, made by Valrhona Cocoa. My big sister brought it back for me. Try it. Gao Shua glanced at him and smiled. Fellow student Chen Zhencheng, I'm the poorest student in this school just like you, but I've never had vanity. My mom is a manager of a bank, and she spends $300,000 a year for me to attend an aristocratic school. It's not so that I can come to pretend to be. Gosaku's mother is a bank manager, but is considered the poorest at Zijin International School. Gao Shua is a very motivated boy, who has achieved the first place in the whole grade, and is a top student in the eyes of his teachers. You don't believe in counting marbles. Chen Zhencheng lay back on his own bed and took out a medical book to read. Boo! The door was kicked open. A boy with a full name tag walked in with a very arrogant attitude and kicked Gosaku's chair when he entered the dormitory. Go get me the express for 6. Takasaku hesitated. The famous boy slapped him on the head. What are you thinking? Go on. Takasaku stood up and was about to go out. Are you disabled? Why don't you go yourself? Chen Zhencheng turned to Gao Shua and said, if you don't go and get the delivery for him, I'll see what he can do. Yo, the hick wants to stand up for him. The famous boy pushed Chen Zhencheng. You're fucking worthy of the surname Chen. And coincidentally, I'm also surnamed Chen. So change your fucking surname. Chen Zhencheng pointed at him and said, I'm not here to cause trouble. Don't mess with me. Gao Shua stood over and pulled Chen Zhencheng away. I'll go get the courier for you. Don't be difficult for Chen Zhencheng. What do you count? The famous boy raised his hand and slammed it on Gosaku's head. You're immortal. Yo! Chengensen punched him in the face. The force of the punch was only 30% and it knocked the teeth out of the name tag boy. Gao Shua grabbed Chen Zhencheng in fear. If you hit him, you won't be able to go to school. Even if I don't go to school, I'm going to beat up this squaw. Woohoo! The famous boy covered his mouth and screamed, blood running down his fingers as he fell away. Gao Shua was distraught. Negi, he's the school's prick. You're doing me a favor. I'll handle this. How can I let you handle it? It was me who hit him. Don't worry, it will be fine. Chen Zhencheng asked again. What is this melon child called? His name is Chen Yehao. It doesn't matter what he's called. The key is his father. Chen Zhencheng asked suspiciously. What happened to his father? His father is the chairman of the Zhengwang Education Group, and this Zijin school is owned by their family. Oh, so what? He bullied us first. Chen Zhencheng was not impressed. Gao Shua saw that Chen Zhencheng didn't have any concept of what was at stake. After all, he was from the countryside. Okay, you can leave this matter alone. I'll go make amends. Gao Shua was still a nice boy, and knowing that Chen Zhencheng had injured Chen Yehao by standing up for him, he couldn't run away. Sure enough, Chen Yehao's mother came to the school. A brand new Cullinan rolled into the school, and the teachers were on their toes. Which bastard hit my son? Before Mrs. Chen even entered the classroom, the tirade of abuse came into the classroom. Mrs. Chen and Chen Yehao entered the classroom. Teacher Bai Yi laughed. Sister Xia, the students are in class. Let's go to the office to talk about something. Okay? What office to go to? Just talk in the classroom. Chen Yehao pointed at Chen Zhensheng. Mom, that's the hillbilly who hit me. This rich wife called Sister Xia walked up to Chen Zhensheng and raised her hand to hit. Which one did you call a bastard? I called you a bastard. Don't you dare grab my hand. Let go of your dirty hand. Snap. Chen Zhensheng raised his hand and slapped Mrs. Fu. Silence. Deadly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. I'll educate you for the man in your house. No rules at all. Chen Yehao copied a chair and was about to hit Chen Zhensheng. Stop. Principal Chen Shujian arrived in time and pointed at Chen Yehao and scolded. Put down the chair. You're not qualified to hit him yet. Chen Shujian told Chen Zhensheng again. Go to my office and talk. Good. Chen Zhensheng shook off Mrs. Fu's hand and walked straight away from the classroom. Mrs. Rich snapped. I don't care whose seed you are. You must get the hell out of here and leave the school. Chen Shujian said. Say less. Really? And then they all came to the office. Mrs. Rich said relentlessly. He must be fired and pay for my son's medical bills, or the police will be called to jail him. Chen Shujian said. You have a big mouth. Chen Zhensheng pointed at Mrs. Fu and said. Shujian. Is this the mother-in-law in Chen Zhixing's house? Yes. Mrs. Fu frowned. How does he know my old Chen's name? Chen Shujian, the principal, said. This is Chen Zhensheng from the old country. I have to call out a little uncle. And your family, Chen Zhixing, have to call out a little master. Chen Yehao waved his arm and said angrily. What kind of shit comes from the old family? We don't see the old family. Chen Zhensheng asked. Should this melon child be beaten? Principal Chen Jianshu nodded. It should be beaten. There is no family concept. This is the grandson of the old ancestor. Yo! Chen Zhensheng stood up and was about to fight. Mrs. Fu was so scared that she whirled around and stopped. Little master. We know we're wrong. Don't fight. Let him go this time. Chen Yehao didn't understand why they were all afraid of a child. Mom, why stoop so low with him? Fire him. Mrs. Rich slapped him violently. What nonsense. Shut up. Chen Zhensheng stood up and said. Don't come to disturb me if there's nothing else. After saying that, he went out of the office. Chen Shujian pointed at Chen Yehao with a look of hatred. Let me say what good you are. If you have time, learn more about the family history you'd better not mess with Chen Zhensheng again. Even if he cripples you, your dad wouldn't dare to say anything. Chen Yehao looked at his mother in dismay. Mom, really? Mrs. Rich nodded with a serious face. But on what basis is his seniority so high? Chen Yehao was still unconvinced in his heart. The generations of our Chen family are water, earth, root, tree, branch, leaf, and fruit, and there is an old ancestor of the water generation who is still alive. Chen Gensheng's own grandfather. Chen Yehao did some silent math and was surprised. So I have to call Chen Zhensheng Taiji? That's not true. Chen Shujian urged. Just remember one thing. The biggest shareholder of your family's Zhengguang education is Chen Gensheng's own grandfather. Chen Yehao shivered in fear. This can't be right? Isn't that my family's? Bullshit. Your dad just has a higher education and better grades. That's why he was made chairman. Mrs. Fu smiled sarcastically. Uncle Shujian. Then can we invite him to our home for dinner tonight? I'll talk to him. You can't divulge his identity. The old ancestor has explained that he came to the university to study financial management, in preparation for ruling the family in the future. Fine. Definitely don't tell. Chen Zhensheng went back to his class and the whole class froze. This guy even came back unharmed. Ms. Bai Yi asked worriedly. Did they hit you? Did it hurt you anywhere? Chen Zhensheng scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. No. I've made you worry. Teacher. At that moment, Chen Yehao also entered the class and bowed to Chen Zhensheng in front of the whole class. I'm sorry, Chen Zhensheng. I was wrong. Chen Yehao apologizes to Chen Zhensheng, appending the views of the entire class. They wouldn't feel that it was Chen Zhensheng who was bullish, but rather that Chen Yehao had become mature. Chen Zhensheng indifferently said, don't flaunt your power based on your family's old man's son. They are all here to go to school. Pay attention to the influence T. Chen Yehao repeatedly said yes, not daring to refute. Go back to your seat. After school in the afternoon, Chen Zhensheng was ready to go to the cafeteria when the principal, Chen Shujian, called out to him. Chen Shujian whispered, Little uncle, Chen Zhixing would like to invite you to his home for dinner tonight. Will you go? No go. Just tell him to mind his son. Good. Chen Zhensheng asked, have you eaten the fried bacon with threaded peppers I left for you? It's good, isn't it? Delicious. Chen Zhensheng patted Chen Shujian's shoulder. I'll have my old man's son mail me another one. Headmaster? Bai Yi had just arrived at the office when she saw Chen Zhenxing tapping the principal's shoulder. Chen Zhenxing retracted his hand in a panic. Chen Shujian pretended to say, "Pay attention next time, huh? Don't fight in school again." Chen Zhenxing nodded his head repeatedly. "I know, principal. Principal, you work hard." Chen Shujian looked at Bai Yi with a smile. "Ms. Bai, is there something wrong? You calm down. I promise you that Chen Zhenxing won't fight again in the future." "Ugh, you need to thank Mr. White more." Chen Zhenxing nodded his thanks to Bai Yi in a well-behaved manner. And then, Bai Yi drove Chen Zhenxing to buy a cell phone in her Volkswagen Fit minivan. Chen Zhenxing said, "Mr. Bai, I can't spend your money. I have money." "How much money can you have? Your parents are giving you living expenses. You bought a cell phone. How are you going to get through this month?" Bai Yi pulled over to the side of the road. "Don't say anything, and accept the teacher's gift with peace of mind. How's this for a good time?" Entering the cell phone store, Bai Yi spent 2,000 yuan to buy Chen Zhenxing a smartphone. "That high-fashion whatever Nokia of yours can be thrown away." "Thank you, teacher Bai." Chen Zhenxing took the cell phone in a pretense of excitement. "I'll definitely cherish it. Let's go, and then take you to buy a dress. You're wearing too earthy. You can't avoid being mocked by your classmates." Bai Yi sighed heavily and said in a sly manner, "Don't be unconvinced yet. In Zijin International University it's just a wind of comparison." Chen Zhenxing said, "I'm tired of this comparison. What is the meaning of yo?" And then Bai Yi bought Chen Zhenxing a set of clothes worth $800. Chen Zhenxing was not comfortable in it at all. It was not as good as his white undershirt. Just as he entered the campus parking lot, a burly man approached him. "Bai Yi, where have you been?" This lanky man was the physical education teacher of Zijin International School. Handsome and lanky, the male god in the hearts of many female teachers. This male god, however, has chosen to pursue Bai Yi to death. White Yi doesn't like his philandering. "Do I still need to report to you where I go?" Bai Yi said indifferently. "I'm just concerned about you. You have to realize that there are a lot of unsavory men in the community, and I'm worried that you'll be cheated by them." Bai Yi laughed. "Do you think I'm a child? I went out with my students together." The gym teacher glanced at Chen Zhenxing and glared at him wistfully. Bai Yi took Chen Zhenxing's hand and left the parking lot. Chen Zhenxing asked, "Mr. Bai, what kind of person is that for you?" "Nothing, just a crazy suitor. Someone as beautiful as Ms. Bai must have many suitors around her, right?" "There are, but none that I like." Chen Zhenxing said, "Mr. Bai, thank you for taking such good care of me. I'll treat you to dinner when Saturday comes." Bai Yi laughed. "Okay, but no spending so much money. Teacher will take you to a very delicious restaurant." Separating from Bai Yi, Chen Zhenxing returned to the dormitory. Takasaku was changing clothes. "Claws?" Gosaku sweated. "Speak Mandarin, will you?" "What are you doing?" "There's a party at the school's basketball gym. A freshman party where everyone gets to know each other." Chen Zhenxing lay on the bed, uninterested. "You go ahead. I'm going to read a book. Come along. It'll be good for you." "What's the help? They are all children of rich families, either rich or rich, and knowing more friends will be of great help later on when they step into society." "The old man doesn't need it," Gao Shua said with a serious look on his face. "Chen Zhenxing, you're the poorest person in the whole school. You need some friends even more. Do you want to be isolated by the whole school? Get up." Gosaku yanked Chen Zhenxing to his feet. It was at Gosaku's strong request that the two of them eventually made their way to the basketball gym. As soon as you enter, you see handsome men and women dressed up for the occasion, and a rectangular table filled with wine and food. Each student is permeated with the air of money. Wristwatches, satchel bags, feet designer shoes, which are over $10,000. This isn't a freshman party. It's a climbing competition. Chen Zhenxing was discouraged. Gao Shua dragged Chen Zhenxing to the long table and poured him a drink. "Did you see that girl in the tall dress? The junior sister, the recognized school flower of our school." Chen Zhenxing took a look at it and didn't have a good feeling about it. "It's not as good looking as the stinky and I from my village. That one is our school's physical education teacher, Han Hui, a basketball expert, the mainstay of the provincial basketball team, and his family is in a very tough condition." "Oh," called Han Hui. "Ah, this guy looks quite handsome, actually a belly full of flowers." The two of them were looking at Han Hui when he walked towards them. Han Hui now has a special antipathy to Chen Zhenxing in his heart, and when he inquires with the students, he realizes that this guy is a country bumpkin. "You're Chen Zhenxing from the finance department, right? We've met before." Chen Zhenxing didn't bother with him. Han Hui said, "You're the poorest student in our school, and Ms. Bai bought you a cell phone and clothes, so you have to thank her and treat her like a relative. Got it?" Chen Zhenxing still didn't say anything. "He's that Chen Zhenxing. Ha, I heard he even beat up Qing Yao. It's just a rash. Stupid out of breath." and I don't know how he went to an international school. His classmates were all cynical, and none of them stood up to sympathize with him. The corner of Han Hui's mouth swept up in a sneer. Don't act cool in front of me. Honestly, you're not in the same world as everyone in this school. Wearing clothes that cost a few $100s and having pockets that are cleaner than your face. Han Hui undermines Chen Zhenxing in public, and Chen Zhenxing has been holding back. The old man's son admonished him to hold his tongue. Teacher, leave that guy alone. Let's keep playing. Whoever loses $1,000 a time. Han Hui laughed. Only this time, no more games. A couple of gym students were actually playing arm wrestling. Chen Zhenxing walked over and said, count me in. Okay? You are playing too small. Lose once 10. 000. This is in line with the identity of your rich second generation wrestling, this kind of out of force thing. Chen Zhenxing loved it the most. He also raised the stakes, but drew laughter from the students around him. Lose $10,000? You can't even buy a smartphone, and you have the face to talk big here. Han Hui sneered. Want to play? You can. Show us your money first. Chen Zhenxing shook his head. I don't have any money. Ha ha ha. You're playing chicken without money. This guy is dirt poor, trying to make a name for himself at Zijin International School. Chen Zhenxing's every word was met with mockery from his classmates. Chen Zhenxing looked helpless. Is this the same Chen Zhenxing who beat up the security guard at school? Yes. Sister Haruya. The school is full of poor people like this who want to make a name for themselves. Sister Qingya is the recognized goddess of the senior class, the third-ranked stunning woman on the goddess list. She is not only a student, but also a senior netizen, a very famous one in the celebrity circle, with a pure face, fair skin, and a clean temperament all over her body. Haruya smiled faintly. It's most annoying to see this kind of people who don't have the strength to pretend to have strength. Hypocrisy. Chen Zhenxing waved his hand to Chen Yehao, signaling him to come over. Bring me $10,000. Chen Yehao turned to Han Hui. If he loses, I'll pay for him. Don't worry. The crowd was staggered. Yi Hao, why are you helping this guy? He even beat you. Chen Yehao said. Why so many words? I said to help him pay on the line. Do not even believe me? Everyone didn't dare not believe it. They all knew that he was the young master of the Zhongguang Education Group, and this Zijin International School was all owned by their family. Han Hui frowned. Yi Hao, what is the relationship between you two? Han Hui was also worried about hitting the wrong person, in case he was related to Chen Yehao. Chen Yehao said, it's nothing to do with it. It's just the same class. Han Hui then put his heart down. Chen Zhenxing came to the table, stretched out his hand, and grinned. Come on, win or lose 10,000. Students, teachers are welcome to participate enthusiastically. Han Hui was furious when he saw Chen Zhenxing's smug smile and decided to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. I'll have a match with you. Han Hui is 190 tall and weighs 200 pounds, belonging to the muscular men. The strength is very strong. The two men half squatted down and shook hands on both sides. Han Hui held Chen Zhenxing's hand and laughed contemptuously. Your hand is too soft. It just has some calluses. It should be left over from doing farm work. Hit the mountain and stay. Hit the mountain? What hit the mountain? Chen Zhenxing smiled proudly, treating the mountains as sandbags and hitting them with my fists. I have already lost 5 mountains. Ha 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 ha. There was another round of laughter. Han Hui despised. I've heard that you're very capable of pretending to be B. I really didn't expect you to be so capable of pretending. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Count 3 and start arm wrestling. Han Hui's power gathered in his arm. Snap. Chen Zhenxing easily broke Han Hui's hand. Is this so easy? Our teacher is definitely not ready. This guy is doing a sneak attack. The students fought for the teacher. Chen Zhenxing impatiently said, then come back a little bit. Noisy what yo? Han Hui himself knew that he had prepared very well just now. The two men shook again. And this time Chen Zhenxing held Han Hui's wrist. This time I'll let you all see clearly. I'll let him a palm. Ready? Han Hui nodded. This is you taking the initiative to hold my wrist. Not my palm. Willing to bet? Hey. Sure. Ha. Han Hui fiercely exerted himself, his brain veins bulging and his arms bulging with muscles. Chen Zhenxing still had an easy smile on his face. Harder. Ah. Han Hui gritted his teeth and fought with all his strength. Chen Zhenxing's arm, however, did not move at all. Chen Zhenxing said, everyone saw that, but I gave the teacher a chance. Snap. Before the words fell, Chen Zhenxing easily wrenched Han Hui's arm over. With that, Chen Zhenxing opened the QR code on his cell phone. Teacher, feel free to scan the code. Han Hui was puzzled. Chen Zhenxing also looked quite thin and weak. How could he lose? The students were dumbfounded. They had all just seen it with their own eyes. Chen Zhenxing saw Han Hui hesitate to scan the code. Teacher, it's not a trick, is it? Che, It's only $10,000. Han Hui swept the code to transfer $10,000 to Chen Zhencheng. Any other students not convinced? Welcome to the competition. I'll do it. Here came another strapping boy, a senior and another gym student. Chen Zhencheng said, I'll let you use both hands to arm wrestle with me, and if you lose, you'll give me 20,000. Why are you so good at pretending? One hand breaks your arm. The gym student reached out and started wrenching with Chen Zhencheng. Chen Zhencheng won easily. Will 2 hands do? Yes, 20,000. The students held their breath. They all wanted to see how Chen Zhencheng won over 2 hands. Jim Khan clasped Chen Zhencheng's hands in his. Snap! Chen Zhencheng wrenched the lanky gym student to the ground with a little force. Chen Zhencheng won another $20,000. Hey! 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 Thanks a lot! Thanks a lot! You're all rich people. These tens of thousands of dollars are nothing to you. Feeling humiliated, Han Hui glared at Chen Zhencheng sinisterly and turned to leave. Chen Zhencheng was too lazy to stay here and left the basketball gym as well. However, the next day, Chen Zhencheng was criticized by Ms. by E in class. It has been reported that Chen Zhencheng gambled at the freshman party last night in the name of arm wrestling and won $30,000. Chen Zhencheng, stand up. Chen Zhencheng said doubtfully. Last night it was the students who entertained. There was no gambling. Bai E reprimanded. So did you have your classmates transfer money to you? Turned. Willing to bet. This is a school. Don't bring some social flavor into it. Chen Zhencheng felt aggrieved. It was clear that he had not initiated the arm wrestling, and he was denounced just because he had won money. Bai E hated it and said, no matter how poor you are, no matter how bad your studies are, all these teachers can help you, but you are too much of a disappointment to your teacher. Chen Zhencheng wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Whitey waved her hand in disappointment. Sit down. Bai E didn't ask Chen Zhencheng any more questions all day. After school, Chen Zhencheng went to the school cafeteria with a sullen face. Chen Yehao whispered, Little Master Tai, how about I treat you to a steak? With all due respect, I think it's fine to eat here. There's something else I want to talk to you about, which is who reported you. Chen Zhencheng stood up and followed Chen Yehao to the Western restaurant. Chen Yehao ordered 2 Kobe steaks, and ordered top-quality caviar, black truffle pizza and so on. Chen Zhencheng said, I can't get enough of this one steak. Order 10 more for me. In an upscale Western restaurant, there are still a lot of students eating here, but most of them aren't here to eat. They're here to savor the food. Chen Zhencheng had 10 steaks and various snacks in front of him. Chen Zhencheng bit into a whole steak, raised his eyes and saw that Chen Yehao didn't eat, making himself embarrassed. What are you looking at? Eat? Chen Yehao waved his hand and smiled sarcastically. You eat? I've eaten. I thought to myself, is this young master really rich? His grandfather is the major shareholder of the Zhengguan Education Group, but looking at the way he eats, he looks like he hasn't eaten meat in 8 lifetimes. Chen Zhencheng took a sip of his drink and swallowed the beef in his mouth. Tell me, who told on me at Mr. Bai? Gym teacher, Han Hui. Sure enough, it's this son of a bitch. Ancestor board. Let's see if I don't screw him. Chen Yehao whispered. Don't be impulsive. Young master, this Han Hui's background is a bit hard. Can't afford to offend. That's because you can't afford to be offended. Not so much the old man. After saying that, Chen Zhencheng ate the last piece of steak and wiped his mouth contentedly. You, Chen Zhencheng couldn't recall his name for a moment. What's your name? Chen Yehao. Okay, you bought me a steak. I'm not losing you. You're a junior. The youngest master gave you something. Chen Zhencheng pulled out a piece of crystal and emerald from the army green bag he carried with him, which had not yet been engraved. Chen Yehao took it with both hands and said suspiciously, Young master, is this jade? Dragonstone seed emerald. This type of emerald is the top variety of emerald. Gym class. The physical education program at Zijin International School is also of a very high standard, employing retired national athletes. Chen Zhencheng, you came from the countryside. You must not have been exposed to sports. Come over here and I'll teach you to jump high. Chen Zhencheng walked up to the gym teacher and looked suspiciously at the lever in front of him. Jump over it, right? Yes. The standard maneuver is to run, sprint, jump, and lay over on your back in a backward supine position, and I'll show you how it's done. Phew. Chen Zhencheng popped right over. The lever is 1.5 meters from the ground. The physical education teacher looked dazedly at Chen Zhencheng, who was standing on the soft mat, his face full of incredulity. Did you just pop right over? Chang'ensen popped up again. The feet landed on the ground and didn't even move, landing as firmly as if they were filled with lead. How is this possible? You're very talented. Chen Zhencheng scratched his head and said with a calm face, What's so hard about this? The gym teacher raised the lever to 1 meter 8 and said excitedly, This height will. Before the words were finished, Chen Zhencheng jumped over in place. Crap, The gym teacher exploded in shock. The students who were watching the basketball game around them gathered around. The gym teacher lifted another 2 centimeters. Chen Zhensheng was too troublesome and said directly, "Teacher, just go straight up to the highest." The gym teacher was stunned. "That's 3.5 meters. Chen Zhensheng's face suddenly stared. "It's indeed a bit high, haha. I'll have to assist a few steps." Chen Zhensheng took 10 steps back, boosted his run, and leaped. Easy to pop over. Wow! There was an uncharacteristic gasp from the class. And Han Hui, who was playing basketball over there, as well as the other students, were upset. Because they play basketball, surrounded by schoolgirls cheering them on, and love to watch their ethereal, silky movements on the basketball court. Now they all came to look at the side of the high jump that had been left untouched, and let out gasps of surprise. This upset the students on the basketball team. "Mr. Han, it's that redneck again. This guy is so good at fixing things. Teach him a lesson. We can't let a poor bee steal the show." Han Hui slammed the basketball. Chen Zhensheng was laughing and giggling when his face sank, and without even looking, he reached out and grabbed the basketball that smashed over. "Wow, so handsome, right, this guy? From the countryside. That's something. This guy is good at pretending." Chen Zhensheng looked at the basketball suspiciously, raised his eyes and shouted, "Which melon child smashed it? Chen Zhensheng, come here." Han Hui looked at him provocatively. When Chen Zhensheng saw that it was Han Hui, he was furious and walked over. "Teacher Han, you're a villain. Suing me at Teacher Bai's place." Han Hui replied, "Have a game? Can you play ball? Okay, but what if you lose?" Han Hui was stunned, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, do you know where I came out from?" Chen Zhensheng bristled. "You came out of your mother's stomach." Han Hui clenched his fists and was about to fight when the student next to him stopped him. "Mr. Han, you can't fight in the open. You'll be disciplined by the school." "Yeah, trick him into playing ball so we can beat him up later in the name of playing ball." Han Hui held back and said in a deep voice, "I'm on the provincial basketball team, and I'm more than capable of dealing with you." Chen Zhensheng asked once more, "What will you do if you lose?" "If you lose, get on your knees and apologize." Chen Zhensheng grinned. "Fine, I'll kneel down and apologize if I lose. And if you lose, you'll take a shit in the playground." Han Hui gritted his teeth, hating that he couldn't rush up and violently beat up Chen Zhensheng. "Okay, come on, find your teammates." Chen Zhensheng shook his head. "I don't want teammates. I'll take on a group of you by myself." "Ha ha ha, this guy is the best pretender I've ever seen." "Chen Zhensheng, you be careful of pretending to be big and embarrassing. This guy is in over his head." Han Hui smiled wryly. "Are you sure?" Sure. Isn't it a win if you throw it in that box?" "Yes." "Okay then, come on." A gym student tosses a basketball into the air. Chen Zhensheng jumped up quick as a human being and slammed the ball against the basketball. Whoosh! The basketball went into the hoop with precision. Chen Zhensheng scored 3 points. Chen Zhensheng's feet landed firmly on the ground, and the entire room was silent. Everyone's face was dumbstruck. "That's nifty? That's in? Crap! This guy's got some talent. He must have practiced basketball or he wouldn't be so accurate." The students let out a gasp of surprise as Chen Zhensheng picked up the basketball and was about to shoot again. One of the students stopped him. "It's our turn. You're on defense. Your basketball hoop is behind you." "Oh." Chen Zhensheng walked underneath the basketball hoop. The scene made the students laugh. "Looks like this guy can't play basketball." It was so funny. I had tears in my eyes. Han Hui, however, couldn't smile at all and urged his teammates, "All be careful. This guy has something." "Understood." Han Hui and the others dribbled over. Chen Zhensheng just blocked them all by himself. Everyone held their breath and stared wide-eyed at how Chen Zhensheng should defend. Han Hui stood in front of Chen Zhensheng and pushed his lanky body against him. At the moment the ball was passed to Han Hui. Han Hui jumped and made a comeback for a dunk. Boo! Chen Zhensheng slaps away a basketball. Caps. Chen Zhensheng is only 175 tall, while Han Hui is 190. It's just so easy to be capped. That's a shame for a cool basketball guy. Chen Zhensheng walked over and picked up the basketball. "My turn, right?" A bunch of people have been running back to get back on defense. Chen Zhensheng stood under his basketball hoop and raised his hand to throw it. Boo! Once again, the basketball fell into the hoop with pinpoint accuracy. 2 3-pointers by Chen Zhensheng. It was Chen Zhensheng's turn to play defense, and he just stood there, looking at Han Hui and the others with a flat face. Han Hui and the others looked at each other. A member of the team asked, "Do we still have to fight?" Han Hui is not willing to lose. He will have to shit in the playground in public if he loses. He's a gym teacher and the man of many schoolgirls. It's a total loss of image, isn't it? Han Hui decided to nitpick and find reasons. "Are you playing basketball? To play formally, you're simply messing around. Just now you said just throw the ball in." "Ah, could it be that you're going to cheat?" Chen Gensheng's words caused Han Hui to panic a bit. Chen Gensheng then said, if you don't admit defeat, you can continue to fight, but you're still a teacher, so you're playing the villain? Han Hui huffed. Who are you calling a villain? Chen Gensheng pointed at Han Hui and said righteously, Laozi says you're a villain. Phew. Han Hui was infuriated, and he knew very well that this punch would nullify the bet between them. Chen Gensheng raised his hand and grabbed Han Hui's fist, his eyes narrowing slightly. Immortal board. I've long been looking at you as a melon child. With a slight force from his palm, Chen Gensheng dislocated Han Hui's wrist. Aha! Han Hui screamed miserably and tumbled to the ground. Chen Gensheng hit someone. Classmates and teachers gathered around. Get to the med bay. Bai Yi heard the news and saw this scene. Her delicate face was furious as she came in front of Chen Gensheng. Chen Gensheng, you're simply too much of a fool. How can you hit a teacher? Chen Gensheng was stunned and said innocently, Mr. Bai. He started it. Wait for me in the office. I'll go check on Mr. Han first. Chen Gensheng also followed to the medical room. The doctor said gruffly, he's got a broken bone. He'll have to go to the hospital for that. This guy Chen Gensheng hit too hard. Chen Gensheng, you still have the nerve to come. Waiting to be fired. Chen Gensheng impatiently said, what bone's broken? Is dislocated well. Chen Gensheng grabbed Han Hui's wrist and connected it with a click. Just look at it. It's nothing. Han Hui moved his wrist and it really didn't hurt anymore. Han Hui glared at Chen Gensheng sinisterly, and saw Bai Yi beside him. Then his face mildewed. Chen Gensheng, I know you didn't do it on purpose, so I'll forgive you this time, and the next time won't be a repeat. Bai Yi's brows relaxed, urging Chen Gensheng, don't be quick to thank Mr. Han. If Mr. Han doesn't forgive you, the principal can't even protect you. The old man thanks him for the hammer. After saying that, Chen Gensheng turned around and left. Han Hui sighed hypocritically. Alas, teacher Bai, this child is too stubborn. It's hard enough for you to teach such a student. White Yi said, I'll go back and educate him properly. And anyway, thank you for forgiving him. Mr. Bai, have a meal together after school. I know you're quite busy. Just in the school cafeteria is fine. Bai Yi was too embarrassed to refuse. After all, he had just forgiven Bai Yi's most attached student. Well, that's okay then. Bai Yi went back to the classroom, but she didn't see Chen Gensheng. Calls to Chen Gensheng were not answered. Bai Yi found the principal and asked before realizing that Chen Gensheng was on the roof of the school building. Bai Yi came to the roof of the building to see Chen Gensheng surprisingly smoking, quickly stepped forward, snatched Chen Gensheng's cigarettes and threw them on the ground. Her fair face was serious, and her pair of soulful almond eyes glared at Chen Gensheng. How old are you before you smoke? The vices you learned in the countryside must be changed. 18. Adult. You still know you're 18? If you don't study hard, you won't be able to keep up, you know? In the face of Bai Yi's reprimand, Chen Gensheng actually laughed foolishly. Bai Yi's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she said suspiciously, what are you laughing at? Ms. White. You look pretty even when you're angry. Bai Yi was stunned, then huffed, don't be cheeky with me here. Promise me you won't fight again. Mr. Bai, that melon child is a villain. It is he who wants to play ball with me, lost and refused to give in. How do I know he will bite me back? Bai Yi admonished. Have you ever called a teacher a villain like that? Anyway, the next one will not be an example. Chen Gensheng sighed heavily, counting. I don't see eye to eye with him. I'm avoiding him. Only then did Bai Yi put her heart down. Go back to the classroom. And also, don't talk like an old man again. Know how to respect your teacher. Well, Chen Gensheng asked again. Ms. Bai, I'll treat you to a big meal after school. Bai Yi laughed. Let's eat at the school cafeteria. It just so happens that Mr. Han is going to invite me to dinner, and I couldn't say no because of what happened to you. Bai Yi also knows that Han Hui's style is not good, and has long been heard that he is very philandering. That's why Bai Yi is usually indifferent to him. There's that melon skin again. After school, Chen Gensheng purposely changed into the new clothes Bai Yi bought for him and went to the cafeteria, and couldn't find Bai Yi around. Chen Gensheng found his roommate Gao Shua who was eating. Have you seen Mr. Bai? Went to the Western restaurant for dinner. Chen Gensheng twisted his head and was about to walk over. Gao Shua tugged at him. The Western restaurant is chartered today. You can't get in. Eat here. A private room? That's quite a row. I'm going in. Chen Gensheng went straight into the Western restaurant, and it was really empty, with only Han Hui and Bai Yi eating steak and sipping red wine. Chen Gensheng moved a chair and sat down. Waiter, bring me 5 steaks. The waiter said. This place is chartered. You can't eat here. Han Hui didn't have the heart to say, you'd better get out. Don't give an inch. Bai Yi felt quite bad that the school should gossip, so she decided to let Chen Gensheng right here. It's not bad for the 3 of us to eat here. Chen Gensheng has always said that he wants to treat me to a meal. so I'll eat both of your meals together today. Han Hui teased. He invited you to eat here? Even the clothes are still bought for him by you. So how could he have the money to treat you to dinner? Chen Zhensheng said boldly. You don't want to look down on people, T. Whatever you eat today, I'll settle the bill. Han Hui sneered. Chen Zhensheng, you are really good at pretending B. It's not that I look down on you. A rural boy squeezing his way to an aristocratic school. What do you think you're pretending? Bai Yi felt that Han Hui's words were a bit too much, too hurtful to Chen Gensheng's self-esteem, and then said in relief, it's fine. You order it, and the teacher will pay for you. Chen Zhensheng was also too lazy to explain to them, and directly told the waiter, don't you have that what's his name 82 Lafite in your Western restaurant? Give me a dozen. Pust. Han Hui was alive with laughter at Chen Gensheng's ignorance. Chen Zhensheng, do you know how much a bottle of 82 Lafite costs? The old man never asks the price of anything he buys. The waiter also felt that Chen Zhensheng was too capable of pretending, and just as he was about to refuse, Han Hui gave him a wink, signaling him not to refuse and let Chen Zhensheng make a fool of himself. The waiter introduced Chen Zhensheng to several high-grade red wines. We don't have Lafite here. Instead we have a 99 Bordeaux, 03 Conti. Which one do you want? Whichever is most expensive, take a dozen. Are you sure? A dozen is 12 bottles. The waiter didn't talk so much. Along came Chen Zhensheng. Take it. Good. Bai Yi is doubly distressed. This mountain child is too unconscious. Chen Zhensheng, what do you want me to say about you? Alas, it really pisses me off. When the wine is brought over later, just open a bottle. I'll just have to pay for a bottle. Chen Zhensheng was touched that Bai Yi was not only beautiful in person, but even more beautiful in heart. Teacher, you're a good man, and I can't fail a good man. Bai Yi rolled her eyes. Knowing that I'm doing this for your own good, don't get me into so much trouble. The waiter came over with 12 bottles of 03 Conti. Want to drive? Open. White E was busy saying, just open a bottle. Chen Zhensheng said with certainty, all open. The waiter asked with renewed certainty, that's $110,000 for this bottle. Sure it's all open? What are you talking about? Open them all. Bai Yi couldn't even stop it, and egged on by Han Hui's eyes, the waiter opened all 12 bottles of Romane Conti. Chen Zhensheng distributed a bottle each to Bai Yi and Han Hui. One bottle each. Touch aha. Bai Yi said angrily, Chen Zhensheng, you're going to kill yourself, aren't you? How can I have that much money to help you pay? I'm really going to be pissed off at you. Han Hui followed up with some added fuel. Teacher Bai, there's no need to get angry over an insouciant student. Not every child in the countryside is that kind. Bai Yi was so angry that she couldn't eat her meal either. At that moment, the manager came to this table and said with a smile, these gentlemen's drinks have been paid for. Enjoy. With those words, the manager left with the waiter. Bai Yi and Han Hui were stunned. Chen Zhensheng poured a mouthful of red wine, painfully drinking like a drug. It's not good at all. Mister, I said long ago that he wouldn't let you pay for it. Bai Yi's face was filled with dismay. All 12 bottles paid for? Yes. Don't worry about drinking it. If you can't finish it, I'll give it to you. Han Hui was even more unbelievable. I didn't see you pay the bill just now. Who doesn't have a few rich friends? Han Hui, now I'm entitled to eat here, right? Han Hui's face was irritated and his heart was wondering who paid this guy's bill. Chen Zhensheng glanced at Han Hui and added, if you don't feel comfortable here, you can leave and don't get in the way of me eating with Mr. Bai. Han Hui gritted his teeth and stood up, pointing at Chen Zhensheng. Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll make you cry one day. Putting down a harsh word, Han Hui left resentfully. Bai Yi questioned. Chen Zhensheng, tell me the truth. Who helped you pay? Was it the principal? Chen Zhensheng hemmed and hawed. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe. Whitey asked again. I've heard for a long time that the principal is your nephew. Is that true? Yes. He's a tree. I'm a root. Root begets tree. Bai Yi said helplessly. It's still true. But you can't scourge your nephew like this. He also has a family and needs to spend money. These 12 bottles of wine are worth $1 million. Chen Zhensheng did not think so. Mr. White. Don't worry. He helped me to pay the bill. Will not lose. Come on. And then touch aha. Bai Yi couldn't sort out the relationship between them, so she just didn't ask. But this 03 Kong D, she still liked it better. Had the pleasure of drinking one at a friend's birthday party. Red wine has beauty benefits and most women like to drink it. Bai Yi sipped it and her brows relaxed. Quite good. Not bad. Chen Zhensheng, however, did not dare to agree, shaking his head straight. I'm not as good as beer. Teacher, the rest is all for you. Bai Yi is not good at accepting such an expensive red wine. Return it if you can't finish it. Chen Zhensheng said with certainty, it shall not be done. It must be given to you. This is a piece of my heart, but also to thank you for taking care of me. It must be accepted. Bai Yi hesitated. That's not good, is it? Will the principal have a problem with me? If he dares to have an opinion, I'm his uncle. And if he dares to have an opinion, he's reversing the Big Dipper. Pust. Bai Yi burst into a delicate laugh. Look at you using this idiom, but also inverted the Big Dipper. I really can't figure out your family's seniority, so I can take it? Take it. The meal allowed Chen Zhenxing to learn more about Bai Yi. Bai Yi has been a teacher at Zijin International School for 2 years. Her family is not from Shanghai and she stayed there after graduating from university. After a meal, Chen Zhenxing felt closer to Bai Yi. Her smile and knit brows left a deep impression on Chen Zhenxing. The two ate until 8 o'clock in the evening, and Bai Yi was a little drunk from a bottle of red wine. The white and tender face surged with a touch of drunken red, and the beautiful eyes held a pool of autumn water, which was suddenly beautiful. Chen Zhenxing and Bai Yi went out of the Western restaurant. The two of them walked side by side through a small landscaped park where students were talking about love in 2s and 3s. Passing students stopped to look at the two of them. Chen Zhenxing, you'll be sent here. Chen Zhenxing handed the red wine to Bai Yi. See you tomorrow then. Go to bed early. White Yi left in a hurry. Chen Zhenxing walked back with a silly grin on his face. Back in the dormitory, Gao Shuo was the only one who was still picking at the light and studying very hard at night. None of the other students in the dormitory live on campus. They are too sketchy. Ha, Takasaku, what's wrong with your face? Gosaku looked dazed and said, nothing, touched it myself. Don't bullshit me. You can touch yourself into panda eyes? Tell the truth. Chen Zhenxing thought that Gao Shuo was not a bad person, and being in the same dormitory, he was quite compatible. Gosaku shook his head. It's really nothing, so go to bed early. Chen Zhenxing walked over and patted him on the shoulder. You can't be poor even if you are poor. Do you not have the courage to admit to being beaten because you are poor? Gao Shuo shouted angrily. Yes, it's because I'm poor. I don't dare to offend others at school, and I put up with beatings just because I'm not as rich and powerful as others. Okay? Who hit it? Forget it. It's a waste of time to talk about it. You can't help me. Say, Han Hui. Mr. Han, it's not because I said a few words for you that he came up and punched me. Chen Zhenxing's eyes narrowed slightly as he patted Gao Shuo's shoulder forcefully. Good. I'll make a note of it. I'll go to sleep first. The next day was a Saturday with no classes. Chen Zhenxing woke up at 5 in the morning and first did 1,000 push-ups on the balcony. Go downstairs to the playground for a quick 5-kilometer run. Students saw Chen Zhenxing running wildly around the playground like a wild dog off the leash at the dormitory building. Running like that won't last long. 30 seconds and he's tired and gasping for air. You just woke up and you don't know it. This guy's already done 4 laps. That's the pace. He hasn't slowed down at all. Bullshit. How is that possible? Is he that physically strong? And don't you believe it? It did run 4 laps. With the students watching, Chen Zhenxing ran the 5 kilometers with a little gasp. Chen Zhenxing sat on the ground and rested for 10 minutes. This is what he must do every day. I went back to my dorm and took a shower and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. 10 buns, 5 donuts, 2 bowls of congee. The surrounding students looked dumbfounded. It just so happened that the great goddess of the whole school, Sister Haruya, had just passed by to see this scene after having breakfast from the Western restaurant. The students were restless. Look, it's Haruya. It's so beautiful. It's unbelievably beautiful. I didn't expect to see Haruya-san on Saturday. The male students' eyes were glowing. Haruya gave off an unattainable coldness that made many girls pale in front of her. Chen Zhenxing lowered his head and devoured the bun. All the other students were paying attention to Haruya. No guy would turn down a gorgeous girl like Haruya. Only Chen Zhenxing had eyes only for buns and donuts. Xingya glanced at Chen Zhenxing, who was eating a bun with his head down, and was a little surprised. Livestock, Haruna said coldly and twisted her head to leave. Chen Zhenxing, you heard that, right? Haruya called you an animal. You're a bit self-aware. Knowing that you don't deserve Haruya, you don't dare to look at her at all. In the face of the ridicule and sarcasm of his classmates, Chen Zhenxing took it as a dog barking. He was too lazy to care about this. After eating breakfast, Chen Zhenxing went back to the dormitory building. On the 6th floor was the dormitory where Han Hui lived. Boo! Chen Zhenxing kicked open the door of a dormitory, dragged the sleeping Han Hui out of bed. Han Hui looked at Chen Zhenxing with a dumbfounded expression. Are you fucking crazy? Who let you come to my dormitory? Get out! Snap! Chengensen takes a jab right on the kisser. Back teeth fly out. Han Hui immediately stormed out, pointing at Chen Zhenxing and cursing. Chen Zhenxing, I'll damn you to death. Mama mia pie. Gao Shuo just helped me with a word and you hit him. Are you still a human being? Chen Zhenxing walked up to Han Hui and suddenly punched him in the ribs. Chen Zhenxing grabbed Han Hui's hair and said angrily, when did I ever mess with you? You're the one who's been looking for trouble from me 3 times. Ahem. Ouch. That hurt. You're just waiting to be fired. Chen Genqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Killing intent swept up, and the veins in his fists bulged. Are you challenging my bottom line? Stop. Principal. Chen Shujian ran over in a hurry to grab Chen Genqing's wrist and whispered, don't make a big deal out of it. The impact is bad. Chen Genqing unclenched his fist. You'd better not let me see him again. You'd better fire him. With those words, Chen Genqing turned around and left. Chen Shujian took a long breath and said to Han Hui with a lowered head, go to the hospital for treatment first. You're fired. Han Hui unwillingly grabbed Chen Shujian's hand. On what grounds? Why don't you fire him? Just because he's your relative? What do you know about hammers? I'm saving you by firing you. He could literally beat you to death with his fists. Han Hui said in a deep voice. Beat me to death? He can't live either. Chen Shujian bristled. That's where you're wrong. He'll be fine at all. Chen Shujian called the other teachers to take Han Hui to the hospital. In the dormitory, Chen Genqing took a jar from his locker and placed it on Gasua's desk. Gosaka pushed the jar away. I don't want your stuff. You must be feeling guilty that I was beaten for speaking up for you, right? This is the chocolate my big sister sent me in the mail. The kind you had last time. Gao Shuo was stunned. Somewhat moved. The last time Chen Genqing gave him a few. They were indeed delicious, and stayed to give them back to his sister to eat. My sister has been begging for more for the past few days. Chen Genqing added, Han Hui that melon batch will not come back. Was fired. Gosaku looked surprised and asked, really? Are you sure? Sure. He doesn't deserve to be a teacher. Gao Shuo said again in doubt. But his family is quite rich and prestigious, so how could he be expelled? Don't ask so many questions. In short, he was just fired. Chen Genqing cleaned up his bed and put on his army green bag. I'm going out. Do you have anything to take with you? No. I have some questions to do. Chen Genqing went out of the school and waited for the bus at the stop sign in front of the school. Students are transported in limousines by full-time drivers. There were also some seniors driving various sports cars in and out of the school. Yo, Chen Genqing, waiting for the bus here? Chen Genqing didn't bother with him and turned his eyes to look away. Then you can wait here for the bus. I'll take the Bentley. Chen Yehao was also in a car at this time and stopped in front of Chen Genqing. Where is little Master Tai going? I'll drive you there. No, sit down. You go about your business and leave me alone. Chen Yehao smiled resentfully and urged the driver to leave. Many of the students who knew Chen Genqing would tease him a bit. To Chen Genqing, as long as he didn't provoke his bottom line with a few humiliating words, he still wouldn't make a move. Not to mention the fact that his family had always told him to be patient and not cause trouble. Hitching a ride on the bus, Chen Genqing got off at an oversized library in Shanghai. I found a stack of books on the human body as well as acupuncture points in the library and took notes by heart. The mouth also muttered in a low voice, learned for almost a year. Still can't figure it out. Really call me a headache. Just then, a cup of fresh tea was placed in front of Chen Genqing. Chen Genqing raised his eyes to look. Into the eyes is a thin middle-aged man. Suits. Gentlemanly, wearing a pair of myopic glasses. Hair a little gray. Slightly nodded to Chen Genqing's salute. Chen Genqing asked suspiciously. You are? Young master. I'm Chen Xixing. Chen Xixing, the chairman of Jingguang Education. Comes from Shushington and is the first brand-name university student in Shushington. Oh, Chen Yehao's old man's son, right? Chen Xixing sat down and smiled. I've been wanting to invite you to my house for dinner, but Yehao said you were too busy. What did you come to see me about? I just came to ask you if there's anything I can do for you? Money, a car, a place to stay. Just ask. I don't need this. Just don't come and disturb my studies. Chen Genqing turned his words around and said in a low voice. There's one more thing. That woman sitting on the right is waiting for you, right? How do I look so familiar? You son of a bitch is not honest. Don't tell anyone about our relationship. Chen Xixing turned out to be godfather and goddaughter with Senior Haria. If word of this got around the school, it would be an atomic bomb. Chen Xixing panicked, busy explaining. Her family is quite difficult, so I subsidized her to go to school, and she recognized me as her godfather. Don't explain. I don't care. Just don't let her know we're in a relationship. Although the Zhenguang Education Group is his grandfather's, Chen Genqing is lazy to care about this. Chen Xixing stood up and said respectfully, Young master, then I will go back first. Aha. Chen Genqing continued to look down and take notes. I stayed at the library until the evening and wrote a book of notes, but I still couldn't figure out how the chi that my grandfather talked about was formed. Chen Genqing needed a breakthrough. His physical body had been developed to the extreme of humanity, and he had to find a way to break through before he could do so. Chen Genqing came to the stop sign to wait for the bus. Suddenly 4 black cars stopped in front of Chen Genqing and rushed down a group of masked youths holding sticks. People waiting at the stop sign ducked out of the way. Chen Genqing, call me what? The group of muzzled youths swarmed around. Chen Genqing asked, did Han Hui send you here? Hit me. Chen Zhenxing turned and ran. The masked youth chased after him furiously, until he came to a piece of park. Chen Zhenxing stopped. A group of masked youths gasped with exhaustion. Chen Zhenxing looked around and saw that no one was around. So he said, "Okay, there's no one here. You can start." Phew. Chen Zhenxing violently stepped forward and swung up to hit a youth in the stomach. The blow flew more than 10 meters away. This move is called the Black Tiger's Heart. Boo. This was followed by a back-swinging kick that sent another youth flying. The divine dragon swings its tail. Ha! Broken children. Chen Zhenxing lightly shouted and kicked the braided youth with a broken leg. Oh ho ho ho. The braided youth let out a roar and tumbled to the ground in a cold sweat of pain. The surrounding group of masked youths saw this and covered their crotches in fear. Chen Zhenxing took a step forward, and the crowd took a step back in fear. Chen Zhenxing asked, "Are you still fighting? What's the point of backing off? Just fight. Run." I don't know who shouted, and a crowd of people fell away. Chen Zhenxing shook his head and said, "City people are too weak." Chen Zhenxing also knew that he would be retaliated against, but he just didn't expect Han Hui to find someone so quickly. After this fight, also delayed the last bus. Chen Zhenxing can only bear the pain to spend a few $dozen to stop a cab. My old man only gives me $1,000 a month to live on, and I've spent $120 in just over a week. The city's spending is too high. Returned to the school and was about to go back to the dormitory when a girl called out to Chen Zhenxing on the side of the road. "Chen Zhenxing, come with me." With that said, the woman walked into the landscaped park, commonly known as the Love Sanctuary. Chen Zhenxing walked in with a puzzled face, and only then did he see the girl's appearance. It's the woman from the senior class at Zijin International School, MS. Haruya. Call me what? Did you see me in the library today? What is your relationship with Chen Zhenxing? What did Chen Zhenxing tell you? Qingya confused Chen Zhenxing with a series of questions. He didn't have to say anything, and I don't want to know about you too. Qingya's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she scolded. Speak Mandarin. Who are you talking to, lousy? Watch your wording. Chen Zhenxing did not have the good taste to say, lazy you melon child. I have to go back to sleep. Qingya reached out and grabbed Chen Zhenxing's arm. You can't leave. You have to talk to me. I'm talking to your mom. Yo, don't bother me. Chen Zhenxing shook off her hand and left straight away. The scene of the two of them pulling and quarreling was coincidentally seen by a security guard on patrol. The next day rumors spread throughout the school about Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing borrowed Gao Shua's computer and was inquiring about Qi when the head of the teaching office pushed open the door of the dormitory with several security guards. Chen Zhenxing is coming with us to the office. Chen Zhenxing asked. Do what? Just go and find out. Don't take it from me. I'll walk by myself. Many students saw Chen Zhenxing enter the office surrounded by several security guards and the director of instruction. Inside the office, Chen Zhenxing also met Qingya, the headmaster of the teaching department, the principal, and White are all sitting here with serious looks on their faces. Principal Chen Shujian became even more serious. If it was really as rumored, he must be the first to report to the old ancestor. The head of the teaching office sank in. That's outrageous. How do you think you can do this? A child from the countryside, not studying properly, talking about love in school. This matter has a very bad impact. Chen Zhenxing, stunned for a moment, puzzled, asked, talking about love? What's going on? Which one did I fall in love with? You're still talking tough when you're dead, aren't you? The head of the teaching department pointed at Qingya and said, look at what you've done to such a nice girl. Haruya sobbed and acted as if it was a big deal. Bai's beautiful eyes looked angrily at Chen Zhenxing. I'm really blind. I used to think that you were a child from the mountainous region, and took more care of you both in your studies and in your life. But now you make me feel sick. After saying this, Bai slammed the door. Chen Zhenxing said bitterly, what the hell is going on here? Great nephew, you tell me. You were seen talking to Haruya in the park last night. Was there anything about that? Chen Zhenxing nodded. Yes. The dean of instruction was even more indignant. Hear that? He admitted it. Chen Zhenxing felt that he could not defend himself. What did I admit? I said I talked to her, but did not say love. Do not believe to ask her. Surprisingly, Haruna shook her head. There's a misunderstanding. I'm not carrying his child. See, there's no such thing. Principal Chen Shujian sighed with relief and smiled. Qingya added, but we were in a relationship. He wanted to dump me and get with another girl. He spent so much of my money, played with my feelings, and in the end flipped out and even got together with Chen Jingxi. Chen Zhenxing was dumbfounded. He didn't know any Chen Jingxi at all. The head of the teaching department hated his teeth. Scum! Qingya, what's so good about this guy? He wants money but no money. He wants status but no status. His looks are okay, but he's not the most handsome. Chen Shujian coughed. Old ma, overdoing it. No personal attacks. Chen Shujian thought. Hemp cell batch. Dare to say so, my little uncle. Say his identity scared to death, you son of a bitch. Chen Zhensheng pointed at Qingya. You'd better make it clear to me. When did I ever spend your money? Qingya falsely accusing Chen Zhensheng belonged to the typical evil first. She didn't want Chen Zhensheng to tell the truth about her and Chen Zhixing, so they falsely accused Chen Zhensheng and Chen Jingxi and bit back. In the office, Chen Zhensheng is 100 mouths. How can not explain clearly? Chen Shujian told Qingya to go back first and also told the head of the teaching office to leave. They were the only ones left in the office. Chen Shujian asked with a serious face, "Little uncle, tell me the truth. Is there or isn't there?" "No, I still can't see her. He is the lover of Chen Zhixing, that melon child. Yesterday he went to the library to look for me. I saw it." Chen Shujian understood what was going on. "Alright, you go back to the dormitory first. I'll solve this matter. You'd better fix it for me before you get me in trouble." After leaving the office, the students along the way looked at Chen Zhensheng with indignation. They both thought they were better than Chen Zhensheng. So why should Qingya look at Chen Zhensheng? A country bumpkin from the countryside? Chen Zhensheng went straight to Bai Yi's office. "Mr. White, I'm looking for you for something. Can you come out here? Say what you have to say here." Bai Yi's expression was indifferent, and now inwardly she was extremely disgusted with Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng smiled sarcastically. "There are other teachers here. It's not convenient to talk. You come out, aha. If you want to talk, talk. If you don't want to talk, leave." Chen Zhensheng walked up and yanked Bai Yi's hand, domineeringly pulling Bai Yi out of the office. The other teachers in the office were staggered. This guy actually grabbed Mr. White's hand? Hateful to the core. I tried to ask Mr. White to see a movie without success. There were other students on campus who saw this scene, and there were even students who were righteously indignant to stop Chen Zhensheng. "Chen Zhensheng, what do you want to do? Pulling on a pretty and beautiful teacher in school. Don't you have any regard for the teacher's feelings? I have something to say to Mr. White. So get up." The surrounding students gritted their teeth. Chen Zhensheng was just too arrogant. "Damn. I can't watch. I'll give $10,000 to whoever punches him twice. I'll give $50,000 fucking dollars. How about we crowdfund it?" Crowdfunding substitutions. Makes sense. Chen Zhensheng pushed the student away and dragged Bai Yi to a deserted place. "Teacher Bai, I was falsely accused. That Yiqing? I don't even know her," Bai Yi solemnly said. "Chen Zhensheng, don't engage in right and wrong at school. Focus on your studies, and I hope you can handle this relationship of yours." "Geez, I really don't know her. She framed me." Chen Zhensheng felt that he couldn't wash himself even if he jumped to the Yellow River. "You're now 18 years old. You're also considered an adult. It's reasonable that the teacher shouldn't object to you falling in love. Besides, this is a noble school after all. The teacher is responsible for teaching, and managing the students is out of their hands." What Bai Yi said was normal. The students who study here have families that are either rich or rich, and trying to control them would be like trying to get out of one's job. Chen Zhensheng put his heart in the right place. "Old me will never let others destroy my reputation. I will definitely prove this matter to you. No need to prove to me that I'm not your anything." Bai Yi turned away, completely disappointed in Chen Zhensheng. She also stopped taking special care of this child from the mountains. Back at the dormitory, Gosaku was working on his problems as usual. "You stop doing questions and come up with something for me." "Your thing with Haruya?" "Yes." Gao Shuo pushed his nearsighted glasses and laughed. "You can do it. I didn't see that you had captured the third most recognized goddess in our school." "I captured a hammer." "She is slandering me." Chen Zhensheng remembered Chen Jingxi again and asked suspiciously, "Which one is called Chen Jingxi?" Gao Shuo was surprised. "You don't even know about Chen Jingxi? The second-ranked goddess." Chen Zhensheng patted his head. "Ancestors board yo. Old man messed with witch cluck. How are goddesses?" "Hammer goddess." In fact, Qingya and Chen Jingxi have a grudge. The two of them are not a day or two. It just so happens to be encountered this incident. The heavy-hearted Qingya took this opportunity to take revenge on Chen Jingxi. The more Chen Zhensheng thought about it, the more unwilling he became. And he put on his clothes again and went downstairs, straight to the girls' dormitory. "Haruya, come out here." The shout startled the students in the girls' dormitory, who poked their heads out to look down. "Crap, this Chen Zhensheng is getting bolder and bolder, even shouting at people in public. It's just that my nephew is the principal. What's so awesome about that? I really don't know what Haruya sees in this guy, poor as he is." "That's right, still a goddess. I don't think the name of goddess can be saved this time." Chen Zhensheng shouted a few times, but Qingya didn't respond to her at all. Chen Zhensheng added, "I'll just say one thing to you. Don't falsely accuse me. If you don't clear my name, you'll regret it." After saying this, Chen Zhensheng twisted his head and left, leaving behind a vicious sentence. "Chen Zhensheng, stop. Here comes another pretty girl. Crap, the great goddess Chen Jingxi." Sure enough, Chen Jingshi is having an affair with Chen Zhensheng. Impossible. Is Chen Zhensheng that charismatic? Even accepting the two major goddesses of our Zijin school, then why is Chen Jingxi looking for Chen Zhensheng? Let's go check it out. The girls swarmed down the stairs to see what was going on. Chen Zhensheng asked suspiciously, "Which one are you?" "I am Chen Jingxi. I don't care what kind of hatred you have with Qingya. Don't piggyback on me and don't slander my reputation." Chen Jingxi, as her name suggests, looks pure and fair. Exquisite face without powder also looks amazing. The body is soft as if boneless. Dress is not exaggerated. Very neat and simple. Is the kind of three good students. Excellent class cadre's temperament. Chen Zhensheng spread his hands and said, "Both of us are surnamed Chen. How could I possibly slander you? It's all because of that Qingya's ghosts. Just wait. I'll have her stand up and apologize tomorrow." Chen Jingxi's delicate face surged with a touch of sadness. Alas, is it so hard to study properly? Can't a quiet desk be set up in the big world? After saying that, Chen Jingxi hugged her books and went back to the dormitory. Still a sentimental woman. The next day, class was in session. Principal Chen Shujian brought Qingya to the second class of senior high school and apologized to Chen Zhensheng face to face. "Teacher, bye. Stop the class for a few minutes first." Chen Shujian looked at Qingya in the back. "What are you waiting for? Come in." Haruya bit her lip, feeling humiliated. I apologize to Chen Zhensheng. I don't have anything to do with him at all. We were at the park that night, and I just asked him a few questions because my boyfriend and I met him at the library in the city, and I was worried that he'd talk about it. So I thought of this." After saying that, Haruya was about to leave with his head down. Chen Zhensheng called out to her, "Stop. And that Chen Jingxi, you haven't explained." "Oh, everyone knows that I don't get along with Chen Jingxi, so I took the opportunity to slander her. I'm really sorry. I was wrong." Haruya apologizes to Chen Zhensheng in public within the class. This was also the reason why Chen Zhensheng knew about this news and angrily rebuked Qingya and threatened to cut off her living expenses if she didn't go to apologize. Haruya had to bow down to money. Although Haruya was beautiful and cold, a goddess in the eyes of her students, her family had been very poor since she was a child. She longs for a rich life until she meets Chen Zhensheng. This time the misunderstanding between Chen Zhensheng and Chen Jingxi was solved, and the students were relieved. They were still filled with doubts before. How could such a beautiful and golden girl like Qingya look at Chen Zhensheng? Now that mystery has finally been cleared up, Chen Zhensheng again became a good student in the eyes of Mr. Bai. After the day's classes were over, Chen Zhensheng was about to go back to the dormitory when Bai Yi called out to him. "Zhensheng, haven't you always wanted to eat with me? Let's go to my house today. I'll make you a meal." Bai Yi thinks that Chen Zhensheng must not have eaten a single tasty meal while living in the mountains, and every time he eats the cheapest dishes in the school cafeteria, he also eats the cheapest dishes. So on one hand, Bai Yi was giving Chen Zhensheng improved meals, and on the other hand, she wanted to apologize that she had misunderstood Chen Zhensheng before because of Qingya's matter. Chen Zhensheng grinned. "Good. Thank you, teacher." And then, he took Bai Yi's white Honda Fit to the neighborhood where Bai Yi rented a room, passed by the supermarket and bought some more ingredients. It's a bit Spartan. Rents in Shanghai are ridiculously expensive, and I can only rent a one-bedroom apartment on my small salary. Chen Zhensheng asked, "Mr. Bai, how much money do you have at Zijin International School?" $13,000 a month. Not this time? It's scary for me. Shanghai is a first-tier city, where a $10,000 salary is really common. Chen Zhensheng laughed. "Then I'll have Chen Shujian raise your salary." "Never, or he'll think I egged him on." The elevator ride to Whitey's house was indeed a bit small, but the rooms are still neatly categorized, and without extras, they are spacious and tidy. Bai Yi turned on the TV for Chen Zhensheng, took off her jacket and said, "You watch TV first. I'll go to the kitchen to fry vegetables. Want me to help you?" "No, I can do it myself." Chen Zhensheng had just sat down when he heard the doorbell ring. Opened the door to see, is an ordinary-looking youth, body slightly fat, originally on the face also raised a lewd smile. When he saw Chen Zhensheng immediately sank down. "Who are you?" The fat youth surveyed Chen Zhensheng with hostility. "I'm Mr. White student. Which one are you?" "I'm the landlord's son." The fat youth arrogantly pushed Chen Zhensheng aside and walked into the living room. "Mr. Bai, busy?" "Oh, it's Kai. That rent, can you be lenient for a while longer and pay you next month?" The landlord's son, Kai, stood at the kitchen door. His tone was kind. "There's no hurry about the rent. Where's the stir-fry? It just so happens that I haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together." "I'm afraid I can't today. My students are here. Some other time." "You keep saying another day. You've been pushing me for 2 months now. And look, I've been very understanding, letting you defer paying the rent for 2 months. Why don't you know how to repay me at all?" The guy's words dripped with a flippant tone, feeling that he'd eaten up Bai Yi. Bai Yi is not in a good position to make a stalemate. After all, she still has to live here. It's really inconvenient. I'll definitely invite you some other day. Just today. Or pay the rent. Kai's tone attitude suddenly became harsh. Chen Zhensheng grabbed him by the collar and yanked him toward the door. Lousy pulled up your chicken is an over-the-shoulder drop. All told you inconvenient. Roll. Chen Zhensheng yanked him out of the house and slammed the door. Bai Yi sighed heavily, again feeling embarrassed that this happened in front of the students. My family needed money, so I gave my salary to my family first. It's okay, we should eat and drink. Bai Yi smiled. You watch TV. I'll be quick. Ding dong. Another doorbell. Chen Zhensheng opened the door and walked out, pushing Kai into the stairwell. You sons of bitches don't listen. Do you? Brother Kai angrily rebuked. Who the hell are you? Just a little kid. Don't get in my way. Be careful. I'll make you suffer. It's just 2 months' rent. Ouch. That's easy for you to say. You paid for her. Chen Zhensheng was stunned and said in embarrassment. I don't have that much money. Don't ring the doorbell for me again. Believe it or not, I will buy your house. Ha ha ha. No money to pay rent. Money to buy a house. You're so funny. Kai pushed Chen Zhensheng as if he was pushing a mountain. Get the hell out of my way. I'm getting married to your teacher Bai. Even though she doesn't agree now, she will soon. The more you talk, the more you go overboard. I'm going to buy your house. Chen Zhensheng took out his cell phone and sent a text message, and sent the address as well. Kai said with a disdainful face, with your country bumpkin appearance, you still want to buy a house in Shanghai? You can't afford it even if I give you 100 years. Chen Zhensheng said seriously. I could buy up Shanghai. Don't bother. Let me in. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Chen Zhensheng pointed at him. You son of a bitch, don't force my hand. You try punching one? There's a price for $100,000 for a punch. Zai looked like a man, and his style of speaking was shifty enough. After 15 minutes or so, 4 men and women in suits arrived on this floor. Excuse me, are you Li Zhongsai? I am. Why? Let's talk. 2 youths carried him into the elevator. Chen Zhensheng opened the door and went back inside. Bai Yi asked, what did you tell Li Zhongsai? He'll never ask you for rent again. Bai Yi was stunned. You're not fighting again, are you? He's quite a rascal. Don't mess with him. I didn't hit him. A couple of guys took him away just now while we were talking and I don't know where to. Oh, Bai Yi was also too lazy to care about those. And then laughed. You first open a bottle of red wine to wake up, or the last time you gave it to me. Good. In no time at all. Bai Yi had made 6 dishes and a soup, which was really rich. Bai Yi handed Chen Zhensheng a pair of chopsticks. How about a taste? Chen Zhensheng chucked a piece of cassoulet and his eyes steeped. Bashful. Mister. Bai's cooking is very good. Eat more if it's good. Bai Yi gave Chen Zhensheng 2 chicken legs, specially reserved for you. This really moved Chen Zhensheng. Teacher, you eat too. Don't just look at me. Bai Yi saw Chen Zhensheng eating so flavorfully, his heart was satisfied. This eating looks like he has never eaten anything good. It is also true that, although the Shushantan Chen family is very large and rich in money, on the contrary, Chen Zhensheng did not live a rich life because of it. From the time he was a year old he was sent to live with his grandfather in the deep woods. It is difficult for Chen Zhensheng's mother to see him, and she can only see him once a month. It wasn't until he was 18 that Chen Zhensheng went out to live in the mountains. For the smartphone, it was also something his 5 sisters snuck in for him to use for a while when they visited him. Bai Yi's meal made Chen Zhensheng's heart happy. Mr. White, your cooking is so delicious. A table of food. Bai Yi did not even eat a few bites, all eaten by Chen Zhensheng. Bai Yi couldn't help but marvel. Your meal is really big. Hey, I grew up eating. I'll do the dishes for you. That's when the doorbell rang again. Bai Yi rolled her eyes and helplessly got up to open the door. In the doorway stood a white-collar woman in an OL woman's dress, holding a folder in her arms, a polite smile raised on her face. Hello, I am the janitor of this house, and here is a contract for you to sign. Administrator? Where's Zai? You're talking about Li Zhongsai, right? He's already sold this house to us. From today I'm your landlord. Saying this, she handed the contract to Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked at it meticulously and her beautiful eyes widened. This doesn't want rent? Rent for an indefinite period of time? Is this for real? Yes, you are an employee of the Zhengguang Education Group, and this house is considered a dormitory for you. Bai Yi understood. You're from the Zhengguang Education Group. Yes, please sign. Although Bai Yi still had some doubts inside, it was a waste of time not to take such a good benefit. After signing the contract, Bai Yi asked again. I want to know why the Positive Light Education Group knows I live here? No comment. With that she turned to leave. Bai Yi's mood was pleasant. She came to the kitchen and pushed Chen Zhensheng out of the way. How can I let you wash the dishes? I'll do it, and to tell you the good news, This house will be free for me to live in from now on. That's good. Mr. White won't have to pay rent from now on. Doubts flooded between Bai Yi's beautiful eyes. I just don't know who's behind this. Chen Zhenqing looked at Bai Yi's complacent appearance from the side. He also felt comfortable in his heart, as a kind of repayment for the favor of giving her this meal. After dinner, night fell. Chen Zhenqing said goodbye to Bai Yi and returned to school. Chen Zhenqing is back. A lot of students gathered at the entrance of the boys' dormitory building. Chen Zhenqing, come over here and see that you're on the list. What's on the list? Chen Zhenqing approached and saw that it was a letter of challenge. Chen Zhenqing scratched his hair and asked, what's going on here? Who wants to challenge me? You're in big trouble. This is Han Hui's brother. Han Guan wants to challenge you. Chen Zhenqing suddenly realized, oh, this is to help his brother take revenge. Don't you guys realize the seriousness of the matter? Han Guang is a national professional boxer who has won silver medals in 2 Olympics and many gold belts. It's over. You kids are kind of screwed. Even the principal can't save you this time. Wait for a brutal beating. The gloating of his classmates made Chen Zhenqing unimpressed, as if they were expecting him to be beaten. In the eyes of these rich kids of theirs, Chen Gangxing became the object of their entertainment. Chen Zhenqing unveiled this challenge. Please tell this Han Guang. Laozi shall fight. Chen Zhenqing, just for your guts. You are also honored despite your defeat. Let's just forget it. He must have hit hard. Maybe even dead. Chen Zhenqing suddenly laughed. That's a good way for him to do it. Fighting in the ring is not against the law. Chen Zhenqing twisted his head and entered the dormitory. Gao Shua came in right behind him and said worriedly, I advise you not to go. You're a student. No one will laugh at you if you wimp out. Goat? That's an insult to my ancestors. I've never known what it means to be a goon since I was born. Chen Zhenqing killed a chicken at the age of 4, slaughtered a goose at the age of 5, and killed a 300-pound wild boar at the age of 10. Never knew what fear was. Gao Shua was anxious and persuaded again. Your family is so poor. If you are injured, you will definitely have to spend a lot of money on medical expenses. Chen Zhenqing patted Gao Shua's shoulder. You're a good man. I won't hide it from you. Laozi won't be injured tomorrow. Gao Shua saw that Chen Zhenqing was so determined, so he said nothing more. The news that Chen Zhenqing was going to box with Han Guan quickly spread through the school. Bai Yi also talked to Chen Zhenqing. Chen Zhenqing just refused to wimp out. Bai Yi can only call Han Hui and ask him to spare Chen Zhenqing. Han Hui had long hated Chen Zhenqing to the bone and simply did not agree to let him go. Stalemate. Chen Shujian fell watching the news. Drinking tea de Hongpo. Gorgeous not worried about Chen Zhenqing in the slightest. Bai Yi was in a frenzy. Headmaster, you're still in the mood to drink tea here? Your uncle is going to fight a professional boxer. Just fight. Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Chen Shujian sat up straight and pulled out 10 piles of money from the drawer and handed it to Bai Yi. Gave you a raise. $30,000 a month. This $100,000 is to make up for your salary. Ha? And also pay me back my salary? Bai Yi's delicate face twitched as she asked. Did Chen Zhenqing say something to you? Take it. It's quite difficult at home. Settle things at home first. This instantly reinforced Bai Yi's determination that she had to stop this match that had no chance of winning. Bai Yi called Chen Zhenqing out of the classroom. She said sternly, Chen Zhenqing, I forbid you to go. Mr. White, I caused this mess, so it's up to me to clean up the ending. They were taking personal revenge on you under the guise of a boxing match. Chen Zhenqing smiled confidently. You cared about me the most in school. Thank you, Teacher Bai. I can hospitalize Han Hui and defeat his brother. It's not the same thing at all. Teacher, stop. I've decided. Chen Zhenqing's attitude was very firm, and he wanted to use this competition to establish his authority in the school, to change his classmates' opinion of him, and to stop them from sneering at him. The game was chosen for this Saturday. Instead, Chenggensen is going to pick the location at the school's basketball gym. Han Guang also agreed. On this day 3 cars were let into the school and 7 or 8 muscular boxers got out. The students were at the basketball gym early in anticipation. Come on. Bet on Han Guang to win 1-1. Bet on Chen Zhenqing to win 1-5. Of course I'm betting on Han Guang to win. I'll bet 50,000. All get in the group and transfer money on WeChat. In no time at all, there were more than 80 students in the group, and all of them, without exception, bet on Han Guang to win, although the odds are very low. Chen Zhenqing entered the gymnasium, looked around, and saw a worried Bai Yi in the crowd. Go Han Guang, we're betting on you to win. Chen Zhenqing was stunned and complained. Why don't you call on me if there is such a good thing? I also want to bet. I bet on me to win. Can I? Ha 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 ha. Chen Zhenqing's words amused the room. You want to bet on yourself? That's fine. Chen Zhenqing pulled out $1,000. This is my old man's meal money for this month. All pressed on me to get a lucky number. Zijin International School Basketball Gym. Teachers and students packed the place. leaving only one ring empty. A student from a poor mountainous area takes on a professional boxer who has won an Olympic silver medal. The title is explosive at first glance. Han Kuang puts on his boxing gloves and braces and makes a fuss about it. Chen Zhenqing spread his hands and said, "What if I don't have one? We'll lend it to you." Han Kuang asked his assistant to send over a pair of boxing gloves to Chen Zhenqing. Both sides are ready to go. And Han Kuang has brought the referee with him to keep this match going. I don't know where his elbow is going. Han Hui clenched his fists in excitement on the sidelines, finally getting out a mouthful of bad breath. "Brother, be merciful, don't kill him. That's meant to be a hit towards the crippled." Han Guang clasped his fists. "Fists and feet have no eyes. Be careful." Chen Zhenqing heatedly laughed. "To be honest, this kind of feeling old me hasn't had for a long time. I hope you can let old me have all the fun." Han Guang's sullen face. "Dare to call yourself old man in front of me. Beat you to death. Start." With the referee's order, Han Guang attacked with a ferocious punch to Chen Zhenqing's nose. Chen Zhenqing took a step back and dodged a punch. A little bit of force. Yo. Phew. Han Guang strides over and lands a high whip kick to the side of Chen Zhenqing's head. Chen Zhenqing suddenly bent down and swept a sweeping leg against Han Guang's standing left leg. This move is called sweeping the thousands. Bang. Han Guang fell heavily to the ground. Crap. This one looks kind of easy. There's something about Chengensen. I watch him run like a mad dog in the playground every morning. Can you be as good as someone else's professional boxer? This is just Han Guang being lightly defeated. On the racecourse, Han Guang stood up, mortified that he, a professional boxer, had been knocked down by a high school student. It's a shame. Annoyed, Han Guang pounced again. This time Han Guang was serious. Chen Zhenqing sighed and shook his head. "There are too many cracks. You look like this. How can you be a professional boxer?" Just as Han Guang lunged over and tried to hit Chen Zhenqing with his knee, Chen Zhenqing dodged and avoided it easily. Boo! Chen Zhenqing kicks Han Guang in the back. A blood-red mark surfaced on his back. Why am I getting the wrong impression? What illusion? Why do I feel like Chen Zhenqing is teasing Han Guang? I have that delusion too. Don't be blindly mistaken. It hasn't been decided yet. The students were talking a lot, and they were getting more and more nervous to watch this match, which was already characterized by a huge difference in power. Han Guang said angrily, "Why are you hiding? Do you know how to box? Are you a man?" It's Han Kuang who has no class when he says that. He was also furious, and his anger took over his reasoning before he said such words. "That's fine. It's you who didn't let me hide. I wanted to meet you with martial arts, but you want to fight to the death. So don't blame me. That's a lot of crap." Han Guang suddenly threw a punch. Chen Zhenqing's eyes narrowed slightly as his strength lifted and he met his fist with a punch that clashed with his fist. "Cut it out. The whole arm is broken." Teachers and students heard the sound of the bones breaking in real time. The students listened with empathy and clenched their teeth, hugged their bodies, and couldn't help but shiver. Han Guang rolled up on the ground and let out a pig-killing scream. Chen Zhenqing took off his boxing gloves. "I thought I could have all the fun, and you're no match for me." "Stop." Han Hui pointed angrily at Chen Zhenqing. "You want to leave after you fucking beat my brother up like this? What? Why can't I go? This is a boxing match, son of a bitch, do you understand?" Chen Zhenqing waved his hand. "Not useful. Go back and find a capable fighter and then come back to me." After saying that, Chen Zhenqing left the gymnasium. Han Hui signaled the other boxers to catch up with Chen Zhenqing with a wink. Drink. Principal Chen Shujian kicked a boxer and knocked him out on the spot. Practicing martial arts precedes practicing martial virtues. It is disgraceful that you are so narrow-minded and have no martial arts spirit at all. The other boxers took a few scornful steps back as they saw one of their fighters get knocked out by a kick. Chen Shujian droned. "If you don't want to fight me, leave the school." They could only leave in disgrace. Chen Zhenqing stood under the dormitory building, and the students who came back were afraid to go in. "Where's my winnings? Transfer the money to me t." "Oh, okay, I'll transfer it to you. You won it all." The student smiled sarcastically. "Because no one bet on you to win, only yourself. The total is $170,000. Chen Zhenqing was satisfied and collected the money. "Peaceful. You are all rich sons. This amount of money is nothing to you, but it's a huge sum of money to me." Chen Zhenqing looked at the huge sum of 170,000 and returned to the dormitory in a happy manner. Chen Zhenqing in the school is considered to be a battle to become famous. No one dares to laugh at him as a hick, but also no one dares to face him with cynicism. Go to the cafeteria in the evening. Chen Zhenqing went to the buffet for the first time in his life. It's all seafood, grilled, and at $666 per person. It's a splurge for Chen Zhenqing. He served 50 plates of grilled steaks, 100 plates of oysters, and 100 plates of lamb chops all by himself. It was piling up on his desk. Surrounding students captured the amazing scene on their cell phones. Chen Zhenqing impatiently said, Shoot what shoot yo? You all do not eat? I'm full just watching you eat. Chen Zhenxing took a bite of a piece of grilled steak and slurred. Wasteful. Spending so much money to come and see my old man eat. The oysters were even eaten raw. Eating raw and fierce and make people think how Chen Zhenxing eating so fragrant? They don't even feel that way eating it. Want some more? I'll get it for you. The great goddess Haruya even took the initiative to seek out Chen Zhenxing to speak, taking the initiative to offer her attentions. The students around them laughed meaningfully, and to say that the two of them are nothing, Haruya even offered to bring him food. Look at Haruya's diligent little pace. They'd be damned if they weren't in love. What is so good about this Chen Zhenxing guy? Why can't I see a single good point? Lover's eyes. Amidst the murmurs of her classmates, Haruya brought Chen Zhenxing dozens of plates of roasted meat. Chen Zhenxing's expression was uncomfortable. I won't let you take it for me. And don't get close to me? It's useless. In fact, Xingye didn't know what kind of relationship Chen Zhenxing had with Chen Zhixing, but always felt that they were very close. At that time, when she slandered Chen Zhenxing, Chen Zhixing was furious and almost wanted to beat her. This made Haruya, who had a heavy heart, smell an unusual implication. A kind smile rippled across Haruya's delicate face, and anyone who saw such a smile would have their heart swirling. The only one who had no feelings for Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing, I was wrong before. I've apologized to you, so don't be so cold to me. Don't you sit in front of me. It affects my appetite. Crawl. This statement caused a gasp of surprise from the students watching around them. Chen Zhenxing was the first one who dared to reject a goddess like that. Chen Zhenxing publicly shouted at the third-ranked goddess of the Zijin school. It caused indignation among the male students. Isn't this guy too arrogant? That's the goddess Haruya. A lot of people spend over $100,000 on a bag for her and can't even get a date to have dinner with her if they want to. This guy is a loser with eyes for all that seafood and barbecue. Hey, Chen Zhenxing, I admit that you are very capable of fighting. It doesn't mean that we are afraid of you. You are not allowed to be so rude to the goddess. Chen Zhenxing swallowed a mouthful of mutton chops. I didn't ask you to be afraid of me. All of you are afraid of me. Which means nothing. I'm kind of polite to her. Xingye felt that Chen Zhenxing had made her lose face in front of her classmates. Her beautiful eyes glared at Chen Zhenxing and left with a cold snort. Chen Zhenxing finished the last oyster and drank a bottle of Coke with satisfaction. Finally full. The boss shuddered at the sight. At $666 a person, Chen Zhenxing ate 5 people's portions by himself. Compensation for death. Chen Zhenxing shaved his teeth with a toothpick and said to the boss, $666 for a buffet. It's pretty bah humbug. I'll come back for more. The boss returned Chen Zhenxing's money to him. I don't want this money. It's considered this meal I'm treating you to. I'm begging you not to come. Okay? Chen Zhenxing frowned. What? You think I eat too much? Let me tell you, as long as you open this buffet at school, I'll still come. After saying that, Chen Zhenxing left the cafeteria. He was walking around the campus alone to cool off when Chen Shujian approached him. Uncle Junior, the video of your match was put on the internet, so I suggest you keep it to yourself from now on. Just let my second sister eliminate it. The second aunt has subsided, and your old man's place means to tell you to tighten up. Oh, I know. What about me getting beat up and bullied? Chen Shujian whispered. Someone will take care of it. Chen Zhenxing was stunned. Shadow Sister has come to Shanghai? Chen Shujian nodded. Chen Zhenxing grinned. If Shadow Sister comes to Shanghai, then I'll be at ease. That's when Bai Yi came face to face. Chen Shujian twisted his head and left. Puzzled, Whitey asked, why did the principal leave when he saw me? To save face, after all. In front of you. He doesn't want to admit that he is my nephew. Chen Zhenxing took Bai Yi's hand and headed to the parking lot. Teacher Bai, I made 170,000 today. I want to buy you a gift. Bai Yi sternly refused. Zhenxing, this money I want you to keep for your own use. The teacher also wants to thank you. The principal gave me a raise in my salary and some money to make up for it. I'm very generous now. Chen Zhenxing scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Mr. Bai, you've taken pretty good care of me. I always think to show you, aha. Expressions are not necessary. Your teacher only wants you to study well. Then let's both take a walk and go out for a bit. The night market in front of the school is still very noisy and lively. This was a university area with several famous domestic universities nearby, so it was crowded with people and sold a wide variety of fancy things. Chen Zhenxing bought 2 cups of milk tea, and along the sidewalk, the two of them walked and talked. Bai Yi has always wanted to know more about Chen Zhenxing's family. Chen Zhenxing, that is to say, the family is bigger and more populous, so the generation is a bit bigger. The rest was not revealed much. Boo! While the two of them were engaged in conversation, a car accident happened right in front of them. Bai Yi shrieked in fear and hugged Chen Zhenxing's arm. A youth came down from the limousine behind him, took a baseball bat out of the trunk. walked to the limousine in front of him, yanked open the door and hit it. It's two rich kids fighting. A Bentley and a Mercedes Big G. Chen Zhenqing looked at the Bentley in front of him that looked familiar. Mr. Bai, does this Bentley look familiar to you? Bai Yi glanced at the license plate number and whirled over. This is Chen Yehao's family's car. Without regard for her safety, White rushed up and pushed the baseball bat-wielding youth out of the way. Stop. No hitting my students. Bai Yi looked delicate but had a very strong character, but she would always go out of her way to help whenever something happened to one of her students. Kind-hearted. She also made Chen Zhenqing more than a little strange feelings. In the Bentley, it was really Chen Yehao. Bai Yi hugged Chen Yehao and angrily rebuked the stick-wielding youth. What gives you the right to hit my student? I'm happy to, so get out of my way. The stick-figure youth yanked on Bai Yi, tugging hard. Chen Zhenqing went up and kicked him down. Blind your son of a bitch's dog's eyes. Old man's teacher you also dare to hit. Immortal bored. The clubbed youth stormed out, reeking of booze, and stood up to fight again. Chen Zhenqing followed up with another kick. That's a kick he'll never get up again. Chen Zhenqing frowned and asked to Chen Yehao, what's wrong? Chen Yehao was scared to death. Chen Zhenqing raised his hand and slapped him in the face. Better? I'm asking you what's going on here. Chen Yehao was woken up by a slap, and when he saw that it was Chen Zhenqing, he cried out with a wow and hugged Chen Zhenqing and bawled. Little Master Tai. Ooh. Gua Wa Zi. Don't cry. What's wrong? Chen Yehao shook his head. I don't know. I just overtook his car, and he just kept chasing me and bumping into me from behind. After all, Chen Yehao is still a senior child, encountering social youths, and still full of alcohol, unavoidably frightened. Chen Zhenqing glanced at the drinking youth who was calling for someone. You drive on home first. I'll take care of it. Chen Yehao nodded his head repeatedly. Little Master Tai. I'll leave first. Chen Yehao drove away quickly. Bai Yi looked at the mess with worry. What should we do now? He's still drinking. Let's go back to school. This matter is not to be dealt with? What's the point of dealing with him? Someone else will deal with it later anyway. Who? Of course it's the traffic police. He's drunk driving. It was only then that Bai Yi reacted. Just now. I was really fainting in a hurry. This didn't even occur to me. On the way back to school, Chen Zhenqing took the initiative to pull on Bai Yi's soft palm. Bai Yi blushed, struggled a few times but could not break away, so she let Chen Zhenqing hold her. When they got back to the school, the scene of the crash, the owner of the big Mercedes-Benz G called in 6 limousines and down came 14 social youths, each armed with a baseball bat and aggressive. Where's the man? Where is he? Headed for Zijin International School. Give me chase. At this time, a girl wearing a white duck-tongue hat came to them. Do not chase. Is that I hit this melon child? She wore a duck-tongued cap, long hair and waist, wearing a mask, revealing a pair of soulful big eyes. A women's sportswear. A pair of AJ under the feet is really eye-catching. Damn. Get all secretive and act cool. You want to come out on top. Give me a fight. I just bought Lu AJ yesterday. If I step on it, I will pull up your chicken is an over-the-shoulder drop. The next day, Chen Yehao arrived at the Zijin International School. When he entered the class he stood in front of Chen Zhenqing and said in a low voice, Little Master Tai, can you go out for a word? What is it? It was last night. Oh, don't worry. It's been taken care of. Chen Yehao panicked. It's because it's solved that I'm worried. I heard that those guys were seriously injured yesterday. Chen Zhenqing said with a calm face. Oh, I see. I asked around. That guy last night was not simple. His dad is the king of entertainment in Shanghai. Worth $10 billion. I guess they're not finished with this matter. Chen Zhenqing impatiently raised his eyes and said, I said I know. You climb well. After being argued with, Chen Yehao returned to his seat resentfully. What is known A equals 2? Said A what yo? This is what yo. Very bored yo. Chen Zhenqing tried to study properly and realized that he couldn't even understand the questions. Scratching his head in chagrin, the high math teacher sighed and shook his head. To Chen Zhenqing he was not hopeful. Chen Zhenqing, you'd better read something you can understand. Math is not for you. Chen Zhenqing rolled his eyes. I don't believe in this evil. After trying for a whole day, Chen Zhenqing couldn't figure out what this math problem really meant. It's easy to go online and find answers, but it's hard to figure them out. With a strong sense of frustration within him, Chen Zhenqing walked towards the cafeteria with his army green satchel. Bai played a meal and sat down in front of Chen Zhenqing. Why did you only eat 5 bowls of rice? Was it being difficult by the high math questions that caused you to lose your appetite? Chen Zhenqing was hit hard today. Without knowledge, he was at best a reckless man, and said with a glum face, Teacher Bai, I may not be the piece of material for learning. Don't worry, isn't there still a teacher? Come on, have a chicken leg. Bai Yi was taking special care of Chen Zhenqing. Not just in his life, let's do it this way. I'll help you with tutoring for 2 hours every day after school, and you can't rest on Saturdays and Sundays. Chen Zhensheng grinned. With Mr. By tutoring me, I'll definitely be able to do it. I touched Chen Gensheng's head and smiled. Let's eat. This intimate scene is enviable. Some of the male students only regretted why they were not poor students so that they could be favored by Mr. Bai. After eating in the cafeteria, Chen Zhensheng and Bai Yi were talking and laughing as they prepared to go for a walk. Chen Yehao spoiled it by stopping Chen Zhensheng. When Bai Yi saw Chen Yehao, she anxiously asked, Yehao, how did that incident yesterday go? Did it come back to you later? No, don't worry Mr. Bai. I'm looking for Chen Zhensheng to say something. Then you guys talk. Whitey turned to the parking lot and drove home. Chen Zhensheng reached out and twisted Chen Yehao's ear. Melon child, don't you have any eyesight? Can't you see that I'm going out for a walk with MS? Bai. Chen Yehao bared his teeth in pain. The little master's hand is gentle. I'm not in a hurry. Nothing in the world is as important as me taking a walk with Mr. White. Chen Yehao wanted to cry. This matter is more important to me than my life. Chen Zhensheng let go of Chen Yehao's ear and asked, what a big deal. It's about that guy yesterday. His surname is Zhao. His old man is the entertainment king. I told you about it. Chen Yehao couldn't afford to be offended. And neither could Chen Zhisheng. It's a big deal. Chen Zhensheng frowned. Fear a hammer yo. Where is your father? Can't Chen Zhisheng solve this matter? Chen Yehao said with a bitter smile on his face. My father doesn't have that kind of ability. Zhao family is quite powerful in Shanghai, the national chain of 5-star hotels. There are star nightclubs in 6 cities, which is more than the Zhenguang Education Group. Chen Zhensheng did not have the good sense to say, what's the name? Planet Entertainment Group. Hemp cell batch. How not to call a Universe Entertainment Group it? This thing you do not need to worry. Go back and tell your father. Relax the heart. Chen Yehao didn't know how capable Chen Zhensheng was, and he hadn't been back to Shushington since he was born, so he was still somewhat half-hearted. Chen Zhensheng kicked Chen Yehao's ass. Look at your wimpy face. You're afraid of a hammer. Well, then I'll go back first, young master. Chen Yehao drove out of the school gate. Chen Zhensheng then went to the principal's office, where Chen Shujian was packing up his things and preparing to go home. Uncle Junior, what did you want to see me about? Steep the Dahongpo. There's something I need to tell you. Aha. Good. Chen Shujian made tea and handed it to Chen Zhensheng. What is it? There's a Planet Entertainment Group called Planet Entertainment Group bullying Chen Yehao. He told me that Zhenguang Education Group isn't as powerful as them. What's going on here? This matter, Teacher Bai also told me about it. Didn't Shade solve it all? Yehao is probably worried about being retaliated by the Zhao family. This Zhao family is so powerful in Shanghai? Chen Shujian laughed full of concern. There's no need to care about the Zhao family. The Planet Entertainment Group is just a little bit bigger than the Zhenguang Education Group. We still have 300 other business groups. The Zhenguang Education Group is just the smallest one. Shadow Sister is only responsible for my safety. Can't solve this business thing? You go and do it. Aha. What do you want to do, Uncle Junior? Acquire it directly, saving Chen Yehao from bothering me for 3 days. Okay, I'll go find Chen Zhisheng. Chen Gensheng's words completely dispelled Chen Yehao's fears and directly acquired this Planet Entertainment Group. Another morning, Chen Zhensheng changed into his big pants and did 1,000 push-ups in the playground first, followed by 10 laps around the playground furiously. Not long after, Haruya was running up and down the playground in a pink Nike tracksuit. Chen Zhensheng, I don't mean any harm. I just want to talk to you. Chen Zhensheng slowed down and said impatiently, will you stop bothering old me? I won't care or say anything about you and Chen Zhisheng. Xinya still wasn't quite sure. What's your relationship with Chen Zhisheng? I'm his old man. After saying that, Chen Zhensheng flung his legs open and ran wildly. Xinya heart 7 up and down very panicked. She called Chen Zhisheng a few days ago. The answer to the phone is a woman. The last few days have not slept well. She knows that Chen Gangsheng and Chen Zhisheng must have a relative relationship, thinking to let Chen Gangsheng help. Once this matter is exposed, not only can she not continue to study in Zijin International School, it is possible that the money will not be there. Chen Zhisheng gives her 100,000 yuan pocket money every month. After running, Chen Zhensheng went back to the dormitory to take a shower, then went to the cafeteria to eat breakfast. Every day, Chen Yehao carried his breakfast and sat down in front of Chen Zhensheng. Little Master Tai, there's something else. My parents had a big fight last night. I vaguely heard that it seemed like it was because of Qinya. The kid can just eat. Why do you care so much? Adult matters, adults solve their own. Chen Yehao's heart was clogged with panic. If my dad really adopted Chengya, then my mom will not make a scene when she comes to school. I won't have the face to study in school then. Also, when the time comes, it will also affect the Zhenguang Education Group. And even more so, It will affect the reputation of the Zijin International School. This is something I have to stop. As expected, Chen Zhixing's daughter-in-law came in a rage. This time, she even brought a few brothers-in-law from her mother's family with her and was ready to have a big fight with Qingya. The gesture brought the school to a boil. Chen Shujian immediately had the security guards stop them and bring them to the office. Chen Zhixing's daughter-in-law was in a rage at the moment, unable to listen to anything, and was bound to beat up Qingya violently. Chen Shujian shouted, "This is a school, not your home. How can you come here indiscriminately? This school is also my family's school. Uncle, I won't listen to anyone today. If you don't call that little vixen here, then I'll go to her classroom and look for her." No wonder Chen Zhixing will be cheated. On this daughter-in-law hot temper, annoyed up can eat people's appearance. Who see who are afraid. Is this your family school? Chen Zhensheng entered the office, his face sullen. If you do this, do you know how much of an impact it will have on Zijin International School? You leave Zijin School immediately now. If you don't blame me for not being polite. When Chen Zhixing's daughter-in-law saw Chen Zhensheng, she instantly regained her senses. She had learned about Shushantan and how powerful Chen Zhensheng was from Chen Zhixing, and didn't dare to be reckless in front of him. That vixen spends my husband's money, lives in my husband's house, drives my husband's car. What is this? Oh, Chen Zhixing's daughter-in-law began the trick of crying and hanging herself. But it's a tried and true trick. Alright. Chen Zhensheng was most annoyed to hear this kind of crying. You go back first. I'll give you a satisfactory answer, and definitely won't let the two of them come back together again. Chen Shujian reprimanded. Junior uncle has said so don't make a scene here. Then you must have them disconnected. Well, don't worry. Chen Zhixing's daughter-in-law still believed that Chen Zhensheng had the ability. Chen Zhensheng repeatedly assured them before their party left the school. Immediately call Chen Zhixing that melon child to come before me. Chen Zhen was so angry that he slapped the table. Old me came here to go to school, not to settle family conflicts for you. Chen Shujian was stunned and called Chen Zhixing in a panic. After half an hour, Chen Zhixing came. Seeing Chen Gensheng's face, he didn't dare to take a breath. Young master, you're looking for me? Chen Zhensheng raised his eyes to his face and pointed to the seat across from him. Chen Zhixing sat down in a hasty manner, saw the kettle, and hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhixing, I'm not going to use the family law with you, so don't force my old man to use the family law with you either. Got it? Chen Zhixing sighed in relief. As long as there was no need for the family law, anything was fine. I'm sorry for causing trouble for young master. Lao Zi is here to go to school, not for you to solve family conflicts. Don't give Lao Zi trouble in the future. Lao Zi wants to go to school and study. Chen Zhensheng rubbed his face in distress. It's quite difficult for Lao Zi too. Lao Zi can't even read or understand the high math questions, and can't even do them. And you guys, these melons, still have to come and bother Lao Zi. The two men were filled with embarrassment and didn't dare to say anything. Chen Zhensheng stood up and said, in short, don't give old me any more trouble. Solve the things you caused yourself. Understood. Chen Zhensheng left the office and returned to the classroom to continue studying. The examination will be held soon, and if Chen Zhensheng gets a 0 on the exam at that time, he will lose the face of his ancestors. After school, Bai prepared some high math problems and drove Chen Zhensheng back to the place she rented. Starting today, you have to ask me anything you don't understand. Anything at all. Anything? Well, anything. Chen Zhensheng asked with a serious face. Teacher, do you have a favorite? Bai raised her hand and gently smacked Chen Zhensheng's head. No asking about things other than the subject. Say, it's nice to get to know Mr. White. There is no favorite. Okay? Bai placed the exam questions in front of Chen Zhensheng. Do the questions and ask me if you don't understand anything. Seeing these high math problems, Chen Zhensheng did not understand all of them. You might as well go through the questions one by one. I don't understand any of them. Okay then, I'll tell you. Bai sat right next to Chen Zhensheng, her body next to his, and gave him the first question to start with. Chen Zhensheng also took notes very carefully. After lecturing on a paper, the doorbell rang. At the door stood a man and a woman carrying large bags. Puzzled, Whitey asked, and you are? Hello, the chef you ordered came to your door. I didn't scream? It's been paid for. So we're here to cook for you two now. They didn't say much. They went straight to the kitchen, took the ingredients out of the bag, and skillfully began to fry the food. Bai was even more puzzled. Nejison, is that what you called it? Where would I get that kind of money? I guess it's the principal. Chen Zhensheng thought about also Chen Shujian. After all, Mr. Bai gave Chen Zhensheng tutoring, more or less to give some benefits. Both of them are chefs from the 5-star hotel, the Sichuan Shu Hotel. Bai laughed. The principal is still taking care of you. Specially invited a cook to cook for us. Filial piety. knowing that I haven't had Szechuan food in a long time. An hour later, a hearty meal was on the table. It's so colorful and flavorful. Your mouth is watering just looking at it. The cook also made a big pot full of rice. Chen Shujian told the cook in advance that Chen Genqing's meal is fierce. Prepare 10 people. The two cooks left. Chen Genqing served a bowl of rice and handed it to Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai has worked hard for you. Bai Yi took the rice and sighed. It's been a long time since I've eaten authentic Sichuan cuisine. I traveled to Bashu there once before and fell in love with the dishes there. Then we'll have more tonight. A table full of 30 types of dishes. Chen Genqing appetite opened up. Picked up a piece of boiled meat slices stuffed into the mouth. Fierce pickpocket a few mouthfuls of rice. Bashful. Restful. Seeing that Chen Genqing ate like a hungry wolf, Bai Yi asked, "Is this how you've been eating since you were a child?" "Yeah. My grandpa says slow eating is a waste of time." "Then why do you eat so much?" "My grandpa says a man has to eat more and exercise more so his body is strong." Bai Yi smiled. "Your grandfather says everything. Don't you have a mom and dad?" Chen Genqing said, "Yes. It's just not common. I grew up with my grandfather." Bai Yi felt compassion and gave Chen Genqing a piece of meat. "Quite pitiful. Eat a little more. As long as you are willing to work hard, the teacher will make sure that you become a top student. And later on when you get into college you will be able to get out of the mountains and fly to a higher place." Chen Genqing didn't want to talk too much about his family, so he changed the topic. "Teacher, what is your dream?" "A teacher's dream is simple. A loving husband, a cute child, and a warm nest. That's all I need." Chen Genqing and Bai Yi spent another 3 hours happily. The relationship between the two has grown a lot. Leaving Bai Yi's place, Chen Genqing walked in the direction of the school. "Chen Genqing!" A petulant shout rang out behind Chen Genqing. As soon as Chen Genqing turned around, a handbag was flung at him head-on. Chen Genqing raised his hand to block it away and saw Qingya's angry face. "You're a crazy bitch." Qingya was so angry that she gritted her teeth, hating that she could not bite Chen Genqing. "You broke my good deed. I didn't invite or mess with you. Why should I break my business? What did I ever do to you? Why did Chen Jibei break up with me? It wasn't you who made trouble out of it." Seeing Qingya's justified appearance, Chen Genqing really wanted to slap this crazy bitch. "He broke up with you and blamed me? You are a melon batcho." Chen Genqing pointed at Qingya, solemnly said, "Lao Zi did not say anything bad about you. These are all your own fault. Why should a good woman get involved in other people's marriages? I use you to manage yourself, poor B. Don't think you are rich just because you have a few rich relatives," said Qingya and smashed Chen Genqing with the bag again. Phew! A strong wind swept in. Chen Genqing panicked and waved his hand. The strong wind came to an abrupt halt as a woman in a white ducktail hat passed by them. Luckily, Chen Genqing stopped it in time, or Qingya's life would have been lost. Qingya still didn't understand what was going on, and slammed Chen Genqing again. "What are you waving your hands for? I'm warning you, Chen Zhixing doesn't want me now. You'll have to be responsible." "I'm responsible for your ass. Climb." Qingya couldn't care less about her usual goddess set of postures, reaching out to tug on Chen Genqing who was about to leave. "You can't leave today until you give me an account." Chen Genqing shook off Qingya's hand. "Don't pull at me. You look quite similar to that Han Hui. You two are a perfect match." The speaker is now the listener. Han Hui is also a rich second generation. Qingya has found a target and decides to go after Han Hui. At least the monthly pocket money cannot be cut off. She was studying at the Zijin International School, and it was fortunate that it was Chen Genqing who had suppressed the matter, or else the whole school would have known about her being adopted. Seeing that Qingya didn't stop him anymore, Chen Genqing scattered his legs and ran. A breath of fresh air to the purple and gold school. Bullshit goddess. Just a crazy bitch. Finally returning to the dormitory, Chen Genqing lay on the bed not wanting to move. Gao Shua asked, "How did Mr. Bai tutor you? Do you need me to tutor you again?" Chen Genqing said listlessly, "No need. I'm tired and want to sleep. By the way, Negi, the gym teacher came to see you today and you weren't there." "What is it?" "He didn't say. I'm assuming it's the citywide campus games thing." Chen Genqing rolled over and turned his back to Gao Shua. "Not interested. There's supposedly a bonus." Chen Genqing sat up straight, his eyes glowing. "A lot of money?" Gosaku pushed his glasses. "Last year's winner's prize was $50,000. One champion is $50,000. Two is $100,000. Old me is going to be rich." Chen Genqing cheered and rolled his head on the bed. Gao Shua said, "In fact, you don't need to study arts and science. How good to be a sports student directly. You have an inherent advantage. You don't understand. I had to learn high math, or at least do the math." "What? Your family still has a family fortune to inherit?" "My grandfather said he wanted me to inherit it, so I guess that's it." Gosaku bristled. "Inheriting your family's acreage? Ha! If I tell you, you won't understand. You don't have a concept." Chen Zhenxing rolled over and continued to sleep. During the early morning run, the physical education teacher seized the opportunity to talk to Chen Zhenxing. Root son, you have to participate in the city's school games. Well, I hear the prize money is huge. Yes. Hey, stop running. I can't breathe. Let's sit down and talk. Chen Zhenxing slowly stopped and asked, how many programs are there? Is it true that the more championships I get, the more prize money I get? The gym teacher said, that's right. It's not just about the prize money. It's about the honor of a school. And Porus at Zijin International School haven't won a single title in the games yet. Chen Zhenxing said without any good humor. It's surprising that they can get the championship. All of them are young masters. How can they like sports? The physical education teacher patted Chen Zhenxing's shoulder and said solemnly, so, our school's sports career depends on you. Your nephew is the principal. Just for that you have to go forward too. Okay, I agree. What kind of contest did you say you wanted me to enter? You're great at high jump, long distance running, sprinting, and basketball. How about those three? Chen Zhenxing thought about it and shook his head. Are there many programs in this competition? And shot put, hurdles, relays. I can do anything, but not shot put. The gym teacher laughed. It's okay if you can't. You know the rest. I mean, I'm afraid of hitting someone. The gym teacher sweated. Don't worry about this. A professional stadium that has hosted dozens of professional matches. It can't smash anyone. Chen Zhenxing raised his eyes and smiled. In short, I'm all live. Good. Now I just have one request of you. Get to know your teammates first, especially the basketball team, the relay team. Well, the day of the citywide school games, the school sent 3 stretch Hummers and 10 Alphas to the Shanghai Stadium, carrying cheerleaders, students attending the game, and teachers. Students spontaneously came to the stadium to cheer on their respective schools. Zijin International School is the most luxurious. After all, it is the most expensive aristocratic school in Shanghai. The way it came out set the house on fire. Every student was a rich, famous girl, dressed as glamorously as if they were attending a prom. Moreover, the audience where the students of Zijin International School are located is also special. Not only was it the front row, but there was a long table filled with delicious food, a variety of pastries and fruits, and 2 chefs grilling meat on site. The scene is enviable and coveted. Chen Zhenxing wanted this kind of bravado, and also took this opportunity to advertise a wave of Zijin School, so that students from other schools could see the bravado of Zijin International School. Fuck. It's all making me hungry. This purple and gold school is too much. Our school couldn't go overboard if it wanted to. Look at the students who are competing in the tournament. They are wearing uniforms that are customized to the standards of the national team. I've heard that the shoes they race in are customized by Nike for a minimum of $10,000 per pair. Want to have. If I could go to Zijin School, knowing just a few rich kids would be enough for me to struggle for 10 years less. The first game began amidst the emotion of the students. Shot put. The shot put is an event in which Chen Zhenxing has no experience. He did throw a 300-pound boar though. Chen Zhenxing was scheduled to play in last place. His eyes stayed on the roast side, the golden roast bubbling with a refreshing aroma. Chen Zhenxing couldn't stand it anymore, and walked over to pick up a piece of barbecue meat with a clip and ate it. It's so flavorful, this meat. Be careful to burn your mouth. Principal Chen Shujian handed Chen Zhenxing a bottle of mineral water. Eat slowly. There's more. Grill 10 more steaks. Chen Zhenxing also walked over and whispered, Little master, give our men a facelift today. They used to be pressed and abused by them. Chen Zhenxing glared at him. Chen Zhenxing snapped and stepped aside. Chen Shujian added, Little uncle, that Planet Entertainment Group has been acquired. It was third aunt who made the move. My third sister? When did she come to Shanghai? Not in Shanghai. Remote control acquisition. She is now people in the Eagle Kingdom to participate in the Fashion Week. Chen Shujian lowered his voice and said, The third aunt knows that you were bullied at Zijin International School, and wants to quit Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing was stunned. How did she know? Chen Shujian looked around and his voice was even lower. Shadow. Ouch. A stone struck Chen Shujian's calf. Chen Shujian screamed in pain, and then covered his mouth. Chen Zhenxing patted Chen Shujian's shoulder. Go see a doctor. It will be swollen in a while. This shadow girl is too much. I will teach her a good lesson. Chen Shujian hurriedly said, It's okay, little uncle. Oh yeah, I'll tell my third sister about Chen Zhenxing. It was Chen Zhenxing's turn. The gym teacher rubbed his shoulders and said, The highest record so far is 14 meters. Come on. Cheer up, Chen Zhenxing. Cheer up. Finally, something that works for you. Chen Zhenxing, if you win, I'll cover your food expenses for a week. Chen Zhenxing jerked back. Which one? Which one said that? The rest of her classmates have pointed to an average-looking and multi-millionaire celebrity. Chen Zhenxing pointed at her. Good. I'll remember you. At this point, the commentator called out the name of the Purple and Gold School. We all know that the Purple and Gold School has always been flashy. The brand name is big enough. The strength is very weak. The bottom of the list every year. Yes, that's right. So can the Purple and Gold School get into the bottom 2 this year? We'll see. These two hosts undermined Purple and Gold International School once in a row. Chen Zhenxing walked to the field, grabbed the lead ball, and said in his heart, "Be careful of hitting people. Such a heavy guy. All of a sudden, people will be smashed to death." Chen Zhenxing also does not know the standard action of throwing a shot put, grabbing the heavy lead ball and surprisingly swinging a windmill. Instantly let go. The lead balloon flew out. Chen Zhenxing turned back confidently and came to the grill to continue eating the grilled meat. The lead ball landed on the opposite side of the gallery, which, fortunately, was empty. Quiet. Dead quiet. The commentators are silent. Ah! Winning! Chen Zhenxing bullpen. As the students of the Purple Gold School let out a gasp of surprise, the entire room also erupted into a mountain of gasps of surprise. A 7.6 kilogram shot put throws out more than 80 meters. The world's highest professional shot put holder is only 22 meters. People saw this and could no longer show their incredulity in any other way than by shrieking. How is this? How is this possible? Ah! There's at least 80 meters from that distance from him to the spectator stand. How is it possible? A professional referee's voice was shivering. Is this guy on dope? Drugged up? Have some common sense you? You can't throw it that far even if you're eating gunpowder. The gym teacher looked at Chen Zhenxing dumbfounded. How did you do that? Just throw it around. Teacher, try this steak. It's restful. I'm not eating. Thanks. The physical education teacher excitedly grabbed Chen Zhenxing's shoulders. You can totally go pro. No go. I want to go to school. Chen Zhenxing rejected it in one bite, eating the roasted meat and asked, "What's the next project?" Relay for life. Well, this shot put is and I have $50,000 in prize money. Yes, you run the last leg of the relay and give the rest to the other 2 students. Well, no one could have imagined that this year's Purple and Gold School would kill a dark horse, and even the commentators rushed to find information on Chen Zhenxing to give a good commentary, but nothing could be found, only that his name was Chen Zhenxing. The next relay started. Chen Zhenxing stood in the last batting position and waited for the 2 students in front of him to pass. Behind at the start, the gym teacher yelled in a hurry, "Run up! Didn't you eat?" A hush fell over the plush audience at the Purple and Gold International School. Damn! The hope that had just been ignited was dashed again by this guy. There's no rush. Look at the last batter. Chen Zhenxing. Pull back. Even if the second student hands over to Chen Zhenxing, the other schools are almost at the finish line. That's not necessarily true. I can see Chen Zhenxing running wildly around the school every day. That speed I think is faster than even Bolt. Let's wait and see. And give Chen Zhenxing a boost. A group of flamboyantly dressed thousands of famous women stood up and shouted cheers to Chen Zhenxing. Go Chen Zhenxing! Chen Zhenxing! You are the hope of our whole school. You're so handsome today. The female students at the Purple and Gold School may not be the prettiest, but they are the richest. Chen Zhenxing grinned, as naive as he could be. The other school's third bats are already running, and the second bats of the Purple and Gold schools are still a long way off. Chen Zhenxing pointed at him. You melon batch. Hurry up T. Finally, the baton has been handed over to Chen Zhenxing. Other schools are already way ahead. Chen Zhenxing flung his arms out and ran at speed, rapidly overtaking the first, the second, the third. Near the finish line, Chen Zhenxing easily passed the student who was in first place. Win! The students at Ziggy's school cheered. They called out Chen Zhenxing's name. I couldn't help but marvel. This guy's physique is awesome. A classmate's mom, licking her lips, asked her daughter next to her, Daughter, is this from your school? The young man is awesome. He's from the countryside. He doesn't study well, so he does manual labor. How good the physical work is. This body is awesome. Like a calf. And the looks are quite handsome. The gorgeous rich woman praised continuously. Her eyes locked on Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing returned to the audience. Grill 10 more steaks. Okay, you can have as much as you want today. It's enough. Chen Zhenxing looked at the physical education teacher next to him. What's the next item? Hurdle. A group of reporters ran over to interview Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing didn't want to face the camera, and then dragged the physical education teacher over to him. Teacher, you go block haha, I don't want to be interviewed. Chen Zhenxing hid in the group of classmates, afraid to face these cameras and interviews. The gym teacher is enjoying this opportunity to appear on TV. I'm a physical education teacher at Zijin International School, and Mr. Chen Zhenxing is an ordinary student from the mountainous area that our school recruited only this year. May I ask if Chen Zhenxing is a professional player? No, I'm sure he's not. He's only 18 years old, just in better shape. The reporter looked toward Chen Zhensheng, who was hiding in the crowd, and shouted, "Chen student, can you come over for a chat?" Chen Zhensheng was busy shaking his head. The gym teacher laughed. "This student of ours is from the mountains and hasn't seen such a big show, so he's a bit more shy, so if you have anything to say, just ask me." The reporter didn't have much to ask the gym teacher, so he casually asked a few questions and left. That's it for today's game. The principal, Chen Shu-jian, proposed that the whole school have a congregate meal, right in the school cafeteria, and that all food in the cafeteria today be free of charge. It's hard for so many students to get together because many of the rich kids don't like to eat in the cafeteria, much less live on campus. And today, because of Chen Zhensheng, they are gathered together. Chen Shujian picked up his glass. "I'll drink. You guys have your drinks." And a toast to Chen Zhensheng. "Chen Zhensheng, even though you're a kid from the countryside, you've impressed me today. I won't laugh at you from now on. You've done our school a favor. It's the first time I've drunk with a poor man. Come on." The words and behavior of these gentlemen, celebrity daughters and daughters of honor, are all full of arrogance. Chen Zhensheng didn't care about these words. The food in front of him was more tempting than even a woman. The physical education teacher exclaimed, "Since the Zijin school was built, until today, it's finally raised its eyebrows. Tomorrow's basketball game will be more impressive. I have confidence in you. Come on, have a drink. Cheers." Chen Zhensheng had another go at it. When the surrounding students saw Chen Zhensheng eating like this, some of them liked it and some of them loathed it. Liked it because it was appetizing to watch Chen Zhensheng eat. The gym teacher smiled and nodded. "Good, that's the kind of student I like, one who can eat and work. It's more edible than a production team's donkey." Bai Yi glared at the classmate who said this. "We're all classmates. Watch your language. Besides today, Chen Zhensheng is a credit to our Zijin school. Yeah, you guys can say whatever you want about him normally, but not today." Chen Yehao placed a plate of peeled lobster in front of Chen Zhensheng. "Eat more, I peeled the shrimp for you." "Crap, Chen Yehao, you've learned to kiss ass now. This isn't like your style. By the way, Chen Yehao, I heard that you messed with those young masters from the Planet Entertainment Group. How did you settle it in the end?" A classmate knew about this and brought it up in public. In this circle of rich people in Shanghai, they all know that this young Master Zhao is a master who can't be messed with. This person has a hot temper and a vicious hand. Chen Yehao also knew that he couldn't tell the real situation, so he put on a scornful expression. "Ha, what's so hard about it? If you can't solve him, just directly solve his old man's problem, and directly acquire Planet Entertainment Group." "Really? Your Zhang Wang Education Group has such strong financial power? Not to mention, I really heard that Planet Entertainment Group was acquired. All of its hotels, nightclubs as well as cultural and tourism parks, and even film and television companies and their stars, all packaged up in one piece and acquired." Chen Yehao said with a smug face. "Hear that? Our Zhengguang Education Group is also a listed company after all, and what the media reported is untrue, completely underestimating our Zhengguang Education Group. That's awesome. I was trying to underestimate your Zhengguang Education Group. Hey, by the way, Chen Yehao, I heard that Li Nini is a star under the Planet Entertainment Group. Have time to ask out a piece of dinner?" The students have stopped talking. After the gathering, Chen Zhensheng went back to the dormitory for an early rest. Gao Shuo pointed to the packages on the side. "These are your deliveries. I got them back for you." "Oh, where did that come from?" "International package." Open the first package and inside are two men's Patek Philippe watches. Gao Shuo's eyes widened in surprise. "Is this real? Patek Philippe high imitation, right?" Chen Zhensheng casually tossed it to the side. "I don't know. What's the point of mailing a watch? I have a cell phone that can also check the time. This must have been mailed to me by my third sister." Opened the second package. This package Chen Zhensheng liked. A large box full of ingredients. Vacuum-packed Wagyu beef steak, white truffles, caviar, foie gras, a large half of tuna and so on. "This must have been mailed to me by my big sister. He knows I like it." Gosaku looked at such expensive ingredients and asked in dismay, "How many sisters do you have?" "5 of them, all of them loved me." Said he opened a third package, which contained 2 keys, one of which was a set of keys to the door of the room, and the other was the key to the Lamborghini Poison's car. "This is from my 4th sister." Gao Shuo pinched his thigh to make sure he wasn't dreaming, then asked, "What about your 2nd sister?" "5th sister? Didn't send you anything in the mail?" "Oh, my 5th sister is in college. And my 2nd sister. Hey, my 2nd sister is the best. She's a hacker." Chen Zhensheng picked up a large box of ingredients and was happy. "This is going to be given to the cafeteria, and we will be able to eat it tomorrow." "Chen Zhensheng, these are yours." "Oh, whatever for now." Chen Zhensheng wasn't interested in those luxuries at all. His eyes were full of eating ingredients. Gao Shuo looked at the two Patek Philippe's as well as the Lamborghini's car keys, a set of house keys, and muttered, "What's this guy's deal? Isn't he the poorest of the poor? Am I the poorest of the poor? Fake. This is a high imitation. This car key must be a lighter." Another game. Today's game is basketball. A lot of rich kids like basketball as a program. And more importantly, it can attract girls. Drifting moves on the basketball court. Three-pointers in. Causing gasps. It's their moment to enjoy. That's why all schools have very strong basketball teams. Zijin International School didn't panic in the slightest because they had seen Chen Zhensheng play basketball. Jin Chen plays basketball and can throw it in with his eyes closed. The Shanghai Stadium was particularly busy today. After all, it was a grand basketball tournament and many students loved the sport. Chen Zhensheng entered the field with his teammates wearing his school's privately tailored Nike tracksuit and a pair of AJs. Jensen Chan drew attention as soon as he entered the arena. Zijin School versus who won? This basketball game was a real treat to watch because there was a talented student on the basketball team at the first school. This student is not a simple one. Due to his outstanding basketball talent, he was first invited by the Shanghai Yuanjian Basketball Club, invited to train by the national team again. An even greater honor was to be noticed by King James and forwarded a pair of autographed sneakers through the official CBA. Pretty well known in this circle. Someone once commented that he's a CBA in-signing player now. It's a big deal. The purple and gold school players were bitter and complained. Meeting this guy in the first game, we don't have a chance. You guys have seen Chen Zhensheng play basketball. He's strong. They're both geniuses. But the guy in the first grade is professionally trained and extremely talented. The rest of the team looked at Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng grinned. What are you looking at? Chen Zhensheng, how are we going to fight later? See that tallest guy? His name is Ma Fei. He's only 17 and he's 185. He's a basketball genius. Watch out for him. Chen Zhensheng said. Later on, you guys just throw the ball to me. Are you sure? Old man sure. The basketball game started with the first 11 team getting the ball first and starting their offense. Chen Zhensheng was standing under the basketball hoop. Ma Fei took a pass from a classmate and crossed over a couple of purple and gold players with nimble footwork, trying to play it cool by popping the ball. Boo! Chen Zhensheng jumps straight up and lands a big cover. The room gasped and applauded. Ma Fei was startled. The full force of that cap made Ma Fei value Chen Zhensheng. Ma Fei, watch out for that guy. I heard he beat Han Hui in basketball. Ma Fei smiled disdainfully and said contemptuously, "Don't compare Han Hui to me. Let's see how I'll abuse this kid." Chen Zhensheng is now outside the three-point line, standing and not moving, just waiting for the players to pass the ball. Chen Zhensheng. A player passes the ball to Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng took it, lifted his hand and threw it away, turned confidently, and ran back to their side of the basketball hoop, waiting for the offense. An unerringly accurate three-pointer. It wasn't supposed to be a surprise, but Chen Zhensheng turned around confidently. He doesn't even aim. He turns just as the ball leaves his hand. That's what caused the mountain of shock. It's watchable. It's so watchable. That Chen Zhensheng guy is all-powerful. The named genius teenager Ma Fei is probably going to be taken off today. Not really, it's just getting started. As the students gasped, the first squadron attacked again. This time Ma Fei also wanted to make a three-pointer to kill Chen Zhensheng's sharpness and show him who was the real basketball genius. Ma Fei's standard jump shot. Phew! Chen Zhensheng leaped. The height was a bit amazing. His head over the basketball basket. Raise your hand. The basketball slapped right into the opposite basket. The students of the Zijin school had all seen Chen Zhensheng's move, so they didn't make a fuss about it. Chen Yehao even scoffed when he saw the students from the other school shrieking in shock. Just like to see them look like they've never seen the light of day. That's right. Look at the students in our school. They're numb. This sun is a demon. How does this guy do it? You say that? You can play basketball even if you are poor in the countryside. He must have played basketball in the village. And at that moment on the field, all the players of the first squadron lost their fighting spirit. 2 offenses, 2 caps, 6 points for the purple and gold. Muffy, buck up. If we keep this up, we're going to lose. Ma Fei stared at Chen Zhensheng sinisterly and whispered, "You guys keep a dead eye on that guy. Or foul him if necessary, to create the conditions for me to shoot." Good. Once again it was the first 11 who kicked off. The players are starting to defend against Chen Zhensheng, preventing him from capping. But it's useless. As soon as the people from the purple gold team saw this formation, which was obviously targeting Chen Zhensheng, they all surrounded and squeezed away the members of the first squadron as well. Another three-pointer from Ma Fei. Chen Zhensheng tries to jump up but finds his body being dragged. Drink. Chen Zhensheng bent his knees and bounced up with a fierce leap. Even the man holding his leg brought it up. Boo! Chen Zhensheng knocked the basketball out of the park. A member of the first squadron actually held on to Chen Zhensheng's legs, and it didn't stop him from jumping up. The hilarious and shocking scene made the entire crowd burst out laughing and booing at the same time. It was the purple and gold's turn to kick off. Chen Zhenxing directly just threw it over. An unerring goal. What for? I want to play ball. I haven't touched the ball since the beginning. Can we still play? The first squadron has no fight left in them. The fight lasted only 5 rounds and the referee had to rule in favor of the purple and gold. At that moment, the commentator spoke. We just received word that all the schools participating in the basketball tournament today, except for the purple gold school, have conceded defeat and forfeited the game. So that means the purple and gold school is the champion? That's right. We congratulate the purple and gold school for winning it all. The only students who cheered were the students at Ziggy's school. The other schools were only unconvinced, and Chen Genxing's presence was clearly open. Throwing the shot put, high jump, basketball, relay races, it's totally on, but they are helpless. 3 days of back-to-back tournaments saw the purple and gold school win all of its games. All the prizes, Chen Zhenxing alone. In the dormitory, Chen Zhenxing looked at the bank information of more than $400,000 and hemmed and hawed and giggled. I can make money on my own too. Chen Zhenxing placed the cell phone on his chest, protecting it like a baby. Oops, how am I going to spend this huge sum of $400,000? Gao Shua came up with an idea for Chen Zhenxing on the side. I think you should treat your teammates to a meal. Dinner. This is good. This is to my liking. Chen Zhenxing picked up his cell phone and sent a message to the physical education teacher, treating everyone to dinner in the cafeteria. Gao Shua laughed when he saw this. You really don't understand these rich second-generation people. A lot of them don't eat in the cafeteria on the first floor. They go to the second floor, the third floor. That's the most upscale place. Chen Zhenxing was a bit unhappy. Old man's $400,000. Treating them to a meal is gone. Didn't your big sister mail you the ingredients? Let's make it and eat it today. Good idea. And it saves money. Chen Zhenxing put on his clothes and patted Gao Shua. You go too. You can't cheapen those guys. Gao Shua said with a straight face. No merit. No reward. Don't talk to me like that. Let's go. Chen Zhenxing came to the Western restaurant on the 4th floor, where he could not only eat, but also enjoy the whole school's entire appearance. The restaurant's atmosphere was mild and the decoration was high-grade and elegant. The physical education teacher led 8 gym students to the house, and among the invitees was also Mr. Bai Yi. Chen Zhenxing. Being rich is different, huh? Daring to treat us to such a high-class meal. I'm going to kill you today. Bai Yi's face was serious as she said. Chen Genxing's family isn't rich, and it's hard to earn some bonuses, so you're not allowed to order anything too expensive. Bai Yi still always looked out for Chen Zhenxing. 400,000 is nothing to the students here, but to Chen Zhenxing it is definitely a huge sum of money for the next year's tuition. Chen Zhenxing smiled mysteriously. I ordered them all, and they don't cost anything. What's going on? Is the owner a relative of yours? My big sister mailed me the ingredients. A student was dissatisfied. Chen Zhenxing, are you too stingy? Taking those mountain chickens and ducks from your village to this Western restaurant to do it? I want steak, caviar, not those chickens and ducks from your village or whatever pure green, natural and harmless ingredients. Gao Shua was worried that these classmates were misunderstanding and helped Chen Zhenxing explain. There's also steak and caviar, both of which were mailed to him by his big sister. A group of students showed disbelief. Bai Yi said without a trace of anger. You children just don't understand. The village's chickens and ducks are all free range. The meat is very chewy, and they don't feed the feed produced by those manufacturers, so it's good for the body to eat it. The physical education teacher also helped Chen Zhenxing to speak. All shut their mouths. This is also a piece of Chen Genxing's good intentions. Besides, you several in the games did not contribute to what force. All are people. Chen Zhenxing, a person to bear up. The waiter came up with 3 plates of French foie gras. It's pan-fried French foie gras in a truffle sauce with some caviar, and it makes 3 servings. Then up came 10 plates of sliced tuna. The big half of your tuna we made into sashimi, sautéed tuna, tuna dishes, steamed cod with tuna meat floss, etc. The waiter introduced himself. 2 more dismantled king crabs were brought up, each around 5 pounds in full size, along with being 6 plates and steak, Libyan ham, stir-fried ham meat with sharp peppers, which was specially requested by Chen Zhenxing. In no time at all, they were all served, in a wide array, and filled this rectangular table. Surprised, the students were dumbfounded and unable to make a move. Chen Zhenxing first tasted a mouthful of pepper-fried ham meat. Satisfied nodded, bashful very. You all eat thaya. Do not just look at it. Chen Zhenxing, are these the ingredients your big sister mailed? Yes, taste one. What does your big sister do? Chen Zhenxing shook his head and said, I don't know. It's in Kyoto City. This table comes down to at least $200,000 or $300,000. Chen Zhenxing froze. So expensive? I kind of regret it. Never mind. Hurry up and eat, lest Chen Zhensheng would regret it. The students hurriedly began to eat. Whitey cannot calm down for a moment. She just blah 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 to the students about the benefits of free-range chickens and ducks. Who would have thought that Chen Zhensheng, his big sister, mailed over to these exotic flavors? Chen Zhensheng handed the king crab meat to Bai Ms. Bai, you eat it. If you don't, they will eat it all. Oh, well, thanks. Bai was puzzled by Chen Zhensheng. Was this guy a poor student or not? How could he afford such expensive food? The gym teacher asked. Chen Zhensheng, are you interested in joining the basketball team? Chen Zhensheng shook his head and flatly refused. I am now strong in everything, just not strong in arts and sciences. I want to learn arts and sciences, and I don't want to think of anything else. It's a pity. It's a pity that this good seedling doesn't go to develop in the direction of sports. The physical education teacher called out the pity. Bai glared at the gym teacher. Don't you pull my student to develop sports. He's just getting a little bit of a head start in high math right now. Just focus on those. This meal was eaten to everyone's satisfaction. It was Chen Zhensheng who still lacked the quantity. Chen Zhensheng sent Bai to the parking lot. Chen Zhensheng, tell me truthfully, is your family poor or rich? Mr. Bai, I am indeed from the mountains, and I am personally very poor. Do you still distinguish between poor and rich when you tutor students? Chen Zhensheng didn't want to state his identity, and he was telling the truth. He was indeed poor. If he hadn't earned some money through a few bets at school, he wouldn't even have the minimum amount of money to pay for his meals. It was also laid down by his grandfather that no one could give him a penny. Bai smiled. Teachers don't differentiate between rich and poor, but teachers have seen many rich dude students, and to be honest, teachers don't have a good feeling about these students. I'm not a dude. I don't have the money to be a dude. I come to school here because I want to learn. Good. With your words, the teacher is much happier. Whitey drove off. Chen Zhensheng only sighed. It seems that Mr. White is not much good for rich people. Just as he was about to go back to the dormitory, the third-ranked pseudo-goddess of the Purple Gold School, Haruya, once again stopped Chen Zhensheng. That Chen Zhensheng, can I ask you for something? Say, can I borrow some money? Haruya knew he'd made over $400,000 at the games. Chen Zhensheng refused. No loan. I'm pregnant and I want to get an abortion. It's not like I got you pregnant. Can't you just do it for good? No. Climb. As Chen Zhensheng was about to enter the dormitory, Xingya tugged at him and said in a deep voice, if you don't lend me the money, I'll tell the whole school that I'm pregnant with your child. Xingya was seeing that Chen Zhensheng was a good bully from the countryside. Whose wild seed are you carrying? Han Hui's. Then go ask Han Hui for it. He's hiding from me. Chen Zhensheng is also kind-hearted. Asked, how much money? Haruya exulted. 20,000. When do I pay it back? Haruya bristled. I'll give it back to you when I have the money. Chen Zhensheng is still a little uneasy. $20,000 is not a small amount. You have to write me an IOU. Xingya slapped Chen Zhensheng. Write what IOU? I'm in school and not go. We are still not classmates? After much hesitation, Chen Zhensheng still transferred it to Xingya. After receiving the money, Haruya didn't even say thank you and turned around. Just after returning to the dormitory, Takasaku said quietly, you shouldn't have lent Haruya the money. How do you know? I saw it on the balcony just now. Gao Shuo persuaded up bitterly. Chen Zhensheng, you're from the countryside. You don't understand this. Xingya is a goddess on the surface, but behind her back she's very dirty. She's borrowed a lot of students' money. Chen Zhensheng asked with concern, did you give it all back to them in the end? Gao Shuo also spoke a Sichuan dialect. Return a hammer. In the end it's all 1,000 miles of Jiangling in a day. What do you mean? Just didn't return it. Chen Zhensheng sensed a crisis. That's not good. I must make her pay back. Not even a penny less. Gosaku asked curiously, are you sure you don't want to go see the house and sports car your sister mailed you? What's there to see? I'm mainly studying now. I don't want to engage in anything else. Chen Zhensheng stood up and went into the bathroom. Take a bath and go to bed. Tomorrow you still have to go to class. Chen Zhensheng, I also want to borrow some money from you. When Gosaku wanted to borrow money, Chen Zhensheng didn't say anything twice. How much to borrow? $10,000. Chen Zhensheng turned to him and went into the bathroom. Takasaku asked, aren't you even going to ask why I borrowed the money? Poor. Gao Shuo said resentfully, the student council president of our school is going to have a birthday, so I have to give him a gift. What? How come I haven't heard of any student body president? Your level is definitely not enough. Students who can enter the Purple and Gold Student Council have families worth at least $10 billion. You have $10 billion at home? No. I'm using this as a gift to try to get in. Many students from the Zijin school wanted to join in, and being able to meet some of the members in there would be a great help in the future when they stepped into society, and even for their own family. Chen Zhensheng went out of the bathroom naked, rubbing his body while saying, "Hammer's student council. You spent $10,000 to buy him a gift. What a waste." Gao Shuo glanced at Chen Zhensheng, and then retracted his startled gaze. "I urge you to join in. It will be very helpful to you. They hold a party once a month, and the members take shifts in organizing the party, which can promote the development of relationships." The old man doesn't want to develop. The purple and gold school was extraordinarily busy today. A variety of luxury cars resounded through the campus. Bai Yi was teaching a class when her eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Really? No discipline at all. I've already said that no sports cars are allowed in the school." It was only then that Chen Zhensheng realized that there were many students missing from the class. "Mr. White, did many students take the day off today?" Bai Yi smiled helplessly. "Yes, even Gao Shuo, who never misses class, has taken a vacation. These kids don't come to the Zijin school to study, but to help the family climb the ladder. No fun. I should have known better than to come to the school." Bai Yi sniffed and said in relief, "Zhensheng, you have to study hard and don't get involved in this kind of trend." "Don't worry, teacher." In the morning after school, Chen Zhensheng was about to go to the cafeteria to eat when he saw Gao Shuo change into a designer outfit and walk out of the dormitory. Gao Shuo waved his hand at Chen Zhensheng. "Let's go. I guess we'll be playing late today." "Go." That's when a sports car, a limousine, pulls out of the parking lot, ready to leave for the party. Gosaku jogged over to the car and tried to stop it, but no classmate stopped for him. "Gosaku, I never take men in my car. Go to the other one." Gosaku awkwardly squeezed out a smile and reached out to stop the next car. The window fell down and Chen Yehao said, "It's not that I won't give you a ride. The car is already full. It's okay, I'll wait for the next one." But 3 or 4 limousines in a row were unwilling to take Gasuo. The president of this student council drove a Mercedes-Benz Big G and stopped in front of Gao Shuo, a handsome and white face peeking out of the car window. "Gao Shuo, since there's no one to give you a ride, you don't have to go." Gosaku froze for a moment and said busily, "Chairman, tell me the address. I'll take a cab there." The female classmate on the passenger side bristled. "No car under $1 million can get into that place." The president said impatiently, "Another time, we'll go first." "Stand still." Chen Zhensheng had long since looked away from the entrance to the cafeteria. "Since you won't let Gao Shuo go, give him back his gift." Gao Shuo tugged at Chen Zhensheng, imploring him not to say anything. Chen Zhensheng, however, insisted on returning the gift. "Hurry up. What gift was given to you? Return it. Just give it back to him and save the beeping." The one sitting in the back seat was surprisingly Haruya. Chen Zhensheng pointed at her and exclaimed, "You crazy bitch is here too?" "You're not." Haruya glared at him fiercely. Chen Zhensheng swallowed the words that came out of his mouth. The president stared at Chen Zhensheng and laughed coldly. "Reckless. I know you're a good fighter. It's a money society now. What's the point of you being able to fight?" After that, the president started the trunk. "The trunk is full of gifts he's received. Take whatever you like." Chen Zhensheng asked Gao Shuo, "What did you buy him?" "A pair of shoes." "You son of a bitch. $10,000 for a pair of shoes? Loser son of a bitch." Chen Zhensheng cursed and found the pair of Nike. "What kind of melon batch student council? The old men don't care to join." Chen Zhensheng dragged Gasuo away. Gao Shuo drooped his head and followed Chen Zhensheng to the cafeteria. Chen Zhensheng helped Gao Shuo with a meal as well. "The food here is very good. There's no need to eat their melon batch potluck," Gosaku said in frustration. "This time I've realized that I'm not worth anything in their eyes, and they don't want to play with me." "I'll play with you. Those guys don't think of you as a friend." Gosaku smiled bitterly. "Actually, I don't have to join their reunion. I just want to help my mom. I hope it will help her." "What's so great about a reunion?" "I'll introduce you to a fancier party." Gosaku smiled, not taking it seriously. "Let's eat." The test scores are out. Chen Zhensheng scored 15th in his class, a class of 25 students. Chen Zhensheng deeply self-blame, sitting in the classroom looking at the paper score. The heart is cold. His high math has improved over time. The rest is still not working. Bai Yi came to his side and patted his shoulder. "It's already pretty good because you didn't have a foundation before. I'm sure you'll improve again in the next exam." Chen Zhensheng said, "Anyway, thank you teacher for helping me with my homework during this time." After school, Chen Zhensheng came to the principal's office. Chen Shujian already knew the score of Chen Zhensheng's test and exclaimed, "Little uncle, your score this time surprised me." "Surprise? Hammer, it's only a surprise if you don't make the top 10. I'm sure you can next time. And besides, you're only a freshman in high school, so there's still a long time to go." Chen Zhensheng gritted his teeth and said, turning appetite into power, "I want to eat." "Okay, my treat. Go to the Shu cuisine. Gotta have it. There is a restaurant in Shanghai that specializes in Bashu cuisine. with lavish decor and a bustling location. And it is very famous in Shanghai. Chen Zhenqing arrived in Chen Shujian's car and went straight into the luxurious private room on the top floor. There was already someone waiting in the box. The Chen Zhixing family. Chen Shujian's family. They all rose to greet Chen Zhenqing. Chen Zhixing rubbed his hands together, his face full of smiles. I've long wanted to invite you for a meal. Yihao's matter was still resolved by you. A little something. Chen Shujian introduced Chen Zhenqing. This is my inner circle. My son. My daughter. Hello Uncle Junior. Good day, young master. Chen Zhenqing waved his hand and smiled. Sit down. Don't be so polite as a family tea. Sit. The crowd took their seats. Chen Zhixing invited Chen Zhenqing to the main seat. Junior master, you sit in the main seat. Yeah. Chen Zhixing was able to continue to sit as the CEO of the Zhengguang Education Group solely because Chen Zhenqing had helped him. Otherwise Chen Zhenqing's third sister would have to depose him. Plates of authentic Sichuan dishes filled the table. Chen Zhenqing was drooling as he watched. Rice. Chen Shujian said to the waiter. Waiter, 5 bowls of rice first. Okay. Chen Shujian's son muttered in a low voice. What kind of person eats first? Isn't it drinking and eating? Chen Shujian said. This you do not understand. Your little master, this is the first pad. Rice is served. Chen Zhenqing's eating appearance really scared the others. They hadn't seen such a hungry wolf-like eating. Chen Shujian's insider. His daughters endured. Chen Zhenqing heatedly smiled. You guys eat too. Don't always look at me eating. Chen Zhixing presented a wine jug. Junior master. This is a jug of home-brewed wine he gave me the last time I visited my old ancestor. I haven't finished it yet and have brought it here specially for you. 6 slurries? Yes. Pour up. Great. I want this drink so bad. Chen Shujian looked all greedy. Chen Zhixing, you are good. I asked you last time to drink up. You told me to drink up. Chen Zhixing bristled. Several big bosses asked me for it, but I didn't even bother to give it. Pour a glass. Chen Zhenqing drank it all in one go inside. That's the flavor. Bah humbug. Chen Zhixing's wife asked. Young master, I've heard that this recipe of the old ancestor is the original recipe for 5-grain wine. Is this true? No. That recipe for 5-grain wine has one less flavor than this one, and I didn't expect it to sell so hot. Chen Zhixing's wife marveled. That's awesome. Then why didn't the old ancestor use this recipe to open a distillery? It must be able to make a lot of money. Chen Zhixing reprimanded. Why are you talking so much? Don't ask what you shouldn't. No matter. I didn't bother you guys much in Shanghai. Chen Zhenqing looked at Chen Yehao and asked. Chen Yehao, what's the deal with that what's-his-name student union of yours? Chen Yehao hurriedly said. I wanted to bring Gao Shua that day, but my car was full. I didn't ask you that. I asked about the president. He's the young master of the Flying Bird Transportation Company. Lu Zhixuan. Chen Zhenqing looked at Chen Zhixing again. Chen Zhixing busily said. Flying Bird Transportation Company is the largest in Shanghai, accounting for 70% of the transportation market. Sea transportation, air transportation, cabs, and developed a taxi app 4 years ago, with a market capitalization of over 80 billion. Oh, I know. Eat. Chen Shujian handed the wine pot to his eldest daughter. Zhirong, pour your young master a glass of wine. Young master, my name is Chen Zhirong. I graduated from the Southeast University of Politics and Law and just graduated this year. Oh, envy. I got 15th on this test. This matter is still haunting Chen Zhenqing. Chen Zhirong said. I can always tutor you in your homework. Young master, you're pretty busy, so you don't have to. Mr. White is already tutoring me. Chen Shujian took the opportunity to speak. Zhirong just graduated and hasn't looked for a job yet, so I wanted to ask if the legal department at Daeju's place still needs people? Oh, well. Chen Zhenqing pulled out his customized Nokia Virtu and found his big sister's cell phone number in his address book and dialed it. What are you up to? Big sister? You still know how to call me? Were you bullied at school? Did you get the stuff I mailed you? The older sister opened her mouth with a flurry of concern. After all, it's the baby egg of the family. All done eating tea. Tell you something. What is it? You know Chen Shujian, the principal of Zijin School. Chen Shujian and his family on the side looked at Chen Zhenqing with anticipation. Oh, we met once at a family dinner. Why? His eldest daughter graduated from the University of Political Science and Law, and wants to work in your legal department. How is it? You've opened your mouth. What's not to like? Come report to Kyoto City tomorrow. Thanks, big sis. Love you. Hanging up the phone, Chen Zhenqing said. Report to Kyoto City tomorrow. Chen Shujian's family was pleasantly surprised. Chen Shujian picked up his glass. Thank you so much, little uncle. I'll toast to you. It's a small thing. Besides, we're all family. Although they were all surnamed Chen, the family was too large and it was still difficult to enter the core level. The head of all the Chen family businesses in Kyoto City is Chen Genshing's eldest sister. Many of the Chen family's collateral descendants wanted to enter the core layer. Among them, there were also some better descendants than Chen Jiron who did not even make it to the core level. And with one word from Chen Gensheng, Chen Jiron was placed into the core layer, which was the benefit of being the only child in the Chen family's direct line. Iboshi, you must also toast your young master. Thank you, young master, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely try my best to perform well. Chen Gensheng finished the glass of wine. A little drunk, wine cannot drink again. Eat. On the side, Chen Zhixing was really envious. He glared at the unproductive Chen Yehao, and reminded Chen Yehao 3 times that he must get on good terms with Chen Gensheng in order to have a chance to enter the core layer. Now Chen Gensheng had placed Chen Zhirong into the core layer with a single word. Chen Zhixing is now also just the CEO of an education group. Chen Gensheng was full of wine and rice, stood up and said, "Today's meal was very bacchanalian. Thank you for your hospitality." Chen Yehao said, "Little Master Tai, let me give you a ride. It's just on the way back to school together." "Good. Then we'll go." Chen Shujian's group watched them leave. Chen Zhixing sighed. "Congratulations, Uncle Shujian. Your family Zhirong has entered the core layer. You have to work hard too. Alas, that indomitable guy in my house only focuses on playing, does not know at all to save my old me. Participating in those bullshit student councils is of no use at all. Adding up is not as important as the little master." On the way back to school, Chen Yehao had also realized how powerful Chen Gensheng was just now. He was the one who had never believed that Chen Gensheng had much ability. He also didn't know much about Bashutan. And when he saw that even someone as good as Chen Zhirong had asked Chen Gensheng, he regretted it. "Young master, if you want to get into the student council, I can introduce you." Chen Yehao still didn't understand how powerful Chen Gensheng was. "Hammer's student council. I don't care. It's just that guy cheated on my friend, so I'm just inquiring." "Aha," Chen Yehao said. "Actually, I don't want to be in that student union. It's a daily climb." "That's right. When did our Chen family ever join someone else's meeting? It's all about others joining us. You don't want to engage in those things that disgrace our ancestors." Chen Yehao heard this kindly, and immediately said, "I'll be retiring tomorrow. Little Master Tai, for my birthday tomorrow, I'd like to invite you to attend. This can be. There are free meals to eat again. Where to do it?" Chen Gensheng's favorite thing was to eat free meals and eat comfortably. Still on the Sichuan line? Tai Hang Luck. Just at the Sichuan restaurant. The Sichuan food here is authentic. Just a bit expensive. Chen Yehao asked suspiciously, "Don't you know that this belongs to our Chen family?" "What? Our family? I don't know anything about it. I should have known better." The Chen family was so big and rich that Chen Gensheng didn't even know about it. Chen Yehao's birthday party was held at one of the more famous Sichuan restaurants in Shanghai. The invitation was extended to his friends and family. Chen Gensheng also took Gao Shuo to the banquet. Along the way Gosako fidgeted. "Negi, is it appropriate for me to go? After all, he didn't invite me. What's wrong with that? I'm his old man. Shouldn't we get a present then?" "Oh, I brought him one of my sister's watches in the mail to give to him. And I don't like to wear watches anyway." Gao Shuo looked dismayed and said, "Do you know how much those 2 watches of yours cost? Let me see which one it is." "This." Chen Gensheng handed him a Patek Philippe with an alligator strap. "How much is this?" 950 platinum. "This one is 1.3 million. "Oh, count on Marty. Just give it to him." Chen Gensheng felt that Chen Yehao was a junior after all, so there was no need to be catty about this. Gosako crossed his fingers and did the math. Chen Gensheng asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" "I count how many days I have left until my birthday." Crawl ball. They both took a cab to the Sichuan restaurant. In the large box has come many students in advance. Among them is the president called Lu Zhishuan. Haruya is also listed. Chen Gensheng and Gao Shuo, the 2 poorest students in the whole school, became the target of everyone's teasing as soon as they came in. "Chen Yehao, the grade of your birthday party has been pulled down by the 2 of them." Chen Yehao said seriously, "We are all classmates. Don't be so mean." Lu Zhishuan glanced at Chen Gensheng and Gao Shuo and sneered. "Our school has both the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. These 2 oddballs have added a lot of jokes to our school." Chen Gensheng laughed. "Today Chen Yehao celebrates his birthday, so I won't meet you guys in general. It's not interesting." "Chen Gensheng, you wouldn't have come empty-handed, would you? Everyone's gifts have been delivered. It's not going to be some kind of souvenir delivery this time, is it?" The words of his classmates were filled with deep malice toward Chen Gensheng. Chen Gensheng took out a watch box from that army green satchel and handed it to Chen Yehao. "This is given to me by my sister. I don't like to wear a watch. Take it as a birthday gift for you. I haven't worn it in a ha." Chen Yehao was flattered to receive the watch, and the crowd came over to urge Chen Yehao to open it. A brand new Patek Philippe caught everyone's eye. Isn't this that platinum watch from Patek Philippe? I've always wanted to buy it, but unfortunately it's too expensive. It costs $3 million. Chen Jianqing, you dare to give away watches in front of us. You're really bold. When we haven't worn a Patek Philippe, right? Our president is wearing a Patek Philippe that is over $100,000. This must be a high imitation of yours. I heard that you're good at pretending to be B. I didn't expect to be so reckless as to give away high fashion watches in front of us. Alas, it's nothing for people to be poor. And we can understand you squeezing your head to fit in, but you're pretending too much. Gao Shuo couldn't bear the thought of his classmates sneering at Chen Jianqing so much and spoke. It's true. Bullshit. A $3 million Patek Philippe. Can he afford it? I can't fucking afford it. Can he? Chen Jianqing didn't bother to explain. Grinning. When is dinner? Right away. Feel free to order whatever you want. Then I'm welcome. Chen Jianqing picked up the menu and made a flurry of orders. Gosaku, come here. I'll tell you what. I ate here yesterday. It's very good. Which one do you want? In fact, they come here to meet, not to eat, but to talk about friendship, to be able to get to know each other as friends. And all of them are also very helpful to the family business. Chen Yehao, but know that this watch is absolutely not fake. Unwrapped and put on the wrist. The more you look at it, the more you like it. Lu Zhishuan sized up the watch and said in a good-natured manner. A high fashion watch is just a high fashion watch. See how happy you are. It doesn't matter if it's high fashion or not. The main thing is that I like it. Chen Yehao wouldn't tell Chen Genqing's background. He didn't know much about it either. Xingye was also curious to know if this watch was real, and spoke up. If this watch is real or not, you'll know once you go to the counter that sells watches and ask. Why Chen Genqing sent me a gift. No matter true or false, I like. Go to the counter to do identification. This has not cooled his heart. Chen Yehao changed the topic. Greeted everyone seated. First eat. Eat after we go to KTV singing. Okay? That's a good suggestion. But how about we go to the Heaven and Earth Pilgrimage? Crap. The spending at the Heaven and Earth Pilgrimage Club isn't low. It's $3,000 per person. Lu Zhishuan patted Chen Yehao's shoulder and said, what are you afraid of? Tonight, Mr. Chen will pay the bill. Okay? I'll lend you the money if it's not enough. No one who parties in this circle wants to admit they don't have money. Chen Yehao was hosting a birthday party tonight and his mom only gave him $100,000. At first, he only gave him $30,000. Chen Yehao moved Chen Jianqing out, saying that Chen Jianqing was also going to attend his birthday banquet, and his mom directly gave him 100,000 yuan. But now that we have to go to the Tiandi Dynasty Club for singing and entertainment, the $100,000 won't be enough. Grit your teeth and tough it out too. Plates of colorful and flavorful Szechuan dishes were brought up. Chen Genqing's appetite was wide open. Come with 10 bowls of rice. Crap. Chen Jianqing, are you an animal? Eat so much. You don't eat in the cafeteria very often. You don't know how vicious this guy is when he eats. When the rice was served, Chen Jianqing said to Chen Yehao, I'll be polite. It's okay. You eat. Chen Jianqing took a big bite, and the students who hadn't seen it before were filled with astonishment. This, hungry ghosts to life are you. Watching him eat smells so good. I'm getting an appetite. Haruya wrapped her arms around her chest and said with a look of disgust, eating with this kind of person is really a drop in the bucket. Chen Jianqing pointed at her with his chopsticks. Crazy bitch. The money you owe me should be paid back. It's been more than a week. Those words caused Haruya to panic. A male student looked at Haruya suspiciously. You borrowed his money? No way. Haruya, you even borrowed Chen Genqing's money? Haruya, are you still okay? Xingye clenched her fists, hating that she could not rush up and scratch at Chen Genqing's face, and smiled falsely. How can that be? What kind of money does he have for me to borrow? He has been trying to woo me, and I didn't agree to it. So that's why he said something about lending me money. Chen Jianqing just wanted to teach her a lesson. Lending you crazy bitch money, and still fucking taunting old man here. The president of the student union, Lu Zhishuan said in a cold voice. If you really borrowed Chen Genqing's money, then you're not qualified to be in the student union anymore, and I'll expel you. Xingye was busy explaining. There is no such thing. This guy is purely jealous. Chen Jianqing, don't talk nonsense. I know that you like me and want to pursue me, but you can't use this kind of underhanded tricks. Haruya said as she begged Chen Jianqing with her beautiful eyes. The meal lasted for an hour, and Chen Jianqing originally thought of ordering 2 more bowls of rice, but everyone wants to play at the Heaven and Earth assemblies as soon as possible. Chen Jianqing, is it true that you're going to die after this meal? Don't eat. Go. Chen Jianqing impatiently said. Crawl yo. You guys go ahead. I'm going to eat for a while longer. Chen Yehao must invite Chen Jianqing to go with him. He doesn't have enough money and doesn't want to admit in front of his classmates that he doesn't have any money. so he can only turn to Chen Zhenqing at this time. Chen Yehao whispered, "Little Master Tai, come along, you're going to have to cover for me." Chen Zhenqing slapped Chen Yehao on the head. "What a swollen face, giving my old man no time." "Hey, Chen Zhenqing, what are you doing? You don't have a lot of guts. You dare to hit Chen Yehao. Do you know whose family owns our school? It's Chen Yehao's family," Chen Zhenqing said proudly. "It's him I'm beating." "So what?" Chen Yehao explained up to everyone. "It's custom. Whoever has a birthday on our side, we have to beat it up a bit." "What a strange custom." Lu Zhixuan stood up and said, "Let's go." I called 2 actresses apiece. The female classmates were not happy. "What do you mean? We're not good enough to keep you company, are we? Can you guys compete with the stars?" "Che, it's these stars that bother me the most. In fact, many actresses want to reach out to these thousands of celebrities and get into their circle, and actresses need connections." A group of students drove a limousine to the Heaven and Earth pilgrimage. Heaven and Earth Dynasty Club, the biggest nightclub in Shanghai. The waiter whirled around and greeted him. "May I ask if there is a reserved compartment?" "We ordered a center card." "Yes, please follow me." They were led by the waiter into the disco area. Once seated, the waiter came with the wine list. "May I take your order?" Lu Zhixuan didn't wait for Chen Yehao to speak, so he directly ordered, "Have a 66666 spade set, and then a 33,333 whiskey set." That one sentence cost $100,000. Chen Zhenqing slapped him on the shoulder. "Are you the son of a bitch shelling out the money? Shut up if you're not paying for it." Lu Zhixuan pointed at Chen Zhenqing and said angrily, "Don't tap me on the shoulder and spend your money, right? Get lost if you don't want to play. You crawl. Whoever's buying is in charge." Chen Yehao didn't want to make things too ugly, and whispered, "Little Master Tai, don't say anything, just this much." Lu Zhixuan had long been looking at Chen Zhenqing in a bad light, and had been trying to find a chance to suppress him. "Chen Zhenqing, don't think that I'm familiar with you after having a meal with you. You're not qualified yet. It's not that I'm bragging. You don't even have the qualifications to talk in my place." Chen Zhenqing felt that this kind of party was meaningless, and just sat down and spent $100,000. "It's like drinking blood." "Yo!" Lu Zhixuan stood up and shouted angrily. "You think you can fight and you dare to talk to me like that? Be careful, hillbilly. If you dare to say one more word that I'm unhappy with, I'll cripple you." "Forget it, we're all here to have fun. There's no need to make a scene." At this point, 2 actresses came to the front of the card table in full costume. Lu Zhixuan hugged them both and introduced his classmates as if he had paid for the treat. 2 more people were added and the card table couldn't fit. "I can't sit down. Gao Shuo, you and Chen Zhenqing go back first. I don't think you guys want to play either." Chen Zhenqing yanked up Gao Shuo. "No more squeezing in here. I'll open a card seat myself. The son of a bitch is too much of a bully. Those who want to be with us should go with me." But none of them would. Chen Zhenqing called for the waiter. "Open this seat, the biggest one you have here." "For me." "Yes sir, please follow me." Chen Zhenqing dragged Gao Shuo to the disco's largest supreme card seat. Not only a good location, good line of sight, bigger and more luxurious. Sitting here is like the emperor sitting on the dragon chair feeling. "Sir, the minimum spend for this card seat is 300,000. Then let's have 300,000 of something. More food, not too much wine." Are you sure?" "I'm pretty sure." "Go for it." The waiter left. Gao Shuo was horrified. "Are you crazy, Chen Zhenqing? Are you going to spend all that money you won, without fighting for buns? I'll show him who's the real deal." "Don't be impulsive. You've earned $400,000 with great difficulty. This money is bullshit." In no time at all, a row of waiters carrying a variety of snacks, fruit plates filled the tables and platforms. Gosaka noticed that many of the girls in the disco were looking at them, leaping to come over, and this was simply the most eye-catching seat in the house, satisfying Gao Shuo's vanity. Gao Shuo opened a bottle of whiskey and poured it for Chen Zhenqing. "I don't drink that, old man. Have a beer." The manager brought the POS machine. "Sir, do you want to swipe your card or WeChat Alipay? Here you go with this." Chen Zhenqing handed him his ID card. The manager's face sank and he said unhappily, "Sir, what do you mean by that? Using your ID card against this $300,000? Ha, we don't have this rule. Take it to your GM and show it to him." The manager surveyed the ID card and thought, "This guy is called Chen Zhenqing. Our general manager is also surnamed Chen. Are they related?" This manager did not dare to neglect, took the ID card and went to the general manager's office. At Chen Yehao's table and theirs, they looked enviously at Chen Zhenqing and Gao Shuo. "They're better there. Would love to go." Lu Zhixuan elegantly drank a mouthful of whiskey and said disdainfully, "It's just a swollen face. I heard that he won more than $400,000 during the school sports meeting, so I guess he will spend it all tonight." This guy is usually frugal. And today he was stimulated by you, chairman, to do something so irrational. Ha ha ha, playing B is a little too big this time. A group of students gloated. The actress smiled sweetly. Young Lu, is that one your friend? Sort of a classmate. Don't mind him. Just a guy who likes to pretend to be B. Lu Zhixuan wrapped his arm around the actress's fragrant shoulder and whispered in her ear. Lu Mingming, don't go back tonight. Lu Xiao, you don't count what you say. Last time I said to introduce me to a few commercial performances. I waited and never got a letter. Your Planet Entertainment has been bought by someone else now, and I don't even know the boss behind it. So how can I introduce you? If you know who your boss is, I must know him. The actress named Lu Mingming said bitterly. I've also inquired for a long time, but I haven't found out who it is. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the noisy disco. A group of security guards flanked the general manager of the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Club to the Supreme Card seat. Crap, even the general manager is alarmed? Isn't it just a Supreme Card seat? Not so much. I don't think so, but what is it now? Lu Zhixuan saw the general manager bow to Chen Gensheng and the cup in his hand shook. Chen Yehao. What is Chen Gensheng's origin? The general manager of the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Society is bowing to him. The group of students on Chen Yehao's side watched as the general manager of the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Society was bowing to Chen Gensheng. This scene made those two actresses' beautiful eyes light up. Wasn't that high school kid who looked a little rustic the gold master they were looking for? They often come to Heaven and Earth will play. Know that general manager. He is this circle is very luxurious. Run the nightclub circle who do not know establish brother ah. Lu Mingming excitedly pulled Lu Zhixuan's arm. Help me introduce him? I want to get to know him. Lu Zhixuan said resentfully. He's just a dirt old man. What's the use of knowing him? It's better to know me. Lu Mingming surveyed Chen Gensheng sitting in the Supreme Card seat, said with a smile, although he is a bit of dirt, but a thug, surely have money. Such dirt big money is very willing to make friends with us stars it. Can enhance their grade. Lu Zhixuan was jealous and tugged on Lu Mingming's wrist. Hey, I invited you here. How dare you talk about other men in front of me? Young Lu, it's not that I'm not accompanying you. It's just that you've been perfunctory. I need to eat too. Lu Mingming broke away from Lu Zhixuan's hand and went to the Supreme Card seat with another 18-line starlet. Lu Zhixuan slammed the cup on the ground in annoyance. Damn, this Chen Gensheng is quite good at doing things. After spending $300,000, the general manager bowed to him. Haruya packs her bag and leaves the card table. Haruya, what are you doing? I'm going to find Chen Gensheng. Lu Zhixuan cursed angrily. Damn, even you betrayed me didn't you? Haruya raised her eyebrows lightly and spread her hands. We're all classmates, so why make it so embarrassing? Lu Zhixuan turned to Chen Yehao and asked, what is this guy's origin? How could the general manager bow to him? I don't know. Let's continue drinking. Chen Yehao was also puzzled and raised his eyes to ask, what's the name of the general manager of the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Society? The name is Chen Truong. Chen Yehao secretly rejoiced. Tree character. This Heaven and Earth Dynasty Club is also owned by the Chun family. Then you can play here with impunity, without worrying about money. Lu Zhixuan cannot be angry. He has always been dazzling. Is the male god in the hearts of his classmates? Big brother. Others must surround him. He didn't allow others to shine more brightly than him. And then he took out his cell phone to call General Manager Chen Truong. Manager Chen, I'm Lu Zhixuan ah. I'm at Cardinal 8. Come over for a drink. It'll have to wait. I'm with an important guest. Lu Zhixuan's face was gloomy. Manager Chen, I've spent no less than $2 million at the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Club. And you're talking to me with this attitude? Young Lu, I'm really sorry. I really can't get away. I'll treat you to a game some other day. How about it? You're accompanying a hillbilly from the mountains at the Supreme Card table, aren't you? His name is Chen Gensheng, and he's the poorest guy in our school. Chen set up the phone and hung up. And on the Supreme Cardinal, both Haruya and the two 18th line actresses were stopped by the security guards before they could walk past. Chen sat up and asked, do you know Lu Zhixuan? Oh, it's that melon batch on the card seat. Just now is because he bullied Chen Yehao. I am not accustomed to it. Ma my batch angry old me. I'll help you teach him a lesson. Don't be too hard on yourself. After all, you're a classmate. Understood. Chen set up and left. Gao Shuo had been holding back from asking just now, and when he saw Chen Shuli leaving, he couldn't help but ask, how do you know the general manager of the Tiandi Dynasty Club? He's a big shot in the nightclub scene. Oh, old folks. Chen Gensheng looked toward the waving Haruya and said impatiently, climb for me. The security guard immediately pushed Haruya away. Lu Mingming waved his hand and smiled. Hello classmate, my name is Lu Mingming. You must know me. I've acted in some movies. Gao Shuo said to Chen Gensheng. Both of them are stars. Call them over to play together? Play a hammer. I don't know the two of them. Chen Zhensheng was in the middle of his anger. A large plate of fruit plate all eaten up. Not yet finished. Bring over 3 more plates. The waiter rushed to serve it. Gao Shuo marveled. You're the most bullish person I've ever met. And your hometowns are each more bullish than the other. At this time, Chen Yehao came to the supreme card seat and smiled awkwardly. Young master, why don't you let all your classmates come here? Chen Zhensheng said. Other than Lu Zhixuan and Xingya, all the others can come over. And your turtle son should not play with him later. Okay, I'll never play with him again. Chen Yehao waved his hand to the students at the card table over there, signaling them to come over. A group of students ran over cheerfully. Inside the disco, there was a huge crowd. On the dance floor, the demons were dancing. Chen Zhensheng was shocked by the earache, ancestors board. Spend money to find a crimeo. Here have what good well. Chen Zhensheng, you're too good to know the manager of the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Society. Chen Zhensheng, from today, I have a new understanding of you. This is the first time I've sat in this supreme card seat. Classmates have been kissing Chen Zhensheng's ass. Chen Zhensheng said in a nonchalant manner. These are all small matters. When to come is fine. It's just that I don't like the environment here. This sentence seems to the students that Chen Zhensheng is blowing up again. And just after a few compliments, he doesn't know the southeast and the north and the south. How can you have so much money if you come here every day? Minimum spend of $300. 000 for the supreme card holder. Chen Yehao sat on the card seat, looking at the beautiful women around him casting envious winks. That proud this feels too good to be true. Xingya ran over at this time and said in a fiery voice, Lu Zhixuan has been beaten up. Quickly go and take a look. Who's so ballsy, daring to hit Lu Zhixuan? Xingya glanced scornfully at Chen Zhensheng. It was the people from the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Association who hit him. The students who had just stood up sat down again. They couldn't afford to offend the Heaven and Earth Pilgrimage Society. Xingya begged. Chen Zhensheng, I know I'm wrong, don't kick me out, okay? Be honest and don't make me angry again. I promise to be honest. After saying that, Haruya sat down and started taking pictures. Selfies, and a bunch of them. Don't eat it, let me take a picture first. Chen Zhensheng picked up a plate of fruit dishes. You shoot a hammer. Eat quickly. I want to go back. Chen Yehao carefully asked. Little Master Tai, it's fine for you to go back. Can we play here a little longer? You talked to the general manager. Then you guys should go back early as well. Chen Zhensheng looked at Gao Shuo. What about you? I want to play more too. Play. Chen Zhensheng left the disco alone, and instantly felt incomparably relaxed. Chen Zhensheng stood in the doorway and stretched. It's still relaxing outside. Yo. Chen Tiejie walked over and said respectfully, Junior uncle, I've already helped you teach him a lesson. In the future, if you need me, just give me a call. Okay, I'll go back to school and let them play a little longer. Understood. Uncle Junior, take care. Chen Zhensheng took a cab back to Zijin International School, not far from the roadside. The always arrogant Lu Zhixuan was lying on the side of the road with a bruised nose and swollen face, like an unattended wild dog. Lu Zhixuan was beaten like a dead dog, which was humiliating for the Flying Bird group. Their young master was beaten up and left on the street for over an hour without being attended to. The next day, surrounded by a group of black-clad bodyguards, Lu Zhixuan arrived at Zijin School with a swollen nose. Lu Zhixuan kicked open the door of the second senior class. Bai's body shook in fear and questioned. Lu Zhixuan, what are you doing? I'm looking for Chen Zhensheng. Lu Zhixuan waved his hand and a group of black-clad bodyguards rushed into the classroom. Bai desperately stopped them with her body. You are not allowed to hit my students. Get out of here, or I'll call the police. The bouncer pushed the delicate Bai down. Boo! Chen Zhensheng punched the bodyguard and sent him flying into the blackboard, which shattered all over the place, spitting blood on the spot. Chen Zhensheng helped Bai up. Teacher Bai, are you alright? Bai protected Chen Zhensheng. You hide behind. These are people from the community. I'll call the police. Lu Zhixuan angrily said. Teacher Bai, shut the hell up. Don't just protect the calf before you figure things out, okay? I am not clear about the cause of the matter, but you can't bring people from the community to the school to cause trouble. Bai snapped. Let all these people of yours leave. Chen Zhensheng pressed Bai's shoulder. Teacher Bai, I'll just take care of this matter. I'll go out and talk to him. Chen Zhensheng walked over to Lu Zhixuan. Lu Zhixuan couldn't help but take a step back. He was aware of how strong Chen Zhensheng was. Come on, go out and have a chat. Chen Zhensheng was the first to walk out of the classroom. The two men came downstairs. Chen Zhensheng had a listless look on his face. Tell me, how do you want to solve it? Lu Zhixuan pointed at Chen Zhensheng. Kneel down and apologize. In front of the entire school. The general manager of the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Society beat me up last night. It must have something to do with you, right? It's relevant. He's my homeboy. So what's the point of beating you up? You're too underpunched. One sentence disliked Lu Zhixuan and rendered him speechless. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Young master, this guy is too arrogant. Fight. These black-clothed bodyguards jumped at the chance to avenge the bodyguard from earlier. No one is allowed to move. Principal Chen Shujian stared at Lu Zhixuan with a stoic face. Lu Zhixuan, get these bodyguards of yours to leave the school. Now. Immediately. Lu Zhixuan pointed at Chen Zhensheng. What about him? This guy let someone else beat me up last night. If you don't give me an explanation and apologize today, we, the Flying Bird Group, will look for the Zhengwang Education Group and acquire you. Principal Chen Shujian glanced at his watch. If you don't leave the school in 20 seconds, there will be consequences. Lu Zhixuan helplessly waved his hand at the bodyguard. The bouncer left the school carrying the battered bouncer. They had just left the school gates when a white sedan on the side of the road got down to a girl wearing a white ducktail hat. Phew! A strong wind swept through, sending a bodyguard flying tens of meters away with a punch, followed by a beautiful flying kick to the bodyguard's face, knocking out all of his teeth. Just like that, 3 punches and 2 kicks resolved these bodyguards, all of them seriously injured without exception. The girl in the white duck-tongued hat got into the limo and didn't leave. In the principal's room, Lu Zhixuan crossed his legs with a disdainful expression. Principal, if you don't get my satisfaction today, the Flying Bird Group will intervene. Intervene? This matter doesn't have much to do with Chen Zhensheng. You can only fight the lawsuit with the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Club. Chen Shujian lit a cigarette. You often play at the Tiandi Dynasty Club. You should know what kind of character the general manager of the Tiandi Dynasty Club is, right? Of course he knew that Chen Tijia had a lot of power. More than 1,000 minions followed him to dinner, and a large half of the nightclubs in Shanghai were related to the Tiandi Dynasty Club. Chen Shujian smiled. Your Flying Bird Group is indeed more powerful than the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Society, and this lawsuit can indeed be won. You must have thought about it. Once you win, that's when you'll be tying the knot with Chen Tai, and it will definitely not be easy for you to get by in Shanghai City. Chen Shujian's words all hit Lu Zhixuan's thoughts. He didn't dare to mess with Chen Tijie, but he couldn't swallow this bad anger, so he could only look for Chen Zhensheng to get rid of his bad anger. Lu Zhixuan frowned. Your name is Chen Shujian. His name is Chen Ticheng. You two are related? There are too many surnamed Chen. Am I going to be related to all surnamed Chen? Chen Shujian looked at Chen Zhensheng. His voice eased a lot. Zhensheng, you go back first. I'll settle things here. Lu Zhixuan grabbed Chen Zhensheng. He can't leave. He must apologize to me face to face. He must let me get my face back. Chen Zhensheng impatiently shook off Lu Zhixuan's hand. You find a hammer. Don't bother me. Chen Zhensheng went back to the classroom. Lu Zhixuan glared sinisterly at Chen Zhensheng's departing back. Seeing this, Chen Shujian patted Lu Zhixuan's shoulder. I advise you not to go looking for Chen Zhensheng's trouble. This will not only harm you, but also your Flying Bird Group. I know he's your uncle. Of course you're going to help him out. I'll show him who's boss in this school. Not listening, are you? Then you go ahead. Chen Shujian was too lazy to talk to him. This guy was too brash. Lu Zhixuan saw his bodyguards all on the ground when he exited the school entrance. Broken arms and legs. Seriously injured. What the is going on here? Who the fuck did this? Lu Zhixuan yelled at the school gate. The security guards at the school gates turned a blind eye. The door of the white sedan slowly opened and the girl in the white ducktail hat got out again. Jingle bells. The girl's cell phone suddenly rang. Shadow sister, don't hit him. The girl raised her eyes to the school building and saw Chen Zhensheng standing in the hallway looking at her. The girl hung up and got back into the white sedan. Chen Zhensheng returned to the classroom. Bai Yi asked worriedly. Zhensheng, is everything alright? Nothing. What could I possibly have to do? Bai Yi sighed in relief. It's good that it's okay. How did you provoke Lu Zhixuan? This guy is arrogant and domineering at school with no discipline at all. There was a bit of a falling out yesterday. You're not hurt, are you, teacher? I'm fine. Go back to your seat. After class, Chen Yehao and Gao Shua immediately gathered around. Root son, how did this work out? Now the whole school knows that Lu Zhixuan was beaten up last night. Chen Zhensheng laughed lightly. It's right to be beaten. A melon batch like him should be beaten by society more often. Chen Yehao said with a grave expression. Lu Zhixuan's student union is very powerful. You have to be careful. Gao Shua echoed. Yeah. Niu Yufei from the 2nd year of high school. Zhao Xiong from the 3rd year of high school. These two guys are deadbeats with Lu Zhixuan. Don't talk about this in front of Laozi. It's annoying to hear. Chen Zhensheng packed up his books and got up. Laozi is going to go to the cafeteria to eat. What the hell, don't want to think. The sky and the earth are big. Not as big as Laozi eating. 2 top-of-the-line sports cars rolled into the purple and gold school. One's an Aston Martin. The other's a Ferrari F12 Berlinetta. The top sports car came down to two lanky, tall seniors, Niu Yufei, Zhao Xiong. As soon as he entered the school, he caused the students to gasp. It's over. These two people appeared at the same time. That guy Chen Zhenxing is in big trouble. Lu Zhishuan's two best buddies. They must have come to avenge Lu Zhishuan. Whoever has Chen Zhenxing's contact information, notify him. Go out and hide first. Niu Yufei, from the prairie. The family business is the world's 10th dairy industry. Market value of 100 billion. But also the grassland wrestling master, Zhao Xiong, from Lu province, whose father is the richest man in Lu province. Founded a taekwondo club and won the gold medal for taekwondo in Shanghai. Niu Yufei asked without any good humor. Has anyone seen Chen Zhenxing? The boys on the sidelines were silenced and took a few steps back. Check out his dorm room. I couldn't find Chen Zhenxing in the dormitory either. Zhao Xiong sneered. Before I came back, I thought he was a very powerful character, but now it seems that he is just a juggler. Ha ha ha, hiding before coming here. Just a wimp. One of the boys said. Chen Zhenxing went to the city library. Oh, that's just as well. We'll just settle him outside. Zhao Xiong and Niu Yufei drove to the city's library. Besides, Chen Zhenxing sighed. In the library for a whole day to study the knowledge about qi. He would have to look over such a huge library once, but not necessarily find a correct book. Chen Zhenxing sat at the stop sign waiting for the bus with his backpack disheartened. Chen Zhenxing looked at his hands and muttered to himself. The power has reached its limit. How should I transform it into qi? It's too difficult. Buzz. Two supercars stopped next to Chen Zhenxing. Zhao Xiong and Niu Yufei got out of the car. You're Chen Zhenxing, aren't you? Chen Zhenxing raised his eyes to survey them both. Claws? You have offended Lu Zhishuan. Do you know what kind of relationship we have with Lu Zhishuan? Chen Zhenxing was stunned and remembered. You two are the Niu Yufei and Zhao Xiong that Gao Shuo was talking about, right? Count on your kid to have some eyesight. We won't make things difficult for you. Slap yourself twice and kneel down to apologize. Niu Yufei said and took out his cell phone. I'll take a picture of it and send it to Lu Zhishuan. Then you can go back in peace. Chen Zhenxing froze for a moment and said with an impatient face. You're talking about a hammer, yo. Zhao Xiong angrily said. Let's not talk nonsense with him and just start the whole thing. Niu Yufei reached out to grab Chen Zhenxing. Whoosh! A pink figure swept in violently. Boo! Niu Yufei was kicked out 100 meters away by the pink figure. At this time, the bus came, and Chen Zhenxing left on the bus with a calm face. Shadow Meyer landed on the ground, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a fierce color. Those who move my young master, die. Zhao Xiong looked at Shadow Mistress with horror and stammered. You? Who are you? You don't deserve to know the old man's name. Chen Zhenxing returned to the dormitory safe and sound. Gao Shuo panicked and examined Chen Zhenxing, asking suspiciously, aren't you hurt? What injury? No tea. Today, Niu Yufei and Zhao Xiong looked for you, and with both of them appearing at the same time, it's almost as if no one dares to mess with them. Chen Zhenxing took off his jacket and went into the shower room. Even the strongest person is too much to handle in front of me. Gao Shuo suddenly became excited. If you can take care of these two school pricks, then no one will dare to disrespect you in Zijin School in the future. Chen Zhenxing asked in disbelief. Are those two very strong? Well, pretty strong, both in terms of money and power. Chen Zhenxing grinned. So I'm doing the people a favor. I'm scared of them anyway. The next day, Chen Zhenxing was intact and ate in the cafeteria. The students who came in to eat were aghast every time they saw Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing bristled in dismay. Claws, well, is lousy that scary? You're not hospitalized? Why should I be hospitalized? Zhao Xiong and Niu Yufei didn't go looking for you? Chen Zhenxing shook his head. I don't know. I'm not sure. I won't answer. Big news. Big news. Zhao Xiong dropped out of school today. Ha? Dropping out? No, how could he drop out? The students in the cafeteria looked at Chen Zhenxing. They felt that Zhao Xiong dropping out of school had a lot to do with Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing, tell the truth. Why did Zhao Xiong drop out of school? Chen Zhenxing said with an innocent face. How do I know? Surely he doesn't want to study. Knowing that he couldn't say anything more, Chen Zhenxing stood up and left the cafeteria. When Chen Zhenxing was preparing to go back to the dormitory, Niu Yufei was talking with Lu Zhishuan downstairs in the dormitory. And when he saw Chen Zhenxing, Niu Yufei was so scared that he bowed to Chen Zhenxing respectfully. Chen Zhenxing glanced at Niu Yufei and ignored him. Just a glance like that made Niu Yufei's whole body shiver. Lu Zhishuan gritted his teeth and kicked Niu Yufei. What the fuck is wrong with you? What happened to your former arrogance? Now you're a dog. Niu Yufei remembered last night on the whole body chill straight up. Yesterday you are not see. I now think of all the fear. That girl is simply a monster. Then my strength are bigger. Fortunately it is my skin bad meat thick. Is it as exaggerated as you say? Lu Zhishuan asked suspiciously. What is that girl's relationship with Chen Zhensheng? I don't know. Anyway, she said that if I trouble Chen Zhensheng again, she'll waste me next time. Lu Zhixuan angrily slapped Niu Yufei. Are you going to admit defeat? Find out what that girl is from and find some of your professional wrestlers from the prairie. I don't think I could beat that girl even if I got 10 professional wrestlers. I'm really convinced. Are we just going to let Chen Zhensheng get arrogant? We have to fix this guy. Ever since I got beaten up, a lot of people don't really like me anymore. Lu Zhixuan's student union is his bargaining chip to make money. With the help of the student union, so many rich second generation, 1,000 gold influence and money. He opened a net red incubation company. Now that he was pulling in stars from the Planet Entertainment Group to join this Netflix incubation company, it would be quite a big loss for him if the student council members quit one after another. That was why Lu Zhixuan was so desperate to suppress Chen Zhensheng. In short, we absolutely can't let Chen Zhensheng get back on his feet. The Zijin school is our resource. Niu Yufei said fearfully. But I'm scared. So do you want to make money or not? Niu Yufei made a choice between his life and money, and it was better to choose to save his life. I'm not going to study at Zijin school either. I have a phobia now. Arrogant and accustomed to Lu Zhixuan is not convinced, but also to find Chen Zhensheng trouble again. That's because he hasn't taken a beating from Shadow Girl. Niu Yufei was then convinced. Another pleasant weekend. Chen Zhensheng was going to continue to study the problem of qi in the dormitory. Bai called Chen Zhensheng and surprisingly asked Chen Zhensheng to go shopping together. The genius delighted Chen Zhensheng. Bund. A wide array of stores with all kinds of luxuries overwhelmed Bai. Whitey is just here for the fun of it. It's been a while since I've been out shopping, and I'm picking up a discounted fall dress on the way. Jensen, I got paid today, so I'll buy you a pair of shoes, but the price can't be more than 1,000. Chen Zhensheng asked, why did you buy me shoes? I'm getting a big raise in my paycheck now, and you helped me, and I've been meaning to thank you. Chen Zhensheng laughed, the two of us don't exist. It's only right to help you. Public is public. Private is private. I see you wearing around just 2 pairs of shoes. Today the teacher will buy you a pair. No refusal allowed. Well, the Bund is particularly busy on weekends. They entered a Nike store and came face to face with students from the Purple and Gold School. Lu Zhixuan, Niu Yufei and 2 other girls. Mr. By such a coincidence? Lu Zhixuan blared fiercely at Chen Zhensheng. Bringing Chen Zhensheng to help the poor? Bai Yi frowned. Lu Zhixuan, don't speak too meanly. You guys buy yourselves out. Stop talking. Niu Yufei glanced scornfully at Chen Zhensheng and stepped back to the side. Bai Yi picked out a sneaker for Chen Zhensheng. Zhensheng, how about you try this one? Lu Zhixuan asked. Has my customized AJ arrived yet? It's arrived. You inspect it. Lu Zhixuan said in a conspiratorial manner. If you don't have money, you can only buy discounted shoes. Chen Zhensheng, this pair of shoes on my feet for you? It just so happens that my new shoes have arrived. Crawl for me. I don't want to see you. Lu Zhixuan smiled. Poor and cross. That's you. Chen Zhensheng tried this shoe and kinda liked it. Teacher, this is the right pair. And the price isn't too expensive. Really like it? Really like tea. I'll pay the bill then. Once Lu Zhixuan heard that it was actually Bai Yi who paid the bill, he despised. Chen Zhensheng, you can letting others spend money for you. You really mean it. I'm happy to spend money for Chen Zhensheng. What do you care? You still spend your parents' money. Leaving your parents. What are you? Bai Yi's call was not only sarcastic to Lu Zhixuan, but Chen Zhensheng also empathized. He's nothing without his mom, dad, grandpa and sister. This sentence enraged Lu Zhixuan. The rich second generation was most disgusted with people saying this sentence. Chen Zhensheng raised his hand and slapped Lu Zhixuan's face. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. No respect. Is that the tone you use to talk to your teacher? The sudden slap stunned everyone. Lu Zhixuan covered his face and said angrily, you fucking hit me? You have the balls to hit me? Right. The old man just hit it. Pa. A warm current welled up inside Bai Yi. The last time she was in class she was pushed down by Lu Zhixuan's bodyguard, and without saying a word, Chen Zhensheng looked out to beat that bodyguard. Now that Lu Zhixuan had spoken disrespectfully to her, Chen Zhensheng slapped Lu Zhixuan again without saying a word. Bai Yi hadn't been angry with the students at Zijin school in the past, and sometimes went to the principal in aggravation. The principal was only kind enough to tell her to put up with it. Now finally a boy is standing up for her. Even though she stands as a teacher who thinks it's wrong for students to fight, her heart remained glad. Lu Zhixuan was almost frantic. I'll let you know how expensive this slap is. Being able to fight doesn't count as a skill. Having the ability to finish the fight counts as a skill. Lu Zhixuan pulled out his cell phone. Worried that Chen Zhensheng would not be able to close the deal, Bai Yi said busily, this matter started because of me, and I am responsible for it. You're in charge? Can you be responsible? You step aside. Chen Zhensheng took Bai Yi's hand. Teacher, let's go. Don't affect our mood for shopping. The old cow stopped them. Nyo Yufei didn't dare to stop, because he saw several people wearing white hats passing by in the crowd outside. Bai Yi asked worriedly, if you hit Lu Zhishuan, he definitely won't stop. When the time comes, you can just put the blame on the teacher. Chen Zhenxing smiled. Teacher, shopping today, don't mention those. After shopping I'll treat the teacher to a steak. Nice offer. As she walked, Bai Yi stopped at a designer women's clothing store, and she looked out of the window at a warm tweed coat. Chen Zhenxing smiled and asked, Ms. Bai, do you like it? Go in and ask. All right. When we entered the store, the waitress greeted us warmly. Welcome beautiful handsome. White E pointed to the warm tweed coat in the window. Get me a set in size XL. Yes, please wait. Bai Yi changed into this dress, lengthening her figure and fitting her well in a tweed coat. Beauty, you're the fittest I've ever seen. Bai Yi glanced at the price tag and, startled, took off this dress and handed it to the shopper. The shopper smiled at the sight. Beauty, there's a discount. White E bought the dress in a heartbeat. After leaving the store, Chen Zhensheng said, Teacher, why don't we go eat Western food? Bai Yi asked, can you eat enough when you eat Western food? Why don't teachers treat you to Chinese food? Eat whatever you want. Okay, this is good. Bai Yi asked suspiciously. Zhensheng, why don't you gain weight when you eat so much? Can't gain weight. Exercise every day. At this time, Lu Zhishuan led a group of people over to Chen Genxing's side. Bai Yi hurriedly protected Chen Genxing and said in a low voice, you go first. The teacher will come and settle this matter. A girl in a white ducktail hat stepped out of the crowd and stood in the middle of the road to block them. Chen Zhensheng said, it's not for us. Let's go eat. I'm starving. Bai Yi sighed in relief. It's good that it's not coming for us. Sit at the restaurant's window seat and enjoy the beautiful bun. Bai Yi was a bit distracted. Zhensheng, did Lu Zhishuan offend many people? I don't know. The teacher ate it. Bai Yi gave Chen Zhenxing a piece of chicken. You eat more. This dress you gave to teacher. Teacher likes it very much. It's good that you like it. If you like anything in the future, teacher, let me know and I'll buy it for you. Never. It's already against school rules for a teacher to accept a gift from a student. Chen Zhensheng was full of concern and said, hammer regulations yo, we are a private school, and there are so many rich second generation in the school. I think a lot of teachers have received gifts from students. White does not deny that the school does receive gifts. After all, it's a private, aristocratic school, and this is still common. Ha! Bai Yi looked out the window in surprise. Chanel's new fall fashion show is going to be held in Shanghai? White E pointed to an advertisement on a tall building across the street. Chen Zhenxing glanced at it and asked with a smile, where do you want to go, teacher? Bai Yi shook her head. No go. Brace your eyes and starve your wallet. Women love beautiful clothes. This is the love of beauty that every woman has, and Bai Yi is no exception. What's more, the Chanel fashion show is not for people like her to see. It's all about the 1,000 gold celebrities who have the strength and qualification to go and see it and pick and buy. If you want to see it, teacher, I have a way to get an invitation. Bai Yi's delicate face moved and her heart moved. You have a way to enter the showground? Of course my cousin is the head of security there. Surely he has a way to get us in. Chen Zhenxing doesn't even know where it's being held. So he says he's going to be the head of security. Women are like that. Even if they can't afford it, they still want to shop. It's good to have a good time. Bai Yi hesitated and smiled shyly. If there is a way to get into the show, I would still like to go and see it. Tell your cousin to let us into the show and I will treat him to dinner. Well, Expo Creative Showplace. Chen Zhenxing and Mr. Bai took a taxi. The entrance was already full of luxury cars, and various celebrities and young ladies entered the venue surrounded by bodyguards and drivers. It was Bai Yi's first time to come to this kind of high-class occasion, so she couldn't help but feel a little nervous and some sense of inferiority inside. Jensen, why don't we go back? This place is not the occasion for us. Clothes are for people to wear, for people to see. We are also people. Why are not qualified to go in? Chen Zhensheng looked around. Relieved, my cousin said, must let us go in, and still in the front row. Is that one? Jennifer Chen? Bai Yi saw a familiar person in the crowd. Zijin School's Chen Jingxi, the second-ranked goddess, coming down from a Bentley Mulsanne. This kind of Chanel high-class show was certainly not without these famous girls. At that moment, a young man in a suit hurried over. Chen Zhensheng patted him. This is my cousin, and this is my teacher. The young man in the suit nodded to Bai Yi, then made a gesture of invitation. Excited and timid, Bai Yi pulled Chen Genxing's hand and asked in a low voice, will it be humiliating? And the school students are here. No shame. It's all about the show. When he reached the door, the security guard reached out for an invitation. The suited young man's face sank. Those two don't need an invitation. Enter the venue. Led by the young man in the suit. They sat in the first row and watched the models walk the runway up close. Whitey fidgeted sheepishly. After all, she had come in without an invitation. And whispered, "Will we be discovered if we sit so close?" "Will. This place gets the most attention." "Ah, we'd better ride in the back then. Nothing to do. Just sitting here quite comfortably." The gazes of many of the people present were gathered on Bai Yi. They were strangers to Bai Yi. If they were in the circle of celebrities, they would all still recognize her. Who's that girl? Raw face. Must be from out of town. Not a small position, to sit in the first row. Chen Jingxi, who was sitting in the second row, saw Bai Yi and Chen Jinxing appear here, and her delicate face raised a puzzled expression. Bai Yi excitedly grabbed Chen Genxing's hand. "I'm sitting next to a big star." So excited. Chen Genxing glanced at it. "Take a photo tee with her." "That's rude, isn't it? Teacher, you're sitting in the first row now too, and she wants to get to know you. You're on the same level as her." "Really? Really?" Chen Genxing looked at that first-tier entertainment industry big shot. My teacher wants to take a picture with you, okay?" The first-tier big shot is very experienced in mixing with this kind of show, and knows that those sitting in the first row are either rich or noble, and she is also very willing to make friends with such people. Of course, with a trembling hand, Bai Yi pulled out her cell phone. Chen Genxing took his cell phone to take a picture of the two of them. The first-line star smiled and asked, "May I ask your name?" White Yi was busy saying, "White, working as a teacher at Zijin School, Purple and Gold School? Oh, hello. Zijin International School was the #1 private school in the country." Of course she knew about it. Many celebrities' children also attended Zijin School, but it was the Zijin School in Kyoto City. At that moment, a beautiful woman in OL women's clothing came to Bai Yi with a smile on her face. "This lady, I see that you have a good temperament. We are now short of a model. Can you fill in?" "Ha, me, can I?" Bai Yi pointed at herself in disbelief. "Of course, in return, our Chanel organizers will give you a free set of the latest fall collection, and when the fashion show is over, you can pick anyone you want." What an honor this was. The big shot actress on the side was all envious. Bai Yi nervously grabbed her clothes. "But I've never modeled before. I'm worried I'll mess up." The OL beauty smiled sweetly. "We'll show you how to walk. It's easy," Chen Genxing urged. "Teacher, try it. Go on." At Chen Genxing's encouragement, Bai Yi left her seat with the beautiful woman and entered the backstage. The actress sat over and exchanged pleasantries with Chen Genxing. "Hello handsome, do you recognize me?" "Don't recognize it." The beautiful star was stunned and a little embarrassed. It was true that Chen Genxing did not know any celebrities. The number of times he played with his smartphone in the mountains was limited, let alone knowing any celebrities. Chen Genxing. Chen Jingxi walked around the stage and stood in front of Chen Genxing. "Oh, you're here too." The big star returned to her seat with a sense of humor, inwardly upset. She was a big star. How many rich people paid a lot of money to have dinner with her? But she was ignored by a small child. Chen Jingxi sat down next to her and looked at Chen Genxing with a sultry expression. "I didn't expect to meet you here. I used to deliberately avoid you all the time, and I can't avoid you any longer. This is fate, right? You're pulling a dick. I don't have a bond with you." Chen Jingxi is an extremely literary and sentimental girl. "Since I was a child, I have loved reading ancient romances and familiarized myself with Dream of the Red Chamber, which has created such a character. Sensitive and empathetic. Ever since the last time she was falsely accused of being in a relationship with Chen Genxing by Qingya, she had deliberately avoided Chen Genxing. Several times she saw Chen Genxing and she hid. Meeting Chen Genxing again today at the new Chanel fashion show once again made her think that Chen Genxing was the man of her destiny. Chen Jingxi gazed at Chen Genxing's handsome face in a sly manner. "Upon closer inspection, you are also graceful." Chen Genxing sweated. "Don't say anything strange again. Just look at the clothes." The music plays and White E is the first to come out. Chen Genxing stood up and applauded vigorously. "Good. Very good." Bai Yi still had a decent catwalk, and with her tall, petite body, she was the perfect clothesline. Chen Jingxi's eyebrows knitted slightly as she sighed quietly. "You're a sentimentalist after all. Ha, isn't that mess, Bai Yi?" "Yeah, my god, does she model on the side? So beautiful, isn't she? Didn't even notice her much at school before." TSK, it's still the man in the suit and the horse in the saddle. Some of the Zijin school students present applauded when they saw Bai Yi walking the runway. Chen Genxing took out his cell phone and photographed this most beautiful moment, ready to send it to Mr. Bai. The new Chanel fashion show is over. Please welcome Chanel's chief designer, Ms. Root Flower, the president. A woman with a temperamental dress and a beautiful face came to the stage surrounded by a group of models and bowed to the surrounding audience. Thank you all for coming to the Chanel New Fall Fashion Show on behalf of all my colleagues. With that, he bowed again and turned to leave. Bai Yi came with a Chanel bag in quick steps and excitedly pulled Chen Genqing's hand. How was my walk just now? Wasn't it frustrating? Ms. White, have some confidence in yourself, it's beautiful. Bai Yi showed the clothes to Chen Genqing. This is the clothes Chanel asked me to pick out. We didn't come here in vain today. I must treat that cousin of yours to a meal. Just treat me. After exiting the show, the two of them were going to stop a cab to go back to school. Many female students have gathered around. Mr. White. Wow. You're so sassy walking the runway today. Mr. White, so you still know someone from Chanel? The students were talking all over the place, and Bai Yi could only smile awkwardly in response. She wouldn't dare to tell the students that she and Chen Genqing had sneaked in. It would be too humiliating. A female classmate glanced at Chen Genqing and said in a conspiratorial manner, "It's this male companion you've brought along that's pulling you down a bit." Yeah, it's not like the guy knows anything about shows. There's no need to bring him. Shut up. Just as the group of female classmates were mocking Chen Genqing, Chen Jingxi came before them, her delicate face composed and her beautiful eyes sulking as she looked at them. The schoolgirls shut up and greeted each other with resentful smiles. Jingxi, you're here too. When did you get here? How come I didn't see you? Chen Jingxi scolded. You are not allowed to talk about Chen Genqing like that again. Even though I don't really fancy him, he is my destiny. Chen Genqing rolled his eyes helplessly. Mr. Bai, let's go back. We still have classes to attend tomorrow. Oh, well, we're off then. Bye. Chen Jingxi was so angry that she bit her lips. This poor fellow even ignored me. Could it really be that the falling flowers also intend to follow the flowing water? And the flowing water has no intention to love the falling flowers? Chen Genqing, you are my ingrate after all. Bai Yi and Chen Genqing took a cab back to the school. On the way back, Bai Yi asked, are you and Chen Jingxi in a relationship? Doesn't exist. I don't even know her. She seems to like you. I don't like her. Bai Yi looked at Chen Genqing in surprise. Chen Jingxi's family is very rich. A typical rich white beauty. If you two are together, you struggle less for the rest of your life. Chen Genqing was full of concern and said, I don't care about any more money. I came to go to school and open my eyes. Chen Genqing has been living in the mountains for too long. His grandfather also felt that it was time to let Chen Genqing go out to open his eyes. Otherwise he would have to be suffocated in the mountains like a fool. Back at school, Whitey drove home. Chen Genqing went back to the dormitory. Gosaku said, you're finally back. Something big has happened. Claws? Lu Zhishuan was beaten and broke his leg. He just finished surgery in the hospital. Chen Genqing undressed and went to take a shower. Gosaku was stunned. Aren't you ever curious? Curious hammer. I heard it was a woman who did it. Chen Genqing didn't talk. Gao Shua lamented. What kind of woman even broke Lu Zhishuan's bones? It's really curious. Chen Genqing. Someone downstairs suddenly shouted Chen Genqing's name. Gao Shua came to the balcony, looked down and exclaimed, it's Chen Jingxi. Wow. Chen Genqing. You come out. Gao Shua was busy knocking on the bathroom door. Chen Genqing. Chen Jingxi is looking for you. Tell her I don't see her. She's the second-ranked goddess. And you refuse to see her? Many students who wanted to invite her to a movie were ruthlessly rejected. Hammer's goddess. No see. Knock knock. Another knock on the door. Gao Shua opened the door for Chen Jingxi. Where's Chen Genqing? Takasaku pointed to the bathroom. Many students crowded the doorway to see what was going on. Chen Jingxi pointed at the door. Close the door. Gosaku was busy closing the door. You get out too. Me? Do I go out too? Get out. Gosaku left resentfully. Chen Genqing came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. You want claws? Men and women don't kiss each other. Chen Jingxi's beautiful eyes opened roundly, pointing at Chen Genqing's perfectly muscled body. You? What's with those scars of yours? Oh, martial arts practice. Chen Jingxi said heartily. What kind of ordeal did you once go through? You want claws? Come on. I don't think I should lie to myself. Since you're the man of my destiny, I should just accept it. Chen Genqing said bitterly. Don't say this again. I don't like you, and I'm not the man of your destiny, no matter how much you deny it. Karma doesn't lie. I'm impressed. Chen Jingxi looked around Chen Genqing's dormitory and saw an emerald jewelry on the desk in the shape of a heart. She picked it up and asked, is this yours? Yes. You put it there. Consider this as a token of love from you. I'll give you the same token of love in a few days. With that, Chen Jingxi left the dormitory. That's a dragonstone jadeite. It's very expensive. Unfortunately, Chen Jingxi couldn't hear it anymore and had already left the dormitory. Gosaku and the rest of the class flocked into the dormitory. Chen Genqing, Did Chen Jingxi confess to you just now? What kind of love token? Hammer's confession yo. Take my emerald away. The news of Chen Jingxi's confession to Chen Zhenxing spread through the school. Undoubtedly another heavy hitter. Jinxi Chen is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but more importantly, multi-golden. Many of the boys at Zijin School had written love letters to Chen Jingxi, knowing that she was very literate in trying to cater to her preferences in the form of love letters, but it was ruthlessly rejected by Chen Jingxi, torn up and thrown down the stairs. Chen Jingxi favored Chen Zhensheng, a country bumpkin. This is a fact that none of the students can accept. In the cafeteria, the students looked at Chen Zhensheng, who wolfed down the food, and hated that they couldn't attack him in a group. What exactly does Chen Jingxi see in this guy? And I heard it was rejected by this guy? Crap, really? Chen Zhensheng rejected Chen Jingxi's confession? Takasaku told me. Damn. I wish I could beat the shit out of that. Let's just forget about it. Lu Xishuan can't even take him. Just as her classmates were filled with righteous anger, Chen Jingxi sat down across from Chen Zhensheng with her dinner plate. I didn't read it wrong, did I? Chen Jingxi has never eaten on the first floor. She eats at Western restaurants all the time. Did she choose to eat here just to sit with Chen Zhensheng? Damn it. Chen Zhensheng even picked up 2 goddesses of our Zijin school in a row. You guys stop me a bit. I'm afraid I won't be able to restrain the anger inside me to hit him. Chen Jingxi clamped a chicken leg and placed it on Chen Gensheng's rice plate. I bought wool online. It's autumn. I'm going to knit you a scarf. What color do you like? Chen Zhensheng frowned. Don't be so nice to me. I don't need your care. Why do you loathe me so? Have I done something to upset you? Chen Zhensheng was stunned and raised his eyes to look at the aggrieved Chen Jingxi. No, it's fine for us to be friends. I don't want to fall in love with you. Chen Jingxi said. Then let's start as friends. Get to know each other. Get to know each other. And fall in love. Which is exactly the kind of love I've been dreaming of. Chen Zhensheng said. You're making me uncomfortable with this look. And how can I make you comfortable? Don't talk about love. I don't need love. Okay? I won't mention love in front of you. Chen Jingxi was always so gentle. Her tone, her eyes, all of them revealed her love for Chen Zhensheng. Chen Jingxi tasted a mouthful of rice and was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect the food on the first floor to be so delicious. It's good, isn't it? It's much better than the food in the other buildings. Cheap and tasty. When it comes to food, Chen Zhensheng has something to talk about. And Chen Jingxi also saw Chen Gensheng's interest and decided to seize this interest to enhance her relationship with Chen Zhensheng. This man of her destiny. She must take hold of him. After eating 5 plates of rice, Chen Zhensheng burped. I'm full. I'll leave first. Chen Jingxi also stood up and said, can we walk together after school? I know a barbecue that's delicious. I'll take you there. Chen Gensheng's eyes lit up. Barbecue? Really? Really? Gotta have it. In fact, Chen Jingxi didn't even know where the barbecue was very good. She didn't eat roadside stalls at all, thinking that it was too unhygienic there. But in order to create a chance to take a walk with Chen Zhensheng, she had to ask where the barbecue was good as soon as possible. In the cafeteria, the eyes of the students had long since broken Chen Zhensheng into pieces. Classes were in session in the afternoon when the wife of the chairman of the Flying Bird Group, Lu Zhishuan's mother, wanted to see Chen Zhensheng. In the principal's office, Chen Shujian kindly advised, my personal advice, cannot see or do not see. This matter just let it go. What do you mean? Don't think that just because he's your uncle from your old family, you're so protective of him. My son was beaten to the point of being hospitalized. Is our family that easy to bully? Chen Shujian said. As far as I know, it wasn't Chen Zhensheng who hit him. You don't need to talk nonsense. Even if Chen Zhisheng comes, you must call him to me. I want to talk to him. Chen Shujian added. You can talk to me. I can't talk to you. I'm saving face for you. And if I wasn't saving face for you, I'd have sued him in court. Chen Shujian sighed. If you really met him, then there is no room for negotiation in this matter. Don't bullshit me. Hurry up. Chen Shujian called Bai Yi over and asked her to call Chen Zhensheng to the principal's office. 4 burly bodyguards stood in the doorway, coming on strong. This Lu Zhishuan's mother must have wanted to break Chen Gensheng's legs as well. Chen Zhensheng entered the principal and asked, Claus? Chen Shujian said, she is Lu Zhishuan's mother, looking for you for something. Chen Zhensheng looked at Lu Zhishuan's mother again and asked, Claus? Lu Zhishuan's mother's face sank, and that heavily made up and powdered face rippled with ruthlessness. You broke my son's bones. I don't want you to pay compensation. I'll also break your legs for my son. So it's only fair. Before the words left his mouth, the 4 bodyguards at the door entered the principal's office. Chen Zhensheng looked solemn and said, Really? Is this even fake? Chen Zhensheng stood up and said to Chen Shujian, You go out first. You're the principal. It's not convenient for you to make a move. Call my 3rd sister, and buy out the Flying Bird Group. Good. The principal left the office, closing the door behind him. There was a crackling accompanied by screams. Chen Zhenxing opened the door and walked out, going straight back to the classroom. Lu Zhishuan's mother was terrified even though she wasn't hurt in the slightest. Chen Shujian, how dare you indulge your students in treating me like this? I see that your Zhangguang education group doesn't want to get better. Chen Shujian hung up the phone and laughed. I told you a long time ago that I don't see him, and there is still room for discussion on this matter. But you don't listen. Lu Zhishuan's mother asked. What do you mean? You'll see in a moment. Slow down. Chen Shujian returned to his office and threw out the 4 knocked-out bodyguards. Lu Zhishuan's mother's cell phone rang. When she heard the news that the Flying Bird Group had been bought out, she stood frozen in place, keeping her position to answer the phone, having long since forgotten to put it down. In just a few minutes, the Flying Bird Group became someone else's. For a long time, Lu Zhishuan's mother looked back at the principal's office with a complicated expression. After school in the evening, Chen Jingxi was waiting for Chen Zhenxing at the entrance of the second senior class early. Chen Zhenxing, let's go. Chen Zhenxing said, I'm a big eater. Are you sure you want to treat me to a barbecue? Let go of your stomach and eat to your heart's content. Then I'm welcome. Let's go. Coming to the parking lot, Chen Zhenxing left the school in Chen Jingxi's Bentley Mulsanne. Bai Yi watched Chen Zhenxing leave in Chen Jingxi's car, and an unusual emotion welled up in her heart. What's wrong with me? Jealous? No way. Bai Yi covered her face and sat in the car in a panic, unable to calm her heart for a long time. Her heart clogged up when she saw Chen Zhenxing and Chen Jingshi together, which made Bai Yi rationalize in a trance. That's impossible. How could I, me, have feelings for a student? A night market stand. The waiter handed Chen Zhenxing the menu. Chen Zhenxing looked at Chen Jingxi and said, May I order? Order. Whatever. 100 skewers of lamb, 100 skewers of beef, 50 skewers of grilled chicken wings, 50 scallops, 10 eggs in casserole, 10 crisps in casserole, and 5 beers. That's all for now. Chen Jingshi asked, Is it enough to eat? On the surface it was very calm, but inside it had long been stirring up waves of terror. Is this for one person? Chen Zhenxing scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Isn't it a bit much to order? It's fine. Don't have enough to eat and order more. Chen Jingxi pulled out her phone and showed Chen Zhenxing. See which color is your favorite? Any way you want, you decide. The casserole of crispy pork came up, and Chen Zhenxing began to eat. Ba Shou, you eat too. Chen Jingxi didn't eat such greasy things, but in order to cater to Chen Zhenxing, she also took a small symbolic bite. Chen Jingxi asked again, Do you still have living expenses? Shall I give you some? What do you mean, yo? I'm no longer poor enough to spend a woman's money. Chen Zhenxing now has more than 200,000 yuan. Enough to spend. He has to pay $300 to $400 for 3 meals a day to get enough to eat. Chen Jingxi said shyly, I hope that we don't distinguish between you and me. Hey. The waiter stepped on a bottle and stumbled and fell over. He's got a plate of casserole eggs in his hand. Chen Zhenxing quickly stepped in, pushing him with one hand and taking the plate with the other. If Chen Zhenxing didn't make a timely move, these would have smashed on Chen Jingxi's body. Wow, this guy looks practiced. Something, little brother. That's a catch. There was a gasp from the surrounding diners. Chen Jingxi was inwardly deer in the headlights and was ecstatic. It seems that Chen Zhenxing still cares about me. Chen Zhenxing put down the casserole egg custard on his plate. It would be a shame to spill it. The waiter was busy thanking them. No shit. Next time pay attention, haha. Chen Jingxi envisioned living an ordinary life with the man you love, facing the sea, flowers blooming in spring, raising a ragdoll cat, a Shiba Inu, and planting a sea of flowers. This is life. There is no reality in the eyes of Chen Jingxi, because she was born to be the end of other people's dreams. Never worry about money, only dreams in her heart. At this moment, a black Land Rover pulled up in front of the barbecue stand and got down a svelte young man wearing nearsighted glasses. Jingles, why don't you go home? Brother, why are you here? Chen Jingxi stood up and introduced him. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing, this is my cousin. Chen Zhenxing wiped his hands with a paper towel, stood up and smiled. Hello, cousin said coldly and cross-eyed. I'm very bad. My sister has never come to this kind of pandemonium, so don't you ever pester my sister again. Chen Jingxi was busy explaining. It wasn't Chen Zhenxing who asked me to come. It was me who invited him to dinner. Jingxi, come home with me. Don't have too much contact with this kind of people at the bottom of society. It will only bring down your taste. Cousin dragged Chen Jingxi to leave. Chen Jingxi broke away from her cousin's hand. Brother, you're not allowed to talk about Zhenxing like that. He's the one I'm destined to be with. We'll both get married in the future. Cousin was surprised. Him? Marry him? Yeah, we're going to build a house on the beach and... cousin obviously knew what his cousin's character was like, and then interrupted her fantasies. What kind of person is he? What kind of business does the family do? He is a poor student from our school, from a mountain village called Bashutan. Chen Jingxi didn't care about this at all. She believed that there must be a reason for fate. Cousin was furious. Poor student? You're coming back with me now. Brother, what are you being so rude about? Nejisan hasn't finished eating yet. Chen Zhensheng also didn't want to cause trouble, and said to Chen Jingxi, you go back first. I'll go back to school after eating. Chen Jingxi sat down and said stubbornly, I'm going to finish eating with you. This is our first date. We definitely can't end without a fight. Cousin laughed and kicked the chair where Chen Zhensheng was sitting. Tell me, how much to leave my sister? I don't lack money, and you shouldn't insult me with money. I was classmates with Chen Jingxi. Chen Jingshi's face flushed red and nodded her head vigorously. Yes, Chen Zhensheng is right. Don't insult our love with money. Love can't be measured with money. Chen Jingxi is totally flamboyant. Cousin turned to Chen Jingxi's driver and said, take Missy back, said cousin forcefully dragged up Chen Jingxi to be stuffed into the car. Chen Zhensheng grabbed his cousin's wrist and said in a deep voice, is this how your turtle son treats his sister? Let her make her own choice. Chen Zhensheng exerted a slight force, and his cousin bared his teeth in pain and let go of his sister. Chen Jingshi wrapped her arms around Chen Gensheng's waist and said to her cousin, you go back first. I'll accompany Chen Zhensheng to dinner and then go back. The cousin pointed at his sister and then at Chen Zhensheng and left in a huff. Resettle. Chen Jingxi said with a mournful expression. My cousin has always restrained me, forbidding me to do this or that. Why? Don't you have a mom and dad? Yes, but my cousin is the only boy in the family, and both mom and dad trust him more, so they let him discipline me. Chen Jingxi hummed lightly. They think I just know how to read romance novels all day long. In fact, I know everything. My cousin wants to inherit my dad's family business, and it was also my grandfather's acquiescence. My parents are not willing to do so. They want me to inherit. Chen Zhensheng handed Chen Jingxi a skewer of mutton. So do you want to inherit it? I don't want to. I'd be unhappy if I inherited it. And if I didn't inherit it, my parents are unhappy. It's a real pain in the ass. Chen Zhensheng asked again. What is the name of your family's business? Anping Commerce and Trade Group. Chen Jingshi raised her eyes to look at Chen Zhensheng. I'm sorry that this meal has made you unhappy today. It doesn't exist. The two of us have been friends since this meal. Chen Zhensheng asked again with a puzzled face. Why are you called Chen Jingxi? Chen Jingxi smiled cheekily. Actually, I changed my name myself. My previous name was very earthy. Called what? Shan Yi Yi. Oh yeah, I told you. Chen Jingxi asked suspiciously. What's wrong? Nothing to do. Eat. The meal lasted until 9 p.m. And Chen Zhensheng returned to the school in Chen Jingxi's Bentley. In the back seat, Chen Jingxi took Chen Gensheng's arm and rested on his shoulder. Chen Zhensheng grinned. Chen Ye, the two of us won't make it. No calling me Chen Yi Yi. Call me Jingxi. Well, Chen Jingxi, don't be paranoid. It's impossible for the two of us to be together. Chen Jingxi didn't understand. Why? I'm here. Be safe on your way back, haha. Another sunny morning. Chen Zhensheng was working on a problem in the classroom when Chen Jingxi shyly came to the second class of the first year of high school and handed Chen Zhensheng a letter, saying shyly, remember to write back. With those words, he turned his head and ran out of the classroom. The class was up in arms. Can Chen Zhensheng give us a recitation? It's a love letter from the goddess to you. If you can't write a love letter, you can ask me. Chen Zhensheng didn't even look at it and directly tore the letter up. The move shocked the class. The lecturer, Bai froze, and there was some inexplicable glee inside. Bai rubbed her forehead and muttered in a low voice. What's wrong with the past 2 days? This kind of thinking can't be tolerated. Chen Zhensheng, you're a real man. You dare to tear up the goddess's love letter. I really can't figure out what you guys think. That's Chen Jingxi. How many male students' dream girls have been ruthlessly rejected by your boy? The boys in the class were overwhelmed with emotion. White composed herself. Alright, on with the lesson. A Land Rover came to Zijin School. Chen Jingxi's cousin blocked the Land Rover directly in front of the entrance of the school building and aggressively found the second class of the first year of high school. Chen Zhensheng. Cousin walked over to Chen Zhensheng, who was sitting in the back, and grabbed him by the collar. I fucking reminded you again and again to leave my sister. Why didn't you kid listen? Chen Zhensheng said. Old me goes to school here. How can I leave? Do you want me to quit school? Yes. You're going to drop out. My sister is beyond your reach. Bai walked over and tugged on her cousin's hand. Have a conversation. Don't make a move. You're not allowed to hit my students in my classroom. You're his teacher. How do you discipline your students? A toad wants to eat swan meat. Cousin said angrily. You should teach him well how to have self-knowledge. Chen Zhensheng pushed his cousin away. Don't grab my collar. It's none of your son of a bitch's business. I'm Chen Jingxi's cousin. Of course I have the right to care. She already has a boyfriend. If you kid don't be smart enough to leave him, be careful I'll waste you. Bai Yi scolded. Please get out. If you have anything to do go to the principal. Don't interfere with our lessons. Cousin tugged at Chen Zhensheng. Come on, let's go to the principal's place. The reason why his cousin was so protective of his cousin, Chen Jingxi, was rather because he was going to use his cousin to enter into a business marriage with the young master of another company, and once the two families were joined in marriage, it would be beneficial to both families' businesses. Chen Zhensheng grabbed his cousin's wrist and gave it a slight push. You son of a bitch got an inch, didn't you? Ah, ouch, get the fuck off me. Chen Zhensheng pinched his wrist and exited the classroom, came to the stairwell, and kicked down. Cousin tumbled down, furious, and called for help. The principal, Chen Shujian, stood in front of him, snatched his cell phone, and dragged him into the principal's office. Snap! Chen Shujian raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Cousin, confused by the beating, covered his face and said, "Why did you hit me? It was that hillbilly who was harassing my sister." Snap! Another slap. Redneck? Say that again. Cousin realized the seriousness of the matter. Master Shujian, what's wrong with you? Chen Shujian tugged him up. Don't mess with him if you want to keep driving luxury cars and living in villas. This is my warning to you. Cousin became even more puzzled. Who is he? And someone our Chen family can't afford to mess with? You know shit. I asked you. What's his name? Chen Zhensheng. Ah, Chen. In the middle of his words, his cousin was stunned. He is also surnamed Chen. Is he a member of our family? How come I haven't heard of it? Who are you to know? Ha! Be a good boy and go home. There's nothing for you here. Cousin was unconvinced. Master Shujian, even if he is a member of our family, that's all the more reason why he shouldn't be in a relationship with Jingxi. Jingxi is meant to be married to a member of the Tianhe Group's family, which will benefit the Anping Commerce and Trade Group. It's not your place to worry about that, so get out of here before you annoy him. Cousin was about to say something else. Chen Shujian pointed at him and chided. Get lost. If you dare to come to school and mess with Chen Zhensheng again, you're done for the rest of your life. Cousin didn't want to give up because his grandfather had tacitly agreed that he would inherit the family business, and if he wanted to develop the family business he would have to marry that young master of the Tianhe Group, who was very fond of Chen Jingxi. Cousin limped and drove away from the school, and he wasn't going to stop there. After school, Chen Zhensheng came to the principal's office. Chen Shujian made him a cup of tea. I solved the matter of the Anping Trade Group. Oh, what a headache. I don't even know how many businesses the family actually has in Shanghai. Anping Trading Group. How much does my old man have? 67% of the shares, and the remainder is Chen Shuling, the grandfather of Chen Jingxi. Tell Chen Shuling that grandson of his is no good. It's best not to let him inherit, or I'll acquire the remaining shares in his hand. Chen Shujian asked, who do you think is suitable? Just let Chen Jingxi inherit it. I understand. I'll call Chen Shuling about this. Chen Zhensheng thought for a moment and added, don't let Chen Jingxi know my identity for the time being, and don't let Chen Shuling and the others come to see me. There's no need. Yes, I'll make it clear. Chen Zhensheng stretched and asked, why are they all bullying me? Is it because I give off the impression that I'm a good bully? Chen Shujian smiled sarcastically. Since you're from a mountain village and you don't show your wealth, and you're still in an aristocratic school, so everyone takes pleasure in bullying you, I think it's better for you to show your wealth. I show my wealth. I'm afraid I'll scare them to death. Chen Zhensheng left the principal's office to head to the cafeteria for dinner. Just as he arrived at the cafeteria, he saw that Chen Jingxi had already helped Chen Zhensheng take up a seat, and had also punched in 5 meals. I've beaten it for you in advance. Eat. Chen Jingxi handed Chen Zhensheng a pair of chopsticks, stood up and said, I'll go fetch you another bowl of soup. What kind of soup do you want? Uggy soup it is. Good. The surrounding students looked dumbfounded. This nifty public display of affection broke the hearts of many male students. I really can't figure out what's so great about Chen Zhensheng. I can't figure it out either. Chen Jingxi just loves it. There's smoke coming out of your ancestors' graves. In the face of classmates' comments, Chen Zhensheng just reported a bitter smile. He is really difficult to explain. According to seniority, Chen Jingxi to call Chen Zhensheng to master it. Chen Jingxi is in the same generation as Chen Yehao. Chen Yehao came over and whispered, young master, are you and Chen Jingxi suitable? Chen Zhensheng said in a bad mood, I certainly know that it is not appropriate, and cannot get rid of. I can have what to do yo. Just tell her seniority and be done with it. That would break her heart. Ugh. I'll have to talk to her about this sometime. Chen Yehao placed a steak on Chen Gensheng's dinner plate. Young master, there is something I want to ask you. Every time Chen Yehao had something to ask for, Chen Zhensheng wanted to slap him to death. There was no way out. Who told Chen Yehao to be his great-grandson? It's a family anyhow. Say, a friend is getting married and there's not enough wedding cars in the fleet. I'd like you to make up one. Is that okay? Chen Zhenqing said without any good humor. I don't want to go. I still have to go to class. I'm not letting you go for nothing. You'll be responsible for driving a car, by then you'll get $1,000 bonus and a meal. Chen Zhenqing shook his head and said, it's only $1,000 in red envelopes. I'm not going. After all, it's someone else's car. Whoever's making the most money. And the job was going to go to someone else. So I suddenly thought of you. Chen Yehao knows the Chen Zhenqing's situation. Any family people are not allowed to give Chen Zhenqing a penny. Spend money to earn their own. That's why Chen Zhenqing is so poor. Chen Zhenqing asked, and what if I drive there myself? The cars are different and the prices are different. Lamborghini, a calf or a bull? Chen Zhenqing shook his head. I don't know. My third sister gave it to me. That's the big bull. Chen Yehao didn't even need to look at it. A car given by his great-aunt's grandmother would definitely not be too low grade, at least $5,000. That much? I'll take it. Let's make a deal. I'll call my friend. Good. Chen Yehao left. And Chen Jingshi placed the black chicken soup in front of Chen Zhenqing. You know Chen Yehao? Well, why don't you come with me to the principal's office later? What's wrong? There's something to tell you. Good. Chen Jingxi said shyly. Actually, if you confess to me, we can go to the love park or to the roof. Never mind. I'm afraid you'll jump after hearing that. Let's just go to the principal's office. Chen Zhenqing understood how pure and fragile Chen Jingxi's heart was. After finishing their meal, Chen Zhenqing and Chen Jingshi went to the office. All the way Chen Jingxi was holding Chen Zhenqing's arm. Entering the office, Chen Zhenqing casually closed the door. Chen Shujian said solemnly, Yi, there's something you must be clear about. It's impossible for you and Chen Zhenqing to be together? Chen Jingxi's delicate face moved and her eyes turned a little red. Why? Because your grandfather had to call Chen Zhenqing an uncle. Chen Jingxi looked at Chen Zhenqing in surprise, her lips trembling. You're in the same family as me? Chen Zhenqing nodded. This can't be. I even asked my mom specifically. Our Chen family isn't this poor, and it's still from a mountain village. Chen Shujian said. Bashuten is our hometown, and we all came out from Bashuten. Chen Jingxi was unable to accept this reality for a moment. A moment of tears, a moment of sobbing, a momentary howl. Chen Shujian handed her a few tissues. He's not the person you're destined to be with. He's your great-grandfather. Chen Zhenqing rolled his eyes. Chen Jingxi cried out. Why? Hate you to death. The future of the Anping Commerce Group will be inherited by you. So if there's anything you can't solve in the future, just come to me. After saying that, Chen Zhenqing went out of the office. Saturday morning. Chen Yehao called Chen Zhenqing to gather at an upscale neighborhood in Shanghai. Chen Zhenqing washed his face and took a cab to the Sandalwood Palace Villa area in Shanghai. There are only 18 buildings in this villa area. The first top rich neighborhood in Shanghai. Open the garage and a brand new Lamborghini Poison comes into view. Chen Zhenqing got in his car and drove off. It's been less than 4 months since I got my license, so I'm a little nervous. Chen Zhenqing drove Lamborghini Poison to an upscale neighborhood in Shanghai. By the time he arrived, the other cars were already in position. Chen Yehao, is that the Lamborghini you were talking about? Poison? I suppose so. A crowd gathered around. Chen Zhenqing got out of the car and asked, not too late, right? No. Chen Yehao salivated at the red Lamborghini Poison, eager to try it. Man, it's the first time I've ever seen a car like this driven to pull a job. As I recall, there are only 4 of these Poisons in the world, and this one of yours seems to be new. Not used. Yeah, I just realized. Chen Zhenqing scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. I don't know. My third sister gave it to me. Bullshit. Look at this logo. It's a customized version of Poison. Crap. Let's see. These rich kids are regular car players, and they know these luxury cars like the back of their hand. Upon seeing the customized version, one exclaimed with envy. Dude, what's your last name? Getting to know each other. Didn't I tell you? This is my relative. From my hometown, also surnamed Chen. Chen Yehao had always wanted to integrate into their circle, and he usually drove a bad car, which was not well received in this circle. Today, Chen Zhenqing drove a 40 million Lamborghini Poison, which really gave him face, and deliberately embraced Chen Zhenqing's shoulder. Okay, Chen Yehao, your family's relatives are so ho. Chen Yehao, call more of your relatives to come out and play in the future. We're all friends, get to know each other more. Dude, I'm Han Xing, from the Tianhe group. Chen Zhenqing felt that the name was a bit familiar, and after thinking for a while, he raised his eyes and said, oh, you're the one who's going to marry Chen Jingxi later, right? Han Xing was stunned. You know about this? Chen Zhenqing sized him up and shook his head straight. The difference in age between the two of you is too much. There's an 8-year gap, right? And you don't look good. She can't look at you. This young man named Han Xing was a little chubby guy with ordinary looks and no taste in clothes. Chen Genqing's words made Han Xing furious. How old are you? Speaking out of turn here. You gave you a good face just now. Are you stomping on your nose? Okay, everyone, cut the crap. The groomsmen are coming out soon. Han Xing pointed at Chen Zhenshang. Be careful. Chen Zhenshang looked at Chen Yehao and asked, do you think he's worthy of Chen Jingxi? Chen Yehao shook his head. It doesn't match. I can't let a girl as good as Chen Jingxi marry this guy. Chen Zhenshang was fully capable of this. Chen Yehao had no doubt. The groomsmen came out in their suits and rode in a Mercedes-Benz S600 wedding car, and a bunch of luxury cars headed to another neighborhood. It is also known as the bride's home welcome. On the road, Han Xing's Porsche deliberately don't Chen Zhenshang, repeatedly overtaking Chen Genqing's Lamborghini Poison. Chen Zhenshang wasn't very familiar with driving a sports car, so he could only drive carefully. This makes Hansing reckless. Press on all the way to the neighborhood where the bride lives. Chen Zhenshang got out of the car and was about to beat up Han Xing. Chen Yehao hurriedly stopped him. Little Master Tai, you can't fight today. If you fight, not only will it affect other people's marriage, you might not get your $5,000. Oh, then I'll hold back. Aha, that melon batch. I'll let him fool around for a while longer. Beautiful brides flocked down the stairs. The best man's group, the bridesmaids group frolicked and the atmosphere was festive. Chen Zhenshang snuggled into his Lamborghini Poison and giggled. It's no fun to get married in this city. Not as lively as a wedding in Bashuten. At that moment, a tall bridesmaid came to Chen Zhenshang. Excuse me, handsome, is this your car? Yes. So can I take your car to the wedding later? Could be. The groom got into the Mercedes wedding car and the rest of the bridesmaids started looking for a sports car to sit in. Jensen Chan's Lamborghini Poison is one of the most striking sports cars. They're all young models and celebrities, so of course they're more familiar with cars. I'm in this car, Lamborghini Poison, over $40 million. Yeah. Why don't you go ride in that Ferrari and let me ride in this Lamborghini? Isn't there another Lamborghinis over there? That's a calf. This is the big one. The first bridesmaid to arrive didn't have the heart to say, hey, would you all get out of the way? I was here first. Chen Zhenshang was impatient with the noise and sat in the car first. What's all this noise? Come on. Finally, a young model squeezed in hard and swung the door shut. Let's go. Handsome. Chen Zhenshang started the car and slowly moved forward. The young model's beautiful eyes conveyed her feelings, looking at Chen Zhenshang with affection. Your side face resembles my ex-boyfriend. Oh. Chen Zhenshang concentrated on driving and had no time to pay attention to the tender model's words. What's your name? Chen Zhenshang. The young model was surprised. My ex-boyfriend is also surnamed Chen. Handsome, what kind of business are you in? I'm still a student. Chen Zhenshang was like an emotionless answering machine. The young model looked Chen Zhenshang up and down. It doesn't look like it. What's your relationship with the groom? It doesn't matter. Don't ask again. I need to focus on driving. My license is just over 4 months old. The young model covered her mouth and smiled gently. Still really a student, well, I do not disturb you to drive. Then leave a contact information? What's the point of keeping contact information? Why would you call me if you had a job like this? A job? What kind of job? The young model smudged herself and bit her lip lightly. Are you trying to experience if I'm a good job? Don't know what you're talking about. Along the way the young model kept talking. Chen Zhenshang was annoyed, and finally got through to the hotel. The tender didn't ask for a cell phone number either. Chen Yehao waited for Chen Zhenshang in the parking lot and transferred $6,000 to him. Here's your money. Go in and eat. Chen Genqing's eyes lit up. Still takes care of the food. Yo, that's for sure. So restful. Yo. Inside the hotel, Chen Zhenshang and Chen Yehao sat at a table. A little formal. After all, it was the first time they attended a stranger's wedding. Chen Yehao admonished. You must be reserved and eat slowly in a while. Well, after all, it's someone else's wedding and I'm not getting paid for it. Chen Zhenshang turned his face to see Han Xing looking at him sinisterly. Chen Zhenshang also glared at him fiercely. Han Xing couldn't bear it and fiercely stood up and walked towards Chen Zhenshang. Chen Yehao stood up and stopped him. As a friend I advise you not to provoke him. Han Xing said in a deep voice. As a friend I also advise you to mind your own business or I'll even beat you up. Hey, you guys are almost done. It's someone else's wedding. That's right. You have to put up with everything. Either that or you two go out and settle this in a fight. Han Xing pointed at Chen Zhenshang. You fucking wait for me. Laozi is waiting for you. Chen Zhenshang sat down and asked. What's the situation with Tianhe Group? Chen Yehao said. I'm not too sure. Tianhe Group is a financial company. Investment company. Quite rich. Chen Zhenshang nodded. Got it. Eat. The wedding banquet was over, and as Chen Zhensheng was preparing to leave in the parking lot, several young models approached Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng hurriedly got into the car and sped away, all the way back and forth to the Sandalwood Palace Villa area. Seeing this, Han Xing laughed coldly. I thought how tough it was, but it turns out to be a goon. Chen Yehao said, he's not hiding from you, but from those bridesmaids, so don't mess with him either. Who does he think he is? Is it his turn to say anything about my marriage to Qin Jingxi? If he says you can't marry Qin Jingxi, you can't. After saying this, Chen Yehao also drove away. This trip earned $6,000, but also manage a meal. For Qin Zhensheng really satisfied. When he drove the car into the garage and was about to lock the door and leave, a girl in a sports outfit, holding a samoyed, passed by Qin Zhensheng. When the girl saw Chen Zhensheng, she froze for a moment and slowly stopped in her footsteps. She looked at Chen Zhensheng's back as he left, then at the villa, and muttered to herself in confusion. Could it be that my eyes are blurred? A redneck from Zijin International School living in a top villa in Shanghai? She wanted to chase after him to confirm, but Chen Zhensheng had already left the villa area. Back at school, Chen Zhensheng lay on his bed complacent. Takasaku asked, did something good happen? Made $6,000 today. Rest easy yo. What did you do for work? Someone else is getting married and I'm going to drive. Gosaku exclaimed. I'm impressed that you're working part-time. Chen Zhensheng said, learning to make money at the same time. I did not expect others to get married. I just went to drive a car can earn 6,000 yuan. The money is too good to earn it. What? You don't have this in your village? Nope. It's all neighbors helping each other out. For Chen Zhensheng, the $6,000 was earned with great satisfaction. Jingle bells. Chen Zhensheng's cell phone rang. It's Jinxi Chen calling. Claus? The top of the school building. Chen Zhensheng hung up the phone, leapt out of bed, put on his shoes and ran out. Is it possible that Chen Jingxi really can't think straight and wants to jump off a building? Run to the roof of the building in one breath. Chen Jingxi is watering the flowers. I bought all these potted plants, and every day I take care of them and watch them bloom beautifully. Chen Zhensheng breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. I thought you were going to jump. Che, although I once liked you, I didn't like you to the extent of martyrdom. Chen Jingxi glared at Chen Zhensheng in a sly manner. I am not going to call you a great master. If you don't yell, you don't yell. You call me to the claw? I got a call just now from Han Xing, who asked me about you and even almost got into a fight. Oh, I saw him today. He's really ugly. He doesn't deserve you. Don't marry him. Chen Jingxi raised her eyes to look at Chen Zhensheng. If you don't marry him, who will you marry? Marry you? Chen Zhensheng was stunned, and then explained, I have told you. Anping Trade Group in the future you will inherit. There is no need to marry him again. Our family does not need to look at anyone's face. You don't know the rules of our family. Chen Zhensheng really didn't understand the family rules that Chen Jingxi had mentioned. He didn't used to be much involved in the family business. Chen Jingxi said, our family is very big and intricate. You are the first line and I am just the sideline. You should not ask me about my things. I admit that our family is dependent on your family to grow up, but the Anping Commerce and Trade Group is the foundation of our family. Unless it comes to the critical moment of life and death, the family will help. So I have to think about my family. As if she had changed overnight, Chen Jingxi became realistic. This matter Lao Zi said no. You are not sincere like him T. If you dare to marry him, Lao Zi will take the shares of your family. Chen Jingxi's face appeared calm, but inside, she snickered. What's the use of telling me? My grandfather, my father, my cousin, they all want me to marry the Tianhe group. If you have the guts, go talk to them. The words were clearly provocative. Well, I'll just go and tell them where your family lives. I'll take you. Chen Zhensheng stared blankly for a moment and came back to his senses. It seems like I've fallen for your trick? He. Traveled to their home in Chen Jingxi's Bentley Mulsan. This is an upscale neighborhood. The Chen Jingxi family lives in a 20-story duplex. Mom, I'm home. The door opened and a middle-aged woman scowled suspiciously when she saw Chen Zhensheng. And this is? He's the Chen Zhensheng I told you about. The woman looked suddenly alarmed and bowed. Hello young master. I didn't know you were coming to our house. It's a mess. Please come in. There's nothing to it. Don't make a fuss. The woman busily cleared the table. Have a seat. What's to drink? A cup of tea would be fine. Good. Seeing her mother so flustered, Chen Jingxi was surprised. It's the first time I've seen my mom so flustered. Just how good are you? I don't know how good I am. But you can't disrespect the least seniority. Can you? Chen Jingxi still didn't know enough about the Chen family. What she knew was all heard from her grandfather. But her grandfather wasn't a figure in the core of the family. What he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Chen Jingxi's mother hurriedly called her husband while pouring the tea, telling him to come back quickly. This is Longjing tea, and I don't know if it's to your liking. Longjing tea will do. Chen Zhenxing surveyed Chen Jingxi's home and chattered. This house is afraid that it is not cheap yo. My grandfather bought this. It was cheap when he bought it, and now it's gone up to $10 million. Chen Jingxi's mother cut another fruit plate and brought it over. Little master, you eat the fruit. Thanks. Don't be a busybody. Have a seat. The mother sat next to Chen Jingxi in a formal manner and complained. Little master is coming. Why don't you, this niece, make a phone call in advance? Let me pack up in advance. Chen Jingxi said. How could I have known that he was so powerful? Even if he was of a higher generation, he was about the same age as me. No nonsense. Mother reprimanded. 10 minutes later, Chen Jingxi's father came back with her grandfather. Chen Jingxi's father was busy bowing. Little master, you come also, do not say a word in advance. I am also ready to entertain you. I booked a box in the Bashu cuisine. Let's go there to eat? You guys make me embarrassed. Let's eat at home. Not go to Basho restaurant. Too far away. Chen Jingxi's father urged his wife. Go to the supermarket and buy groceries. And buy another ham back. Good. Chen Jingshi's grandfather reached out to shake Chen Genxing's hand. I just received a call from Jizhou and realized that you were coming. There was nothing to prepare for. So I took the agar liquid that I had saved. And it was still given to me by my old ancestor at the annual meeting. And yo, sit down. Chen Zhenxing looked at Chen Jingxi's father. What's your name? Chen Zhizhou. Chen Jingxi's grandfather also respectfully returned. Chen Shuyang. Beside Chen Jingxi's forehead was sweating. She only knew that Chen Genxing's generation was big. Now she could see from her grandfather and father's words and behavior that Chen Zhenxing was definitely a direct line of the direct line. There are many direct lines in the Chen family, while Chen Zhenxing is the direct line of the third generation of the hereditary line. Like Chen Jingxi was a collateral line, while the principal, Chen Shujian, was a direct line, a little closer to Chen Zhenxing than they were. Chen Zhenxing said, this time I came to find you guys because I have something to tell you. What is it? Was Chen Jingxi's marriage to that Han Xing from the Tianhe group booked a long time ago? The father, Chen Zhizhao, returned. I have not taken a position on this. He clearly doesn't want to sacrifice his daughter's marriage for the good of the company. Chen Shuyang looked at Chen Zhenxing with some apprehension. There is such a thing. At that time, I was having dinner with the chairman of the Tianhe group and talked about this matter. I've seen that Han Xing. He's just a short melon batch. He doesn't deserve Chen Jingxi. That's a pretty obvious statement. Chen Zhizhou secretly happy. As long as Chen Zhenxing speak, this matter will not be successful. You do not support this union? Support a shovel. When did our Chen family use marriage as a way to survive? Shame on our ancestors. Chen Shuyan concurred. Okay, tomorrow I'll make it clear to the chairman of Tianhe Group. Chen Jingxi fluttered next to Chen Zhenxing, wrapped her arms around his neck and said, Chen Zhenxing, you're so nice. You saved my life. Chen Zhizhou and Chen Shuyang were terrified. Yee. Let go of your little Teiyukai. Why aren't you big or small? Chen Zhenxing waved his hand and said, there's nothing to it. Let's choose Chen Jingxi as the future heir of the Anping Commerce and Trade Group. Chen Shuyang had some opinions and smiled. Little uncle. Yi is a girl after all. Our family has never had a precedent of a girl inheriting. Why not? My big sister, my third sister, my fourth sister. Aren't they all in charge of all the businesses in Kyoto City, Shanghai City, and Baiyun Province right now? Chen Shuyang said, they are only temporary, and these will eventually be inherited by you. Oh, also Chen Zhenxing was momentarily speechless. Seeing that Chen Zhenxing was so mouthy, Chen Jingxi was so anxious that she pinched Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing bared his teeth in pain. Chen Shuyan reprimanded. Sit down. Sit to the side. No big deal. Chen Jingxi sat to the side in aggravation. Let's put it this way. You guys will train Chen Jingxi according to the heir first. Where does the Anping Commerce and Trade Group need to market and what do you need? Just tell me. I will call on the family resources to help you. This. Chen Shuyang's eyes were filled with hot tears of excitement. If you can have the assistance of the family, then all the problems are not a problem. Chen Zhenxing asked. It seems that Anping Commerce and Trade Group is experiencing a great deal of trouble. Chen Zhizhou was ecstatic. Chen Genxing's one sentence can change the current losses of Anping Commerce and Trade Group, the shortage of capital chain, and also allow his daughter to inherit the Anping Commerce and Trade Group. Young master, I'll have a good drink with you today. You've solved the problem of the Anping Trading Group. Our whole family will remember your kindness. Chen Zhenxing had just settled the matter of Chen Jingxi in a few words. Chen Jingxi's mother cooked a hearty meal. Mom, make more rice. Chen Zhenxing has a big appetite. Call the young master. The family laughed and accompanied Chen Zhenxing for dinner. Chen Zhizhou poured 3 cups of wine and lifted it up. Junior master, I'll toast to you and thank you for helping our family so much. It doesn't exist. Drink it together. Chen Shuyang asked. Old ancestor's body is still strong, right? Well, tough as nails. He can eat 10 pounds of beef at a meal. Chen Zhenxing learned this eating habit from his grandfather. And the grandparents and grandchildren ate a pig in 5 days in the mountains. Chen Zhizhou laughed. I heard Chen Zhixing say that you came to Shanghai to go to school, and I've been wanting to pay you a visit. But Uncle Jianshu said I couldn't be bothered. I'm not an old man. I don't need to visit. I'm not coming to your house. Chen Jingxi used a basin to serve Chen Zhenxing rice. A large basin full of rice. Chen Jingxi's mother patted her daughter. You this child this day how usually is not very understand the rules of the well. Can use the basin to serve rice well? Really? Mom, you don't know. Chen Zhenxing eats ferociously. Chen Zhenxing scratched his head and laughed sarcastically. This is the only way to enjoy eating. Chen Shuyang said. It's the same with the old ancestors' meal. It looks very flavorful. It's called being unpretentious. It was a fun family meal all around. Chen Jingxi regained her old smile. After finishing the meal, Chen Zhenxing returned to the school in Chen Jingxi's Bentley. Chen Shuyan lamented. I didn't realize that our family Yi Yi and Chen Zhenxing were such good friends. That's a blessing for our family. In the future when Yi Yi inherits the Onping trading group, I think Little Master will definitely help Yi Yi. That's right. If our family can enter the core layer, I can also rest in peace. Back to school. Chen Jingxi asked. What if that Han Xing guy wants to pester me? There's me. Aha. Chen Jingxi looked at the responsible Chen Zhenxing. As if a solid haven, Chen Jingxi always found security in Chen Zhenxing. As long as Chen Zhenxing is around, she is not afraid of anything. Thinking of this, Chen Jingxi looked sad, let out a long sigh, and said a very philosophical sentence. Why did you have to be Chen Zhenxing? Chen Zhenxing got out of the car. Your mom's cooking is delicious. Bye. Tastes good and won't let you go eat it. You go back. I'll take a walk. Chen Zhenxing did not go back to the dormitory, and jogged up on the playground to eliminate his food. Chen Jingxi sighed quietly and asked the driver to drive home. On the playground, Chen Zhenxing saw many boys and girls walking their dogs and cats. It's all about some expensive canines and cats. The school also has a special pet room, which is usually for these rich kids to keep their pets. Chen Zhenxing jogged his way past them all. Chen Zhenxing, what about running? Chen Zhenxing slowed his pace and nodded slightly. How are things going with you and Chen Jingxi? How far has it developed? Chen Zhenxing didn't answer and continued to run. What a gas. There's nothing particularly appealing about this guy, is there? I wonder what kind of flowery words were used to catch up with Chen Jingxi. I did hear that Chen Jingxi confessed her love to Chen Zhenxing. I think I've seen Chen Zhenxing in Tang Palace. The words of one of the girls holding a samyad caused all the students around her to stop talking and look at her in dismay. Sister Caffeine, are you sure? This is the #1 ranked great goddess of the Zijin school, Yang Saifei. Seniors, who will soon be taking their senior year to step into college. In fact, the examination is dispensable for them, only that their families spend more money, and some of them go directly to study abroad. Sister Kai Fei, you must be looking at the wrong Sandalwood Palace. The first top mansion in Shanghai. Our whole school is also your family living in Sandalwood Palace. Concubine Yang Kai looked puzzled and said, at that time, it did look very similar. Perhaps I really misread it. It would be a slap in the face of all of us if this guy were to live in the Tang Palace. Sister Kai Fei, I heard you're on fire. What do you mean? Why is Sister Kai Fei on fire? Don't you guys know? Sister Kai Fei is on fire on the short video platform, and her fans have risen to 5 million overnight. Wow! Sister Kai Fei, you're too good. Tell me, is it true that when you're on fire, you can make millions doing a live broadcast? Young Caffeine smiled sweetly. A few million is an exaggeration. I now have a fan base of 5 million. Every time I live broadcast is just chatting and singing. I can probably earn more than 300,000, making over $300,000, a broadcast. That's pretty substantial. What's your account? Sister Colorful Princess? I'm going to order a follow. Is there a live stream on tonight? Yeah. Yang Saifei's friends are all rich second generation. Thousands of gold celebrities. Send tens of thousands of dollars of gifts are very common. And Yang Saifei is also a big goddess of Zijin school. Not only beautiful but also very temperament, learning, and is a top student. In the school is also a figure of the wind. After dinner in the evening, Chen Zhenxing was getting ready to take a shower when he saw Gao Shuo looking at his cell phone with a piggish grin on his face. Chen Zhenxing came over and patted his head. Look at your lewd look. What are you looking at? Live from Princess Kai Yang. Princess Yang Kai? Which one? Our Zijin school's college sister. The top-ranked goddess. Gao Shuo get inside in admiration. Look how beautiful and graceful she is. Her comprehensive score is #1 in the whole school. And they all say she's going to be guaranteed admission to Huaqing University. Chen Zhenxing said without a trace of anger. Another goddess. Why are there so many goddesses in the school? Yo! Gao Shuo kept clicking on the giveaway gifts and gave $5,000 in a row. She's very talented at singing and dancing and just recently hit it big. 5 million followers. Chen Zhenxing looked for a while. Said, not as good as my village mobile stage dance. And human sirens. And Python. That how exciting T. Gao Shuo skimmed his lips. That's not even a grade. This is a goddess. She can make 200,000 to 300,000 dollars a live broadcast. Look at this body. Wearing yoga pants. TSK. It's too tempting. Chen Zhenxing was stunned. You can make $200,000 to $300,000 on this? How do you make money? Traffic and gifts from fans. I just gave a $5,000 gift. Chen Zhenxing found it very novel and sat down to watch for a while. How do you give a gift? Gao Shuo clicked on the gift catalog. This one gift is 299 yuan. This one is 1 yuan. And there are also gifts of 3,000 yuan apiece. See, the biggest of these gifts from her live room is 5,999 yuan. Immortal boards. This is too lucrative, isn't it? Chen Zhenxing has never been in contact with these. The first time to see the live broadcast to come to him that is very fresh. Chen Zhenxing asked. Lousy can also live stream T. You, don't tease. What are you going to attract fans with? The looks are kind of handsome, but you have no talent. Chen Zhenxing saw that young Saifei earned so much money from the live broadcast, and he was also itching in his heart. You'd better study hard. You don't have the potential to be an Edison. I'll believe you shovel. If I start a live broadcast, will you give me gifts? Gao Shuo said. What's the key to you opening a live show? You open it and swipe you a $500 gift. Chen Zhenxing pulled out his cell phone and asked, teach me. Apply for an account. Which platform do you want to go to? Chen Zhenxing pointed at Princess Yang Kai on Gao Shuo's phone. Which platform is she on? Fire Voice platform. The largest short video app at the moment. Then I'm also on this Fire Note platform. With the assistance of Gao Shuo, Chen Zhenxing applied for an account and opened the live broadcast again. The live feed revealed Chen Zhenxing's somewhat handsome face. Hey! Chen Zhenxing smiled shyly. Gao Shuo rolled his eyes. There's no one in the live room. What's with the giggling? Where can I see the numbers? Here. Chen Zhenxing patted Gao Shuo. Hurry up and enter my live room and reward me with some gifts. Gao Shuo entered Chen Zhenxing's live room and swiped a $500 gift. Chen Zhenxing hemmed and hawed. How am I going to collect the money after making $500? This money you have to share with the short video platform 50/50, or 40/60ths, and you can withdraw it by binding your bank card here. Chen Zhenxing was stunned, and immediately became unhappy. Immortal board yo, but also to share half of their money, because you used their platform. This thing is quite lucrative. Chen Zhenxing looked at the live room that was just one person. It's just that no one came in. You can spend money. Gao Shuo taught Chen Zhenxing to spend money to promote his fans or popularity. This was strongly opposed by Chen Zhenxing. The old man is a moneymaker, not a spender. Then you're just slowly guarding your live room. I'm going to go watch the great goddess Yang Saifei, but I suggest you take a few videos and post them, to rise a few fans first. Chen Zhenxing lay back on the bed and began to familiarize himself with this Fire Voice short video platform. He also went into Yang Saifei's live room, wanting to learn how she did it. Yang Saifei was showing off her various high-end cosmetics on the air, as well as her bag, and the water she drank was Swarovski. The people watching on the live stream had any number of comments, even vicious ones. After eating a big Australian lobster, Yang Saifei began to sing in the live broadcast with a beautiful voice. Chen Zhenxing disheartened, I cannot sing, nor can I dance. How to do? It hurts my brain. Gosaku said. These are not the most important things. What's important is that she's good-looking and rich, and she's strong and flaunts her wealth on the air. And these create some polarizing comments. Oh, it's just showing off wealth. Chen Zhenxing picked up the Patek Philippe on the table that hadn't been unwrapped yet. If I shoot this, am I showing off my wealth? Of course, forget it. You're the Rolls-Royce of watches. When Chen Zhenxing was about to dismantle it, Gao Shuo stopped him. To film the dismantling process, I'll film it for you. You dismantle it, slowly. You really know T. After shooting the video, Gao Shuo edited it for a while and then helped Chen Zhenxing upload it. Learned? Kinda get it. Chen Zhenxing was new to the outside world, which was why his mother desperately wanted Chen Zhenxing to go out and see the world, and not stay inside the mountains anymore. Chen Zhenxing's mother had to talk for 3 days and 3 nights before she convinced Chen Zhenxing's grandfather to let Chen Zhenxing out of the mountain and into the city. Someone likes it, Chen Zhenxing shouted up in surprise, patting Gao Shuo's shoulder. Ecstatic, look, see, what's all the fuss about? Then someone else commented, where did you buy the video footage from? Chen Zhenxing did not understand and asked, what does that mean? He means to taunt you that this video is a fake. and that there are plenty of video footage for sale online. Son of a bitch. Chen Zhenqing immediately replied to him. This is a video that Lousy just shot. You know a hammer. Gosaku said. Your screen name is still a bunch of gibberish. Come up with a screen name. Chen Zhenqing thought seriously for a while and raised his eyes. Let's call it the Children of Dashan. Too cheesy. Any more? The past is the wind. Something new. Lone wolf. Gao Shuo sweated. Chen Zhenqing, are you lonely? I see you eating quite like a hungry wolf. You're being too cliché. Chen Zhenqing scratched his head and said bitterly. It's too much effort. Just use my real name. And your name is Dirt. Whatever. Chen Zhenqing then used his real name. It's getting late. Time to go to bed. Got an early morning run tomorrow. Gao Shua's eyes lit up. Tomorrow when you run and do push-ups, I can film it for you and upload it to Fire Voice. That's okay? Of course. Your physical strength is a talent. Well, the next day, Chen Zhenqing woke up at 6 and woke up Gao Shua. Chen Zhenqing did 500 push-ups on the balcony before going on a 10-kilometer rampage to the playground. Since it was so long, Gosaku split it into 2 videos, edited the original video, and uploaded it to Fire Voice. When he opened Chen Zhenqing's Fire Tone, he was stunned. Crap! Chen Zhenqing, you went up 2,000 followers in one night. Chen Zhenqing came over to take a look and leapt up in excitement. Old me is going to be on fire. Gao Shua said. You're still far from fire. Yang Saifei has more than 5 million followers, and you only have more than 2,000. Sense of accomplishment. You know a hammer, yo. Chen Zhenqing took the cell phone, and with a hefty grin, went back to the dormitory, took a shower and went to the cafeteria to eat. Gosaku had another subject. I think you can film your meals too. Chen Zhenqing was busy shaking his head. This won't do. The general public can't accept the way I eat. Gao Shua mimicked Chen Zhenqing's Basho dialect. You know a hammer, yo. Now there is a kind of anchor called Eatcast, specializing in live streaming food. It's very hot. Chen Zhenqing was surprised. Eating can also be broadcast live? It can make money? Definitely. Hey, I think I found my niche. Chen Zhenqing went to buy 10 more cages of Xiaolong Bao, 2 bowls of 8 treasure kanji, 2 bowls of tofu brain, 10 tea eggs, and 10 cages of siumai. Shoot up. Gao Shua gulped. Are you sure you can finish it? Don't eat it hard if you can't finish it. You'll die of exhaustion. To tell you the truth, I used to eat so little and half full to save money, but now that I can make money by making videos, I decided not to save money and eat openly. It's starting. Chen Zhenqing took out his real meal in the mountains. The students around us gathered again. Chen Zhenqing, I've noticed that every time you eat, it's like you're eating your last meal. Making a video? All fed up? Ha ha ha. Working so hard for a video? Don't shoot. You won't catch fire. Chen Zhenqing finished his breakfast amidst a sea of cynicism from his classmates. To Chen Zhenqing's ears they were flies that wouldn't stop buzzing. Shoot on, right? Gao Shua handed it to Chen Zhenqing to read. I'll edit it again for you and post it tonight. Good. Hard work. Chen Zhenqing put his arm around Gao Shua's shoulders and went back to the classroom. The students behind him were scoffing at Chen Zhenqing. This guy is so thick-skinned. He can eat his dinner even after we just talked about him like that. If a man is shameless, he is invincible. Ha, crazy to want to be popular. A guy from the countryside who doesn't focus on his studies and is determined to fit in with our circle. He's the joke of our school. Chen Jingxi descended the stairs, her delicate face composed, her beautiful eyes glaring at these people. You guys aren't even close to being as good as him. What are you gossiping about here? The group of students dispersed unhappily. Jingxi, how are things going with Chen Zhensheng? A tall and pretty girl walked over and said with a smiling face, I've been following your relationship problems. It's Sister Kai Fei Ah. I'm not getting anywhere with Chen Zhensheng. It's also true that you're not from the same world as him after all. I could introduce you to a talented boy. Chen Jingxi squeezed out a forced smile. Forget it. I don't want to start a new relationship just yet, said Chen Jingxi as she left the cafeteria. Sister Kai Fei, that guy Chen Zhensheng is learning from you. He wants to be a netizen. This guy dares to compare himself to our sister Kai Fei. He doesn't have any self-awareness. Yang Saifei smiled disdainfully. Can any cat or dog be an internet celebrity? Ridiculous. That's just it. The guy has too much cheek. There was a group of flattering boys and girls around Princess Yang Kai. The boys, especially, wanted to be favored by Princess Yang Kai, and they felt honored to stand with her. Chen Zhensheng returned to the classroom. While everyone was studying, Bai walked next to Chen Zhensheng and asked in a low voice, Just now I saw you making a video in the cafeteria. Zhensheng, you need to put your heart into your studies and don't let your teacher down. Okay? Teacher, making videos is my hobby. It doesn't delay my studies. Well, that's good. There's another exam coming up. This time try to get into the top 10. No problem. Bai Yi took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket and secretly placed it on Chen Genqing's table and left straight away. Ha ha ha. Chen Genqing lowered his head on the desk and ate it in 2 or 3 bites. Chen Genqing is not stupid, just less insight in the study of the teacher a little bit, so the progress will be so fast. After class, Chen Genqing first pulled out his cell phone into the fire sound. The video of his push-ups went viral, with over 400,000 views, 50,000 likes and 3,000 comments. What's not convincing to Chen Genqing, though, is that the reviews are calling him out for faking? It's fucking fake as soon as it looks good. We have nothing to do with you. Why do you treat us like fools? Please go to the human limit first, okay? 500 push-ups in 30 minutes. That's bullshit. The highest record is only 600 push-ups in an hour. Seeing these comments, Chen Genqing was angry. He was a person who could not stand being questioned by others. 30 minutes, why cannot do 500 push-ups? I just can. This is only reserved only. If I am serious, an hour 2,000 push-ups. Chen Genqing mumbled as he looked at his cell phone. Kosako came over and asked, what are we talking about here? How do I counter them? Livestream the push-ups and have them look at their watches. Chen Genqing's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Let's go to the dormitory tonight and broadcast it live. Gao Shuo looked at Chen Genqing's fans that were rising miserably and was surprised. I sent several videos that didn't go up. Why did you send 3 videos that went up so many fans? It's now surpassed 50,000. Chen Genqing asked. Is it hard to increase the number of fans? It's reasonably hard to grow that many followers without spending some money on promotion. That's because I'm handsome and awesome. In the afternoon after school, Chen Genqing dragged Gao Shuo to go to the cafeteria. My treat, Kosako said. Since you're buying, I'll have the seafood buffet. Ha, that stuff is expensive yo. $666 per person. Please or not? Chen Genqing clenched his teeth and stamped his foot. Well, the old man please is. Seafood buffet restaurant on the 3rd floor. Chen Genqing paid the money in a meaty way. When the owner saw Chen Genqing, he hurriedly stopped the cashier from collecting the money. You can't let him come. Chen Genqing was displeased. Why can't I come? I prefer to enter. The boss grabbed Chen Genqing's arm. Brother, your reputation for being able to eat is known in the entire cafeteria. I'm a buffet, so please be merciful with your mouth, okay? Chen Genqing pulled out his cell phone and called the principal. Chen Shujian. Shujian. The seafood buffet won't let me in. It didn't take long for Chen Shujian to quickly arrive at the seafood buffet restaurant. Chen Shujian chided. I don't care whose connections you rely on to come in and open a restaurant. Since it's a restaurant in a school and the students can afford it, what's to stop you from letting it in? The owner laughed bitterly. He's too much of an eater. You're asking for such a high price. $666 a person. He feels he's losing money so he eats more. Is there a problem with eating back his capital? Chen Shujian pointed at him and said, if you refuse to let students into the cafeteria, you'll close down tomorrow and quit. Hey, Chen Shujian, that's a bit much, isn't it? My brother-in-law is Chen Zhixing, so I won't do it just because you say you won't let me? Who do you think you are? The seafood boss said arrogantly. This school is my brother-in-law's. I think you don't want to be the principal, right? Chen Shujian said in a deep voice. You're doing Chen Zhixing a disservice by telling him off at this time. Definitely pro-brother-in-law. So pit Chen Zhixing. In front of Chen Genqing dare to use Chen Zhixing to threaten them. Simply pit Chen Zhixing. What are you farting about here? Chen Yehao rushed over at the news, and as a nephew at this moment he also had to angrily rebuke his uncle. I'm asking what kind of fart are you talking about? Don't use my dad as a shield. You settle your own matters. Little brat, do you talk to your uncle like that? I'll be honest. My uncle, also a hardened man, pulled out his cell phone and called his brother-in-law. Chen Yehao was so scared that he hastily grabbed the phone. Who told you to call my dad? Who are you to keep your classmates from coming to dinner? Uncle didn't expect his nephew to do that to him, and it was always implied by his eyes. Seeing that things were getting a bit serious, Gao Shuo whispered, let's not eat here. Let's go to the 1st floor. Chen Genqing said, Laozi Si, it is going to open a Sichuan restaurant here tea. After saying that, Chen Genqing and Gao Shuo went to the cafeteria on the 1st floor. The next day, the seafood buffet restaurant packed up the tables, chairs and utensils and moved them all out. Immediately after that was a Sichuan restaurant that opened on the 3rd floor. The students were amazed. Just because of one word from Chen Genqing? Impossible. At that time, the principal and Chen Yehao both came. That guy couldn't even leave without leaving. It's good to be gone. The seafood restaurant is getting watered down. In the dorms, Gosako helped Chen Genqing turn on the live stream. The live feed was only a little over 200 people. Chen Genqing straightened his clothes and looked at the live broadcast and said, some people questioned that my push-ups were fake. so I'll give you guys a live broadcast today. After saying that, Chen Zhensheng plopped down, took a sharp breath, and began to push up. Speed is flying. Takasaka checked the count on the side. Wow, Chen Zhensheng is as fast as a battering ram. 1 hour, 5,000 push-ups, and it's non-stop. After doing so, Chen Zhensheng was a little short of breath. See, those who doubted me can shut up. The number of people in the live room soared to 3,000. I was eyeballing this guy for an hour with no breaks and 5,000 push-ups. It's eligible for the World Guinness Book of Records. Silent Night Thoughts is giving away a crown. Chen Zhensheng said excitedly. Look, someone gave a crown. How much does this cost? 1999 bucks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Silent Night Thoughts giveaway crown x20. Chen Zhensheng exclaimed, oh exempt. I class a youngest child gave 20 crowns. Gao Shuo was stunned. Jing Si? Could it be Chen Jing Si? Chen Zhensheng asked. Is it Chen Jing Si? Jennifer Chen has quit the live stream. Chen Yehao presents Heart of Fire Voice X50. When Chen Zhensheng saw the name, he grinned. My heavy grandson. Hey, thanks. How much is this Heart of Fire voice? Gao Shuo sweated. Which one of you is so live to ask the price of a gift? This is $3,800 apiece. The most expensive gift on the Fire Voice platform. Chen Zhensheng counted with his fingers and exclaimed. 190,000. Chen Zhensheng's parents forbid the family to give him money, but they can swipe him gifts in this way. That's the loophole. Gao Shuo was puzzled. You and Chen Yehao are just old folks. How come you swiped so many gifts for you? You don't understand. Chen Zhensheng arched his hand at his cell phone and said, thank you all for coming to the show. I don't have any talent, so I'll show you a one-handed handstand. Drink. Chen Zhensheng bellowed and stood up upside down with one hand. Gosaku took the opportunity to say, tap your attention and don't get lost. Chen Zhensheng added, one finger upside down. Before the words fell, Chen Zhensheng propped his fingertips on the ground and slowly retracted the remaining 4 fingers, leaving only one index finger to support the ground. Crap, this anchor is an acrobat's stagehand, right? That's awesome. 6,666. Takasaku also gave a close-up of his fingertips. After Chen Zhensheng landed, he took over his cell phone, and all kinds of small gifts flew up. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has broken 10,000. Anchor for a chest bump. Have a ginormous lockjaw. Anchor take a piss upside down. Chen Zhensheng looked at the increasing number of people in the live broadcast with a silly smile, and his heart was happy. In the CBD in the center of Shanghai, an 88-story office building with the words Bashu Building hangs on the building. In the top floor president's office, an assistant knocked on the office door in a hurry. Enter. The assistant handed the president his cell phone. Third aunt, look. The president took over the cell phone and took a look. And then he couldn't help but laugh. This kid learns quite fast. He has learned to broadcast live. The assistant asked worriedly. If junior uncle does this, old ancestor must think it's degrading to the family, right? Letting him go out of the mountains and into the city is to grow in knowledge. Otherwise he will become a fool. The president handed his cell phone to his assistant. Notify the manager of the Fire Voice department and give him some traffic. Okay, I'm on it. Zijin School. Chen Zhensheng's dormitory was buzzing at the moment. One more Thomas pirouette for you all. Gao Shuo glanced at the live stream and the number of people had skyrocketed to 200,000. Chen Zhensheng, don't spin. Something big has happened. Chen Zhensheng stopped to look. Exclaimed, Missy why so many? Gosaku shook his head with a puzzled expression. I don't know. Let me see. Gao Shuo used his own cell phone to look at it and found that Chen Zhensheng was on the hit list. Crap, you're on the hotspot. No wonder so many people flocked to your live room at once. You now have more than 1 million fans. 1,080,000. Old me is going to be on fire. Chen Zhensheng cheered and let loose in the live broadcast room. People in the live stream were sending pop-ups. I witnessed the birth of an internet sensation. That's how hot it got? There were less than 500 people when I first came in. This guy must have spent a lot of money promoting it. The guy who said he spent money on promotion. You must have just come in. He was putting on a hell of a show just now. Knock knock. That's when the dormitory door knocked. Gosaku opened the door and 7 or 8 of his classmates rushed in. Chen Zhensheng, you're on fire. That's awesome you. The favorites now have you on them. The number 1 favorite. Your popularity now is straight up to Princess Yang Kai. How did you guys do that? Students have come over to watch Chen Zhensheng's live broadcast, and have shown their faces in the live broadcast. Chen Zhensheng scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. I don't know why. Maybe they all like my kung fu. Gosaku urged. Perform a few more while there are so many people. Good. Chen Zhensheng looked at his classmates to the side and calculated. I'll show you another one-handed classmate lift. Chen Zhenxing yanked one of his classmates and jerked his hands up. Hey, 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 fuck, put me down. Don't you move. You'll fall. The classmate said fearfully. Then you must take care of me. The two hands lifted a classmate over his head, then dropped his left hand and lifted a 150-pound classmate with his right hand. Another wave of 6,666 in the live room. Gao Shuo added. Give the anchor some attention, and don't get lost if you do. The students on the side kept refreshing the number of followers of Chen Zhenxing. It's on fire. It's completely on fire this time. Chen Zhenxing. It surpassed Yang Saifei's fanbase and soared to 6.8 million now. Too fierce. Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing grinned. This is the end of today's live broadcast. We'll broadcast it another day. After saying that, Chen Zhenxing turned off the live broadcast. A few students blew up. Crap, you're stupid. You're on fire right now. Take advantage of the heat and air it for a while. Do you realize how much you're losing with this live level? Chen Zhenxing pointed to the watch on the wall. 11 o'clock cluck. I'm going to rest. I have to get up early tomorrow to run. Are you stupid? Is running or making money important? Running. Chen Zhenxing pushed them all out of the dormitory and went into the bathroom to shower and sleep. Kosako sat dumbfounded in his chair, his head full of question marks. Just like that? There are plenty of capable people on the Fire Tone platform. Why can't others catch fire? Only Chen Zhenxing is on fire. Gao Shuo glanced at the fire voice backstage. Chen Zhenxing had generated 5 million fire waves, or traffic, from a live broadcast, which could be converted into $500,000, plus so many complimentary gifts. Chen Zhenxing made $1.5 million from this live broadcast, and his share was more than $700,000. Waking up early, Chen Zhenxing ran wildly on the playground. Yang Saifei held her samyet as if she was deliberately waiting for Chen Zhenxing. Hey! When Yang Saifei saw Chen Zhenxing running past right in front of her without even glancing at her, Yang Saifei angrily shouted, Chen Zhenxing, are you blind? Chen Zhenxing slowed his pace and asked suspiciously, Claw, you recognize me? Yang Caffeine coldly glanced at Chen Zhenxing. You guy made an Edison. I heard that you surpassed my fan base overnight. You're really something. Ha ha ha. Just doing push-ups tea. Chen Zhenxing also didn't see Yang Saifei's yin and yang, and laughed nervously. Fire voice platform is really a low threshold. What kind of cat or dog can be an Edison? How much money did a live broadcast earn yesterday? More than $1 million. You are looking down on Lao Zio. Only then did Chen Zhenxing hear Yang Saifei's good-natured words. Do I have a grudge against you? You bitch is not happy to see that Lao Zi is redder than you, right? The words hit home for Princess Yang Kai. Yang Caffeine pretended to be calm and mocked Chen Zhenxing. Jealous of you? What qualifications do you have to make me jealous? You don't take a piss and look at yourself. I really don't like you as a country bumpkin. What makes you more popular than me? Good-looking skin is 1 in 1,000. Interesting souls are 1 in 1,000,000. You know what a spade is. After saying that, Chen Zhenxing continued to run. Yang Caffeine hated her teeth. Damn guy. So poor and still so arrogant. I really want to huff his bare face. After class, Chen Zhenxing is working on a problem. Gao Shuo sat next to Chen Zhenxing with his cell phone. It's bad. Someone has started to explode you on the Fire voice platform. What kind of material? Chen Zhenxing took the phone and looked at it. There was a video that was dedicated to Chen Zhenxing. It said that Chen Zhenxing was a student of the Zijin school, with a tuition fee of $700,000 to $800,000 a year, and that a child from a mountain village who spent his parents' life savings to enter the school was trying to integrate into the circle of the rich. What's more, it is even said that Chen Zhenxing pretends to be rich even though he borrows money in order to integrate into the rich circle to be a junior for the students of the second generation of the rich, never admitting his identity as a farmer. Chen Zhenxing saw these, angry cursed up. This turtle said a chicken yo. Lousy win to you rich people do little brother cluck? Lousy's money is their own earned. The games when lousy do. What's the point of telling me? It's obvious someone is hacking you. Why are you hacking the old man? Someone must be jealous of you. You've become an overnight sensation and made over $700,000. And to be honest, I'm jealous too. Chen Zhenxing is not a stingy person. Took out his cell phone to Gao Shuo, transferred 100,000 yuan. This is your hard work, after all, or you teach me to play well. Ha! This is given? Won't regret it, will you? Chen Zhenxing patted his shoulder. This is what you deserve, but you have to tell me how to defuse this. Gao Shuo thought for a while. The best thing to do is not to respond. You should do a live broadcast. Just respond slightly in the live broadcast. I'm most annoyed with people falsely accusing me, and I'm going to fight back. Tell you what, I'll help you borrow a Porsche Cayenne, and then you'll drive it live to prove that you're rich and qualified to attend Zijin school. And it's not like what people say. Chen Zhenxing nodded thoughtfully. patted Gao Shua's shoulder and said, "Thank you for your kind words. What you are talking about is showing off your wealth. I am not so old as to borrow someone else's car." After school, when Qin Zhenxing was preparing to live broadcast, he saw that the black information about him was increasing on the Fire Voice platform. These are all made-up blackmail stories. Qin Zhenxing opened the Fire Voice app, and the comments under each video were also all kinds of insults to him. "Who did I invite?" Gao Shuo mused. "Your biggest enemy right now is senior sister Yang Saifei. Do you mean that concubine Yang Kai is setting up lousy? I mean, it's possible." It was then that Qin Zhenxing remembered that he had encountered Yang Saifei this morning. "Oh, I know. I met Yang Saifei in the playground this morning, and she even taunted me." Gosaku asked, "If it's really Sister Caffeine Yang, how will you fight back?" "She did not say that I am a poor man. Did not say that I give you these second generation of rich people thousands of gold as a little brother. Then I have to compete with her." After saying this, Qin Zhenxing put on his jacket and left the dormitory. "What are you doing?" "Borrow a car." Qin Zhenxing took a cab to Tang Palace. "Ma my pai yo, calling me a poor man. You're afraid you don't know what I'm capable of." Opening the garage and getting inside the Lamborghini Poison, Qin Zhenxing opened the live broadcast. The number of people watching the live stream gradually increased. 300 people. 600 people. 1,000 people. When he got 10,000 people, Qin Zhenxing spoke again. "Today someone hacked old me on the internet, saying that I'm the little brother of a rich second generation, using my parents' hard-earned money to go to an aristocratic school. And today I'm going to prove it, aha." Qin Zhenxing shone his cell phone around the car and finally photographed the steering wheel. "It's a Lamborghini. It's only $2 or $3 million. The one who said $2 or $3 million. You exposed your poor nature. This is Lamborghini Poison, owned by Baidu, okay? If you don't have a concept of Lamborghini Poison, go to Baidu before you come back and talk. You don't need Baidu. Baidu can't make this Lamborghini Poison because it's a customized version." "Crap, the anchor is so rich? What kind of business is the anchor family in?" Qin Zhenxing said. "Any kind of business." The surge in the number of viewers of the live broadcast went up to 100,000 people. However, at this time, many black fans appeared in the live broadcast and began to attack Qin Zhenxing. "You want to show off a borrowed car? Where's the face? The anchor is really cheeky, claiming a borrowed car as his own. I know the anchor. I'm also from the purple and gold school. He's just a poor bee. There's no way he has a Lamborghini Poison." The live feed was filled with black fans. Qin Zhen was so angry that he got out of the car. "Are you guys a group to hack me? It seems like I can't plug your mouths unless I give you some real action. Enter the villa through the garage." Qin Zhenxing said. "It's also my first time in this villa. My sister bought it for me. I'll show you what's there." Qin Zhenxing live visit to the Sandalwood Palace Villa. On the first floor is an oversized living room as well as a dining room, and through the living room is the backyard pool. Qin Zhenxing casually opened the door of a room that turned out to be a basement. This should be a wine cellar. The lights were turned on and the basement structure came into view. Wine cabinets are set into the walls and are densely packed with red and white wines. Qin Zhenxing took out a bottle of red wine. Live room have recognized this bottle of wine. What brand? Crap. This is the 1992 Tsunami Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon dry red wine with a market price of $3.5 million a bottle. This room of red and white wine is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? Anchor, to prove you're not borrowing your friend's villa, dare you open this bottle of red wine? When Qin Zhenxing saw this comment, he casually threw the bottle of red wine worth $3.5 million on the ground. Snap. Broken. Qin Zhenxing shattered a $3.5 million bottle of red wine just like that. Shocked the entire broadcast. Qin Zhenxing asked, "Who still says I'm a rich second generation's little brother now? I'm the oldest son of a rich second generation. So black fans shut up." That statement pissed off a lot of rich kids. And then, Qin Zhenxing live on the second floor of the 200 square feet of large bedrooms. The third floor of this floor are dedicated to Qin Zhenxing to do the gym. Oversized gym with all types of fitness equipment. Qin Zhenxing put his cell phone aside and came to the treadmill. "I'll give everyone a run for their money. Adjust to the fastest possible speed." Qin Zhenxing stepped away and ran wildly. He ran so fast that he drove the running belt. One buzz. Others could only see one of Qin Zhenxing's legs as if it was standing still. The treadmill started smoking. Crap, the treadmill is smoking. This guy has all the speed to make the national team. That's sick. Strong man. Qin Zhenxing whirled around and jumped out of the way. Click, 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 boo. The treadmill belt snapped and the entire treadmill tumbled aside. Qin Zhenxing gasped a little and picked up his cell phone and asked, "Did I run okay?" The screen is full of 6,666 in the live room. All kinds of gift swipes are really intensive. Qin Zhenxing's face can be regarded as a smile. "Even if I'm not a rich second generation, there are a lot of people like me. Show off the rich did not have much to look at. This is very good looking. The live stream skyrocketed to 2 million people watching online. And Chen Genqing's fan base has soared to 10 million, promoting him to the ranks of 10 million fan anchors. Thank you all. Thank you. Chen Genqing was somewhat moved. Here's the deal, haha. How about I take everyone to dinner on Saturday at 5 p.m. if anyone in the neighborhood has time? It'll be at Basho's. So come if you have time. Chen Genqing felt a little embarrassed. And many fans swiped gifts, which also added a lot of fire waves to Chen Genqing. Chen Genqing added, in fact, I'm quite embarrassed. I'm really out of the mountains to go to school. I didn't have access to live broadcasts before, and I didn't think it was so easy to make money. I'll treat you on Saturday, and I'll treat you to as many as I want to come. I'm in the Pooch, on time for Saturday. I'm in Westlake, but I'm taking the bus over for dinner too. Anchors do make a lot of money, so go for whatever you can. I'm in Minneapolis, and I'm going. Bashu Restaurant? Is that the biggest and fanciest one in Shanghai? It's on the Bund. Right. Crap. Gotta go. Chen Genqing grinned. Okay. I won't see you there. Turning off the live stream, Chen Genqing moved his muscles and prepared to leave. It was impossible to get a cab this late, so Chen Genqing drove the Lamborghini Poison back. Just outside the entrance of the villa, he saw Yang Caffeine and a few sisters holding up a selfie stick in a live broadcast. Concubine Yang Kai lives here too? That's quite something. Chen Genqing didn't want to be seen by her, and sped away as soon as he stepped on the gas. Buzz. Princess Yang Kai glanced at the Lamborghini Poison in disgust. Babes. Rich people don't always have quality these days. See that sports car just now? It's just an unqualified person, the sister on the side said in a bad mood. That's right, having a Lamborghini is great. The most annoying this kind of person. They're all celebrity girls and people who can afford a Lamborghini at the drop of a hat. That's when a fan in the broadcast room realized it was Chen Genqing's Lamborghini. I just came out of Chen Genqing's live broadcast, and it seems like this Lamborghini is the one he just tanned in the live broadcast. Looks like it to me too. It's all deep red. Is it poison? Yang Caffeine was surprised to see the words on the screen and looked at the villa where the Lamborghini came out. Yang Saifei said suspiciously, it can't be? Are you guys sure you're not mistaken? She knew that villa was Villa 1, the most expensive and largest villa in Tang Palace. Bar none. Not really sure. It just looks like it. Yang Saifei said with certainty. Impossible. That guy is just a pseudo-rich second generation. How could he possibly afford to live in Tang Palace? It was getting late, and Yang Saifei turned off the live broadcast. The little sister on the side said, Sister Kai Fei, right now Chen Genqing's fans have reached 10 million. Ha, how come it's so fast? Wasn't it only 6 million yesterday? Yang Saifei feels very unfair. She is so beautiful temperament, and dancing, singing all kinds of proficiency. This number she raised a year only rose to 5 million fans. And Chen Genqing only learned to open the live broadcast not 1 week rose to 10 million fans. This gave Yang Saifei a sense of frustration. And even more so, it made her jealous of Chen Genqing, who she felt should be the anchor with 10 million followers. Yang Caffeine gritted her teeth and said, keep buying black powder. Keep hacking. We broke the news yesterday. And he proved his innocence today and dropped a $3.5 million bottle of red wine to prove he's not a pseudo-rich kid. Concubine Yang Kai was stunned. A $3.5 million red wine? How is this possible? Even if he is a rich second generation, he wouldn't be willing to drop a bottle of $3.5 million of red wine. It must be a fake. So what do we do next? Another little sister made a suggestion. Sister Kai Fei, why don't we work with Chen Genqing once? Start a live broadcast together? Rub off on his popularity. Bullshit. How could I possibly work with someone with such a low grade? He's not qualified enough. Yang Saifei was completely unable to look at Chen Genqing, a student from the mountains. He's treating his fans to dinner at Pascal Cuisine on Saturday. Yang Caffeine raised her eyebrows and said sourly, it must be because she feels that she has earned a lot of money and is a bit terrified. Poor people are poor people, and the pattern is too small. The little sister said wryly, then I'll buy some more black powder and find a few more fake anchors to properly hack Chen Genqing. Well, when the time comes, we'll also go to Bashu Cuisine restaurant for dinner. I want to show those fans who's the real rich man, and all of you will dress up sexily and temperamentally for me at that time. Good. Yang Saifei couldn't accept that a poor student from the same school was better than her. Yang Saifei is ranked number 1 on the goddess list, number 1 in studies, number 1 in everything, and has a strong desire to win. Now the whole school knows that she is a big internet sensation and many students from the school give her crazy gifts. Yet a Chen Genqing appeared at this time, stealing the school's fans from her. When Yang Saifei saw that Chen Yao had swiped hundreds of thousands of gifts for Chen Genqing, she decided to target Chen Genqing. Returning to the dormitory, Chen Zhenxing saw that there were surprisingly more than a dozen students in the dormitory all waiting for him. Chen Zhenxing is back. Sit down. Sit down. The students pressed Chen Zhenxing into a chair. Chen Zhenxing asked, Claus? Chen Zhenxing, tell us the truth. Whose car did you borrow? That's a customized version of poison. The market price is at least 40 million. And that bottle of red wine you dropped, surely it was a fake? Chen Zhenxing stood up and said, believe it, don't believe it and don't explain it. There's no need to say it. Chen Zhenxing didn't want to show off his wealth, which would invite trouble. Chen Zhenxing was a poor student in the eyes of his classmates. Now he has become a big internet star, and there are more and more students around him who are willing to be his friend and talk to him. No more poor. He made $700,000 in one broadcast. He was the first in the whole school. Saturday this day, Chen Zhenxing called up Gao Shua as well as a few other male classmates to go to Bashu Cuisine. Mr. Bai, let's go together. The food at the Bashu restaurant is bashful. Yo. Bai Yi was also following Chen Zhenxing's livestream and knew that he was going to treat his fans to dinner today. You guys go? They're all little kids. I won't have anything to talk about if I go. Instead you'll be all uptight. No matter. Come on. I'll take your car. Chen Zhenxing dragged teacher Bai Yi to the parking lot. Gosaku and the other male students were dumbfounded. When did this guy get so close to Ms. White? Pulling and tugging. Don't you guys know that Mr. White has always had a heart for him as a poor student. Let's go too. Look. It's Sister Yang Saifei. Wow. What are these big beauties going to do together? Hello schoolteacher. Yang Caffeine stepped on her high heels. Her beautiful eyes glanced at them and didn't bother with them. A female student asked, are you guys going to the Basho Cuisine to attend a fan meeting for Chen Zhenxing? Another girl pointed at Gao Shua. Gao Shua, aren't you a fan of Sister Caifei? I heard that you're now a fan of Chen Zhenxing and have rewarded him with tens of thousands of dollars. Watch out for that guy. He's a hypocritical poor hanger-on. We're having a party on Sunday. There will be a lot of young ladies there. So if you guys want to attend, you'll have to disassociate yourselves from Chen Zhenxing. After that they left. A few of the male students were salivating with lewd grins on their faces. Hear that? There's a party on Sunday with lots of ladies. Wow. None of Sister Caifei's girlfriends are ugly or poor. The quality is very high. But I haven't been to Basho's once. I've heard it's quite an authentic restaurant. Gao Shua urged. You guys stop talking. Do you still want to go? I'll drive off first. Go? Of course. Chen Zhenxing took Bai Yi's car to arrive at Bashu Cuisine, and a banner had already been pulled up in front of the door. A warm welcome to Chen Zhenxing's fans to the banquet. White Yi laughed. Ritualistic. Chen Zhenxing scratched his head in confusion and said, I didn't engage in this When he entered the lobby manager warmly greeted him. Your fans are all arranged on the third floor. Oh, how many came? It's currently 86. Oh, I'll wait in the lobby then. Just as we were talking, a few more fans came in. Chen Zhenxing. They waved and greeted Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing smiled. Welcome yo. Thank you for your support. We are students attending university in Shanghai. Especially envious of your physique. Worship. Thank you. Third floor seating. One after another. Fans came to Basho's Cuisine, and there were already 150 of them. After waiting for an hour and the fans had pretty much arrived, Chen Zhenxing let the waiter serve the food. Each table has his 30 dishes with wine and drinks and cigarettes. Chen Zhenxing raised his cup and said, thank you all for your support. I'll toast you. You're welcome. Cheers. Take a picture with Chen Zhenxing later. Bai Yi saw the scene with some small loss, as she had been trying to cultivate Chen Zhenxing's academics, and Chen Zhenxing was now keen on live streaming. Gao Shua said, Nejison, this is the time to open a live broadcast to show the others. To prove that you really invited your fans to dinner, give me your cell phone. Gao Shua helped Chen Zhenxing turn on the live broadcast, and shot around the third floor with almost 200 followers. Downstairs in the lobby, Yang Saifei and a group of girlfriends, female classmates came to Bashu Cuisine. The lobby manager greeted him. Please go up to the third floor. What's the point of going up to the third floor? Aren't you guys fans of Chen Zhenxing? Ha! Ridiculous. How could we possibly be his fans? Open your eyes and take a good look. The big anchor is here. Yang Saifei said. I want the best box in your place. And I heard that the Azzy box is huge. So give us the Azzy box. Sorry guys. No other guests today. Hey, what do you mean? Is a restaurant as big as yours all wrapped up by Chen Zhenxing? The lobby manager laughed. There's no package. It's just that the back kitchen is serving the third floor 24/7 today. And there's no extra chef to cook for you guys. Sorry about that haha. Crap. You're going too far, aren't you? The chef serves the third floor 24/7. Do you still want to do business? The lobby manager's words were immediately met with dissatisfaction from Yang Saifei and the others. Yang Saifei cannot be angry. do not fight for buns, boldly said. I'll give you 200,000 yuan. Open a box for me. All the dishes are served to me once. The lobby manager still shook his head with a smile. I'm sorry, I'm not entertaining any other guests today. Unless several of you are Chen Genqing's fans? Chen Genqing ordered that as long as you're a fan, you can eat upstairs, and you can leave after you've finished, and you can eat as you arrive. Young Caffeine gritted her teeth in anger. He's not qualified to make me his fan. Do you know who I am? Do you know whose family owns the Commerce International building across the street? My family's Yishang Group. Believe it or not, our sister Kai Fei will buy this Bashu cuisine restaurant of yours. The lobby manager smiled and made a gesture of invitation. If several of you are not fans of Chen Zhensheng, then please go out. Hey, what kind of attitude is that you have you? What a shit Pascal restaurant. Never in a million years. Sister Kai Fei, let's go. Yang Caffeine's lungs were about to explode. There was someone who dared to treat her like this. She pointed at the lobby manager. You have guts. I'm an internet celebrity. Aren't you afraid that I'll complain about you on the internet? The lobby manager smiled and said, please leave. You wait. Putting down a harsh word, Yang Saifei and the girls left the Bashu cuisine restaurant. Yang Saifei, who had eaten the closed door, became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. This was the first time she had been rejected, and it was still because she was not a fan of Chen Zhensheng. She could not eat at Bashu cuisine. Damn it, Chen Zhensheng, beat us to the punch. Yang Saifei clenched her fists and said, I will definitely not let Chen Zhensheng go. I will definitely take revenge. The narrow-minded young Caffeine could not see that Chen Zhensheng was better than her. Sister Kai Fei, don't be angry. I'll invite you to play at the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Club. Call a few young handsome boys, and I'll pay for the bill tonight. I still have a lot of aces of spades saved up. Yang Saifei said. Still counts on you having a bit of conscience. Go back and get ready. This side of Chen Genqing's banquet also ended at 8 p.m. An unsuspecting fan suggested, Nejison, why don't you invite us to the Heaven and Earth pilgrimage? Yeah, we're from Westlake City. We don't plan to go back today. We heard that the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Club in Shanghai is the biggest nightclub in Shanghai, and we want to go and have a look. Seeing this, Bai Yi said busily, Zhensheng will have to cram tomorrow, so let's stop here for today. Even though Chen Zhensheng knew it was an unreasonable request from a fan, he agreed. Bai Yi tugged at Chen Zhensheng and whispered, it will cost a lot of money for so many people to go to the Heaven and Earth pilgrimage together. Mr. White, why don't you come along? Chen Zhensheng didn't have to spend any money at all to go to the Heaven and Earth pilgrimage. I don't go to places like that. It's too noisy. Bai Yi added admonishingly. It's good to earn money, but you have to spend it sparingly. Got it. And then Chen Zhensheng asked Gao Shuo to gather the fans who were going to the Heaven and Earth pilgrimage, and called more than a dozen cabs to head to the Heaven and Earth pilgrimage in great numbers. Bai Yi looked at this scene, shook her head and sighed. She felt that she had misjudged Chen Zhensheng after all. It's time to talk to the principal about Chen Zhensheng. The group came to the Heaven and Earth pilgrimage. The Supreme card seats had long been booked, so Chen Zhensheng could only have Chen Tai open 6 mid-range card seats. These 6 decks. Get 6 packages. Okay, Uncle Junior. Chen Zhensheng smiled at his fans and said, playing an auntie today. Chen Zhensheng, say nothing more. I'll powder you for life. Too generous. This is daring to invite us. Guess you spent quite a bit of money tonight. Ha? Chen Zhensheng waved his hand and laughed. No matter. You are all my fans. Then we're welcome. A bunch of fans went back to the decks to open their drinks and play. Gao Shuo straightly called out that he was wrong. Chen Zhensheng, in the future, when you invite your guests to dinner again, you have to make a request that the fan card must be level 8 or above, so that it's fair to those fans who swiped gifts. Chen Zhensheng patted his head. Enlightened, right? Why don't you remind the old man earlier? Yo, I was also told by a fan in the livestream when I helped you start the stream just now. Little Master Tai. Chen Yehao walked over. I came over when I heard that you were going to have a treat at the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Society. Chen Zhensheng patted Chen Yehao's shoulder. The ones from our school are in the card table over there. Go ahead. Break you in. Gao Shuo pointed to the Supreme card seat. Chen Zhensheng, who do you see in the Supreme card seat? Chen Zhensheng raised his eyes and saw a group of beautiful and handsome men. Yang Kai Fei? It's really a narrow road. Yo. Yang Caffeine had long since seen Chen Zhensheng enter the hall with a group of fans and was filled with contempt. She really didn't expect Chen Zhensheng to invite so many fans to come and play at the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Club, where the drinks were so expensive and there was a minimum spend for each card seat. Another invitation to dinner and a bungee jumping, which cannot be solved without a 400,000 to 500,000 dollars a day. Chen Zhensheng returned to the card seat. A few classmates are drinking cheerfully. See, the girl will take the initiative to walk over to chat. Chen Yehao poured Chen Zhensheng a glass of whiskey. Little Master Tai. I'll drink to you. Good. Right. In the future I open the live broadcast. You do not brush the gift again. Too broken. Every time is to brush more than 100. 000. Chen Yehao laughed. My dad watched your live broadcast and asked me to hold the show. To be honest, the status of yours in the live broadcast room is running in push-ups. My dad looked at the heartache. I think it's fun and refreshing. Chen Zhenxing may stop playing live after this freshness. Gao Shua tugged at Chen Zhenxing and pointed to him. Princess Yang Kai's girlfriends are going to dig in. As Chen Zhenxing looked over, a few beautiful women presumably accosted those fans and quickly blended in with them. Chen Yehao said doubtfully, not so much, right? With Yang Saifei's kind of condescending character, she wouldn't care to dig her heels in. Chen Yehao guessed right. Yang Sifei usually didn't bother with men who didn't have money. But this time she sent her best friend to accost Chen Zhenxing's fans to say bad things about Chen Zhenxing and fabricate black information, pulling in the core fans of Zhenchan. Of course Chen Zhenxing couldn't see Yang Caffeine's flowery thoughts, and smiled disbelievingly. Fan mobility is great, much less a certain anchor's. There's no need to worry. Chen Zhenxing's attitude towards this matter was very bland. It's not like he expects to get rich from live streaming. It's just a novelty. The students at the card table are off picking up girls. Chen Shu came to the card table carrying a bottle of red wine. Uncle Junior, have a drink with you. Good. Set up. I heard that you in Shanghai City mixed fierce batch explosion. Oh, Chen Truong belongs to the direct lineage of the Chen family. Chen Ticheng smiled sarcastically and said, no way. It's just a contribution to the family. Chen sat up and poured red wine for Chen Zhenxing. How much money do you make here in a month? Last month's net profit was $5. 78 million. Bashful as a board, Chen established a low voice and said, the family has an explanation, so I can't give you any money. But if you want to come and play in the future, the bill will be waived at any time. Shall not line, I am now rich. Engage in live broadcasting, a night can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. Rich, the account should be counted. While they were chatting, Yang Kai-fei deliberately passed by the front of the card table. Manager Chen? I've been trying to find you for a drink just now. Chen Shen stood up and shook hands with Yang Saifei. I'll definitely go to the invitation of the great beauty Yang. I'll have someone send some fruit plates and snacks to your card seat later. Caffeine Yang pointed to the card table. Let's have a drink here. It won't work. It's someone else's deck. Yang Saifei looked at Chen Zhenxing and indifferently said, do you mind? Chen Zhenxing? Chen Shen set up a stunned. The two of them turned out to know each other. Don't mind. Have a seat. Yang Caffeine sat down and picked up the red wine on the table, marveling. TSK, Manager Chen. When are you going to be so generous to me for a bit as well? 2,000 Conti. Chen Truan laughed. I'll be sure to send you a bottle next time I come. I'll pour it for you. Yang Saifei shook her wineglass and asked suspiciously. You know Chen Zhenxing? Chen Zhenxing was the first to speak. I don't recognize him. He's here to find Chen Yehao. Yes, I know Chen Yehao. Yang Saifei took a shallow sip. I told you. How could a big shot like you know a dirtbag like Chen Zhenxing? Chen Shu set his face, and when he was about to retort, Chen Zhenxing pressed down on his leg. Chen Zhenxing pointed at concubine Yang Kai. You bitch, drink when you drink. Don't talk about lousy. To be honest, Chen Zhenxing, I quite admire your cheek. How did you manage to be so shameless? Impersonating a rich second generation even caught fire. Yang Saifei had held her grievances for a day, and this moment, she was all over Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing said, the matter of my old man being a second generation rich man is an indisputable fact that does not need to be impersonated. Ha, what do you have to prove you're rich? I don't have to prove it, I am. Yang Saifei said to Chen Shu, Manager Chen, please tell this turd how much I've spent here in your place? Chen sat up and said, you are a supreme member here, spending over $5 million. Yang Saifei smiled smugly. Hear that? Turtle, this is the real rich second generation. Oh, this look is the rich second generation? Chen Zhenxing patted Chen Tiejie's shoulder. The entire consumption of the old man to buy the bill, not to buy the bill her supreme card seat. The phrase I'll pay for the entire consumption shocked Princess Yang Kai. Yang Saifei didn't believe it and skimmed her lips. Saying big words doesn't make anyone talk. Chen set up his cell phone and called DJ. The DJ held a microphone and shouted, the entire consumption tonight will be paid for by Mr. Chen Zhenxing of card seat no. 8. No bill for the supreme card seat. Thanks to Mr. Chen. Ouch. The whole room cheered. Handsome men and women looked to Cardinal 8. Chen Zhenxing stood up grinning and waving his hand in greeting. Chen Zhenxing is awesome. Thank you Chen Zhenxing. Crap. Which rich second generation is this guy? Dare to buy the whole place at the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Association. I don't know, but this is so cool. We didn't have much to drink today. It's kind of eye-opening to me that there really isn't all you can spend and I am paying for it. The last thing you need in Shanghai is rich people. Many beautiful women made flying kisses to Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng became the center of attention in the room. Chen Zhensheng sat down and asked with a smile, "How was it? Concubine Yang Kai, old me did okay, right? Do you dare to pay the whole bill?" She didn't dare, not because she didn't have the money, but because she wasn't as bold as Chen Zhensheng. Chen erected a hand to help Chen Zhensheng at this time. Whenever Mr. Chen comes to play at Tiandi Dynasty Club, no matter when, make a phone call in advance. The Supreme Card seat will always be reserved for you. Yang Saifei was stunned. What do you mean? I'm a Supreme member. I'm sorry, Miss Young, but the Supreme member is no good either. Chen Gensheng's eyes narrowed as he pointed at young Caffeine. I know that you're looking for black powder to blacken my old man, but you'll never be able to fight my old man, so I advise you to be kind. Humph. Chen Zhensheng were not finished. Yang Kai-Fei got up and left in anger. Today is really in front of Chen Zhensheng no temper. Chen Zhensheng one sentence all by the bill shocked her. That's too much gumption. The news of Chen Gensheng's full buyout at the Heaven and Earth Pilgrimage Society quickly exploded on the internet, and also spread through the Zijin school. I was surrounded by my classmates just as I arrived in class. Chen Gensheng's video of you paying the bill is on fire. Number 1 on the hot search. That's so awesome you. Ugh, I didn't go that day with the flu. Shame. How much did you say it cost? Chen Zhensheng said with a relaxed face. It's only $2 or $3 million. In fact, Chen Zhensheng heart dripping blood. When Chen sat up and did not let Chen Zhensheng pay the bill, but Chen Zhensheng insisted on paying the bill. As far as counting the consumption of the whole field, Chen Zhensheng all the savings out of the finish is not enough. Chen Zhensheng could only give up and give that much. Chen Zhensheng is poor again and can't afford to go to lunch. Chen Zhensheng, I've heard that you're at loggerheads with senior sister Yang Saifei. You can't afford to offend senior sister Yang Kai-Fei. Don't think that just because you're an internet star now that you're evenly matched with her. That's impossible. Chen Zhensheng said impatiently. I'll climb. Don't get in the way of my study. Chen Zhensheng, come to the office. Bai Yi's delicate face was composed, and when she saw Chen Gensheng's video from the Heaven and Earth pilgrimage today, she was so angry that she didn't even eat her breakfast. Come to the office. Bai Yi slammed her books down on the table and looked at Chen Zhensheng with an exasperated look. What are you doing? Making a death wish? Are you a poor person who gets rich at first and produces vindictive spending? I didn't. Don't get all playful with me. Tell me the situation. I'll never spend that much again. It was Princess Yang Kai that provoked me. I bought the whole place on impulse. Bai Yi was so angry that she pinched Chen Zhensheng. You really piss me off you. Spending so much money all at once. If you save it up, you'll have next year's tuition, and you'll be able to mail a little to your parents. Chen Zhensheng smiled sarcastically and said, we'll earn it again tonight. We'll open the live broadcast again tonight. Open live every day. You don't study anymore? The exam is coming up next week. Chen Zhensheng said with a look of embarrassment. Mr. Bai, can you lend me 500 yuan? I don't have money for lunch and dinner. Piss me off. Bai Yi pinched Chen Zhensheng again and pulled out her cell phone to transfer 2,000 yuan to Chen Zhensheng. I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you. You can't broadcast live for a few days, so catch up on your studies. Ha. Well, when it was time for lunch, Chen Zhensheng went to the cafeteria with Bai Yi. Bai Yi is going to keep an eye on Chen Zhensheng this time, and he will not be allowed to open another live broadcast in the near future. When Gao Shuo came over with his rice tray, Bai Yi glared at him. Go up to the side and eat. Gosako left resentfully. There were many students who wanted to sit with Chen Zhensheng, but they were all mercilessly driven away by Bai Yi. Chen Zhensheng was also happy for this, so he could have a quiet meal. Chen Yehao brought over a plate of braised pork ribs. Teacher, I'm here to deliver a plate. Well, put it here. Caffeine Yang entering the cafeteria with a group of senior beauties was a bright sight at Zijin School. When Yang Saifei saw Chen Zhensheng, she sneered and said, how magnificent someone was the day before yesterday, when I paid for the whole place, but today they are eating in the cafeteria on the first floor. It was not loud enough to be heard in the quiet cafeteria. Even though you look like a mess when you eat in the first floor cafeteria, you're pretty cool when you pay for the whole thing. Ha. The seniors group of schoolmates made a snide remark about Chen Zhensheng. Although Bai Yi wanted to say a few words of justice for Chen Zhensheng, Bai Yi also felt that Yang Saifei was right, and that she couldn't even afford to eat lunch after the full buyout. Bai Yi whispered, hear that? You'll have to save your money in the future. Got it. Chen Zhensheng grew up with the habit of not caring about money, even though he lived with his grandfather in the mountains, but he still didn't care about money in terms of money. After school in the evening, Chen Zhensheng returned to the dormitory. Gosaku also bought a cell phone holder for Chen Gensheng's live broadcast. Come on, go live. Open a hammer yo. Mr. White told me to study hard. There's still more than a week to go before the exam. Gosaku asked. Are you sure you don't want to go live? Old me is sure. Chen Zhensheng plopped down on his desk and started working on the questions. Gao Shua handed Chen Zhensheng his cell phone. See for yourself. In the video, Chen Zhensheng was eating with Mr. Bai. Caption, Big Netizen Chen Zhensheng was reduced to eating in the first floor cafeteria after the whole House of the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Society paid the bill. And there are a lot of notes in the video about how the first floor cafeteria at Ziggy School is the cheapest cafeteria in the whole school, and how few students eat in the first floor cafeteria. In fact, the standard of the cafeteria on the first floor is quite high. It's just that it's cheap for these rich kids. I'm addicted to hacking the old man. So, you're going to go on air to explain this. Chen Zhensheng sighed heavily. But it's true. Old me really doesn't have any money left. Gosaku egged on again. Start a live broadcast to make money. Tell you what. You turn on the live stream for me and I'll do the questions. Okay then. I'll help you. Gosaku turned on the live stream on Chen Zhensheng's cell phone. Just after starting the broadcast, the live broadcast room was flooded with 20,000 online viewers. Gao Shua spoke up at this time. Today, Chen Zhensheng is going to work on the questions, and there will be an exam soon. Chen Zhensheng waved his hand in greeting. Recently there are people on the internet hacking me. Specializing in hacking me. It's someone from our same school. You guys should know about it, so be careful for the old me. Chen Zhensheng did the questions live and didn't say a word. The online viewing then soared to 800,000 views. Yang Saifei didn't go live tonight and purposely lurked in Chen Zhensheng's live room, so angry that she pounded the table. On what grounds? This guy has no programmatic effect at all, and he's got 800,000 online viewers. A girlfriend said angrily, this guy doesn't pay any attention at all. Those fans we pulled together have been hacking Chen Zhensheng, and this guy is just indifferent. That's right. What to do? Yang Caffeine pondered for a while. We have to think of a way to make Chen Zhensheng whole a little negative thing so that we have something fierce. We've gotten a lot of hard news. We've used every trick in the book, but why has this guy's popularity increased instead of decreased? It has 15 million followers now. 0 as many as you. Sister Caffeine. Yang Caffeine slapped the table. Hey, all of you guys give me some spirit. Is there no way at all? One of her girlfriends thought of it. Sister Kai Fei. I thought of someone. Ye Qing. Her? What about her? This woman has been borrowing money to live lately. Why don't we bribe her to go after Chen Zhensheng backwards and expose his hypocritical side? These words made Young Caffeine's plan come to life. That's a bit interesting. Do you guys have Haruya's phone number? Call her and ask her to come to Tang Palace Villa. This woman must be happy as hell. She's always wanted to be friends with Sister Kai Fei, and now she finally has the chance. It's time for another midterm. Chen Zhensheng played well this time, not pulling his studies down at all because of the live broadcast. No one was happier than MS. Bai Yi entered the class with a 10th place finish. Bai Yi was in a soothing mood, patting Chen Zhensheng's shoulder and saying, didn't live up to the teacher's expectations? Great. Top 10 in the class. 26th in the whole year. Chen Zhensheng was a bit dissatisfied. Teacher Bai. I'm still not quite satisfied. I want to get into the 10th place in the whole grade. You've been very good, but the fact that you have this idea proves that you haven't let the live stream corrode your fighting spirit. Well, the teacher continues to tutor you. Chen Zhensheng asked. Mr. Bai, is there an award? You still think it's elementary school, and you want an award. Chen Zhensheng was a bit disappointed. I wanted to show my parents. Bai Yi agreed in one breath. I'll leave the award to the teacher. Bai Yi then went to a nearby elementary school and asked her former classmates at the teacher's college for an award certificate. And it was written on in brushstrokes for Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng, who got the award, jumped up happily and photographed it with his cell phone, sticking this award on his bedside. Gosaku rolled his eyes. Big brother, your mind is no more than 10 years old. What do you know about hammers? It's what I've always wanted. Chen Zhensheng is poor. Even did not read elementary school. He always wanted a certificate of merit. Every time I see the mountain children with a certificate of merit jumping small steps home, Chen Zhensheng is very envious. At that time he was messing with his grandfather every day to go to class. It was enough for grandpa to teach him some basic arithmetic and words. He had always dreamed of getting an award. Now it's finally happening. He was the first to send it to a couple of sisters and his parents. After all, the 10th place in the class was still a cause for celebration for Chen Zhensheng. How much did I make yesterday live? Split down. You can now withdraw $630,000. Well, I'll buy you dinner. Go to the Bashu restaurant on the 3rd floor. Gao Shua whirled around and picked up his jacket to help Chen Zhensheng put it on. Thank you, big brother. Chen Zhensheng sent another WeChat to MS. Bai Yi, but MS. Bai Yi had already returned to the rented house. When they reached the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, Chen Zhencheng handed Gao Shuo the menu. Whatever. Even if I didn't just order it, you'd order more. Chen Zhencheng handed the menu to the waiter. Stir fry a book. Okay. At this time, Qingya dressed up in a sexy and alluring way entered the Bashu cuisine restaurant and sat down next to Chen Zhencheng uninvited. Chen Zhencheng looked at her suspiciously. Claws? What paws ah? Can't I just rub you a meal? I didn't invite you. You're a multi-million-dollar internet star now. Why is your heart still so small? Chen Zhencheng reached out and said, when will you pay back the money you borrowed from me? Qingya gently patted him. You are now earning hundreds of thousands of dollars from a live broadcast. Don't ask for the tens of thousands of dollars you lent me. How is a day in Qianli Jiangling? What? Pust. Takasaku was in the middle of eating when he spewed out. Haruya took the initiative to return 1,000 miles of Jiangling in one day. How fierce is that? Chen Zhencheng also do not understand what thousands of miles of Jiangling one day back. Did not have the good taste to say, I next time never lend you money. Qingya unwrapped her chopsticks and gave Chen Zhencheng a dish. Eat quickly. It will get cold in a while. Although Chen Zhencheng was angry, he couldn't stop eating and wolfed it down. How about a walk later after dinner? I'm not going to walk with you. I'm afraid you'll ask me to borrow money again. Don't worry. I'm not going to borrow any money. I just want to have a nice chat with you. Dinner. Qingya took out her cell phone and lifted it up to take a selfie, purposely taking a picture of Chen Zhencheng as well. Of course Chen Zhencheng didn't know what Qingya was doing and kept his head down to eat. After finishing their meal, Chen Zhencheng and Gao Shuo were ready to go back. Qingya then dragged Chen Zhencheng. Come on. You ate so much. Let's go for a walk together. Chen Zhencheng impatiently said. What the hell are you going to do, yo? I'm not taking a walk with you. And then, Chen Zhencheng went to the playground by himself to run. Haruya was right behind him. In a corner of the playground, someone used a cell phone to capture this scene of Chen Zhencheng. However, the video taken was then sent to some gossip anchors to amplify the story. The publicity is about Chen Zhencheng evening the school goddess and spending the goddess's money. This flurry of publicity was all harmonically blocked on the Firenote platform. What's going on? Sent it with no traffic. Just blocked it. Why is it blocked? There's no violation either. Resend it. Yang Saifei and her girlfriends and sisters bought several large numbers to deliberately hack Chen Zhencheng, only to find out that they don't give a shit about traffic when they post dark stuff about Zhenchan. Yang Saifei said, I don't believe it. Use my number to send it. I have 5 million followers. I don't believe it won't give me traffic. The result is the same. Yang Saifei, the anchor with 5 million followers, posted this video also without traffic. Strange. What's going on? Ding. A prompt pops up on the screen. Due to your posting of the offending video, you will be blocked for 30 days. Yang Caffeine looked at the video dumbfounded. My number was blocked. No? What's going on? Is this because of that video that was just posted? This can't be possible. Can it? Is the Fire Voice platform so strict now? Yang Saifei sat down with a depressed spirit. Damn it. The number with 5 million followers that I managed to raise with great difficulty. Yang Saifei sat in a state of disorientation, looking at the account that had been blocked for a month, unable to cry. Sister Kai Fei, what should we do now? You won't be able to broadcast live for a month. Yang Caffeine frantically slammed her cell phone on the ground and gathered her long, loose hair. Chen Zhencheng, damn you. Yang Caffeine put all her grievances about her account being blocked on Chen Zhencheng. Sister Kai Fei, isn't your brother-in-law returning from a mission? Why don't we let him take a shot at teaching Chen Zhencheng a lesson? Yang Saifei was a little unsure. After all, her brother-in-law was the strongest war god of the battle god temple, and she wasn't sure if her brother-in-law was willing to condescend to teach a high school student a lesson. My brother-in-law has a special status. I'll go home and ask him first. Yes, her brother-in-law was affiliated with the war god's palace, and it was her sister who had stepped in to save her brother-in-law when his family was broken. In order to repay Yang Saifei's sister, he became a son-in-law of the Yang family incognito, and suffered from cold stares at first, just to guard his sister. Yang Saifei went to her sister's house and made up a set of stories about how Chen Zhencheng had bullied her, crying as she did so, much to her sister's distress. Sister looked to her husband who was beside her with a faint smile on his face. Hubby, why don't you go to the school and help Caffeine? God of War. Xiao Tian laughed bitterly. Wife, you're asking me to teach a high school student a lesson. This is inevitably a bit too cruel. Young Caffeine pulled Xiao Tian's hand and burst into tears. Brother-in-law, are you just going to watch me being bullied at school? I'm your younger sister. Helplessly, Xiao Tian said. How about this? I'll send one of my brothers from the War God Temple. I'm afraid I'll kill him if I go. He. Brother-in-law is the best. Yang Saifei was very adoring of Xiao Tian in her heart, and in her eyes no man in the world could be compared to her brother-in-law. It's night, and the bustling neon is enchanting. A black raptor pulls up to the curb. A handsome and magnificent man is videoing his adorable daughter. Daddy, when are you coming back? We'll go back tonight, and Dowdu will be good in the village. Well, I know, Dad. Take care of yourself. Hanging up the video, the handsome and magnificent man smiled. Alas, I thought that I would live a quiet idyllic life with my son in the village, and was ruined by a phone call from that guy Xiaotian. Tranquility took a walk in the playground after dinner. Yang Saifei stopped him and said in a cold voice, Chen Zhenxing, come with me. Chen Zhenxing asked, Claus? Just come over. Chen Zhenxing followed Yang Saifei out behind her with a puzzled face. Yang Saifei quickly stepped back into the car and pulled out her cell phone, ready to film the scene of Chen Zhenxing's beating. The handsome and magnificent man came down from the black raptor and walked towards Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing asked suspiciously, Which one are you? Cthulhu. I don't recognize you. There's no need to get acquainted. You've messed with the wrong people. Chen Zhenxing was even more confused. Which one did I mess with? Song Yun's face sank. His deep eyes swept over a smear of killing intent. No one has dared to call themselves old man in front of me yet. Phew. Song Yun swung his fist and slammed it. Chen Zhenxing's body flickered, easily dodging. You son of a bitch, come up here to fight, right? Did I mess with you? Phew. Song Yun goes over with another whip kick. Whoosh. A pink frosted kitchen knife flashed in front of Song Yun. Song Yun whirled his legs and fixed his eyes, but surprisingly, he saw a girl wearing a white duck-tongue hat walking over. Chen Zhenxing turned away with an indifferent face. He glanced at concubine Yang Kai and snapped, Crazy bitch, don't mess with me. Shadow Sister drew the pink kitchen knife strapped to the wall and said in a cold voice, Your opponent is me. Back in the dormitory, Chen Zhen was so angry that he threw his jacket on the bed. Takasaku asked, Who messed with you again? That crazy bitch, Yang Saifei, even found someone to beat me up. Gao Shuo opened the refrigerator, got Chen Zhenxing a bottle of Coke, and patted him on the shoulder. Zhensheng, don't offend anyone, but don't go and offend Princess Yang Kai. For what? Her family is not an ordinary family. Ranked first in the Shanghai wealth list, the richest? No? Chen Zhensheng was unimpressed. The richest man can bully his old man? How come you're still poor and broke? Yes, I admit that you've been very hot lately, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. But this amount of money of yours is nothing at all in their family. Chen Zhenxing skimmed his mouth and said, You are talking about a shovel. Since Yang Saifei's family is so rich, why is it that when I am on fire, she has to discredit me and find someone to beat me up? Missy's capricious. She's always been good at school, and of course she's upset when you're on fire and surpassing her. Anyway, I'm not afraid of her. Gao Shuo spoke kindly, but Chen Zhenxing couldn't listen and let out a sigh. If you get into a fight with her, then you're on your own. I don't believe she can kill me. Gao Shuo solemnly said, She has a brother-in-law. Have you heard of the War God Temple? Chen Zhenxing shook his head. The War God Temple, that is the most mysterious and powerful organization in the world. Her brother-in-law is the god of war. Once an order was given, 5,000 top powerhouses from all over the world gathered in Huaxia just because Yang Saifei's sister was pissed off and cried. Chen Zhenxing listened with a confused face, not realizing how shocking it was. Angry at who for crying? Gosako's head was filled with black lines. Can't you hear the point of what I'm saying? Can't understand. Never mind. You go shower and go to bed. Oh, another sunny morning. Chen Zhenxing went to the cafeteria to eat, and Chen Shujian sat across from Chen Zhenxing. Chen Shujian whispered, Little uncle, this is what Shadow asked me to give you. Chen Zhenxing took over this file bag and unwrapped it to see that inside was a stack of information and photos. Shadow Girl hit that guy too hard. Again. Those pictures were of the miserable state of the man named Song Yun. Chen Shujian looked at the information and said in shock, War God Temple. Oh, say it's some kind of war shrine. Is it awesome? It's indeed quite impressive. But it's not a big problem for you. Chen Shujian pointed to the information. This one called Song Yun is an S-ranked war god of the heavenly god's palace, globally famous, and later returned to his village with his daughter to live an idyllic life because of his injuries. Chen Zhensheng casually threw the information aside, delaying dinner to understand this claw. Chen Shujian put away the information. Little uncle, you eat. Don't tell my grandfather about this little thing. Understood. Chen Zhenxing took out his cell phone and called Shadow Girl, instructing her to say a few words. Don't you hit so hard, he's mean. You're killing him. Marty, the fight has to be convincing. Strike that hard again and I'll make you go back to your village. Well, not next time. Short of money? There's no shortage. Grandpa gave me a credit card when I came out. Oh, hang on. Hanging up the phone, Chen Zhenxing wolfed down his food. One Sunday morning, Chen Zhensheng met with Chen Yehao as well as Chen Jingxi to go hiking. It had been more than 2 months since he came to Shanghai, and Chen Zhenxing hadn't climbed a mountain in a long time. Today came in the mood to climb the mountain. Chen Yehao is the initiative to ask for help. Chen Jingxi was trying to find some poetry among the mountains and forests. They were followed by a car just as they left campus. Chen Zhenxing asked, Yi Hao, is everything ready? Buy some more steaks and stuff. Bought 20 steaks, 10 white striped chickens, 50 pounds of lamb scorpions. Is that enough for you? Chen Jingshi rolled her eyes. Can't you just eat some veggies? Vegan food is not restful. Yo, walk up. The trio drove an alpha to a nearby mountain. At the foot of the mountain, pots and pans, all kinds of ingredients, placed in several large bags. Chen Zhenxing one person all carry. It's 400 or 500 pounds. Chen Yehao said, Little Master Tai, let me share some of this for you. Not a thing. I'm kind of weight climbing. You guys go ahead. Jinsi Chen carried an LV patchwork bag, worth $300, 000, and a drawing board. Chen Yehao also helped her carry her guitar. Climbing mountains is a very cool thing for Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing climbed halfway up the mountain in a single breath, panting a little. Comfort yo, or climbing a mountain. When Chen Zhenxing turned around, Chen Yehao and Chen Jingxi were far behind panting. Chen Zhenxing shouted, Xiangqi yo. Physical fitness is too poor to have a great body. I will first wait for you at the top of the mountain. After saying that, Chen Zhenxing walked upwards as if he were walking on flat ground. After an hour, Chen Zhenxing arrived at the top of the mountain. He brought out all the pots and pans, as well as a small gas canister, a barbecue, and charcoal. That's life. Build a fire and cook the goat scorpion in mountain spring water first. Started tearing white striped chicken with my bare hands again, ripping it into pieces and skewering it. Chen Zhenxing pulled out his cell phone and shot a video to post on the Fire Voice platform. See, this is how I was in my hometown. At ease. This video has over 50 million views in 10 minutes. Any random video posted by Chen Zhenxing is a trending #1. After all, it's his family's Fire Voice platform. It's just that Chen Zhenxing didn't know the family had this business yet. The first round of chicken kebabs Chen Zhenxing had finished before Chen Yehao and Chen Jingxi arrived. Chen Yehao sat down on his butt and waved his hand. I can't. I'm too tired. I won't walk down even if I say anything. Chen Jingshi, you call your father and ask him to send a helicopter over. Chen Jingxi was also shivering in her legs, but fortunately she was able to continue to hold on, especially since the scenery on the top of the mountain instantly attracted her. Wow, this place is too beautiful. I'm going to start painting. Don't bother me. Chen Zhenxing handed Chen Yehao a grilled chicken skewer. Refill your energy. I'll have to add to that. One buzz. A luxury helicopter flew to the top of the mountain. Chen Yehao asked, Chen Jingxi, did you really call your father? I didn't. And it's not my family's helicopter. Chen Zhenxing raised his eyes and he saw Yang Saifei. The helicopter landed on the top of the mountain, and Yang Saifei and 2 other handsome youths got out of the helicopter and walked towards them. At that moment, 4 well-built men also appeared around them to surround them. Chen Zhenxing, you're in trouble. Yang Caffeine pointed condescendingly at Chen Zhenxing. I'll let you know what happens when you offend me. You are Chen Zhenxing? An imposing man with stern eyes stared at Chen Zhenxing and sized him up. Yang Saifei said proudly, this is my brother-in-law, Xiao Tian, the god of war of China. All the strongest men in the world are his minions. One call and the world catches a cold when he coughs. Xiao Tian sized up the situation for a moment, but he did not see how Chen Zhenxing was different. How could he have beaten Qin Yun into that miserable state? You offended my sister-in-law and injured an S-class war god of the War God Temple. I want to see what you're capable of. Chen Jingxi angrily rebuked Yang Kaifei. Are you interesting? Being so narrow-minded. You must not be happy. Yang Saifei bristled. Who's like you? Like Lin Daiyu. Chen Yehao was so scared that his legs and stomach shivered. He had heard of the God of War Temple, the legendary organization of powerful people, where all of them stood at the top of the world. Little Master Tai, don't be reckless. They are all war gods of the War God Temple. There are those who can return to heavenly medicine, those who have returned from global missions, those who are flunkies, those who have returned to their hometowns to farm, those who are from super families, and those who are incognito couriers, and they are very strong. Chen Zhenxing said to Xiao Tian, I beat up your men. It has nothing to do with them. Don't move them both. Xiao Tian glanced at Chen Yehao contemptuously. He is not qualified to make me do it. My interest is in you. Well, Chen Zhenxing said to Chen Yehao, Chen Jingxi, you two find the edge, said Chen Zhenxing as he ate one of the chicken legs in his hand and threw the sign out casually. The sign is inserted into a hard stone. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth rose as he sneered. Sculpture is a trivial skill, Chen Zhenxing urged. First of all, not allowed to call the police. Injured himself to pay the medical expenses. You're full of crap. Phew. Xiao Tian suddenly moved and struck Chen Zhenxing's chest with an extremely fast punch. Chen Zhenxing looked down at his chest. raised his eyes and said, "You hammered the god of war. Yo, is that all the strength you have?" Xiao Tian was stunned. Then he kicked at Chen Genqing's face again. Chen Genqing reached out to block it, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Let's show you what power is." Phew! Chen Genqing struck out with his fist, the wind of his fist hunting. Chen Genqing's fist stopped in front of Xiao Tian's nose, just a centimeter away. The powerful fist storm swept past, and Xiao Tian's hair was blown into a big back. The surrounding mountains clamored and scattered. Pust! Xiao Tian was bleeding from his mouth and nose. Chen Genqing sat down and turned the steak with a clip. "Ma my pie yo! Old me's steak is all toasted." Puff! Xiao Tian fell to the ground. The group of people from the War God Palace hurriedly went forward to help Xiao Tian up. "Xiao Tian, are you okay? How did that guy do that?" Xiao Tian is the strongest god of war of the War God Temple, globally recognized as the strongest. Just one punch? No, the punch didn't hit Xiao Tian. Damn it, that guy is still acting like he's fine. Doesn't he know that he's offended the War God Palace? One of the men in courier overall stepped forward and shouted angrily, "My name is Wang Jin, take this." "Shadow sister, you're on. I'm going to focus on the roast." Out of the woods a girl in a pink sweatshirt, white duck hat, and a mask walked out. "Come along T." Shadow girl waved her hand at the others. "I may be a bit heavy-handed haha, think it over." Wang Jin felt humiliated. Damn it, a girl is talking big. Wang Jin steps in with a quick leg kick. Wang Jin only saw a pink figure flash before his eyes. In the next second, he felt a strong force hit him in the stomach and flip him over. Shadow Sister easily defeated Wang Jin, and the rest of the war gods were silenced. Wang Jin, who belonged to the S-class god of war in the War God Temple, was punched by a girl wearing a white duck-tongued hat and spat out blood, breaking her ribs. A single punch made Wang Jin lose his fighting strength. How terrifying was this? Chen Zhensheng said, "Crawl, don't disturb the old man's picnic." Chen Jingxi said quietly, "I told you long ago not to mess with Chen Zhensheng." Yang Kaifei's beautiful eyes were round and filled with sadness. Her brother-in-law whom she had always admired was defeated by a country bumpkin with a single punch. Her war god brother-in-law, the unbeatable, one called brother-in-law back then, the war god Xiao Tian was defeated so easily, and at this moment, the faith within Yang Kaifei's heart collapsed. Woohoo! Yang Kaifei cried as she headed back to the helicopter, not caring about her badly injured brother-in-law. These war gods leave. Shadow Mistress went down the hill as well. Chen Yehao hurriedly shouted, "That, after helping us so much, don't be in a hurry to leave. Stay and have a barbecue." Shadow Mistress left straight away. Chen Jingxi slapped Chen Zhensheng. "Why are you so rigid? Why don't you let her stay? She won't stay here. Let's eat. The steak is all toasted." Chen Zhensheng took a big bite. Despite the fact that it was grilled and battered a bit, Chen Zhensheng still ate it with gusto. Chen Yehao became interested in Shadow Mistress and asked, "Little Master Tai, who is she? Also from Ba Shu Tan?" "Right. I grew up bare-assed together." Pust. Chen Jingxi just drank into the mouth of the drink or sprayed out. "Why are you so rude? Cannot say as a childhood friend? Hey, eat well." Chen Zhensheng handed her a piece of grilled steak. Chen Jingxi dodged away with a look of disgust. "Where's my fruit plate? Chen Yehao help me look for it." Chen Yehao handed her the fruit plate and asked again, "Little Master Tai, is she a favorite?" "Bullshit, we're buddies. She's my youngest sister." Chen Yehao was delighted in his heart. "Then can you give me her cell phone number?" Chen Zhensheng raised his eyes to Chen Yehao and solemnly asked, "You want to pursue her?" "No, just want to make friends with her." Chen Yehao smiled sarcastically. "Count on it. She can't see you." Many matchmakers in the village used to go up to the house to propose marriage to her, but she didn't want to. Chen Yehao said, "That's just a man from your village. I'm a man from the city. Maybe she likes it." Chen Zhensheng pointed to a nearby rock. "Whenever you can break the rock with one punch, maybe she can have a word with you." Chen Yehao looked toward the piece of boulder and said in shock, "You mean to say that Shadow Sister can break this stone?" "Right. I think I'll find a city girl." Chen Jingxi said with some concern, "Chen Zhensheng, you have to be careful of Yang Kaifei. She is not an oil lamp." This time she was offended. Maybe she will make something wrong again. "No matter. I can still afford to offend this crazy bitch." Chen Yehao asked, "Do you know about the War God Temple, little master?" Those people just now were all from the War God's palace, and all of them once had a glorious history. "I don't know. Laozi didn't take the initiative to mess with them, so I'm afraid of a hammer." Chen Zhensheng said these words in a cloudy manner. Chen Yehao had to admire them. He wondered who was more powerful, the Chen family or the War God's palace. This trip to climb the mountain was very satisfying for Chen Zhensheng. Returning to the school dormitory, Chen Zhensheng took a shower and prepared to study. Kosaku said, "The class is going to buy a birthday present." "What are you going to buy, mister?" "Buy? Teacher Bai's birthday? Chen Zhensheng exited the bathroom all bubbly with excitement. When? Can you not be naked in front of me? It'll make me feel inferior. When? Monday. Chen Zhensheng went back to the bathroom. Gosaku added. You're so close to Ms. Bai. Surely you know what she likes? I don't know. But don't all women like flowers? Buy something practical. I'm going to give Mr. White a women's watch. After taking a shower, Chen Zhensheng laid down on the bed and started searching. What do women like for birthday gifts? The search results are romance, surprise, roses, and more if you can. Chen Zhensheng said, it's true that you have to buy something practical, and you can't eat the flowers and plants. So what are you going to buy? I'll just buy Mr. White a car. Gao Shua gave a thumbs up. It's still good to be rich. You can make over $100,000 from just making a video now. What kind of car are you buying for Mr. Bai? Chen Zhensheng said bitterly. I'm not too familiar with cars. You recommend a T. White Maserati. President. This car is about $1.6 million on the high end. Chen Zhensheng checked his bank balance. And there wasn't enough money. He only had more than $500,000. Chen Zhensheng's gaze fell on the Patek Philippe watch on the desk that had not yet been unwrapped. He gave one to Chen Yehao and decided to sell the remaining one. That watch of mine I'm going to sell. Gao Shua had been salivating for a long time and said excitedly, brother, sell it to me. Will you? How much do you pay? This Patek Philippe watch is on the market for $3.6 million and is the 5304R001 rose gold watch. How much do you want? You're my friend too. I don't want more. 1.2 million. Ha? Gao Shua was stunned and said in dismay. Are you sure about 1.2 million? And I won't lie to you. This watch of yours is 3.6 million. Oh, it's so expensive. Yo, count on it. It'll cost you $1.2 million. Brother, you're my own brother. I'm calling my mom. Don't sell it to anyone else. Gosaku was so excited that he immediately called his mom and took a picture of it and sent it to her. I've seen it. The watch is real. It hasn't been unpacked yet. My roommate's in a hurry. Well, remit it right away. Thanks, Mom. Hanging up the phone, Gao Shua busily took out a can of Red Bull from the refrigerator for Chen Zhensheng and respectfully presented it to him. Brother, you're so open. I'm so happy to be your roommate. Chen Zhensheng kicked him away with a look of disgust. You turtle are usually very civilized. I thought you were a nerd, but also a guy who sees money. Gao Shua held up his glasses. I also have a realistic heart. Don't I study for money? It didn't take long for the 1.2 million to be transferred. Gao Shua directly transferred it to Chen Zhensheng. Gao Shua picked up the watch on Chen Zhensheng's desk and stroked it as if it were a treasure. Brother Zhensheng, then I'm welcome. Mama, it's so exciting. I'm going to wear it when I go to the cafeteria today. Speaking of the cafeteria, Chen Zhensheng pulled back. Wait I kind of regret it. Gao Shua hurriedly protected his watch. All my selling just now was for nothing. Why do you say you regret it? And you're going to cover my meals for a month. Gosaku gritted his teeth. Deal. Chen Zhensheng grinned, got out of bed and dragged Gao Shua to the cafeteria. After dinner go with Laozi to order a car. Monday morning, when it was Whitey's turn to attend class, the class president pulled the banner up with a few of his classmates. Happy birthday to Mr. White. Bai entered the classroom and saw the scene and smiled in relief. Thank you for remembering my birthday. Thank you, teacher. This is my gift to you. This student is giving away a full shade of YSL lipstick. Seeing such an expensive gift, Bai waved her hand and said, this is too expensive. Your heart teacher appreciates it. Take it back. You must take it, teacher. Mr. White, this is a gift from me. A gift from a male classmate was a string of diamond-encrusted bracelets worth $40,000 to $50,000. Bai was flattered and said, classmates, your gifts are too expensive. Take them back. The school doesn't allow teachers to accept gifts. Gao Shua stood up and said, Mr. Bai, this is not a gift from us to you. It's your birthday present. Yes, please don't let us down. Teacher, $40,000 to $50,000 is pocket money for these students, and it's a lot of money for Bai. Mr. White. Someone downstairs was shouting for White. Through a megaphone, Bai walked out of the classroom to see Han Hui, who hadn't seen him for a long time, holding a large bouquet of roses standing under the school building, and behind him were hundreds of flowers flanking him, which was very romantic. Students poked their heads in and watched. Han Hui, why is he here? He's been trying to woo Ms. Bai. His thieving heart won't stop. Chen Zhensheng, your old enemy is here. Bai came down the stairs in a hurry to stop Han Hui from continuing to shout. Han Hui handed a large bouquet of roses to Bai and said sincerely, Bai, today is your birthday and the moment for me to propose to you. Bai took a step back and said sharply, what are you doing? don't be like this, okay? I've already rejected you many times. I'm indomitable. I'm true to you, and I hope you'll give me a chance, said Han Hui as he pulled out a large diamond ring. Bai Yi was so frightened that she shook her head repeatedly. I can't accept it. I don't have any feelings for you. Just go away. Mr. White, give way. As soon as Bai Yi looked up and saw Chen Zhensheng, she took a few steps back. Chen Zhensheng, what are you doing? Chen Zhensheng lifted a bucket of water and splashed it down. Wow. Han Hui was doused with water. Chen Zhensheng then slammed the bucket down, and Han Hui scrambled to avoid it. Son of a bitch, you still have the face to come to Zijin school. Chen Zhensheng leaped down the height of 4 floors, just like the fall of autumn leaves to the ground, landing without a sound. The crowd of students gasped in shock. Han Hui fell to the ground in fear and scrambled to get up. Bai Yi tugged on Chen Zhensheng. No fighting. Teacher, I'm not fighting. I'll have a word with him. Chen Zhensheng pointed at Han Hui and said contemptuously, even this wants to propose to teacher Bai, dreaming of eating dog shit. Han Hui pretended to be calm and said, I don't see eye to eye with reckless people. It's my right to pursue MS. Bai. That's when a transport truck pulled onto campus. Chen Zhensheng grinned. Teacher Bai, my gift for you has arrived. Bai Yi's beautiful eyes rounded and covered her mouth. You're giving your teacher a car? Right. Come on. Take a look. Chen Zhensheng took Bai Yi's hand and walked towards the transportation truck in full view of everyone. The staff handed Chen Zhensheng a remote control. Just press the button. Chen Zhensheng handed the remote control to Bai Yi. Teacher Bai, press aha. Bai Yi was touched and terrified. Zhensheng, the gift you sent is too expensive. The teacher is ashamed to receive it. No one deserves this gift more than you. Press aha. White E pressed a button. The 4 foam panels parted. The balloons flew up, and a white Maserati came into view. Chen Zhensheng is awesome. Crap. This guy Chen Zhensheng is quite good at organizing jobs, Kosako said. I was the one who gave him the idea. This is a top-of-the-line Maserati, isn't it? Yeah, top of the line. 1.58 million. Does it mean that Chen Zhensheng wants to pursue our teacher Bai? Pull back. MS. Bai is so pretty she can't look at him. When Bai Yi saw the Maserati, her beautiful eyes turned red and she choked. Chen Zhensheng, you are too outrageous. As to send me such an expensive gift? Hey. I couldn't think of anything to get you, so I hope you like it. Bai Yi showed a difficult face. Teacher likes it. It's just that teacher can't accept it. It's too expensive. Why can't you take it? School rules don't allow expensive gifts. Chen Zhensheng waved his hand to the principal, Chen Shujian, who was watching the fun, signaling him to come over. Chen Shujian bumbled over. What is it? I gave MS White a car to repay her for tutoring me. Can she take it? Why not? Chen Shujian said righteously. Mr. Bai, you can take this car. It's what you deserve. You also agree that I should take it? Bai Yi's face was stunned because every time the principal was in a meeting, the principal had 3 orders not to allow teachers to receive expensive gifts. Chen Shujian said solemnly, I agree with you to take it. After all, you gave Chen Zhensheng tuition. You paid for the hard work. Chen Zhensheng shoved the car keys into Bai Yi's hand. Teacher, go try it. Bai Yi hesitated with the car keys. Chen Zhensheng walked over and opened the car door. Mr. Bai, the principal said you can accept the gift, so just accept it and try driving it. Whitey nodded shyly and got into the car. Buzz. This sound made every boy shriek. That voice is so right. Chen Zhensheng walked towards Han Hui. Han Hui took a few steps back. Ever since his professional boxer brother was defeated by Chen Zhensheng with a single punch, he had developed a fear of Chen Zhensheng. Stop pestering Mr. White. You son of a bitch don't deserve it. Crawl. Han Hui awkwardly squeezed out a smile and left unhappily. In front of Chen Zhensheng, Han Hui had no temper at all. Even the student council president like Lu Zhixuan had dropped out. There was no benefit at all in fighting with Chen Zhensheng. White E returned in her Maserati and got out of the car with a shy smile. Mr. White, is it comfortable? It's quite good. Thank you, Chen Zhensheng. The two of us don't exist. And after that, they went back to the classroom. Whitey said in a happy mood, I'm treating the whole class to a potluck dinner today. Yay, potluck. Teacher, where are we going to eat? You guys pick. Teacher, I want to eat barbecue. Agreed. +1. Okay, then we'll go for a barbecue. Chen Zhensheng spoke up at this time. Uncomfortable. I propose that Mr. Bai buys the ingredients and we go to Tang Palace to barbecue ourselves. Okay, Tang Palace? Are you talking about the Sandalwood Palace Villa district in Shanghai? Right. Crap. You have a house there? Chen Zhensheng said. I borrowed it from Chen Jingxi. I had already talked to her. Bai Yi was surprised. Is Chen Jingxi willing to lend it to us? No problem. I have all the keys. Good. Go to the Tang Palace. To the Tang Palace. The rich second-generation millennials here all know that Sandalwood Palace is the top mansion in Shanghai. Not only can you buy it with money, there are only 18 villas in total. Bai Yi bought a lot of ingredients for barbecuing and a lot of drinks at the supermarket, and drove the white Maserati that Chen Zhenxing sent her to the Tang Palace villa area. The students also each arrived at the Sandalwood Palace one villa in their own private cars. Chen Zhenxing took out the gadgets he used for the last climb. Takasaku's in charge of the grill. Who's in charge of frying the steaks? Whitey took off her coat and said, I'll do it. Is the kitchen available? I'll make a few more dishes. It works, and there are so many more ingredients in the fridge that can be used. Chen Zhenxing also bought a lot of ingredients to store in the refrigerator. A classmate noticed something was wrong. Chen Zhenxing, last time you went live. You went live here, didn't you? Is there still that Lamborghini Poison parked in the garage? Chen Zhenxing smiled sarcastically. You found out. Wow. What exactly is your relationship with Chen Jingxi? You can borrow such a nice villa. I'm related to her as a hometown tea. Just like Chen Yehao. Chen Zhenxing casually found an excuse and continued to barbecue, not daring to say anything more. The students who were free were shown around the villa. I heard that Princess Yang Kai's family is also here. The two goddesses of our school both have villas in Tang Palace, so I'm really envious. Here Chen Zhenxing has not lived a day. All the bedding, toiletries are all new. Today is considered a housewarming. Bai Yi had made a few hearty meals, especially a large pot of Mao blood want, specially made to Chen Zhenxing's taste. Bai Yi was a hard-working woman, cooking a few dishes and helping Chen Zhenxing fry the steak. Chen Zhenxing took out 5 bottles of red wine from the basement, and did not know how much money a bottle, in his opinion, are the same. Anyway, put no one to drink, so it is out of hospitality to students and teachers. Several female classmates who preferred to drink red wine excitedly grabbed the red wine from Chen Zhenxing's hands, chattering and exclaiming more than just a 1942 Cheval Blanc. It's worth $2 million. 97 Lafite. Conti 02. Chen Zhenxing. This is someone else's Chen Jingshi. Do you dare to drink it just because you took it out? These bottles of red wine are worth $4 or $5 million. Do you really want to drink it? Can I open it? Chen Zhenxing said. Open up. Wine is to drink. Faced with the shock of his classmates, Chen Zhenxing was instead very calm. Bai Yi admonished. You are allowed to drink today, but not too much. Got it, teacher. Bai Yi handed Chen Zhenxing a piece of roasted meat. Open your mouth and taste if it's cooked. Bai Yi personally fed it to Chen Zhenxing. A few students on the sidelines looked dumbfounded. Isn't this a little too intimate? This guy Chen Zhenxing is successfully capturing our teacher Bai. Where's the charm in this guy? I don't see it at all. Maybe Mr. White just sees him as poor. Yang Saifei was walking in the villa area holding a samoyed and passed by Villa 1 and saw this scene. Sure enough, Chen Zhenxing lives here. What kind of background does he have? Yang Saifei looked at the bustling courtyard out of her mind, remembering the day on the mountaintop when her brother-in-law, whom she worshipped, was defeated by Chen Zhenxing with a single punch. That punch didn't just defeat her brother-in-law, but it also crushed the faith within Princess Yang Kai. She always thought that her brother-in-law was omnipotent and invincible, until she met Chen Zhenxing. Damnable guy. Injuring my brother-in-law and having a party in the villa. I must see where this guy is from. Yang Caffeine rang the doorbell. Chen Zhenxing opened the courtyard door and saw Yang Saifei. Yang Saifei was just about to open her mouth to speak. Boo. Chen Zhenxing closed the door. You pissed me off. Damn Chen Zhenxing. Yang Saifei slammed the courtyard door a few times. Chen Zhenxing, open the door for me. I have something to ask you. Crawl. Chen Zhenxing's flat voice sounded in the courtyard. Whitey opened the door. Yang Caffeine was stunned and surprised. Teacher Bai, how could it be you? It's Caffeine Yang. Come in. It's my birthday today. I've invited everyone over for a get-together. As soon as Young Caffeine entered as if she were a star, the boys clamped their legs in excitement and looked at Young Caffeine with burning eyes. Yang Kai-Fei is indeed beautiful, and more than that, she is very graceful. Temperament is something that can't really be faked. Yang Saifei was also surprised. She thought Chen Zhenxing was here with a group of young models, but she didn't expect that all of them were classmates. Bai Yi greeted Young Saifei warmly, and knowing that Young Saifei was rather arrogant, she carefully asked, "Do you mind eating with us?" "Don't mind." Yang Saifei was a bit embarrassed. She was a senior and those present were all seniors. The atmosphere was still a bit awkward. Young Caffeine asked tentatively, "I really didn't expect Chen Zhenxing that you still live in Tang Palace Villa. Since you are so rich, why are you still pretending to be poor? This isn't Chen Zhenxing's villa, it's Chen Jingxi's. He's borrowing it for us to party." These words made Young Caffeine inexplicably relieved. If it was from Chen Jingshi, that would not be surprising at all. Yang Caffeine was afraid that Chen Zhenxing was better than her. Oh, it's not yours. Yang Caffeine's brows stretched, and she showed an overbearing posture again. That's true. After all, you don't look like someone who lives in a villa anyways. Chen Zhenxing rolled his eyes. You bitch just owes it to yourself. Amount. This guy Chen Zhenxing is really raw, daring to call our goddess his mother-in-law. This guy has no emotional intelligence at all. A girl shouted as if inviting credit. Sister Kai Fei, come quickly. Look at these red wines. They are all taken out of the cellar by Chen Zhenxing. I won't let you drink my wine. Chen Zhenxing bristled. You're good enough to come to Mr. Bai's party empty-handed. Yo, ha, am I the kind of guy who would come empty-handed? Yang Saifei had the family nanny send over 2 bottles of 01 Bordeaux red wine. When she took it into the living room, it hit her in the face. These 2 bottles of red wine of hers were not as expensive as 1 bottle of red wine of Chen Zhenxing. Yang Saifei's eyebrows frowned slightly as she said unhappily, Chen Zhenxing, you borrowed someone else's villa and drank Chen Zhenxing's wine like this. You're too shameless, aren't you? I'm happy. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Zhenxing said to Chen Yehao, go to the wine cellar and get 2 more bottles. Oh yes, take this bitch to the wine cellar. She can drink whatever she wants. I'll give it to her for free. Chen Yehao came to Yang Saifei upside down. Senior sister, let's go. I'll take you to the wine cellar. Gao Shuo also came over. Senior sister, I'll help you carry the red wine. Don't get tired. Yang Saifei knew that Chen Zhenxing was flirting with her, but she was curious as to what kind of red wine was still in the wine cellar. When they entered the wine cellar, the wine racks were filled with red and white wines, striking Yang Saifei's vision. Celine Bag's outlet. Looking at Yang Saifei, she was overwhelmed and wanted to drink this and that. These are all saved by Qin Jingxi? Sort of. Which bottle did you have your eye on? Yang Saifei coldly grunted. Chen Zhenxing has humiliated me several times. I must make him hemorrhage money and take a bottle of 85 Lafite. Bai's birthday party begins. There were too many students to fit at one table, so 2 tables were split. Bai lifted her tall glass and smiled shyly. Thank you, classmates, for giving me an unforgettable birthday. Thank you. Happy birthday, teacher. The students had their cups up. Their qualities are all still very high, and only a very few rich second-generation children who have been pampered since childhood, who have never touched the water of spring and have not suffered from the poisonous beatings of society, will be untouchable and treat people arrogantly. Yang Saifei and Lu Zhixuan are typical examples of educational failure. Chen Zhenxing drank a cup of white wine, and his body shivered. Ha! An-yo. Bai frowned. How old are you to be drinking white wine? 18 cluck. Adult. Chen Zhenxing picked up a roasted chicken leg and nibbled on it. My grandfather brewed the wine. Will Yang Ye know it? It's my grandfather's recipe. Is it hard for you not to brag for a day? Yang Saifei sneered a bit, took a shallow sip of red wine, and lightly shook her wineglass. Rough people drink white wine. People with good taste drink red wine. Worried that they would quarrel again, Bai took over and asked, Kai Fei, what building is your home in? No. 9. My brother-in-law bought it. I don't think you've all met my brother-in-law. After all, he's not the kind of person who likes to show his face. A very gentlemanly person. When it came to her brother-in-law Xiao Tian, Yang Kai Fei couldn't stop talking. I know. Your brother-in-law is the strongest war god of that powerful organization in the legend. The War God Temple, which makes the strongest people around the globe scared. My god. Really? Xiao Tian, right? Whoa. Xiao Tian. I remember he once shook the world by ordering all the strongest people in the world to gather in China. Chen Zhenxing asked quietly, is your brother-in-law's injury better? You. Yang Saifei's beautiful eyes glared as she raised her slender finger to point at Chen Zhenxing. Don't think that you can fool around in front of me just because you defeated my brother-in-law. I have plenty of ways to fix you. Ah, you're saying that Chen Zhenxing defeated Xiao Tian? Chen Yehao nodded his head. Yes, and it's still a punch that bleeds from the mouth and nose. Chen Zhenxing, you defeated Xiao Tian who made the world scared. Ah, you are also too strong. Chen Zhenxing scratched his head and laughed nervously. It's nothing. It's not as powerful as you said. No talking about my brother-in-law. Yang Saifei chided. The other students were silenced, but only Chen Zhenxing was filled with disdain. God of War, a hammer. Chen Zhenxing urged. Eat, eat. The students were a little more in awe of Chen Zhenxing. They couldn't afford to offend someone who could defeat the God of War with one punch. White changed the subject at this point. Eat well today, and finish all this food. Yang Saifei poured a whole glass of red wine. Chen Zhenxing, I can't beat you in a fight, but I still want to avenge my brother-in-law. Let's spar. Chen Zhenxing took off his jacket and stared as if he was facing an enemy. Spelling wine? This word is too long lost to old me. What do you say about winning or losing? Yang Saifei said. If you lose, Use your fire voice number to make me live for a week and apologize to my brother-in-law. Well, what if you lose? I'll give you $1 million. I don't care. You name the terms. Chen Zhenqing didn't know what to bet on, but he was eager to spar. Hey, what do you think? Yang Saifei was stunned and scolded. Rascal, you are not only poor, but also scum. Bai Yi slapped Chen Zhenqing and reprimanded. What are you talking nonsense about you? They are all classmates. Don't talk nonsense. You have to have the minimum respect for women. Chen Zhenqing asked suspiciously. I didn't say anything in. Chen Zhenqing just had a somewhat lewd expression just now, causing everyone to mistakenly think that Chen Zhenqing was playing a hooligan. Yang Saifei lightly bit her lips and suddenly spoke. Good. I promise you. Amount. The crowd was unanimously dismayed. The great goddess of the Zijin International School had actually agreed to Chen Zhenqing's obscene bet. In case if he lost, the dream girl of all the male students was going to be defiled by this guy Chen Zhenqing. No way. Bai Yi sternly stopped. You guys are simply fooling around. Chen Zhenqing forbids you to make such a request. Chen Zhenqing said with an innocent face. I didn't say anything, so I won't bet. No, must bet. I'll drink first. Yang Saifei picked up the red wine and finished it in 5 consecutive sips. Sister Kai Fei. The sea. Chen Zhenqing, it's your turn. Chen Zhenqing poured a glass of red wine and drank it. Too bad. I want a beer. Yang Saifei pointed at Chen Zhenqing and said, drinking beer is fine, but I'll drink a whole glass, and you'll drink a bottle. You're a female. Let's give you a ha. Yang Saifei picked up the second cup and finished it in 7 gulps. Chen Zhenqing picked up a steak and blew a beer on it. The students were shaking their legs in excitement as if they were watching a big show. Chen Zhenqing burped. My old man's highest record is 30 beers. You're bound to lose. I've only lost once, and that was my grandfather. Yang Saifei's delicate face surged with a touch of drunken red. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she strongly retorted. The first time I drank red wine was when I was 10 years old. 8 years of drinking history. After saying that, Yang Saifei picked up her highball glass again and finished it in 10 gulps. The fact that she's drinking slower and slower proves that she's getting out of it. Chen Zhenqing opened a bottle of beer and drank it in another gulp. 9 seconds. 10 more skewers of kebab followed. Bai Yi was clear that Yang Saifei was not a match for Chen Zhenqing at all. And discouraged. Yang Saifei, you can't drink anymore. It's important to be careful of your body. Mr. White, if I concede today, I'll lose my first time, and I want to defend my first time. Seeing that she couldn't be persuaded anymore, Bai Yi handed her a pair of chopsticks. Eat some food. Yang Saifei poured a glass of red wine, narrowed her eyes, and said contemptuously, little redneck, I won't let you get away with this. Another glass of red wine. By now, Yang Saifei had drunk 2 bottles of red wine. Chen Zhenqing blew another bottle in 1 gulp and hiccuped. Admit defeat. Crazy bitch. You have no chance of winning against old me in a fight for wine. Ha, I can still drink a bottle. Yang Saifei looked at the other students and said drunkenly, don't just look at us either. You guys drink and eat too. Goddess. You look better drunk. Go goddess. I request a fight. I request support for Princess Yang Kai. I'm going to hold the drinks for Princess Yang Kai. The crowd of male students looked at Chen Zhenqing with righteous indignation. Chen Zhenqing stood up, loosened his belt, and proudly said, all those who don't want to obey go on, and those who get drunk and drink vomit will transfer $10,000 to me tomorrow. For the sake of the goddess, fight. Defend the goddess's first time. Me first. A boy opened a beer and sparred with Chen Zhenqing. 3 beers and I threw up. Chen Zhenqing took off his t-shirt and dropped it on the sofa, revealing a robust, bronze upper body with prominent 8-pack abs as if they were carved out of stone, and a dozen or so large and small scars on his chest, arms, and abdomen. Who else? 2 hours later, the boys who had defended Princess Yang Kai were lying all over the place. Chen Zhenqing was still standing, his eyes a little hazy. Bai Yi looked at the wrecked living room and said bitterly, if I had known, I would have gone to the hotel, and I really don't know what to say to Chen Jingxi after making her home look like this. Teacher, just call 2 cleaning ants to come over and clean directly tomorrow. Bai Yi glanced at her watch and got up. It's getting late, so you all go back. A girl pointed to the drunken students on the floor and asked, Teacher, what about them? Let them lie here for a while. There's a teacher. Teacher, then we're off. White sent the girls away, and returned alone to the villa to begin cleaning up the mess. Chen Zhenqing walked 3 times and tried to help Bai Yi clean up. Bai Yi held him up and said, you lie down on the couch and sleep. I'll clean up. Nothing. Chen Zhenqing lifted 2 students in each hand into the bedroom and placed them on the bed. There were 3 large bedrooms on the first floor, and Chen Zhenqing put his drunken classmates on the beds. There was a drunken and unconscious Princess Yang Kai left. Chen Zhenqing picked up the soft and boneless Yang Saifei with one hand and went up to the second floor. Yikes! Chen Zhenqing! Bai Yi shrieked in fear, thinking that Chen Zhenxing was really going to honor that bet. Chen Zhenxing, you mustn't do that. It's against the law, you know? Ms. White. It's not what you think. I just sent her to the second floor to sleep. White Yi said. I'll go with you. Bai Yi watched with her own eyes as Chen Zhenxing placed young Saifei on the bed before exiting the bedroom, and only then did she close the door with peace of mind. Chen Zhenxing lay on the sofa, drowsy. Bai Yi carried a blanket and covered Chen Zhenxing with it. You'll sleep for a while. Mr. White, are you at ease today? Comfort, comfort, sleep. Chen Zhenxing fell asleep quickly. Chen Zhenxing woke up at 7 in the morning, and none of the other students had gotten up yet. Bai Yi is in the kitchen making kanji. Waking up so early, wash your face and come over to drink kanji. Bai Yi gave Chen Zhenxing a bowl of kanji. I ordered breakfast again. It will be here in a while. Chen Zhenxing washed his face and brushed his teeth, and did another 500 push-ups before he started to eat. Mr. Bai worked hard for you, cleaning the room so clean. You must not have rested well, right? Go back and rest after breakfast. White Yi said. They're all still asleep. There's nothing to it. Go back and rest. I'll take care of them. Bai Yi did work hard last night when she cleaned up until 3 in the morning and slept until 6 and then got up to make kanji. It looks like they won't wake up for a while, so I'll head back after dinner. Well, Mr. Bai, your porridge is very delicious. What is this porridge? Stomach-nourishing kanji, red dates and glutinous rice with silver ears. Bashful to the board. Bai Yi smiled. Chen Zhenxing, thank you for giving me such a nice car. I will definitely cherish it. Chen Zhenxing scratched his head and smiled. You have said thank you to me several times. We do not exist. After finishing the meal, Bai Yi drove the white Maserati out of the Tang Palace. Chen Zhenxing finished the 5 bowls of porridge and his stomach was much more comfortable. At this time, Yang Saifei's long hair fell down to cover her face as she quickly walked past Chen Zhenxing. Won't you have a bowl of porridge? Don't look at me. Young Caffeine trotted home. Girls are most concerned about waking up in the morning to be looked at by others. Especially young Saifei drank and vomited several times last night, and she knew that she was embarrassed and her eyes were swollen from sleep, so she definitely couldn't let Chen Zhenxing see it. The rest of the students woke up one after another. Chen Zhenxing crossed his legs and held up the collection code. Underdogs, hurry up and transfer the money. The students' spirits waned as they lined up to transfer $10,000 each to Chen Zhenxing. Ha! Defending the goddess. Defending a spade. Underdog. Collect the money and don't forget to laugh at them. Chen Yehao asked curiously. Young master, the bet you made with concubine Yan Kai, is she willing to honor it? Chen Zhenxing asked suspiciously. What kind of bet? We didn't have a bet last night. Ha? Did you drink yourself into a daze? You had a big bet with Princess Yang Kai yesterday. Chen Zhenxing asked again. What? You want young Caffeine's first time? Chen Zhenxing stunned. Bullshit yo. Which with her bet this kind of about cluck. Lousy did not. The students misunderstood. Don't act like you're a victim, okay? I wonder what those girls in our class will say back at school. Awesome Chen Zhenxing. Now the 3 great goddesses of Zijin school are all related to you. You guys are definitely out of luck. Chen Zhenxing urged. Hurry up and transfer the money A bunch of losers. Earned another living wage. Chen Zhenxing has no living expenses since he bought a Maserati for Bai Yi. Tonight, he earned tens of thousands of dollars for food by drinking. Mezzo. The students left one after another. Chen Zhenxing returned to school in Chen Yao's car. In his dormitory, he was about to continue catching up on some sleep when his cell phone rang. Which one? Me. Yang Caffeine's cold voice rang on the other end of the phone. Which one are you? Yang Kai Fei. Oh, Claus? Bulgari Hotel. 22nd floor. Supreme Suite. Come on. You pull a chicken yo. Old man bet with you. Is to spell alcohol. What do you mean? It means that old man is not interested in you. After saying that, Chen Zhenxing hung up his cell phone. Gao Shua couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed. Chen Zhenxing, you're the most awesome man I've ever seen. Rejecting the 3 major goddesses of Zijin International School one after another, Chen Zhenxing took off his clothes and prepared to take a shower and go to bed. Gosaku suddenly dodged and asked fearfully. You don't like men, do you? Crawl. On Monday mornings, early risers always see Chen Zhenxing, who runs wildly like a mad dog in the playground. The quiet campus gradually became noisy. Chen Zhenxing went to the cafeteria for breakfast, and the students he met along the way always raised meaningful smiles at him. What's with all the smiles? Gao Shua whispered. Your bet with Princess Yan Kai is now known throughout the school. Chen Zhenxing chagrined and patted his head. Demon. Yo, I jumped into the yellow river, cannot wash it. How about going with the flow? Push a shovel. Chen Zhenxing has long been a topic of discussion at school, always creating news that overturns the 3 views. Chen Zhenxing felt that there was no need to deliberately explain anything about this matter. as long as he kept his distance from Yang Saifei. Chen Zhensheng, who was in class, saw the class stirring. There's so many cars out there. They're blocking the entrance to the school. These people are too arrogant. At this time, a student ran into the classroom in a panic and said horrifiedly, "Something big is wrong. Those people at the school entrance are all war gods from the war god temple." All the students in the class looked at Chen Zhensheng. "Chen Zhensheng, why are you still sitting? Hide first." Crap. This is a great scene. The last time the battle god palace came out in force was because concubine Yang Kai's sister was bullied, and Xiao Tian answered at the drop of a hat. "Chen Zhensheng, can you still read?" The war gods were loud and powerful. Customized Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Bugatti Veyron, Maybach and other world-class luxury cars blocked the entrance. He, you're the crooked-mouthed god of war of the war god temple branch. Dragon King Hall, Shaoyin, aren't you? Exactly. You are the Kyoto City Yi family's flunky war god. Su Lu, right? I've heard a lot about you. Like thunder. I'm curious how Xiao Tian was defeated by a high school student. It must be that Xiao Tian was gullible. Whether it's the War God Palace or the Dragon King Palace, it's all a disgrace to us. That fellow Chen Zhensheng must be crippled today. Shaoyin of the Dragon King Hall said, "Don't even try to grab it from me. When that guy comes out, I'll go through 2 moves with him first." In class, Chen Zhensheng packed up his books and descended the stairs calmly. Chen Shujian pulled Chen Zhensheng and said in a low voice, "Little uncle, the War God Palace. All the war gods from the Dragon King Palace are here. It's better for the family to settle this matter." "Use the family? I'll go talk to them." Chen Shujian was once at least a 9th degree black belt. At this time, even if he couldn't beat these gods of war, Chen Shujian had to tough it out. It was his duty to protect his little uncle, not to mention that he was still the direct line of the Chen family. Standing up to help Chen Zhensheng at this time, he would be able to get noticed on the old man's side. Chen Zhensheng faced dozens of handsome war gods. A pair of listless dead fish eyes swept over these war gods. "Claws? My name is Shaoyin, Dragon King Hall. I heard that you defeated Xiao Tian of the War God Hall. I'm curious as to how you guys did it." Chen Zhensheng froze, thinking of the time on the mountaintop. "Oh, you're talking about young Saifei's brother-in-law, right? His strength is too weak. Are all of you in this battle god's palace so weak? This guy has an arrogant attitude. Ha, just presenting a mouthful. I've seen many such unsuspecting people. Once in the East Central battlefield, there were countless people who lost to me. Phew." Before the words fell, Xiao Yin's figure moved, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Chen Zhensheng, swinging his fist at his face. Chen Zhensheng tilted his head to avoid the punch. "Are you son of a bitch sure you want to fight here? Do you even pick a place to fight?" Phew. Xiao Yin's set of combinations didn't even hit Chen Zhensheng, not even touching his clothes. Chen Zhensheng took 2 steps back, took off his jacket and casually threw it to Chen Shujian, stretched his waist, moved his muscles and did a set of stretching exercises. Chen Shujian asked, "Little uncle, what do I do?" "Stand to the side." "Good." The crowd of war gods laughed. "Is this guy doing his morning routine?" Chen Shujian shouted angrily. "You guys know a hammer? He's getting serious." Chen Zhensheng finished his stretching exercise and pointed at Shaoyin. "Single fight or group fight? Ridiculous, big talker." Phew. Shaoyin sprinted over again. Chen Zhensheng's sword brows sank down, and a touch of composure surged across his handsome face. Boo. The figure moved, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows. Before Shaoyin could regain his senses, the fist had already struck him in the face. Whoosh! Shaoyin was knocked out and fell heavily onto a Rolls-Royce car. The Rolls-Royce was dented. "Shout loudly!" A chirpy voice rang out, and a girl in a white duck-tongued hat appeared behind them, kicking the flabby warlord in the face. Kicked out and fell against the wall, smashing a large crater. Miso. The girl's face was cold and she drew a delicate pink frosted kitchen knife she wore at her waist. "But see, this kitchen knife is 20 centimeters wide, 15 centimeters long, the handle is rosewood, hanging a string of small white bear pendant. The knife body is maintained pink frosted texture, carved with an arrow through 2 hearts pattern." The kitchen knife spun around a few times in her white palm, and she raised her hand to charge at it. "Shadow sister." Seeing this, Chen Zhensheng shouted, "Stop." The pink chopper was a mere 5 millimeters from that warlord's throat, and with the slightest movement, the warlord's neck would be slashed open. The god of war was so frightened that he couldn't breathe, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't even see Shadow Girl's appearance at all, just a flash of something in front of him. "Put it away." Shadow Mistress grunted softly and put away her kitchen knife, returning it to its cowhide homemade sheath at her waist. Boo! A punch struck the warlord in the face. Then he jumped up and kicked 5 consecutive feet in the air. That war god was kicked and spat out blood from his mouth, breaking his sternum. "Hey!" Shadow Sister then followed suit and charged at another war god. Slot. Together. The war gods finally realized the seriousness of the matter and angrily came together. So far, there has been a melee in front of the school. Chen Zhensheng was as ferocious as a cheetah. As strong as he was powerful. Each punch was a fierce punch. Even the mighty god of war could not withstand his punches. Chen Zhensheng and Shadow Mistress stood in the center, their backs against each other against a group of war gods, their fists and feet generating wind and flowing moves. Several times, Shadow Girl couldn't help but pull the pink kitchen knife from her belt and go on a killing spree. Each time, he was stopped by Chen Gensheng's drink. He knew Shadow Girl too well, a seemingly delicate girl who was actually terrifying as hell. Surviving for a year in the rolling hills of Bashu with only a pink kitchen knife, when she returned to that mangled mountain forest, the wild beasts retreated, the wild boars fled at the sight of them, and the poisonous snakes rolled over and curled up at the sight of them. When Chen Zhensheng first learned that Shadow Mistress had come to protect him, he knew that it was not certain who would protect who, and that Shadow Mistress had to be closely guarded in order to do so. The melee lasted 20 minutes. Whether it was the war god of the War God Temple or the war god of the Dragon King Temple, none of them fell to the ground and screamed miserably, breaking their arms and legs. Shadow Sister glanced at Chen Zhensheng and turned to leave, disappearing into the traffic. Chen Zhensheng came to Xiaoyin in front of the Dragon King's palace. If you are not convinced, you can fight again. If you are convinced, don't look for trouble with Laozi again. Got it? Xiaoyin was still very proud in his bones and wanted to say no. All he had to do was open his mouth and say no, and Chen Gensheng's fists would hit him in the face. No one would last past 5 punches from Chen Zhensheng. The god of war is no exception. Xiaoyin nodded helplessly. Convinced. Crawl. Chen Zhensheng turned to take his jacket from Chen Shujian's hand and reached out to put his arm around his shoulders to walk back. Don't tell my old man son about this. Tell my second sister that there's a possibility that the guy upstairs took a video, and there are cameras around. So tell her to deal with it. Aha. Understood. What time is it? School's almost over. Oh, buy me dinner. I solved a problem for you today. Chen Shujian pointed at himself. Solving troubles for me? It doesn't seem like it's coming to me. They're making a scene here. Isn't that a slap in your face? Word gets out that you still have a reputation as a hammer. Yo, ahem. Well, it's on me. Cafeteria Sichuan restaurant. Chen Shujian invited Chen Zhensheng to have a big meal. 10 dishes and 2 soups. 10 bowls of rice. Chen Yehao. Chen Jingshi also came. As soon as Chen Yehao came in, he said with a face full of admiration. Little master. Too dashing. Too powerful. Those can be the god of war. You and Shadow Sister's 3 punches and 2 kicks all dry over the ground. You are my idol. Dinner. Oh, Chen Jingxi worriedly said. War gods are usually also rich. Very rich. All sorts of big families. If you hit them like this, their families will retaliate. Principal Chen Shujian said. They'd better not retaliate. As long as they retaliate and their family is gone, that's a problem that rises to the level of the family. Chen Yehao asked curiously. Master Shujian, just how powerful is our Chen family? Let me put it to you this way. My little uncle and I don't even know how much power and how many businesses our Chen family has. Chen Shujian looked around and whispered. I know one thing. Chen Gensheng's mother controls the economic lifelines of several countries in Europe, and people there can't live without 2 things. Breathing and the Chen family. Ha! Chen Yehao! Chen Jingxi exclaimed in shock and then covered her mouth. Chen Zhensheng asked suspiciously. My mom is so powerful? Chen Shujian nodded solemnly. Quite impressive. Those war gods' families are similar to Chen Yao's and Chen Jingxi's families in our Chen family's eyes. A single word from you can determine the life and death of their families. Oh, dinner. Chen Zhensheng knew that his current ability was not enough to take on a huge family. When he left the mountain, his mother told him that it was not by fists, but by intellect, that he would undertake the family. Therefore, Chen Zhensheng must improve his knowledge. Chen Yehao pulled out his cell phone and said, Little Master Tai, I've filmed your heroic side. Take a look. Chen Yehao opened the album but couldn't find the recorded video. Where's the video? I obviously recorded it. Chen Shujian urged. Shoot, what video? Hurry up and eat. Chen Gensheng's second sister was able to hack into other people's phones because they all had the Fire Voice platform installed as well as other apps developed by the Chen family. As long as they had these, Chen Gensheng's second sister could easily hack into their cell phones and delete their videos. After dinner, Chen Zhensheng went for a walk in the playground. Yang Saifei holding a samoyed deliberately blocked Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng glanced at him and said, A good dog doesn't block the road. Yang Saifei kicked Chen Zhensheng. You're getting out of line. Who are you calling a dog? Chen Zhensheng pointed at the samoyed. Isn't it a dog? Bullshit, that's my son. Oh, I didn't realize you got married so early. Chen Zhensheng continued his walk around the mother and son. Yang Saifei went after her and asked, On what basis do you humiliate me? How did I humiliate you? Jangling, how? Why? I'm willing to bet and you tell me you're not interested. Ha, if you're not, I'm even more reluctant. Yang Saifei had witnessed Chen Genqing's ethereal and dashing moves dress up a host of war gods today. The war gods she worshipped were unbearable and ugly in front of Chen Genqing, greatly destroying the lofty image she had in her mind of the war gods. A strange feeling of affection grew within her. Chen Genqing lazily ignored her and threw off his legs to run. Yang Caffeine shouted, Chen Genqing, you're not a man. A drizzly Friday. Chen Genqing was concentrating on a question when a girl suddenly screamed. Chen Genqing slammed the table. Call a hammer yo. The girl was scared and shrunk her neck, obediently sat down, her face aggrieved to cry, and whispered BB up. What's so fierce? Defeating the god of war is terrific. Ooh-hoo. Chen Genqing followed by lowering his head and continuing to work on the problem. Xiaoxian roadshows for his new movie, tomorrow in Shanghai. Ah, it's true. In which theater? Shanghai Studios. Grab your movie tickets. Long gone. Grabbed it all in 2 seconds. Get the scalper. Scalpers are out of tickets too. A couple of the girls slapped the table in chagrin. Xiaoxian, my Xiaoxian. Let's wait for him in front of the movie theater tomorrow. Good. Team up. Chen Yehao carried a bag of snacks to Chen Genqing and placed the snacks on the table. Little Master Tai, bought you snacks. Chen Genqing said, oh, have a heart. What is it? Chen Yehao rubbed his hands together and smiled sarcastically. Trouble you with one thing, that is, the movie tickets for Xiaoxian's roadshow. Can you get them? Can't you even get movie tickets? It's not just any movie ticket, not even scalped now. The cows don't have it, so go ask the goats for tea. Cough cough cough, are you humoring me? Xiaoxian is a big star. He's on a roadshow at Shanghai Studios, and the object of my affections likes him, so I want to show it. Chen Genqing suddenly realized, oh, you are not able to buy. I Jiang have the ability ah? Chen Yehao whispered. Shanghai City Studios is owned by your family. You these snacks just want me to do things for you? Chen Genqing asked to the girl next to him. How much is a movie ticket for that watch-a-macalet Xiaoxian? The girl excitedly asked. Do you have one? It's speculated to be $2,000 a piece right now, but I'd pay $10,000 for it. Chen Genqing was shocked. So expensive. Chen Yehao grabbed Chen Genqing's hand. Little Master Tai, can I treat you to another week of meals? Since Chen Genqing's meal is really big, no one usually dares to say that they invite him to dinner. Chen Genqing pondered thoughtfully. I'm going out for a ha. Chen Genqing left the classroom and went to the roof of the building, calling his third sister to inquire about the matter. Third sister, busy? Claws? There's some Xiaoxian you know? Oh, recognize, Claw, he's got a roadshow at the Shanghai Studios, and the movie tickets are not available. Well, there really isn't any left. Would you like to see it? Want a tea? Then I'll have him roadshow again, and I'll send you the movie tickets later. How many do you want? All of it. Well, hanging up the phone, Chen Genqing hopped back to the classroom. He came to the podium and tapped the table. Be quiet. Don't you want to see Xiaoxian's roadshow? I have tickets here. $10,000 apiece. Willing to buy? Crap. Is Chen Genqing really a fake? Don't lie to us. Even scalpers can't get tickets now. The girls in the class shrieked and ran to the podium to surround Chen Genqing. This is the rich second-generation millennials. They are not at all surprised that the movie is expensive. Their first reaction is to care if Chen Genqing has cheated them. Chen Genqing said, of course I didn't lie to you. Who wants to buy? I'll take it. I'll take it. Chen Genqing pulled up his cell phone with a collection code, and the girls transferred money. Not long after, a young man in a suit entered the second senior class and handed Chen Genqing a packet of movie tickets. That's a total of 556. Thanks. No thanks. The youth left at a quick pace. Chen Genqing looked at the time of the movie ticket. It's for tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Ah, Chen Genqing is awesome. Did you really get it? Over 500 movie tickets were bought by all the girls in the class. The boys only had a couple other buys too. The news of Chen Genqing's possession of Xiaoxian's movie tickets quickly spread throughout the school. At the entrance to the second class of senior high school, the entire school of thousands of celebrities lined up to buy it. $10,000 apiece. Chen Genqing is making a fortune. When Yang Saifei arrived at the second class of the first year of high school, a few of her little follower girls pushed their way through the crowd, allowing Yang Saifei to come in front of Chen Genqing. I'll take 5. Chen Genqing glanced at her and said indifferently, line up. Come on. 5. The old man told you to get in line. You. Yang Caffeine hated that she couldn't raise her hand and slap her, but unfortunately she didn't dare and could only obediently return to the back of the line. Chen Genqing also didn't know how important these movie tickets were to Xiaoxian's fans. He only cared about how much money he could make. Over 500 tickets made over $5 million. Chen Genqing looked at the incoming information and smiled from ear to ear. Comfort yo. Chen Zhenxing had a few tickets left over and gave them to Gao Shuai and Chen Yao. Takasaku asked. Aren't you going? It's not like I recognize it. Is this Shaoxian famous? Alas. Is your village not connected to the internet? Even Shaoxian doesn't recognize the popular traffic star. A sneeze is news. Chen Zhenxing skinned his lips and said, really sick yo. Chen Zhenxing also understood one thing. His third sister casually gave him something. He could make him a large sum of money. This is the Ba Shu Tun Chen family. A family that is beyond the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. On Saturday, Purple and Gold School was empty, because the students went to see Shaoxian. Chen Zhenxing came to the cafeteria and saw Bai Yi eating, and immediately got his spirit back. Mr. Bai, didn't you go see Shaoxian? He's not my idol. So who's your idol? I like charismatic uncle type of male stars, such as Gu Tianlu, Jin Dong, Jin Changwu, Xian Bin, Zhao Yin Chang, and these stars. I'm not interested in young fresh meat. Bai Yi laughed again and asked, which star do you like? Golden Phoenix. Bai Yi thought for a moment and then asked, Jin Feng? Acted in any movies? Not of the movie. Singing? Not singing either. What's that? Jin Feng stage Thaya. She takes red and white ceremonies, and she's a bullseye. Bai Yi had a black line. Chen Zhensheng, before you came to Shanghai, what big cities did you visit? In our county, Jin Feng is so awesome. Have you ever seen a steel bar wrapped around your neck? She shakes her long hair like a washing machine, and she has jiu-jitsu, so she can get into that little circle. Okay, eat. While Chen Zhensheng was speaking colorfully, Bai Yi interrupted him. Chen Zhensheng added, what did Mr. Bai do after dinner? Prepare for class. Do you need me to tutor your homework? I've caught up with my studies. I don't need to. Chen Zhensheng was a little embarrassed and said, Mr. Bai, take me around the city. Downtown? You want to buy something? I want to see the world. There are so many things in your town I don't know how to use. Bai Yi looked at Chen Zhensheng with heartfelt compassion. Good. Eat quickly. In a moment teacher will take you there. Such a good child. Kind-hearted. Has been in the mountains to hold back did not come out. Bai Yi also feel that they are too negligent. Only focus on Chen Gensheng's learning. Did not let him properly long knowledge. After finishing her meal, Bai Yi drove the white Maserati to the Golden Tripod Trade Plaza. Everything Chen Zhensen sees is new. Bai Yi explained to Chen Zhensheng, no matter what city you're in, as long as it's a shopping mall, you can buy the supplies you need for life inside. There are restaurants, amusement parks, and game consoles. Chen Zhensheng said excitedly, game console. I'm going to check out the game console. In the gaming machine area, there are a variety of 3D gaming devices as well as video games. Bai Yi bought some coins and let Chen Zhensheng go from one to the other to experience one. Chen Zhensheng was as excited as if he had discovered a new continent and was instantly mesmerized. Bai Yi urged, playing is playing, but never play with things, got it? Well, what's this? This is a 3D gun game. Experience it. Bai Yi paid for Chen Zhensheng to experience a 3D eye mask. This game once again mesmerized Chen Zhensheng again, and he played for most of an hour in a row. Yay! It's so much fun here. Bai Yi heartily patted his shoulder. What else do you want to play? Teachers satisfy you. Both want to play. Bai Yi bought Chen Zhensheng a cup of milk tea. Sit down and rest for a while first. The large arcade is so big that Chen Zhensen can't stop. Bai Yi also did her best to satisfy Chen Zhensheng, letting him play all the games in the arcade before leaving with a sense of satisfaction. Chen Zhensheng lamented. Big cities also have the benefits of big cities. Our county doesn't have this. Tired of playing, aren't you? Teacher will take you to eat something delicious. You must not have been there before. Chen Gensheng's eyes lit up. Thank you, teacher. You're too kind to me. And then they arrived at the food street on Wujiang Road, which was crowded with people and was one of the most popular food streets in all of Shanghai, with lines at almost every store. Chen Zhensheng took Bai Yi's hand and strutted to a store. Boss, 50 kebabs. White Yi laughed. You can't walk when you see food. Teacher, this place is so peaceful and fragrant. Chen Zhensheng had never seen this kind of scene before and could not hide his excitement. Bai Yi pointed to a store in front of her. That store must be of interest to you. Go over and take a look. When I came to the Shengjianbo restaurant, there were even more people gathered at the entrance. The King of Big Appetite Challenge. Whoever can eat enough 100 Shengjianbo in the shortest time will not only be free but will also be rewarded with $888. Chen Zhensheng grinned up. The one who knows me. Mr. Bai T. Chen Zhensheng squeezed in. I'm going to race. Good. The lad looks like he can eat. Anyone else? I'll challenge. A burly man with a big belly raised his hand and shouted. There were a total of 4 people competing in the Big Appetite King competition, and Chen Zhensheng was the only one who was skinny. 100 pan-fried buns were placed in front of them, and the boss began to time them. Chen Zhensheng reached out and grabbed 5 shengjianbo and stuffed them into his mouth, chewed them 7 or 8 times and swallowed them. And the 5 shengjianbo on his left hand were stuffed into his mouth again. Chen Zhensheng was the first to finish eating, and he couldn't get enough. It took 5 minutes. Wow, this guy doesn't look fat. How come he can eat so much? That's the hokey pokey. The boss handed Chen Zhensheng a red envelope on the spot. Young man, you are the fastest person to see me eat. Chen Zhensheng asked. Boss, are you still organizing it tomorrow? Our store hosts one a day. Chen Zhensheng seemed to have discovered an unbeatable business opportunity. I.e. dragged Chen Zhensheng out. Okay, even if you can eat again, you can't eat hard. It's indigestible and bad for your stomach. Mr. White, I'll come back tomorrow. I kind of regret bringing you here. Who's to blame if you have to brace yourself? There are several other houses in front of us that engage in this kind of activity. It's just a kind of publicity for soliciting customers. Chen Zhensheng and Bai Yi went to a food festival on Wujiang Road and have been enjoying themselves ever since. There's food to eat and money to be made. The sky really does drop pies. After school, Chen Zhensheng tugged Gao Shua to take a cab to Wujiang Road Food Street. Gao Shua screamed, Big brother, you're the one who's only made over $5 million. And I still owe you a month's worth of food. Is this necessary? You can't pretend to be poor so blatantly, right? You know what a hammer can eat and give us money? The sky is the limit. You also have to help me live. Also can make money. Gosaku compromised. Fine. For the sake of the watch you sold me. Chen Zhensheng came back to the Shengjianbo store. The boss warmly welcomed Chen Zhensheng. You can meet your opponent today. There is a big appetite king from the live broadcasting world here today. He didn't come yesterday. You won the championship. Chen Zhensheng looked at the big stomach king. Fat and heady. As soon as he looked at it, he was able to eat. The big appetizer said, I know you. I've seen you live. Chen Zhensheng arched his hand and said, Understood. The boss indulgently told the crowd of onlookers at the door. Today you're going to witness a big PK between two of our store's champions. It's very much worth waiting for. And the prize money is going to go up, right up to $10,000. Chen Zhensheng rubbed his hands together excitedly. Can't wait. The king of big stomach shouted into his cell phone. Thanks to a big gift from my strong brother. Family, small gifts. Swipe up and watch how I win against Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng contemptuous cold hum, low level. Lousy live never take the initiative to ask for gifts. In the meal then lousy. Lousy give you brush $100,000. The big stomach king pointed at Chen Zhensheng. Really? Seriously? Come on. 100 fried buns per person. Here we go. What he didn't know was that Chen Zhensheng had missed 3 meals in the morning, noon and night in order to come to the Wujiang Road Food Festival at night to make money. At this moment, even if it was a cow, Chen Zhensheng could finish it. 100 pan-fried dumplings, eaten in 4 minutes. The big appetizer is still slowing down. Chen Zhensheng patted him on the shoulder. In the future, on this street, Lousy is the king of big appetite. After claiming the $10,000 prize, Chen Zhensheng waved his hand. Next house, followed by a black crowd of people watching. The next one was a noodle shop. The king of the big appetizers ran again. I'm not convinced, Chen Zhensheng said. If you are not convinced, come back and compete again. But you have to lose this time and give me $100,000 in swipe gifts. The big stomach king hesitated. In fact, he knew that he couldn't beat Chen Zhensheng. Just to rub Chen Zhensheng's nose in it. Ask him to swipe the money. He'll never do it. The king of big stomach said. The store prepared a bonus. Why do you want me to swipe gifts for you? Others are others. We are ours. Don't think I don't know you're rubbing off on me. Although Chen Zhensheng has not seen any knowledge, he is definitely not a melon batch. Seeing that his attempts were being dismantled, the king of appetizers simply lost his face. I'm here for the competition. I can't. Chen Zhensheng turned to the owner of the restaurant and said, Bosser, I think you need to improve this competition. The one who loses must pay for the noodles he ate. Surprisingly, the boss agreed to Chen Zhensheng's suggestion. The king of big appetite felt that the 10 bowls of noodles weren't worth much and agreed with the suggestion. Chen Zhensheng added, these 10 bowls of noodles must be finished even if you lose. Agreed. Begin. The process wasn't thrilling at all. And Chen Zhensheng won again. After finishing his 10 bowls of noodles, Chen Zhensheng watched the king of big stomach finish his 10 bowls of noodles. The king of big appetite was a bit overwhelmed. He had just eaten 50 or 60 fried dumplings, and now 10 bowls of noodles, and he was just an ordinary person. When he reached the 6th bowl, the king of big appetizers couldn't eat anymore and waved his hands repeatedly. I can't. I admit defeat. I can't eat anymore. Son of a bitch is still trying to rub off on me. Chen Zhensheng collected his bonus and went to the next store. The number of people following behind increased again. Is this guy human? 100 pan-fried buns, 10 bowls of beef noodle, And now the challenge of 20 burgers. If he can finish these 20 burgers, he's definitely not human. Burger joint. 20 burgers in front of you. The owner was shocked to learn that Chen Zhensheng had already eaten 100 shengjianbo and 10 bowls of noodles, and tugged at Chen Zhensheng. Brother, it's not necessary. Can you come back tomorrow? What? You're afraid I'll die? It doesn't exist. Even if I die, it has nothing to do with you. The owner said. That's 20 burgers. Can you finish them? Begin. Chen Zhensheng didn't wolf down the food this time because there was no more speed competition and no one dared to challenge. It took Chen Zhensheng 10 minutes to finish 20 burgers. There was a roar of approval. Chen Zhensheng hit a full stop, bashful to the board. Hey, there's a couple more up ahead. The bonuses are great. Crap. You guys are watching the fun. Are you responsible for the death? Chen Zhensheng patted the slightly bulging stomach. Do not eat. Today earn more than 20,000 yuan. But also eat enough to eat. Comfortable. Tomorrow I will come. Really? Come back tomorrow. Is that how you guys make your money? Chen Zhensheng dragged Gasuo away from the food festival. Gao Shuo looked at the backstage. You're on fire again. The number of followers increased to 23 million. And today's live broadcast earned 930,000. Chen Zhensheng lamented. It's too easy to make money in the big city. Gao Shuo didn't have the heart to say. You can piss off those hitmen who are fighting for their lives in the city with that statement. Not everyone is as perverted as you are. You've had a hard day too, so you won't be allowed to buy meals for a month. Takasaku spread his hands and said, Is that all? Or what? Takasaku rubbed his fingers together. Chen Zhensheng asked, Claws? Itchy hands? No hard labor? Oh, let's just transfer you $5,000. After all, I've only made $20,000 today. Gao Shuo said in dismay. My dear brother, have you forgotten about the fact that you made $900,000 from your live broadcast? Oh, that money, it's unreal. In Chen Zhensheng's eyes, their own efforts to work real money to have a sense of accomplishment. Live earned money, so that he did not have much feeling. Takasaku said, I don't feel unreal. Can I have it? Crawl. For the next 2 days, Chen Zhensheng dragged Gao Shuo to the Wujiang Road food street every day after school. Every day, there are many people waiting for Chen Zhensheng in the food court. It wasn't until the third day that the bosses realized the gravity of the situation and got scared. Originally, they held this challenge to attract customers, though it was also rare for anyone to win the challenge. Chen Zhensheng is here again. Someone shouted through a megaphone. The owners of a dozen stores have taken down their signs with the word challenge written on them. Chen Zhensheng entered the food court and was greatly disappointed to see that none of the challenges were active anymore. Those who were watching also showed solidarity with Chen Zhensheng. Hey, boss, is it too much fun? That's it? It's only been 3 days and you guys can't hold out anymore? Wujiang Road Food Street has blacked out Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng is no longer fun. Graying, he walked down the sidewalk toward the school. Gosaku holds up his cell phone holder to capture Chen Zhensheng's listlessness. Chen Zhensheng is the most awesome man I've ever met. I can't believe I was blackballed from the food court. The first one. So edible. No donkey in the production team can eat as much as you. There was a gasp on the public screen. Chen Zhensheng said, Gao Shuo, stop filming. I'm starving. Chen Zhensheng again did not eat 3 meals in the morning, noon and night. Gao Shuo turned off the live broadcast and returned the phone to Chen Zhensheng. The cafeteria is also closed now, so let's go eat barbecue. Your treat? Chen Zhensheng, can you have some face? You're richer than me now. You have over $6 million in your card now. Chen Zhensheng put his arm around Gao Shuo's shoulder. If you don't tell me, I've forgotten that I still have $6 million. I'm used to being poor. Pretend. You're so good at pretending. The two of them arrived at a barbecue place, at a round table in front of the entrance, filled with all kinds of barbecue and 2 cases of beer. The two of them were about to eat when a Maybach pulled up on the side of the road and the driver got out of the car and came to Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng, our president wants to talk to you. Please get in the car. Chen Zhensheng lowered his head and gnawed on a chicken leg, not even glancing at it. If you want to talk to me, come down and talk. Don't put yourself in front of my old man. The driver's face sank as he snapped. I'm not discussing with you. If you don't get in the car, the consequences will be very serious. Are you threatening me? Then I'm not going to go. The driver returned to the Maybach, and from all sides hundreds of social hooligans rushed out and swarmed around him. Gao Shuo was so scared that he hid behind Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng tugged him up. Sit down and eat, Takasaku said in horror. Social silver. A girl in a duck-tongued hat came quickly and lifted a large green trash can on the side of the road and smashed it. Smashed into 2 people. Gosaku said excitedly, it's that valiant duck-tongued girl again. I've seen her at the school gates. Don't be alarmed. Eat, Takasaku said. She must not like cleanliness. Don't you need to change the white cap? Wow, that was a hard hit. She broke her arm. And wow, that was a hard kick. She broke her nose. Damn it, she kicked me in the ass. Chen Zhensheng shoved a chicken wing into his mouth. Shut up, eat. All the diners ducked away, but only Chen Zhensheng calmly ate and drank. Hundreds of sociopaths were finished off by Shadow Girl. There were strong men all over the place, and the only one standing was Shadow Mistress. Shadow Girl returned to the crowd. Takasaku asked, "That gallant girl, may I recognize her?" "Can't." "Why?" "You're not worthy." Takasaku's head dropped. Chen Zhensheng finished the table of barbecue and contentedly pulled Gao Shuo away. Gosaku asked, "Do we not care? So many wounded. It's not like I hit it. Did you?" Takasaku was busy shaking his head. "You can call 120 for them if you have a heart." "I didn't." They took a cab back to the school, and just as they got out, they saw Caffeine Yang sitting in the doorway. Takasaku had the good sense to leave first. Yang Saifei stopped Chen Zhensheng. "Say a few words, Claus. My brother-in-law was beaten into a vegetable by you, and you've been given a death warrant. Oh, can it be cured? There is little hope. Condolences." After saying that, Chen Zhensheng wanted to leave. Yang Caffeine tugged on his arm, her beautiful eyes glaring angrily at Chen Zhensheng. "Don't you have a single word of apology? My brother-in-law is so outstanding and was beaten into a vegetable by this beast of yours. Do you know how sad my sister is? Surprisingly, you don't have a single word of apology." Chen Zhensheng smiled faintly. "I didn't do anything wrong. Why apologize? If I don't fight back, I'm a vegetable." Yang Saifei bristled. "How can you be compared to my brother-in-law? My brother-in-law is the person at the peak of the world right now, the strongest in the War God Temple." "Shut up." Chen Zhensheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he pointed at the tip of her nose. "If you dare to say one more word, I'll make you a vegetable as well." Yang Saifei was so scared that her body trembled and she ran back to the school in a great panic. The War God Hall and the Dragon King Hall initiated an order of execution. The world's top powerhouses are cordially invited to assassinate Chen Zhensheng. Those people at the barbecue stand today are Xiao Tian's family, the Xiao family. But the sky can't fall on Chen Zhensheng. In the morning, after dinner, Chen Zhensheng was about to go to the classroom when Chen Shujian dragged him into the office. Chen Shujian said gruffly, "The Battle God Palace and the Dragon King Palace have jointly issued an execution order against you. This matter is a bit big. Should we report it to the family?" "No need." "Oh, those people last night? Shadow has already found out clearly. It's the Xiao family, the super big family." Chen Zhensheng stood up and said, "Don't report the matter of the execution order to the clan. I'll solve it myself." After leaving the principal's office, Chen Zhensheng went back to the roof of the teaching building, pulled out his Nokia and called his big sister. "Have you eaten?" "Negi-san, I've eaten. I have a favor to ask you." "What is it?" "The Xia family." "Oh, and then? Let the Xiao family go bankrupt." "The Xiao family came after you?" "Right. Oh, I know." Hanging up the phone, Chen Zhensheng returned to the classroom with an expressionless face. After the class, Bai Yi laughed. "There's a news. There's a knowledge program. Our principal fought for the qualification to participate in the program. The question and answer competition. Our opponent is Kyoto No. 4 High School. That's a nationally famous high school." "Ha? Kyoto No. 4? Then we have no hope of winning. What's the point of competing?" Bai Yi solemnly said. "The competition hasn't even started yet. Are you guys admitting defeat? The prizes this time are very generous, and the school will first conduct a round of screening in a few days." Chen Zhensheng was not confident at all, and question-answer racing was not his strong suit. Bai Yi looked at Chen Zhensheng. "Chen Zhensheng, you're such a publicity seeker. Why don't you take a stand?" Bai Yi intends to let Chen Zhensheng participate, not only to let him see more, but also to improve his knowledge. Two birds with one stone. I'm not that great. I can't even catch up with my own studies right now. When it comes to studying, Chen Zhensheng has a bit of an inferiority complex. His soft underbelly. "You have to have confidence in yourself. The teacher is here to help you with tutoring." Chen Zhensheng was surprised. "Teacher, you're not really asking me to participate in the question and answer race, are you?" "Well, I have that in mind." Chen Zhensheng tensed up. "I'm worried about dragging my feet. Starting today, I'll accompany you to refresh your knowledge and watch the quiz competition program." Bai Yi looked at the other students again. "I hope you all will participate enthusiastically." After class, Chen Zhensheng asked Gao Shuo to teach him how to buy things online. Gao Shuo downloaded several shopping apps for Chen Zhensheng, applied for an account and bound his bank card. "That's it? Just search here for whatever you want to buy, click on buy, and enter our school's address." Chen Zhensheng bought hundreds of books on knowledge. Chen Zhensheng discovered a new continent again, lying on his bed and looking through the wide array of goods. "I don't realize I've spent over $300,000. Chen Zhensheng learned to shop online and has been addicted ever since. Every day, I look for my delivery at the delivery locker. All kinds of small deliveries, toys, clothes, shoes, books, bedding, etc. Eventually the courier lockers couldn't even fit and were stacked outside the duty room at the entrance to the school, piled up in little mountains. Chen Genxing's delivery. The security guard pointed to the courier piled up next to him. Just put it over there. A lot. Courier boy will drive his truck into the school. Open the truck. The cargo box is full of all kinds of express delivery. The security guards had become immune to it, having exclaimed too many times in the past few days. Is this Chen Genxing the richest student in your school? It's all his delivery. No, the poorest student in our school. After school, Chen Genxing brought Gao Shuo, Qin Yehao to the school gate to start organizing the courier. Gosaka shook his head inside. When the poor get rich at first sight, there is revenge spending. Chen Yehao asked, Little Master Tai, what are you buying here? Clothes, shoes, and bikes, big toys that I never played with as a kid. The three men sat down and began to unpack the delivery. The school sanitation workers also helped to unpack the courier. And after that, the cardboard boxes were his. More and more students gathered around. Chen Genxing, how much did you spend? There are more than 2 million. It's really convenient. Don't need to go out to buy things. No matter how far away delivery. Restful yo. Chen Genxing opened a box of express delivery. Exclaimed. Remote control airplane. Ha ha ha. $4,000. Gao Shuo sweated. You don't call that a remote control airplane. That's called a flying machine. For aerial photography. After reading the instructions, Chen Genxing maneuvered the flying machine, glowing and smiling. My previous 18 years were really in vain. It's too high-tech. Chen Genxing's expression of having never seen the world made many of his classmates laugh. Socks? Underwear? That's online too? You've got personality in those boxers. Or a tiger print. Chen Genxing snatched the four-horn pants over and gestured on his body. Fierce see, these pants are bullish. The crowd of students rolled their eyes in unison. Gosako picked up a bottle of men's cleanser. You're getting slutty. And you're using cleanser? I had to take care of my skin, too. Chen Yehao said to the other students. Are you guys just standing around watching the fun? Come over and tear it down together. We're here to help you. The girls in the class ran over. They loved to open the delivery. Well, tear it down. A group of girls gathered around to unwrap a delivery of over $2 million. Wow. Chen Genxing, you actually bought so many masks? Ocean Blue Mystery. This box is $2,600. Let's see. I bought so many. 20 boxes. That's for Mr. Bye. You guys shouldn't move it. I opened it. You have to send me a box. You can only take one box. Bai walked over at this time and said helplessly. Chen Genxing, the screening is about to take place. Can you stop shopping? Chen Genxing gave 19 boxes of masks from Aquamarine Puzzle to Bai, Mr. Bai. For you. Chen Genxing gave her a gift in front of so many students, making Bai really embarrassed. Why are you giving me gifts again? During this period of time, Ms. Bai has brought me a lot of insight and tutored me in knowledge. This little gift you must accept. Chen Genxing put the mask into Bai's bag. Bai also squatted down to help Chen Genxing unwrap the courier. Hurry up and unwrap it. Go back to review afterward. It took more than 3 hours to finally finish unpacking the delivery. Chen Shujian deliberately vacated an unoccupied dormitory for Chen Genxing to use as a storehouse. One weekend, in the basketball gym, the school conducted a quiz bowl screening. Chen Genxing had gotten the hang of it after more than a dozen simulated fits from Bai. A total of 60 students participated. But there were only 3 spots in the past section for the TV competition. Each of the 2 teachers is responsible for 10 students with 10 questions, and the one with the most correct answers wins. After layers of question and answer screening, Chen Genxing stood out and successfully stood up to the final round. 3 of these remaining students are to be selected for the TV program. Bai gruffly said, I've studied a few episodes of this program, and the questions they came up with didn't have math questions. History questions appeared the most, followed by geography, and then life, and I've compiled a list of 20 questions. Chen Genxing looked at these students next to him and found that Chen Jingxi, Yang Kai-fei were listed. There's no doubt about Princess Yang Kai's studies. She's number 1 in the whole school. She's the school bully. Yang Saifei glared at Chen Genxing. Blindly blinded can also be blinded to the end. This is a robocall question. Please listen to the question. Xuanzi was a major representative of Confucianism during the Warring States period, and his ideas were shared with legalism. A. Heavenly actions. B. Human nature is evil. C. Rights and laws. D. The people's water boat. Yang Caffeine was the first to snatch the right to answer and glanced arrogantly at Chen Genxing. B. Answer correctly. Chen Genxing scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. This question was a bit difficult for him. It's still a robocall, It's a math question. I plus I2 plus I3 plus I 2012 equals. Chen Zhenxing shook his head straight as he listened. Jinxi Chen grabbed the right to answer. 0. Answer correctly. Bai Yi glanced at Chen Zhenxing, her eyes signaling him to grab the answer. After 18 years of singleness, Chen Zhenxing's hand speed is still as clumsy as ever. For the next 20 questions, Chen Zhenxing barely won and qualified for the program. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that these few days of bad mending have had an effect after all. Chen Zhenxing just never went to school before. If he is willing to teach, he can learn it all. After all, it is the only heir of the Chen family. Without some of the family's excellent genes, that how can it work? At the end of this screening meeting, Bai Yi urged Chen Zhenxing, we're going to participate in the program next week. You still have a week. Don't go online and buy anything else. Study hard. Well, thank you teacher. You're my bull. I'm your horse. Bai Yi sweated. Stop talking and go back to the dormitory. When he returned to the dormitory, Chen Zhenxing dragged Gao Shuo, who was studying, up and handed him a book of questions. You ask, I'll answer. Then let me have a couple packs of your snacks. Good. Just as he was about to start, Chen Zhenxing's cell phone rang. It's Caffeine Yang calling. Chen Zhenxing directly hung up the phone. Not a moment later, a boy knocked on the door. Chen Zhenxing, Sister Yang Saifei asked you to go down. Crawl, she said, to help you review. Gao Shuo chimed in. Yang Saifei is the school bully. Letting her help you with your revision is so much better than me. Chen Zhenxing could only compromise in order to go to Kyoto to see the mayor. Clutching the book of questions, he went downstairs. Yang Saifei saw Chen Zhenxing come down and took the lead to go ahead. The two came to the playground one after the other. And be careful with the execution order. Chen Zhenxing handed her the question book. Start. Yang Saifei opened the question book, read it for a while, and asked seriously, are you a stupid bee? There's this question? Yang Caffeine no longer had that strong admiration for her brother-in-law. Her sister now spends her days in tears at the bedside of her vegetable brother-in-law, hoping to wake him up. The feeling that most made Yang Saifei herself unable to pinpoint was that she couldn't hate Chen Zhenxing. What she didn't know was that she had transferred that admiration for her brother-in-law to Chen Zhenxing, because Chen Zhenxing is stronger than Xiao Tian. Yang Saifei is a small woman who likes strong men. Yang Saifei threw the question book to Chen Zhenxing. When the time comes, you just stand and don't have to make a sound. I'll grab the answer with Chen Jingxi. You're just a sidekick. I have to perform too, not to help me count. When Chen Zhenxing was about to leave, Yang Caffeine called out to him again. Chen Zhenxing, when you come back from Kyoto, why don't you let me go live with you? Crawl. Damn you. Stingy. Selfish. I want to strangle you. Yang Saifei has recently been appealing for unblocking have not passed, and now many goods are pressed in the hands cannot get rid of. She had to find Chen Zhenxing. The commission. Kyoto. Several students and teachers from Zijin International School arrived at Kyoto City Airport by plane. The Zijin International School in Kyoto City sent a car to pick them up and arranged for them to be at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. Bai Yi called the three of them into the room and instructed. Tomorrow is the recording of the program. I know you want to stroll around Kyoto City. You can't play for too long, and you must be back in bed by 10 p.m. Understood. Bai Yi looked at Chen Zhenxing. Zhenxing, do you have any friends in Kyoto City? No, I'm not going out. I'll just study in my room. Except for his big sister. He didn't know anyone in Kyoto City. It's not like Chen Zhenxing can go see his big sister. Bai Yi also wanted to take Chen Zhenxing for a stroll, but she had to go to a meeting at the Zijin International School in Kyoto City. Chen Jingxi said, Teacher, let me take him to play. I want to visit some famous places. Good. Hard work. And then, Chen Zhenxing changed into a new outfit and went to the Forbidden City in a car with Chen Jingxi. A Rolls-Royce Phantom picked up Princess Yang Kai. Inside the cab, Chen Jingxi glanced at the excited Chen Zhenxing and asked, First time in Kyoto City? Right. This is the heart of the country. It's spectacular. Chen Zhenxing was exactly like a country bumpkin in town, exclaiming at everything he saw. Chen Jingxi patted Chen Zhenxing in sympathy. Arriving at the Forbidden City, Chen Zhenxing even let out a burst of pompous exclamations. I've seen it on TV so many times. Come take my picture. Chen Zhenxing handed the cell phone to Chen Jingxi, then stood straight and slowly stretched out his hand to compare a scissor hand. Jinxi Chen said, Don't compare scissors. It's too low. Chen Zhenxing pinched his hands together again. Chen Jingxi rolled her eyes. Just stand still, hands down, and smile. Hey. Chen Jingxi took a few pictures and asked, Let's buy a ticket and go in to take a look. I'll take a few more for you. Gotta have it. Not far away inside a Rolls-Royce car, Yang Caffeine looked at the two of them, Chen Zhenxing and Chen Jingxi, with a resentful face. Yang Saifei looked around and muttered to herself, Is it that exciting? Why don't I feel anything at all? Second miss. Where are we going? I'll be down here. Tell my dad to be back before dinner. Good. Young Caffeine put on a mask and also bought a ticket to go in. She had come to the large forbidden city when she was 6 years old, and had come here many times to play with her friends as she grew up, and had become indifferent to the place. In order not to be embarrassed, Yang Saifei bought a few drinks in advance. Chen Zhensheng saw a few girls taking pictures in hanbok, and was instantly enamored. Did they buy that one? There are rentals over there. Walk up. Chen Zhensheng took Xin Jingxi's hand and came to the place where he rented clothes. The owner asked, "What kind of clothes are rented?" Qing Dynasty, Ming Dynasty all, Gij, Princess, Eunuch, Jinyui, Emperor Dragon Robe all, Dragon Robes. Chen Zhensheng changed into the dragon robe, majestically, and walked with 8 steps. Chen Jingshi took a dozen photos of Chen Zhensheng in a row. Boss boy. Another set of Jinyuis. Chen Jingxi rolled her eyes. You're even more of a tosser than a woman. Are you looking down on me? Yo? Chen Jingxi was busy shaking her head. No. Sympathy. I only have sympathy for you. Who would have thought that? With a mom and dad who are both rich and famous, he would find it refreshing to be photographed in a dragon robe. Yo? Such a coincidence. Yang Saifei angled her haughty little face and spoke in a frivolous tone, pretending to be a chance encounter. Chen Zhensheng took a Qing Dynasty Gij costume and shouted, "Chen Jingxi, will you change into it? This is a nice looking outfit. Crawl for me. My old man's hanbok is hundreds of times more upscale than this. They are all customized. A set of tens of thousands of dollars. It's a pity that I didn't bring it over." Yang Kaifei was ignored. Yang Caffeine froze for a moment and added, "Chen Zhensheng, don't disgrace our Zijin school, okay? Next time, please change your school uniform before coming out to take pictures." A couple more. Chen Zhensheng changed into the clothes of a brocade guard and wore a fake sword, which was perfect for Chen Gensheng's robust body, and he looked valiant and dignified when he wore it. Chen Zhensheng made a gesture of pulling out his sword. This is a restful gesture. The two women looked stunned. They had never seen any man wearing the clothes of a Jinyui dressed so well. All of a sudden in their eyes, Chen Zhensheng as if he was really a Jinyui who had crossed over from the Ming Dynasty. What are you waiting for? Shoot yo. You don't talk. A mouthful of dialect ruins my illusions at once. After the photo shoot, they wandered around the forbidden city again. Chen Jingxi asked, "Sister Kai Fei, didn't you go home?" "It's still early to go back, so I'm just wandering around here. I didn't expect to run into you guys." "Water?" Chen Zhensheng nonchalantly reached out and took a bottle. "Does your family have a business in Kyoto City as well?" "My family is originally from Kyoto City. It's just that my sister and I followed my mom to live in Shanghai." "Oh, for what?" "My parents divorced when I was 10 years old, and then my dad found a hostess." When she said this, Yang Caffeine acted calmly. "Oh, your old man's a melon pie. Yo." Yang Saifei nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right." Chen Jingshi asked to Chen Zhensheng, "Do you have anything else to shop for?" "There's tea. The Great Wall of 10,000 miles. It's not a good man until you reach the Great Wall. I must go and see it." The two women tried their best to stop Chen Zhensheng. They didn't want to accompany Chen Zhensheng to go crazy and tire himself out. "No way. If you go to the Great Wall now, you won't be able to come back at night, so you can go tomorrow after the program is over," Chen Zhensheng said aggrievedly. "Well, then let's go to the food street? Is there any famous food in Kyoto City? It seems like there's a Wad's roast duck that's delicious." Yang Saifei rolled her eyes. "That's all a lie to foreigners. Really good roast duck. I'll take you there. Four Seasons Fumin roast duck restaurant behind the Forbidden City." Yang Caffeine snatched the menu from Chen Gensheng's hand. "I'll order. Don't mess around. Stingy. Yo. You don't understand. I promise to keep you fed." "That's good. Point." Concubine Yang Kai said. 8 treasures duck. 3 roast ducks. Palace snack platter. 3 orders of popped tripe. Roasted sea cucumber with scallions. Duck palm with mustard. Lychee shrimp balls. And pig's trotters in a wooden barrel. Chen Zhensheng heatedly laughed. "Sounds delicious. Enough to eat?" Chen Jingxi said. "Enough. Too much." Yang Saifei laughed bitterly. "The two of us are enough. There is still an animal. 5 roast ducks. 5 then. And 3 drinks. Okay, just a moment." Chen Zhensheng wiped his palms and shook his legs in excitement. "Finally, I've eaten the capital's roast duck, and it's so good that I can't stand it." Chen Jingxi laughed. "Senior Sister Kai Fei, I'll let you break the bank. It's nothing. You guys came to the capital, so of course it's my treat." Yang Caffeine was inwardly elated, finally having the opportunity to sit and eat with Chen Zhensheng, so that in the future, she would have the opportunity to use his account to sell goods live. "Drinks are coming up." Yang Saifei picked up her drink cup and said, "Here's to us winning the game tomorrow. Cheers." Yang Caffeine added, Chen Zhenxing, tomorrow you can answer what you can. And if you can't, just keep pressing the snatch button. Help us get the right to answer. And leave the rest to Jing Si and I. Gotta have it. The roast duck was served, and when Chen Zhenxing was about to move his chopsticks, Chen Jingshi stopped him. Can you be reserved and eat slowly? Well, Yang Kai-fei picks up a pancake, puts shredded green onion, shredded cucumber, and roast duck on it, rolls it up and dips it in the sauce. This series of procedures froze Chen Zhenxing. Roast duck eat like this. Learn it? I'll try, aha. Chen Zhenxing followed Yang Sai-fei's procedure just now, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed a few mouthfuls, and his face was instantly enriched with an expression. Restful, restful, so restful, yo. Yang Sai-fei laughed out loud. You eat a meal cannot do not emotional, ah. Try this 8 treasures duck, and my favorite fried belly. You were here as soon as I guessed. A voice rang out and raised his eyes, but he saw a handsome young man, well dressed, wearing a man's tweed coat and a high-collar white sweater, rather like a stick oba. The handsome youth sat down nonchalantly. I heard my uncle say you were back today, and I didn't answer your phone when I called you. Yang Sai-fei's eyebrows knitted slightly, her tone indifferent as she asked, looking for me for something? That's a raw question to ask. I didn't come to you because I like you. This handsome young man had a lot of heart. He just came in and saw Yang Kai-fei talking and laughing with a handsome boy, a smile that he had never seen before. So sit down and make a statement first, just to say to Chen Zhenxing. But this handsome young man had overestimated Chen Zhenxing's desire for love. And even more so, Chen Zhenxing's feelings for Yang Sai-fei. It's not as good as the charred, fatty roast duck in front of you. Yang Caffeine was stunned and whispered, what are you talking nonsense about? If you have something to say, our classmates are all here. The handsome youth reached out his hand to Chen Zhenxing, showing a gentlemanly demeanor. Hello, I'm the childhood friend of Princess Yang Kai. My name is Yi Yan. You guys must know Yi Liangchen, right? The war god of the Dragon King Palace. That's my own brother. Chen Zhenxing stretched out his greasy hand and shook Yi Yan's hand. My name is Chen Zhenxing, a classmate of Yang Sai-fei. After saying that, he picked up the pancake in his hand and rolled up a few more slices of roast duck. Yi Yan wiped his hands with a tissue with a disgusted face. Yang Sai-fei said, you go back first. I'll go back after dinner. Yi Yan softly said, they are all waiting for you at home. What's the waste of words? You go ahead and tell my dad I'll be back in an hour. Yi Yan stood up and said, then I'll wait in the car for an hour. When Yi Yan left, Chen Jingxi asked with a smile, Sister Kai-fei, is that your boyfriend? Or are you engaged to be married? Nothing, it's just a friend who has played with me since I was a child, making a fool of himself to like me. Yang Sai-fei stole a glance at Chen Zhenxing, who was eating a lot, and added, I don't have any feelings for him at all. Chen Jingxi said melancholically, it can't be. You two childhood sweethearts. You should have a very deep relationship. Want me, but I don't have a boy who grows up with me by my side. It's because of my childhood friend that I know him so well. When his family used to be rich, he used to play with a different girl every day piece by piece, and he even got beaten up for hitting on someone else's wife. Chen Jingshi said in disgust, 9 rounds of scum. Yang Sai-fei sighed quietly. Now that his family's assets have shrunk considerably, he is fiercely pursuing me, so of course I know his little heart. Just as the two women were talking, Chen Zhenxing had already finished the 5 roast ducks. As for what was said, Chen Zhenxing didn't even listen. After this meal, Chen Zhenxing was satisfied. After checking out, Yang Sai-fei laughed. Then we'll see you tomorrow. How will you guys get back? Why don't I give you guys a ride? No, we'll just take a cab back. The 3 parted ways and returned to the hotel. The following day, the TV station taped the program, Kyoto No, for middle school versus Zijin International School. Facing the camera, Chen Zhenxing is still a little shy. Are both students ready? Ready. To begin, please listen to the question. What tunnel and bridge, the largest combined tunnel and bridge project in the world, was officially opened to traffic on October 31, 2009? A. Shanghai Yangtze. B. Chongqing Yangtze River. C. Nanjing Yangtze River. D. Wuhan Yangtze River. Chen Zhenxing exerted his amazing speed and quickly pressed the button to grab the right to answer. A. Answer correctly. Chen Zhenxing grinned, a small sense of accomplishment in his heart. Let's move on to the next question. The Middle East is located in the land of 5 seas and 3 continents, which does not include the 5 seas. A. Black Sea. B. Mediterranean. C. Baltic Sea. D. Red Sea. Chen Zhenxing grabbed the right to answer again. B. Answer correctly. Bai Yi in the audience was the first to applaud Chen Zhenxing. Yang Sai-fei and Chen Jingshi also cast approving glances. The topics are getting more and more difficult, all of which are weaknesses of Chen Zhenxing, especially chemistry, biology and math. Fortunately, there was the Zijin School's school bully, Yang Saifei, who was on her own and answered 8 questions correctly in a row. Kyoto 4 is also very strong and has maintained a score that is even with the Zijin school. For the final question, students from both sides, name the poem with the word water in it, and Kyoto 4 will start first. Chen Jingxi guffawed. This last question was simply prepared for her. Don't you see the water of the yellow river coming from the sky? Chen Jingxi rose to the occasion and chanted the verse in a lively tone. The so-called iron, on the water's side, white hair floats on green water, red palm plucks clear waves. Chen Jingxi felt that the poems they said had no emotion at all, and the verses they chose were also very simple, and smiled disdainfully. The falling sun and the lone rushes flew together, and the autumn water shared the same color as the long sky. In the end, Jinxi Chen won by a landslide. The store of poems and songs in her brain was quite impressive. Bai Yi and the other teachers cheered and ran up to the stage to embrace Chen Zhensheng, Yang Saifei, and Chen Jingxi. Chen Gensheng's toes gouged the ground and his body tensed, feeling Bai Yi's soft and delicate body close to him. The fragrance emanating from Bai Yi's body caused Chen Zhensheng to bend over slightly and pout his buttocks in embarrassment. You guys have done Purple and Gold School proud. The school has decided to treat you to a big meal. Gotta have it. Today is a glorious day for our Zigwincher International School. This shows that our faculty is on par with the 4th middle school in Kyoto City. No one is more excited than these teachers. There were still a few hours before dinner, and Chen Zhensheng was most eager to climb the Great Wall now. Mr. Bai, I'm going to climb the Great Wall. I'll be back before dinner. White Yi asked, do you know which bus to take? Take a cab. Bai Yi was still a bit uneasy. Forget it, I'll accompany you. Mr. Zhang, I won't go for the commendation in a while. Good. And then, Chen Zhensheng and Bai Yi took a cab to the Great Wall. At the first sight of the Great Wall, Chen Zhensheng was shocked. With a trembling hand, he stroked the mottled walls. This is the Great Wall. It's spectacular. Bai Yi took the opportunity to test Chen Zhensheng. Do you know how many kilometers the Great Wall is? Hey, it's hard to beat me. 196 kilometers. Whitey asked again. From what period did the Great Wall begin? Qin Shi Huang Ti. Wrong. Bai Yi corrected. The Great Wall began in the spring and autumn period. By the state of Chu first began to build. Built in Qin, and then rebuilt in the Ming dynasty. The Great Wall is only bigger. The Great Wall we are now on is the Ming Great Wall. Chen Zhensheng scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Bai Yi handed Chen Zhensheng a bottle of water. Let's go and take you on a tour of the Great Wall. Chen Zhensheng handed his phone to Bai Yi. Teacher Bai, take a picture for me. Good. Chen Zhensheng posed in various poses. His smile sunny and innocent. It was the most innocent smile Bai Yi had ever seen, without a trace of impurity, and she couldn't help but look mesmerized. Chen Zhensheng thought that Bai Yi had finished shooting, so he came over and said, Mr. Bai, let's take a picture together. Ha? Oh, good. Chen Zhensheng stopped a passerby and asked him to help him take a picture. Originally, Chen Zhensheng and Bai Yi kept some distance, and Bai Yi's white face rippled with an unnatural smile. It's going to shoot. Suddenly, Chen Zhensheng reached out and put his arm around Bai Yi's shoulders. Grinning, Bai Yi's delicate body shook. The scene was caught on camera. While the two of them tour the Great Wall and enjoy the scenery, Bai Yi explains to Chen Zhensheng about the history of the Great Wall of Qin and the Great Wall of Ming. Chen Zhensheng lamented. Mr. Bai, you are so knowledgeable. You must have studied very well when you were in school. A touch of sadness welled up between Bai Yi's brows. I have 4 siblings. I am the third in line, and there are brothers and sisters above me. If I don't study hard, I will be like my sister who graduated from junior high school and got married on a blind date and worked at home on the farm. You're a bitter baby, too. That's why teachers feel close to you when they see you. And I've sponsored several students like you who are doing well. Chen Zhensheng was stunned inside. Mr. Bai, you're so young to sponsor students. It's too great. White Yi smiled. I just took some money. Unconsciously the two had walked a long way on the Great Wall. Seeing this, Bai Yi said, let's return. It's almost time. Good. After climbing the Great Wall is the celebration. The principal of the Zijin School in Kyoto, the principal of the Zijin School in Shanghai, and a group of teachers. Banquet. First of all, I'd like to thank you 3 students. You've done our Purple and Gold School proud. Come on, raise your glasses. I really didn't expect it. I was not expecting it. The teachers were overwhelmed with emotion. Yang Saifei said proudly, teachers have to be confident in us only. Kyoto no. For middle school is nothing more than that. Chen Jingxi said, pride goes with the territory. Chen Zhensheng is munching away. Bai Yi secretly tugged on Chen Gensheng's clothes. Chen Zhensheng slowed down his eating. Yang Caffeine added, Headmaster, I won't be able to return to Shanghai with you tomorrow. I want to take a few days off to do some errands in Kyoto City. Chen Shujian nodded in agreement. A few of the teachers began to push their glasses, and after 3 rounds of drinks, the conversation picked up. The 3 of them went back to the hotel even after they had eaten. Chen Jingxi asked, "Sister Kai Fei, you're going to be here for a few days? I want to accompany my sister. She is at her saddest right now. My brother-in-law was sent back to the Shao family in Kyoto City." Saying that, Yang Saifei glared hatefully at Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng sighed and blamed himself. "I was wrong. It was me who overestimated your brother-in-law. I thought that he was the god of war. Well, surely he could withstand my blowing fist. I didn't expect it to be so unbearable." "You!" Yang Saifei clenched her fists and huffed. "Chen Zhensheng, don't be too arrogant. The execution order is still in place." Chen Jingshi said. "Chen Zhensheng, you should stop talking. Senior sister Kai Fei is also quite sad in her heart right now. And since the Shao family just declared bankruptcy today, her sister needs company the most right now." Oh, it was pretty miserable. Chen Zhensheng was a bit surprised that his big sister had dismantled the super family, the Shao family, so quickly. Kai Fei. Yi Yan came again carrying hot milk tea. "I just happened to pass by here," Yang Caffeine said with a stoic face. "Yi Yan, don't pursue me anymore. I made it very clear to you yesterday that you are not my type. How do you know if it's suitable or not until you've spent time with it? My brother is Yi Liangchen. Do you know why your brother's nose is broken?" Yang Saifei pointed at Chen Zhensheng and said, "He broke it." Yi Yan laughed disdainfully. "Kai Fei, don't joke. I know you're trying to hit me, but he does look ordinary." Yang Saifei said, "Ask him if you don't believe me." Yi Yan asked, "Did you injure my brother?" "Yes." "Fuck you." Yi Yan reached out and yanked on Chen Zhensheng's collar. "I've wanted to beat you up for a fucking long time. Seeing you with this face makes me very upset." Yang Saifei shouted. "Yi Yan, spread your hands. Don't you give yourself a hard time." Chen Zhensheng said, "She's right, don't look for pain. I'll fucking kill you." Yi Yan swung his fist about to hit. Chen Zhensheng taught him to behave with a broken leg. Oh ho ho ho. Yi Yan covered his crotch and jumped, falling to the ground and shrinking into a ball. Chen Zhensheng looked at Yang Caffeine. "Call 120 now. He can still be saved." "Chen Zhensheng, you're too obnoxious. Damn it." Yang Saifei called an ambulance to take Yi Yan to the hospital. Chen Zhensheng put his arm around Chen Jingxi's shoulders and went back to the hotel. Chen Jingxi opened Chen Gensheng's hand. "Don't hook up. I'm no longer the Chen Jingxi who was infatuated with you. That Chen Jingxi died that day." Chen Zhensheng asked, "What do you think of this crazy bitch, Yang Saifei?" "I can't say, but I think she's got a little crush on you, and she doesn't reach out to talk to men easily. She doesn't deserve it." Back at the Zijin International School in Shanghai, the university awarded the 3 of them $1 million. Chen Jingxi didn't want it and gave her share to Chen Zhensheng. For this matter, Chen Zhensheng even made a special call to Yang Saifei. "Yang Saifei, the school rewarded $1 million. You, keep every penny of it for me." Got it. Chen Zhensheng muttered in a small voice. Rich second generation still cares about this amount of money. Really? Takasaku unwrapped a bag of chips and ate it while watching TV. Chen Zhensheng realized that something was wrong, opened the cabinet and looked. There are still a few packages of snacks left. Chen Zhensheng directly lifted Gao Shuo up and pretended to throw him down the stairs. "Brother, dear brother, I know it's wrong to come. You son of a bitch finished my snack while I was gone. You're so rich, you can buy more. Cut the crap and suffer death. Hey, I got news for you. Let's call it quits, okay?" Chen Zhensheng put Gao Shuo down. "What is it?" Gao Shuo whispered. "I've noticed something wrong lately. There's a male student in the senior class who entered our dormitory when I wasn't there, and he said he went to the wrong dormitory." Chen Zhensheng did not think it is normal to go to the wrong dormitory. Fart. Senior. After 3 years in this school, the nooks and crannies can be touched with closed eyes. How could you possibly go to the wrong room? Chen Zhensheng asked. "Are we missing anything?" "No." "Then I thought about it, and it was probably directed at you." Chen Zhensheng thought of the execution order at this time. Could it be that there were people from the War God's Palace in the Zijin school as well? Chen Zhensheng wasn't worried about what was going on outside. With Shadow Sister's presence, nothing could go wrong. If he was in school, the careless Chen Zhensheng wouldn't have been able to find out. Called what? Zhang Yu. Go. Chen Zhensheng arrived at the senior student dormitory area and found Zhang Yu's dormitory. Not in the dorm, in the basketball gym. Chen Zhensen found the basketball gym again. Gao Shuo pointed to a tall, round inch-haired student. That's Zhang Yu. Chen Zhensheng walked over, reached down, grabbed the basketball, and crushed it with his bare hands. A group of students backed away in fear. "Why did you go to our dormitory?" Zhang Yu indifferently said. "Wrong way. The senior dormitory is on the 6th floor. We're on the 3rd floor. Is it really a mistake?" If you want to avenge your relatives, you can ask me. Chen Zhenxing couldn't pinpoint who his relatives were. There were too many war gods that day. Knowing that he couldn't beat Chen Zhenxing and didn't dare to be arrogant in front of him, Zhang Yu could only concede. You're overthinking it. I simply went to the wrong room. Chen Zhenxing pointed at Zhang Yu. You'd better go to the wrong room. If I find out that you're making small moves behind your back, you'll get hurt. This time it's a warning. Zhang Yu waited for Chen Zhenxing to leave the basketball gym and breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. His legs were shivering when he faced Chen Zhenxing just now. Zhang Yu, don't mess with this guy if there's nothing else. He's simply not human. You're not trying to avenge your brother-in-law, are you? Nonsense. No. Isn't your brother-in-law an S-ranked war god of the war god temple? Don't be ridiculous. Besides, Chen Zhenxing. He went back to his quarters and checked them over, and there was nothing wrong with them. Undress and shower and go to bed. On Tuesday afternoon, Chen Zhenxing was in class when the class stirred. Look, so many beautiful women. Wow. What are all these beautiful women doing at our school? Ha, isn't that Yang Kaifei's sister? Enough 20 to 30 beautiful women of different colors came to the Zijin school. Each beautiful woman was dressed up with great taste, carrying designer bags and wearing diamond necklaces, one bigger than the other, as if they were on a runway show. With great aura, Chen Shujian stopped these beauties and asked with a smile, Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask what is your business here at our Zijin school? Let Chen Zhenxing come down and talk. Let Chen Zhenxing confront us face to face. Let's get you to fire Jensen Chan. The beauties yelled more than a few petulant, condescending tones. Crap, Chen Zhenxing all came to find you. You're too fierce a peach. No, these beauties should all be the wives of the war gods. I recognize a few of them. That one is the $1,000 president of the Bayou Aviation Group. That pretty girl in the white OL women's dress is the $1,000 daughter of the Dafa Construction Group. And there's another one who used to be a singer known as a 3-generation ice cream girl, Li Haiyue, and their husbands are all war gods. Chen Zhenxing went downstairs to confront these war wives. I don't beat women. I beat your husbands. They provoked me first. Yang Saifei's elder sister, Yang Kaling angrily shouted. You beat my husband into a vegetable. Because my husband became a vegetable. That's why their family went bankrupt. You ruined my happiness for the rest of my life. You're responsible for that. Ice Clear Jade Singer. Li Haiyue, my husband is Xiaoyin. He can't get out of bed yet. The doctor said he will be disabled for life. You must give me a statement today. The daughter of Dafa Construction Group. In tears, the doctor said that my husband may not be able to have children. Oh, Chen Zhenxing. You're so cruel. Chen Zhenxing didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. If your husbands hadn't pretended to be in the first place, they could have continued to be the god of war. So many people beat me up as a high school student. Do they still have the face to do so? Don't tell me that. The principal must expel Chen Zhenxing today. If not, we will unite and target your Zijin school. Chen Shujian said. Gentlemen, I think Chen Zhenxing did the right thing. He was self-defense. Your husbands are so powerful, are standing at the top of the world, that the top of the world can withstand so many people standing, all blocking our school entrance. What if it was Chen Zhenxing who fell that day? Cut the crap and just tell us. Should we fire Chen Zhenxing? Absolutely no firing. Good. Yang Kalin's delicate face pointed at Chen Zhenxing in a gloomy manner. We have a handle on you in our hands. We'll give you 3 days. If you don't give us an explanation, you'll suffer the consequences. Chen Zhenxing said bitterly. What do you want to explain? Beat you into a vegetable. Beat you until you can't have children. Cripple you. The warring wives in front of them smelled of different luxury perfumes, from Dior's Pink Charm to Chanel's Encounter Eau de Toilette. Straight away, Chen Zhenxing smoked and sneezed repeatedly. Fight. A group of war god wives waved their LV Louis Vuitton limited edition bags, Chanel customized diamond-encrusted handbags, Hermes Jigsaw limited edition bags towards Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing whirled around and crouched down to hold his head. Crazy bitch yo. Crazy bitch. How dare you curse. Hit. Little pink fists and proud high heels fell like rain on Chen Zhenxing. Chen Shujian summoned the security guards to yank the war wives away. Chen Zhenxing wanted to cry and was aggrieved. Chen Zhenxing returned to the classroom in a depressed manner. His classmates couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his wretched appearance. But what Chen Zhenxing did that endeared him to many students was not to hit women. Against the god of war he was unrelenting. Against Mrs. God of War he was bitterly clueless. After class, Chen Zhenxing went to the principal's office. Chen Shujian poured Chen Zhenxing a cup of tea. Little uncle, what about this matter? How about letting Shadow handle it? She's also a woman. It's fair to handle this matter. Or forget it. I'm worried that Shadow's sister will kill these Mrs. War God. Chen Shujian was also distressed. They've been coming to make trouble for 3 days now, and it's had a big impact on the school, and you can't attend classes without worry. What then? I've widowed them all, and I'm honestly to blame for this. Chen Shujian thought of an idea. Why don't we send a representative to talk to them? Just send Chen Jixing's daughter-in-law to talk to them and ask them if they have any other demands? It's just expelling me, and I figured they wouldn't dare do it at school. They'll do it to me once they're expelled. Chen Genxing's guess wasn't wrong. Making a move in the school would definitely have a big impact when word got out, and it wouldn't be good for the reputation of the War God Palace, Dragon King Palace. Chen Shujian said, "Little uncle, you can go to school in peace. I will find a way to deal with this matter." Chen Zhensheng patted his shoulder. "Tough on you. I'll go eat." When they came to the cafeteria, the students were all talking about today's beating of Chen Zhensheng by the wives of war. While buying food, Zhang Yu stood behind Chen Zhensheng. Zhang Yu whispered, "Chen Zhensheng, I advise you to drop out." Chen Zhensheng said, "Do you want to be beaten?" "I don't want to, but you'll be ruined," leaving behind an inscrutable remark. Zhang Yu left. Chen Zhensheng is full of doubts. Losing his reputation? I'm not famous? The deadline has passed and Chen Zhensheng still hasn't dropped out. So, on this day, a video went viral in the school. Student groups, teacher-student WeChat groups all sent out this video. It was a video of Chen Zhensheng taking a shower. Light is not a good idea. The sound of reading aloud diffused into a chorus of shrieks. The girls covered their eyes and looked through their fingers lustfully, refusing to see more. The boys were full of frustration and deeply inferior. When Bai Yi saw the video, her face was red and she dissolved the WeChat group in anger. Chen Zhensheng ran to the roof of the building at the first time to tell his second sister about this matter. The video disappeared less than 30 seconds after Chen Zhensheng hung up. The female students in the class did not feel at ease this day. Their eyes could not help but peek at Chen Zhensheng. "I think Chen Zhensheng looks better now." "Well, I think so. It's magnificent. No wonder they call him livestock. The production team's donkeys aren't so." A few girls bit their lips and blushed as they talked about the video. After school, Chen Zhensheng lowered his head and quickly walked back to the dormitory. Takasako sympathizes and buys him back his meal. "You're all the talk in the cafeteria right now." "Shut up. I've already had a dozen girls ask me for your microsignal today. I told you to shut the fuck up. I'm eating." Gosako sat down and stopped talking. A moment later, unable to resist adding, "All the boys in school are moping around today." Crawl. Takasako ran out of the dormitory. Knock knock. A knock on the door. "Who?" "Sent by the third lady." A young man wearing a mask came in carrying a combination box. With that, he opened the code box and pulled out a set of equipment and got to work. It didn't take long to identify 3 pinhole cameras in this dorm room. "It's cleaned up. I'm outta here." Oh, after eating, Chen Zhensheng also did not go to class. Groundless hate cannot find a mouse hole to drill in. Lying on the bed, Chen Zhensheng was on edge, not knowing whether there were still such videos in the hands of those war wives. By the end of the afternoon, Whitey came to the dormitory. "That's not the way you do it." Chen Zhensheng covered his head with a futon. Bai Yi's face was blushing and she wanted to say something. She wanted to give Chen Zhensheng counseling, but she didn't know how to counsel him. "You're being psychologically challenged. In fact, you have a perfect body, like a Greek statue, with undulating muscle lines. Perfect. Mr. Bai, go back first. I don't have the face to see you." Bai Yi gruffly said, "You can't be like this. I can't rest assured if you delay your studies." "I'm fine. I'll be fine in a few days. Teacher walk with you? Be bold. Count on it." Seeing that nothing could be done about it, Bai Yi could only let Chen Zhensheng slow down for a while. Bai Yi had just left the dormitory when Shen Yehao, Gao Shuo came in. "You should be proud of yourself, little master. A lot of boys are autistic after watching your videos. I've been living in his shadow longer than you can see." Chen Zhensheng bared his head and gritted his teeth. "Those crazy bitches can do anything. Call that Zhang Yu guy over." Chen Yehao said, "Zhang Yu dropped out of school today, knowing that you would definitely want to beat him up. Son of a bitch runs fast enough." At this time Chen Yehao's cell phone rang. "The barbecue I ordered arrived. Specially for you." "I'll get it." Chen Yehao returned to the dormitory with a large bag of barbecue. Beer with barbecue, grilled cashews, 100 skewers of lamb, grilled chicken wings, etc. All meat, no veggies at all. Chen Zhensheng smiled and got out of bed. Restful yo. The dormitory door knocks. The Western restaurant in the cafeteria delivered 50 pieces of steak, also prepared by Chen Yehao for Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng exclaimed, "I have a heart, and I don't get upset when I eat." "That's right, we're the ones who should be upset. There's nothing a barbecue can't fix." If so, 2 meals. It was another sunny morning. The fall colors were getting deeper and deeper. The light wind swept the leaves from the playground several times and still couldn't sweep away the invasion of autumn. The students saw the familiar wild dog like Chen Zhensheng running wild again. "Chen Zhensheng, I love you. A certain bold girl let loose in the girls' dormitory building and confessed her love to Chen Zhensheng. I love it too. Chen Zhensheng, you are my little wolf dog. Chen Zhensheng, you are my Tibetan mastiff. The rising and falling shouts made Chen Zhensheng unmotivated to run. The sound was a mockery to him. The conservative-minded man can't yet accept the fervor and alacrity of the girls in the city. Since you can't struggle away, why don't you just close your eyes and enjoy it? Chen Zhensheng took a shower and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. After buying his food and just sitting down, the girls were adding food to his bowl. Eat more. More porridge. More milk tea. Love you. Yo. In no time at all, Chen Zhensheng's rice bowl as well as the dish was piled high with gifts from the girls. Chen Zhensheng was curious. Why didn't they call him a hooligan? Why didn't they say he was disgusting? Why didn't they say he was perverted? Instead, how about treating him better and better? Chen Zhensheng was puzzled. Chen Zhensheng returned to his class after eating the girls' gifts. There are a lot of notes on the desks. Here's my microsignal. Add it. My microphone. Here's my microsignal. The notes were all microsignals from the girls in the class. Chen Zhensheng threw the notes into the trash basket and took out his textbook to study. The girls in the class let out a gasp. Bai smiled heartily when she entered the class and saw Chen Zhensheng. Class. Start the class. We'll have etiquette class this afternoon. Yay. Just love the etiquette classes. Mr. White. Who is the teacher for today's etiquette class? MS. Su. Wow. Awesome. Zijin School is an aristocratic school. And every month there is an etiquette class to teach the students how to dress for a party and how to treat their guests. And even more so, to recognize some of the brands and vintages of red wines as well as their taste. The etiquette class will also teach students how to look at talent and improve their qualities, all completely to the specifications of British royalty. Su teacher is a princess of the British royal family. In order to a certain war god in China, voluntarily give up the royal identity to China, and gave himself a Chinese name. There is a special classroom for etiquette classes, and the building is quite opulently furnished, in which there is a fine arts gallery, a royal ballroom, and a restaurant. Behind this liturgical building is a lawn that teaches golf and a horse arena that teaches horseback riding. The specs were pretty high, and in a nutshell, this etiquette class was all about teaching students how to socialize, how to run their networks, etc. Chen Zhensheng has been at the school for 3 or 4 months, and this is the first time he has taken etiquette lessons. Entering the building was like entering a palace, with a spacious circular living room and a two-way wooden staircase directly opposite the door. Ms. So raised her standard smile and nodded slightly to her classmates. Hello, students. Hello, teacher. Ms. Su opened the folder. Now for the spot check. Chen Yahao. Beautiful lady. Can I buy you a drink? How do you say it in Italian? Bella signora. Posso offrirti di bear? Ms. So quipped. Fantastico. Chen Zhensheng was dumbfounded. Why is this still teaching Italian? Ms. Su's gaze fell on Chen Zhensheng's face, and she instantly showed her disgust. Chen Zhensheng, you're an abomination. How do you say that in Japanese? Chen Zhensheng blurted out. You did baka. Your conscience is greatly bad. There was a burst of laughter. Gao Shuo said, Teacher, it's Chen Zhensheng's first time taking etiquette class, and he has no foundation at all. I've asked simply enough. I'm just asking him to speak Japanese. Someone who doesn't even know Japanese doesn't deserve to be in my class. Please get out. Chen Zhensheng skinned his lips and said, Old me doesn't want to take your melon skin etiquette class either. It's useless. After saying that, Chen Zhensheng twisted his head and exited the ceremonial teaching building. When Chen Zhensheng was ready to go back to the dormitory, Bai Yi called out to him, I knew you'd be asked out. For what? That teacher called Su, whose husband is also a war hero, was beaten by you and is still in the hospital, said Bai Yi handing Chen Zhensheng a cup of milk tea. The two sat on a school bench. White Yi smiled in relief. Actually, etiquette class is optional for you, isn't it? Right. And an Italian test. At this school, the most basic thing for every student is 8 languages. Chen Zhensheng was stunned. Really? Yeah, but you're different from them. You just need to be able to get into a university like 985, 211, and later you'll be able to get a good job and be respected in society. Chen Zhensheng looked at Bai Yi. Teacher Bai, was I really wrong to hit the god of war? I don't think you're wrong because you didn't initiate the fight. They came after you. Chen Zhensheng grinned. With your words, I'm relieved. White Yi. Relieved? Don't be discouraged. You didn't like this lesson, but you'll love tomorrow's lesson. Horseback riding. Gotta have it. I haven't ridden a horse yet. Moved with compassion, White Yi asked, Do you want to try it now? May I? Your nephew is the principal. Of course he can. Go. Chen Zhensheng went to the horse farm with Bai Yi. Chen Shujian asked the teacher who taught riding to teach Chen Zhensheng alone first for the afternoon. In the stables there were 10 high horses, pure black, pure white, and brown, which were fed by their teachers to be strong and beautiful. Bai Yi introduced Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng, this is the horse teacher who teaches horseback riding. Ma Changji. Chen Zhensheng stroked the black stallion's sturdy muscles and marveled. Cow. Indeed not comparable to our village's mules. Which one is the sweat-blooded BMW here? Mr. Ma. Teacher Ma shook his head and laughed. It's hard to buy a pure-blooded sweat-blooded BMW on the market. This black horse you're petting is the most expensive and best gypsy horse in our school. And for that matter it's only a mixed-blooded one. Chen Zhensheng said urgently. Teacher Ma taught me. Good. The horse teacher brought out the mixed-race gypsy horse and demonstrated how to mount it once. Then how to drive it. Demonstrate once and let Chen Zhensheng ride on it to try. Chen Zhensheng was not the least bit timid and mounted his horse. Mr. Horse said. First, familiarize yourself with how to control the direction of the horse's gallop with the reins. Hiya. Chen Zhensheng has watched too many TV dramas. And rode up just shouted and cracked the horse's ass with his whip. Fizzle. The black horse's front hooves lifted in an exuberant chirp, running wild in the horse pasture. It's over. It's over. The horse is frightened. Mr. Ma exclaimed anxiously. Bai Yi was so frightened that she shouted. Chen Zhensheng, shout for help. Mr. Ma sweated. It's no use appealing. However, Chen Zhensheng did not realize the danger in the slightest and grabbed the reins and kept shouting for a ride. The black horse jumped out of the stable and leapt up. Chen Zhensheng roared with excitement. Bull! So cool! The dark horse ran wildly off campus. All 4 hooves flopped and ran wildly down the road. Giddy up! The dark horse was finally able to run soundly and spread out. It's been too long at Ziggy's school, and it's finally time for someone who understands it. On the roads, people are frightened of cars. A black stallion galloped away. Whitey was in hot pursuit in her Maserati. It wasn't until 30 kilometers into the frenzy that the black horse slowed down and stopped to graze on a lawn. Chen Zhensheng stroked the black horse's neck. Let's call you Black Whirlwind? It's so addictive. I realized that I like riding horses. Chen Zhensheng slumped down on his horse's back with intent. A Maserati pulls up to the curb, and Bai Yi gets out in a hurry and runs over. Seeing Chen Zhensheng lying motionless on the back of his horse, Bai Yi called out to Chen Zhensheng, her tone tinged with tears. Chen Zhensheng. Zhensheng, don't scare me. Wake up. Chen Zhensheng sat up and hemmed and hawed. Teacher Bai, I have nothing to do. Seeing that Chen Zhensheng was safe and sound, Bai Yi covered her chest and sighed in relief. You scared me to death. Why are you so reckless? Come down. Chen Zhensheng had a sudden thought. Teacher, will you try aha? Bai Yi was busy shaking her head. I can't. I'm scared. Chen Zhensheng stiffly pushed Bai Yi onto the horse. Chen Zhensheng, you don't stop. I'm scared. This horse knows how to be human and won't hurt the teacher. After saying that, Chen Zhensheng also mounted another horse and grabbed the reins with both hands. Black Whirlwind. Slow down. Don't scare my teacher. The black horse seemed to have understood Chen Zhensheng's words and started slowly. Back to school. Whitey said in amazement. This black horse can understand you? Right. Tamed by me. Faster. The black horse began to gallop. And galloped not very fast. Bai Yi's heart was in her throat, lest it might fall. And she was so shocked that she lost her color. Wherever they passed along the way, walkers pulled out their cell phones to capture the scene. Ride your horse and live in style with the red dust as your companion. Back at school, it was the end of class. The students were amazed at the novelty of the scene. It's Chen Zhensheng again. Why does this guy love the limelight so much every day? Abominable to the core. Rejecting the 3 great goddesses and now getting so close to the flawless Whitey. The crowd of students made Bai Yi even more embarrassed and whispered, let me down. Chen Zhensheng dismounted first and assisted Bai Yi down. Bai Yi, let me treat you to dinner to suppress your shock. You are going to have to buy me a nice dinner to keep the shock down. Chen Zhensheng invited Bai Yi to eat at a Sichuan restaurant. However, just as I entered the Sichuan restaurant I saw Ms. Susu and a few other strange women. These graceful and noble women. Bai Yi looked unfamiliar, but Chen Zhensheng was not unfamiliar at all. They were the war wives who beat up Chen Zhensheng in a group that day. Chen Zhensheng took Bai Yi's hand and twisted his head to leave. Bai Yi, I'll treat you to Western food. Hey, Chen Zhensheng, don't you have guts? Are you afraid of us? I'm afraid of you, Hammer. What makes you come to our school? You socialites are not allowed to enter the school. Chen Zhensheng was still a bit weak. After all, his principle was not to hit women. Yang Saifei's elder sister, Yang Kaling mocked, your cheek is really thick. After that kind of video came out, you are still shamelessly here. So laughed, cheeky is thick enough. I didn't even make him take my etiquette class today. It's too rude. I think people like him should just stay home and farm. Soso's Mandarin was so sneaky, and her taunts were unrelenting. After hearing this, Chen Zhensheng sat down again. Bai Yi, Let's eat here. We're not going anywhere. Bai Yi felt that the words of these war god wives were too much, and Chen Zhensheng also had self-respect. Few of you. Let's speak reasonably. First of all, I don't think it's Chen Gensheng's fault. He didn't take the initiative to provoke the men in your family, right? Yang Kalin stood up and came to Bai Yi with an overbearing posture. How do you know that he didn't actively provoke us? He provoked my sister, bullied my sister, and was bullied by a poor man. In our family, this kind of thing is the biggest thing. Chen Zhensheng pulled Bai Yi to sit down. Teacher, don't mind them. Let's eat ours. Although Bai Yi didn't know them, she also knew that their families were all very strong. All of them were either rich or noble. If they were to jointly target Chen Zhensheng, then Chen Shujian would have to be pressured to fire Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng didn't care what they thought, and ordered a table of Sichuan dishes to eat with Bai Yi. How could Bai Yi be in the mood to eat? Those war god wives kept talking nonstop, with all kinds of unpleasant words. Yang Kalin sat down next to Chen Zhensheng. Don't play deaf and dumb here. Give us a statement. Chen Zhensheng impatiently asked, what do you want to say? Well said. Take the initiative to turn yourself in to the war god palace, make amends and apologize, and give us 500 million each, and we'll let you go. Bai Yi was appalled. You guys are asking too much. He's still very young. He just turned 18 this year. What's it to you? Yes, compensate us with a husband. It has to be a war hero. Bai Yi, I advise you to mind your own business. Don't you know your own status? We're talking. Where are poor people like you to interrupt? Chen Zhensheng slammed the table. It doesn't matter what you say about me. Don't talk about my teacher. Yo, quite protective of the teacher. We are here today just to wait for you. Yang Kalin angrily rebuked. Don't think you can hide here. Chen Zhensheng, he's angry. The consequences are dire. Well, don't you want a statement? Yes, 500 million for everyone present, as we demanded, and then turn yourself in to the war god temple. Chen Zhensheng nodded. You guys go back first. I'll give you a statement tomorrow. Yang Kalin and Susu and the rest of the war god's wives froze. Both thought they had misheard. You really promise? 500 million, yikes. Right, I promise. Now give us a space to eat and go back first. Yang Kalin stood up and said, let's go back first. If this guy doesn't fulfill his promise tomorrow, we'll still come and make trouble, making you restless. Yang Kalin led a group of war god's wives to leave the cafeteria. Bai Yi looked at Chen Zhensheng with heartache. What can we do? Zhensheng, I'll book a ticket for you tonight, so you can go back to your hometown to hide first. It doesn't exist. Why would I hide from them, yo? Bai Yi said anxiously. Any one of them is a wealthy family. A big family in every city. Rich. You can't afford to offend. Not to mention you can't afford to offend. Even your nephew can't afford to offend. Chen Zhensheng gave Bai Yi a piece of chicken. Teacher, try this spicy chicken. It's very bashful. Bai Yi grumbled. Can you still eat? Spend money to buy it. Why can't you eat it? The war wives went to the parking lot to get their cars. Well, did it work? It worked. Let's just wait and see what happens. Humph. Chen Zhensheng, you forced us to do this. Blame no one else. Susu asked with some concern. Did you even involve Bai Yi? Normally, I'm quite close to Bai Yi, and she takes care of me. The drugs in Chen Gensheng's system kicked in. Bai Yi frowned at the sight. Zhensheng, what's wrong with you? In a hurry. Chen Zhensheng forced himself to endure the discomfort of. Old. Teacher, I may have taken the wrong medicine. Seeing the distortion of Chen Gensheng's face in pain, Bai Yi asked with a million concerns. What kind of medicine did you take? Really? Quickly follow me to the medical room. Bai Yi dragged Chen Zhensheng to the school's medical room. After the doctor examined it, he said meaningfully, this student, in the future the medicine can't be taken indiscriminately. You are still young. Don't lose your life because of the medicine. Bai Yi was also puzzled and didn't understand what the doctor was talking about. Zhensheng, what kind of medicine did you take? I didn't take any medication. The doctor smiled kindly. It's okay, don't be embarrassed. Bai Yi asked. Doctor, what's the cure? There's no need to treat it. The medicine will pass tomorrow. If you can't stand it, drink lots of water and take a cool shower to boost your metabolism. When he came out of the hospital, Chen Zhensheng took off his undershirt, revealing his firm and robust muscles. Bai Yi looked around in panic and reprimanded. What are you doing? Put it on. This is school. Chen Zhensheng took a sip of water and said, it shall not work. I'll run. Chen Zhensheng ran towards the playground. Bai Yi just sat on the bench next to the playground and watched Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng was excited to the extreme at the moment, running at an astonishing speed of 435.3 kilometers per hour, comparable to the speed of a Bugatti sports car. Bai Yi was stunned that Chen Zhensheng's physique was so strong that he could blow a strong and powerful wind when he ran. Chen Zhensheng had been running for a full hour before his speed finally slowed down. Whitey said, Sit down and have a bottle of water. Chen Zhencheng stopped to drink a bottle of water to feel better. White Yi wanted to say something, but she couldn't help but ask, "Why did you take that medicine? What drug?" "I don't know which one gave me the drug. It's too poisonous." Chen Zhencheng poured a bottle of mineral water on his head, and instantly had a jolt. "Oh, I remember. It must be those crazy bitches." White Yi was dismayed. Bai Yi thought for a moment that this was possible. After all, Chen Zhencheng had beaten Su Su's husband to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. Crazy bitch. I must teach her a lesson. You're not allowed to be rude to Ms. Su Su. I'll talk to her about this, so just stay away from her in the future. Chen Zhencheng gritted his teeth. My grandfather was right. Only a villain and a woman are hard to raise, and told me not to mess with women. Bai Yi skimmed her mouth. Your grandfather's ideology is wrong. The villain cannot provoke. Do not provoke the woman. You want to play a lifetime bachelor ah? Chen Zhencheng said bitterly. These war gods of the crazy bitch. Hit and cannot be hit. Scolded and cannot be scolded. In the end what to do yo? There's no better way. We can only calm it down slowly. Bai Yi patted Chen Zhencheng's shoulder. Go back and rest early. Just take another cold shower. Saying goodbye to Bai Yi, Chen Zhencheng returned to the dormitory and took a cold shower. Much better. Gao Shuo glanced at it and was filled with horror. Crap. Nejison. What happened to you? Chen Zhencheng sat down and said in a good-natured manner. Nothing happened. I was framed by someone else. Gao Shuo said angrily. Which one dares to frame Nang Shang? We'll take revenge for you. Count on it. Don't talk to women. Gao Shuo said with deep sympathy. Chen Zhencheng, I sympathize with you too much. In the future, you can come and ask me anything you want to know or don't understand. I'll definitely help you out. Chen Zhencheng thought for a moment and raised his eyes. Amusement park? I saw a roller coaster on TV. It's very exciting. Satisfy you. I'll take you to the playground when Saturday rolls around. Gotta have it. Call Mr. White to join us then. Gao Shuo sweated. Don't bring Ms. Buy in on this. Let's go to the playground. She's sure to think we're childish and don't have any common hobbies. It shall not be done. It must be called to. In the morning, Chen Zhencheng ran another 10 kilometers. And the drug is finally over. Yesterday's incident had directly led to his fear of those wives of war. And even more so, he was wary of women. You have to avoid women at breakfast, eat alone, and don't want to sit with other women, not even Jinsi Chen. All students please gather in the ceremonial building. The principal called out on the radio. Etiquette building? No classes today? What I heard was that there was a dance today and a professional dance instructor was brought in. Wow. It's been a long time since we've had a dance. We just had one last year. It's time to dance with your favorite person again. Eat up, eat up. One by one, the students cheered, but Chen Zhencheng was the only one who had little interest. Chen Zhencheng, what's wrong with you today? So little appetite. Only 850 water-fried buns. Chen Jingxi asked as she sat next to Chen Zhencheng. Chen Zhencheng moved to the side. Something wrong? There's a dance today and all the students are going. I'm not going. Eat up. You have to go. Isn't that why you came to Shanghai? To grow your knowledge? You'll get a lot of insight at the ball. Chen Zhencheng's attitude was very resolute. That is, he did not go. In the end, it was Bai Yi who dragged Chen Zhencheng to the ceremonial building. In the large rounded living room on the first floor, many of the students changed into beautiful dresses, and the male students were dressed handsomely and smartly, showing off their gentlemanly demeanor. Men and women stand on each side. Only Chen Zhencheng was still wearing his school uniform. He saw Susu in the crowd and ducked with his heart in his mouth. Susu is also a little afraid to meet Chen Zhencheng, and Bai Yi has already talked to Susu about this. The music plays. Some of the boys went ahead and invited the girls onto the dance floor for a social dance. Chen Zhencheng stood aside. He didn't like this kind of occasion and didn't know this kind of social dance. But the girls all want to dance with Chen Zhencheng. A bold girl came to Chen Zhencheng, reached out her hand and said, Chen Zhencheng, let's dance together. I won't. I'll teach you. It's easy to learn. Sorry ha, I don't want to learn. The girl left angry. The second girl came to Chen Zhencheng. Chen Zhencheng, would you like to dance with me? Chen Zhencheng shook his head. The third girl was also rejected. Nonetheless, there are many girls who come forward to touch the wall. The male students next to him who couldn't find a dance partner glared at Chen Zhencheng in anger. If eyes could kill, Chen Zhencheng would already be in pieces. The great goddess of the Zijin school, Yang Saifei came before Chen Zhencheng in full view of everyone. The boys wailed, Chen Zhencheng, I'll teach you to ballroom dance. No, I'm not learning. A cold, unfeeling word of rejection. Gao Shuo couldn't stand to watch from the sidelines and grabbed Chen Zhencheng's collar. Aren't you too capable of pretending? Is it necessary to hit us so hard? You actually dared to reject the goddess. Chen Zhencheng bristled. That's your goddess, not mine. Young Saifei felt humiliated. Many boys had just asked her to dance, all of them were rejected by her. She condescended to take the initiative to invite Chen Zhenxing to dance with her, but she was mercilessly rejected. This is a slap in the face of Princess Yang Kai. He, Chen Zhenxing, I gave you face right? Yang Kai-fei was so angry that her face turned red. I will never take care of you again for the rest of my life. If I take care of you again, I am a dog. After saying that, Yang Saifei left in a huff. The proud daughter of heaven, just like this, was rejected by Chen Zhenxing, a guy with no emotional intelligence. A lot of boys wanted to hit him, just can't beat it. Bai Yi reprimanded, Chen Zhenxing should know how to fit in. You are not an individual. We are a collective. Communicate with each other to have room for progress. After being reprimanded by Bai Yi, Chen Zhenxing coyly approached Bai Yi. Mr. White, can we have a dance together? Bai Yi was stunned and somewhat caught off guard, and the students around them looked at the two of them with astonished gazes, making Bai Yi hesitate to agree to Chen Zhenxing. But Chen Zhenxing had rejected so many pretty girls and chose to do ballroom dancing with him as Bai. It doesn't help to make the other students think more. Bai Yi politely rejected Chen Zhenxing. Have you forgotten what the teacher just said? You are a collective. Chen Zhenxing couldn't help but pull Bai Yi's hand into the middle of the dance floor. Chen Zhenxing said, Mr. Bai, I don't know how. You teach me tea. Ugh, I really can't do anything with you. I'll teach you. With the beautiful melody, Chen Zhenxing lightly wrapped his arms around Bai Yi's small waist and slowly walked the pace. Several times he stepped on White Yi's foot. Bai Yi patiently taught Chen Zhenxing to dance over and over again, and after teaching for more than an hour was finally taught. The dance floor grew crowded. Some of the girls next to him looked at Chen Zhenxing obsessively, their eyes unwilling to move away from below Chen Zhenxing's waist, just as Chen Zhenxing and Bai Yi were dancing happily. In another place, someone was being injured. Yang Kailin drove the azure-colored Bentley to prepare to go to the airport to catch a flight to Kyoto City. She was going to Kyoto City to visit her war hero husband in the hospital. Boo! A stone hit the tire. Flat tire. Yang Kailin couldn't control the Bentley that was moving fast and crashed head-on into a tree on the side of the road. The safety system of the luxury car was still very high, and Yang Kailin was not injured. A girl in a pink ducktail hat approached. Shadow Girl finally changed to a pink duck hat. She reached out and tugged on Yang Kailin's arm, unbuckling her seatbelt and yanking her out of the car. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. My husband is Xiao Tian of the War God Temple. At that moment, a stretch Hummer pulled up on the side of the road. The car door opened and Shadow Sister pushed Yang Kailin inside. So, who was preparing to go home, suddenly saw a pink shadow in front of her eyes and fainted in the next second, being single-handedly carried by Shadow Girl into the stretch Hummer. Some of the wives of the God of War in Shanghai are disappearing every 10 minutes or so, whether it's a soak in the villa's bathtub or afternoon tea at a top Western restaurant, whether it's in a spa surrounded by bodyguards or in a crowded downtown area. It was all gone in the blink of an eye. They woke up in the stretch Hummer, shrieking in fear. Yang Kailin snapped, Don't all make a fuss. We're Mrs. War God. It's not decent to panic like this. Where is this? Where are they taking us? Who is she? On the side, a tall and temperamental beauty was sipping red wine, holding a thin cigarette between her slender fingers, and a light smile was raised on her Qianmei's face. Are you guys done? Let me say a few words when you're done. The temperamental beauty was Chen Genxing's third sister, the head of the Bashu Group's Jiangnan district. Yang Kailin questioned, Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. Let's talk about you guys first. Now I'll give you two choices. The first choice is to stop harassing Chen Zhenxing. The second choice is to throw you into the Huangpu River. The car window slowly fell. The stretch Hummer is traveling on the long bridge over the Huangpu River. Yang Kailin didn't believe me and angrily rebuked. Do you know who I am? I am. Your name is Yang Kailin, 27 years old. You had an appendicitis operation 3 years ago with 4 stitches. B-type blood. Your period came on the 9th of this month. You have a mole on your left thigh. Your husband's family went bankrupt only a while ago, and you're staying at the Aoya International Private Medical Club in Kyoto City. Ward 7. The third sisters shook all the warring wives. Yang Kailin asked fearfully, You? Who exactly are you? How do you know in such detail? Third sister did not answer her question and asked instead, Gentlemen, have you thought it through? Will you stop harassing Chen Zhenxing, or will you be thrown into the Huangpu River? Su Su boldly asked. Aren't you afraid that the War God Palace and the Dragon King Palace will pursue you if you do this? The third sister smiled in a cloudy manner. It's not like these two halls can't be exterminated if necessary. I won't bother Chen Zhenxing anymore. The first Mrs. Warlord conceded first, followed by a second, third, fourth. Most of the battle god wives had conceded, leaving 3 who hadn't. Among them are Su Su, Yang Chai Ling, and a Hollywood actress. Ivy. She was the wife of the idyllic god of war, Shin Yun. The third sister finished her last sip of red wine. I gave you guys a chance. The stretch Hummer stopped. Shadow Girl got out of the passenger side and opened the door to look at her third sister, waiting for her instructions. The third sister pointed at Susu. Shadow Mistress grabbed Susu's arm and yanked it out, lifting it with one hand and placing it outside the bridge. As soon as she let go, Susu fell into the Huangpu River. The third sister's beautiful eyes glowed with a cold color as she snapped. Do you guys think I'm joking? Yang Kailin's legs shivered, so scared out of her wits, crying, I choose one. I choose one. The wives were honest and obedient, sitting in the car shivering like a frightened bunny. The third sister scolded in a stern voice. If any of you dare to harass Chen Zhenxing again, I will make sure you become beggars in Shanghai. Got it? Never again. Get off. The third sister dropped them off on the bridge and took off. Su felt wet, looked down and peed in fear. So choked and asked, what should we do now? Who is that woman? Yang Kailin was upset and said, don't cry. Surely Chen Zhenxing is looking for someone, and since she speaks in such a loud tone, she's definitely not an ordinary person. One of the war hero's wives said, I heard my husband say that the one who hit him was a girl. Wasn't she the one in the pink duck hat just now? It should be. Ouch. It's freezing. Call the car back. Mrs. War God has no one to rely on. War God's husband is lying in the hospital. They can only suffer in silence. Yang Kailin, however, was restless. She wanted to make a trip to the War God's palace to request that the War God's palace sanction Chen Zhenxing. At Zijin International School, Gao Shua asked suspiciously, Chen Zhenxing, what are you giggling about where you are? To hell with you. Yo, crawl. Gao Shua said gruffly, I have some very unfortunate news for you. Bai Yi's brother was in a car accident, and Bai Yi is in the hospital with him. Is it serious? Chen Zhenxing asked nervously. I'm not sure. It seems quite serious. I just heard about it. Gao Shu shook his head and said, without saying a word, Chen Zhenxing directly rushed out of the classroom and ran towards the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, he saw Bai Yi waiting anxiously outside the operating room. Bai Yi, don't worry, everything will be fine. Chen Zhenxing comforted. Bai Yi looked up at him, tears welling up in her eyes. A few hours later, the doctor came out of the operating room and said wearily, the patient is out of danger, but will need to be observed for a while. When Bai Yi heard this, the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, and she gratefully glanced at Chen Zhenxing. After a day's absence, Bai Yi's face didn't have yesterday's rosy color. A haggard face now, with unabated tear stains. I've come to see what I need to help. Chen Zhenxing put the gift down. Bai Yi introduced herself to her parents and brother and sister-in-law. This is my student, Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing nodded his head to them in a formal manner. My sister-in-law rejoiced. You're the student who gave the Maserati, aren't you? Yes. Bai Yi dragged Chen Zhenxing out of the hospital room. You're here just in time. I have something to tell you too. That Maserati is at the 4S store right now. My brother had to take it out for a test drive and didn't realize that there was an accident. Chen Zhenxing said, there's nothing to it, it's just a car, and you shouldn't worry too much. I'll find the best doctor to give your brother rehabilitation. Bai Yi sat down and rubbed her forehead. Looking self-conscious, Chen Zhenxing said in relief, the medical level in Shanghai is still very high, so I believe I will recover soon. At this time, a fat woman came to the front of the ward and handed Bai Yi a payment slip. The hospital is urging payment. Oh, yeah, I'm on my way. The chubby woman is the daughter-in-law of the man who was hit. All expenses here are fully covered by the White Yi family. Chen Zhenxing remembers that Bai Yi's mother had an operation only a short time ago, which cost a lot of money. It's been said that all that separates the rich from the poor is a major illness. Not to mention that White Yi is not rich, despite the fact that Chen Zhenxing got her a salary of more than $20,000 a month. Both are now seriously injured, and the daily medical expenses are nearly 10,000 yuan. White Yi can't eat. At this time Bai Yi's sister-in-law walked out. The car you gave us is considered scrapped. We are not that much money to repair it. Kind of a dumping ground for a car accident in a Maserati you gave me. Chen Zhenxing was still very innocent and didn't understand his sister-in-law's sudden words. We spent over $100,000 yesterday alone, even though our lives were saved, and it will be more expensive to do rehabilitation in the hospital later. Bai Yi's sister-in-law thought that since Chen Zhenxing could give a Maserati, he must be rich. She also thinks that Chen Zhenxing would not send Bai Yi a car that expensive for no reason. The two must have something fishy. So first, she complained about her suffering and let Chen Zhenxing know how difficult Bai Yi was now, so that she felt that Chen Zhenxing would help Bai Yi. This sister-in-law has more hearts than a hornet's nest. Unfortunately, Chen Zhenxing couldn't understand her strings. Bai Yi's face sank when she came back from paying the bill and saw her sister-in-law talking to Chen Zhensheng. Don't say anything you shouldn't. And don't tell people everything. My sister-in-law said. Can he be an outsider? Bai Yi scolded. This matter won't have half a cent to do with him either. Bai Yi's brother walked out of the hospital room at the sound of his voice. Alright, don't argue. Daughter-in-law, how much money do you have left there? Where's the money left? Our savings totaled only 50,000 yuan, and we took it all out. Whitey's brother reached out and said, don't you hide it. My brother is spending money on medication right now. No money, not a penny left. Brother and sister-in-law argued and Bai Yi pulled Chen Zhensheng out of the hospital. You go back. Don't delay your studies. No matter, Bai Yi, since that car is scrapped, don't repair it. Just sell it to a garage and see how much you can still get for it. Bai Yi felt very self-conscious and guilty that the gift Chen Zhensheng had given her had been scrapped in less than a month. Chen Zhensheng asked, Bai Yi, is there anything I can do to help? No, my family is here to help. Nothing is wrong. Go back to your studies. No matter, today is Saturday. I'll be here with you. Although Chen Zhensheng did not have much emotional intelligence, at this time fools can also see that Bai Yi is very difficult. Bai Yi, you did not sleep last night, right? Have you eaten? Do not have much mood to eat? You say how I stalled such a loser brother. The more I think about it, the more angry. While we were chatting, my sister-in-law came out. Bai Yi, your brother and I have been on guard all night, and now that our brother's situation is better, we'll find a hotel to catch up on some sleep. Oh, go ahead. Bai Yi turned to Chen Zhensheng and said, you wait first. I'll go let my parents find a hotel to rest as well. Our family has been closing their eyes all day and night. Oh, after Bai Yi went in, Chen Zhensheng took out his cell phone and made a call to his third sister. The dean hurriedly came to the ward and smiled with a kind face. We've provided you with a VIP ward, so you can turn around now. Mother Bai was busy shaking her head. We don't have that much money. Staying in this ordinary ward is fine. This is provided to you free of charge, and it won't cost you a dime. As he said that, a group of medical staff started to help transfer to the VIP ward. Spacious VIP ward, 1 room, 1 hall, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, living room with sofa, TV, freezer, air conditioning, bathroom, luxury king-size bed and so on. Everything is available, and also equipped with specialized medical staff. 24-hour shift escort. White E asked the dean, why do you provide us with such a nice ward? The dean smiled mysteriously. It must not be said. You just live in peace. At the payment window, Chen Zhensheng used the money he earned to help Bai Yi pay the $1 million fee. Bai Yi, come out and take a look. Bai Yi received a call from Chen Zhensheng and went out of the inpatient building to see Chen Zhensheng standing in the parking lot. What's wrong? Look. Chen Zhensheng pointed to an oversized RV that had just pulled in from the parking lot. Puzzled, Whitey asked, the bus? What's wrong? The door opens. At eye level are spacious sofas, lavishly decorated, and ensuite bathrooms with a 40-inch TV. Business and leisure in one superb caravan. Where did you get this? Borrowed. You won't have to go to a hotel with this RV here. It's got everything you need, and there are so many ingredients in the freezer. Bai Yi then realized and asked, you did the VIP ward and the $1 million then, didn't you? Well, you're running out of money too, so I'll help you share. Aha. You. Bai Yi's nose was sore, and bean-sized tears welled up in her eyes as she sobbed. Chen Zhensheng grinned, cry what yo. These are what I should do well. I just came to Zijin school. You so care for me. Bai Yi choked. I don't even know how to thank you. You've helped me so much. Chen Zhensheng helped Bai Yi to sit down. It's a small matter. There's no need to be afraid if I'm here. Bai Yi cried in front of her students for the first time and was a bit embarrassed. I couldn't hold back just now and lost my temper. It doesn't exist. Just let me know what you need. White E. Even if you want the moon in the sky, I can send you up. Pust. Whitey laughed out loud. I don't need anything now that you've taken care of all my business. Indeed. Just have money at the hospital. Teachers don't know how to thank you. You've done me a huge favor. It doesn't exist. This car is just sitting here. When you're sleepy, come and rest. Bai Yi's cell phone rang. A call from her sister-in-law. I heard someone paid $1 million? Who? Why are you so quick with the news? It doesn't matter to you who it is. It's that student of yours, isn't it? Where are you? Bai Yi directly hung up the phone. She didn't want to argue with her family in front of Chen Zhensheng. Zhensheng, you go back first. You've helped me so much. I'll double my repayment to you later. Nothing. I'll go then. Just as he exited the RV, he saw Bai Yi's sister-in-law looking for Bai Yi. Classmate, I knew you would help. I didn't expect to give $1 million at once. And this RV, it's really caring. Chen Zhensheng smiled politely. Bai Yi said, Zhensheng, you go back to school first. Chen Zhensheng left the hospital and left in a cab. When Chen Zhensheng left, his sister-in-law said excitedly, $1 million will definitely not be used up. When the time comes, you just don't give it back to him yet. After all, the family that was hit still has to pay compensation. Bai Yi indifferently said, this is not something you need to worry about. Wow, is this the RV? I'm going up to check it out. Whitey swung around and locked the car door, walking straight into the hospitalization building. Chen Zhensheng, who returned to school, was happy in his heart. Today he helped Bai Yi once again. Even though Bai Yi is not his own sister, the extra care for him makes Chen Zhensheng feel that Bai Yi is even more pro than his own sister. Young Caffeine runs over and lands a flying body kick. Chen Zhensheng reached out and grabbed her hand, lifting the leg and asking, claws? Sneak attacking lousy tea. Yang Kai Fei, a golden chicken, bounced and said, loosen my legs. Not loose. Why did you sneak up on me? How dare you hit my sister? No. Loosen my legs. Not loose. Instead of a school uniform, Yang Saifei was wearing a short skirt. Chen Zhensheng had a clear view of the situation and panicked, dropping her legs. You, don't mess with me again. Hooligans, where are you looking? Yang Saifei raised her hand and was about to hit Chen Zhensheng's head. Chen Zhensheng easily dodged away. I really didn't hit your sister. Then why did my sister go back and cry and crash her car? I don't know. Yang Saifei pounced on Chen Zhensheng and pinched him. Don't bully my sister again. Chengensen fell off the face of the earth. Yang Saifei chased her all the way to the dormitory. Takasaku ducked in fear. Takasaku, you get out. Good. Takasaku scrambled out of the dormitory. Chen Zhensheng stood in the corner and said bitterly, what are you going to do, yo? I really did not bully your sister. I was telling you about my sister. What kind of people did you find? Chen Zhensheng shook his head and said, I didn't look for anyone. Bullshit. My sister and the rest of the war god's wives have been invited inside a stretch Hummer, and if they dare to harass you again, they'll all be thrown into the Huangpu River. Oh, quite. Yang Saifei sat down, looking at Chen Zhensheng with a mournful expression and tears in her beautiful eyes. Chen Zhensheng was looked at uncomfortable. What is the matter? You just say it. I don't care who you got to threaten my sister. I'm begging you to leave her alone. Yang Saifei learned from her sister, Yang Kailing, that the woman even knew about when she had her period and when she took a bath. That's why Princess Yang Kai was scared. I don't know where this guy Chen Zhensheng invited this strange man from. I wasn't trying to kill her. I never kill anyone. Yang Saifei said without a trace of anger. Yes, you don't kill people, but you can cripple them. Yang Saifei realized that the War God Palace, the Dragon King Palace's kill order did not have any effect on Chen Zhensheng. This matter seems to be unsettled. Yang Saifei added, did you receive an invitation to the Netflix party? No. Claus? You must have gotten it. Yang Caffeine looked around and found the invitation on Gao Shua's desk and handed it to Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng was surprised. How come I don't know tea? Tomorrow afternoon. We'll go together. Don't I have legs? Why should I go with you? I don't care to go. I have something to do tomorrow. Chen Zhensheng will continue to visit Bai Yi tomorrow and stay with her in the hospital. No. Must go. It's important. Yang Caffeine also thought that if she could go with Chen Zhensheng, she could still rub it in. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. After saying that, Yang Caffeine left the dormitory. Gao Shua came back cautiously. I didn't realize that Princess Yang Kai was pursued so fiercely. Slamming a hammer, Chen Zhensheng took off his jacket and prepared to take a shower. Gao Shua said, I just received this invitation this morning, and I haven't even given it to you yet. And then Princess Yang Kai rushed in, and I want to go too. Chen Zhensheng handed the invitation to Gao Shua. Then go for me. Forget it, Princess Yang Kai will screw me over. On the afternoon of the following day, Yang Caffeine came to pick up Chen Zhensheng in her red Ferrari. Chen Zhensheng refused at first. Cafe Young said, there's all-you-can-eat food and trophies. These words hit Chen Zhensheng's soft underbelly, and he got into Yang Saifei's red Ferrari. Arrive at the place where the Netflix celebration is being held. A variety of luxurious luxury cars gathered at the entrance. A variety of netizens gathered. There are webcams that play dumb and crazy. Webcams that live stream the idyllic life. Fitness webcams, birdie vodka, yes mola, kicking webcams, hosts spinning webcams, and eating podcasts. There are also some netizens who have become popular by selling low-priced goods. And there are all kinds of online bumper stickers. In short, from all walks of life, in strange shapes and sizes. Inside the large hall, rows of seats were lined with names. As a casual anchor, it's surprising that Chen Zhenshen's name is in the first row. It's been a month or so since Chen Zhensheng has been on the air or made a video. Nonetheless, his fan base is now up to 20 million. You can make over $100,000 for a random video. Yang Saifei's name, on the other hand, was in the 7th row. infuriating Yang Saifei so much that she wanted to lash out. Change aha. Chen Zhenqing actually took the initiative to find Yang Saifei to change her seat. Yang Saifei was stunned. Are you sure? Sure. Come on. You're so nice. Yang Saifei sat in the first row and instantly attracted the attention of many people. Chen Zhenqing sat in the 7th row and saw that the netizens on the left and right were holding up their cell phones to shoot videos. Son of a bitch. What's there to shoot? Chen Zhenqing sneaked away and came to the food area. It's a 20-meter long table filled with all kinds of food and wine. Chen Zhenqing found a chair and sat down for a good meal. The staff aside looked at him in disgust. Chen Zhenqing said to the staff, "Is there a bag?" Yes. The staff helped him find a bag. Chen Zhenqing think which is delicious. Fill some. All bring back to Mr. White taste. Sir, we can only eat here. We can't take it with us. I'll pay you. Sorry, we have rules. Can't I just give you more money? At this time, a middle-aged woman in yellow women's clothing walked over. Little one. What's wrong? Manager, this man is going to take more after he eats. The middle-aged woman manager said. Let him take as much as he wants. Chen Zhenqing was surprised. Really? Really? Take whatever you like. 1. Go get some food boxes over here. Good. Chen Zhenqing gave a thumbs up. You're still good. Thanks ha. Brought the food packaging box. Chen Zhenqing think delicious all loaded, and some pastries and so on. Loaded more than 20 food boxes. Take it back and let Mr. White taste it. How much are these? No money. I can pay you. The manager laughed. Sir, it's really not a penny. Please welcome the eater and fitness-in-one internet celebrity, Mr. Chen Zhenqing, to the stage to receive the award. Chen Zhenqing was eating obliviously and didn't hear his name being called. The manager reminded him. Sir, you are called to the stage to receive your award. Someone else claimed it for me. As soon as Chen Zhenqing's words were finished, Yang Saifei walked up to the podium with her proud high heels. Hello everyone, my name is Caffeine Yang. I'm Chen Zhenqing's good friend. I'm going up to the stage to receive the award on his behalf. Thank you for the support of so many fans. Without your support, there wouldn't be this award today, and there wouldn't be Chen Zhenqing's accomplishments today. Thank you everyone, and thank you to my dear family. The acceptance speech was delivered without a pause or panic. The middle-aged manager sighed. The young master really regarded money and fame as dirt. Such a good opportunity to not even go on stage to show their own. After the awards, the netizens dispersed and came here. This is an opportunity for them to communicate with each other and get to know each other. Many small netizens who are not popular want to know some big netizens who are famous and have traffic. And the Fire No platform gives them a place to do just that. Yang Caffeine placed the trophy in front of Chen Zhenqing and was somewhat moved. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. You're welcome. Eat, Chen Zhenqing. Can I make a video with you? A tall girl wearing sexy bodybuilding pants came next to Chen Zhenqing and held up her cell phone to take a picture. Without waiting for Chen Zhenqing to speak, Yang Caffeine squeezed her away and said in disgust, he hasn't even agreed yet. What are you shooting for? The girl in the bodybuilding pants pretended to be aggrieved. Pathetic, little brother. Shoot a section. No shot. Yang Saifei helped Chen Zhenqing rebuff the bodybuilding pants girl. Yang Saifei stood right next to Chen Zhenqing, like a dog guarding its food. Whenever a beautiful anchorwoman came to talk to Chen Zhenqing, she would help him reject it. Chen Zhenqing ate enough, hiccuped, and Bashi bored yo. You do not eat it? I'm going to go say hello to a few friends. Don't make a video with those female anchors. They only want to rub off on you. Yang Saifei handed Chen Zhenqing a sentence and walked towards a few big anchors not far away. Yang Caffeine went against the norm today and began to take the initiative to climb into conversation with some big anchors. Chen Zhenqing also felt that something wasn't quite right. Where was that condescending Yang Saifei? Chen Zhenqing pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the time, wanting to leave the place to go to the hospital. He came next to Yang Saifei and said, let's go back and take me to the hospital. Just wait, it's still early. A male netizen with 60 million followers asked, Kai Fei, are you in a relationship with Chen Zhenqing? Yang Caffeine was stunned and hurriedly denied. How could that be? We are just classmates. The handsome face of the $60 million male netizens frowned stretched and relaxed a bit. What did I say? Your taste shouldn't be that low. Young Caffeine smiled. Chen Zhenqing was also too lazy to take care of the cynicism. If you don't go back, then I'll leave first. Young Kai Fei wanted to say something. The $60 million male netizen pulled the hesitant concubine Yang Kai and softly said, why don't a few of us get together later? Your Shanghai City's Heaven and Earth Dynasty Club is quite good. Yang Caffeine didn't want to give up this opportunity to work with a $60 million big netizen because of Chen Zhenqing. Kai Fei, you'd better stay away from that guy. He's a reckless man. He's not going to live for a few days after offending the War God Palace and the Dragon King Palace. I hate eating podcasts the most. No talent at all. Just like the animals in the production team. I don't know how he caught fire. Several male netizens exchanged lewd glances. They were deliberately damaging Chen Zhenxing in front of young Saifei. 60 million male netizens like young Saifei and have prepared diamond rings and designer bags tonight in order to get her. But he saw how close young Saifei was to Chen Zhenxing, making him jealous. The eyes signaled several other male anchors to launch a sneer at Chen Zhenxing together. Chen Zhenxing heard them talk more and more excessive, turned his head and walked back. You a few son of a bitch, mouth clean a bit. I do not recognize you. Why do you say lousy? The $60 million male netizen laughed disdainfully. You can't wait for me to scold you. Now many small netizens are giving me money and begging me to scold them in the live broadcast. Chen Zhenxing pointed at him. There's a lot of people here. I'm not going to do anything today. Don't annoy me. This scene was seen by the female manager standing not far away, silently taking note of his face that had just disliked Chen Zhenxing. No one at school is looking at Chen Zhenxing. You can just make snide remarks about him. And he didn't care. But it's best to be polite to him when you're out there. He doesn't care. There are plenty of people who do. Chen Zhenxing left the place and took a cab to the hospital. At the Netflix party venue, the $60 million male anchor had just posted a video and was surprised to find that there was no more traffic at all for the video he had posted. Crap! What's going on? Is my number being restricted? No way. You're a big anchor with 60 million followers. The Fire Voice platform dares to block your number? Quickly call customer service. 60 million male netizens called customer service. And the answer they got was to post the offending video and limit their streams for a year. It's the equivalent of just shutting him down. Yang Saifei saw this situation as very similar to their own at first, and feel that this male anchor heat cannot rub it. Excuse to leave. Kai Fei. Why are you leaving? We still have to go to the heaven and earth pilgrimage to play at night. Forget it. The most important thing you should be concerned about right now is why your account was blocked. Cafe Yun left in a red Ferrari. In the hospital's VIP ward, Chen Zhenxing shared the food he brought back from the Netflix venue with Bai. Bai hadn't even eaten one piece yet, but her sister-in-law had eaten several, not treating Chen Zhenxing as an outsider at all. Bai's brother wakes up, a young man in his early 20s and fond of pretending, attending college in Shanghai. Brother, my sister told me all about what you did to help me, and when I recover, I'll be sure to worship you. Bai glared at her brother. You don't have a long memory at all. You, Chen Zhenxing said. Get well. My brother asked. Chen Zhenxing, have you seen Lu Yanyan at school? Don't recognize it. Bai's eyebrows frowned slightly as she said unhappily. How do you know Lu Yanyan? Before the words could be spoken, a graceful woman arrived in the hospital room, her heavily made up and powdered face raised in anger. MS. Bai, right? I am. And you are? I'm Lu Yanyan's mother, and I'm here to tell you to tell your brother to stay away from my daughter, and I'll call the police if he keeps pestering her. Bai looked at her brother in shock and chortled. What the hell is going on? Don't you know? My daughter was in the car the night of the accident. It's true that Whitey didn't know that her brother was in the hospital when she got the call. I'm sorry. Is Lu Yanyan seriously hurt? Luckily it's not serious. If it was, do you think I'd let you guys off the hook? Lu Yanyan's mother left in anger. Their family has money and will not claim with Bai's brother. They just need him to stop pestering Lu Yanyan. Bai was so angry that she pointed at her brother. You're killing yourself you. Why didn't you tell me? Bai's brother pretended to say. Ouch. It hurts. Mom, you all go to the living room. I'll take a nap. Whitey was about to say something else when her mother dragged her out of the hospital room. Fine. You guys just spoil him and protect him. I don't care. Bai left the hospital room with her bag. Chen Zhenxing chased after him. Negi, I'm sorry to show you all this crap about our family again. No matter. Who doesn't have some trouble in their family? Chen Zhenxing took out a tissue and handed it to Bai to wipe her tears. Bai accepted the tissue in embarrassment. Didn't you attend the Netflix party with Princess Yang Kai? Did she tell you? Tell me what? I didn't know until I watched the news today that the Yang family went bankrupt. Bankruptcy? Chen Zhenxing's first thought was that his third sister might have done it. Alas, Yang Saifei is another stubborn girl, and must have held back in her heart from telling you. Only then did Chen Zhenxing understand why Yang Saifei went to climb with those netizens today. Bai stood up and said, why don't you accompany me to Lu Yanyan's house? This matter started because of my brother, and even though they don't claim, it's only right that I visit. Gotta have it. And then they took a cab to Lu Yanyan's house, which was a piece of high-end residential area in Shanghai. The nanny said that she was hospitalized at the HUMC Mary's Private Medical Center. They bounced back to this global chain of top private hospitals. I met Lu Yanyan in the luxurious hospital room. The injury is not serious, just a broken arm. When Lu Yanyan saw Chen Zhenxing, her face flushed and she was a little shy. Her eyes couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhenxing's pants. Mr. White, please take a seat. Whitey put the gift down and asked, where's your mom? I want to apologize to her in person. As he was talking, Lu Yanyan's brother, Lu came in with a fruit plate. This is my brother. Bai Yi got up and said in a formal manner, hello, I'm Bai Liang's sister, and I've come to apologize. Lu Yanyan's brother treated Bai Yi badly. We don't need you to apologize. Get out. Brother, what are you doing? Mister, Bai is a good person. How can you be good when you have a scoundrel for a brother? Bai Yi did not get angry. After all, this matter their family was at fault first. Others scolded a few words to dissipate the anger as deserved. Lu Yanyan said, Mr. Bai, I'll be able to go to school next week. Lu snapped, transfer to another school, and leave the country when your injuries have healed. I don't want to go out of the country. I'm going to be attending Purple and Gold. Bai Yi also felt that it would be more appropriate to be at the Zijin school. Explaining, the education level of the Zijin school is ranked globally, and I don't think we should be deciding Lu Yanyan's choices. Let her choose freely. Shut the fuck up. Do I need you to teach me? Chen Zhenxing said without any good humor. Do you have to speak in such a tone? Teacher Bai is here to apologize, so feel free to mention any claims or conditions. Brother Lu angrily rebuked. If I make a demand, can you afford to pay for it? Really? What's the point of pretending to be AB in my place? Lu's family is also a rich man with assets of over $10 billion in the size of Shanghai. Lu Yanyan urged. Brother, you go out first. I don't want you to be busy here. Lu left in anger. Bai Yi said with slight embarrassment. Yan, my brother is not a person worthy of you. I know very well what kind of person he is. Well, actually, I do know that I won't be in contact with him in the future either. While they were chatting, Yang Caffeine came in carrying gifts. Mr. White is here too. Lu Yanyan is Princess Yang Kai's little follower. Bai Yi got up and said, then you guys talk. We'll go back first and get well. Chen Zhenxing, don't go. I have something to say to you. Yang Saifei kept Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing didn't want to be here. He wasn't familiar with these two girls. Bai Yi patted Chen Zhenxing. Good. You stay here with them. Teacher still has to go to my brother's place. After saying that, Bai Yi left the place. Chen Zhenxing sat down and faintly asked, Claus, is it on live tonight? Not open. I have a backlog of goods on hand that I can't sell or return, and I want you to help me. Now broke. Young Choi Fei just wants to take some of the pressure off her family. Lu Yanyan begged up Chen Zhenxing, just help Caffeine's sister. Her family went bankrupt and now the whole family is paying back the bank. It's hard. Young Caffeine didn't want to show her skinny side in front of Chen Zhenxing. I can give you a commission. 40% commission. Okay? Count on it. They are all classmates. Help you out, aha. Chen Zhenxing paused for a moment and added, but treat me to a barbecue. Yang Kaifei cried as she laughed and laughed, nodding her head vigorously. In the evening, Yang Caffeine opened a suite in the hotel, specifically to come to the live broadcast. In order to repay Chen Zhenxing, Yang Saifei bought a 1,000 yuan barbecue for Chen Zhenxing to eat. Chen Zhenxing was eating barbecue in the living room, and they, the schoolgirls, were using Chen Zhenxing's live number to sell goods. On the side, Gasuo took a sip of his drink and sighed. You two done? Good hammer. I was looking at her for pity. It's also true that the Yang family, which is so strong, has gone bankrupt? Things are different. Chen Zhenxing at that time was not letting the third sister go to bankrupt Yang Saifei's family. How much money does their family have? How did it go bankrupt? Chen Zhenxing was also curious as to how third sister had bankrupted the Yang family. The Yang family owns 65% of the largest shopping mall in Shanghai, a 66-story office building in the CBD, a cab company, and a 15% stake in Shanghai Airlines, and even that can go bankrupt overnight. For what? The bank cut off the loan, let the Yang family deadline to repay the bank's principal and interest. All of a sudden let the Yang family cannot breathe. Crazy selling shares and all of its industries to repay the bank's money. And there are some chain reaction. Some of the businessmen who cooperated with them to see the bank to the Yang family to cut off the loan. That will certainly terminate the contract. Chen Zhenxing listened to it like he didn't understand it, and he didn't know how to do business. Oh, which bank? It's the Bank of Basho. Chen Zhenxing jerked a skewer of lamb meat in one bite, and watched Yang Saifei sell herself in front of the camera with a little heartache inside. Blame it only on the fact that they were looking for trouble with Chen Zhenxing 3 times. Several senior sisters sat down next to Chen Zhenxing. Nathan, is there enough to eat? What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout for you. 5 more servings of rice would be great. I'll order you 5 orders of Yangzhou fried rice. Gotta have it. The schoolmates climbed into conversation with each other in Chen Zhenxing, and Gao Shuo was all but squeezed out. Zhenxing, add me on WeChat. And if you want to eat anything you can just send me a WeChat and I'll buy it for you. I'll add my WeChat as well. My sister's family's chef used to do state banquets. Yikes. Why are your shoes so worn out? Are they more expensive when you run? Why don't I buy you a pair of limited edition AJs online? It's the same pair I'm wearing on my feet. Let's both buy the same ones. Gao Shua's face was filled with black lines when he saw the schoolmates who were frantically licking Chen Zhensheng. These schoolmates who had always been very arrogant had all become Chen Gensheng's licking dogs at this moment. No. Want shoes? I can buy tea myself. I have money. It's a gift for you. You must accept it. This schoolmate ordered a pair online without waiting for Chen Zhensheng to say anything. After another 10 minutes, piles of delicious meals were delivered to the hotel. Chen Zhensheng had no resistance to food, especially since all of the food ordered by these schoolmates was very expensive. Gosaku was ignored in the corner, wanting to cry. How dare you believe that a poor student from the gully mixed the whole school's celebrities into lickspittles? The more Chen Zhensheng ate, the happier he became. With so many free things at his disposal, he gradually stopped hating these girls. Open your mouth. Ah, I'll feed you. Chen Zhensheng opened his mouth, and the senior sister fed Chen Zhensheng the peeled shrimp tails. Gao Shua clenched his fists. It was tolerable. No fun. I'm going back. Chen Zhensheng, come on. You can eat too. Me? What am I going to eat? I'm all squished into a corner. A schoolmate handed Chen Zhensheng the half of fried chicken that he had left over. Here, you eat this. You can't let Zhensheng eat too much fried food. It's easy to get cancer. A few schoolmates bought red wine and accompanied Chen Zhensheng. Yang Caffeine came to the living room with her cell phone at this time. They want to see Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng, you give everyone a greeting. Chen Zhensheng waved his hand. I've made up with Yang Saifei. Her number is sealed and her family is bankrupt. You guys help her more. Thanks. Yang Saifei's delicate face moved, and she skimmed her lips, a little touched, still counting on you having a conscience. After 4 hours of live time, those goods that Yang Caffeine pressed in her hand were all sold out, and she made a hard profit. Chen Zhensheng now has more than 70 million followers, and with a little more punch he'll pass 100 million. A live broadcast allowed Yang Caffeine to make a few $1,000,000, and a heart hanging in the air finally fell. And not daring to delay, she transferred the millions to her father to pay back the bank. Chen Zhensheng also ate and drank enough to prepare to go back to school with Gao Shua. Yang Caffeine said sincerely, Chen Zhensheng, thanks it doesn't exist. Just don't make me angry in the future. On the way back, Chen Zhensheng took Gao Shua's limousine. The god of war, who had long been ambushed by the roadside, quietly followed up. Are you sure that Chen Zhensheng was in that car? Okay. The War God Palace and the Dragon King Palace are unbeatable, so our Heavenly God Palace will have a chance. Yes, if Chen Zhensheng is killed, it will surely become the #1 organization in the world. All the war gods of the Heavenly God Palace, led by Su Zhan, all set out. Wolf King Warlord copy. Tiger Marshal Warlord received. Outcast Warlord copy. Buzz. 10 top-class luxury cars sped up and surrounded Gao Shua's car in the middle of the road, controlling them as they headed to a place in Shanghai City suitable for fighting. Wow. There was also a helicopter circling in the air. There seems to be no way back for Chenggensen. Gao Shua's legs and stomach were shivering. Zhensheng, what are we going to do? Am I going to die? Just drive in peace. But we have to follow them. Then follow them. Chen Zhensheng was not the least bit flustered, and was even a bit sleepy. After traveling for half an hour, we finally came to a secluded place suitable for fighting. The gods of war got out of the car. All of them were handsome and powerful, with robust figures and sword brows. A party of strong men, even strong men standing at the peak of the world. I am the Heavenly God Palace Master, Su Zhan. Gao Shua shivered and whispered. The ones you can't mess with are Su, Yi, Xiao, Lin, Xin, which are the strongest surnames. Oh, why don't I know? You sure don't read web novels. Su Zhan's sword brows sank as he pointed at Chen Zhensheng. Are you going to return to the Heavenly God Palace with us? Or are you going to go back after we beat you up? Chen Zhensheng shook his head. I don't make choices. Don't hit my classmates. You can step aside. Takasaku quickly ran to the side. Chen Zhensheng clenched his fists. That Xiao Tian of the War God Temple. He was defeated by my blowing wind fist, so I decided to let you guys experience my original blowing wind fist. Storing up. Gather all your strength in your fists. Drink! The veins on Chen Gensheng's forehead bulged and his sword brows furrowed as he bellowed and struck out with a fist. Hoo 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 hoo. The wind was strong and dusty. A 20-meter radius was cleared of trash. The helicopter hovering in the air was shaken by the strong winds, and the captain couldn't even control it, eventually falling to the ground and exploding. The limousines of these gods of war tumbled and tumbled. Ryoko. The strong wind subsided and all was calm again. Chen Zhensheng said to Gao Shua with a calm face, get in the car and go. They, all of the war gods stood unmoving. Their expressions were jaw-dropping. In an instant, blood flowed from all eyes, ears, and mouth. Poof! That great war god Su battle of the heavenly god's palace collapsed to the ground. The rest of the war gods fell to the ground one after another as if they were dominoes. Gao Shuo drove Chen Zhensheng away, his inner horror unable to be calmed for a long time. Are we in trouble? None. Chen Zhensheng asked in disbelief. Just how many guapi temples are there, yo? The War God Hall, the Dragon King Hall, and now a Heavenly God Hall has come out. I don't know. It's said that the war gods don't get along with each other and start up another temple. That's why there are so many temples. All of these war gods have a rather rough life, and all of them have carried out missions on various battlefields. Chen Zhensheng said bitterly. That's enough. Gosako's eyes lit up. You're so good. You could get a temple too. Get a shovel. Back at the dorm, the story made the news. All the war gods of the Heavenly God Temple were defeated. The peak war god, Su Battle, became a vegetable, and the rest of the war gods were all unable to live on their own. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. News from various countries competed for coverage. Another group of beautiful young women became widows. The following day, Monday, while eating breakfast in the cafeteria, students came to ask Chen Zhensheng, Negyuzan, did you defeat the war god of the Heavenly God's palace? Yes. Chen Zhensheng dared to do it. Crap, you defeated 3 great halls in a row. The War God Hall, the Dragon King Hall, and the Heavenly God Hall were all defeated by you. Negyuzan, you get a temple too, and we'll follow you. These are the unbeatable rich second-generation people who willingly become Chen Zhensheng's little brother. Classmate A asked, if Chen Zhensheng opened a temple, what would it be called? Classmate B suggested, call it the Temple of the Mighty God. Classmate C said, it's too vulgar. Supreme Super Invincible Absolute Peak Strongest Shrine. Classmate D said, what a load of shit. Chen Zhensheng waved his hand in a good-natured manner and said, all Klein yo, Laozi wants to eat. Gosako suggested, how about calling Laozi Temple? Chen Zhensheng was stunned and got a bit interested. This old son of yours temple is quite fresh. All disperse and eat. Principal Chen Shujian came next to Chen Zhensheng and said, Jun, your uncle. The sweat blood BMW you wanted has been delivered. Chen Zhensheng put down his chopsticks and ran out. Sure enough, oversized vans transporting a golden sweaty horse arrived at the school and workers were dropping off the sweaty horse. The horse teacher who taught riding ran over excitedly. This is the occultican horse? Mr. Ma, help me verify if it's a pure blood. Good. Mr. Ma raised his trembling hand, stroked the strong, powerful horse thigh, and sked. Pure. Too pure. The body height is about 1.5 meters. The body shape is full and graceful. The head is thin and the neck is high. The limbs are slender. All these characteristics match. Chen Zhensheng grinned. Comfort yo. Several staff members carried a box and placed it in front of Chen Zhensheng. Mr. Chen, this is a complimentary saddle. A good horse with a good saddle. Thanks. Chen Zhensheng opened the box, mounted the saddle on the horse's back, and said urgently, I'm going to go to the stables to try out a ha ride. The last time he rode a horse Chengensen was hooked. I purposely asked my big sister to ask for connections to buy a pure-blooded sweat-blooded horse. Its price is comparable to a private jet. Even more, he was transported back by private jet and hired a team of the best local breeders. A team of 20 people in total, dedicated to the breeding of this sweat-blooded horse. Principal Chen Shujian received the group and introduced them to Mr. Ma, you will be colleagues from now on. Mr. Ma was like a schoolboy in front of them. Chen Zhensheng rode on a sweaty blood horse with such vigor that students pulled out their cell phones to take pictures. Me, Chen Zhensheng, the hall master of the lousy hall. Cowardly. Chen Zhensheng. Oh ho, bullseye. Those rich students who followed Chen Zhensheng cheered. However, some students can't help but question Shan Kansang. Where did this poor student get the money to buy a sweaty horse? Chen Zhensheng is obsessed with horseback riding. Big sister then bought him a sweaty horse. Jean Chen is obsessed with live streaming. The third sister made him a 10 million fan anchor overnight. Open temple has been hot lately, so he opened a Lao Tzu temple. Life is short. The sweatshirt was finally worn out. Chen Zhensheng dismounted his horse somewhat unfulfilled, only able to ride in such a small stable. His head turned dizzy. Chen Zhensheng took out his cell phone and called his third sister. Third sister. Something? Do you know where you can ride horses in Shanghai? Big place. When are you going to use it? Next Saturday. Well, just go to the Pudong New Area Golf Course then. It's ours. Hanging up the phone, Chen Zhensheng hummed a little song into the class to study. The English teacher said, Mr. White is going to take a few days off and this class will be in English. Chen Zhensheng misses Mr. By a little. English teacher, aren't you getting married on the 18th of this month? How come the teacher didn't invite us? The English teacher was an average-looking quality young man who had won the top 10 outstanding youth in Shanghai. He is not only an English teacher at Zijin School, but also a writer of English textbooks in the country. British, American, States, accents from all over the world. He's fluent in all of them. Just such an outstanding quality youth. Did so much work? Frozen Shanghai City cannot afford to buy a 80 square feet of house. Luckily, he married a Shanghai native daughter-in-law. House, ticket all settled. The English teacher laughed. I'll give out wedding candies then. But why don't you let us come to your wedding? The English teacher said. You're invited. And when you do, you'll have to spend money again. And it won't be a good influence. But I'll bring you all wedding candies. Teacher, just let us go. It's been a long time since I've been to a wedding. Teacher, I heard your wife is a TV host, right? Wow, that must be really pretty. After much begging from the students, the English teacher agreed. You guys can go, but the teacher has a request. No accompanying money or gifts. Just go and eat, okay? Gotta have it. The class roared with laughter. The English teacher looked at Chen Zhensheng. When it comes to eating, our student Chen Zhensheng is like chicken blood. Good-natured laughter. Chen Zhensheng is now the whole class of boys worship people. Boxing the god of war. 10 million powder anchor. Rejecting the 3 major goddesses. There is also a team of their unattainable strengths, and is ready to set up the lousy temple. The rich kids in the class admired him. The girls are even crazier. And everyday Chen Zhensheng's desk is filled with loving snacks. The nth cup of milk tea in the fall. And fiery longing stares. Gradually, the students stopped despising this poor student from the rural areas of the ravines. Chen Zhensheng's knowledge improves every day. The insights have grown progressively. On this day on Saturday, he asked Chen Yehao to accompany him to go horseback riding on the golf course. Chen Jingxi learned that she was also going there because it was quiet and the scenery was beautiful for sketching. A van pulling a sweaty horse is headed to Pudong New area. Chen Zhensheng traveled in Chen Yehao's Bentley. Chen Zhensheng pointed to the supermarket. Buy some meat and make barbecue tea. Chen Jingshi said, there is a high-class Western restaurant there. You can eat whatever you want. No barbecue. Get all greasy and smoky. Chen Yehao asked, still buying? Count on it. Let's go. Arrived at the golf course and the manager was clearing the field. Chen Zhensheng sat under the parasol, bored and playing with Chen Jingxi's paintbrush. Barta. Accidentally breaking it. He hastily stuffed it to Chen Yehao. The manager of the stadium smiled with him and said, what does the young master need to drink? Serve any tall drinks in the restaurant. I know, aha. Okay. Managers use walkie-talkies to order the restaurant to make drinks. Chen Zhensheng frowned and said, there seems to be a fight there. Do you have binoculars? The administrator immediately arranged for Chen Zhensen to have binoculars. Takashi, what's going on over there? The chairman of Langley Auto Group won't leave. He's a VIP. Not even if he's my own father. Call some men to carry him out. Yes. Chen Zhensheng said. Carry out the girl child beside him as well. I don't want to see her. Chen Yehao asked. Who is it? That crazy bitch Haruya. Chen Yehao smiled playfully. Awesome. To have fallen for the chairman of Langley Auto Group. Seeing the broken paintbrush at Chen Yehao's feet, Chen Jingxi went up and delivered a flying kick. Chen Yehao, you compensate me for my paintbrush. Chen Zhensheng stood up and asked. Cough. Where is the restroom? I'll take a quick convenience break. Please follow me. Chen Zhensheng left at a fast pace. Chen Yehao's miserable screams resounded behind him. When Chen Zhensheng returned from the restroom, Chen Yehao looked at Chen Zhensheng with a tearful expression. The administrator laughed. Young master, it's already cleared. Bring me my sweaty horse. Chen Zhensheng rode a sweat-blooded horse, which matched his robust body in a majestic manner. Chen Zhensheng stroked the horse's neck. I'll let you run for joy this time. Ride. Sweat-blood BMW raised its hooves and chirped, running wild. Chen Zhensheng was valiant at this moment, and an aerial camera was flying in the air to capture this scene of his. Chen Yehao sits on a tour bus operating an aerial camera. At the far end of the restaurant, a few of the business tycoons who had been driven here were indignant. Never suffered such humiliation. Who is that kid? Really, riding a horse on a golf course destroys all the turf. The gorgeous Haruya recognized Chen Zhensheng in the binoculars. His name is Chen Zhensheng. On the surface he looks like a poor student. I always feel that this guy is not simple. A poor student? Absolutely impossible. This is the Basha Group's golf course. To be able to ride a horse in this clearing, one must not be a poor student. Did you see those two? Chen Yehao and Chen Jingxi, the young master of the Zhenguang Education Group and the daughter of the Anping Commerce and Trade Group. Oh, it's not surprising that they're both there. Qinya shook her head and mused. The two of them are just Chen Genqing's juniors, and they both call Chen Zhensheng Taiji. Ah, in that case, the one on the horse is. The chairman of the Langley Auto Group winced coldly. The thought that he had just slapped the caddy was not lost on him. Seeing the horrified expression on the chairman's face, Haruya asked suspiciously, what is it? You know the one riding the horse? Don't recognize him, but I should guess who he is. Curious, Haruya asked. Who is it? He may be the only male in the Chun family's direct line. Haruya asked in confusion. The Chen family? Which Chen family? Why haven't I heard of it? The chairman wrapped his arm around Qingya's fragrant shoulder. You'd better not know. In short, it's quite complicated. We can't finish talking about it in a day. Let's go back to the hotel. Qingya pouted. I haven't learned golf yet. You can teach me for a little while longer. The chairman of the board said gruffly. Not today. I'll teach you some other time. Can't disturb his writing. Chen Zhensheng had been playing madly for a few hours, and his man was tired and his horse was tired. Handing over the Sweatblood BMW to the professional breeding team, Chen Zhensheng and Chen Jingxi went to the restaurant to eat with them. Various kinds of food were brought to the table one after another. These what caviar, foie gras, sashimi. Chen Zhensheng is not used to eating. Steak, leg of lamb still very much to his liking. Chen Zhensheng. Qingya came to them holding the hand of the chairman of the Langley Automobile Group. Let me introduce you. This is my godfather. Oh, Chen Zhensheng responded nonchalantly. The chairman of Langley Automobile Group was eager to get to know Chen Zhensheng, but he was stopped by his bodyguards 5 meters away. Qingya asked unhappily, what do you mean by that, Chen Zhensheng? We are classmates. Chen Yehao glared at Qingya in disgust. Can't you see we're eating? Don't hang around here. Chen Yehao also knew that Qingya had been good with his father for a while and started to loathe this woman. Ha! What an ungrateful person. My godfather is the chairman of Langley Auto Group. It's your loss if you don't know him. Chen Yehao mocked. Is it true that you call whoever gives you money your father? You. Chen Yehao, what kind of bullshit are you talking? The chairman of Langley Auto Group dragged Haruya out of the restaurant. He dared to offend Chen Yehao and Chen Jingxi, but he definitely didn't dare to offend Chen Zhensheng. He also knew that if he continued to argue like this, Chen Zhensheng would definitely be impatient. Chen Yehao took a sip of red wine. Seeing this woman now makes me angry. Janice Chen said. She has dropped out of school and is rumored to be in business school now. Ha! A chicken yard type school like business school does go well with her. Some women go to business school so they can hitch a ride with the rich and famous. Qingya seized this opportunity and with her stunningly beautiful looks, she manages to take down a big shot with tens of billions of dollars in assets. Nowadays, there are hordes of nannies out and about, and the circle of friends are posting chicken soup about the persona of an independent woman. Chen Zhensheng shook his head. The city is too complicated. Chen Jingshi said, you're just the beginning. There's a lot more that will blow your mind. Chen Zhensheng came to be interested and asked, tell me, what are all the things that have made me grow in knowledge? Chen Jingxi bristled. It's hard to say. Let Chen Yehao tell you when we get back. He understands. What is it? Come on. Chen Jingxi stammered. It's just that there's a luxury yacht, and a group of netizens, fake celebrities, and young models, partying on the yacht. Chen Gensheng's eyes lit up. This is quite good. I haven't seen the sea. Some other day we'll go to have fun. We can also fish. Okay. I'm defeated by your innocence. What Chen Zhensheng and Chen Jingxi said were not the same thing. After the horseback ride, they left to return to school. The end of a beautiful day. In the dormitory, Gosaku was chatting on Twitter. Gao Shuo said to Chen Zhensheng, I've pulled you into the group. So let's discuss what we should do to give the English teacher a gift. Chen Zhensheng said, aren't gifts not allowed? He said his. We sent ours. Chen Zhensheng asked, what are you giving away? So that the teachers wouldn't be psychologically burdened, we decided to just go along with the $800 share. Gotta have it. It was the day of the English teacher's wedding. The students of Zijin School drove or took private cars to the hotel where the wedding was held. Wedding scene, the bride a white wedding dress, and after the wedding company's careful arrangement, in the form of flying veil, accurate fall on the bride's head. Really stunning. Chen Zhensheng couldn't help but applaud. It's too good looking. The wedding banquet finally began after the MC made some vocal and emotional build-up. However, the person in charge of the hotel informed Chen Zhensheng and the others that no seats had been arranged, and that these seats had been booked in advance in quantity. Chen Zhensheng and the others stood awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Isn't this bullshit? There's no preparation for our meal. The English teacher is a bit unkind. It makes us redundant. Chen Zhensheng interrupted them. Maybe the English teacher was busy and forgot. Wait a little longer tea. But it's humiliating. Chen Zhensheng, go ask the teacher. If there is no preparation for our feast, then let's go back. Chen Zhensheng searched for it and saw the English teacher arguing with the bride's family in one of the boxes. I told you all my students would be here. So what's to stop you from arranging it? The mother of the bride scolded. A table of banquet costs $8,000, but you don't let those students pay with their contributions. For nothing? The bride didn't have the heart to say. All of this is money spent by my family, And the hotel where your parents' relatives came to stay is also money spent by our family. And I have no problem with your students coming to the wedding. But you can't just not ask for your share of the money. Hearing the argument, Chen Zhenqing realized that the English teacher was not as happy as she appeared to be. They all envied him for finding a Shanghai native girl and struggling for 20 years less. The English teacher said sharply, "Can I pay for this? I'll pay for the student's banquet and arrange it right away." The English teacher, regardless of the bride and mother-in-law's obstruction, asked the hotel manager to arrange 4 more tables for the banquet. Chen Zhenqing quietly returned to his classmates' side, for makeshift feast tables had been set up. Chen Zhenqing was deeply touched that the English teacher, who was such an excellent person, was so down and out behind the scenes. Is money really that important? This was not something that Chen Zhenqing could understand, as he had grown up with no clothes or food. Chen Zhenqing told all his classmates, $8,000 each for the share. Ha! Will it be too much? The teacher won't accept it. I didn't bring that much cash. Chen Zhenqing took out his bank card and handed it to Chen Yehao. There should be a bank nearby. Withdraw some cash. Good. Start serving. The English teacher came over with a raised smile. I didn't have the arrangements in place just now. I didn't check in with the restaurant, so make sure you eat well today. Thank you, teacher. Chen Zhenqing noticed a detail. The teacher's face unexpectedly had handprints. Apparently it had just been slapped. The English teacher then pretended to have a toothache and covered it with her hand. Chen Zhenqing was tempted to fight for his teacher in his heart, but he still restrained himself. After all, this was at a wedding. You guys eat first, I'll go greet the others. Chen Yehao came back from fetching money and handed the bag to Chen Zhenqing. I've fetched 200,000. I don't know if it's enough. Chen Zhenqing asked. Whoever doesn't have enough cash, come and get it from me. Rarely carry cash these days. It's just that they took some when they said they'd go along with the $800 share. All of the classmates chipped in $8,000 into a red envelope. Chen Zhenqing solemnly said, we must give the teacher to fight for face. $800 cannot show our Zijin school's bravado. Right. At first I thought $800 was just too much to take. Let's see how I'm going to play it during the toast later. The English teacher and the bride toasted from table to table. Chen Zhenqing collected all the red envelopes from his classmates. Prepare to pour the wine, beer, white, and red all mixed a little. Wow. Chen Zhenqing, you're very good at this. Each red packet is a thick pile that sits under the cup. When the teacher and the bride arrived at their table, the students rose. Happy newlyweds. May the teacher grow old. Seeing so many red envelopes, the English teacher said in consternation, didn't I say I wouldn't let you guys pay with your share? It's a small token of our appreciation. We can't eat for nothing. Yeah, you can't say no to that. Teacher, if you want to get the red packet, you have to drink the wine on it. The English teacher glanced at the bride, now smiling from ear to ear. Thank you, class, said the bride touching the teacher with her shoulder. The teacher didn't want the money for these portions. It wasn't his original intention. Your thoughts. The teacher appreciates it. You can take this money back. Chen Zhenqing said. Teacher, you don't have to excuse yourself. Drink up. The bride couldn't stand it anymore, so she picked up a glass of wine and said, your teacher has had a lot to drink, so let me drink for him. After a glass of red wine, the bride picks up a red envelope. Honey, you drink. The bride stood behind her teacher, secretly unwrapped the red envelope and looked at it, and was overjoyed. With $8,000 in red envelopes. That's a banquet. The students gave so many red envelopes that they didn't even have to spend any of their own money on the banquet they organized today. They all earned it back. Chen Zhenqing picked up a glass of beer. Teacher, let me toast you. Happy wedding. The English teacher was very touched. When he saw that the red envelope was $8,000, he understood what was going on. It must have been seen when he was arguing with his mother-in-law, daughter-in-law just now. Pick up a glass and drink it. The bride puts the red envelope away. The teacher drinks a cup and the bride takes a red envelope. The student couldn't look away either. Teacher's mother, let me toast you. Our teacher is getting drunk. Okay, I'll drink too. Chen Zhenqing felt unworthy for the English teacher. Such an excellent aspiring young man. The city's top 10 outstanding young people. The marriage of their own cannot make the decision. After the drinks, the bride took all the red envelopes. The English teacher sat down and got a little tipsy. I'm really sorry for making you guys laugh. We came with so little money. Or Chen Zhenqing took some. Chen Zhenqing, have a drink with our teacher. The English teacher was stunned and looked at Chen Zhenqing. Zhenqing, I'll drink one with you. Thank you for maintaining my dignity. Chen Zhenqing grinned. The two of us don't exist. Actually, my wife and I went to college together, and our relationship is very stable. The English teacher tried to explain. Chen Zhenqing said, teacher, you will succeed. Mother-in-law came over in a huff. You're still chatting here. The guests haven't even finished accompanying them, one by one. A toast. In the face of his mother-in-law's reprimand, his classmates were surprised, and the English teacher looked embarrassed, feeling that his mother-in-law did not give him any face at all. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit came to the English teacher and nodded with a smile. "Hello, our boss admires you very much. You are one of the top 10 outstanding youths in our Shanghai city, and you've made outstanding contributions to education, so all of your purchases today are free of charge." "Ha, me?" The English teacher was so full of dismay that she thought she had misheard. "All free?" "Yes. Your wedding banquet today is a total of 21 tables, and all of the more than 160,000 yuan are free." The suited youth pulled out a VIP card and handed it to him with both hands. "This is our hotel's VIP card, with a limit of 1 million yuan. You can come and spend money in our hotel at any time, and you can pay the bill with this card." The English teacher stood up, a little confused. "You're recognizing the wrong person, aren't you? It was very sudden. There's no mistaking it. Please take it." The mother-in-law, the bride, saw the scene and burst out laughing like a flower. "When my mother-in-law was about to take it, the manager refused. Our boss said that this VIP card must be in the hands of the teacher." The bride urged, "Take it. I'd like to meet your boss. You'll meet sometime." After saying that, the manager handed the VIP card to the English teacher. That wasn't all. Another young man in a suit walked in the doorway of the hotel and came to the English teacher. "Hello, I'm sent by the chairman of the Zhenguang Education Group. Due to your outstanding contributions in the Zijin school, the chairman has learned that you're getting married today and is sending a congratulatory gift." With that, he handed the envelope to the English teacher. "It is one ticket for unlimited travel, which means that you and your wife can go on your honeymoon and use this ticket to fly on 6 airlines and go wherever you want without spending a dime on airfare." The English teacher busily excused herself. "This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Please do take it." After saying that, he turned to leave. The hotel manager laughed. "Since you're going on your honeymoon, this VIP card our boss just gave you can be used at all Bashu hotels around the world, just for a moment." The English teacher reaped so many gifts that it was like pie in the sky. The bride excitedly wrapped her arms around the English teacher and kissed him on the cheek. "Honey, you're so great. You finally made it through. Love you." The mother-in-law smiled and said, "I told you my son-in-law couldn't be wrong." The English teacher is still in a daze. How did the time come all of a sudden? "Wow, teacher, congratulations on finally making it. Teacher's talent deserves to be honored." Chen Zhenxing spoke up at this time. "I suggest, let's cash in our money and buy a house for our teacher. Okay? There are ideas. I think it's okay." "Yes, I'll give you 200,000. I'll offer 200,000 as well," Chen Zhensheng said. "You all contribute 200,000 and I'll pay the rest." "Niuai, Chen Zhensheng, the big netizen is rich." The whole class has been transferring money to Chen Zhensheng. The English teacher hurriedly stopped it. "No, this is absolutely not acceptable. I've already felt guilty for accepting your gifts." Chen Zhensheng grinned. "Teacher, you do not let us down a piece of mind fire." And then again, 200,000 for them as pocket money, each person out of 200,000. In the second ring to buy you a set of 100 square feet of house, comfortable fire. Teacher, just let us buy you a house. Soon, Chen Zhensheng received about $4 million. The bride spoke up at this point. "I've got my eye on a nice house. Springbrook Gardens." "You shut up." The English teacher suddenly angrily rebuked his daughter-in-law. "This is the student's money, and you have the nerve to ask for it?" The bride pulled the teacher's arm. "Husband, don't be so mean. I'm wrong, okay?" This is the reality that the English teacher is now being honored and the bride's family's attitude towards him is quickly changing. Regarding helping counselors to solve their difficulties, Chen Zhensheng is a matter of a phone call, and it is an easy solution to something that is more difficult for ordinary people than the sky. The counselor was quite grateful to Chen Zhensheng. "Thank you for doing me such a big favor. I will treat you to dinner sometime." "There's no need for dinner. I'm focusing on my studies now, so please tutor me more when you have time." This one is natural. The long-lost White E is back. Seeing that Bai Yi's face had regained its former radiance, Chen Zhensheng became more serious in class. "Class, did you miss me?" "Think." Chen Zhensheng shouted the loudest. Bai Yi's gaze fell on Chen Zhensheng's face, paused for a moment, and exulted. "Today's mock exam, get ready." For this practice exam, Chen Zhensheng felt that these questions were easy enough. When Bai Yi corrected the papers, she was surprised to find that Chen Zhensheng's total score ranked third in the class and in the top 10 for the whole year. When this news was announced in the class, the whole class applauded Chen Zhensheng. He. "Thanks. Finally I can honor my ancestors." Chen Zhensheng waved his arm. "I'll treat you to a Sichuan restaurant today. Gotta have it." The whole class is learning Chengenqing's Chuan spectrum words. Sichuan restaurant in the cafeteria. The whole class is gathered here. Chen Zhenqing bragged to Chen Shujian. Old me came third in the exam. Bull? Chen Shujian gave a thumbs up. Bullseye. This good news must be told to the family. Good. You are responsible for calling one by one to inform to. Chen Zhenqing turned to his classmates and said, feel free to order eat whatever you want. I'll pay for it all. 3 tables of banquets. And the classmates are not polite with Chen Zhenqing. They all know he's making hundreds of thousands of dollars for a video now. It's so easy money. Plates, pots, and jars filled the table. Chen Zhenqing sat in the middle of Bai Yi and Chen Shujian and lifted his drink cup. Come on, let's drink instead of wine. Cheers. Chen Jingxi, Yang Kai Fei, 2 great goddesses came to the Sichuan restaurant. Are we welcome to join in the fun? Welcome, anyone who comes today. Yang Saifei also bought a pair of shoes for Chen Zhenqing as a gift for coming third in the exam. It's worth a lot of money. The girls in the class have also come up with their well-prepared gifts. Root Sun, I'm giving you a watch. A Rolex, the logotype series. This watch is over $100,000. Jensen, it's almost fall. I bought you a sweater. The girls gave him gifts one after another, and in no time at all there was a huge pile of them. The boys looked hot and jealous. Sit down well. Thanks for the gifts. Although I can understand if some of the boys don't give me gifts. Amount. Isn't this a disguised claim? Usually looks like Chen Zhenqing is quite mute, but in fact, his heart is like a hornet's nest. Captured the hearts of so many girls, and still wants us to give him gifts. Killing and killing. And when Bai Yi saw so many students giving very expensive gifts, she didn't have the heart to take hers out and keep it at her feet. After this meal, Chen Zhenqing spent more than 200,000. Although it is his own restaurant, Chen Zhenqing has always been to have money to give. No money then forget it. One by one, the students and teachers dispersed. Gao Shuo, Chen Yehao, you guys help me carry the gifts back to the dormitory. Takasaku said righteously. Paid service. Well, I'll take the pair of shoes that Princess Yang Kai gave you. Yang Caffeine just came out of the restroom and reached out to twist Gao Shuo's ear. Dai Yu, if I see these shoes on your feet one day, I'll chop your feet off. Hokage, just kidding, it hurts. The two dutifully carried so many gifts back to the dormitory. Yang Saifei looked at Chen Zhenqing. Is there anything you want to do later? There, back to bed. Aren't you going for a walk after dinner? Take a walk together. I have to get back to opening presents. No fun. Yang Saifei let out a light grunt and twisted her head to leave. Chen Zhenqing was just about to go back to the dormitory when Bai Yi was waiting for Chen Zhenqing at the dormitory building. There were too many people just now. I didn't feel like taking it out. This is my gift to you. Bai Yi handed a bag to Chen Zhenqing. I don't know if you like it or not. It's a scarf that I knitted while accompanying my brother in the hospital. This is a scarf knitted with great care. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple and 7 colors of wool are woven together, as well as 8 characters on the ends of the scarf with fine thread. Study hard, every day. Wow. White E, I was waiting for your gift. I love this scarf so much. Bai Yi laughed. The gifts they gave were too expensive for me to take this one, so I thought I'd give it to you after dinner. Chen Zhenqing said as if he had been given a treasure. This is the most meaningful gift I have ever received. Thank you for the gift. Seeing that Chen Zhenqing liked it so much, Bai Yi's heart was also relieved. Go home early and rest. You have an early night too. Chen Zhenqing returned to the dormitory, carefully hung the scarf on the opposite side of the closet, lying on the bed to slowly appreciate. The more you look at it, the more you like it. Takasaku reached out to touch it. Whoosh! A ballpoint pen shot away, sticking straight into the thick closet, only 1 centimeter away from Gosako's finger. Gao Shuo was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his legs fell limply to the ground. You can touch anything in the dormitory, except this scarf you can't touch. You scared me to death. My heart is jumping into my throat. It's just a scarf, isn't it? Do you have to? Very much so. This was given to me by Bai Yi. Chen Zhenqing heatedly laughed nervously. This scarf is not simple. It's very meaningful. Gosaku pointed to the pile of fancy gifts the girls had given him. Don't those mean anything? Didn't have to. So can I take a couple? Whatever. The next day, class. As Chen Zhenqing walked on his way to the school building, his classmates stopped and whispered. Sometimes I think Chen Zhenqing is quite handsome, but today I think he's a fool. This guy's face goes up and down. But what the hell is that colorful scarf around his neck? It's barely October and this guy has his scarf wrapped around his head more or less. Chen Zhenqing, did you go to the hospital? What did the doctor say? Chen Zhenqing said doubtfully. What am I going to the hospital for? I'm not sick. You're still sick. Can you wait until it snows to wear your rainbow scarf? I regard you as my man god. and you're bent on being a fool. Whitey walked over from the parking lot to see this scene and was so ashamed that she couldn't find a rat hole to go down. Jen Sheng. Bai Yi came over and pulled Chen Gensheng's scarf off. You can't wear it now. Wait until it snows. Chen Gensheng smiled sarcastically. I just wanted to show everyone else that it's quite warm. Put it away. Well, putting away his scarf, Chen Gensheng followed Bai Yi to the school building. Before he even got to the elevator, Gao Shua tugged on Chen Gensheng. Come, let me tell you something. Claws? What for? Gao Shua rubbed his hands together and said in embarrassment. Can you talk to Chen Jingxi? I would like to borrow her Sandalwood Palace villa. Claws? I'm to blame for this. The last time I went to the Tang Palace party, I took a video to show my mom. And you know how people like to put on a face and talk about ostentation in the business world. Focus. My mom bragged to a couple of rich wives who could party at the Honolulu Palace, and those rich wives are important bank clients. Chen Gensheng said, I thought what's so important? The key is in my desk drawer. Go get it yourself. Gao Shua was ecstatic and grabbed Chen Gensheng's hand. You are truly my own brother. I will always be your lapdog. Chen Gensheng shook off his hand and went upstairs. In the class, several boys gathered around Chen Gensheng to discuss the establishment of the Laozi Temple. Negasonic, what position are you offering me? Negasonic, I want a guardian. I want the elder. Chen Gensheng waved his hand and said, all calm down first. We need to have a ceremony. The War God Temple, the Dragon King Temple, the Heavenly God Temple, these are how they form. A group of students shook their heads. These organizations were powerful and not something they could access. A classmate said, they just go on missions in countries around the globe, kill some thugs, go out for gold plating, and come back home to play B. What should we do without a war god in our old son's temple? We have Jensen Chan. Chen Gensheng slapped the table. Good. It's settled. The old man's temple is established. Isn't that a bit hasty? We haven't defined what kind of organization we are? A student organization that focuses mainly on learning. Chen Gensheng had a good idea. Let's old Sun Highness. We're all fucking old. Learn from each other, and eventually become a student organization. A student's face was full of black lines. What's the difference between this and the student council? That's it. We want some excitement. Smoking, drinking, internet cafes 5 in a row. Where the fuck have you ever seen a god of war go to an internet cafe for 5 in a row? One of the girls couldn't stand to look at it anymore and threw over a stack of tattoo stickers. Have uniform tattoos for identifying you as your old highnesses. Girl A asked. Niguzen, does your old son's temple accept girls? Girl B said, I'm in, count me in. Chen Gensheng looked at Chen Yehao. From today onwards, you are the head of the personnel hall of Laozi Temple, responsible for recruiting members. Chen Yehao thought they were really chicken childish, but the little master wanted to play. He had to accompany. Yes, Chen Yehao then took a piece of paper. If you want to join, write your names on this piece of paper. Boys and girls went forward and wrote their names. Girl A asked again, how much are the dues? Chen Gensheng was stunned. There are still dues? Of course, as liquidity for the old son's temple. We meet every Friday afternoon, which requires funds. As soon as he heard about the party, Chen Gensheng's face opened up with a smile. To be had. The dues are $100,000 each. A boy shouted. Not enough tattoo stickers. Get some more. And so, in the second class of the senior year, the temple of the old man was hastily established. In the cafeteria, Chen Gensheng sat down in front of Chen Jingxi with a plate. Are you going to join us in the hall of Lao Tzu? Chen Jingxi rolled her eyes. Childish. I'll make you an accountant and manage the funds. Chen Jingshi thought for a moment and raised her eyes. No, I want to be a holy maiden. The saintly lady moonlights as an accountant. Right? All right. In the cafeterias of all the tiers, there were students of the Laozi Temple asking around if they wanted to join the Laozi Temple. If you agree, give a tattoo sticker. Over the course of 2 days, 120 students from across the school joined the Lao Tzu Temple. In the evening, Takasako comes back with a dying look on his face. Chen Gensheng said excitedly, I'm back. I've left you a position as a protector. Here's the tattoo sticker. Negi, I'm sorry. What's wrong? My mom and the girls made a mess of the Tang Palace, puking all over the pool. Cleaned? I've asked the housekeeping to clean it up. They're going to play mahjong there at night and spend the night there. Gao Shua lowered his head like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. Gensheng, I've caused you trouble. If Chen Jingxi found out about this, she definitely wouldn't let me go. No shit. I won't tell her. Just clean up after your mom and the girls are done playing. Chen Gensheng has no concept of mansions. If it were someone else, he would have died of heartache. Gosako sighed. My mom wasn't like that at first. Then she divorced my dad and she played it big. Single parent, are you? Aha. Chen Gensheng somewhat sympathetically patted Gao Shua's shoulder. Understandable. It's fine. Let your mom feel free to play however she wants. It's fine if the villa is torn down. Wow. Gao Shua cried out with a wow and hugged Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng reached out and pushed him away. Don't come with this. I'm not used to men hugging me, Gao Shua solemnly said. In short, I'm going to go through fire and water for you from now on. I won't let you go through the fire, so wash my clothes. Gotta have it. Chen Zhensheng handed Gao Shua a tattoo sticker. Put it on, and from now on, you'll be Laozi's protector, Gao Shua said while packing Chen Zhensheng's clothes. To open the Laozi temple, first of all, you have to make a name for yourself. Nowadays all kinds of temples are like bamboo shoots. One crop is more delightful than the other. To stand out among the many temples, you have to come up with something fierce. How fierce? All you have to do is spread the word that the Laozi temple is run by you, and combine that with your anchor influence to let the temple masters of those temples know that the Laozi temple exists. Chen Zhensheng pondered thoughtfully. Seeing that Chen Zhensheng was still a bit confused, Gao Shua said bluntly, it's to prove that the Laozi temple is stronger than the others. Got it. Chen Zhensheng adopted Gao Shua's suggestion to open a live broadcast to publicize it. No temple has ever made as much noise and publicity as the temple of Lao Tzu. The live stream has 800,000 online viewers. Today's live broadcast there is something to announce. Aha, I set up a lousy hall. There are other peers if they are not convinced. Welcome to Come to War. The gifts all swiped the card screen after that statement. Bull. This guy is openly provoking the god of war. He's not provoking. He's mocking. Bull B. This is the stiffest anchor I've ever seen. Is it going to be a live fight against the god of war? Old son of a temple. And a Rayal chicken with a name. Mixed reviews on the public screen. There's an aversion to those untouchable war gods. There are also those who worship the proud gods of war. Some people think that Chen Zhensheng is out of his depth. Someone swiped a gift to support Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng did this for no other reason than it was fun. Somewhere, in a dimly lit room, a solemn-looking man stared at the live stream on his cell phone. His eyes glowing with murderous intent. Light blue smoke exhaling from his mouth, filling his handsome face. Chen Zhensheng. That name has been very active in my ears lately. Hall Master. There's no need to pay attention to such a minor character. The Battle God Palace, the Heavenly God Palace, and the Dragon King Palace lost to him one after another. It's undeniable that he's got a bit of something. That's because he didn't meet our Sanqing Hall. And even more so, you, Hall Master. He openly provoked the God of War in the live broadcast. It's time for someone in the God of War to stand up. Quickly gather the 4 pavilions, the 5 ministries, the 6 halls, the 7 divisions, the 8 councils, the 9 battalions, the 10 fortresses, the J cities, the QS, and the KS, and set out for Shanghai. Yes, besides, Chen Zhensheng, a live broadcast, offended all the war gods. Those warlords lying in the hospital saw Chen Zhensheng's live broadcast, shaking their heads and sighing, unable to do anything. Class. Chen Yehao is reporting member information to Chen Zhensheng. Lu Hailong, whose father is the chairman of the Shanghai Transportation Group, has a total market capitalization of 85 billion. Narcissus Wang, Bacchus Pharmaceuticals, total market capitalization 150 billion. Jiang Min, his mother is a Hong Kong sister, now running an entertainment company. His father is a movie star, who has won Best Actor in 100 Flowers, Brown Bear, Golden Rooster and Golden Statue. Chen Zhensheng interrupted Chen Yehao. I don't care how rich or poor the members are. None of them are as rich as me anyway. Chen Yehao smiled sarcastically. That's for sure. At that moment, a girl dragged a senior boy into the class. Chen Zhensheng, this is my brother. I recommend my brother to join. The senior boy stood rather shyly behind his sister, poking his head in every now and then. Well, just transfer the dues to Jinsi Chen. The beautiful woman said. Do you care if the members of your old son's temple are bullied? Of course. Well, my brother is constantly being asked for money by a group of socialites. I just found out today. Chen Zhensheng said. Your brother does need to exercise. Aha. The senior sister pushed her brother in front of Chen Zhensheng. He adores you. I'm counting on you. Well, I'll take care of it. The schoolteacher left. The clean-cut brother drooped his head restlessly and picked at his fingers. Chen Zhensheng asked. What's the name? Call Jiang Xiaoji. Jiang Xiaoji kept her head down, squirming like a little daughter-in-law. Lift your head T. Am I scary? Jiang Xiaoji shook his head in a panic and raised his showy white face. Chen Zhensheng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Your son of a bitch looks quite pretty. Jiang Xiaoji's face flushed red and retorted. I don't like it when people talk about me like that. I want to become a strong person like you. Chen Yehao couldn't help but reach out and pinch Jiang Xiaoji's white face. Q-tips are like jelly. Really? I'll pinch aha too. Chen Zhensheng pinched Jiang Xiaoji's face and then pinched his own. It's just so much more elastic than this old face of mine. Jiang Xiaoji said timidly. Please. Chen Zhencheng patted Jiang Xiaoji's shoulder. From now on, you'll be a member of my old man's hall. After school, take me to find those social people. Jiang Xiaoji looked down at the pattern on his arm that represented the Hall of Laozi, and his spiritual eyes suddenly lit up like a treasure. Aha! Jingle bells. The bell rang. Jiang Xiaoji said seriously, Brother Shang, I will definitely serve you well. Chen Yehao was filled with black lines. You son of a bitch called so ugly. Calling rude is also better than this Shang. He. Jiang Xiaoji skipped away with cheerful little steps. Chen Yehao said, Congratulations on gaining a fanboy. After school, Jiang Xiaoji was waiting for Chen Zhenxing at the class entrance with his backpack early. Chen Zhenxing discussed with his classmates about the first party tomorrow after school. Root. Jiang Xiaoji greeted him. Chen Zhenxing touched his head. This is the newest member of Laozi Temple. Jiang Xiaoji. Oh, I know. Baby Jiang who still wets the bed at 8. Jiang Xiaoji's face was red and she glared at the boy angrily. That's not bedwetting. My cat peed. Chen Zhensheng reprimanded. Cursing does not reveal the shortcomings. From now on, they are all brothers. And then, Chen Zhenxing told Jiang Xiaoji to give those people a call and arrange a place to meet. In Chen Genxing's dormitory, Jiang Xiaoji asked, Brother Root, won't you take revenge for me? It's been reported, and those people won't bother you again. Ha? Who is it? There's nothing to it, just relax. Chen Jingxi showed Chen Zhensheng the balance on her cell phone. The dues are now 8.2 million. What do you want to do with it? Of course it's a party. It was agreed to meet every Friday. So let's talk now. Where are you going to party on Friday? Gosako suggested. Go to the Basho cuisine. Then go to the heaven and earth pilgrimage. Chen Zhensheng bristled. Don't go to that kind of occasion. Do something meaningful? Chen Yehao raised a realistic question. You provoked all the war gods with your live broadcast. They will definitely come to take revenge on you. Come on. Let's make a name for our old highness. Jiang Xiaoji watched as Chen Genxing's every move was handsome and cool. Chen Zhenxing was already a lighthouse-like figure in life in his heart. Chen Zhenxing put his arm around Jiang Xiaoji's shoulder and said, I've helped you solve your troubles. Are you going to treat us to a jerk? Yeah, of course you're invited. Gosako sweated. It would have been better to get some money from those guys for buying you a jerk-off. A barbecue meal cost Jiang Xiaoji $8,000. Jiang Xiaoji still admires Chen Zhensheng. After eating the barbecue, Chen Zhensheng bid farewell to his classmates and returned to the dormitory with Gao Shua. As soon as the door opened, a letter fell down. Gao Shua unwrapped it and was filled with horror. Sanqing Hall is looking for you. Chen Zhensheng handed his book bag to Gao Shua. I'm going to take a look. Chen Zhensheng took the envelope and went out of the school. Come to the address stated in the letter. This is an 88-story commercial building located somewhere in Shanghai. On the top rooftop, the night wind was howling and the clouds were touching. A group of Sanqing Hall's elite soldiers and generals surrounded Chen Zhensheng, their faces grave as if they were facing a great enemy. Chen Zhensheng said, Which one of you is in charge? Rumor has it that there is a supreme expert hidden in the Zijin International School, hanging all the war gods. But you? Exactly, Lao Tzu. What's your name? Lin Chang. Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng took off his jacket and said, As a sign of respect, I'll take off my jacket. Lin Qing frowned. What do you mean? Because if I take off my jacket, it proves I'm serious. Lin Qing smiled disdainfully. What a rampant brat. You're afraid that you haven't been beaten by society. Chen Zhensheng reached out. Come on. I will defeat you with my blow fist. Lin Qing said in a cold voice. If you want to fight me, you're not worthy yet. Defeat my brothers first. Phew. A strong wind swept up, and out of the doorway sprinted a girl in a pink duck-tongued hat, a pink kitchen knife at her waist, and a small bear pendant swaying in the night wind. Whoosh! Shadow Girl drew her pink kitchen knife and spun it quickly in her palm. Steeply stopped, waving the knife in front of a strong man. Swish swish waved a few times. The burly man looked puzzled. Didn't cut it? Shadow Sister's kitchen knife was sheathed, and a thin red slit appeared on the burly man's neck. Pust. Scarlet blood spurted out. Both ears fell off. 10 fingers fell off. The X symbol appeared on his chest. Boo! The strong man fell to the ground. The crowd exclaimed. What a fast knife! The girl seems to be more powerful than the boy. Chen Zhensheng corrected. Bullshit, old me is much more powerful than her. Shadow Girl rolled her eyes. Go rest next to me for a ha. I'll be done in a moment. I'll do it. You're too hard on me. What do you know about hammers? Yo, they're war gods, not ordinary people. Chen Zhensheng compromised. Then you can't use a knife. Just cripple it. I know. Lin Cheng's group was dumbfounded. Was facing a peak war god so casual? Feeling humiliated, Lin Qing angrily shouted. Kill! Whoosh! A pink residual shadow swept through the crowd and arrived directly in front of Lin Cheng. Wherever the residual shadow passed, The elite soldiers fell to the ground. The pink kitchen knife was a mere centimeter away from Lin Qing's neck. Lin Qing didn't dare to utter a single breath. How did you do that? What? So fast? Fast? I still think it's a little slow. Chen Zhencheng walked up to Lin Chang and pushed away Shadow Sister's kitchen knife. Lin Chang, do you want to live? Lin Chang felt it was a strange shame. No one had ever dared to put a kitchen knife to his neck. However, the situation was already beyond his control, and he witnessed Shadow Sisters taking the general's head like a bag of fish in the midst of thousands of troops. He lost, but he was not convinced. Chen Gensheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "Do you want to become a vegetable like the other war gods?" Lin Qing clenched his fists, eager to throw a punch, and said through clenched back teeth, "I don't want to." Then announce it in your war god circle that Lao Zi Temple is the strongest, and if you don't, she'll kill you. After saying that, Chen Zhencheng turned around and left. After they left, Lin Qing's face was extremely gloomy. "Temple Master, what should we do now? Announce it?" Lin Qing said in a cold voice. "No announcements. From today onwards, this building will be heavily guarded. Send more brothers." "Okay, I'm on it." The next day, Chen Zhencheng opened the news client, but surprisingly, there was no report on this matter. Pulling out his Nokia, he dialed Shadow Girl's cell phone. Go remind him again, aha, gotta have it. Hanging up the phone, Chen Zhencheng raised an innocent smile. The sweatshirt in front of him was ready. Who's first? Chen Zhencheng looked at the girls in line. Yang Saifei walked to Chen Zhencheng. Me first. Chen Zhencheng pushed Yang Saifei's ass and mounted the horse. And then, Chen Zhencheng also rode up, his hands going through Yang Saifei's brute waist to grab the reins. Driving, running up in the stable. The two bodies were close together. Yang Saifei felt Chen Gensheng's chest that was as hard as a rock, and she immediately blushed and gasped roughly. After riding in a circle, Yang Saifei dismounted her horse and fell to the ground as her feet went limp. Sister Kai Fei, are you alright? No, it's fine. With that said, he stood up and clipped his legs together to leave. Chen Zhencheng said, next, me, my turn. I was in line here an hour ago. Then it's my turn next. The girl scrambled to be the first to grab a ride with Chen Zhencheng. Look up and see the long line. The boys sat mentally drained with anger in their eyes. Crap, your girlfriend's in line too. Ugh, my girlfriend is in line too. Chen Jensen is literally a sanitation worker, specializing in landscaping. And it's so blatant. And there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we can do about it. We can't get a whip around. Hateful guy. At this time, a boy ran over with a cell phone. Big news. Big news. The Sanqing Temple recognizes that our Laozi Temple is the strongest, and as of today, the Sanqing Temple is disbanded. Really? Let's see. Gao Shuo said. Last night Chen Zhencheng received a challenge and went out for a while, and today the Sanqing Hall was disbanded. The boys raised their eyes to look at Chen Zhencheng, who was holding the girl in his arms while riding the horse, with more admiration in their eyes. The merriment is always so short-lived. A lot of girls didn't get in line. The girls in line were weak in the knees. Chen Zhencheng took a cool shower and went to the cafeteria to eat. Chen Jingxi sat down in front of him with her plate. As you said, the barbecue meeting is ready, so you can go after school. Did you buy all the ingredients? Follow your list and buy them all. Hard work. Chen Zhencheng stood up and said to everyone, members of the Old Sun's Temple, go to the Shanghai Stadium tonight for a barbecue. Bullshit. You actually rented a stadium for a barbecue? That's awesome. How did you do it? Chen Zhencheng? Chen Zhencheng said, Old me said I would give you a surprise. And there are plenty of surprises tonight. Wow. Looking forward to it. The students cheered up. Chen Zhencheng gradually became the soul of Zijin International School. At the Shanghai Stadium, the stage is set and all the lights are turned on. The flying machines in the sky formed a few big words. Warmly celebrate the establishment of the Laozi Temple. Shanghai Stadium. One after another. The students of Laozi Temple drove in with their luxury cars. 20 grills and the oven is ready. 200 pounds of assorted grilled meats. 300 pounds of seafood. 50 cases of Felix mineral water. And 100 bottles of sweet Bordeaux wine produced by Chateau Drip Gold. A 2-meter diameter hot pot cooked. Sea cucumber squid, lobster abalone, king crab, with saffron and 100 years of natural wild ginseng as a supplement. The stars are also arriving one after another. There's Quan Lung from the land of stick. There are moldy girls from across the ocean. Bieber, Harina. There were even the 4 heavenly kings of China on stage. There are also young top traffic stars, Xiao Xian, Cohen Pang, and the 3 Little Leaves group. The students were dumbfounded. They just thought the party meant something. And they all got together and talked and laughed. But I didn't realize that there were so many big international stars singing and cheering. Yang Saifei's delicate face was shocked as she asked, Chen Zhencheng, how did you hire these stars? Do we have enough dues? Chen Zhensheng waved his hand and said, no money tea, it's all a voluntary performance. What? You're kidding, right? A mandatory gig? You're being funny, right? That's the Four Heavenly Kings. Moldy girl, Harley, that's a mandatory gig too? Chen Zhensheng answered the question by urging, don't ask. Hurry to build a fire and barbecue. I'm going to starve to death. In fact, Chen Zhensheng didn't even recognize any of these stars. This was a gift from third sister to celebrate Chen Zhensheng's third place in the class. The stars began to sing, and first out of the gate was the group Three Little Leaves. A song called Left and Right-Handed is brought to you, but these students were so preoccupied with the singing that no one had a fire grill. Chen Zhensheng was busy and hard to build the fire, and the lamb skewers that were prepared and cuffed. Yang Caffeine handed Chen Zhensheng a mask. Put it on, it doesn't choke. It's still you who is careful, yo. They are all a bunch of heartless ones. Chen Zhensheng smashed Gao Shua's head with a piece of Kobe steak. Son of a bitch, come over here and barbecue. I'm going to make that stove tea. Gosako commiserated. Why don't you call them? You're the old man's housemate. Chen Zhensheng see the situation also cannot took out his cell phone to Chen Shujian call over. Let him arrange 5 cooks over. Not long after, the cooks arrived. Hand and foot, make fire, grill, cook hot pot, all in one go. The students who sat down began to drink and eat before watching the program. Chen Zhensheng watched the singing on stage with boredom. That's when a commercial vehicle arrived at the stadium. Several men came down carrying the box. Hello, you are Chen Zhensheng, right? We are the face changers. Oh, welcome, welcome. You guys prepare, aha. This was the troupe that Chen Zhensheng had asked Chen Shujian to find, specializing in Sichuan opera face changing. A hush fell over the class. When you come to a cosmopolitan city, do you want to be exposed to some modern lines? What kind of Sichuan opera face changing is going on? The hot pot restaurants got a show every day. Chen Zhensheng, you can't impose your personal preferences on us. Chen Zhensheng pointed at them. Shut up. You know a hammer, yo. Change face, how magical tea. Then save it for the finale and put them on stage. Whitey and several female teachers from the school also arrived. Chen Zhensheng, we came uninvited. Is that okay? Chen Zhensheng rose to welcome. No comment. Welcome, welcome. Sit down. The 5 female teachers are also specially dressed up today. They are in the circle of friends to see that there is a big international star performance, which is why they came in a group. Bai Yi's heart was beating faster. The 4 Heavenly Kings, my idols. Nathan, when are the 4 Heavenly Kings going to sing? Soon. I don't know. Chen Zhensheng fished out a large Australian lobster, peeled it and handed it to Bai Yi. Teacher Bai, you eat first. The students looked at Chen Zhensheng with a look of contempt. Chen Zhensheng fished out a few more sea cucumbers and put them on Bai Yi's plate. I'll go get you some sesame sauce. What do you like to eat? Bai Yi was embarrassed to be taken care of, and in front of so many classmates. I'll go and serve myself. At that moment, the chef brought over a large steaming pot of spicy rabbit head. Chen Zhensheng sucked in his saliva, put on his gloves and started eating, bashful as a board. Yo, taste of home. One of the girls said, rabbits are so cute, why do you eat them? Chen Zhensheng rolled his eyes at her. The lamb kebabs in your mouth are so cute. Why do you want to eat goat? So cruel. If you say that again, I won't let you ride with me. Chen Zhensheng handed her a spicy rabbit head. Try it, it's delicious. The girl took the rabbit head. She really couldn't bear to eat it, so she ate a small piece, and then her beautiful eyes brightened up. It smells so good. A female teacher asked, Jensen, how did you get all these big names? I don't know. I didn't hire them. Who invited them? So honorable. My third sister. I'd love to meet your third sister. My third sister doesn't want to know you. The female teacher took a resentful sip of her gold-dripping Bordeaux liqueur. Chen Zhensheng picked up a bottle of beer and stood up. Members, today is the first gathering of our old son's hall. Let's share a glass. Good. May our old son's temple get hotter and hotter. Cheer up. A group of students clinked their glasses. Bai Yi asked curiously, Zhensheng, what is the nature of this lousy temple of yours? It won't be the same as the war god temple, right? It's not the same. We help each other with our studies, with our lives, with our difficulties. We don't bully others, but we don't let others bully us either. Good speech. Dry one. Moldy finished 2 songs and came down to them. At #@UN %UN. %and. The interpreter said. She asked if you guys would mind sitting her down for a drink. Gao Shua said. Who are you looking down on? We're from Zijin International School. Every student's English is at least English 5. Chen Zhensheng asked. Beer or red wine? Moldy pointed to the red wine. Red wine. Chen Zhensheng handed her another spicy rabbit head. Rabbit. Outer Rue good. Moldy took a step back in fear at the sight of the rabbit head and shook his head repeatedly in shock. Nah no. Don't you gringos get tired of eating burgers and Coke every day? Chen Zhenqing is always favoring spicy rabbit head to everyone. Moldy sat down next to Chen Zhenqing and pointed at the kebabs. Choke on it. I'll teach you some Mandarin. Kebab. Moldy said suspiciously. High turn. No, it's kebabs. It's the high string. Okay, that's a bit of fun. Bull B. Moldy's eyes instantly lit up and he gave a thumbs up and said, Bull B, Bull B. A crowd of students was filled with shock. That's a pretty slick line of bull. Moldy, I want to take a picture with you. Moldy takes a picture with other students while eating a kebab. Chen Zhenqing secretly sat to the side. These stars were dragged by the students for a good photo session. Even the ever-steady Bai Yi couldn't hold back her inner ecstasy at the sight of the four heavenly kings. Chen Zhenqing felt isolated. His greatness is not worth mentioning in the presence of an absolute idol. A group photo at the end. After this video was posted on the Fire Voice platform, it was on fire. People were speculating what kind of characters could have invited these international stars. Chen Zhenqing clutched the bottle of wine, his face full of drunken red. Next to him lay Princess Yang Kai, looking up at the starry night sky. Students lay sprawled across the spacious grounds of the stadium. So restful. Yo! Chen Zhenqing saw on one side of his face that young Sifei was looking at him with affection. Claws? It's okay, just wanted to look at you like that. Melon pies. Chen Zhenqing looked to the other side again. The slightly drunken Bai Yi looked at the starry sky. Her beautiful side face made the old deer in Chen Zhenqing's heart want to run amok a little. Yang Sifei reached out and took Chen Zhenqing's arm. Chen Zhenqing asked, Ms. Bai, is your brother feeling better? Can get out of bed and walk around? And is doing rehabilitation training. Bai Yi turned her face toward Chen Zhenqing. Thank you, Zhenqing. It doesn't exist. When I first arrived at Ziggy's school, you didn't look down on me. You tutored me. You cheered me on. I felt warm and fuzzy. Chen Zhenqing is kind of genuine. Bai Yi asked suspiciously. Zhenqing, I'm curious. Are you a poor student or not? What does the family do? Now that I can make hundreds of thousands of dollars from one video, do you think I'm still a poor student? Chen Zhenqing didn't want to talk too much about his family. It wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. Yang Sifei snuggled into Chen Zhenqing's arm and smiled bitterly. He's not a poverty-stricken student anymore. Now I'm the one who's poverty-stricken. Bai Yi asked. Kai Fei, how did things work out at your house? There's still 4.6 billion left to pay off. And with all the family assets sold, I can barely pay back some interest. Yang Sifei fell from heaven into hell at once, and now also moved into the dormitory to live. And every day also eat in the first floor cafeteria. But it did make Chen Zhenqing impressed with her hard work. Yang Sifei sat up and gathered her long, loose hair. I don't plan to go to university. I want to revive my career and rise again. Bai Yi persuaded. You're still very young. Lay a good foundation first. There's no rush to rise again. Zhenqing, senior sister Kai Fei is also from our old son's temple. We should help her. Sister Kai Fei, we'll help you. Yang Caffeine shook her head and rejected her classmates' good intentions. 4.6 billion isn't a small amount, but with my account unblocked, I'm still earning a bit of income from live broadcasting this time. At Chen Zhenqing's request, the third sister unblocked Princess Yang Kai's account. Zhenqing, you're the hall master of the lousy hall. Say something. Chen Zhenqing sat up. Well, let's help Princess Yang Kai. Yes. Yang Kai Fei was so moved that she wanted to cry. If there weren't so many people, Yang Sifei really wanted to overwhelm Chen Zhenqing. The following day, 5 vans drove into the Zijin International School. Yang Caffeine ran out when she got the call. Excuse me, is this Ms. Yang Kai Fei? Yes. And you are? This is for you from someone who wishes to remain anonymous. Please sign for it. What's here? We don't know. Yang Sifei signed the word, opened the cargo box. Inside is a variety of brand name bags, watches, jewelry, brand name clothes and so on, although they are all used, but they are all expensive brand name goods, and there are even some limited edition models. 5 trucks full of them all, with a total value of no less than $1 billion. Jingle bells. Yang Caffeine's cell phone rang again. It was my sister who called. Kai Fei. Bashu Bank has promised that we'll pay back all the loans in 5 years, and that the interest rate won't go up during those 5 years. Does this? You know who helped us so much? I'm not sure about that. Didn't we apply for it ourselves? We've applied dozens of times without being approved. So how can we be approved today? Yang Sifei hung up the phone and wondered in her heart, could this be the strength of Lao Zi Temple? After class, the students gathered around, seeing so many upscale things and gasping in amazement. Sister Kai Fei, who gave you this? Are you selling all of these? Young Caffeine said, I should be allowed to take it and sell it. These are the things used by Chen Zhenqing's 5 sisters. Chen Zhenqing called each of his 5 sisters last night and asked them to fund some. I didn't expect 5 truckloads of luxury goods to come in the mail. Wow! The classic ruby swan necklace. It's not available on the market anymore. Yang Saifei picked up the necklace box with an unbelievable look on her face. Is this string of necklaces also for sale? 480,000. Sister Kai Fei, can you sell it to me? Many girls see a luxury item they've been wanting for a long time and want to get their hands on it. Yang Saifei looked at so many luxury goods and understood how to deal with it. Tonight on the live broadcast of the sale of goods, which one you fancy first, pick it. Thank you, Sister Caffeine. On the balcony of the second senior class, Chen Zhenqing looked at this scene not far away. Chen Yehao asked, Taisher, you gave it to me, didn't you? Right. After all, also blame me. Chen Zhenqing puzzled to ask, why children like these things, yo? There is no use. You should never underestimate a woman's quest for luxury, says Chan Yip Ho. Chen Yehao looked at the 5 trucks full of luxury goods and couldn't help but be inwardly amazed that even the trash of Chen Genqing's family could be sold for $1 billion. Chen Jingxi said sourly, you are quite generous to Yang Kai Fei. They're all members of the Laozi Temple. They should help. Aha. I'm also a member of the Laozi Temple. Can you grant me a wish? What? I want to do a set of old-fashioned portraits with Xiao Xian. Chen Zhenqing asked, can't you shoot with me? Chen Jingxi bristled. No. Ever since I learned of our seniority, I've been completely indifferent to you. Arrangements. Chen Jingxi was shocked. This is a promise? Right. Your family. Chen Zhenqing then called the 3rd sister and asked Xiao Xian to prepare for the time when Chen Jingxi went over to take ancient-style portraits. Chen Jingxi excitedly jogged to the parking lot and immediately went home to get her hanbok. Zhensheng. Yang Caffeine ran in, breathing heavily. Use your number. Let's sell goods, live together. Okay? You can use my number. I'll pass. Yang Saifei looked at Chen Zhenqing and became suspicious. Could it be that Chen Zhenqing will help me? Do you know who gave me those 5 carts of luxury goods? Chen Zhensheng said. I don't know. Thanks. I'll take you guys to the beach this Saturday. Yang Saifei was in a happy mood and finally had a chance to catch her breath. The beach? Yasuyo, why don't you take all the members of the old man's temple with you? Yang Caffeine said without a good mood. Getting an inch, ha. My economy just recovered a bit and you're going to rip me off. Yang Kaifei uses Chen Zhensheng's Fire Voice platform to sell goods live. Although they are all second-hand and just up for seconds. After all, some of the luxury items are out of print. Thank you Chen Zhensheng for rewarding 20 Fire Voice 1. Love you yo. Wahahaha. Yang Saifei gave Chen Zhensheng a flying kiss on air in public. Crap. That guy Chen Zhensheng lent his number to Princess Yang Kai. These two must be having an affair. I'm a student at the Purple and Gold School, and I can attest that there wasn't a leg. Only a fool would believe it. Yang Kai-Fei is so beautiful. Chen Zhen is vivid? He's an idiot. In the dormitory, Chen Zhensheng and Gao Shuo. Chen Yehao made a hot pot and watched the live broadcast while eating. Chen Zhensheng said, going to the beach on Saturday. Which beach is good? Chen Yehao said, this season is still better to go to Sanya. Sunshine, beach, and most of all you can see the bikini. Gosaku agreed. Good idea. All the girls in the school change into bikinis. That's a great scene. What's a bikini? Gasuo opened his cell phone and found a picture for Chen Zhensheng. The muscles on Chen Gensheng's face twitched viciously as he asked incredulously, just wear it like this? In broad daylight? In front of us? The two nodded. Chen Zhensheng got up and thought. Chen Yehao narrowed his eyes and said, you definitely have bad thoughts in your head. He. Chen Zhensheng laughed nervously. I was wondering if I should ask Ms. Bai to go with me. Would she wear this too? Of course. The beach. It's liberating. Chen Zhensheng snatched the last sea cucumber from Chen Yehao's chopsticks, stood up and said, okay, let's go to Sanya. Friday afternoon after school. Some of the lousy temple members who were willing to play in Sanya were ready and raring to go. 3 buses carried more than 60 students to the airport. Yang Caifei panicked and whispered, it's all your fault. I meant to say that only a few of us were invited. Why did you call in so many people? No need for you to spend Thaya money. The finances of our old son's temple will pay for it. A Boeing business private jet. Nathan, do we have enough funds for the old son's temple? This is too extravagant, isn't it? Straight up chartered flights. It's not a chartered plane. It's a private jet. Chen Zhensheng urged. So much nonsense. Quickly go up T. The cabin, with its bath, bedroom suite, conference room, bar and other amenities, has it all. Wow, it's better than my dad's private jet. At first glance you don't understand the private jet. This is the same type as the United States of America Air Force One, 747-8I jet, 2 floors up and down, one of the world's largest private jets. This bedroom is awesome. It's golden like a palace in the sky. These rich second-generation people, The 1,000 gold celebrities also became unseen people. A burst of gasps of surprise. Chen Zhenxing is also the first time to sit in the third sister's private plane. Shocked mouth can be stuffed into a goose egg, defeatio. For tall and beautiful stewardesses approached. Welcome gentlemen, is there anything we can do for you? What do you all have? We have specialized beauticians, massage therapists, and bartenders ready to serve you. Beautician, give me a facial. I'm going to make a face too. Okay. A tall flight attendant came next to Chen Zhenxing, half squatted down, and softly said, "May I ask what you need? Let's start with 20 steaks. Fully cooked." "Yes, please wait." Female classmate A said. "Chen Zhenxing, you can't forget to eat wherever you go. No mood at all. Food in the belly, no panic in the heart. You know a hammer." The enjoyment was short-lived, arriving in Sanya in 2 hours. Seaside pier. The girls ran in the soft ocean breeze. "You boys don't want to get on the yachts yet. You can't go up until we've changed," the boys said in unison. "Gotta have it." At this time, a few youths came to Chen Zhenxing in their side. "Dude, your yacht? Claus? Rent us one and give you $100,000. At the head was a round-inch-headed youth, dressed like a rich young man. Chen Zhenxing said without a trace of anger. "I'll give you $100,000. Keep your mouth shut." "Pretty tough. Know who I am? Do you know the Sanya Development and Tourism Company? That's my family. If your family is so rich, why don't you have a yacht?" The round-inch-headed youth said. "I think your yacht is nice. And there are so many girls. Rent it to us with the girls." The boys were all rich kids too. And when they heard this, they exploded. "Which fucking whip do you count? Take a piss and look at your own bare face. Get the hell out of here if you know what's good for you." The round-inch head looked fierce in the face of the boys bellowing. "I think you guys don't know how to die. You dare to act be even in my place." The round-inch head pulled out his cell phone and pointed at them. "Don't run if you have the guts. Guapayo." Chen Zhenxing pointed at his nose. "You'd better crawl. Don't affect the old men playing in the water here." Chen Zhenxing didn't want to get into trouble and came to Sanya just to take a break. The round-inchers put their cell phones to their ears. Whoosh! A chopstick was stuck in the center of his palm. "Aya!" The round-inch turned around to see a girl in a pink duck hat. "My hand! Grass! Hit me!" Shadow Mistress quickly fled, but the run wasn't fast. "Wait for them to catch up so that they won't trouble Chen Zhenxing anymore." One of the boys asked. "Is that girl that close to us?" "That's right, and to run into her in a place like Sanya. It's just too conservative to dress in sweatpants when it's so hot in Sanya." By this time, the girls and teachers had changed into their bikinis, with all sorts of styles coming into view. Pust. Chen Zhenxing spurted a nosebleed on the spot. "Chen Zhenxing, you're so unsettled. Too fragile. Luckily I still have some experience." Chen Zhenxing pinched his nose and ran to the side, pulling out a tissue from his bag and wiping it off. Bai Yi came next to Chen Zhenxing and asked worriedly, "Are you alright?" "I didn't." Chen Zhenxing raised his eyes and saw Bai Yi's bikini again, whirling to avoid it. Mister. Bai. You stay away from me." Bai Yi smiled. "Just get used to it. Teacher doesn't think it's anything. Look at the beach. It's full of people in swimsuits and trunks." Whitey was wearing what was considered to be the most conservative of the bikinis. Just like that, Chen Zhenxing are losing their fixation. The bikinis of young Saifei and a bunch of other girlfriends were just really hot, and the boys let out a wolf cry when they looked at them. "It's your boy's turn to change." Chen Zhenxing ran onto the yacht, took out the beach pants he had bought and put them on, and changed into a white tank top. How nice to be naked. Chen Zhenxing, you can definitely attract a lot of girls when you're naked. This is my last line. When Chen Zhenxing came to the beach in his beach pants, he bent over when he saw the white women in front of him. Yacht. Good wine. Beautiful women. Music. Chen Zhenxing stayed seated and didn't dare to stand up. Yang Saifei tugged him up. "Why are you always sitting? Stand up and get high." When Chen Zhenxing was dragged up by Yang Saifei, everyone quieted down and looked at Chen Zhenxing dumbfounded, their gazes slowly moving downward. Chen Zhenxing was not having a good time at all, and embarrassed. He ran into the cabin and changed into his pants. When Chen Zhenxing came out again in his pants, there was a sigh of relief. A girl said, "Chen Zhenxing, why did you change it? Aren't you hot?" Chen Zhenxing was busy shaking his head. "It's not hot. Go change into your beach pants. It matches the sea." The girls couldn't get enough. Bai Yi helped Chen Zhenxing out. "Let him wear his long pants. Let's continue playing." Chen Zhenxing didn't want to stay on the boat, but asked the captain to lower a motorboat. A girl volunteered. "I'm going to ride in your motorboat." "Nice try. I'll sit too. All out of the way." "I'll do it." A couple of the girls scrambled to be first. Yang Saifei said righteously, "Don't even argue. I'll talk to Chen Zhenxing about something." After saying that, Yang Saifei dragged Chen Zhenxing onto the motorboat. Yang Saifei tightly hugged Chen Zhenxing's waist, her body close to him. All the girls looked angrily at Princess Yang Kai with indignation. Young Caffeine made a victory gesture. Yay! Chen Zhenxing was in pain because behind him, Yang Saifei was wearing a sexy and hot bikini, and her hands were not honestly stroking his 8-pack abs. Those abs are hard as a rock. How did you do that? Don't touch. What's wrong with touching? You can't die. Buzz. Suddenly, more than a dozen motorboats came after them. Yang Saifei was shocked. It's not looking for us, is it? Yes. Hold me tight. Chen Zhenxing drove forward at full speed. The motorboat behind was in hot pursuit. Yang Saifei, however, was not the least bit panicked because there was Chen Zhenxing. Boo! A motorboat slammed into it. Immediately, it knocked over the motorboat that Chen Zhenxing was on. After falling into the water, Yang Saifei flailed. Her poor water skills coupled with her trepidation. Chen Zhenxing tugged at her. Lie down and put your hands on your chest. Yang Saifei did as Chen Zhenxing said and her body floated. Chen Zhenxing led her to climb to the island not far away. More than 20 youths armed with sticks surrounded Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing stooped down to pick up the shells. The rubble on the island. Yang Saifei backed up to 5 meters away. Boy, do you know who you've offended? I don't know, but I know you're all going to die here if you don't call an ambulance. Damn, pretty arrogant. This is Sonya. We're locals. Are the locals great? The youth at the head of the group waved his hand. Let him know how great the locals really are. Whoosh. Chen Zhenxing ejected a shell in his hand and shot through his arm as if it were a bullet. Blood sprayed out. Whoosh. A dozen shells in a row. In an instant, there were screams. Looking at those youths again. Without exception all of them were injured in the same area. Yang Saifei snickered. We can't get out. And I don't have a cell phone with me. So it looks like we're going to spend the night on the island tonight. And there's even a possibility that we're going to spend the rest of our lives on the island. Chen Zhenxing pointed to the dozen or so motorboats floating on the seawater. We can ride that back. Must be out of gas. I'll try. Yang Saifei skimmed her mouth and muttered in a small voice. What a wooden lump. The time, place, and people are all accounted for. You just don't account for me. Chen Zhenxing started the motorboat and grinned. It can start T. Come on up. Let's go back. Oh. Yang Saifei listlessly sat on the motorboat and deliberately hugged Chen Zhenxing fiercely, her body pressing against his back. Don't be so tight. I can hardly breathe. You just steal it. A lot of men beg me to hug them and I won't even do it. Back at the yacht. Teachers and students were anxious. It's back. Look. Where did these two go? It can't be. Definitely. These two are so selfish. And schoolteacher is even more cunning. Damn it. I was shortchanged by my senior sister. The boys clenched their fists in anger. Damn it. This guy Chen Zhenxing is a clothed beast. How innocent you usually pretend to be. Bai Yi asked worriedly. Where have you been? I was worried to death. Ran into some trouble seekers. The same ones that were there today. Crap. Really? Are those guys seriously hurt? You're not going to shoot them, are you? You're not getting off lightly. The students weren't even worried about whether or not Chen Zhenxing was injured. Instead they were worried about those people. All were sweating from that group. Yang Saifei complained. What do you mean? Shouldn't you care about us first? Let the party begin. Their 3 yachts docked together and brought out the wine, sashimi, dishes, etc. that had been prepared in advance, and they all ate on the deck while looking out over the ocean. Chen Zhenxing prepared a fishing rod and started fishing. Chen Zhenxing, you still know how to fish? Right. When I was in the village, my grandpa and I used to fish by the creek. My grandpa said it would exercise my impatient personality and smooth it out. At that moment, a yacht pulled up, and several suited youths stood on the deck like terracotta warriors. Was it one of you who injured our young master? Me. Chen Zhenxing put down his fishing rod. Come with us. You hospitalized our young master with a beating. This matter needs to be resolved. Good. Chen Zhenxing leaped and jumped onto that yacht. His feet landed heavily on the deck, and the entire deck instantly cracked and concave. Several young men in suits stumbled and fell to the ground. Chen Zhenxing said, the quality of your yacht isn't that great. Chen Zhenxing pulled out his feet, and with each step, the deck dented. Click, click. When you walk to the cabin, this yacht cannot be driven. It was full of holes and badly deformed. It's starting to seep. Chen Zhenxing asked, let's go. Didn't you ask me to make a trip with you? A few strong men shivered in fear as if they were frightened bunnies as they looked at Chen Zhenxing. You leave quickly. We don't want to die yet. We're not taking you with us. Told you so. Really? Chen Zhenxing leapt back to his yacht, landing on the deck as lightly as a goose feather. The students applauded like thunder. Cowardly. Martial artist. Worthy of being the hall master of our lousy hall. With Chen Zhenxing around, we won't be able to suffer any losses. Chen Zhenxing scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. I don't have any other skills, but I still have this skill. A girl carried a fried steak. Cut into pieces of meat to Chen Zhensheng. Open your mouth. I'll feed you. You're awesome. Another girl with a glass of juice. Suck on that. After a crazy day at sea, they returned to the Curly Hotel. However, just as they arrived they saw all their luggage thrown out. What's going on here? Security. The security guard had an arrogant attitude. I won't let you stay. Go to the front desk to collect your deposit and get out. With that, several security guards came around to deter them, fearing that they might make a scene. Why don't we get to live there? It's not like we can't afford to live there. Because we are a hotel under the Sanya Development Tourism Group, and some of you have offended our young master and are still lying in the hospital. Get the hell out of here and don't make us get rough. Chen Zhensheng stood outside the crowd and pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Third sister. I'm in Sanya. Who's in charge here? Trouble? Well, I'm upset. Where are you? Curly Hotel. I'll have someone over there in a few minutes. Hanging up the phone, Chen Zhensheng walked over. Yang Saifei asked, whose family has a company in Sanya? We can't let them bully us. I'll call my dad. Not my house. My old man's estate is not here. I'll call my dad too. I'll fight too. It was so that all the rich kids, the millennials, pulled out their cell phones and called in droves. Humph. You must be made to pay. Dog's eyes. Don't think we're easy to bully. Being kicked out of the hotel angered the rich kids of the Zijing school and made them feel humiliated. For about 10 minutes, a top-of-the-line luxury car drove by. God of Gamblers BGM playing. A man in a suit comes down from the limousine to find their young masters and ladies. Young master, I just dealt with the person in charge here, and they'll settle it soon. Miss, please wait a moment. I will arrange another 5-star hotel for you. A girl said angrily, I don't live in other hotels. I'm going to punish this Curly Hotel. A boy said with equal exasperation, call my dad and acquire the hotel. Young master, this matter is of great importance. A board meeting is needed for this. After all, this Curly Hotel is the top of the line in Sanya. At that moment, a Mercedes Maybach limited edition drives up. There were a number of black commercial alphas clustered in front and behind. The driver opened the door and an old man with silver hair stepped out of the car and walked into the hotel with his head held high. As he passed in front of Chen Zhensheng, he nodded slightly in greeting. Chen Zhensheng met an acquaintance and grinned. Who is this man? It's a big deal. That limited edition Maybach. There's only 20 of them in the world. My dad's always wanted one. Which student's parent is this? Whose dad? The students looked around the room and no one stepped forward to acknowledge it. The old silver-haired man sat in the lounge area of the hall. A group of young men and women in suits stood around with a powerful aura. Not a moment later, the chairman of the Sanya Development and Tourism Group hurriedly ran out. Elder Chen, what brings you here? Didn't say anything in advance? So I'll be prepared for hospitality. The old silver-haired man ignored him. A young man in a suit opened his briefcase and pulled out a document and handed it to him. Mr. Dong Defa. With immediate effect, the Bashu Chamber of Commerce has become the major shareholder of the Curly Hotel, accounting for 75% of the shares, and your position as chairman is removed today. Dong Dfa received the document in shock. How is this possible? The silver-haired old man stood up and angrily rebuked Dong Defa. What's impossible? All the shareholders of your Curly Hotel have sold their shares to the Bashu Chamber of Commerce. Dong Defa was momentarily speechless, wanting to cry, and then busily asked, Elder Chen, have I offended you in any way? It's okay for you to offend me, but you've offended a character who is even more powerful than me, so just accept your bad luck. The silver-haired old man turned to look at Teacher Bai, who was in the lead. In order to make up for your losses, we will arrange for the best room at the Curly Hotel for you to stay in, and all expenses at the Curly Hotel will all be waived from now on. Bai Yi smiled and said, I thank you for your deep understanding on behalf of the students. Doesn't exist. Hearing these words, Bai Yi was stunned. With such a familiar accent, she couldn't help but look at Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng grabbed his bag. Let's go. Go to your room and sleep. Thank you, old man. The students also thanked the old silver-haired man. Chen Zhensheng arrived at a suite and jumped onto the large, comfortable bed with a single leap. So restful. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chen Zhensheng opened the door to see the old man with silver hair standing in the doorway. The silver-haired old man laughed. Root brother, how have you been lately? Oh, exempt. I did not expect you in Sanya yo. Quickly come in. This person, the president of the Bashu Chamber of Commerce chapter, Chen Ganyong. Chen Zhenyong belonged to the direct lineage of the Chen family, and his seniority was the same as that of Chen Zhensheng. Note, Chen Gensheng's grandfather was in turn a cousin to Chen Ganyong's grandfather. Therefore, they are considered to belong to the same Taiwanese master. Big brother, when did you come yo? When I left the village, you were still in the old house. I've been in Sanya for more than a month, so I'm going to eat and drink a cup of wine tonight. To be had. Chen Zhensheng added. Is there a Sichuan restaurant here? There's tea. We'll eat at the Pascal Cuisine tonight. Comfort yo. But don't let my classmates know about our relationship. I know, the third sister told me. After a few moments of pleasantries, Chen Gangyong left the room. Chen Zhenqing undressed to take a shower. Since the door to the room was not closed, Bai Yi came in and saw Chen Zhenqing in the bathroom humming a little song to take a bath. Full of bubbles, did not notice at all. Bai Yi's gaze couldn't help but shift downward. That shocking scene was instantly seared into Bai Yi's mind. Such a shock to the eye. It was as if a hideous beast had opened its teeth and claws. For a moment, Bai Yi was stunned, her mind going blank. Bai Yi came back to her senses and saw that Yang Kaifei was standing beside her at an unknown time, looking at Chen Zhenqing in the bathroom with a face of infatuation. Bai Yi's cheeks blushed and she shyly ran out of the suite. Yang Kaifei quietly closed the door, licked her lips in a salivating circle, and walked into the bathroom. Boo! Yang Kaifei flew out of the bathroom and fell heavily against the wall. Cough. Chen Zhenqing. Chen Zhenqing hurriedly wrapped himself in a bath towel and cleaned the foam from his face, and saw that Yang Sithai had collapsed on the ground. How come you tea? You want claws yo? It hurts. Chen Zhenqing yanked her up. You came to my room claw? Ouch. It hurts. I came to ask you how to eat at night. You guys eat. I'm meeting a friend tonight. Yang Kaifei rubbed her chest. Jealous? What friend are you meeting? Male? Female? Men? You eat. I'll go with you. Crawl. Yang Caffeine skimmed her lips and said, next time, close the door when you take a shower. With that, he limped out of the room. In the evening, Chen Zhenqing got into the same Maybach that he had gotten into this afternoon and headed to the Bashu cuisine. Along with them came Chen Yehao and Chen Jingxi. During the banquet, Chen Yehao, as a junior, poured wine for the elders. Chen Gangyang asked with a smile, who are these two? Chen Yehao said, my father's name is Chen Zhixing. Chen Jingxi said, my grandfather's name is Chen Ticheng. I know. Have a seat. Chen Zhenqing looked at the table full of Sichuan flavor dishes. His appetite was wide open. And big brother, order another spicy rabbit head tea. I called. I'm still working on it. Come and have a drink. Come. Chen Zhenqing drank a cup and was surprised. My grandfather brewed this? Chen Zhenyong laughed. Right. When I came out, he gave me 20 pounds and didn't want to drink it. On the side, Chen Yehao, Chen Jingshi didn't dare to speak. The roots were talking. They were the Yi only waiting until the time of questioning before speaking. They might not have that kind of feeling towards Chen Zhenqing. They absolutely had to maintain respect towards Chen Gangyang. Chen Zhenyong asked, how are you studying now? Can you adapt to life in the city? Adaptation. Just too many people pretending to be B. Ha ha ha. I remembered when you mentioned this. I saw the news about you beating the Battle God Palace, the Heavenly God Palace, and the Sanqing Palace some time ago. It's all a bunch of fluff. Have another drink. At this time, the spicy rabbit head was served. Chen Zhenqing put on his gloves and started eating. Eat well, the most authentic spicy rabbit head. Chen Zhenyang asked, is there anything else you need me to do in Sanya? No, we're going back to school on Sunday. Then come back to Sanya again when you have time. I'll be in Sanya until I retire anyway. Gotta have it. In fact, Chen Zhenyang is only 55 years old, only bent on running for the Basho Chamber of Commerce, laboring to look 60 years old. Chen Zhenqing raised his eyes to the several men and women sitting next to Chen Gangyang. Your grandson? This is my youngest son, Chen Shulin. Uncle Junior. I'll drink to you. Well, don't stand up. Sit down. They were thunderstruck by Chen Genqing's name. And even more so, they worshipped him. Chen Zhenyang asked, Gen D, there's something I don't know if I should say. Come on. Your old man's son is also approaching retirement age, so you have to prepare in advance. It's no big deal. I've got my sister. Chen Zhenyang said, I'm not talking about your sister. Your cousin. Oh. Chen Zhenqing paused for a moment and asked rhetorically, do you think he can make any big waves? No need to worry. But you still have to be ready to take over. Well, come on. Chen Zhenqing had an aunt cousin who was excellent and very well behaved in the family. His aunt was also bent on raising her son in the direction of a successor. The family was sweating over Chen Zhenqing. The meal lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening before Chen Zhenqing and the others left to go back to the hotel. On the way back, Chen Jingxi couldn't help but ask, you still have a cousin? What kind of powerful character could even threaten your successor's position? Chen Zhenqing said, awesome hammer. I am in the face of my aunt, otherwise I would have moved him. Chen Yehao asked again, what is his position in the family? I don't know. I don't care about that. Chen Zhenqing didn't care about any of this at all, and his 5 sisters were able to help Chen Zhenqing with this. Back in the hotel, there were still some students who hadn't slept yet, carrying the snacks they had bought and eating them in Chen Zhenqing's room. Gosako's face was as red as a monkey's ass. We were just waiting for you. Where have you been? Meeting a friend of the family. Come on, get it up. Yang Caffeine deliberately sat down next to Chen Zhensheng. Open your mouth. I'll feed you. Feed a hammer, yo. I'll do it myself. Yang Saifei drank some wine and flirted with Chen Zhensheng without restraint in front of her classmates. Red wine to get it up. A few students let loose in Chen Zhensheng's room. Chen Zhensheng looked around. Why don't we see Mr. Bai? Sleep in your room. Yang Caffeine tugged on Chen Zhensheng's arm. Is it okay for me to stay here with you? Why do you have to call Mr. Bai? Yang Caffeine was aware of the close relationship between Chen Zhensheng and teacher Bai, and could not help but feel a bit jealous. Gao Shua spoke up at this time. I've inquired today. The kid who was looking for trouble from us during the day is now in a coma in the hospital. Seriously injured. Serves me right. Since I've been with Chen Zhensheng, I think I've gotten better at pretending to be B. So am I. Don't dare play B anymore. They proceeded to drink 3 more bottles of red wine and all left drunk. Chen Zhensheng stood at the door and watched them leave. Yang Saifei, however, was slow to leave. You claw? I forgot my room card in my room, so I'll make do with your room for the night. Waiter, open the door for her. Aha. Yang Saifei, her head full of black lines, added, I'm afraid to stay in a hotel by myself. Hui, you'll stay with Princess Yang Kai tonight? She's scared. Yang Saifei was so angry that she pinched Chen Zhensheng. Nasty. I don't know if you're really stupid or if you're just pretending here. Yang Saifei went back to her room in anger. The next day on the beach, Chen Zhensheng was playing in the water on the beach in his beach pants. The sea wet his beach pants and he didn't notice. However, the beautiful women in bikinis next to them noticed and looked stunned. Bai Yi reminded Chen Zhensheng. Zhensheng, come here. Claws, come. Chen Zhensheng ran to Bai Yi. Whitey said shyly, go change into a pair of long pants. Chen Zhensheng looked down and hurriedly bent over and ran back to the hotel. The girls burst into laughter. There were a lot of female netizens on the beach who were heartbroken at the sight. Classmate, is the boy who ran back just now Chen Zhensheng? You recognize? Of course. The big netizen. I did not expect to be so loaded. Can I recognize him? Is there a WeChat for him? Gao Shu shook his head. I'm sorry sister. You can't just give out his WeChat. Why don't I give you mine? The web mistress gave an awkward, yet nonchalant smile. Forget it then. Yang Saifei said coldly. None of you are allowed to give them Chen Zhensheng's WeChat. Yo. So protective of food. Who cares who I am? A girl said. Chen Zhensheng is ours. A nettlesome face with a mocking smile. Little fart. Can you enjoy yourselves if you give him to you? Yes. So can I. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder as the girls of the Purple and Gold School confronted a group of female netizens. The arrogant, short-haired female webcam says, you probably don't know who I am. Do you? Have you heard of Fitness Barbie? 7 million followers on the Fire Voice platform. This Fitness Barbie has a really bumpy body, especially when coupled with a hot and sexy bikini. Even the most determined man will fall. Fitness Barbie went on to say, that boy I'm going to take. The war between girls and female netizens is on. Bai Yi also defended her students and angrily scolded Netflix. Don't you have any shame at all? Bullying my students. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Had. Dare to push RMS. Bye. Fuck her. Fuck. It is so that the war between girls and female netizens has begun. 9. Hair pulling, kicking, unruly thrashing. Bai Yi was not good at arguing with others, but when she saw a student being bullied, she suddenly pounced like an angry female leopard and yanked a female netizen by her hair. The boys on the sidelines looked at each other. Shall we? We're not supposed to get into a woman's fight, are we? That's when the female webmaster's male companions popped on. The boys swirled and pounced. Chen Zhensheng ran over and knocked out all of those netizens' male companions with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Stop, claws. The female netizens were yanked away by Chen Zhensheng. Bai Yi's long hair was disheveled and she was panting heavily, blushing, thinking this was crazy. She had never been in a fight before and her hands and feet were shaking. Chen Zhensheng surveyed Bai Yi worriedly. Teacher Bai, you're not hurt, are you? I am fine. Check to see if they're hurt. Luckily, none of the other schoolgirls were hurt, just had some of their hair yanked out. Chen Zhensheng asked in disbelief. What's going on here? Yang Saifei said angrily. These internet beggars want your microsignal. Of course we can't give it to them. Okay, class, let's go back to the hotel without them. The female netizen shouted out to Chen Zhensheng. Hey, little brother, can you leave a contact? Yang Saifei pointed at her. Hasn't she beaten her enough? Chen Zhensheng dragged Yang Saifei back to the hotel and turned to the female netizen and said, climb for me. Yang Saifei held onto Chen Zhensheng's arm and provoked. See, you guys aren't qualified to ask for his contact information. I am. Saying that, she kissed Chen Zhensheng's face again. Chen Zhensheng wiped his face with a disgusted look. fly back to Shanghai and return to Zijin School. The fun is just short-lived and the students are back to their busy studies. Inside the classroom, Chen Zhencheng was bored and reading hard. He's going for first in the class. Jiang Xiaoji quickly came to the second senior class, placed an invitation in front of Chen Zhencheng, and coyly ran away. Chen Zhencheng opened the invitation and saw that it was Jiang Xiaoji's birthday party. Chen Zhencheng still took care of this little fanboy and gladly accepted it. After school, he went to the warehouse and found a couple of decent gifts in the room full of items that he could also pick up. When he came to the school entrance, he saw Jiang Xiaoji waiting for him. "Root, why don't you take my car?" "Gotta have it. Get in the car." Getting into the car, Chen Zhencheng realized that the driver was actually a gorgeous woman. Jiang Xiaoji introduced, "This is my mom." Chen Zhencheng was stunned and smiled busily. Hello, I'm Jiang Xiaoji's classmate." "Hello, I know you." A flash of sultriness flashed across the beautiful young woman's white face. Chen Zhencheng asked suspiciously, "Yoshi, where are the other students? I didn't invite any other classmates. I just called you, Brother Root." Jiang Xiaoji lowered his head and picked his fingers. "A little bit inferior. No matter." Chen Zhencheng patted Jiang Xiaoji's shoulder. "Thank you for inviting me." And then they drove into a neighborhood of resettlement houses. When Chen Zhencheng saw the environment, he was surprised and said, "Xiaoji, your family lives here?" "Yes." Jiang Xiaoji's mother smiled and said, "Go upstairs." When I came to the third floor, I pushed open the door and was greeted by a living room, which was only about 80 square feet, and the living room was Spartan, with a hearty home-cooked meal on the dining table. Chen Zhencheng didn't realize that there were students who were poorer than him. "Have a seat. There's another soup that will be ready soon." At this time, Jiang Xiaoji's sister also came back from school. When she saw that Chen Zhencheng was there, her face was stunned. "Why are you here?" Jiang Xiaoji laughed. "I invited Root." "Oh." The beautiful woman came out with a pot of chicken. "The food is ready. Let's start." Chen Zhencheng took out the 2 bottles of red wine that he had prepared. "For Xiaoji's birthday, how can you not have red wine? You must have a drink." The beautiful woman took out 2 tall glasses. "Yoshi is too small. I'll drink with you." "Gotta have it." Jiang Xiaoji's sister, Jiangxi, came out carrying a cake. "Older brother, happy birthday to you." "Thank you, sister." Jiangxi sat down, glanced at Chen Zhencheng, and lowered his head to eat. The beautiful woman lifted her highball glass and smiled sweetly. "Welcome to our home. Humble as it is, it doesn't exist. That's what makes the meal delicious." Tea. The beautiful woman said, "Yoshi said that you take good care of him at school, and Yoshi, the boy, is just shy and doesn't say anything when he's beaten. No one will dare to bully him at school from now on." Jiang Xiaoji shyly gave Chen Zhencheng a chicken leg in his bowl. Chen Zhencheng touched his head. "Understanding, ha? In the future, if you lack money at school, you can also look for me. I can make hundreds of thousands of dollars just by shooting a video now." Jiangxi suddenly picked up Chen Zhencheng's wine glass and drank it down, then poured another glass and drank it down again. The beautiful woman chided, "Stop drinking. What are you doing?" Jiangxi stood up and brought a posthumous photo over, standing in front of Chen Zhencheng and questioning him. "Do you know him?" Chen Zhencheng also looked seriously for a while and shook his head. "I don't recognize it. Who is it?" "My dad, the war god of the war temple." Chen Zhencheng felt a rush of scalp numbness. Your father is the war god of the war god temple?" Chen Zhencheng thought to himself, "Then there is no need to ask. He must have killed him." Jiangxi said tearfully, "My father was seriously injured by you and died after half a month in the hospital." These words struck Chen Zhencheng psychologically. He looked towards Jiang Xiaoji, who was huffing and puffing with his head down, unable to understand why he was still so adoring of him since he had killed Jiang Xiaoji's father. Me? Yes. I'm sorry. This is something I didn't know would happen." Chen Zhencheng was at a loss for words. Jiang Xiaoji choked. "Sister, stop talking. You can't blame Brother Root. Why don't you blame him? It's the one who beat our dad to death." "It's not him, it's the woman." The woman Jiang Xiaoji was talking about was Shadow Girl. The beautiful woman sighed quietly. "After the child's father died, we were reduced to this place," Chen Zhencheng said with an apologetic face. "I'm really sorry. I apologize to you, and I will make up for your losses." Jiang Xiaoji pulled Chen Zhencheng's hand and said, "Brother Root, I can't blame you. In fact, my father was injured before that. It was that Xiao Tian, who disregarded my father's serious injuries, and insisted that my father step forward." Chen Zhencheng felt that this matter was in him, and even more so, he was not in the mood to eat here. In fact, if Jiang Xiaoji hadn't insisted on inviting Chen Zhencheng, his mother wouldn't have agreed to Chen Zhencheng coming. Chen Zhencheng bid them farewell and left the neighborhood. On the road, Chen Zhencheng could not calm down inwardly. This should bring great harm to Jiang Xiaoji, right? Returning to the dormitory, Chen Zhencheng could not calm down for a long time. Lying in bed tossing and turning like a pancake, Takasaku asked. What's wrong? I'm not going to fight the god of war anymore. How did the idea come about? The god of war is also vulnerable. Do you have some misunderstanding about the god of war? Chen Zhenqing sat up and smiled bitterly. Zhang Xiaoji's father was the god of war. He was killed by me. And the family now lives in an 80 square feet house. So, I'm not fighting the god of war. Takasaku asked. So what if the god of war hits you? Chen Zhensheng said. Even if they hit me, I can't hit them too hard. Chen Gensheng's heart's inability. Always feel that his hand is too ungentlemanly. Gosaku, how can I help them? And the war wives. I think if we give them money, they will definitely not accept it. After all, they are Mrs. War God. They all have pride. Gao Shuo lowered his head and contemplated for a moment, then raised his eyes and said, you should first inquire about how many war god wives have gone bankrupt, and unify them to help the poor. What if they don't take it? 100 is not enough to give 200. If you want peace of mind, give more. Chen Zhenqing was determined to help these bankrupt war wives. Chen Zhenqing doesn't take leave easily, so he took a day off from Mr. By today. First he came to Zhang Xiaoji's house. Knock on the door. When the beautiful woman saw that it was Chen Zhenqing, she still had some inner resistance. So she asked, is there something wrong? I want to talk to you. Talk about what? Surely you know the other wives of war? I'd like you to contact them and meet them at Villa 1 in Honolulu. Last time, due to third sister's appearance, these war god wives were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to find trouble with Chen Zhenqing again. Now that Chen Zhenqing took the initiative to look for them, he was even more afraid to meet them. The beautiful woman glanced at Chen Zhenqing grudgingly. Forget it, we don't want to be disturbed. We just want to live our lives in peace and quiet. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Zhang Xiaoji. What are you going to do about next semester's tuition? The question stopped the beautiful woman. Chen Zhensheng added, so, do as I say. I'll be waiting for you at Villa Tang Palace 1, and I'll give you a satisfactory result when the time comes. Leaving the neighborhood, Chen Zhensheng went directly to Tang Palace 1. Inside the villa's living room, there was a pile of contracts on the coffee table, and 6 men and women in suits stood beside them, waiting for Chen Gensheng's orders at any time. After about 20 minutes or so, a sedan pulled up in front of Villa Sandalwood 1. They entered the villa cautiously. As the former wives of the god of war, they had once enjoyed luxury and knew the high price of the villa in Tang Palace. Even when they were at their peak, they couldn't buy it. Have a seat. Chen Zhenqing rose to greet him. The war god's wives were of various poses, and despite their current downfall, they still retained the beauty of their former selves. They were no longer hateful to Chen Zhensheng, but fearful. Chen Zhensheng said with a sincere look on his face, I am also responsible for causing so much harm to you. In order to make up for your faults, I have decided to give you some compensation. Susu choked. Compensation? My husband is still lying in the hospital. He can't get out of bed for the rest of his life. How are you going to make up for that? Can you compensate me for a living, breathing husband? Can't. Chen Zhenqing looked at the other misses. War goddesses again. Tell us your demands. I'm not asking for anything, just that you don't come after us again? Chen Zhenqing pointed to the contract in front of him. These are the purchase contracts. All you need to do is fill in your names and you will be able to obtain a villa in the Lin Hai Villa area. The wives' beautiful eyes were wide open, looking at Chen Zhenqing incredulously. Indeed. Sure. Is this true? Really? Just sign the papers and we can move in this afternoon. Some war wives don't lack money, but most war wives still do. Their husbands were seriously injured in the hospital, spending money like water. And now that the war god's palace, the heavenly god's palace, the dragon king's palace, and the Sanqing palace had been disbanded one after another, there was no way to reimburse them for their medical expenses. In tertiary care hospitals, and with imported drugs, hundreds of thousands of dollars are spent every day, and it is simply not possible to afford such high spending. At Chen Gensheng's gesture, the staff member next to him placed the ballpoint pen in front of them. Chen Zhensheng added, there's also the matter of leaving your account numbers. There will be a compensation wired to your account. I don't want compensation. It's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Find me a job. Chen Zhensheng was stunned. You want a job? What kind of work? I want to start a live stream and be a web celebrity. This is easy. You're so pretty. Opening a live stream will definitely get a lot of people watching. Mrs. Warlord said, you're a big networker. You need to take me on more often. This Mrs. War God is still very thoughtful. When she is on fire, casually shoot a video to make money. When the time to shoot food, shoot the scenery that is able to make money. All the other Mrs. War goddesses have different requirements, but more of them are willing to be a netizen and show off their wealth without putting in any effort, which suits their personalities. Chen Zhenqing can't understand why they are so keen to do netroots. Well, so you'll do netroots together. Make more money, but also easy, and then you're beautiful. The rest of the warring wives who were in favor of being Netflix hesitated and agreed. And then, they signed a contract to receive a villa each. Sue asked, "When are you going to take us live?" "It's not too late. It's tonight." In the evening, Chen Zhenqing ordered some gourmet food to be delivered, and opened a few bottles of vintage red wine for the war god's wives. "You've got quite a lot of red wine here. Is it okay to give me a bottle? I want it too. I haven't had such a good red wine in a long time. Ever since my husband was hospitalized and the Temple of War was disbanded." With that said, the wives of the god of war looked at Chen Zhenqing in a sly manner. Chen Zhenqing smiled resentfully and greeted them. "Eat up. These are the Western food you love to eat." Chen Zhenqing took out his cell phone and turned on the live broadcast. As far as live broadcasting the dinner of these war wives is concerned, Chen Zhenqing does not show his face. Chen Zhenqing said, "All of you look at your cell phones and introduce yourselves. My name is Susu. My husband is Han Lin, the god of war, so please follow my fire voice number. My name is Su Rongfei. My husband is the god of war Lin Chang. Please follow my fire voice number." The public screen of the live broadcast was awestruck. What the hell is this? So many misses. War goddesses appeared in Chen Zhenqing's live broadcast. I see. Chen Zhenqing beat so many war gods to death to harvest their wives. I admire Chen Zhenqing the most. They used to be the most beautiful women in each city, making many men go crazy for them. And now all of them have been harvested by Chen Zhenqing. Kudos. Kudos. Small gifts to swipe up. Thanks to the presence of these war god wives, the number of people on Chen Zhenqing's live broadcast skyrocketed to 15 million. Feeling ashamed, Chen Zhenqing handed the phone over to these misses, war goddesses, and he just sat on the sidelines and waited for them to finish. There's no one who isn't vain, including these war wives. They were soon lost in a sea of live streaming and enjoying the compliments. For a while, the netizen circle set off a wave of heat in the group live broadcast of Mrs. War God. However, Chen Zhenqing really didn't have much interest in accompanying these Mrs. War goddesses in their daily live broadcasts. Chen Zhenqing thought of a way to let young Caffeine, who likes live broadcasting, bring these Mrs. War God live broadcasts every Saturday. It only took 2 weeks to train them to become internet stars. Now they can earn tens of thousands of dollars by shooting a video every day. Plus Chen Zhenqing told the third sister to more or less give them some referral volume. In 2 weeks, each Mrs. Battlemaster was sitting on at least 1 million followers. Watching them show off on the Fire Voice platform, Chen Zhenqing's knot in his heart was untied. What gave Chen Zhenqing a headache was that one after another. Mrs. War God came to Chen Zhenqing. Mrs. War Goddess waits for Chen Zhenqing every day in front of the school. Principal Chen Shujian gave Chen Zhenqing an idea. "Little uncle, why don't you just open a company? Recruit these Mrs. War Goddesses, sign a contract with them, and split the money you earn 30 to 70. 7 for them and 3 for you." Chen Zhenqing said, "Not so good, right? Do I have to earn this money too? Why not? It's your chance to perform. Your aunt has been secretly asking about you, and your cousin is already learning about investing. You can't afford to fall behind." Chen Zhenqing hesitated and adopted Chen Shujian's idea. He told the idea to his third sister, who was all for it. After all, the family wouldn't give him any money, and if he wanted money, he'd earn it himself. That night, Chen Zhenqing came to the Tang Palace and gathered all the warring wives who wanted to be Netflix. "I'm going to start a company that specializes in training you guys to be internet celebrities. It'll make you more money. 30-70 split. 7 for you guys. What do you think?" Susu immediately retorted, "Why should I give you a 3? We're making tens of thousands of dollars a day now quite well, and I'm not joining your company." After saying that, Soso left. Chen Zhenqing looked at the other Mrs. War Goddesses and asked, "Who else wants to leave?" Several war wives who already had millions of followers left. There were 13 remaining Mrs. War Goddesses who had not left. "If you guys are willing to stay, then I'll let you earn more than them. From today onwards, you'll apply for an account. I've already reached an agreement with the Fire Voice platform, and I'll give us some referral volume." A Mrs. Battlemaster said, "I even brought my clothes and makeup bag. Can we start now?" "Sure, start." So, these 13 Mrs. War Goddesses began to put on makeup, change their clothes, and dress up in a sophisticated and airy manner. They were all once goddesses on the beautiful side, and even after they married the god of war, their temperament was not inferior to some of the young beauties nowadays. As Chen Zhenqing said, the Fire Voice platform gave a huge amount of recommendations, and the 13 Mrs. Battle Goddesses rose more than 700,000 fans on the night of the live broadcast, and the warring wives who left had no more volume and saw their income drop from tens of thousands to thousands of dollars, if not hundreds. They had to come back for help from Chen Zhenqing. These 7 wives of the god of war all stood in front of Chen Zhenxing in a well-behaved manner, their hands resting restlessly on their little bellies, like a group of children who had done something wrong, their beautiful eyes flooding with a pleading gaze. Chen Zhenxing sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and looked at them with a smile. Now you know the disadvantages of leaving lousy, right? Retiring the princess, Su weakly said. I know, please give us another chance. We'll never leave you again. We'll be good. Chen Zhenxing sighed. Forget it, who let me cripple your husbands? Change your clothes and start broadcasting. On the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the Sandalwood Palace Villa, there was Mrs. Battle God live. They live here on the air during the day and go back at night to take care of their sick husbands, some of whom have died. After all, it was the top mansion in Shanghai. They could take pictures of the scenery here, and take pictures of them bathing in the pool in their bikinis. Each video was viewed by millions, over 1 billion. Then the story continued to fester and the internet was all abuzz. There are rumors in the media that Chen Zhenxing has already taken possession of these war god wives in their golden houses. As these war wives become internet celebrities, they are enjoying the fans every day and have their own fan circles just like celebrities. It greatly satisfies their vanity. And there are even divorces. Some of the warring wives have gotten so far away from this aura that they have developed verbal emotions about coming home every day to take care of their sick husbands. Su is the first divorcee. With the first comes the second. It was so that within a week, there was a wave of warring divorces. This instantly reinforced the rumor that Chen Zhenxing was hiding Mrs. War God in his golden house. Chen Zhenxing was too lazy to pay attention to these rumors. For opening a company, Chen Zhenxing knows nothing. This knowledge Chen Zhenxing still need to ask Chen Shujian, Yang Caffeine for advice. Yang Kai-fei didn't care for days. She believed those rumors. When Chen Zhenxing asked her for advice on a problem, he was met with cynicism. I said at school so many beautiful women pursue you. You are indifferent. The original you like old women. Taste quite heavy Chen Zhenxing said in a bad mood. You say a shovel again. When I like old women? The whole country knows. No, don't accuse the old man falsely. Concubine Yang Kai questioned. What's with those Mrs. Battle goddesses? Why are you training them to be netizens? I injured their men. I have to give them some compensation tea. I'm not going to believe you. Anyway, we're done. Don't ever come back to me again. After saying that, Yang Caifei raised her head and left. Crazy bitch. Chen Zhenxing went to the principal's office again. Chen Shujian poured him a cup of tea and patiently told him the basic common sense of unlocking the company. With that Netflix company of yours, you just need the finances and personnel. And you always need to know how much they make per day? Right on, just do as you say. Chen Shujian added. Finance? You need to find trustworthy people. Do you have a suitable candidate? Chen Zhenxing shook his head and said. No way. You recommend one for me. Chen Shujian said. Why don't we ask San'an to send you one? No, I can't bother her with my own company. She has a lot to do every day too. I don't have any good people to recommend. So I suggest you go to the university to recruit 5. Huden University to check it out. Why recruit 5? Finance is a top priority. So tell them to watch out for each other to prevent them from misappropriating funds and running off with the money. Chen Zhenxing was stunned. So dangerous. That's why you have to find people you trust. When Chen Zhenxing was out of the office, Chen Zhenxing dragged Gao Shua with him to Huden University. Gao Shua thought Chen Zhenxing was here to pick up college girls and suggested, go buy a bottle of Red Bull to put on the roof of the car. For what? So that college students come to you voluntarily. Chen Zhenxing surprised, Missy so convenient? The entrance to the University of Protecting Dan. Chen Zhenxing really bought a few cans of Red Bull and put them on the roof of the car. Chen Zhenxing asked with anticipation. So that's it? Sure. Someone will be on board in a few minutes. Chen Zhenxing grinned. It's so convenient. I was thinking of recruiting at the school. Gosaku was stunned. Recruitment? Recruiting for what? Finances. I need 5 finances for my Netflix company. Takasaku whirled around and opened the door to go down. A tall beauty picked up the Red Bull on the roof of the car and smiled sweetly at Gao Shua. Still a little brother get in the car. Cough cough cough. What's that? Misunderstanding. We're here to recruit. The beauty pouted. Don't talk so serious, okay? I didn't realize you're not very old, but you know quite a lot. Chen Zhenxing got out of the car and reached out his hand and smiled. Hello, my name is Chen Zhenxing. May I ask how old are you? Junior year. Do you want to see a student ID? That's when another beautiful woman came along and picked up another can of Red Bull on the roof of the car. Gao Shua fixed his eyes on this guy Chen Zhenxing. He even put 5 cans of Red Bull on the roof of the car, and hurriedly put the remaining 3 cans of Red Bull into the car. Chen Zhenxing solemnly said, it's like this. Mine is a Netflix company that needs 5 finances. You're crazy. The beautiful woman threw the Red Bull in Chen Gensheng's arms in disgust and flung her hair away. Chen Gensheng shouted, "Hey, if the wages are too low, you can still raise tea." Seeing this, the other pretty girl also felt humiliated and threw the Red Bull out, glaring at them both in disgust. Chen Gensheng was still wondering, what's going on here? I haven't said anything about wages yet. Gao Shuo sweated. Big brother, please make it clear what you want next time, okay? What? Gao Shuo recounted this allusion to putting a Red Bull on the roof of a car to Chen Gensheng, who was so angry that Chen Gensheng kicked Gao Shuo in the ass. Gua Paiyo, you son of a bitch, harm me. Chen Gensheng then laughed again. But then again, I've grown in knowledge again. Recruitment. You have to go to the job market, ah. And then they drove to the job market. As soon as I came in, I saw a crowded scene. Gosaku rented a spot and wrote recruitment finance in grease pencil. The two just sat down and waited for someone else to apply for the job. Chen Gensheng looked around curiously. For him, this was another new realization. That's alright? Well, wait. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, a chubby girl with glasses came over and placed her resume on the table. May I ask what company you are hiring for finance? Netflix, Inc. is self-publishing. The girl frowned. Startup? Chen Gensheng said. Just opened the company a few days ago. The girl picked up her resume and left. Chen Gensheng asked with a dumbfounded look on his face. What's going on? Why did you leave? Gao Shuo said. Most of the applicants want a job with good salary and benefits in every aspect, such as this 5 insurance and 1 gold. State-owned enterprises. Foreign enterprises. Normal 5 off 2. Others hear about startups, turn their heads and leave. Chen Gensheng do not believe in evil. Without these, still cannot recruit people? Pick up a grease pencil and write down the salary on the signboard, 50,000 per month, with food and accommodation. Living in a villa in Tang Palace 1, and a minimum of 500 yuan for 3 meals per day. Just after putting it down there was an influx of applicants. Chen Gensheng grinned. See, money is the hard way. Gao Shuo glanced at the sign and said in shock, a salary of $50,000, 3 meals a day, and a rate of $500? Are you running a company? You're giving away money, right? You run the old man. Yo! A young man in a suit handed over his resume and said excitedly, I have 2 years of experience in finance with a state-owned company. I have 3 years of experience in finance in a foreign company. Chen Gensheng slapped Gao Shuo. What are you waiting for? Help me take a look. This 3+ years is fine. And this, Gosaku told the applicants. We're only hiring 5. So get in line. Just like that, it was easy to recruit 5 well-qualified financials. Chen Gensheng took them to buy some office supplies back to the Tang Palace Villa area. There were 2 alphas parked in front of Villa 1. A youth came with quick steps and said respectfully, these 2 alphas are a congratulatory gift from the third young lady to wish your company a prosperous opening. Thanks. The youth asked in a low voice. Are you short of funds? Third Miss has secretly prepared $10 billion of startup capital for you. Chen Gensheng was busy shaking his head. Tell my third sister that no one should help me. I'm going to rely on my own skills. Okay, if you need anything, just mention it. Chen Gensheng patted the 2 alphas and said to the employees, these are the cars for you. Boss, you must be a rich kid, right? Don't you recognize the boss? It's that Chen Gensheng who gathered a lot of battle gods' wives to be netizens. Ha, that's too much like a thunderbolt. Chen Gensheng waved his hand with a smile. Stop kissing ass. Hurry up and move the table. You are in the 4th floor office. Chen Gensheng took the elevator upstairs with a desk in one hand. The hustle and bustle finally led to the formation of his finance office within 2 hours. Mrs. War God A said, that's a bit of a company. But any more than that and you'll have to rent an office building. Mrs. War God B asked. People have already started contacting me to sell their goods. Should I take them? Don't pick it up. Cultivate it for a while longer. In fact, there have long been many merchants looking for Chen Gensheng live to sell goods, and also live with big stars. The price given is also very attractive. But the money was not very tempting to Chen Gensheng, and he refused it decisively. Gosaku whispered, you also need a general manager to run the company. Yes, oh. I don't have the time to manage and delay my progress in my studies. Chen Gensheng couldn't think of anyone suitable to be this manager for a while. Gao Shuo mentioned someone. Sister Yang Saifei. She just loves live broadcasting and is bent on becoming an internet celebrity. Chen Gensheng said bitterly, this crazy bitch wants to cut ties with my old man. You need to be more confident in your charms. The whole schoolgirls are crazy about you. Yang Caffeine is just jealous. Yes? Yes. Back at the school, Chen Gensheng took the initiative to go to the girls' dormitory building. There was an outburst of screams. Chen Gensheng! Chen Gensheng! Chen Gensheng, I love you! The girls ran down the stairs. Negi, who are you looking for? Isn't it my turn? I can. So can I. Chen Zhenqing angled his head and shouted, Yang Saifei come out aha, looking for you for something. Cut. The crowd of girls booed and dispersed. Yang Saifei was secretly delighted to hear her name, but she still had to put on an impatient expression to come before Chen Zhenqing. Something? I'd like to ask you to be the general manager of my company. Chen Zhenqing explained the reason to Yang Caffeine. Yang Caffeine lost her mind for a moment, thinking she was going to a hotel. I'm about to take the entrance exam. I don't have much time to manage. There's nothing to it, just go there when you have free time, or contact them on your cell phone. Young Caffeine asked, so how much are you going to offer me a month? You mention it. How much do your employees make a month? 50,000. I'll take 100,000 then. Yang Caffeine added after some thought, I've heard that you've even entered into a partnership with the Fire Voice platform. I have one more condition. Give me more referrals. Gotta have it. It's a deal. Yang Saifei was stunned. You really agreed? Right. But you're going to have to manage it for me. Chen Zhenqing opened the company not to make money, just to learn the experience of opening a company. Just put your heart in your belly, said Yang Saifei as she reached out to caress Chen Zhenqing's firm manhwarecap, lovingly stroking them. I promise to manage it for you. Having received Yang Saifei's promise, Chen Zhenqing's heart was sort of solid. Inside the classroom, Bai Yi learns that Chen Zhenqing has opened a Netflix company and is a little lost. She is bent on letting Chen Zhenqing heart used in the study. The future can get into a 985, 211 such universities. On the social also can stand. Bai Yi put a box of chocolates on Chen Zhenqing's desk. Thank you teacher. Negi, I heard that you've started a Netflix company, right? Not really a company. It's just a way to help some broke war wives get back into the workforce. Bai Yi asked in disbelief. Will the war gods' wives still be unemployed? Even if their husbands are injured and hospitalized? It's not like they're out of money, right? Chen Zhenqing said. I heard that it was because they had offended many enemies before, and after those war gods were seriously injured by me, the enemies came to their door. Actually, your teacher wants you to keep your mind on your studies. Teacher, don't worry the next exam, I will definitely be the first in the whole grade. Of course Bai Yi didn't believe it. In this school, there were still very many top students. If you can take the first place in the whole grade, the teacher will promise to fulfill one condition. Really? Seriously? Bai Yi and Chen Zhenqing made an agreement, and Bai Yi's depressed mood was much more cheerful. After class, Chen Zhenqing sat on a bench next to the garden and licked ice cream. On the side, Gao Shua and Shen Yahao looked on in horror. Gao Shua crumbled. Chen Zhenqing, can you stop licking? Claws? Anyway, don't lick it, bite it in your mouth and eat it. Jiang Xiaoji sat down shyly and handed the box of egg tart she had bought to Chen Zhenqing. Brother Jen, bought this for you. What? Tart? Chen Zhenqing took a bite and raised a surprised expression on his face. Delicious. This is called egg tart? Well, I thought for sure you hadn't had any, so I bought you a box. Chen Zhenqing touched his head. Thanks. Jiang Xiaoji said. I should be thanking you. We've moved into a villa now. My mom makes tens of thousands of dollars a day, and life is getting better. Whoosh. A soccer ball swept in. Chen Zhenqing reached out and grabbed it. Which melon child? Chen Yehao said. These people are from the Shanghai City Youth Training Team, coming to our school to train. The soccer field of Zijin International School is a world-class standard soccer field, and many professional teams will borrow the soccer field of Zijin School for training. Gosako said indignantly. Fart. Coming to our school to pick up girls. Damn it. Hey kid, give us back our ball. Chen Zhenqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he stood up and raised his foot to kick violently. Whoosh. A sharp sound of breaking air rang out. A beautiful arc that landed in the goal with precision. Spinning at breakneck speed on the lawn. Drilling a crater. Great shot. Gao Shua, Chen Yehao, and Jiang Xiaoji raised their hands and chanted. I can't believe you can still play soccer. No. Seen it. Feeling provoked, the captain of the youth team came over and asked. Looks like you know how to play soccer. Kick a game? Chen Zhenqing asked with a smile. What's the bet? The captain was puzzled. A bet? A bet? Right. Otherwise there's no point in kicking. It's the first time someone dares to talk to me like this. I'm afraid you don't know who I am, right? The youth training captain proudly said. I'm a player who was internalized by the national football team and signed a contract the year before. You bet with me? Are you talking about your mom? Chen Zhenqing's face sank. You son of a bitch, put your mouth a little cleaner. Beware of me and you seriously. Okay, I'll give you a kick in the pants. If you lose you'll get me the cell phone number of Mr. White from your school. Hearing these words, Chen Zhenqing felt compelled to give this guy a taste of despair. Chen Zhenqing clenched his back teeth and said, if you lose, wear women's clothes and shout that you're a pervert on the bus. The youth captain thinks he can't lose. He's a player inside the National Football League, and many people give him credit for that. Chen Zhenxing turned to Chen Yehao. Does our school have a soccer team? There are a few that do like to play soccer. Call them all and give me partners. Chen Yehao called some of the students who usually like to play soccer to get enough for a soccer team. Chen Zhenxing instructed them, after you get on the field in a while, feel free to play. Okay, long fucking time ago I looked at these YMCA guys, taking over our soccer field and screwing up our ability to play ball for a long time. Both players are ready. Jensen Chan started the game as a goalie. The youth training captain solemnly said, brothers, we're going to show our professionalism and teach these kids a lesson. Yes, poised for action. Serve. The captain of the youth team is a mainstay, showing his professionalism in both his fitness and the way he dribbles the ball. Schoolgirls gathered in the off-court audience with milk tea drinks. Cheer for Chan Kan sang. Negyuzin you're the biggest. Nejizin you're the best. Negyuzin you're the thickest. The youth training captain sneered. Let's show you all how powerful your brother is. A nice carry over the ball to show off the handsomeness. The purple and gold players immediately returned to defense in their own goal. Chen Zhenxing said, get out of the way. Old me is going to make him despair. Make him collapse. Whoosh. Captain Youth kicks in hard. Chen Zhenxing reached out and grabbed the ball, threw up the soccer ball and kicked it out in a smooth motion when it was about to fall. Whoosh. The soccer ball went through the crowd and into the opponent's goal. The whole crowd cheered. Chen Zhenxing held out 2 fingers. I'm going to kick you guys double digits. The youth captain looked at his own goal in disbelief. Even the goalie was in a daze. Again. It was with anger that the entire YMCA team attacked again with fury. The purple and gold certainly can't get into their goal. The youth captain dribbled the ball to the purple and gold's goal. Chen Zhenxing smiled contemptuously. Son of a bitch. I'll make you have a shadow when you see soccer in this life. Every time the youth training team shoots, they are stuck with Chen Zhenxing. And every time Chen Zhenxing serves, he hits the opponent's goal 100%. How does this play? The youth captain pointed at Chen Zhenxing and said, have the guts not to be a goalie. Well, let your son of a bitch lose. Jensen Chan switched to a goalie, who came in as a striker. The YMCA team serves the ball. A few members of the purple and gold team tried to block, all of them were taken over by the captain. Chen Zhenxing ran over to him unhurriedly. The youth training captain sneered. I'll see how you block. The words came out with a bow of the head. Chen Zhenxing has stolen the ball from under his feet. Whoosh. The soccer ball breaks away and the keeper pounces. The powerful impact of the soccer ball knocked even the goalie into the goal. 9 o'clock. Chen Zhenxing patted the youth captain on the shoulder. 1 goal to go and you guys get kicked into double digits. Shame on you. The youth training captain clenched his fists, his forehead veins bulging, hating that he couldn't violently beat up Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing serves. All the players of the youth training team were so desperate that they didn't even want to go to intercept, so they casually kicked Chen Zhenxing. Chengensen takes a shot to the body. The whole crowd cheered. The students lifted Chen Zhenxing and threw him around. While cheering, the YMCA tried to sneak out while they had the chance. Chen Zhenxing shouted, son of a bitch, don't run. Yelling like that, they ran faster. A group of girls blocked them. Chen Zhenxing ran over and dragged the captain of the youth training team. Have you forgotten our bet? The youth captain's head dropped. Can we change the punishment? Can't. Chen Zhenxing looked at the girls. One of you lend me your clothes to put on him. My. The girl had brought stockings, a pleated skirt, and a women's pink jacket from her dormitory. Bring him the makeup again. The youth training captain stared at Chen Zhenxing dead in the face. Do you know what the consequences of what you're doing are? I don't like to know the consequences. Willing to bet. I still count you as a man. Chen Zhenxing handed him the women's clothes. The youth captain refused to wear it and tried to play hard to get. I'm an inside player. You balling my ass. Kicking you double digits and you're still inside? Cut the crap. Where's that haughty energy from earlier? If you're not going to wear it, we'll put it on for you. And fucking come to our Zijin school to pick up girls. Are the girls in our school something you can afford to pick up? His classmates pointed and sneered at him. The youth training captain could not find a rat hole to go into at the moment. He ended up wearing women's clothing and an eager girl put makeup on him. Take bus number 22 to the terminal. Chen Zhenxing dragged him out of the school entrance, and arranged for a couple of students to watch him along the way to prevent getting off halfway. The news came out the following day. The talented soccer boy trembles at the sight of a soccer teenager touted as National Football League supernova suffers from soccer phobia. The large, eye-catching headline draws attention. This is what happens when you offend Chen Zhenxing. You don't kill but you kill your heart. The video of Chen Zhenxing playing soccer has become a hot search on the internet. And the Zijin school has many owners of soccer clubs wanting to sign Chen Zhenxing every day. Even offered hundreds of millions of dollars for signing. Chen Zhenxing was not moved, and let Chen Shujian stop all of them outside the door. not to affect his study in class and prepare for the next exam. After the soccer fiasco, Calm has returned to Ziggy's school. For dinner, Chen Zhenxing invited some of his classmates from Laozi Temple to get together. Chen Zhenxing asked, Jing Si, how much funding do we have left? Not much more. Just over 1.2 million left. Only enough for one party. Why don't we cash in some more money? They don't party for less than $1 million at a time. And this consumerism has been cultivated since they were children. Chen Zhenxing shook his head and said, since you are all members of my old son's temple, I can't let you spend money all the time. I'm going to make some benefits for you. The crowd of students looked at Chen Zhenxing expectantly. Chen Zhenxing said, I'm not learning to do business lately. Let's do a business that belongs to Laozi Temple. What business? Sell the ointment. Cut. Chen Zhenxing's proposal drew a chorus of boos. Takasaku asked, is there a higher business? A girl said, selling milk tea is more advanced than this. Chen Zhenxing said, you know a hammer yo? This cream is not ordinary cream. This is my grandfather developed. Every time he injured me with this cream, 3 days will be healed. That amazing? Can you do it? Of course I will. I will go to the herb market tomorrow to buy some back to boil the ointment. Chen Zhenxing swore, guaranteed to make a lot of money. When the time comes, you guys will market together. 3 days no effect. Full refund. The students saw that Chen Zhenxing's attitude was so resolute that they all believed it. The next day Chen Zhenxing took Gao Shuo, Chun Yehao to the medicinal herb market. This prescription Chen Zhenxing rotten. First bought 200,000 yuan of herbs to go back to try. A large cart full of herbs was delivered to Ziggy's school. Chen Zhenxing grabbed a large bag of herbs and flung it onto the third-floor balcony. This package of more than 100 pounds, in Chen Zhenxing's hands as if like a sponge. Chen Zhenxing carried a few casseroles upstairs, closed the door and started boiling the medicine. Chen Yehao and Gao Shuo watched Chen Zhenxing fiddle with the jars. The herbs, like frozen fools. Chen Zhenxing mouth also read, a Dan 2 oil. Paste is thick. 3 on 3. Boiled withered to slag. Dripping water into a pearl. Away from the fire under the Dan. Dan cooked to create. Cold water underground. The shape of the black like lacquer. The heat is soft. The cool is hard. Sticking to that is sticky. Pulling that is up. Takasaku asked. You're resting here memorizing poetry? No, a hammer. It's the gist of what's written in my grandfather's book. Start simmering. The pungent odor smoked them both away. Chen Zhenxing had often helped his grandfather boil medicine together when he was in the mountains, and had long gotten used to the smell. Within an hour, the whole building smelled like Chinese medicine. Chen Shujian received a large number of reports and had no choice but to step in and ask Chen Zhenxing to change places. Uncle Junior, can I change the place suitable for boiling medicine for you? Chen Zhenxing also felt embarrassed. Well, the flavor is bigger, right? Yes, sort of. And then, with the help of his classmates, he moved all of Chen Zhenxing's belongings to a house near the horse farm. Feel free to toss Chen Zhenxing around here. Chen Zhenxing used his free time on Sundays to make 100 plasters. On the playground, Chen Zhenxing gathered all the members of the Laozi Temple, which amounted to more than 100 people. 60% of the students at Zijin International School are members of the Laozi Temple. Chen Zhenxing distributed to them, in turn passed down, each person 2 stickers, urged, this is the first business of our old son temple. Do not seek to make money. First take back to your grandparents with a ha. What is this for? Herniated discs, all kinds of skin trauma, pimples, acne, old scars, cold legs, rheumatic pain, stretch marks, birthmarks. Gosaka sweated. Why does it sound like an advertisement on a pole to me? 3 days later, students have been giving back results. Root. It's working. Very effective. My grandpa's cold legs are cured. My mom had a herniated disc in her back and the treatment didn't work for a year. But after applying your ointment, she was fine in 3 days. Root. Is there any more? My dad said to buy another 50 patches no matter how much it costs. My grandma said to buy 100 patches. Watching his classmates scramble to buy, Chen Zhenxing's face smiled. The market will be easy to open. After all, the whole school is rich. They are not afraid to spend money, but afraid of no effect. Chen Zhenxing asked, then how much money do you think is appropriate? Gosaka said, I think it's going to be $100 a post anyhow. Chen Yehao retorted, have some ideals, okay? Be bold. $500 a pop? Chen Zhenxing bristled. It's not even enough to pay for my old man's handiwork. It's smoky. At least $1,000 a post. Yang Caffeine gave a suitable price. The effect is so good. 3 days of medicine to cure the disease. How about $50,000 a patch? The price was just happily set. The students didn't care. The price was all right with them. Chen Zhenxing's poultices are made at will, and his important goal is to learn. On to another exam. Chen Zhenxing played superbly and was first in the class for the year, 8th in the school. This impressive achievement has made many students worship. Usually look at Chen Zhenxing uneducated, like to eat and drink, like to make a splash, pretend be, and engage in the old son of the temple, but also to sell ointment. When it really came to the exam, they were able to produce excellent results again. No one was happier than Bai Yi, who had educated a young man from the mountains to become such a top student with proud achievements today. Bai Yi said in a soothing mood. Teacher said that as long as you can get the first place in the whole grade, teacher will promise you an excessive request. Chen Zhenxing said excitedly. How excessive can it be? Bai Yi was stunned and busily explained. No thinking about that. Chen Zhenxing thought seriously and whispered. The bikini you wore in Sanya last time was quite nice. I didn't take a picture of it at the time. I want a picture. Bai Yi's cheeks blushed and she nodded slightly. Alright, I'll film it for you tonight. Chen Zhenxing added. I have another request. Say it. I want to go to the amusement park with you. Bai Yi sighed in relief, thinking it was another excessive request. That's no problem. I'll go with you on Sunday. Chen Zhenxing wiggled his legs prettily in anticipation of the evening's bikini photos. That's when a couple of teachers came to the second senior class. Root son, do you have any more of the ointment? You guys want one too? I bought it for my old lady. You're just a little expensive for this one. Teachers at expensive schools aren't always rich, and $50,000 a poultice does seem a bit expensive to them. Then I'll give you a sticker each. Chen Zhenxing's making of the ointment is now known throughout the school. A teacher pointed to the school entrance and said, It's not just us. Look at how many people are waiting for you in front of the school. Chen Zhenxing ran out of the classroom to take a look. The black pressure is all luxury cars. Chen Zhenxing exclaimed. This is all coming for me? Well, it's all here to buy ointment from you. $50,000 a cream and so many people lining up to reserve it. Chen Zhenxing pulled out his cell phone and gave Chen Shujian a call. Go register, aha. Each person is limited to 5 for the time being. Let them come back to pick it up in 2 weeks. A female teacher whispered. This school has become his family's commissary. The principals are his wage earners. By the time we got out of school for the afternoon meal, in the first floor cafeteria, beside Chen Zhenxing surrounded by water, Chen Yehao said, Whoever wants to buy the ointment, write a note in advance and give it to me, writing down the name, cell phone number, and quantity, with a limit of 5. In no time, Chen Yehao had collected hundreds of notes in front of him. Business is good to great. Chen Shujian handed over another thick pile. I checked, aha, a total of 180 people want to buy. Chen Zhenxing asked in disbelief. I haven't publicized it yet. How could so many people know about it? It's a chain reaction. And when a classmate's parents and grandparents use it, they show it off everywhere, or recommend it to their relatives and friends, who in turn recommend it to their relatives and friends. Chen Zhenxing was distressed and had to go to the amusement park with Mr. By this Sunday, to make 500 plasters in a short period of time. Chen Zhenxing could only take advantage of the time after school to go to the hut at the horse farm to make them. At night, Chen Zhenxing lay in bed, nervously looking at his cell phone. Gao Shua couldn't stop being on the sidelines. 500 sheets of ointment, $50,000 a sheet. That works out to $75 million. Zhenxing, our old man's highness is going to be rich. Shut up. Chen Zhenxing stared at the cell phone screen without blinking. Gosako came over suspiciously. What are you looking at? So concentrated. Chen Zhenxing covered his head with the quilt. Crawl for me. Ding. A hot and sexy bikini photo was sent. Chen Zhenxing's body tensed and shouted, Quickly get the toilet paper. Gao Shua hurriedly brought Chen Zhenxing a roll of toilet paper. Crap. You're going to fire? I'm still here. Can you fire when no one's around? Chen Zhenxing stuffed his nose to prevent a nosebleed and ran into the restroom with a hefty, naive smile. Plump petite body, hips big over the shoulder, white skin blowing. Whitey's delicate face surged a touch of blush. Beautiful eyes holding a pool of autumn water to look at the camera. It wasn't the same set of bikinis at the beach, but a new bikini that Bai Yi had ordered online that was even hotter than that one. Chen Zhenxing was thoroughly satisfied. Negasonic, what are you doing in the restroom? It can't be. Crawl for me. I'm in the shower. Didn't you just wash it? Old man can't wash it again, SA. Chen Zhenxing stayed in the shower for more than an hour. Blushing, he came out and lay down on the bed. Gosaku narrowed his eyes and smiled lewdly. You're not being honest. Sleep. We have to make the poultice tomorrow. Chen Zhenxing slept with the covers over his head. This sleep was so good that I slept through the morning and forgot to even run as I have done for 10 years. I got up, washed up, went to the playground for a 10-mile run, and headed to the horse farm lodge with a big bag of snacks. Chen Yehao, Gao Shua and the two of them were helping out. You two crushed these medicines. They need to be powdered to fit. Not long after, Chen Shujian sent over a large casserole so that more ointment could be boiled. Chen Shujian had an idea and spoke up. Little uncle, is there any plan to set up a factory? The whole 2 assembly lines can produce tens of thousands of plasters every day. Chen Zhensheng firmly refused, not allowed. I just earned some pocket money. Do not expect this to make money. Chen Zhensheng is learning to do business, and this recipe has never been publicized. In the mountains are casually made too. They masters use. Now that the lousy temple was underfunded, Chen Zhensheng also wanted to earn some funds for the lousy temple. Chen Yahao said, everyone's emotions are very high right now, and they're promoting you in their circle of friends. The other wealthy members of the lousy temple were willing to open up the market for Chen Zhensheng, even though they could not make ointments. Everyone has their own circle, promote it in their own circle. The effect is still very significant. Boil a big pot of poultice and start putting it on. Chen Zhensheng rested on this process and just left it to Chen Yahao and the others. Chen Zhensheng exhorted, after you get it done, Yi Hao, Gao Shuo will just ship the goods according to the order. Understood. What are you doing? Go to the cafeteria to eat thaya. This snack is not enough for me to stuff my teeth. The cafeteria was sparsely populated on Saturdays, mostly with seniors. Chen Zhensheng had just sat down with a few dishes when one of the seniors sat down. Chen Sokyo, get acquainted. I'm the senior class president. Looking for you to do some business. What business? My family runs a pharmaceutical factory. If you're willing to sell me the formula, the price is whatever you want. Chen Zhensheng bowed his head in aid after hearing this. These squad leaders really regarded Chen Zhensheng as a fool. Usually he saw Chen Zhensheng as a big-hearted man with no heart, so he thought that he could get the formula even with coaxing and cheating. Seeing that Chen Zhensheng did not speak, the class president added, I am willing to offer you $30 million. How about it? This is not a small amount. Enough for you to love and drink for the rest of your life. Chen Zhensheng said indifferently, Lousy has made $75 million from all the orders in the past few days. Are you making a monkey out of me? The squad leader was surprised. So much then I will give you $100 million. The father of the squad leader gets this ointment and then tells his son to hurry up and get close to Chen Zhensheng, even if it means $1 billion to take the ointment. But this squad leader thought that Chen Zhensheng had never seen big money and thought that he would take it down with $100 million. Chen Zhensheng said, I won't sell it. I won't sell it for any amount of money. You get up and go. I have to eat. The squad leader wanted to say something else, but was glared away by Chen Zhensheng with a glare. Son of a bitch really pissed me off like a melon skin. Chen Jingxi bought 5 steaks for Chen Zhensheng at the Western restaurant and delivered them. Little Master Tai. Chen Zhensheng had an ominous feeling as soon as he heard this, because Chen Jingxi never called him Little Master Tai. Chen Zhensheng eyed her warily. Claws? Chen Jingshi cut the steak into pieces for Chen Zhensheng and laughed. I want to buy 10 plasters from you. Chen Zhensheng breathed a sigh of relief. It's at the stable. Go tea yourself. Chen Jingxi said aggressively. They said there wasn't enough on the order and told me to wait for next week, and I want it now. Chen Zhensheng asked. Your grandfather uses it? I wanted to visit Shaw's parents, and after thinking about it, I thought your poultice would be perfect. Shaw? Which one? It's Shao Xian. Chen Zhensheng was stunned. Are you two in love? Not long ago Chen Jingxi and Shao Xian shot a set of ancient-style photo album. Can be described as a man and a woman. Especially in Chinese dress, Shao Xian is dialing Chen Jingxi's heartstrings. Chen Jingxi took the initiative to confess her love for Shao Xian, and Shao Xian agreed to date. You should know that Shao Xian is today's top flow boy. Every smile and knit can be on the news. Chen Jingxi is actually in love with him. Are you going to give it or not? I'm going to get him tomorrow. Chen Zhensheng called Chen Yahao and asked him to take 10 stickers to Chen Jingxi first. Chen Jingxi smiled sweetly. I knew you were the best. When he comes to see my parents, I'll bring you to meet him. Count on it. And may you both live a long life together. If this news were to spread, the entertainment industry would all be in shock. On the day of Sunday, Chen Zhensheng changed into clean and tidy clothes and took White E's little Fido to the amusement park. Bai Yi laughed bitterly. Now every time I see this car I feel quite embarrassed to have scrapped the Maserati you gave me. No big deal. It's just a car. I'll give you another one someday. This time Bai Yi said nothing to Chen Zhensheng. I now have a lot of salary. Buy a car or no pressure. You do not give me a gift. Well, Chen Zhensheng sneaked a glance at Bai Yi, who was concentrating on driving, and pictures of her in a bikini came to mind. It was a sensitive reaction. Arriving at the amusement park, Chen Zhensheng let himself go, pulling Bai Yi's soft palms to ride many thrilling and exciting equipment. Roller coasters, Ferris wheels and more. Bai Yi couldn't help but take Chen Zhensheng's arm, and the two of them were eating ice cream while strolling around the amusement park, like a couple in love. Come to a booth where darts tie balloons. Chen Zhensheng pulled out $100. Come on, $100. The owner said, $10 for 6 darts, and if you hit them all, Take your pick. Chen Zhenxing turned to Bai Yi and said, "Ms. Bai, I'll show you a stunt." Chen Gensen puts a mask over his eyes and takes 5 steps back. 6 darts were held between the fingers of each hand. Whoosh! Throw it out at the same time. All 6 balloons popped. There was a fierce applause around the room. 6 more darts were thrown out. Not a single empty dart. $100 for all the darts hits and picking the 10 biggest Muppets. Chen Zhenxing could not get enough of it and wanted another $100, but the boss refused to sell it. Bai Yi and Chen Zhenxing carried 10 oversized Muppets, and the tourists around them cast envious glances. Look at the others. You hit 2 shots. Boyfriend power so want to have a boyfriend like this. When Bai Yi heard these voices of awe and envy, the vanity in her heart was greatly satisfied. The 2 of them played around, found a chair and sat down to buy 2 more ice creams. Bai Yi asked, "Your ointment business is good, and I now support you in your business." Chen Zhenxing uses his strength to prove to Bai Yi that his business not only does not delay his studies, but also allows them to be enhanced. Bai Yi also wrongly looked at Chen Zhenxing. In Bai Yi's heart, Chen Zhenxing is very smart. It is in the village to stay too long, and no one to teach him. He. Thank you, Mr. Bai. When I make some money, I'll buy you a villa in Shanghai. Bai Yi was busy waving her hand. Teacher can't have it. Just be good. Leave teacher alone. No matter. Think of it as me repaying you for your education. A question came to Bai Yi's mind. So she asked, "Zhenxing, do you have a favorite girl?" "No, but my old man says I'm going to marry a girl after college." Bai Yi was stunned and asked in shock, "Doll's marriage?" Chen Zhenxing shook his head and stuck out his long tongue to lick the ice cream. "I don't know. I am not going to marry that girl, child." Bai Yi was shocked at the sight of Chen Genxing's tongue, and inwardly she could not help but sigh. In Chen Genxing's body there were really a lot of things that were different from normal people. That tongue was 10 centimeters long. This was the first time Chen Zhenxing had mentioned to anyone that he still had a baby marriage. Whitey couldn't help but ask curiously, "Have you seen that girl?" "When I was a kid and played house together, I was the dad and Shadow Girl was the mom, and she was Shadow Girl's mom." Pust. Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. "So funny that you have not seen when you grew up?" "No, she left Bashuten when she was 10 years old. I don't know where she went." Chen Genxing's face was calm when he said this, and it was evident that he didn't have any feelings for that girl. Whitey stood up and asked, "Have a good time? We should head back." Yeah, back at school. Chen Yehao transferred the huge sum of $75 million to Chen Zhenxing. "Get together tonight and tell everyone to split the money." Chen Yehao said, "You earned all this, why do you want to share it with others?" Chen Zhenxing said in an unimpressed manner, "Everyone has also contributed tea. They are all members of Lao Zi Temple. I have said that I want to work for everyone's welfare." Gosaku rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "My mom would be proud if she knew I could make money at school." Szechuan restaurant in the cafeteria. Chen Zhenxing turned the phone on and raised his eyes. "Let's split the money tonight. A total of 75 million. Let's see how to split it." Chen Yehao proposed. "Your recipe, and you boiled it. We just did a bit of promotion work. You take the lion's share." I agree. Honestly, I'm a little embarrassed to take this money. We really didn't do anything." Chen Zhenxing thought about it and said, "Let's do it this way. We are 180 people. Everyone will split 2 million. I'll take 20 million, and the rest of the money will be used as funding for our old son's temple." Agreed. Splitting $2 million for doing nothing is too good to be true. I'll have to tell my parents and show them. Chen Zhenxing transferred money to them in turn. When Gao Shuo saw the $2 million in his account, he said excitedly, "I'm dead set on following you for the rest of my life. You guys keep exploring the market, and then you'll come and help me every day in shifts, 10 people at a time. It's a lot faster to make when you have help." Chen Zhenxing is going to buy another more powerful gas stove and boil 2 big barrels at the same time. "Class, let's raise our drinks and toast Chen Zhenxing, shall we?" "Yes. Thank you, boss, for taking us to make money." "Thanks." Chen Zhenxing gained great satisfaction within himself, and he had no friends when he was in Bashuten. He came to the big city, founded Laozi Temple, had a group of rich second-generation friends who looked up to him, and gradually integrated into the circle. With money, Chen Zhenxing wanted to buy a car. He didn't think the Lamborghini Poison his third sister had given him was to his taste. Decided to buy a car that fit his temperament yet was understated. Wooling God's car. When he arrived at the school in his Wooling God car, he drew a crowd of students. These students did not find the sight of a sports car novel, but the sight of a Wooling van aroused their novelty instead. And Chen Zhenxing also deliberately went to the auto repair store and got an airbrush. The seat of the master of the Temple of Laozi. The interior seats were all replaced with leather. The emblems were replaced with solid gold, and the window glass was replaced with glass made of sports car material. Chen Zhenxing asked with a smug look on his face, "What? Comfortable? isn't it? Root, you made so much money yesterday, how can you buy a Mercedes or something? That's too low for you. You used to be poor, but now you're not poor at all. Chen Zhenxing despised. No, a hammer. I also ordered a Mercedes-Benz Big G original engine. In a few days to change it. Why are you doing this? Playing B on purpose? Hardcover? Chen Zhensheng said. Driving this car is the only thing that matches my temperament T. There is a lot of space and a lot of stuff to pull. Even if Chen Zhensheng drove his Lamborghini Poison over, none of the students felt surprised. Now Chen Zhensheng has a live team of Mrs. God of War. $50,000 a piece of anointing. Casually, you can make money that no one else can make in a lifetime. However, Chen Zhensheng grew up frugal and never left dregs of rice behind for his meals. It meant a lot to him. After all, it was the first car he had ever earned money to buy. Come on, get in the car and I'll take you for a ride. 6 people only. The students left one after another. Pause. Come on. They turned a deaf ear to Chen Zhensheng's call. Chen Zhensheng drove the Wolingsheng car to the dormitory floor and asked Gao Shua upstairs to connect the water pipe. He carefully gave his car a bath. Gosaku said, some people get violently rich and are poor at heart. As for that, I just bought it and washed the car. Let him wash it. After all, it's his first time buying a car. Yang Caffeine came downstairs to report to Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng slapped the car door and showed off. Get in the car and report on your work while driving around. Yang Caffeine sat in the car and the leather seats gave her the feeling of riding in a luxury car. Chen Zhensheng drove Yang Sifei out of the school. Yang Sifei reported up. So far, excluding the 70% of the war god's wives, the staff's salaries, the villa's utility bills, and the cost of 3 meals per day, you've made a total of $7 and $20 million. Chen Zhensheng's eyes lit up. Earned so much, Yang Sifei added. This hasn't even started carrying goods yet. Once it starts carrying goods, it will at least triple. Yang Sifei manages it with ease, and occasionally follows Mrs. Warlord on air. Not for now. If we're going to bring goods, we're going to bring good goods. Straight up, it's the nearest Apple cell phone at a second price of $1,000. Yang Sifei sweated. Unrealistic. An analogy. I would suggest leasing a floor of office space, corporatizing it, and establishing rules and regulations. Chen Zhensheng refused. It's fine just the way it is. I don't have any thoughts of expanding. Yang Sifei asked. So what do you mean? I'm not interested in starting a company. It's purely for fun and learning. Yang Caffeine skimmed her lips and said, you're really good at pretending. Ahead to a Western restaurant. Chen Zhensheng laughed. It's been hard on you for a while. I'll treat you to Western food. Chen Zhensheng couldn't eat any other meal but steak. Upscale Western restaurant with beautiful melodies and a cozy, extravagant setup. Guests in 2s and 3s were pouring out their hearts. Yang Sifei lightly ordered some of her favorite foods. Opened another bottle of 01 Bordeaux. Chen Zhensen said, 10 steaks, fully cooked. The waiter was stunned, thinking he'd heard wrong, and asked again, are you sure you want it fully cooked? Sir, right on, fully cooked. This comment caused a couple next to him to snicker. First time I've seen a steak eaten fully cooked. I guess it's also the first time to come to such an upscale Western restaurant. Watch, he sure as hell won't use a knife and fork. In the face of the couple's ridicule, Chen Zhensheng treated it as if he didn't hear it. After all, they were ordinary people and didn't care to start an argument with them. Chen Zhensheng's fully cooked steak is served. The couple next to them looked at Chen Zhensheng expectantly, speculating whether he would use a knife and fork or not. Let them down. Chen Zhensheng is quite skillful with a knife and fork. This guy is really good at eating. The man scoffed and shook his head. The most important thing about eating a steak is what wine you pair it with. For example, the Kobe steak we're eating right now is going to be paired with an 89 Lafite. The woman looked at him with a look of adoration. You know so much, so knowledgeable. The man took the compliment in stride and pointed at Chen Zhensheng and the others. Eating like they do, wolfing it down, is an insult to steak. Snap. A steak whistled in his face. Chen Zhensheng scolded. Eating won't plug your mouth. The man stood up in exasperation. Kid, you fucking soiled my Zegna Deluxe personalized suit, which I have for $100,000. Young Cafe rolled her eyes. I knew this guy was an old Versailles the moment I heard it. Chen Zhensheng pointed at him. If you don't get lost, I'll strip your suit off. Have the guts. You wait for me. I'll let you know that no one in Shanghai Beach dares to offend my gentleman brother yet. With that he pulled out his cell phone and called. Chen Zhensheng said, calling and begging for help when you encounter difficulties. Why is your problem the same as the god of war? Calling tens of thousands of strong people without moving. Have the patience to fight alone. The gentleman brother is really famous in Shanghai. This man is good at pretending to be an aristocrat and spends a lot of money on dressing up. The waiter came to the gentleman brother and said courteously, Sir, if you want to settle a private matter, please go outside the store. Gentleman brother pointed at Chen Zhensheng. Come out if you have the guts. You little redneck. A girl in a pink ducktail hat walked in and grabbed the gentleman brother by the hair and yanked him out. Yang Saifei was surprised. Why does that girl look so familiar? Dinner. At this moment, gentleman brother was thrown dozens of meters away by Shadow Sister and heavily smashed into a car. Yang Saifei covered her mouth and exclaimed, "That girl is so powerful. Do you know her? Don't recognize it." Chen Zhensheng didn't even look at it. And at the moment Shadow Girl didn't leave, waiting for the man gentleman called for, Chen Zhensheng finished his steak without moving and wiped his mouth. Have you eaten? Almost. Except the girl seems to be in trouble, and a lot of people are surrounding her. Let's go. Chen Zhensheng and Yang Saifei walked out of the Western restaurant and drove away in the Wulingshan car. Chen Zhensheng glanced at Shadow Girl. Shadow Sister waited for Chen Zhensheng to leave and then suddenly made her move. The night is low. Yang Kai-Fei suggested not going back to the dormitory. Yang Caffeine reluctantly said, "It's so late. The school must be closed. Let's find a place to relocate for the night?" Chen Zhensheng said, "It's only 8 o'clock. It's still early, even if the school is closed. My nephew is the principal. Make a phone call and open the door." Seeing that this trick didn't work, Yang Saifei added, "I still want to drink some more wine. It shall not be done. Tomorrow, Monday, there is a class. Our housemates are all asleep right now, and going back now is sure to wake them up, and they're going to complain about me." Chen Zhensheng lowered his eyebrows in contemplation. Yang Kai-Fei secretly rejoiced that she had finally taken the bait. Chen Zhensheng raised his eyes and said, "How about this? I'll drop you off at the Tang Palace Villa. You'll go and stay there, and I'll return." Yang Saifei glared at him getting out of the car and slammed the door. "Silly bastard." Chen Zhensheng was stunned. "Crazy bitch. I just got my car today. Be careful. Die." Old straight man. Monday afternoon. After school Chen Zhensheng went to the hut near the horse farm to start dispensing herbs. "Root, why don't I help you?" "Gonna have to. Clean these buckets." This sophomore scrubbed the bucket while peeking at Chen Zhensheng dispensing herbs, silently noting down the varieties of herbs. After reading it, he compiled the text message and sent it out. A transfer of $10 million was quickly obtained. Chen Zhensheng asked, "Lu Bo, is the bucket washed?" "Root, I have a stomach ache. I won't help today." Lauper made an excuse to bolt. Zhang Xiaoji diligently brushed the bucket and handed it to Chen Zhensheng. "Root, I'll come help every day after school from now on. I'll give you more when we split the money next time." When Chen Zhensheng's ointment was boiled, 10 members of the Laozi Temple began to apply it. Chen Zhensheng sat down, opened a bottle of Happy Fat House water, and drank it beautifully. Kosako said, "I received another 3,000 orders today and made a lot of money." Chen Zhensheng felt boring, no fun. "Where do all these orders come from?" A girl said, "I pulled in 200. I pulled in 300. These orders were pulled in by members of the Laozi Temple, who promoted them first in their own circles, and then went to their mom and dad's companies to promote them. Only some executives were willing to pay for it because the price was so high." Chen Zhensheng shook his head inside. There is no sense of accomplishment at all. Is doing business that simple? Chen Zhensheng didn't realize that he was doing business with such wealth to make it look easy. Surrounded by rich kids, any one of them could help him open up the market. What's more, his formula is also very effective. Like old cold legs, rheumatism, such stubborn diseases, 3 days can be cured. Do not make money is strange. Chen Zhensheng wants to find a difficult business to do. Experience what it's like to fail. After all 3,000 plasters were sold, they made $150 million. Chen Zhensheng was not happy at all. Just when Chen Zhensheng was feeling sullen because it was too easy to make money, Lu Bo hurriedly ran to find Chen Zhensheng. "Root, it's a big deal." Chen Zhensheng's face was delighted. "Claus? Speak quickly. Our ointment has been the subject of adverse reactions, with some people using it resulting in allergies all over the body and itchy skin." Chen Zhensheng said in dismay, "I can't. The last one didn't even have this kind of adverse reaction. Go check it out. It's right in front of the school. Several people want you to go out and confront them." Chen Zhensheng ran out quickly. Chen Shujian stopped Chen Zhensheng and said in a low voice, "Little uncle, I'll handle this matter. It's not convenient for you to step in at this time. No matter, I'm still confident in my poultice." Chen Zhensheng walked to the entrance of the school. A dozen patients holding up the cream demanded that Chen Zhensheng compensate them and give them a statement, or else he would sue him. Chen Zhensheng waved his hand to signal for silence. "My ointment will never have side effects, I assure you. Guarantees don't mean shit. Look at me. I'm allergic. Pay up." Chen Zhensheng reached out. "Give me your ointment." Chen Zhensheng sniffed, his brows furrowed, and said with certainty, "This is not my ointment. Where did you guys buy it?" "It was at your school that I bought it, and it was sold out by my old highness." Chen Zhensheng's ointment was imitated, leading the people who used this fake ointment to find the school. All of you calm down, I'll give you an account of this matter. Chen Zhensheng turned to leave and Chen Shujian stepped forward to calm everyone down. Inside the dormitory, Chen Zhensheng had a sullen expression on his face. Gao Shuo said, "There must be some merchants who see that we are so profitable and want to take the opportunity to make money by imitating some plasters." Chen Zhensheng shook his head and said, "It doesn't look right. I just smelled, Many of the herbs in here are similar to my formula. Just 2 of the herbs don't match up." Gao Shuo said in dismay, "You mean there's a mole in our old man's temple? Well, you and Yi Hao make a good investigation and uncover this mole. Mom, dare to sabotage our business. Uncovered must be a whole meal." Chen Zhensheng said, "Install a few cameras in the hut. Be stealthy. Only the 3 of us know about this." If Chen Zhensheng were shrewd, his IQ would be second only to Einstein's. "Okay, I'll go and do it with Chen Yahao." In the evening, Chen Zhensheng borrowed the school's auditorium. "Call all the members of the Laozi Temple." He stood on the podium, holding the microphone. His eyes slightly narrowed as he swept across the room. "Laozi has been worrying about making money lately, thinking that it's too easy to make money. And just when I was worrying about it, someone created a problem for me, imitating my ointment. You all should know about this, right?" "I know. Damn. Don't let me catch you. It's a beating if you do." "Brother Root, what do you say? We all listen to you. Once we catch him, we must make him pay for our damages and get the school expelled." The students shouted with righteous indignation. Chen Zhensheng waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. "For this reason I gave those people some free creams. I feel that this person must be our old man's temple. I persuade him to take the initiative to come forward. If I pull out, the old man grabbed you by the chicken is an over-the-shoulder drop. Get out, the guy who dares to do something. I didn't realize that we have this kind of scum in Zijin school. Shame on our purple and gold school." The students shouted. Sitting in the corner, Lu Bo shivered. Chen Zhensheng's sharp gaze like an eagle's eye surveyed the whole room. Who did not stand up? Who did not have righteous indignation? He saw it in his eyes. He saw that although Lu Bo stood up, but the bottom was not enough, and did not shout as if he was a thief. Chen Zhensheng waved his hand. "Everyone be quiet." Chen Zhensheng said faintly, "Lu Bo, tell us who could have betrayed us." I say? I don't know." Lu Bo looked flustered and stumbled over his words badly. This instantly made the students suspicious. "Lu Bo, did you do it? Lu Bo, if you're the one who betrayed us, you're fucking waiting to be fired. There's no room for you in Shanghai." Hearing these words, Lu Bo's last bit of toughness was gone and pleaded. "I'm sorry everyone. I didn't expect things to develop like this. Shit, it's really you." A crowd of students swarmed the room. Chen Zhensheng didn't say anything to stop him, letting Lu Bo experience a furious beating first. Lu Bo cried out for mercy. "Stop it all." Chen Zhensheng walked over and yanked him up and snapped. "Wasn't the money that Laozi distributed to you enough? Why do you still need to imitate the ointment? It wasn't me who imitated it. It was one of the seniors in the senior class who gave me $10 million in favors to secretly write down your formula." Chen Zhensheng then remembered that there was a senior class president who came to buy his formula in the cafeteria that day, and it was most likely him. "Isn't it Wu Hao?" "Yeah, that's him." Chen Zhensheng waved his hand. "Dismissed." Chen Zhensheng found Wu Hao with gusto. The guy looked at Chen Zhensheng with an innocent face. "Something wrong? Still talking tough?" Chen Zhensheng wanted to go up and throw a punch, but ultimately restrained himself. "You imitated my ointment, causing others to be allergic all over their body, and you want me to wipe your ass. I won't beat you up. Now apologize to me, and make up for our losses." Wu Hao spread his hands and said, "What are you talking about? I don't even know which thing you're talking about." Lu Bo was dragged over and pointed at Wu Hao. "It was Wu Hao who gave me $10 million to peek at your formula. I still have the transfer records here." Lu Bo found the transfer records and showed them to his classmates. "Still trying to deny it now? You're fucking bold." Without further ado, fuck him. The members of the Laozi Temple rolled up their sleeves to fight. Gosako stopped everyone. "Don't even fight. If you do you won't get your losses back. A word to the wise." The crowd stopped. Chen Zhensheng tugged at him. "Let's go. Find a place to reason." Wu Hao roared in anger. "Damn, you dare to mess with me? Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the East Sea Pharmaceutical Group. None of you are as rich and powerful as my family." Chen Zhensheng impatiently dragged him down the stairs. "Chen Zhensheng, don't think that just because you've made some money that you can be my equal. You're not qualified enough." In the face of Wu Hao's yelling, Chen Zhensheng turned a deaf ear, treating him as if he was barking. "Don't be. From tomorrow onwards, you won't be the young master of the East Sea Pharmaceutical Group. This matter Chen Zhensheng will not need to step in. Just leave it to the third sister to deal with. Imitation creams, suing them out of their homes." The next day, Wu Hao came to Chen Zhensheng like a defeated fighting cock. Zhensheng, I'm wrong. From today onwards I'll work for you as an ox. Okay? Spare my family for once. Where's that cocky energy you had yesterday? Bring it out. Wu Hao was slapped a few times by his father when he returned home yesterday, and they were confronted with a paper indictment from the Bashu group. They had even less thought that there was such a powerful group behind Chen Zhensheng that was supporting him. Wu Hao's father's willingness to pay $1 billion in compensation was rejected. Unable to do so, today Wu Hao shamelessly begged for forgiveness from Chen Zhensheng. Wu Hao grabbed Chen Zhensheng's hand and burst into tears. I don't want to go bankrupt. I beg you to give me a chance. Whatever you let me do. Chen Zhensheng shook off Wu Hao's hand. Now have your father issue a statement and apologize all over the internet, stating that those fake ointments were the work of your family and had nothing to do with Lao Zi Temple. Okay, I'll have my dad make a statement. Next you go over to Horse Farm Lodge and wrap up all the work, and you're in charge of going to the sale, and not a day goes by in a month's time. Okay, I'll do all the work. Chen Zhensheng looked at the other students. Do you agree? Kosako said. Buy us a month's worth of meals. Chen Yehao said. Next time I go to the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Association party, you'll pay the bill. Okay, leave it all to me. Wu Hao is humble to the dust, and yesterday he threatened to be the richest student in the school. Today it was a minion for the whole school. With more money, Chen Zhensheng couldn't feel happy. You can make tens of millions of dollars in a few days with a poultice. Making so much money, he usually just buys things online that he hasn't played with or used before. It wouldn't cost a few bucks. He began to learn to splurge. Evening, dormitory. Chen Zhensheng humbly asked Chun Yehao and Gao Shuo for advice on squandering. Takasaku asked rhetorically. Think about what else you haven't had. Chen Zhensheng thought seriously for a while. I think it's almost done. I came to Shanghai for half a year. I should eat. I should play all experience. Chen Yehao said. Like us these rich second generation to have some brand. You do not always drive your Wuling God car. I suggest you give that car to the hostile uncle. Directly mention the most expensive car. Watches, shoes, clothes, all of them must be privately customized. And eat well. Don't always eat on the first floor. Chen Yehao added. You have to learn to enjoy yourself now that you can make money. Chen Zhensheng felt that the two of them were right. Okay, tomorrow we'll go pick up the car, buy the name table, and the most expensive clothes. Gao Shuo and Chen Yehao smiled at each other. The first thing Chen Zhensheng did when he got up in the morning was to give his Wulingshan car to the hostile uncle. Touched by the hostile uncle with a sniffle and a tear, Chen Zhensheng went straight to the downtown area of Shanghai in his Lamborghini Poison. A windy ride. Pedestrians along the route raised their cell phones to take pictures. Arriving at an upscale clothing store, he first bought 5 sets of Hermes' usual casual clothes. Another visit to the sportswear boutique. Chen Zhensheng picked out a few pieces of sportswear and threw them on the ground. Other than these pieces on the ground, all the others, all the men's sneakers, 1 pair for each style. A few little girls' excited teeth and claws, a face of adoration looking at Chen Zhensheng. Beautiful eyes swish discharge. Chen Yehao smiled and asked, how does it feel? It's a little cool. Go on. And then they went to a famous watch store. Welcome. Do you have a favorite watch, sir? Chen Zhensheng handed her the bank card. You have a good variety of watches here? There are 72 watches for men and women. Have a piece of each. The beautiful shopper thought she heard wrong. Are you sure? At least $10 million for all of them. Okay, swipe your card. Chen Zhensheng first picked up a men's watch and put it on. Then turned to the two of them and said, you two pick one too. Chen Yehao and Gao Shuo were waiting for Chen Zhensheng's words. Chen Zhensheng added, send the rest of the watches to Zijin International School and give them to the principal. Yes sir. So much so that all the clerks and managers ran out to help him box it up. Chen Zhensheng is thirsty. He pulled out $1,000 in cash and said to the clerks, whoever goes get me a juice. The rest of the money is all hers. And by the way I'll buy each of you another juice. The most expensive one. I'll go. Several female sales clerks scrambled. Chen Zhensheng handed $1,000 to a woman sales clerk who looked pleasant. Sip your drink and keep strolling. Takasaku asked, how much has been spent? Chen Zhensheng shook his head and said, I don't know. There's almost $20 million? Chen Yehao asked, was it enjoyable? Chen Zhensheng glanced at his bank card balance. There's still 68 million. Spend some more. Come to an Apple cell phone store. I want 100 of the latest cell phones. I want 100 of the laptops. Delivered to the Zijin International School. The store manager was overjoyed and immediately greeted the other clerks to stock the store. At that moment, a girl came to the counter. Hello, my Apple 8 screen is broken. I'll change the screen. The 12 is out and this girl is still using an Apple 8. Chen Zhensheng picked up a 12 and handed it to her. No need to change it. This is for you. The girl took a step back in fear and looked at Chen Zhensheng warily. You You're really giving it to me? There are no strings attached, right? Nope. I'm happy today. I'll give you one. The girl danced with excitement and asked, may I ask what your name is? Can I leave your contact information? Call me Red Scarf. Chen Zhencheng also pulled out his cell phone card and replaced it on a new phone. Out of the store, Chen Zhencheng saw the street with a pulled stereo. Broken foot people begging. Chen Zhencheng pulled out $10,000 in cash and threw it in his basin. Scared him silly on the spot. Chen Zhencheng raised his head and left. Gosako teased. Young Master Negi, it's time for lunch. To get. What's the name of the most expensive restaurant in the area? There is a royal hotel here with specialties. A full banquet with 108 dishes. Let's go. And then, the three of them came to the royal hotel. There was a huge revolving table in the opulent private room. As soon as they sat down, the ladies of the court brought them a solid copper basin to wash their hands. Chen Zhencheng grinned. It's kind of interesting. Chen Yehao and Gao Shuo were also eating it for the first time. After all, it was too extravagant. And the 108 dishes cost $890,000. Chen Zhencheng lamented. The feeling of splurging is one of contentment. We should get back after dinner. You've splurged about as much as you can, haven't you? Chen Zhencheng thought for a moment and spoke. We've also spent less than 30 million today, and we've bought so many things. What else is more costly? Chen Yehao asked. Do you play online games? Game? Won't play. Then play King of Glory. Some of the handheld games are kinda spendy. They can cost you tens of thousands of dollars a day, right? Chen Zhencheng took out his cell phone and downloaded the game. Chen Yehao and Gao Shuo taught Chen Zhencheng how to play this game, and introduced him to heroes. Skins. Chen Zhencheng quickly learned how to play. Recharge $50,000 to buy all the heroes. Skins. $50,000 froze. Chen Zhencheng said with dissatisfaction. This game spends too little money, doesn't it? Let's have a little fun before the food is served. We'll take you on the segment. Chen Zhencheng didn't have a segment, but his skin was cool. This round is looking to be lost. Chen Zhencheng sent a message. Opposite side. Surrender now and give each of you the most expensive skin. Sure enough, the opposite side surrendered. After adding friends, Chen Zhencheng gave them skins of their own choosing. Chen Zhencheng was enlightened. So this is how the game is played. It's a bit interesting. Chen Yehao and Gao Shuo were filled with black lines. After a couple games, it's time to start serving. Chen Zhencheng urged the two of them. Come and eat. Taste how their appetites are for the food here. The 108 full-course banquet was served one after another. There is no fear of wasting any more dishes, because there's Jensen Chan, bashful to the plate yo. It tastes pretty good. As Chen Zhencheng was lamenting, Chen Jingshi saw Chen Zhencheng through the doorway of the box. Wow. I can't believe the three of you are here eating a full meal. Why didn't you call me? Chen Zhencheng asked. You come to the claw? I'm having a get-together here with Xiao Xian and his co-workers. Chen Zhencheng greeted her. Sit down and eat a piece. You guys eat. I have to keep Xiao Xian company. Chen Jingxi is humble to the dust once she falls in love. He was busy for Xiao Xian, taking the initiative to pay the bill and buying good wine and cigarettes. All of this is to make a good impression on Xiao Xian's family and friends. She doesn't have an arrogant and aggressive personality like other rich girls. She just wants to meet a person of her choice and be a good wife and mother. Chen Jingxi smiled with a happy face. Chen Zhencheng, do you guys want to go to that private room of ours? Introduce you guys. Chen Zhencheng shook his head and refused. Not familiar. Don't want to know. Chen Jingxi said in a sly manner. You guys are at least my mother's family, so what's wrong with going over to get to know them? Chen Yehao said. Just because we are the family of a mother isn't he the one who came to know us? We can't get too dropped. Chen Jingxi was still defending Xiao Xian. He's usually very busy. He doesn't even have time to rest. Chen Zhencheng said. No go. If you eat here, sit ha. If not eat here go back. Chen Jingxi was so angry that she stomped her foot and twisted her head out of the box. When they finished eating, the three Chen Zhenchengs left the box. It just so happened to meet Chen Jingxi and the others who had also finished eating and came out. Chen Jingxi introduced Xiao Xian. These are my friends and classmates. And family members, Chen Zhencheng and Chen Yehao. Xiao Xian's friend thought that the three of them were going to take a picture together for a photo shoot, and blocked in front of Xiao Xian. You can't take a picture for a photo shoot. Xiao Xian is very tired today. Xiao Xian left straight away. Chen Jingshi also froze for a moment and laughed awkwardly. I didn't get off work until 12 o'clock last night, so I was probably too tired. Chen Yehao said, Yi, he is not just handsome, not just a star. You do not need to be so lowly in front of him. Chen Jingxi did not listen to the persuasion and retorted, we two are true love. I'll leave first. Looking at Chen Jingxi's back as she quickly ran away, Chen Zhencheng had mixed feelings inside. Chen Zhencheng said, shame on the ancestors. Chen Yehao said, Little Master Tai, Think of a way to make this kid kneel down and lick our Chen Jingxi in the future. Gotta have it. After a day of splurging, the three returned to school in the evening. Chen Shujian had already sent all the things Chen Zhenxing had bought today to his dormitory. Chen Zhenxing took out 2 watches and 2 cell phones, and the laptop was given to Chen Shujian. Great nephews work hard. These are for you. Chen Shujian smiled sarcastically. No hard work, no hard work. In the dormitory were piles of clothes he had bought. Gosaku said, I suggest you hire a couple of nannies. Young and pretty ones who can work and have an education. Chen Zhenxing was a bit hesitant. Would it be too much to do so? It's not too much at all. There's money, taking care of your food and clothing every day, fetching you meals from the cafeteria, washing your clothes, ironing and folding your clothes. Chen Zhenxing's heart was moved. Where are you hiring? Gosaku volunteered. I'll post it for you. Takasaku is posted on a number of platforms that recruit and require a book degree. How much are you going to hire? $10,000, I think, and the hours of work are 10 a.m. m. and 7 p.m. m. every day, with 2 meals. Gao Shua sent it as Chen Zhenxing requested. Someone called Gasuo over after half an hour. Excuse me, is this Mr. Gao applying for a job? Yes. Where do I apply for a job, please? Zijin International Schoolboys Dormitory. 303. If the security guards won't let you in, just say that Chen Zhenxing sent you. Okay. Just after hanging up, Gosaku's cell phone rang again. 8 calls came in less than an hour to apply for the job. Gao Shua and Chen Yehao were fidgeting with excitement. College sisters, beautiful sisters are coming. Let's get ready. Chen Yehao stopped it. It's meant to be this messy, so we'll test their cleaning abilities when they arrive. Chen Zhenxing grinned like a melon batcher. After about 20 minutes, the first applicant arrived at dormitory 303. Into the eyes is a beautiful woman with good posture and color. Dress is very simple. A long black hair hanging waist, wearing a pair of denim tight pants, a pair of white sneakers. Clean. Chen Zhenxing's first glance was smooth. Takasaku said, introduce yourself first. My name is Zhao Shuwei Hong. I'm 25 years old. I've worked in a financial company, and I'm a graduate of the Kyoto City University of Economics and Trade. Zhao Shuwei Hong's eyes were bright, really like a black gem, and when she spoke, her long eyelashes flickered and tugged at Gao Shua and Chen Yehao's heartstrings. Chen Yehao asked, we're hiring nannies. What do you think about this job? Zhao Shuwei Hong solemnly said, when I went to college I was working and studying at the same time. When I was in elementary school for 5 years I helped my family. Feeding pigs, feeding sheep, going to the fields to weed, beating the grain, all of these I know. Chen Zhenxing was satisfied, pointing at the luxuries piled up on the ground and said, put these in their place. Zhao Yonghong took off the black leather cord on her wrist, tied her long hair into a ponytail, and began to squat down to clean up. Quite a handful. It was categorized in about half an hour. All the clothes were unpacked and neatly folded inside the closet, putting some more watches in order. This order is very impressive. She was placing the watches in order of price. Chen Zhenxing was stunned. How do you know the price of these watches? Zhao Shuwei Hong said, I worked in a financial company. Need to contact a lot of successful people, the business elite. The first day of work is to learn how to look at the prospective customers, from the quality of shoes and clothes to the brand and price of the watch, as well as the model of the sedan and so on. Zhao Yonghong was simply born to be a nanny for Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing immediately clapped his hands and decided, you're it. Gosaku was stunned and whispered, there's more back there, so you're not going to look at it anymore? No, look, it's just her. You push the ones behind you. Well. Zhao Shuwei Hong was delighted. Thank you boss for your trust. I will do a good job in this job. It would be better if I could give a little more rental subsidy. Chen Zhenxing asked, what about the ones that don't live yet? As you know, the rent in Shanghai is ridiculously expensive, and I'm currently hosting at a friend's house. Chen Zhenxing picked up his cell phone and called Chen Shujian, asking if she still had any extra dormitories to arrange one. There were still a lot of them in the women's dormitory building. After all, some of the rich local girls wouldn't be living on campus. You'll be living in the girls' dormitory from now on. I had the principal arrange one for you. Being able to live in an aristocratic school, Zhao Shuwei Hong was pleasantly surprised. Thank you boss for your favor. Chen Zhenxing glanced at the time on his watch. It's time to eat. Help us go to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria to get our meals. I want a spicy rabbit head, hairy blood wonton, roasted white, duck in sauce, dongpa elbow, and 10 bowls of rice. Chen Yehao said, go to the Western restaurant again and order me a 7-minute steak, a pasta, and fried salmon. Chen Zhenxing transferred 100,000 yuan to Zhao Yonghong. This is my meal money for a month. If it's not enough, feel free to tell me. Zhao Yonghong cannot help but sigh. In the end, it is still an aristocratic school. A month of meal money to spend 100,000 yuan. When the food came over, Chen Zhensheng asked Zhao Shueihong to eat together. You'll eat with us from now on. Thanks boss, Kosako said. There's still a dining table missing. Chen Zhensheng said, I'll order a set online after dinner. Chen Zhensheng's eating stance really scared Zhao Shueihong. Boss, you smell good when you eat. Had ha ha ha. Can't change this from childhood. Boss, what else do I need to do besides laundry and dinner and organizing my room? Zhao Shueihong think this $10,000 is too easy, right? Only at 10 a.m. To start work, 7 p.m. Off, although the work is late. In fact, early to finish the work can go back to the dormitory to stay. Chen Zhensheng grilled 4 mouthfuls of rice in a row and raised his eyes. I'll be buying a lot of luxury goods next. You'll help me categorize them all and be responsible for picking up the courier every day. Zhao Shueihong nodded. I suggest you buy a few more cabinets. You can't fit your clothes in them anymore. Gotta have it. Gao Shuo said. You also need to match some clothes worn for formal occasions and help Chen Zhensheng with them. He's a poor man getting rich. He doesn't know how to do that. Zhao Shueihong liked this kind of work the most, and she still had her own taste in men's clothes. Okay, I'll make sure to bring the boss's taste up a notch. After eating, Chen Zhensheng went for a walk in the playground. Zhao Shueihong also accompanied the walk. Does the boss walk every day? Well, lightning strikes and knives fall from the sky for a walk. Zhao Shueihong was very curious about Chen Zhensheng, and still couldn't help but ask, the boss's family is a demolition household? No, and don't call me bossy. What's that called? Young master? Young master a hammer. Call me Chen Zhensheng. Zhao Shueihong shook her head. This is not possible. I'd rather call you boss or young master. In the playground there are a lot of students are walking and there are also couples talking about love. When they saw Chen Zhensheng walking with a tall and beautiful beauty, they began to talk behind his back. Chen Zhensheng finally announced his romance. This woman looks too much older than Chen Zhensheng. This is the nanny Chen Zhensheng recruited today. Are poor people who are rich at first so arrogant? My company has a market capitalization of $100 billion and I didn't even recruit such a beautiful nanny. Understandable. After all, poor and accustomed to selling ointment and opening a Netflix company to earn tens of millions, hundreds of millions, will inevitably produce revenge spending. I saw him driving a customized Lamborghini Poison today. 2. The money earned by Chen Zhensheng has probably been pretty much spent in the past few days. Amidst the murmurs of the students, Chen Zhensheng and Zhao Shueihong took a walk talking and laughing, and the atmosphere soon ceased to be formal. Chen Jingshi stopped Chen Zhensheng from taking a walk. Chen Zhensheng asked, Claus? Say something. Chen Jingxi glanced at Zhao Shueihong next to her. Chen Gensen said, recuse yourself. Zhao Shueihong quickly left to go back to the dormitory. Chen Jingxi reached out and pulled Chen Gensheng's hand, her face raising an aggrieved expression, seemingly wanting to cry. Chen Zhensheng pointed at her. Hold it in. Something's up. Negi, can you help me? Hasn't I helped you enough? Help one last time. Say, Xiao Xian is going to be snowed in by the company recently. It's because he was photographed by the paparazzi smoking in a public place. All the jobs have been retired, and the vendors of the products he endorsed are looking for him to claim compensation. All of this was of course done by Chen Zhensheng for his third sister. That is, he thought that the Chen family couldn't be so lowly, even if they were in a relationship. Shame on the ancestors. Chen Zhensheng said, if it doesn't work, then we'll split up. What's the big deal? Chen Jingxi's attitude is very resolute. I don't want to break up with him. I want to stay with him for the rest of my life, and hold on to my son's hand and grow old with him. Then I won't help. Chen Jingshi tugged at Chen Zhensheng. Are you helping or not? No help. Help me or I'll cry for you. No help. I'm crying. Chen Jingxi was saying that she was going to cry, and she was instantly in tears. Chen Zhensheng bristled. It's a shame you're not going to make a movie. Little Master Tai. Just help him. If this keeps up, he's going to suffer from depression. Isn't he arrogant? Looking down on our Chen family. Chen Jingshi knew that Chen Zhensheng would be angry and explained. He was really tired that day. Don't say those useless things. You tell him that if he wants to continue in the entertainment industry, he must apologize to Laozi and be sincere to you. And if he dares to cheat, he won't want to stay in the entertainment industry. Chen Jingxi said. He has quite a strong self-esteem. Chen Zhensheng glared. If you speak for him again, I won't help him. Fine. I won't speak for him. I'll have him come and apologize to you tomorrow. The following day, Chen Jingxi ordered a table at the Bashu Cuisine restaurant. In order for her beloved man to continue to make it big in the entertainment industry, she had to treat Chen Zhensheng to a slap-up meal. Jensen Chan sped by in his Lamborghini Poison. When Xiao Xian saw this car, he regretted treating Chen Zhensheng indifferently that day at the Royal Hotel. In the box, Chen Jingxi introduced each other. Chen Yehao started disliking him as soon as he sat down. I heard that you were snowed in by the company? Are you that addicted to cigarettes? Won't you go to the restroom to smoke? Xiao Xian said awkwardly. It's because I'm not doing the right thing, not disciplining myself enough. Chen Jingxi picked up the teapot and poured tea for Chen Zhenxing and Chen Yehao. He knows he's wrong. Stop talking about him. Chen Zhenxing glared at Chen Jingxi. Still not allowed to speak? Xiao Xian smiled sarcastically. I can say that what I did was really wrong. Chen Yehao pointed at him and said nonchalantly. Our family Jingxi is in a relationship with you, not because you're a star, and doesn't want anything from you. If you don't treat her well, our Chen family is not to be messed with. Chen Zhenxing went on to say, to tell you the truth, whether you can mix in the entertainment industry, I have the final say. Someday if Jingxi is unhappy with me to sue you, then your career in the entertainment industry will be cut short. Xiao Xian was stunned and felt that this would be a bit too much, and was upset. Seeing his disbelief, Chen Zhenxing took out his cell phone and made a call to his third sister. Let Xiao Xian recover. With that, he hung up. Chen Zhenxing had just hung up the phone when Xiao Xian's cell phone rang. The agent's joyful voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Xian, get ready. The company has revoked your snow cover. All of your work resumes tomorrow, and they've also arranged for you to be the second male lead in 2 of Zhang Guisher's movies. Receiving this call, Xiao Xian was stunned and dumbfounded. He looked at Chen Zhenxing incredulously. You, how did you do that? Chen Zhenxing took a sip of it beautifully and warned him. This is the strength of our Chen family. If Jingxi cries, you're finished too. Chen Jingxi felt the warmth of her family for the first time and was moved to sob. Thank you, little Master Tai. Ooh. Xiao Xian saw how powerful Chen Zhenxing was and did not dare to be reckless in front of Chen Zhenxing. He felt that he had definitely picked up a big treasure by being able to fall in love with Chen Jingxi. Xiao Xian repeatedly assured. Don't worry, I will definitely not fail Jingxi. Well, just don't live up to it. Let's eat. Chen Jingxi happily gave Chen Zhenxing a dish. Then from today onwards, we are family. Chen Zhenxing said faintly, he does not count, has not passed the test it, when you two win to get married to count. If you want to become a member of the Chen family, even the collateral Chen family has to be tested frequently before you can do so. Although Xiao Xian didn't know how powerful the Chen family was, from the fact that Chen Zhenxing could decide his fate with a single phone call, it was already very impressive. Xiao Xian also secretly vowed to seize this opportunity. The meal took an hour to finish. On the way out Chen Zhenxing urged Chen Jingxi, don't just fall in love. You need to get into a good university to do so. I know. Bye. Jensen Chan sped off in his Lamborghini Poison. Xiao Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked, what is the origin of this young master of yours? And what's the deal with your Chen family? Can you tell me about it? As for the Chen family, I'm not too sure, as we're just the collateral lineage. Chen Zhenxing is the direct lineage. As for how powerful it is, Chen Jingxi smiled and added, how with you? I only know that his third sister is the president of the Basha group, his eldest sister is the president of the Chun group, his fourth sister is the president of the World Transportation Group, and his fifth sister is currently studying abroad. Xiao Xian was stunned. Bashu Group? Isn't that the parent company of our entertainment company? No wonder he was able to get me to make a comeback with just one sentence. Chen Jingxi held Xiao Xian's arm and smiled sweetly. In short, I will definitely not let you cool off. With me here, you can rest assured that you will fight your career in the entertainment industry. Big Sister Chen's Group President, President of Three Sisters Basho Group, President of Four Sisters World Transportation Group. This is also just the tip of the iceberg for the Chen family. Back at school, Chen Yehao couldn't help but ask, Little Master Tai, one day if I ask for your help, will you help me? You son of a bitch mean Lousy is biased? Chen Zhenxing glared at him and said without a trace of anger, on your birthday, Lousy gave you a multi-million-dollar watch, and you're saying Lousy is biased? Chen Yehao busily waved his hands. No, I'm just casually asking. Help! Back at the dormitory, Gao Shua handed Chen Zhenxing a stack of orders. Recently there are too many orders. This is another 10,000 orders. Let's go directly to the OEM. Chen Zhenxing glanced at the order and said, notify the members of the Old Sun's Temple to gather at the stable. Got it. Back to work. Chen Yehao took out his cell phone and called Wu Hao. You and Lubo are limited to 10 minutes to get to the stable. Okay, we're on our way. Come to the feed store at the horse farm, where several large bags of herbs were piled up. Kosako said, you don't change your clothes for work, do you? Dressed so clean. I've got plenty more Hermes like that. Just wear them as work clothes, said Chen Zhenxing lifted 200 pounds of herbs in both hands and exited the warehouse. A few of the old Sunshine girls carried a variety of beverages to hand out to everyone. The girls are dying to be able to work every day, because every time they get $4 or $5 million, Not only do you not ask for money from your family anymore, but you can spend it with impunity. A girl wiped the dust on Chen Genqing's face with a wet paper towel. Rest a while, brother Jen. Let them do this bit of rough work. Another girl squeezed Chen Genqing's shoulders. Brother Jen, take me horseback riding. You haven't held me on a horseback ride in a long time. Me too. Chen Genqing also hadn't ridden a horse for a few days, so he agreed with his mouth full. The girls line up and are limited to 5 minutes each. They rode with Chen Genqing, enjoying his sturdy chest, which exuded a strong androgenic hormone that made them uncontrollably enamored. The boys crushed the herbs while treating them like kinopodium. Crush you. All day long you know how to attract bees and butterflies. My girlfriend is over there in line too. Piss me off. Man, as woeful as you look now, you were a sight to behold when you received your money to spend. To get by in life, you need a little green on your head. Every girl who got off her horse seemed to have a cold. Her legs trembled, her face was red, and her limbs were weak. The girls were over before Chen Genqing even started. This is how strong it is. After riding the horse for a while, it was Chen Genqing's turn to start boiling the medicine. The boys cheered and ran over to invite the girls to ride with them, but it was rejected by the girls. Honey, let's ride together. Forget it, you can't. The boy dropped his head in shame. It was a busy day, and by nightfall, the order was finally anointed and finished. More than 10,000 plasters were shipped in their entirety. Chen Genqing made $500 million this time. Chen Genqing left $100 million and transferred another $50 million to the public account of Laozi Temple, and the rest of the money was divided equally among the members of Laozi Temple. 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing. Chen Genqing told the members to pause collecting orders. He was going to splurge. The entire Laozi Temple departed for the Heaven and Earth pilgrimage in Shanghai. Over 100 sports cars sped through the streets, the one at the front being a customized Lamborghini Poison. 1 minute it's lined up in an S shape, the next minute it's lined up in a B shape. Very dejected. It drew pictures and gasps from passers-by. Come to the Heaven and Earth pilgrimage. A group of rich kids got out of the car and came to the front of the Lamborghini Poison, lining up in 2 rows. Chen Genqing dressed in a Hermes, wearing a $1 million watch, Richmond Mills, feet on a pair of calfskin handmade shoes, wearing tens of thousands of dollars worth of sunglasses, walked off the Lamborghini Poison. He straightened the solid gold cufflinks on his cuffs and looked around. Chen erected a panic and came to the door to greet Chen Genqing. Chen Genqing patted him on the shoulder. Spend it as 5 million tonight. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. The surrounding men and women took out their cell phones and took pictures of the sports car and the scene of Chen Genqing. Who is this guy? The cards are so big? The old Son's Highness of the Purple and Gold International School. Is that the Chen Genqing who blasted and hammered the other halls? Yeah, this guy's getting rich now. I heard he made his fortune selling plasters. Good boy. All of his minions are rich kids with faces in Shanghai. Yes, that girl cannot be. Her father is a Chinese Buffett known as the god of the stock market. Even to Chen Genqing as a little brother. The Sanqing Hall has even outwardly admitted that the Laozi Hall is the strongest. And looking at this formation, it is indeed very strong. Amidst a chorus of envy, Chen Genqing walked into the Heaven and Earth assemblies. He leaped, 10 meters apart, easily jumped to the DJ booth, his left arm around the beautiful DJ girl, his right hand picked up the microphone, and smiled evilly. The whole field consumes. The old man pays the bill. The whole room cheered. Chen Genqing once again leaped. In the air a flip 2.5 weeks followed by a turn 2.5 weeks, landing smoothly on the supreme card seat. This is diving's highest coefficient of difficulty maneuver. The room erupted in thunderous applause. My sister shouted, "Come on, babes, let's thank Laozi Temple," with eardrum-piercing screams. And thank Chen Genqing. The whole room screamed. Chen Genqing grinned and hemmed and hawed. The supreme card seat and the mega card seat were all filled with members of the Laozi Temple. Chen Genqing poured champagne and raised his glass with the other members from afar. Root, don't just eat. You came here to free your nature. Shake it up. The girl attached herself to Chen Genqing's ear and shouted. Chen Genqing carries a bottle of spades and blows into it while twisting his stiff body. It's not pretty at all, but that's what looks good to others. Having money covers all the flaws. Chen established himself next to Chen Genqing and called out, "Little uncle, come to my office. There's something I want to talk to you about." Chen Genqing put down the bottle of wine and followed Chen Teaching to the office. In Chen's office, Chen established a cup of tea for Chen Genqing and handed it over respectfully. "There is something that I would like to ask you, little uncle, to step in and resolve." "What is it?" "There's a Wan Long in Shanghai. His strength is equal to mine. Originally the two of us were well watered, but during this time this guy even spent money to hire a couple of war gods, and it's rumored that the cost wasn't low, tens of millions of dollars." Ever since Chen Genqing had dismantled many of the shrines and other organizations, some of the members had returned to live in seclusion. Chen Zhensheng nodded. You mean for me to settle those few warlords? I thought about spending money to hire a few war gods as well, but when I thought about having you, Uncle Junior, why would I need to spend that kind of money? Well, right. Let's leave this matter to Shadow Sister to resolve. Chen Zhensheng thought of a question. Isn't it true that by solving this Wan Long, you'll be one and the same? Yeah. In the Shanghai nightclub it's currently me and Wan Long who are tied. This kid has recently expanded his ambitions and wants to swallow me. Chen set up a turn of phrase, then laughed. As long as Shadow resolves those few god of war, you don't have to worry about the rest. Chen Zhensheng patted his shoulder. Do a good job. When the time comes to go back home I will mention you a few times in front of my old man's son. Chen erected a great joy, busy saying, thank you for the promotion of the younger uncle. I will definitely not let you down. Chen Zhensheng took out his cell phone and called Shadow Sister's cell phone, then hung up again. In 5 minutes, Shadow Girl pushed her way in. Chen erected a scornful stand. Miss Shadow, it's been a long time. Claws? Chen Zhensheng said. There is something I want you to do, aha, said Chen Zhensheng, letting Chen erect to talk to Shadow Meyer. Chen truly pulled out a photo and handed it to Shadow Girl with both hands. This person has a few war gods around him, so please just take care of those war gods around him. Shadow Girl glanced at it and said, give me the address. Shadow Mistress turned around and was about to leave. Wait, aha. Chen Zhensheng called out to her and asked, I've made a lot of money recently. Why don't I give you some? I have. This is for you. Chen Zhensheng took out an exquisite gift box from his pants pocket and handed it to Shadow Girl. I looked good, so I bought it for you. Shadow Mistress received the gift. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of joy, which was fleeting. Chen established himself as he looked at Shadow Sister's back as she left and lamented. This daughter of 100 beasts will only smile in front of you, right? Chen Zhensheng stood up and asked, is there anything else? Nope. Sorry for interrupting your fun, Uncle Junior. 10 more plates of fruit. Okay. A group of lousy temple members played at the Heaven and Earth Pilgrimage Society until 1 in the morning before leaving. A line of valets stood at the door waiting for them. Chen Zhensheng exhorted, go back and all rest early. Yes, Root. Chen Zhensheng returns to Zijin International School in his Lamborghini Poison. The beautiful nanny. Zhao Shuihong smiled. Did you have fun today? Ah, Ni. I'm sorry for making you work overtime. Zhao Shuihong said. It's fine. You pay me so much salary a month, and I do so little work. It's only right that I work overtime. Good job, and you'll get a raise later. Thanks, boss. Back in the dormitory, Zhao Shuihong thoughtfully brewed a cup of tea and placed it at Chen Zhensheng's bedside. Good night, boss. Good night. Woke up to cold rain. The cold wind has blown down the yellow leaves. Cold rain cools the temperature. The biting cold wipes out the depression. Stockings replaced fall pants. Chen Zhensheng stretched, shuffled, and ran naked into the cold rain. Even if knives were raining from the sky, he would run the entire 10 kilometers. Yang Saifei was lying on the balcony of the dormitory watching Chen Zhensheng who was running on the playground. Gradually she began to like this poor boy from a poor mountainous area, but not poor anymore. Yang Saifei changed into her sportswear and ran into the cold rain as well. Chen Zhensheng glanced at her and asked, Claws? Run with you, ya. Go back. Don't freeze and catch cold. Not afraid. Yang Caffeine laughed. It's just as well to run while reporting to you. Why didn't you go to the party yesterday? Last night, we had to live stream the band, and we negotiated a deal with an air conditioning manufacturer that gave us a very low quote. Chen Zhensheng asked, how much money did you make? After removing all the expenses, the platform's draw. It made $16 million. Yang Saifei lamented. The ability of these war god wives to bring in goods is really high, and last night with your live streaming number on, there were more than 100 million online views. Chen Zhensheng knew that this was watered down. After all, this Fire Voice platform was a product of a company under the Bashu Group. As long as Chen Zhensheng wanted to be on fire, there were millions of traffic for him at any time. Could have him dominating the Hot 100 for a year no problem. Not far away, when MS. Bai Yi saw the scene, a loss and a bit of jealousy surprisingly welled up inside her almost sized heart. It didn't take long for young Caffeine to run. Bai Yi shouted, you two stop running. Don't freeze and catch a cold. Come back quickly. Chen Zhensheng heard Bai Yi's call and grinned. Good morning, MS. Bai. Have you had breakfast yet? I'll treat you. Bai Yi said. Come along. I'll treat you both to a bowl of hot porridge to warm you up. Come to the cafeteria. The three men sat down to breakfast. White said. There will be a parent-teacher conference this Friday to give your parents a summary report on how you are doing in school. Chen Zhensheng panicked. His parents are not in Shanghai. Even if they can come over, Chen Zhensheng is not likely to let them come. The only one in Shanghai is his third sister. The Parents Association is a major event at Zijin International School. where 50% of the rich and famous in Shanghai come to the school. It's not just a parent-teacher conference. It's a meeting to make friends with each other. However, no one was more distressed than Chen Zhensheng. He didn't know who to ask to come to the parent-teacher conference. The third sister was a loud and clear figure in Shanghai, and once she came, she was completely exposed. On the side of the road, as worried Chen Zhensheng saw a sanitation worker next to a little girl to help him clean up. Chen Ring'an's livelihood was on the line as he walked over and asked, "Hello, my name is Chen Ringsheng. Can I make a deal with you?" Puzzled, the sanitation worker asked, "What is it? Is this your daughter?" "My granddaughter. A kid I picked up 6 years ago. Has a little problem." Chen Zhensheng looked down. The girl's eyes seem to have some problems. "Why don't you take her to the hospital for treatment?" The sanitation worker sighed. "Going to a big hospital for treatment costs too much for me to afford." Chen Zhensheng said, "Look at it this way. You do me a favor today and I'll give you 2 million. The sanitation worker immediately pushed his tricycle to leave. "Hey, why are you leaving? Are you lying to fools here? Give me $2 million. You're not going to take my life, are you?" Chen Zhensheng pointed to the school behind him. "I'm not going to lie to you. Our school is having a parent-teacher conference today, but my parents aren't here, so I can only beg you to help me." The sanitation worker, however, knew that this was an aristocratic school, and shook his head in fear. "I wouldn't dare. Besides, my temperament doesn't look like a rich man. I just fancy your address." Chen Zhensheng pointed to the little girl picking up trash next to him and said, "Don't you want to treat her eyes?" "Of course I want to, but I'm really afraid to give you a parent-teacher conference." Chen Zhensheng asked, "Do you have a bank card?" "Yes." "Why? Let's see." The sanitation worker pulled out a wallet from his inside pocket and handed Chen Zhensheng his bank card. Chen Zhensheng took out his cell phone and transferred 2 million to the sanitation worker's bank card. That's when an incoming message came to the sanitation worker's cell phone. "My God, you really gave it to me? Then there's still leave. And from today you can quit this job of yours and focus on healing your granddaughter." The sanitation worker said with old tears in his eyes, "There are still many good people. I thank you, little brother. Don't be polite. I'm not giving it to you for nothing. Just impersonate my dad for one parent-teacher conference." Chen Zhensheng helped the sanitation worker take off his jacket, a still neat and ordinary clothes. Embarrassed, the ringmaster asked, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself for asking me to impersonate your father? The more humiliating the better." Chen Zhensheng picked up the little girl and said, "Let's go inside and say that this little girl is the child of my big brother's family." The ringmaster gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and decided to walk into the Zijin International School. Chen Shujian, who greeted all the parents downstairs, was filled with shock when he saw this scene. Chen Zhensheng glared at him, his eyes imploring him to hurry over. Chen Shujian is still very penetrating. Immediately understood to welcome forward. Enthusiastically shook the hand of the sanitation worker. "Oops, your old man came. How not to give me a phone call? I can also go to pick you." The sanitation worker was nervous and didn't know what to do. Chen Shujian added, "My little uncle, your son is studying very well in school and is now a top student." The ringmaster understood instantly and smiled stiffly. "Must have taken you a lot of work." "Ha? No. At this time, Bai Yi saw Chen Gensheng's father and quickly stepped forward to welcome him. "Hello, I am Chen Gensheng's homeroom teacher, Ms. Bai." Chen Zhensheng said, "Dad, this Ms. Bai is very good to me. Without her help, I couldn't have gotten such high grades." "Thank you, Mr. White. My son is in your hands." "You're welcome. It's still early. Have a cup of tea in the house first." Bai Yi helped the sanitation worker to the office and poured him a cup of tea. The crowd of students looked dumbfounded. "That's Chen Gensheng's father. Ha, what a poor man. People aren't poor now. Alas, Root is very competitive and has given his father a good life." Chen Zhensheng asked Gao Shuo, who was on the side, to go to the dormitory and bring over some snacks for the little girl. The little girl asked, "When is my grandpa coming out?" "It will take a while. You can eat your snack here first." Chen Zhensheng lest the little girl would spill the beans, first blocking her mouth with food. "Big brother, this chocolate is delicious. Call uncle, and when you get back, uncle will send you a ton of snacks." The girl didn't go to kindergarten and had even less idea what a ton was. Yang Saifei came to the girl and squatted down in front of her, handing her a cup of hot milk tea. "Call auntie." "Hello auntie." Yang Saifei glanced at Chen Zhensheng triumphantly. Chen Zhensheng said, "Taking advantage of me? Ha, what a bargain you have." At that moment, Gao Shuo led a group of members of the lousy temple over. "Zhensheng, we all know about your family's situation, so we've discussed it, and each of us has taken out $20,000 as a small token of our appreciation." Students have been transferring money to Chen Zhensheng. The message beeps come and go. Chen Zhensheng lamented. "Still more good people. I thank you for my niece. Thank you these good people." Chen Zhenxing touched the girl's head. Quickly, thank your brothers and sisters. They are donating money to cure your eyes. The girl bowed and thanked everyone. Thank you brothers and sisters. This one bow touched more than a few students and teachers. With red eyes, they have transferred money to Chen Zhenxing. No less than 10,000. Thank you all, and may you live a long life. Chen Zhenxing took out his cell phone and took a look. This moment's time had collected more than $7 million. And at this time, Chen Zhenxing saw that the ringmaster was more and more at ease, chatting with the other parents and teachers. And the conversation was high-end. After all, these students had rich parents and talked about business terms. This ringmaster is skilled in these terms, even understanding them. A tycoon exclaimed, "Why do you look so familiar to me? Could it be that you are Kai Tianqi, who dominated the Shanghai beach in the 70s? The ringmaster was stunned, then laughed. "You're mistaken. I'm not Kai Tianqi. If I were Kai Tianqi, would I be that down and out? That's right. Kai Tianqi has been dead for how many years? Don't be so shocked." Whitey walks into the classroom. The parents quieted down. First of all, I would like to thank all the parents for taking time out of their busy schedules to come to the PTA meeting. Chen Zhenxing, who was standing outside the classroom, heard the conversation just now and looked down to ask the girl, "What's your grandfather's name?" "Wang Changhai. My name is Wang Yu. Thank you uncle for helping us. I will definitely repay you when I grow up." "No need to repay me. Just be good to your grandfather." At the parent-teacher conference of the second senior class, I emphatically praised Chen Zhenxing. Among these rich men as well as rich women, many of them knew Chen Zhenxing because they were all anointed by their own children with Chen Zhenxing's anointing. The teachers reported to the wealthy parents how their children were doing in school, and this parent-teacher conference came to an end. Chen Zhenxing, as if relieved, assisted the sanitation worker to leave the school. "Thank you so much." Chen Zhenxing transferred another sum of money into the sanitation worker's bank card. "The 7 million or so is the donation given by the students just now, in order to treat your granddaughter." The sanitation worker shook Chen Zhenxing's hand and said with emotion, "You are a kind child. I heard your teacher praise you. I know you are a motivated child. As a reward, I'll give you a gift." The sanitation worker came to the tricycle and took out a yellowed book in a homemade iron box and handed it to Chen Zhenxing. "What's this?" "This is my gold as well as other antiques, which I existed in a friend's house back then, and now I can't get any of it back." Chen Zhenxing was surprised. "Are you really the Kai Tianji they're talking about?" The ringmaster smiled and picked up his granddaughter. "Young man, you are a good man." After saying that, he rode away on his tricycle. Chen Zhenxing returned to school and saw that his classmates looked at him with even more kindness. Bai Yi looked at Chen Zhenxing with a smiling face. "Your father must be proud of you, and you must strive to get into a good university." "Well, thank you for the teacher's cultivation as well." Chen Zhenxing gave Chen Shujian a wink and went into his office. Chen Shujian poured Chen Zhenxing a cup of tea. "Where did little uncle find someone today?" "It's on the side of the road." Chen Zhenxing pulled out that ledger and handed it to Chen Shujian. "You give a look at these things to see if they're real?" Chen Shujian took over, carefully looked over. The expression on his face more and more shocked. "This ledger is not true. It's really not easy to say." Wang Shiji real a pair of handwriting, deposited in the Big Armor Grain and Oil Group chairman. "Jia Yi, this Jia Yi retired 3 years ago. This was given to me by that sanitation worker. Do you know Kai Tianji?" Chen Shujian was stunned. "Are you saying that old man is Kai Tianji?" "As far as I know, Kai Tianji fell ill after he went bankrupt and died after 2 years in the hospital, and his children divided up his $100 billion fortune." Chen Zhenxing said, "I suspect that the old man is Kai Tianxi. You see that there are handprints on the ledger. This should not be a fake." Chen Shujian was appalled. If Kai Tianji is really still alive, it would be a major event that would stir the nation. Chen Zhenxing asked with more interest, "Tell me how powerful he is?" In the 70s dominated the Shanghai beach, known as the King of Shanghai. As long as he coughs, Shanghai will catch a cold. In the 80s it was the 5th place on the global rich list. Rumor has it that when he was going to hit the number 1 spot, he was suddenly suppressed by a joint effort of the 4 major chambers of commerce around the world, and he went bankrupt overnight. Chen Zhenxing secretly admired him, but also wondered, he's so rich, how could he have gone bankrupt overnight, supposedly destroying the balance of the world's wealth? Rumor has it that he was vacationing in South Africa that year, and oh yes, he was the king of the soil that term, and with his keen mind he discovered a large oil field that will surely make him the richest man in the world once it's exploited. Chen Shujian are talking about their own blood boiling, took a sip of tea, continued to speak. This news quickly spread. Of course, some people coveted, and even some countries have intervened. Kai Tianji hard-tempered, simply ignore these people, insisted on mining, and finally, these forces united, will be his huge family disintegrated away overnight. Chen Zhenxing sighed after hearing this and asked, Did the Bashu Chamber of Commerce get involved? No. Our family's oil fields are more than busy. Why bother to get together? But your grandfather at that time were slightly out of the way to help Kai Tianji. All those forces did not drive to the end of the world. Just annexed Kai Tianji outside of China's funds and businesses. Chen Zhenqing rubbed his hands together excitedly. So, everything on this ledger is true? There's a good chance it's true. And as far as what's on this ledger is concerned, it's worth no less than $10 billion in total. Chen Zhenqing said resolutely. I must ask for it for him. Chen Shujian said. Our family doesn't lack this amount of money. I suggest that you still learn more about business with him. And when you shine, you will be able to show everyone in the family. You're right, but you can't just not have these things. They're at least an allowance. Chen Zhensheng left the principal's office and returned to his dormitory. He decided to go to this Jia Yi first to ask for the real Wang Shiji. Nejison, you're now a key target of the school, so I guess you'll have to stop your anointing for a while. Gao Shuo was a bit unfulfilled, as he had made $10 million in the last half a month. More than his mom had ever made. Just stop. I'm not short of money these days. Chen Zhenqing brewing a big thing to do. He used his cell phone to take pictures of every page of the ledger and sent it to the second sister of the hacker, so that the second sister can investigate the detailed address of these people. Gosaku asked, so when are you going to take orders? A lot of students have been asking me lately. No answer for now. Until I get busy. Chen Zhenqing has little interest in money that is too easy to earn. In his eyes it doesn't matter how much money is involved. The key is to be able to learn from it. It didn't take long for the second sister to send the details of these people's addresses. Chen Zhenqing changed into a brand new customized English-style striped suit, all hand-cut and made. Every button was very elaborate. A light brown vest, made of 500 materials, was paired with a pair of handmade calfskin leather shoes for a gentlemanly look. The slim-fit clothing further emphasized Chen Zhenqing's upright body. Zhao Shuihong picked a pattern tie to help Chen Zhenqing tie a good knot, and said, need to spray some Chanel Azure men's perfume. More add a kind of intangible charm. Sit down first. I recently learned some knowledge of taking care of hairstyles, to help you take care of a greasy head. Under Zhao Shuihong's care, Chen Zhenqing's diamond-cornered silhouette became even more handsome and masculine. Zhao Shuihong was short of breath even looking at it and exclaimed, young master, you are simply a walking bottle of Indian divine oil. Chen Zhenqing was embarrassed by the compliment and laughed. Then am I ready to go? Of course. It's sure to charm thousands of girls. Jensen Chan sped off in his Lamborghini Poison, a villa area located on the lake. Such a high-grade sports car at the door. The security guard did not dare to stop, directly opened the door to let in. Arriving at the villa where Jia Yi lived, he rang the doorbell. The door was opened by a babysitter. May I ask who you are looking for? Is Jia Yi home? One moment, please. The nanny went back to the villa and asked again before opening the door for Chen Zhenqing. Upstairs, to Jia Yi's study. This old man is waving his ink. Jia Yi enjoys the cozy life of retirement. And if the nanny hadn't told him that it was a young man in a sports car looking for him, he wouldn't have even met Chen Zhenqing. Who are you, young man? Chen Zhenqing placed the ledger on his desk. Kai Tanchi deposited a pair of Wang Shiji's authentic paintings with you back then, and now I want them back. Jia Yi was stunned and looked startled. Kai Tianji? How did you get this ledger? He gave it to me. He's alive? Chen Zhenqing felt that since Kai Tianji chose to be a sanitation worker, he didn't want people to know that he was still alive. No. What was given to me before, I'm responsible for taking back. Jia Yi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. Young man, you casually found a ledger from somewhere and came to ask me for an authentic Wang Shiji handwriting that was created out of nothing? Is this appropriate? It's not appropriate. Chen Zhenqing asked. Are you trying to renege on your debt? Jia Yi called over to the nanny. Send the guests away. Chen Zhenqing opened his cell phone and showed Jia Yi a picture. You hooked up with your nanny. This nanny is just over 40 years old and has a husband and children at home. You two are living your life in this villa. Is this appropriate? It's not appropriate. Jia Yi and the babysitter were shocked when they saw the picture on the cell phone. You? How did you get a picture of the two of us? Chen Zhenqing sat down and crossed his legs. It doesn't matter how I got it. The key, Mr. Jia, is that you also have a wife, and your wife is still a university professor. Jia Yi panicked. Young man, Kai Tanchi did deposit a pair of Wang Shiji's true masterpieces with me, and they are not with me now. Chen Zhenqing narrowed his eyes and sneered. You even took it out to admire it last night. Ha? This, who the hell are you? How could you know so clearly? Jia Yi looked at Chen Zhenqing with a terrified expression. Kai Tianchi is just hosted in your place. It's not like it's given to you. You should return it. Chen Zhenqing reached out and said, bring it. If you don't want to give it to me, then your wife will know about you and the nanny. The nanny urged. Give it to him, old Jia. Jia Yi is very reluctant to give up that a pair of Wang Shiji's real handwriting, Take out to auction is also worth several hundred million. Young man, can you give me a moment? How long? 10 minutes. Chen Zhensheng promised. Jia Yi exited the study and came to the restroom to immediately call his sons to bring someone over. However, Jia Yi waited and waited but did not see his sons come. Chen Zhensheng knocked on the restroom door. Mr. Jia, are you waiting for your son to come? There's no need to wait. I guess they should be at the hospital at this moment. Jia Yi opened the restroom door and asked with a face full of consternation. How do you know? Let me tell you, my son is not to be messed with. Especially my godson. Wang Long, you know, right? He is the big brother in the Shanghai Beach Road. Wang Long? This name sounds familiar. Chen Zhensheng thought for a while. His mind remembered that Chen Jia had talked to him about this Wang Long. Oh, I know. It's useless even if he comes. So don't bother. Hurry up and take out that pair of Wang Shiji's true masterpieces. Jia sat down and suddenly played foul. I'm all set to die. Feel free to ruin my reputation. If you have the guts, you can send the photos to my wife right now. When Chen Zhensheng pulled out his cell phone and was about to send it, the nanny tugged at Chen Zhensheng. Little brother. He doesn't want face. I still want face. The nanny handed Chen Zhensheng an exquisite rectangular box. This is the one true painting. Chen Zhensheng opened it and then compared it with the photo on the account book. And it was indeed that one. Jia Yi angrily yanked on the nanny. You stinking bitch even betrayed me. Chen Zhensheng pointed at him. Spread your hands. If you dare to touch her a bit, I'll make you unable to take care of yourself. Chen Zhensheng drove away in his Lamborghini Poison. Inside the ward of a tertiary hospital in Shanghai, Chen Zhensheng found Kai Tianji. Kai Tianji was surprised. Zhensheng, how did you find me? Finding someone is still very simple. Chen Zhensheng looked toward Wang Yu who was recovering on the hospital bed. How is little Yu? The surgery was a success. And the doctor said another month in the hospital, and the gauze will come off. Chen Zhensheng handed Wang Shiji's real handwriting to Kai Tianji. Do you see this as your pair of characters? Kai Tianji opened it and immediately burst into tears. That's right. That's right. That's the one. How did you get it? Zhensheng? It's not worth mentioning. It's yours. Kai Tianji gave the character to Chen Zhensheng. Since I gave it to you, I won't ask for it again. Chen Zhensheng laughed. A gentleman does not take away a person's favor. You must like it very much. Besides, I'm not short of money, and now things are returned to their rightful owners. Zhensheng, I'm living a good life now, and you've given us so much money as a couple, enough for us to eat and drink for the rest of our lives. Kai Tianji said with a solemn expression. You must accept this piece of writing, and my identity is only known to you, so I hope that no second person will know about it. I'll take it then. And one more thing, I'd like to learn the ways of business from you. Ha ha ha. Well, I am more than happy to teach you. Sit down and talk. At that moment, several men entered the ward carrying tea sets and tables. Set the table and cook the tea set. Chen Zhensheng pulled out a packet of tea. Kai Tianji was surprised. Extreme Great Red Robe? I'm afraid that not many people can afford to drink this. And back then it was also given by Old Monster Chen for half a caddy. Old Monster Chen is Chen Gensheng's grandfather. Chen Zhensheng began to make tea. Kai Tianji for the way of business that has its own unique understanding. Although now is a sanitation worker, he did not fall on the Chinese business world attention. Zhensheng, I see that you're quite capable, and you're not short of money, so I'll skip the rest and just give you a direct lecture on how to take a company public within 3 years. Chen Zhensheng handed Kai Tianji a cup of tea. Good. Just listen to this. Kai Tianji spoke of the way of doing business that is quite handy. A variety of risk analysis and operation. The market all give Chen Zhensheng speak plainly. Before I knew it, it was nightfall. Chen Zhensheng also got up to say goodbye. It's getting late. It's really troublesome for you today. I won't disturb you here. It's okay, and I haven't spoken so freely in a while. Can I still come tomorrow after school? You're always welcome. After bidding farewell to Kai Tianji, Chen Zhensheng drove his Lamborghini back to the school. While eating in the cafeteria, Gao Shuo and Chen Yehao came to Chen Zhensheng, looking terrified. Claus, are you out there causing trouble? Chen Zhensheng asked again. Claus? Chen Yehao said. Wang Long wants to fix you. Oh, I know. Nothing. Gao Shuo said. That's right. We're just following the blind worry. You're not even afraid of the god of war. You're still afraid of a Wang Long. Chen Yehao continued. Recently, all the members of Laozi Temple want to resume work. What should we do? These rich kids usually spend a lot of money. Some like to collect hand-me-downs. Some like to collect sneakers. Some like to collect watches. Now that I can make money, I'm buying all the limited editions that I wouldn't normally be able to afford. You can't sleep any day without spending $100,000 or so. So, with the money pretty much spent, you want to get started. Chen Zhensheng also didn't have time to start work. He had to go and claim the things that Kai Tianji had deposited with other people. and he also had to learn the way of doing business from Kai Tianji. All in all, it was very busy. Chen Zhensheng said, "Let everyone study at ease. Always thinking about making money cannot. We are the age of learning." Gosako sighed. "That's easy for you to say. Now that everyone's desires have been aroused by you, it's going to be hard to take them back." Chen Zhensheng gave Gao Shuo a blank look. "Blame me? I shouldn't have let you guys have money. Tell them that I'll bring them money when I'm busy." After dinner, Chen Zhensheng returned to the dormitory and began to take notes, memorizing all the key points that Kai Tianji had said today. Takasaku came over and asked, "What are you writing?" "The way of business. You're learning quite a bit of variety, aren't you? What do you know about hammers? You have to learn a little bit of everything. Life is exciting." Gao Shuo pulled Chen Gensheng's hand and pouted. "Brother Root, just boil another pot of ointment. I desperately need money." "Haven't you made a lot of money in the meantime?" "Paid off the mortgage. Got my mom another car, white Maserati, same model as the one you gave to Mr. White. My uncle wanted to buy a house. I gave him some." Gao Shua's family is not rich in Shanghai, barely paying a down payment on a house, and his mother belongs to the white-collar workers. "It was only when I met Chen Zhensheng that I changed my fate, and my 7 aunts and 8 uncles all took care of me. His uncle bought a house and his cousin got married, all of which were borrowed from him. It didn't take long to spend the tens of millions he made." Chen Zhensheng wrote a note to him. "Don't say that I don't take care of you. You take the members of Laozi's temple, go to this address, and look for Wang Haiyang. He owes me a Yuanqing vase. If you guys ask for it, I'll give you $50 million. Gosaku took the note with a trembling hand. "Really? You're not going to lie to me? When have I ever lied to anyone? Do you want it? To be, melon batch not to be." Gao Shua immediately posted the good news on the Laozi Temple microblogging group, and those who were willing to do so signed up. Takasaku asked, "What if it hits us?" "No matter. How dare they beat up the students? Not to mention there will be people secretly protecting you," Takasaku said excitedly. "It's that godforsaken pink lady, right? Well, by all means go ahead." This annoyance has allowed Chen Zhensheng to save a lot of energy, which is currently to bring up business and study. Sophomore class. Bai Yi smiled. "In order to respond to the call of the city's education bureau, our school will also receive 5 students from remote areas for free, and our class is divided into 1. The students were not in the best of moods. Recently a national program was launched to alleviate poverty in education, and there is a shortage of resources for teachers, so the children in remote areas are transferred to urban schools. All schools in counties, cities, and municipalities nationwide, whether private or public, must accept a minimum of 5 needy students, especially in public schools. It can't be less than 20. Purple and Gold International School also made an exception and accepted 5. Chen Zhensheng was interested. "Teacher, which place? Is it my hometown?" "No, old folks or not. You're not allowed to bully them. Don't irritate them with your words. Do you hear me? Here." At that moment, a girl with a small, frozen face entered the 2nd class of senior high school carrying a brand new school bag. The girl's eyes were very bright and soulful, with a touch of shyness. Her hair was disheveled and she was surprisingly wearing sandals on her feet. Bai Yi complained heartily. "Classmate, who was responsible for sending you here? Only a school bag and not a pair of shoes. Really?" The girl lowered her head in self-abasement and curled her toes. Bai Yi was busy explaining. "Teacher isn't talking about you. I'm saying that those people are irresponsible. So introduce yourself to everyone." My name is Yang Beibei. I'm, this year 16 years old. From Qian province." Whitey leads the applause. Knowing that Chen Zhensheng has a lot of influence in the school now, and being a fellow poor student, Bai Yi gives Yang Beibei to Chen Zhensheng. "Zhensheng, you are a good student and caring. From now on, Yang Beibei will be tutored by you. Is there any problem?" Chen Zhensheng grinned. "No problem." Bai Yi arranged a seat for Yang Beibei and continued the lesson. Yang Beibei pulled out her textbook, but she looked embarrassed because the material was different from what she had learned. Zijin International School uses world-class textbooks, which are very different from those used in domestic high schools. Seeing this, Bai Yi relieved. "It's okay if you don't understand. When school is over, the teacher will tutor you." After school, Gosako set off at the head of 40 or so students. "You can make $50 million on this job. Why not?" Chen Zhensheng transferred $50,000 to Bai Yi. Puzzled, Whitey asked, "What's the point of transferring money to me? This is what I'm sponsoring for the 5 of them. It's a small token of appreciation. So please ask the teacher to go and take them to buy some clothes and shoes." Whitey smiled gratefully. "Have a heart." Yang Beibei was also very understanding and bowed to thank Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng drives Lamborghini Poison to the hospital to continue to ask Kai Tianji for advice on business. Bai Yi said to Yang Beibei, "That student, like you, is a child from a poor mountainous area, and was clueless when he first came here, but now he's a top student who's number 1 in the whole grade. Yang Beibei said enviously, big brother is also very nice. And then, the principal, Chen Shu-jian, took some money and gave it to Bai Yi. These were the donations from the teachers to give the 5 poor students living expenses. White Yi took 5 poor students to buy clothes and some necessities. In the evening, Chen Zhenqing drove back and Gao Shua called him and said he didn't ask for it back. In the dormitory, Gao Shua looked frustrated. We're students after all. We can't be intimidated by them. No way out. Chen Zhenqing transmitted some information to Gao Shua. Continue to ask for it tomorrow. This is the evidence of their company's tax evasion, as well as the photos of his illegitimate child. You guys also need to learn to scare T. Seeing this, Gasuo said grudgingly, why don't you take these out earlier if you have them, causing us to be scared half to death. Eat in the cafeteria. My treat to weigh you down. The 2 of them had just arrived at the entrance to the cafeteria when they saw the 5 poor students standing in front of the cafeteria. Chen Zhenqing asked, in this claw? Why don't you go in? They shook their heads and said nothing. Let's go Thaya. I'll treat you to Sichuan food. It tastes great. Yang Beibei looked up at Chen Zhenqing and said, someone won't let us eat in the cafeteria. Chen Zhenqing's face sank. Which one? You guys come in and point it out to me. Inside the cafeteria, the 5 poor students looked like children who had done something wrong, and they didn't dare to point out who had prevented them from eating in the cafeteria. Chen Zhenqing empathized with the anger as he had been treated like this when he came to school. I don't care which one bullied them. I'm here to say to all of you that the 5 of them are members of Lao Zi's temple, and anyone who bullies them is offending me. Chen Zhenqing. A statement that made all the students in the cafeteria not dare to retort. At this time, a senior student who came out at the elevator entrance looked at Chen Zhenqing with an indifferent attitude. Chen Zhenqing, why do you like to be in the limelight so much? I'm the one who didn't let them come to eat in the cafeteria. This person is considered to be the man of the hour in senior high school, and has also been looking down on Chen Zhenqing's Lao Zi temple. To him, the so-called Lao Zi temple is a crooked wind and evil spirit. He's the ego that thinks he's a rigid man. Chen Zhenqing narrowed his eyes and snapped. Leong, what right do you have to keep them from eating in the cafeteria? This school is run by your family? Lu Yang said righteously, we are an aristocratic school, an international school. If we all enroll you poor students, it would be unfair to us. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars per semester to attend classes. You haven't contributed a dime. You have to enjoy the same education as us. On what grounds? The words froze Chen Zhenqing. A group of Lian's advocates have rallied in solidarity with him. Good point. We just don't want to eat with them. Why? Chen Zhenqing, we know we can't beat you, but if you just beat us to death today, we still won't change our minds. Yang Saifei stood out and angrily rebuked them. This is a regulation of the Education Bureau, which is enforced nationwide. Why don't you have any love at all? Lu Yang laughed disdainfully. Yang Kai-fei, your change during this period of time has surprised me. The former haughty Yang Kai-fei is no longer there, and has also become Chen Zhenqing's licking dog. That's just it. Ridiculous. Rich white girl working as a lickspittle for a poor student. Their words were getting harsh. Chen Zhenqing said, don't you guys just think it's unfair? There's no need for personal attacks here. I paid the tuition fees for the 5 of them for them. Now they are paying to go to school just like you. Whoever dares to bully them again, I will not spare him. That gagged them. Chen Zhenqing helped pay tuition, and they would be the same, except that they still despise these 5 students from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Zhenqing turned to them and said, in the future, you will eat at the Sichuan restaurant on the 3rd floor. Let's go. I'll treat you today. Chen Zhenqing led a group of people to rub shoulders with Lu Yang. Although Lu Yang was furious, he didn't dare to move a single finger of Chen Zhenqing. They took the elevator to reach the 3rd floor. Lu Yang said angrily, it's simply too arrogant, and I'm getting disappointed with Zijin International School. Can you come to school just because you have money? Chen Yehao was the most vocal. He smiled. That's right. Zhenguang Education Group isn't a charity organization, and we won't mess with money. Zijin International School's faculty is among the best in the country, and even if Leong is disappointed, he is not willing to leave Zijin International School. Some classmates persuaded him. Bear with it again. The next year will be the college entrance examination. The university to leave Zijin International School. Out of sight, out of mind. Sichuan restaurant on the 3rd floor. Chen Zhenqing ordered more than 30 dishes to entertain the 5 poor students. This dish is not for you to see. It's for you to eat. Eat, Gao Shua said. From now on, you'll be members of Lao Zi's temple, and no one will dare to bully you at school. Yang Beibei's appearance has changed a lot. Changed into new clothes, took a hot bath, and trimmed hair, so dressed up. And Yang Saifei's posture is not comparable to that of Yang Saifei. Yang Bebe reddened her eyes and said gratefully, "It's a blessing for us to meet a good person like you. It doesn't exist. We went to school together. And besides, I'm from the ravine, just a few months ahead of you. 3 men and 2 women." It was the first time they had eaten such a sumptuous meal and bought such expensive clothes. A boy said, "Why don't you be our brother? Just call me Brother Root. You guys just study hard at school and don't worry about anything else." "Okay, Root, we'll definitely study hard. These poor students are really poor," while Chen Zhensheng's poverty is only required by his family. After dinner, Chen Zhensheng told the 5 of them to go back to the dormitory to rest, and he alone went for a walk on the playground. Yang Bebe didn't go back to the dormitory and quietly followed behind Chen Zhensheng. No one has ever been willing to help her so selflessly since she was a child. And Yang Bebe, who lives in a single-parent family, develops a fondness for Chen Zheneng. It made her feel safe around Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng turned around and saw Yang Bebe and asked, "Something wrong?" "It's okay. I'm coming for a walk too. Walking is good. More exercise after dinner." Yang Bebe laughed and asked, "For a boy as handsome as you, there must be a lot of girls at school who like you, right?" "I don't know, but they kind of like riding with me for a while." Before the words could be spoken, Princess Yang Kai came. All women. Yang Saifei's first feeling was that Yang Bebe wanted to pursue Chen Zhensheng. This was something that made Yang Caffeine feel a sense of crisis. And Yang Caffeine actually still disliked Yang Bebe in her heart. Yang Saifei asked, "Why can't I find you lately? Claws? To report back to you about Netflix." These were all excuses for Yang Saifei to want to spend more time with Chen Zhensheng. "That Netflix company, you see to it." A small Netflix company was no longer subject to Chen Zhensheng's attention. Recently, he had learned a lot about business from Kai Tianji, and he was now ambitious to work on a big company. However, Yang Saifei kept talking to Chen Zhensheng nonstop and soon left Yang Bebe out to dry. Yang Bebe had the sense to leave silently. Yang Saifei smiled triumphantly and quickly chased after her. Chen Zhensheng froze. Just now both girls were still talking to him. How did they all disappear at once? In the girls' dormitory, Yang Saifei called out Yang Bebe. Yang Bebe was too scared to look directly into Princess Yang Kai's eyes. "As a woman, I know your little mind. Chen Zhensheng is indeed very popular with girls. It's just that his emotional quotient isn't online. But I'm going to advise you. If you don't want to be the enemy of all the girls in the school, you need to stop at the right moment and don't get so close to Chen Zhensheng." Yang Bebe panicked and explained, "I didn't. I just treat him as my brother. And in my heart, I don't dare to hope that he will like me. And I also know that I don't deserve him. Just so you know, he's helping the 5 of you because he was once a poor student too. He doesn't mean anything else." Yang Bebe said, "I know. I will keep my distance from him in the future." Yang Caffeine smiled. "Go back. Get a chance to study at the Zijin International School. Make good use of it." The next day during class, Chen Zhensheng carried 5 Apple cell phones and handed them to Yang Bebe. "Distribute them, 1 each." Yang Bebe refused. "You've already helped us so much. We can't accept your help anymore. It's a small thing. I've bought a lot of these cell phones and put them away." Yang Bebe also wanted to get closer to Chen Zhensheng, even if it meant recognizing Chen Zhensheng as her brother. But last night's warning from Princess Yang Kai still lingered in her mind, and she was too inferior to compete with the other girls for Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng placed the 5 cell phones on her desk without saying a word and returned to his seat. At once, there were a few girls in the class who were hostile to Yang Bebe. White E walked into the classroom with a smile on her face. "Students, today the principal gave all the teachers a task to respond to the call of the Education Bureau. Educational poverty alleviation is still in progress. I will first show you a short video." E. White used her cell phone to connect to the touchscreen chalkboard and played a video on the board. The video shows children from poor areas, dressed in rags, not going to school at an early age to work at home in the farm and take care of their younger siblings, with their parents either working outside the home or dying young. All in all, it was very tear-jerking. Turning off the video, Bai E said, "The moment to show your love has arrived. The teacher does not ask you to donate money. Take the clothes you usually do not wear. Toys, books can be brought over. If not, appropriate can also donate some money. How much does not matter." Chen Zhensheng thought of the fact that he still had a large pile of unopened couriers, and that the principal had specially set aside a dormitory for him to put the miscellaneous things he had purchased from the internet. "Teacher, I donated all my stuff." Chen Zhensheng was the first to lead the way in donating something. With the help of his classmates and teachers, Chen Zhensheng bought several tons of stuff online, all loaded on the truck. There was no shortage of luxury items. Hand-me-downs, snacks, clothes, shoes, and mountain bikes bought and not ridden once. Chen Zhensheng will buy the Apple cell phone. Have not even been unsealed. A brain all donated. A few tons of stuff all adding up to a value of $4 or $5 million. Chen Zhensheng felt relaxed. This how much easier. I was worried about how to deal with these things. By equipped, these things are of little value to you, but they are treasures to the children in the poor mountainous areas. And I thank you on behalf of the children. Hey, teacher, when are you going to donate? I want to give some more gifts. Send it in 5 days. Chen Zhensheng felt that there was still time. When school was over, Chen Zhensheng gathered some members of the Laozi Temple and donated $100,000 each. Yi Hao, you take 10 people to the south. Kai Fei, you take 10 people to the north. And I'll take some people to the east, and buy all the snacks in all the nearby supermarkets and malls completely empty. Yes, depart. The 3 teams, in force, headed for a nearby supermarket. Chen Zhensheng went to a nearby snack specialty store. Boss, can I buy more for home delivery? How much do you want? I'll take all the snacks you have in this store. The boss was surprised. You're not lying to me, are you? These are more than $100,000 worth of goods. All of it. Chen Zhensheng directly swept the code to transfer the money. The boss rejoiced. Okay, where to? Purple and Gold International School. Chen Zhensheng left one of his classmates here to help the boss, and then led a group of students to a large supermarket. Again directly to the owner. I'll take all the snacks. About how much? There's over $700,000 worth of these snacks. Chen Zhensheng did not say a word more and transferred the money. The owner arranges for his employees to drive a van to the Zijin International School. In a little over 3 hours, Her Highness spent over $5 million, all of which was spent on clothes, toys, and snacks. 20 tons were piled up on the playground at Ziggy's International School. This is the strength of the Temple of Lao Tzu. This is a move that the principal is sure to make a big splash to give the school a good image for a change. A number of media outlets entered Zijin International School for filming and interviews. Piles of snacks on the playground hit the eye. The principal also did not forget to mention the Laozi Temple. This is a spontaneous gift from our school's student union. The Laozi Temple. For the children in the poor mountainous areas, our school's Laozi Temple is different from those organizations in society such as the War God's Temple, the Heavenly God's Temple and so on, who are fighting and killing people. And this is a charitable organization of ours. Not forgetting the sarcasm, either. The reporter found Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng shyly hiding behind by embarrassed to accept the interview. Mr. White, speak for me. Chen Zhensheng sneaked back to the dormitory. Chen Zhensheng had just arrived at the dormitory, and his butt hadn't even warmed up yet when Gao Shua and a few classmates entered the dormitory holding a large box. Gosako said excitedly, "It's coming over. Yuan Qinghua." Chen Zhensheng took out the picture in the account book and compared it, confirming that there is no error. Surprisingly, to come over. It's still those proofs you gave us that are so powerful. That guy's attitude was immediately different when he saw those. Chen Zhensheng took out his cell phone and transferred money to them instantly. 50 million. This money will be divided among whoever goes. Chen Zhensheng glanced at the balance. There was still more than 10 million left, which was enough for him to spend for a while. A classmate asked again. Root, is there any more? We'll even ask for it for you. No more. It's not that Chen Zhensheng doesn't have it, but he doesn't have enough money. The ones left in the ledger. He left it to Shadow's sister to ask for. Gasuo and the others were given $50 million and went to share the money beautifully. Chen Zhensheng began to bore himself with a few books on business that Kai Tianji had introduced to him. Knock knock. A knock on the door. Enter. Zhao Shuihong came in carrying a thermos box. Boss, a girl asked me to give you this. What? Porridge. Zhao Shuihong opened the thermos box, which was boiled porridge. Chen Zhensheng asked suspiciously, which one gave it to me? She said her name was Bibi Young. Oh. Zhao Shuihong laughed. This girl likes you. Chen Zhensheng was stunned. How is it possible? Why do you like me? Why do you like me? Well, you're handsome and caring and capable and fit the bill for most girls. Chen Zhensheng asked directly. Then do you like me? Zhao Shuihong was stunned and blushed. A little. What the hell? You don't like me. Chen Zhensheng thought that Zhao Shuihong had studied finance. Then the company must also have an understanding of the company. So he asked, what do you think is the most suitable company to open now? Zhao Shuihong blurted out, the entity industry is not possible. To open the internet company? Involving a wide range of aspects. If you want to open a company, I suggest that you first do a few years of investment, and then open a company with experience is not too late. Investing is okay, but it doesn't show what I can do. Chen Zhensheng wants to brew up a big movement, the kind that can make waves in the family. Chen Zhensheng doesn't want to be Ado. He has to try to prove it himself. Even though he was a full-fledged orthodox, he wanted to compete. Chen Zhensheng even consulted Kai Tianji for this matter. And when he told Kai Tianji that he was the grandson of Chen Laogai, Kai Tianji stood and turned his back. Kai Tianji carefully sized up Chen Zhensheng. I said, why do you look so familiar? And have been thinking about who you really look like. Chen Zhenxing smiled sarcastically. So you should understand why I want to do a big business, right? Old Monster Chen has been kind to me, and since you're his grandson, I'll show you a clear path. Chen Zhenxing asked excitedly. What bright road? With your family's wealth, you won't be able to impress anyone even if you do a big business. After all, you have an inherent advantage, and the family will feel that you started your business by relying on the family's strength. Chen Zhenxing nodded vigorously, indicating that he agreed with Kai Tianji's words. Kai Tianji said, you should start from scratch and do it in a unique way so that you can show your strength. A word to the wise. Chen Zhenxing had a good idea in his head. I know what to do. Thanks for reminding me. Chen Zhenxing bid farewell to Kai Tianji to return to Zijin International School. He's going to start from scratch and he's going to want others to see what he's made of. Live streaming entrepreneurship. The first thing is to spend all the money left on your bank card. Not a dime. Chen Zhenxing reapplied for a live streaming number and took a video first. Starting today, I'm going to live stream my business and start from scratch. Shoot this video and post it up. Chen Zhenxing transferred the remaining $10 million in his card to buy to donate. Now Chen Zhenxing really doesn't have a dime to his name. Gao Shuo broke down. Root, are you going to die? You have 0 business ventures. What about us brothers? Chen Zhenxing said, go to school. Study hard. Now you are not the age to make money. What about you? Why do you want to start a business? I'm not like you guys. Chen Zhenxing suddenly smiled and asked, I don't have a dime now. I have to think of a way to earn money for tonight's meal. Takasaku asked, how do you want to earn it? Chen Zhenxing handed him his cell phone. I'll help you wash all the clothes, and you'll pay me $100 in wages. What do you say? Kosaku said, how nice for me to go to the dry cleaners. They can even iron it for me. Chen Zhenxing said, the dry cleaners don't wash as clean as I do, purely by hand. Chen Zhenxing washed his clothes with a scrub board. Hands flew so fast that good jeans were washed into beggar's pants. It was finally done in over an hour, and it was stronger than even the washing machine agitation. Hanging them up to dry, each piece of clothing had varying degrees of rotten mouths. Gao Shuo transferred 100 yuan to Chen Zhenxing and cried without tears, my clothes? I can't have all of them. When he earns $100, Chen Zhenxing goes to the cafeteria. Zhao Shuweihong was just about to give him a meal. Boss, why did you come to eat by yourself? Starting today, I'm going to start a business from scratch. You don't have to feed me from now on. Just help me make videos and edit them. Although Zhao Shuweihong didn't know which plate Chen Zhenxing was making, she had to cooperate. $100 wasn't even enough for him to eat, and he was barely half full. He found the person in charge of the cafeteria and asked with a smile, how much can you pay me for washing dishes, cleaning the cafeteria, pouring slop? In short, all the work here? The man in charge was stumped by the sudden words. You want to work? Right. How much can you pay? I'll give you 500 if you do all the work here by yourself. Gotta have it. And then, Zhao Shuweihong turned on the live broadcast, and there were only a few dozen people watching his live broadcast. Chen Zhenxing is a quick worker and has a lot of strength. Wash dishes and scrub dishes, mop the floor and take out the trash, all in 2 hours. The large first floor cafeteria was cleaned. And then, Chen Zhenxing went to work on the second floor to earn money. The students looked dumbfounded. What is Chen Zhenxing up to again? Working for money? He was the richest man the other day, spending tens of millions of dollars a day. Why do I think there's more or less something wrong with this guy? One person on Chen Zhenxing's side contracted the entire cafeteria, just with superb stamina. It's all done. Make your first bucket of money. 3,000 bucks. Chen Zhenxing looked at the hard-earned money and smiled with relief. Back at the dorm, he had to plan out how he could double that $3,000. Zhao Shuweihong shot the video while advising. With $3,000, there's a limit to what you can do, especially if you're still in Shanghai. Kosaku said, set up a stall, wholesale some small goods. Chen Zhenxing said, the return of capital is too slow. Besides, our school is a very good market. Why do I have to go outside the stall it? Chen Zhenxing decided to use the $3,000 to buy a shoe embroidery scarf. It's a Sichuan specialty. That's $3,000, barely enough to purchase a shoe embroidered scarf for rich wives. Chen Zhenxing took out his cell phone and made a call to the village. Dog boy, are you in the old country? In, Claus? Help me buy a shoe embroidery scarf. To be about $3,000 Lu, I will transfer the money to you. The two of us don't exist, so I'll just buy it for you. And I don't want the money. It shall not be done. The old man must be charged for starting a business. What's wrong with you, asshole? Okay? Hanging up the phone, Chen Zhenxing counted on his fingers. Gosaku asked, you're buying a scarf for $3,000. Ha? Well, I'm going to sell this scarf for $10,000. Gosaku bristled. We're rich. But we're not stupid. You'll see when the delivery comes. Zhao Shuihong shot the video and said, I'll go back at night and edit it, so I'll post it tomorrow. I'll have to work hard, go home early and rest. The delivery arrived the following day. It was a silk scarf embroidered with phoenix and auspicious clouds, as thin as a cicada and beautiful. Chen Zhenqing also deliberately opened it in front of the class. The female students were instantly wowed. Wow! Chen Zhenqing, where did you buy this silk scarf? It's so pretty. I had a friend mail it from back home. In silk. Are there any more? I want one too. For my mom. Not far away. Gosaku captured the scene on his cell phone. I want it too. Chen Zhenqing reluctantly said, this is the only one I have. Sell it to you for $10,000. I bought it for $12,000. Not far away. Gao Shuo was stunned. Chen Zhenqing, this guy looks innocent. In fact, a belly full of flowers. Okay, I'll take it. I'll scan it for you. It's as simple as that. $3,000 made $10. 000. Chen Zhenqing thought he could make another fortune with this method again. Chen Zhenqing made $10,000 with $3,000. After these videos were posted to the Fire Voice platform, his fan base went up a bit. It went from 25 followers in the beginning to 225. Chen Zhenqing had already made a deal with his third sister that he was not allowed to help him. Just treat him as an ordinary user. Chen Zhenqing transferred another 10,000 yuan to his childhood playmate Dogwa to buy 3 different styles of silk scarves. The remaining 1,000 bucks will come back for another jug of bulk woolianye. There are many workers in the factory who secretly take out bulk woolianye and sell it secretly. This is nothing new over there. You can buy 10 pounds for $1,000. 3 shoe embroidered silk scarves plus a large jug of bulk woolianye. Chen Zhenqing just received the courier. 3 shoe embroidery silk scarves were bought by the girls. Make 30,000. Left with a jug of bulk woolianye. Chen Zhenqing sold it to a teacher at the school for $3,000. Chen Zhenqing looked at the balance on his cell phone and smiled, happier than making $10 million. Takasaku was puzzled. Do you have masochistic tendencies? What do you know about hammers? This is what I've worked hard to earn. Chen Zhenqing looked at Zhao Shuihong and asked, did you take a video of when I traded just now? Send it up. I'll just edit it again. Chen Zhenqing wanted not fire, but proof. Proof to the family's 7 aunts and aunts. Chen Zhenqing said, now I have $33,000 in my hand, and after deducting my $3,000 for meals, I still have $30,000 left, which will allow me to do some big business. Takasaku asked, what else do you want to do? What do you rich kids like? Sports cars, beautiful women, nightclubs, games, and that's roughly it. Chen Zhenqing can't do business with rich kids with his $30,000. Zhao Shuihong said, on the contrary, these rich second generation usually luxury goods to buy, not much more. Occasionally get them some gadgets. They will feel very fresh. Takasaku asked, the point is, what are you going to do? Haven't thought about it yet. Chen Zhenqing couldn't pinpoint what the rich kids really liked. He could only go and investigate first. During class, Chen Zhenqing investigated with the rich kids in the class, but most of them say they love luxury, a habit they've picked up since childhood and can't break. Bai Yi knows that recently Chen Zhenqing is starting a business from scratch. How to hold a scene. Zhensheng, is there any more shoe embroidery? Teacher wants to buy one too. I'll just give you one. White E said, this is not good. You're starting a business now. A penny can be hard to come by. Bai Yi transferred $10,000 to Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng thinks it is still this shoe embroidery has a profit, and when it earns enough $100,000, then get a big one. He bought all $40,000 into different styles of shoe embroidery silk scarves and also shoe embroidery fabrics that can be used to make clothes. Chong Sam's, back and forth 2 or 3 times. Chen Zhensheng's account on the $100,000. Chen Zhensheng decided to make a big one. Chen Zhensheng drove Lamborghini Poison to the top private club in Shanghai. This private club is one of the top ones in Shanghai. A garden-style club covering 20 acres of land, with all kinds of villas for customers to choose from. Not the same architecture, not the same service. If you want to play in a European-style villa, it's bunny girls, red wine, and foreign wine. If you want an old-fashioned courtyard, it's a place where beautiful women in old-fashioned clothes wait on you, sip tea, and pamper yourself. Services are provided according to the needs of the guests, and even more so, this club is a membership program. As soon as Chen Zhensheng's Lamborghini Poison stopped at the door, the porter opened the door with a quick step. Never mind whether Chen Zhensheng had money or not, that Lamborghini Poison represented status. I need to talk to the person in charge of your place. Yes, sir. In an office, Chen Zhensheng met the person in charge. I'd like to have a party at your place. How much would it cost roughly? The man in charge smiled and asked, Can I see your membership card first? Sir, I don't have a membership card. I'm sorry, we're a membership program here, and you can't have a party here without a membership card. How much to get one? Sir, we don't do memberships here. We only give them away. This clubhouse is very good at doing business, and the owner is using it to make friends with some of the biggest names in the business world, using the membership card as a gift to them. So there is no cost to process. Even if it's a gift, it's up to the person to give it away. Chen Zhensheng said, you don't make money even if you have money? Sorry, that's the rules. Chen Zhensheng again did not want to rely on the power of the family to do this. Gray and left. Chen Zhensheng had just stepped out of the doorway when he met a casually dressed middle-aged man head-on. He asked the man in charge, whose customized Lamborghini is at the door? It's this gentleman's. The middle-aged man reached out and smiled. Hello, I'm the owner of this clubhouse. My name is Kai Ying. It's the owner. Hello. I'd like to have my friends over for a party at your place, but your manager said you have to have a membership card to do so. Kai Ying laughed. Indeed. Dare I ask what is little brother's surname? Who are your parents? This person began to inquire about Chen Zhensheng. He wanted to know if Chen Zhensheng was worthy of his deep friendship. My name is Chen Zhensheng, and I'm a student at Zijin International School. This weight is enough to make Kai Ying's heart move. Can study in Zijin International School? And drive a customized Lamborghini Poison. Must be either rich or noble. Kai Ying asked the manager to bring Chen Zhensheng a membership card. Little brother, I know who you are. You're the hall master of that lousy hall that's been quite hot recently, right? That's right. You know me. Ha, sure. I'll give you this membership card. Let's make friends. Chen Zhensheng gladly accepted the membership card. Thanks a lot. Your last name is Kai. So what's your relationship with Kai Tianqi? That's my father. Chen Zhensheng was stunned and inwardly stunned that he had met Kai Tianqi's son. I've heard a lot about you. And after that, Chen Zhensheng talked to the manager about the party. But bring your own drinks, not the drinks in the clubhouse. After all, the drinks here would be too expensive. He started with a deposit of $100,000 for a European-style villa. Back to Zijin International School. Chen Zhensheng told his classmates about this in the cafeteria. I have a membership card here for the top club in Shanghai. My goodness, is that the Garden Clubhouse? That's right. Want a party there? This membership card can be too expensive. It's said that the owner only gives it away to tycoons who are worth more than $10 billion. He won't give it away to tycoons who are worth less than $10 billion. Chen Zhensheng, where did you come from? Chen Zhensheng revealed a mysterious smile. Don't care where you got it. Just ask if you guys are going? Go? Of course I'm going. They say it's mysterious there. I want to see it too. My dad went there once with his friend and came back happy as a clam. Chen Zhensheng stretched out 2 fingers. 20,000 per person. And take you to experience imperial enjoyment. The price of 20,000 per person is pocket change for the rich kids. You can also enjoy the top private club services in Shanghai. That's quite a spell. Everyone comes together to put together a hotel, put together a top-notch breakfast, take pictures together, and pretend to be bees. When this news spread, rich white women and gentlemen signed up in droves. $20,000 each have been transferred to Chen Zhensheng. It didn't take long for 20 students to sign up. Many other students wanted to sign up, but space was limited and they will have to wait for the next one. Chen Zhensheng made 400,000 straight away, but with some more money to spend on Saturday's spending, he was able to land almost $300,000. On this day, Saturday, 20 boys and girls set off for the top club. Chen Zhensheng booked a European-style villa in advance, and he bought all the drinks himself so that he could save a fortune. This European-style villa has 3 floors, with an oversized pool, a special barbecue place. The villa is a private theater, mahjong room recreation, equipped with 6 sexy and voluptuous bunny girls and 3 big chefs. The food is all provided by the clubhouse, a variety of French Western, Italian Western and more. In short, it's a small portion, a big plate, and a show of force. The students kept taking pictures with their cell phones to remember the event. There is an expensive piano in the living room with a pianist playing beautiful melodies, and a stereo set if you want to bounce around. In short, in this clubhouse, there is only what you can't think of and nothing they can't do. Chen Jensen, I have found that there is nothing you can't do. The enjoyment is simply fantastic. Every girl had a spa treatment and it was done for them by a professional caretaker, with all the services they deserve and with globally renowned skincare products. Chen Zhensheng said, that's for sure. I'm the master of the Temple of Laozi. Get up. Chen Yehao was admiring Chen Zhensheng in his heart. At first he thought that Chen Zhensheng was relying on the power of his family to make so much money. It's effortless to make money, tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in a few days. Now Chen Zhensheng started from scratch, not relying on the family, just half a month to earn 300,000 or 400,000. heartfelt admiration for him. Some rich kids are not willing to do this kind of lowly business, but Chen Zhenxing is different. He faces the questioning of many people in his family, and has to prove himself in order to do so. Eat well and drink all kinds of drinks I buy. Chen Zhenxing asked Chen Yehao to greet his classmates and have fun. He didn't want to let go of this opportunity. People who can play in this private club are either rich or noble, and knowing more people will make doing business better in the future. Zhao Shuihong follows Chen Zhenxing at all times, capturing interesting scenes and making videos. That's what Chen Zhenxing asked for. Kai Ying was chatting with his friends, and when he saw Chen Zhenxing, he waved his hand to greet him. Zhenxing, come here, come here. Just now I mentioned you to a few of them. Chen Zhenxing stepped forward with a smile lifted on his face. You guys believe it this time, don't you? Master of the lousy temple's temple. Kai Ying wrapped his arm around Chen Zhenxing's shoulder, deliberately showing a good relationship with Chen Zhenxing. Zhenxing, let me introduce you. These are the predators of our Shanghai city's business community. Chen Zhenxing arched his hand and said, my juniors have met all the seniors. Yo, look at that stance. Very polite. Root son, I heard not long ago that you had a magical ointment that made you a fortune. So why did you suddenly stop doing it? Chen Zhenxing casually made up a set of rhetoric. Those are not mine. Is a friend entrusted me to sell on behalf of just. Your kung fu is also very good. So many war god temples in Huaxia were all dismantled by you, and you founded a Lao Zi temple by yourself. The future generation is fearful. Several business predators showed high appreciation for Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing humbly smiled. I'll toast a few seniors, and ask for more support in the future. Ha ha ha, I can't believe you're thinking of starting a business at a young age. Nathan? Suddenly a discordant voice rang out. Chen Zhenxing raised his eyes and looked, only to see the third sister, surprisingly a group of beautiful women, to play in the clubhouse. Coincidentally encountered Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing twisted his head and left quickly. The third sister gave chase. A few of the business giants were flabbergasted. Did third Miss Chen pass right in front of our eyes just now? Her girlfriends are here. Kai Ying panicked and looked at her bosom friend in surprise. Third Miss Chen knows Chen Zhenxing. Halfway through his words, the expression on Kai Ying's face instantly froze. Kai Ying slammed his head and said with chagrin, how could I be so stupid? Third Miss Chen. Chen Zhenxing. These are all surnamed Chen. A girlfriend said, I did hear that Sainer has a youngest brother who goes to school in Shanghai. On the other side, third Miss Chen tugged on Chen Zhenxing and dragged him to a pavilion next to a pond. Chen Sainer shouted, you're here, Claus? Business. Starting from scratch. Can you go to school in peace? I told you that you are still young. What kind of business you do? Chen Zhenxing stubbornly said, I just want to prove that I'm quite strong in business as well. They all say I'm reckless. Chen Sainer glared at Chen Zhenxing. Who said you are reckless? Family things you don't have to worry about. You are the future first heir. What a cat or a dog don't put in the eyes. It's not your 5 sisters in the well. Chen Zhenxing sat down and spilled the beans. I'm going to do business. I made more than $300,000 in half a month. Chen Sainer pointed at Chen Zhenxing's nose and shouted, the only thing you have to do now is to go to school. If you ever dare to do business again, I'll exterminate your ideas. I'm a good student. I'm first in my class. Bullshit. When you get to the top of the school, I'll buy you a yacht. Good behavior. Chen Sainer touched Chen Zhenxing's head. Be obedient. If our old man's son knows you're doing business, you're going to drag a lot of people down with you. Chen Zhenxing did not understand. Which one am I implicating? Chen Shujian's family. Chen Zhixing's family. When the time comes, they'll be dragged down by you and turned into paupers. Are you okay with that? It's not pleasant. So don't do business. Focus on going to school. Chen Zhenxing was helpless and wanted to prove that he wasn't just brute strength, but also brains. Now that third sister had finished analyzing this matter for him, he also felt that he had been too selfish. Well, don't do it. That's right. Keep playing. Chen Sainer turned around and left the place. Chen Zhenxing returned to the villa, picked up a bottle of red wine, and blew it dry in one breath. The lively atmosphere instantly quieted down. Negi, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Damn. Dare to bully you. Let's beat him up together. Chen Zhenxing waved his hand and said, no matter. Is a bit of gas is not smooth. Drink this bottle of wine on the gas smooth. I ultimately cannot hide from the clothes to stretch out the hands of the days of meals to open mouth. Yo. Chen Zhenxing's business was not yet halfway through its demise. Chen Zhenxing could withstand his father's angry authority, but Chen Yehao and Chen Jingxi could not. However, from this half a month's time it could be proven that Chen Zhenxing was capable of entrepreneurship and did not need to rely on family power at all. Chen Zhenxing, who made a small profit of $300,000, was not happy at all. He was stopped from doing business by his third sister, and has been focusing on his studies ever since. Ugh, I should have known I wouldn't donate my $10 million. Chen Zhenxing looked at the balance of $300,000 left. save some money, barely able to live for a month, but concentrate on learning at the same time. Chen Zhensheng also did not forget to learn some financial knowledge with Zhao Shuihong. Saturday, Sunday and then go to Kai Tianji to learn the way of business. Chen Zhensheng was listless every day and had thought of starting a business to prove himself. However, because of the consideration of Chen Yehao and Chen Jingxi's families, they could not continue the business. After all, they were getting along very well now. Chen Zhensheng didn't want to involve them either. After school, Chen Zhensheng went back to the dormitory. Zhao Shuihong had set up the dishes 10 minutes ahead of time, and the bowls and chopsticks were waiting for Chen Zhensheng to come back for dinner. Chen Yehao also followed over and asked with concern, "Little Master Tai, you've been in a bad mood lately. What's wrong? Unhappy? How do you rich kids manage to be happy every day?" Chen Yehao said, "We have our own hobbies, interests." Chen Zhensheng thought about it and couldn't figure out what his hobby was. "Don't you have any hobbies, little master?" "I don't know. When I first came to Shanghai, I felt that everything was new. I'd been here for half a year, and I've enjoyed everything I've played and eaten all over again." Chen Zhensheng had no special hobbies, and had been practicing his physique with his grandfather since he was a child, and it wasn't a martial art. It's all about eating meat and practicing your physique. Practice resistance to cold in winter and heat in summer. Go into the mountains and hunt wild boar with your bare hands. In short, whatever is dangerous. Chen Yehao said, "You have to find a hobby for that. Does learning count?" Chen Zhensheng did not want to be called reckless by others, so burying his head in the sand and studying hard became his top priority to strictly demand himself. "That counts, doesn't it? Except for studying? No more." Chen Zhensheng did not love money, luxury goods, and even more so, beautiful women. Chen Yehao thought of an idea. How about trying to fall in love for once? In love? With whom? Chen Yehao sweated. "You can fall in love with whoever you like, Mr. White." For one. Chen Zhensheng shook his head and said, "That's a no-go." Chen Yehao picked up the chopsticks and said, "Let's eat." Chen Zhensheng didn't have an appetite today and couldn't eat any more after only 5 bowls of rice. He wants to find out what the meaning of life is. A man came to the stable and took out his sweaty horse to skate around the stable. "Negi, what's gotten into you lately?" Bai Yi did not find Chen Zhensheng in the dormitory just now, and Chen Yehao said that he was at the horse farm. Chen Zhensheng jumped off his horse and came to Bai Yi, and thinking about the meaning of life. "Mr. Bai, I would like to ride with you." Bai Yi's cheeks blushed and she nodded shyly. The two of them mounted the sweat-blooded horse, and Bai Yi's heart jumped out of her throat as she felt Chen Zhensheng's sturdy chest. Chen Zhensheng's hands passed through Bai Yi's armpits to grab the reins, his bodies close to each other. Chen Zhensheng could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Bai Yi's hair. "Mr. Bai, I feel as if I don't have any hobbies besides studying. Learning is a hobby. You have to think that in the future you will get into the top university in the country, or even the world's first-class university, so that you will have motivation." Chen Zhensheng envied those students who had hobbies, but Chen Zhensheng just couldn't like them. Luxury cars, for example, are nothing for him. The two talked and rode, unknowingly even rode out of the campus. The sweaty-blooded horse trotted on the road. Bai Yi panicked. "Go back this way. It's too dangerous on the road." "Bai Yi, I want to fall in love." "What? In love? You have a favorite?" "Yes." "Who is it?" "It's you." Bai Yi's face was stunned as she hurriedly said, "Zhensheng, you can't like me, okay?" Whitey was still very happy inside. During this time at Zijin International School, she appreciated Chen Zhensheng more and more. From a student who was hostile to the whole school, to a student who was obeyed by the whole school, and who was competent and studied well, Bai Yi has always thought that she admires Chen Zhensheng, not likes him. In fact, every time she saw Chen Zhensheng with other girls, she would be jealous. Why not? Chen Zhensheng has never been in love and doesn't know how to be in love at all. It hit him hard to be rejected on his first confession. Bai Yi solemnly said, "Because I am your teacher, I actually like you quite a bit. I just have to have this chasm between us." Chen Zhensheng understood. "Mr. Bai, let me show you the night view of Shanghai." Driving, Chen Zhensheng kicked the horse's stomach. The sweat-blood BMW ran wildly, running wildly down the streaming road. Bai Yi was so frightened that she grabbed onto Chen Zhensheng's arm. "It's too soon, Zhensheng." "No matter, this horse is nimble." A golden sweaty horse gallops under the neon rainbow. Bai Yi's hair was swept up by the night breeze, filling Chen Zhensheng's face. Chen Zhensheng embraced Bai Yi's delicate body. Bai Yi was breathing heavily in Chen Zhensheng's arms. Eventually, they were stopped by 10 traffic cops. It's winter. Chen Zhensheng was running in the playground wearing a tank top and big pants. 10 days have passed since he confessed to Bai Yi. Chen Zhensheng still hasn't found his hobby, but Bai Yi's attitude towards Chen Zhensheng is gradually changing. For example, in the morning, he would make a pot of congee for Chen Zhensheng and send it over, and then send him some of his own pickles. In order to meet Chen Genqing's tastes, Bai Yi also learned to pickle small Sichuan-style pickles. Although Bai Yi rejected Chen Genqing with her mouth, she acquiesced in her actions. The cold wind was piercing the bones, and there was a petite figure standing next to the playground silently watching Chen Genqing. She is Yang Beibei who silently likes Chen Genqing. After running 10 kilometers, Yang Beibei sent a cup of hot milk tea to Chen Genqing. Chen Genqing took the hot milk tea and asked, "Why are you here? Waiting for me?" Yang Beibei said in a flustered tone, "I just finished breakfast and saw you running here, so I thought I'd bring you a cup of milk tea." "Oh, thanks." Yang Beibei bit her lips lightly and hesitated. Seeing this, Chen Genqing asked again, "Claus, if you have something to say, just say it. I want to ask you a favor. I know I shouldn't get ahead of myself. You've already helped me a lot." Chen Genqing directly interrupted Yang Beibei's words and directly asked, "What is it?" "It's that we have many kinds of fruit trees there, and now that it's winter, if the fruits can't be sold, they'll all freeze and rot, and the buyers keep the price very low, and there's no other way to sell them." "Oh, you mean you want me to help you find sales? You've got a knack for making over $400, from $100, so I'm asking you to help me out." Yang Beibei's request made Chen Genqing suddenly feel that he had found a hobby. "Help, definitely help tea." Yang Beibei bowed to Chen Genqing and thanked him. "Thank you so much. I knew you would agree because you are a kind person. It doesn't exist, and I do think it's a win-win situation." Chen Genqing keenly smelled the business opportunity. Even though the third sister forbade him to go into business now, she didn't forbid him to do charity, which is helping poor students. Yang Beibei said worriedly, "But we don't have easy transportation there. What are you going to do?" Chen Genqing said, "Go and talk to your village headman. I'll buy all the fruits in your village. How much does it cost?" Yang Beibei was surprised. "You buy them all? This won't do. I can't screw you over. I just want you to help me out." Yang Beibei knows very well that even if Chen Genqing buys it, he will still lose money. Pulling it to the big city, the transportation fee is a big expense. Chen Genqing smiled confidently. "You don't have to worry about this. I have my own way. Just go and talk to your village chief." Chen Genqing returned to the dormitory in a happy mood. Jia Shuihong bought breakfast and waited for Chen Genqing, pointing to a thermos and saying, "This is the leather and egg concealed porridge that your teacher Bai sent over, as well as her own fried donuts. Comfort yo." Chen Genqing sat down and greeted Gao Shuai and Chen Yahao as they ate together. Jia Shuihong keenly sensed that the relationship between Chen Genqing and Bai Yi was definitely not a simple one. "Boss, this Mr. Bai is taking extra care of you. Is there something inside?" Chen Yahao was surprised. "You're not really confessing to her, are you?" Gao Shuai exclaimed. "Oh my god. Chen Genqing, you're so shameful. You didn't even spare our beloved teacher Bai." Chen Genqing smiled shyly, waved his hand and said, "No such thing. Don't guess blindly. Eat, che, hell no." Chen Genqing took a sip of the skinny egg porridge and snorted out a laugh. "Look at that. The guy can't stop himself from laughing. Must have good things on your mind." Chen Genqing said, "Indeed. I am thinking of good things. I am thinking of a big deal tea." Chen Yahao panicked. "You still want to do business?" Chen Yahao was aware of the stakes. Once the family traced down, Chen Genqing did business during the school year. Their family is about to be completely screwed. It's not business. It's charity. Yang Beibei begged me to help find outlets for their village's fruits. Chen Genqing was trying to think of a way to have the best of both worlds. Again, he had to sell the fruit, and he also had to make money. If this gets done, then he can continue to update his videos again and be under the banner of helping his classmates. Chen Jensen's new number was just updated to a video of him making over $300,000. There hasn't been an update in 10 days. Yang Beibei's side sent a Weibo message. All bought is 1.25 million. Now Chen Genqing only has about $300,000. Chen Genqing asked Yang Beibei to come to the boys' dormitory. It was the first time for Yang Beibei to come to a boys' dormitory, and she shyly ran into Chen Genqing's dormitory with her head down. "Sit down. Ask your village chief for me. I'll pay a deposit of $300,000 first, and I'll make up the rest of the payment for the goods in 10 days. Yang Beibei said, "Brother Gensheng, I know you did it to help me. You made me feel guilty. I can't let you lose money, so reconsider?" Chen Genqing confidently patted his chest. "I never do business that loses money. Just tell the village chief." Yang Beibei called the village chief's cell phone and explained the situation. The mayor of the village agreed to it with his mouth full. Chen Genqing took the cell phone and said, "Hello village head. I'm Chen Gensheng. You send the account number aha. I'll send someone over for acceptance tomorrow." Well. Thank you so much. Chen student, you've saved the young and old of our village. I'll express my gratitude to you on their behalf. It doesn't exist. I'm classmates with Yang Beibei, as it should be. And then the village head sent the bank account number to Yang Beibei. According to the account number, Chen Zhensheng transferred $300,000. Zhao Shuihong reminded. This is the time when you should explain something to the camera. Chen Zhensheng looked to the camera, held up his cell phone and said, the deposit of $300,000 has been transferred. My friends, see how I can double my $300,000 with these fruits. After recording, Zhao Shuihong sat down at a side desk and opened her laptop to start editing. Yang Beibei's beautiful eyes flooded with admiration for Chen Zhensheng. In Yang Beibei's eyes, Chen Zhensheng was that distinct and outstanding. Chen Zhensheng stood up and said, you guys play, Shuihong will go out with me to do some errands. Chen Zhensheng drove Zhao Shuihong to the Sandalwood Palace Villa area in his Lamborghini Poison. Inside Villa 1, Chen Zhensheng, who hadn't been here for a long time, was startled when he came in. The warblers and swallows were all big beauties, more than 30 of them. Some are organizing their goods, some are live. On each floor there is Mrs. Battlemaster tarting up her head in front of her cell phone. Yang Saifei greeted her joyfully. What brings you here? Inspection? Or did you miss me? Chen Zhensheng exclaimed. You really chose the right person when you were chosen to be the manager. So capable. Admirable. Isn't it? In addition to the new Mrs. Battle Mistress, there are some little beauties learning to broadcast, and they're still in the training phase. Young Caffeine Kai has shown amazing talent in live streaming, especially the ability to carry goods. Major merchants take money to line up for her to carry goods. It's even live with a lineup of big names in the entertainment industry. Yang Kaifei opens a bedroom where Su Su is live banding with an entertainment industry starlet named Diba. Then Yang Kaifei pushed open the second bedroom, where Mrs. War God and a Hong Kong singer named Guo Por Chang were live banding. It simply brightened Chen Gensheng's eyes. Yang Caffeine complained, although Villa 1 is big, I feel it's a bit small now. Let's go to the CBD and rent a floor of office space. Chen Zhensheng said, let's put those things aside beforehand. I'm going to ask you to help me to do an important thing. You bring 10 Mrs. War God to Qian province. Help me to sell the fruits that I bought, and I'll give you a commission. Saying that he doesn't rely on family power. He doesn't even rely on the Netflix company he started. In Chen Gensheng's view, these are also made with family power. Princess Yan Kai asked, what are you up to? Starting a business from scratch. Ha, just don't ask so many questions. Anyway, I will give you a commission and you will be greeted at the place. Yang Saifei also did not refuse. Although she did not know what Chen Zhensheng inexplicably came up with this superfluous behavior for, she just helped on the line. Yang Saifei called up 10 Mrs. Battle Goddesses, brought what she needed for the live broadcast, and took the same day's flight to Qian province. This airplane ticket Chen Zhensheng also has to be reimbursed. Zhao Shuihong exclaimed, is this place yours too? It's so spectacular. Not mine. Whose is that? The Chen family. Chen Zhensheng pulled out his cell phone and called the village chief to get ready. Chen Zhensheng didn't have to shell out any shipping costs at all. He just had to straighten out Netflix. 10 million fan Mrs. War God anchors, plus Yang Saifei, a big name in the live broadcasting world, were completely capable of selling all of those hundreds of tons of fruits. This saves a ton of money on transportation. Chen Zhensheng took advantage of the time after class to open his phone's Fire voice platform and find Yang Saifei's live broadcasting room. At the same time, Chen Zhensheng also sent Zhao Shuihong to Qian province, to there is to shoot the video, and then produce and send it to his new number. After Zhao Shuihong's continuous efforts to raise the number, this new number of Chen Zhensheng already has more than 3,000 fans, waiting for Chen Zhensheng to update the video every day. Yang Saifei's livestream is watched by more than 8 million people online. The 10 Mrs. War God's live broadcasts also had millions of viewers. Chen Zhensheng's face raised an innocent smile. See, each time on 20 tons of fruit are in a few minutes or seconds. What more than this let Chen Zhensheng happy? The old man is so smart. Yang Beibei was willing to babysit for Chen Zhensheng during Zhao Shuihong's absence, doing laundry and buying food in order to show her appreciation. Chen Zhensheng came to the podium, held up his cell phone and said, don't you guys buy some of this good fruit? It's much cheaper than the supermarkets. Give some face, okay? The girls in the class were very facetious and each bought thousands of dollars worth of fruit. Chen Zhensheng came back to the third class of the senior class and the first class of the senior class to sell his fruits. Everyone, thank you very much. Chen Zhensheng used another wave of recommendations with favors. Hundreds of tons of fruit, sold out on the first day. In the evening, Chen Zhensheng pen and paper began to count the income. After removing the money for the village and the commission for the wives of war, I made about 850,000. So peaceful. Chen Zhensheng looked at Yang Beibei, next time you have this kind of business, you'll have to find me again. Yang Beibei are shocked. Others do are losing money. In Chen Zhensheng here also earned 850,000. Zhensheng brother. You are awesome. Hey, Hey, it's a small thing. At this time, Chen Genqing's cell phone rang. It's Ye calling. Jensen, is Yang Bebe at your place? Here, Claw. I'll take the other 4 poor students, and you take Yang Bebe, and go to my house for dinner. My parents sent me some souvenirs, and I'll cook for you. Gotta have it. It's on its way. Chen Genqing immediately changed into a set of neat Hermes men's clothing, put on a watch worth several $1,000,000, and carefully dressed up. Gosaku asked sourly, did Bai Yi mention my name? No, have to. You go eat in the cafeteria. After dressing up, Chen Genqing and Yang Bebe drove to Bai Yi's home. Passing by a shopping mall, Chen Genqing bought some more steaks, followed by a trip to Tang Palace to take out 2 bottles of red wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from the cellar. Yang Bebe was surprised and asked, Brother Gensheng, aren't you a poor student? How come you live in such a luxurious villa? It's not mine. It's someone else's. A good friend's. What about this sports car? Also from a friend. Yang Bebe was secretly relieved. If Chen Gensheng was a rich second generation, she would gradually alienate Chen Gensheng, because that would make her feel even more inferior. When they arrived at Bai Yi's house, the other 4 students rose when they saw Chen Gensheng. Brother Jensen, don't just sit there. Help Bai Yi cut the vegetables and wash them. Yi laughed. I'm the one who told them to sit down. I can keep busy by myself. Yang Bebe took off her jacket and walked into the kitchen. Bai Yi, I'll help you. Jensen, how much money did you make from this fruit sale? Not much, 850,000. Bai Yi quipped. You're really a genius at business. Hey. Bai Yi, I thought about buying you a gift. What do you like? Chen Genqing stroked the rainbow scarf around his neck and asked. I'm not missing anything. The first dish Yang Bebe brought up was spicy rabbit head. Chen Genqing was pleasantly surprised. Bai Yi, you know how to make spicy rabbit head? Bai Yi said shyly. I just learned it. I don't know if it's well made. I stewed it 3 hours ago. You try it. Chen Genqing picked up a spicy rabbit head and tasted it. The flavor was delicious even though it was not authentic. Bashful. Yi, I love you. The 4 poor students on the side were filled with black lines. Chen Genqing greeted them. You also taste eat, don't be polite. Yi in order to Chen Gensheng, recently can be said to be familiar with all kinds of Sichuan cuisine. On this spicy rabbit head she failed 5 times. The 6th time before a little bit of that flavor. Denial by mouth. Acquiescence by action. It's just that the low emotional intelligence Chen Gensheng didn't realize it either. A hearty meal was ready. 8 courses and 2 soups. Bai Yi introduced herself. This is the bacon my mom brought me. And the small hands she raised herself. Try them all. Chen Gensheng opened a bottle of 01-year-old Bordeaux and poured it for Bai Yi. You're all still underage. Have a drink. Saying that, Chen Gensheng opened a bottle of beer for himself. Spicy rabbit head with beer. It's great. Bai Yi picked up the wine glass and smiled. The whole school I am most worried about is U6. The most concerned is also U6. Since you came to the best private best university, you have to take out 120 points of effort. As long as you can put your heart into it, the teacher guarantees that he can teach you well. Cheers. Thank you Yi. Chen Gensheng said, my achievement is what Bai Yi taught me, and you guys have to go for it too. I only have one request for you. Don't be corrupted by money. I know that you are also envious of your classmates around you who drive luxury cars, wear gold and silver, travel every Sunday, and talk about high-end topics. But don't be envious. Through your hard work you will surely acquire the same wealth as them. Bai Yi's words really went deep into the hearts of the people who envied their fellow classmates and even wanted to be friends with them too. It's just that the rich kids at school, even though they donate money and they can help you out some, and they're very caring, they're definitely not going to be friends with the poor. Chen Gensheng pointed at the few of them. Hear that? Bai Yi's words. You have to take them to heart. Don't try to flatter those rich second-generation people. Do well for yourselves. Only if you are better than them will you gain their respect. Well, Brother Jensen, we'll make a note of that. She gave Chen Gensheng another spicy rabbit head. Eat, don't just lecture. You guys need to get along together. Yang Bebe picked up the drink and looked at Chen Gensheng. Brother Gensheng, I'll toast you for helping our village. The bah humbug of the meal. After dinner, Bai Yi brought out 6 down jackets from the bedroom. It's getting cold. I bought each of you a down jacket. Wow. Thank you teacher. You are really sweet teacher. Even our size. You know, the 6 down jackets are all different styles and colors. Especially Chen Gensheng's down jacket, which is a white one. Negasonic. Try it. Chen Gensheng put it on and it fit well. Grinning. Mr. Bai, how can I thank you? You tell me. Bai Yi helped Chen Gensheng zipper up his zipper and said, I don't need your repayment. If you want to repay me, then come out on top of the whole school during the exams. Gotta have it. I'm sure I'll get first place, and then you'll have to promise me an excessive request. Teacher. Bai was startled and slapped Chen Genqing's chest, pouting. What are you talking about? The students are all here. Luckily they were both trying on duvets and didn't hear the two of them. After eating and bidding farewell to Bai, Chen Genqing and the other students returned to Zijin School. A few of them were playing around with each other and accidentally bumped into a Land Rover parked on the side of the road and knocked off the reversing mirror. A few of the students looked frightened. Yang Beibei reprimanded. Why are you so careless? You've just come to Shanghai for a few days and you've gotten carried away, haven't you? A boy asked fearfully. What should we do now? This car must not be cheap. Let's cash in and compensate people. A man and a woman got out of the car. The man a middle-aged fat man, wearing a gold chain, full of crossface. The woman was tall and beautiful, with a knife-sharpened face that was three-dimensional, wearing a mink coat on top and stocking shorts underneath. Hot and sexy. Yang Beibei first apologized to the person. I'm sorry, it's our fault. I'm sorry, may I ask how much this mirror costs? We compensate. 50,000. The fat peer attitude is very arrogant. Snatched over the reversing mirror, cursing, no long eyes? Damn. Old man's car is very expensive. Grass. Yang Beibei kept apologizing, saying in a pitiful manner, Uncle, I'm sorry, we don't have that much money. Can we have less? The knife-sharpened beauty said without any good humor. The little girl is not old enough to learn to please men, and she will definitely not be a good woman when she grows up. Fat peer see Yang Beibei posture is very good, and is still pure natural. It moved the bad idea, little girl. How much do you WeChat? This matter is very serious. I leave you a micro signal. Tomorrow I come to you. Let's have a good chat. Yang Beibei had no doubt that he was about to say his micro signal. The knife-sharpened beauty pushed Yang Beibei away. Little rotten thing, how dare you steal a man from me? Tubby angrily shouted. Shut up. What's the matter with you? Chen Genqing on the side could not stand to see. Reached out and grabbed the fat peer's wrist. You son of a bitch is not honest. $50,000 I compensate you. If you dare to harass Yang Beibei, I dragged up your chicken is an over-the-shoulder drop. Chen Genqing slightly force. Fat peer will cry out in pain. The knife-sharpened beauty reached out to scratch Chen Genqing. You let go of my husband. Damn it. You count how old are you? Do you know if you don't know who my husband is? Tickling Chen Genqing as he spoke. Chen Genqing doesn't hit women. Snap. A girl in a duck-tongued hat stepped forward and just slapped the knife-sharpened beauty to the ground. The slap literally disfigured the knife-sharpened beauty, doing away with a crooked nose and deflating her plump lips. Chen Genqing looked at Shadow Mistress in consternation. You claw? Did I let you out? Shadow Mistress said faintly. She said that as long as a woman dares to love you and bully you, she told me not to show any mercy. After that Shadow Girl returned to the car. Her? Which tea? Chen Genqing muttered suspiciously. A girl laughing maniacally and stepping on a boy with a swollen nose. That boy was Chen Genqing. Shivered in fear, and looked at the car on the side of the road in horror. She's back? No, but call. Shadow Girl drove off. Brother Jensen, are you okay? Yang Beibei reached out and shook Chen Genqing. Chen Genqing jolted awake and said in shock. No, nothing. Tubby shouted angrily. You fucking disfigured my girlfriend. Pay up. Chen Genqing took out his cell phone and swept 300,000 for him. No need to look for it. After giving the money, Chen Genqing left at a fast pace. Yang Beibei and the others quickly chased after them. What's wrong with you, Brother Jensen? Nothing to do. Go back to school. Along the way, Chen Genqing was flustered. Back in his dormitory, he lay down on his bed and didn't say a word. Gao Shua asked suspiciously. Root, what's wrong? Did you have a bad time at that meal with Mr. Bai? The food was still pleasant. Then why the look of unhappiness? Chen Genqing sat up and said with a grave face. I have a fiancé in my hometown. In fact, it is not a fiancé. It is a child playing house. She took it seriously. Gosaku was instantly interested. What's the situation? Tell me. When I was a kid, I played house. Did you ever play? Played? You said yours. And then what? I kissed her. She said kissing on the mouth would get you pregnant. I didn't understand then, so I believed her. I swore to her that I would marry her in the future and would be responsible. She went home and told her grandfather. Then my grandfather and her grandfather sealed the marriage. We agreed to get married at the age of 20. I'll be 19 after the new year. I'll have 2 years to go. Pust. Gao Shua laughed when he saw Chen Genqing's panicked expression. I didn't expect you to have this amazing experience. Those were things from when you were a child. Surely she won't admit it even now? Bullshit yo. I'm denying it. She's admitting it. So come up with a plan for me. How do I push this marriage off? Gosaku said. Just tell her straight out that those were things that happened when she was a kid, and now that we each have our own lives, we can still be good friends. Chen Genqing sweated. Do you think I'm good? Awesome. What's up? She's better than me. Gosaku was surprised. How powerful. Chen Zhenxing thought for a moment and raised his eyes. Let me put it to you this way. I couldn't even get past 5 moves in front of her. When I was 12 years old, I fought her along with Shadow Mistress. Shadow Mistress was beaten up and called out for her father, and 2 of my incisors were knocked out, and I was thrown into a cliff by her. Gao Shuo broke out in a cold sweat and asked in horror, is it that strong? Are you sure you're not talking about the plot of a web novel? Really? That's why I'm so scared. It's too scary. Chen Zhenxing cried without tears. That's why I didn't want to marry her. She always thought that I was her first man. I just kissed her. We were both 6 years old at that time. Gao Shuo expressed his sympathy and patted Chen Zhenxing. Brother Root, I'm eager to meet this fiancée of yours and want to see how strong she really is. Hammer yo. Sleep. The following day, Bai Yi wore a white down jacket identical to Chen Zhenxing's. It's kind of a couple's costume. As soon as Bai Yi entered the classroom, the eyes of the students couldn't help but look at Chen Zhenxing, who was sitting at the back, because Chen Zhenxing and her wore the exact same down jacket. What is this? Couple's costume? Is it so blatant? This guy Chen Zhenxing has really heavy tastes. I'm so pretty. He didn't even look at me, but he actually looked at MS. Bai. Ugh. Don't be unbalanced. Turnip and cabbage. To each his own. And Chen Zhenxing was not in the spirit to go to school, and he panicked when he saw Mr. Bai wearing the exact same down jacket. This can't be seen by Shadow Girl. Bai Yi glanced at Chen Zhenxing and smiled sweetly. Class, let's start the lesson. Open page 27 of the textbook. Chen Zhenxing was listless all day. He wasn't worried for himself either, but for Bai Yi. If Shadow Mistress had known that Chen Zhenxing and Bai Yi were wearing a couple's outfit, it would have been a big deal. After school, Chen Zhenxing put the white down jacket in the dormitory. No longer dare to wear out. This is also to protect Bai Yi. Inside the cafeteria, Bai Yi saw that Chen Zhenxing did not wear that white down jacket, and inevitably lost some of her heart. Gao Shuo whispered, you and MS. Bai openly wore couple's clothes at school, and the whole school knows about it. Hammer's couple's costume. That's a bump. At this time, Chen Zhenxing was going to be extremely vocal in his rebuttal. No one else knew, but he knew how savage that demon woman was. And this sentence, Chen Zhenxing deliberately said it very loudly, just so that the other students could hear it, and also so that Bai Yi could hear it. In fact, Chen Zhenxing is very cut up inside. I'm about to be with Mr. Beck. Bai Yi's expression was shocked. A wave of sadness flowed back into the river, and without finishing her meal, she got up and left the cafeteria. The students surrounded Chen Zhenxing with righteous indignation. Chen Zhenxing, is it true that you have no emotional intelligence at all? You're just an idiot, aren't you? You and MS. Bai wear couple's clothes and we didn't say anything. Do you have to say it so loudly? That's right, and let Mr. White hear it. You're afraid you're a fool, aren't you? Chen Zhenxing lowered his head to eat and said nothing. After dinner, Chen Zhenxing sneaked to the parking lot alone. He wanted to make this clear. Mr. White, I'd like to have a chat with you. Bai Yi smiled bitterly. There's no need to chat. I know it all. You don't know that I'm going to tell you about my life. Cough cough cough. Chen Yehao surprisingly came to the parking lot and deliberately coughed a few times. Chen Zhenxing said impatiently, climb for me. Little Master Tai, come here. I'll tell you something. Can't you see I'm busy? Just a few minutes of your time. Chen Zhenxing walked over helplessly. Chen Yehao whispered, Miss Pink actually took the initiative to find me and asked me to keep an eye on you at school at all times. I think it's better not to tell just anyone about your birth. Chen Zhenxing gritted his teeth and glared at Chen Yehao. Traitor. As soon as Chen Zhenxing turned around, Bai Yi drove off already. Chen Zhenxing swung his fist in annoyance, breaking a nearby sycamore tree with a punch. Chen Yehao was trembling in fear. He couldn't afford to offend either side. Chen Zhenxing was puzzled. How did this demoness know that he had come to Shanghai to go to school? Chen Zhenxing sat alone on the edge of the road in front of the school. A pink frosted Ferrari Enzo was parked on the side of the road, and Shadow Sister handed Chen Zhenxing the 10 spicy rabbit heads she had bought, and put 2 bottles of water and a pack of tissues. Chen Zhenxing pushed away the spicy rabbit head. Shadow Mistress said, Claus, you're blaming the old man? Chen Zhenxing didn't say anything. I didn't tell her. I don't know how she found my cell phone number. Chen Zhenxing said, you go back to Bashuten. What? You asked me to Bashuten. For what? Do you think I need you to protect me? Shadow Meyer's face sank. Her beautiful eyes swept up a touch of ruthlessness. You mean you want to compete with me? Aha. I'm not fighting you. Chen Zhenxing asked with a serious face. Are you on good terms with me or with her? Without thinking, Shadow Girl said, of course it's UT. Then you are not allowed to tell her anything about me being here. Chen Zhenxing laughed bitterly. As you know, both of us can't beat that demoness. Shadow Girl said, you rat tail juice. Just because I don't say anything doesn't mean she won't know. As long as you're on my side. I know. Shadow Girl drove off. Chen Zhenqing sat down on the side of the road and started eating rabbit head. Zijin International School is hosting an exchange banquet with another private school in Shanghai. It is said to be an exchange banquet, but in reality, it is about cutting strength. The strength of the students, the strength of the faculty. Zijin School hires all PhDs, Masters, Harvard, Massachusetts, etc. from Huaqing University. And this one, the Boy Wolf International School, is also very strong, second only to the Purple and Gold School in the industry. The strength was equal. Their teaching is all about developing the wolf and their students. All are competitive and go to school like they're on fire, both in competition and academics. Their desire to win is strong. The Purple and Gold School started setting up the ceremonial building early to host the banquet here. 5 rectangular tables filled with delicacies of all shapes and sizes. Chen Shujian said with bravado, "Students, what we have to do is to pour cold water, douse their wolfishness, so that they can't lift their heads up in front of us. Losing. Yes, we have Chen Zhensheng. We are not afraid. In fact, this is not the first time the party has been held, and many of the seniors have navigated the students of the Boy Wolf School." Chen Shujian looked at Chen Zhensheng and laughed. "Little uncle, I have to tell you about the students of this Boy Wolf School. They have a very strong desire to win and lose. Even if they are peeing side by side with them in the toilet, they have to pee higher than others. Ha ha ha. If they were to stand with Chen Zhensheng to pee, they'd probably be too embarrassed to pull it out." Chen Zhensheng patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." At 10 a.m., 2 buses from Boy Wolf School pulled into the school. The students fishtailed. Both men and women were all burning with excitement. Chen Shujian raised a smile to welcome him. "Principal Zhang, it's been a long time. Is your body still strong?" Principal Zhang was a stout middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a Chinese character face, wearing a sports outfit. "I'm very strong. I went to the hospital yesterday for a checkup and the doctor said I could live another 100 years. May you live a long life." The 2 men shook hands, secretly making power. The 2 of them looked grave, and they were not on par with each other. Bai Yi walked up and smiled. "2 principals, it's already set up. Please." White Yi defused the contest between the 2. Principal Zhang let go of Chen Shujian's hand and laughed. "Mr. Bai is still single?" Whitey said with a smile on her face. "Is it a dime to do with you?" Inside the ceremonial building, students on both sides sit opposite each other. Chen Yehao whispered in Chen Genxing's ear, "See that guy with a smug face? He is the number 1 top student of Bo Wolf, called Lin Xiaoqiang. This person is a man of the wind. He can write novels, he knows taekwondo, he plays soccer and is good at it, and he is also very handsome, so he can be described as a man of letters and martial arts." Chen Zhenxing looked over and realized that Lin Xiaoqiang was also looking at him, and it was with eyes glowing with provocation. Chen Shujian and Principal Zhang raised their glasses. Principal Zhang sneered, "It's time for the 2 schools to get together again. Principal Chen, I can't wait to see if your school has improved during these years." Chen Shujian said, "Definitely won't let you down. Just don't fail to admit defeat when the time comes. Ha 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 ha. We at Bo Wolf School will still make you lose like we did before." Bai Yi reminded, "Can we not pinch each other as soon as we meet? We are communicating with each other, teacher to teacher and student to student." Principal Zhang said, "Xiao Bai, don't talk if you don't understand. Go talk to our teacher Wang about love. Our teacher Wang has prepared a poem for you today." Bai Yi rolled her eyes and glanced at the white teacher Wang across the room. When Chen Zhenxing heard this, he asked Chen Yehao in a low voice, "What's up with that teacher Wang?" Teacher Bai's loyal suitor, persisted for 2 or 3 years, rejected by teacher Bai no less than 100 times. This guy is still very persistent, writing a poem to teacher Bai every day. Chen Zhensheng said, "Old me will also write poems." Chen Yehao sweated. "Why are you doing everything? Your target is Lin Xiaoqiang." Chen Shujian stood up and said, "Alright, let the exchange begin. I'll go have tea with Principal Zhang. You guys make yourselves at home." Pointing to his students and teachers, Principal Chang indulged. "Fuck it and it's over. Ali gives." The 2 principals left. That Mr. Wang stood up and straightened his meticulous hairstyle, and flies stood on it to split their sides. "Quiet please, class. Please listen to me recite a poem that I wrote especially for Mr. White." Bai Yi reached out and said, "Stop it. Wang Songhai, can you be a bit original? You only care about your own feelings. Can you put yourself in my shoes? I've been so screwed up by you that I want to vomit when I see a poem now. The fall wind does not understand the leaves. The white clouds don't understand the wailing of the rain. I come from the bitter cold snow. Whitey doesn't understand the ocean of infatuation." Whitey covered her ears, doubly tormented. Chen Zhenxing tugged at Chen Jingxi. "Can you think of a poem in 2 minutes? I'm going to recite a poem for Mr. Bai as well." Chen Jingxi smiled sweetly. "No problem. It's definitely better than his crappy poems. In about 2 minutes, Chen Jingshi handed Chen Jianqing a piece of paper with a lyrical and expressive poem on it. Chen Jianqing stood up and looked at Bai Yi. "Ms. Bai, I've also written a poem for you." The expression on Bai Yi's face was instantly different, and she asked expectantly, "Read it." It's hard to hide the beauty of plain, light makeup. The clouds of the ninth heaven have fallen to earth, and the immortals have fallen to earth. The white color is very attractive. Lit. The heart has a time and place that one dare not speak of. Idiom, fig, vacuous and unsure of what to do. A poem moved Bai Yi. She looked at Chen Jianqing shyly and stealingly, her beautiful eyes containing love. Yes. The crowd of students at Zijin School applauded and applauded. When Wang Sunghai saw Bai Yi's attitude towards Chen Jianqing, he knew that Bai Yi didn't have any feelings for him at all. Lin Xiaoqiang laughed coldly. "You can also recite poems." He, carving skills. "I heard that you are the school bully of Zijin School. I want to compete with you. How do you want to compare? Take your pick." Chen Jianqing said. "Fighting? Eating? Arts? Science, take your pick." Wang Sunghai hated his teeth. "Let's do it this way. I'll join forces with Teacher Bai to come up with an exam paper, and the two of you will answer it." Bai Yi objected. "I'm not going to join forces with you. Let Mr. Lu from our school join forces with you to write the exam papers." When Bai Yi saw Wang Sunghai, she was not pleased with anything. Mr. Lu laughed. "Mr. Wang, let's join forces? That's fine." While the two teachers were giving out their exams, the other students played to their strengths and climbed on top of each other. The Bao student said, "My family just mentioned the private jet last month and it's not a Boeing. I told my dad to get a Boeing and he defied me. And the color isn't what I like." The Zijin student said, "Yesterday my mom went to the bank to withdraw money, and it took 20 bank employees with 20 bill checkers 3 full days to check it." "How much did your mom withdraw?" "It's not much. It's just 2 billion in cash." Bo Wolf students added, "Know why I recently study progress? My mom hired 2 tutors for me. Liberal arts and science. One graduated from MIT. Seems to be a professor from the United States of America's Ministry of Defense Science and Technology, and that liberal arts tutor is pretty average, I guess. He was the top student in liberal arts in high school, graduated from Huaqing University, and went to study at Stanford University." Chen Jianqing spoke up at this time. "All the construction of the Nanhai New City was contracted by our family's construction company, and the officials said that they didn't have that much money, so they gave us a high-speed rail line to operate for 3 years as a payment to our family. As if it was this rail line from Shanghai to Nanhai. Ha ha ha. Chen Jianqing, you're blowing it too big, aren't you? Have you ever been so exaggerated? A high-speed railroad for your company to operate for 3 years? Do you know how much you can earn in 3 years? Really? We all know about you being a poor student. What's the point of pretending? I've always known that you like to be in the limelight. I just didn't expect to be so good at it." In the face of the cynicism of the students of Bo Wolf, Chen Jianqing opened his cell phone and placed it in the middle of the table. Here's a video of a news story. All that was reported on the news was that all the construction of the South China Sea New Town was handed over to the Chen Group. Lin Xiaoqiang was stunned, still in disbelief. "How is this possible? Your last name is Chen. Could it be that Chen Group is owned by your family? It's really funny." "That's right. You're a poor student, and you'll always be a poor student in this life." Chen Jianqing made a phone call. "I'm flaunting my wealth with someone else and you're trying to figure out a way for me to win." "Got it." Not a moment later, a message was sent on Chen Jianqing's cell phone. "Turn on the TV." Chen Jianqing pointed to the TV in the room. "Turn on the TV. The news is showing the midday news." And the president of the Chen Group, holding up a sign. It was clearly written on it, Chen Jianqing. It was a moment of full-blown amazement. Even the students of the Purple and Gold School were dumbfounded. Chen Jianqing shrugged and looked at Lin Xiaoqiang. "Still okay?" Lin Xiaoqiang asked. "Aren't you a poor student?" "I'm a poor student. I'm really poor, but I didn't say my family was poor." Showing off your wealth ends here in Chen Jianqing, because there's no one richer than him, and there's no point in showing off anymore. Chen Jianqing smiled faintly and said, "What else do you want to compare?" The first round of showmanship was won by the Purple and Gold School. The students gained a new understanding of Chan Kan Sang. The students didn't know that Chen Jianqing was able to ask the president of the Chen Group to raise a sign for him. Kosaku asked in a low voice, "How did you do it?" "Secret." Lin Xiaoqiang stood up and said, "Do you dare to compare ping-pong balls? What are you afraid of? Come on." The group arrived at the ping-pong table, but Chen Jianqing had never played it before. That is, he had seen how to play it on TV. Chen Jianqing held the racket with a dumbfounded look on his face. Lin Xiaoqiang suddenly serves the ball. Chen Jianqing subconsciously raised his hand to pick it up and call it. It directly hit Lin Xiaoqiang's chest. "Ah, it hurts." Lin Xiaoqiang covered his chest and squatted down. "Hey, You're fucking looking for trouble, aren't you? Does it want to fight? Damn it, we bull wolves aren't afraid of you, Zijin. The wolf cubs were all angry. Bai Yi explained to Chen Zhensheng, the ball you hit over there should touch the tabletop over there. Got it? Chen Zhensheng smiled and said, it's the first time I've played, so I'll familiarize myself with it after a couple of games. Lin Xiaoqiang stood up at this time as well. Fortunately, Chen Zhensheng's force just now was very small. Lin Xiaoqiang glared at Chen Zhensheng sinisterly. You fucking pissed me off. You're dead. Lin Xiaoqiang serves again. This time Chen Zhensheng gently received the ball and hit it over. Boo. Lin Xiaoqiang suddenly made a move. Win a point. Chen Zhensheng learned how to play ping pong after losing twice in a row. With his agile stance and quick reaction, he caught Lin Xiaoqiang off guard. In the end, Chen Zhensheng played more and more skillfully. Lin Xiaoqiang simply could not even catch the ball. Lin Xiaoqiang slammed his racket to the ground in annoyance. There was a hush from the students of the Purple and Gold School. That's it? Can't afford to play? You know what we're all about at the Purple and Gold School, right? Aren't you quite arrogant? Being snapped at by the students of the Purple Gold School, the students of the Bo Wolf School clenched their fists, hating that they couldn't rush up and violently beat them up. Lin Xiaoqiang angrily shouted, shut up all of you, this is only just warming up. At this time, Mr. Wang Tsunghai and Mr. Lu came back with 2 papers. Okay, you guys can start. Chen Zhensheng and Lin Xiaoqiang each had a test paper and started answering separately. The girls on the side rubbed Chen Zhensheng's shoulders, pinched his legs, and fed him snacks, serving him in every possible way. Chen Zhensheng finished the answer sheet as fast as he could. Lin Xiaoqiang smiled disdainfully. Being fast doesn't mean winning. Let's see who has a high score. It didn't take long for Lin Xiaoqiang to hand in his answer sheet as well. 2 teachers' grading papers. The students waited expectantly. Final score, 3 points in favor of Chen Zhensheng. The entire student body of Zijin School cheered. Lin Xiaoqiang griped and tore at his hair. It's definitely not right. Let me see. Che, can't afford to play? Can you? How dare you even question your teacher's grade? Admit defeat. You Bo Wolves can't compare to us, Zijin. Lin Xiaoqiang confirmed that there was no mistake and hammered the table in chagrin. He had always been strict with himself, not allowing himself to lose. But today he had lost 3 in a row. Show-offs, ping-pong balls, exams. Chen Zhensheng smiled smugly and asked, still competing? Old me is going to completely crush your pride. Lin Xiaoqiang angrily shouted. Of course we should compare. Compare who has more luxury cars. Lin Xiaoqiang made a phone call. After about half an hour, 20 luxury cars drove into the Zijin School. The total value is over $300 million. Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Aston Martin, etc. are all top luxury cars. Lin Xiaoqiang said with a proud face. 20. See that Ferrari? One must own a Ferrari Enzo to be eligible to buy this Ferrari. Lin Xiaoqiang's family is an old family in Shanghai. Ever since his brother, the god of war, was killed by a top assassin, he's been the sole heir to the family. Lin Xiaoqiang said, Chen Zhensheng, didn't you say that you're related to the Chen group? Show us your luxury car. Xiao Chang is the person who owns the most luxury cars in all of Shanghai. He definitely doesn't have that many. Chen Zhensheng, you'd better admit defeat. To put it bluntly, you're just related to the Chen group. It's not like you're the heir. That's right. It's been said for a long time that none of the students from the Purple Gold School are as rich as our students from the Bo Wolf School. A crowd of Zijin School students were outraged. Gasuo asked in a low voice, Negi, can you borrow so many cars? Borrow? Why do you need to borrow? Chen Zhensheng pulled out his cell phone and sent a message. Lin Xiaoqiang laughed disdainfully. Yes, I can. Let you borrow it. Can you borrow it? If I still need to borrow this little thing, then I am not the hall master of Lousy Hall. Chen Zhensheng said resentfully. I really don't have that many luxury cars here at all, right? The guy admitted he doesn't have that many luxury cars. That's admitting defeat? Ha ha ha, you're nothing more than that. Chen Zhensheng said. I just said I don't have that many luxury cars. When did I ever say I admit defeat? One buzz. 20 private luxury helicopters flew to the Purple and Gold School, landing on playgrounds, roofs, roads. Chen Zhensheng asked. I don't have that many luxury cars. Do you think this will work? All the teachers and students had been dumbfounded. Chen Zhensheng patted Lin Xiaoqiang's shoulder. Your car is in the way. Tell the driver to move it. Don't delay my helicopter landing. You can't afford to pay for it if you run into it. Lin Xiaoqiang clenched his fists and became furious. You must have rented it. How can one person have so many luxury helicopters? All mine. If you don't believe me, you can bet on it. Lin Xiaoqiang said. Okay, bet. If you can prove that these helicopters are yours, I'll give you $2 million. Think I'm a beggar? It's only $2 million. At least give me that Rolls-Royce of yours. Lin Xiaoxiang concluded that the helicopters were not Chen Gensheng's and agreed in one breath. Chen Gensheng made a phone call. Bring over the receipts and documents for the purchase of the helicopter. Not a moment later, two young men in suits came to the ceremonial building holding a pile of documents. See for yourself. Is it my name? Lin Xiaoxiang opened it and saw that it was indeed the name of Chen Gensheng. And all the contracts were in the name of Chen Gensheng. What in the world are you doing here? You don't care what I am. Now give me the keys to the Rolls-Royce. Lin Xiaoxiang didn't want to give it. He wanted to play tricks. Just now it was just a joke. You still took it seriously. These words immediately caused resentment among all the students of Zijin School. You, Lin Xiaoxiang, have your moments of cheating too? Ha! If you can't afford to play, don't play. This guy is a classic sore loser. Didn't you claim that you were the strongest rich kid in all of Shanghai? What's wrong now? Wilted? Lin Xiaoxiang endured the verbal abuse from the Zijin students and just refused to hand over his Rolls-Royce. Chen Gensheng patted his shoulder. You son of a bitch, don't pretend in front of me in the future. Your second-hand Rolls-Royce? I still can't look at it. Now admit defeat to the old man. The old man will let you go. Lin Xiaoxiang refused to give in or surrender his Rolls-Royce. Once he gives in, then he has no prestige at the Boy Wolf School. What are you panicking about? We haven't finished the competition yet, Gao Shuo said indignantly. Since you won't give in, hand over the keys to the Rolls-Royce, and if you're really good at it, then you can win it over again. Yeah, hand over the keys. Lin Xiaoxiang, don't play down. Are all the students of your Bo Wolf School so wimpy now? The teachers from the nearby Boy Wolf School couldn't look away. Xiao Chang, give them the key. When have we ever been afraid of Bo Wolf School? The reason Lin Xiaoxiang didn't want to hand over the keys was because the customized Rolls-Royce belonged to his father. If he loses this car, he'll probably have his dad cripple him. Lin Xiaoxiang asked in embarrassment, can we get another car? This Rolls-Royce is my father's. Root son, ask for his Aston Martin. Yeah, there aren't many of those cars in Shanghai. At the suggestion of his classmates, Chen Gensheng asked for the Aston Martin. Lin Xiaoxiang did not want to lose face in front of his classmates, and even more so, he did not want to show weakness, and decided to give Chen Gensheng a fierce lesson. Chen Gensheng, do you have the guts to dare to compete with me to see whose guts are bigger? How does it compare? Racing. What are you afraid of? Come on. Bai Yi spoke out to stop it. This won't work. It's too dangerous. Lin Xiaoxiang took the opportunity to say, give me back my car if you admit defeat. Chen Gensheng skimmed his lips and said, Laozi is afraid of you, yo. You say the rules. Let's see who reaches the finish line first, which is the Drum Tower in the Minyu district of Shanghai. What about losing? If I lose, I'll admit defeat in public and admit that our Bo Wolf School is inferior to your Purple Gold School. Yes. Chen Gensheng and Lin Xiaoxiang went downstairs. A group of students followed them out. Jensen Chan drove his customized Lamborghini Poison out of the parking lot, shocked the room with one appearance. Crap! How did this guy get this car? A customized version of the Poison would start at least $40 million. Boy, this speed crushes all of Lin Xiaoxiang's sports cars. It's over. Lin Xiaoxiang will definitely lose. The students of the Bo Wolf School all looked ugly and desperate when they saw the car. However, Lin Xiaoxiang's face raised a sardonic smile. Whatever the hell kind of sports car you are, you'll know what I'm capable of later. Bai Yi took Chen Gensheng's hand and said, I'll sit in the co-pilot. I want to make sure you are safe. Yang Saifei also wanted to sit in the co-pilot's seat, but she was just a step too late. The two cars were parked side by side on the road. With a whistle, Chen Gensheng's Lamborghini sped away, leaving Lin Xiaoxiang's Ferrari behind. Bai Yi nervously grabbed the seat belt and barked, Gensheng, be careful, MS. White. Don't talk while I'm driving. Oh. Bai Yi blushed and kept her mouth tightly shut. The Lamborghini sped along, sound waves resonating through the streets. Lin Xiaoxiang's Ferrari was no match at all and kept trying to overtake it, but it didn't have enough horsepower. Chen Gensheng is concentrating on his driving. Bai Yi's beautiful eyes stole glances at Chen Gensheng's handsome side face from time to time, and she couldn't help but still say, why don't you wear the down jacket I bought for you anymore? Chen Gensheng didn't hear and asked, what? I said why aren't you wearing the down coat I bought you anymore? Chen Gensheng did not reply and continued to concentrate on driving. A moment later, White Yi added, if you don't want to wear it, throw it away. Chen Gensheng hadn't said anything yet. He didn't know how to explain this to Bai Yi. This was also done to protect Bai Yi. Chen Gensheng arrived at the Drum Tower first. Lin Xiaoxiang arrived late, getting out of the car. Chen Gensheng grinned. Convinced? Now it's time to go back with us and admit defeat in person. Lin Xiaoxiang said with a bad smile on his face. You'd better solve the trouble in front of you first. At this time, 7 or 8 cars of various types surrounded Chen Gensheng. Down there are more than 20 people. All of them have a robust body. A look is not to be messed with the face. Bai Yi scolded. Is this how your Bo Wolf school teaches you? Using such underhanded tricks when you can't beat them? Bai Yi is angry with Chen Zhenxing for not wearing a white down jacket, and catches Lin Xiaoqiang in a reprimand. Lin Xiaoqiang's attitude was arrogant, pointing at Bai Yi and saying, "Even this woman, slap her twice for me." More than 24 people gathered around. Suddenly someone yanked on Bai Yi and raised his hand to strike. Chen Zhenxing clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing slightly. "This is something you guys forced me to do. Suffer the consequences." Lin Xiaoqiang sneered. "Fight. I'm videoing it. If you make a move, I'll post this video online. I know you're very powerful, but you can't help me." Boo. The burly man who was going to hit Bai Yi was hit in the head by Chen Zhenxing's punch. Whoosh. Knocked away tens of meters away. It was a vegetable on the spot. Phew. A pink frosted kitchen knife swept in. Lin Xiaoqiang's hand was holding up his cell phone to take a picture when he saw a pink residual shadow passing in front of him. 5 fingers fell off in unison. "Ah, my finger!" Lin Xiaoqiang fell to the ground and rolled around screaming, making the miserable sound of a piglet cutting its eggs. Chen Zhenxing dragged Bai Yi back out 10 meters. Bai Yi looked at Lin Xiaoqiang worriedly. "Isn't it a bit heavy-handed? If the Bo Wolf school pursues this, there will definitely be a conflict. I have a car recorder in my car. Don't worry about it." Shadow Girl tackled over 20 youths and drove off in her pink frosted Ferrari. Bai Yi asked suspiciously, "Who exactly is that girl? Is it that fiancé of yours you were talking about?" "No. I don't know them either, but they come out and help me whenever I'm in trouble," Bai Yi half-heartedly asked. "Really? What secrets are you hiding from me?" So many things went beyond my expectations today. The Chen Group. 20 helicopters. How did you do all of these? I commissioned it from Jinxi Chen's parents. As they were talking, a limousine drove up. At the sight of the wrecked scene, the students of Bao Wolf panicked into a frenzy. "Xiaoqiang, what's wrong with you?" "Crap, Xiao Chang, your hand." Lin Xiaoqiang cried. "Quickly pick up my fingers and send me to the hospital." A group of students carried Lin Xiaoqiang to the car. Lin Xiaoqiang shouted at Chen Zhenshang, "I'm not finished with you. Just wait for me." Gao Shuo was shocked. "You chopped off Lin Xiaoqiang's fingers? How can that be?" "I was scared to death." Chen Zhenxing took out the car recorder. "The truth is all in here. I didn't hit him," Whitey said. "I can prove it. Now let's go back to school. I think it's time to end this exchange." The Bo Wolf School's top student lost his finger, and if this matter was known to Principal Zhang, then he would definitely make a fuss about the Zijin School. Principal Zhang was drinking tea with Chen Shujian, and when he heard that his proud student had his 5 fingers chopped off, he stormed out and dropped his teacup. "Old Chen, I'm not done with you on this matter." Chen Shujian was not willing to show weakness either. "Who the hell are you not finished with? It's not like a student from our school did it." Chen Zhenxing handed the car recorder to Chen Shujian. "That son of a bitch deliberately raced with my old man, and then just at the end of the line arranged for someone to beat me, and couldn't afford to lose to do this kind of nasty thing." White E chimed in. "I can testify to that." Chen Shujian showed the car recorder to Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang opened Chen Shujian's hand and left with a cold snort. Chen Shujian asked, "Little uncle, you're not hurt, are you?" "Didn't have to. Uncle Junior, you've done our Zijin school a great honor. I'll make sure to do a good job of publicizing it." Chen Zhenxing covered his stomach and said, "Hungry, please eat." "Good." Chen Shujian invited Chen Zhenxing as well as all the teachers of the school to have a meal in a Sichuan restaurant. Chen Zhenxing deliberately went to the dormitory to change into that white down jacket. As soon as they entered the diner, the teacher's eyes went to Bai Yi, who was seated on the side. Because Whitey was wearing the exact same down jacket today, the teachers raised a meaningful smile. Only Chen Shujian was worried. As a direct descendant of the Chen family, Chen Shujian was aware that it was impossible for Chen Zhenxing and Bai Yi to be together. Even though age is not an issue, the gap between rich and poor is not an issue, as much as not being able to be together. Chen Zhenxing swept around the table. "Where's the spicy rabbit head? It's being done." Chen Shujian picked up his wine glass and said with a smile, come on, let's have a drink with Chen Zhenxing together." Finally letting our Zijin school raise its eyebrows. "This glass of wine must be a toast to Chen Zhenxing. It's just that we're curious. How did you transfer those 20 helicopters of yours? Aren't you a poor student?" Chen Zhenxing had long thought of a reason. "Chen Jingxi's family. How could I have that skill?" Chen Shujian changed the topic. "No matter what method you use. In short, in the future, Bo Wolf School won't be arrogant in front of us anymore." Sitting across from Chen Zhenshang, Bai Yi's delicate face raised a sweet smile. Chen Zhenxing is finally wearing the white down jacket she gave him. Chen Shujian said, "It's almost time for our school's winter camp again. Each class you discuss with your students, and the places you go are all different, but make sure the students are safe." "Understood." Chen Zhenshang was homesick. He wanted to go back and visit. He also doesn't feel much for winter camp, which is just a bunch of students eating, drinking and having fun together. After this meal, Chen Zhenqing said goodbye to the teachers. Shu Jian, I won't go to the winter camp. I want to go home and see my grandfather. This is certainly possible. You've been out for half a year. When you see the old ancestor, say hello for me. Good. Chen Zhenqing finished chatting with Chen Shujian and turned around to go back to the dormitory when he heard a coughing sound. As soon as I turned around, I saw Bai Yi hiding under a sycamore tree, shyly looking at Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng walked over with a smile. Mr. Bai, waiting for me? I just wanted to ask if you have any good suggestions for winter camp? I just told the principal that I'm not going to winter camp. I'm going home to see my grandfather. Bai Yi was stunned, so she smiled. It's good to go back and take a look. I think your grandfather must be very happy. As the two talked and walked, they unknowingly entered the school's garden, which was recognized as the school's mecca for love. And this scene happened to be seen by Princess Yang Kai, who had just returned. A strong feeling of jealousy came over me. It's getting to be too much, even wearing couple's clothes. At this time, Chen Zhenqing reached out and pulled on Bai Yi's soft palm. Bai Yi didn't struggle either, and the two leaned their shoulders together. Yang Saifei gritted her teeth and said, No, I absolutely can't let Bai Yi snatch Chen Zhenqing away. A teacher doesn't mind being ashamed. Yang Saifei is self-conscious of her hard work and dedication to running the Netflix company for Chen Zhensheng, while Chen Zhensheng is even in a relationship, which makes Yang Saifei feel very unbalanced. Chen Zhensheng! Yang Saifei suddenly shouted, frightening Bai Yi to hastily shake off Chen Zhensheng's hand and quickly leave from the other side. Chen Zhensheng glared at Yang Saifei. Claws? What are you yelling about, yo? I'd like to shout that I'm not going to our class at winter camp tomorrow. I'm going to your class. Chen Zhensheng said. I'm going home. Then I'll come home with you too. Bullshit. I won't let you come home with me. Yang Saifei pinched Chen Zhensheng and said indignantly. You can't fall in love with her. If you dare to fall in love with her, I'll report her. Crawl for me. What's it to you if I fall in love? Just off the top of my head. Anyway, you give it a try. Yang Saifei put down a harsh word and twisted her head to leave. Crazy bitch. Chen Zhensheng returned to the dormitory and began to pack his luggage. Tomorrow we'll go back to his hometown. The mood is really excited. Gosaku was a little sorry. We can't have fun if you don't go to winter camp. I can't help it. I've been out for half a year. It's time to go back. So how many days are you staying at the old house? 3 or 4 days. The following morning, when Chen Zhensheng was ready to leave, Bai Yi came to their dormitory early in the morning, carrying a large bag of gifts. There are healthcare products for the elderly, milk powder for the elderly and so on. A whole lot of gifts without 30,000 won't come down. White Yi urged. Be sure to bring it with you and be safe on the road. Thank you, teacher. You're giving away too much. You can't get these in the mountains. And some fruit. All these gifts alone filled the suitcase. Chen Zhensheng handed a car key to Bai Yi. This Rolls Royce is for you. I don't drive it either. This won't do. I can't have your car anymore. Besides, it's too expensive. Bai Yi took the car keys. It's just as well I'll take you to the airport. Just leave it here with me for now. I'll give it to you when you come back. Gotta have it. At the airport, the chairman of the Zhangguang Education Group, Chen Zhixing, was waiting here early. Young master, I've arranged to check in the first-class tickets for you, as well as some specialties from Shanghai. Have a heart. These are the things I'm supposed to do. White Yi on the side were stunned, although she also knew that Chen Zhenxing and the chairman of the board of directors have a relative relationship, but did not expect the chairman of the board of directors in front of Chen Zhenxing so lowly. Chen Zhenxing looked at Bai Yi. Teacher Bai, go back. Have a safe trip. Jensen Chan checks in. This time when he went back, not only was he visiting his grandfather, but more importantly, he wanted to make it clear to him that he didn't want to marry that demoness. Tell grandpa to get rid of the marriage. Just after sitting down in the first-class cabin, Chen Zhenxing saw that Shadow Girl was pouring pearls from pearl milk tea into her mouth. You're going back to? Right. The land of Sichuan and Sichuan. Chen Zhenxing had just gotten off the plane, and 2 young men in suits were waiting for him. Taking Chen Zhenxing's suitcase, he said respectfully, Young master, the airplane is ready. There are also some specialties from Shanghai, so you guys go pick them up. Gotta have it. Chen Zhenxing traveled by luxury helicopter to Basha Tianmeng Mountain. Tianmeng Peak, 5 peaks ringed, shaped like a lotus flower, the highest peak on the clear peak. From the top of the mountain overlooking, clouds floating in the mountains between the ravines and gullies, the hill floating due, just like the immortal mountain Xiangda. At sunrise the golden light is diffused and red clouds float. The hills are like phoenixes, bathing in the rising sun. There is a tarmac at Shanqing Peak. The helicopter landed smoothly and took the gondola all the way down. The scenery along the way is beautiful, with birdsong and flowers. The 50-kilometer radius was once overgrown. And Chen Genxing's father spent 20 billion yuan to buy valuable trees to plant among the mountains to create the beautiful landscape today. The mountains are filled with wisteria trees, a sea of cherry blossom trees, sycamore trees that invite the phoenix, and so on, in a variety of colors. What's more, tens of billions of dollars were spent to buy the world's most famous birds to be released in Tianmeng Mountain, and 10 tons of wormwood as well as bird food were put in every other month to feed them. Soon, between the wisteria trees, a wooden house came into Chen Genxing's eyes, surrounded by deer and cranes. It's like a paradise on earth. A white-bearded, long-haired old man with his hands behind his back and 2 tigers lying at his feet rubbed his face obediently against the old man's pants as he watched the slowly approaching cable car with a kindly smile raised on his face. Whoosh! The white-bearded, long-haired old man's eyes suddenly glazed over, and as he raised his hand, a dagger swept away. When the dagger decapitated the gondola, the cable car plummeted into an abyss of 10,000 feet. Ah, master, come back! Just as the gondola was about to crash to the ground, Chen Genxing scurried out with a punch that shattered the glass. Shadow Sister jumped out with a long leap. Chen Genxing jumped onto a giant tree in the sky, as if he was as sensitive and athletic as a monkey, jumping from this tree to another, landing step by step. Phew! 2 lanky tigers pounced. Chen Genxing laughed, stroking the tiger's head. Do not lick it. Do bao. Rice balls. After the 2 tigers rubbed against Chen Genxing, they prostrated themselves in fear upon seeing Shadow Girl. The 2 tigers were still cubs that Shadow Sister had found from the mountains, coming to the row of wooden houses. Chen Genxing's grandfather looked at the 2 of them with a smile. Nice work out to the big city. Didn't forget the skills. Hey, miss me? Thinking about a hammer, coming back to the claws at this hour? Look at you. Chen Genxing and Old Monster Chen walked into the wooden house. Shadow Sister is out there with 2 big buckets of feed for the deer and whooping cranes. Chen Old Monster looked up and down his grandson, exclaimed, examined the first in the whole grade. Fierce batch explosion yo. Chen Genxing sweated. Have you ever complimented someone like this? Master, after I left, how did you live here alone? I was a little uncomfortable when you first left, and then I got used to it, Chen Genxing said while making tea. I met that Kai Tianji in Shanghai, and you even helped him. Oh, I know. You know all about this? Shadow will check in with me every day to see how you're doing. Chen Genxing was surprised. Isn't there no signal here? Chen Laochi said. After you left, I spent money to press a signal tower, and a 5G base station. The network speed is ferocious batch explosion. Just behind the house, there's a cell tower and a 5G base station. Chen Genxing said in a bad mood. Why don't I press it when I'm here? That won't be necessary. What do you want for lunch? Get a spicy rabbit. Pust. With Shadow Girl's pink kitchen knife, the knife rose and a plump rabbit was slaughtered. Chen Genxing went out to have a look and was shocked. There were still more than 200 rabbits when I left. Why are there so few now? Don't I eat it? 2 rabbits a day. Can't eat less. Old Monster Chen picked up his tobacco pouch pot, filled it with tobacco, lit it, barred a few puffs, and then said, I heard that you don't study well in school and want to do business. Chen Genxing smiled sarcastically. You won't let the clan give me money, so I have to earn some living expenses. Don't you do live streaming? I've seen your live stream and even swiped a gift for you. How many swipes? $50 yet. Amount. Old Monster Chen said with certainty. No business allowed. Got it? Got it. At this time, another cable car was installed, and the specialties of Shanghai were transported down by cable car. Mr. Chen asked, what is this? Do you know about Chen Zhixing, the chairman of the Zhengguan Education Group? He sent you the specialties. Oh, that doll has a heart. Old Monster Chen squatted down and opened the specialties, smiling from ear to ear. This doll still understands me. All of them are what I love to eat. Chen Old Monster was once a generation of business lords in Shanghai. For some of the Shanghai city's local specialties are still very hung up. Shadow Mistress made a few dishes and the 3 of them sat around the table to eat them. Chen Genxing poured a glass of wine for his grandfather and said, Master, I want to tell you something. Say, I don't want to marry a demoness. Old Monster Chen asked suspiciously. Which one is the female demon? Regulus Katsuki. It's not up to me. If you want to get out of the marriage, you can tell her yourself. Chen Genxing said weakly. I don't dare. Old Monster Chen slapped Chen Genxing on the head. You're afraid of grannies? No talent. Chen Genxing bared his teeth in pain and muttered in a low voice. Aren't you also afraid of my grandmother? Am I afraid? I'm in love. You know what I mean. Master, she and I are close relatives. What if we get married and have a child and your great-grandson is a retard? Old Monster Chen was stunned and nodded. What you said still has some truth to it. But is it considered a close relative? Chen Genxing's grandmother was also surnamed Xianyuan, a cousin of Xianyuan Shang Yu's grandfather. Seeing that his grandfather was a bit confused, Chen Zhenxing hastened to add more fuel to the fire. It's really a close relative. She called my grandmother should be called auntie, right? Hall of. The Hall's also pro. Old Monster Chen was confused by Chen Zhenxing, took a sip of wine, and simply said, settle this matter yourself. Chen Zhenxing said aggressively, am I your only real grandson? Yes. If I marry her and she beats me to death someday, your family's line will be broken. Weigh it yourself. This instantly made Old Monster Chen look grave. Is this girl really as fierce as you say? You can't even beat her? Chen Zhenxing pointed at Shadow Sister and said, neither of us can beat her. Old Monster Chen looked at Shadow Girl. Shadow Mistress nodded vigorously with a serious face. When did you guys ever fight? 12, I think, or 15. I don't remember. Old Monster Chen released a laugh. How many years has it been? You are so strong now. She is definitely not your match. A little revelation about the female lead. This matter of withdrawing from the marriage is not good for Old Monster Chen to step in. After all, they are still relatives, and his father-in-law's house. Not to mention the Old Monster Chen divorced with his daughter-in-law for many years. This time to go out to say, a little bit pulling face. Chen Zhenxing wanted to withdraw from the marriage and his grandfather did not support him. The spicy rabbit meat in Chen Zhenxing's mouth was tasteless. It seems that we can only go to grandma. Old Monster Chen immediately blew his beard and glared. How dare you? If you dare to go to your grandmother, I'll break my legs for you. Chen Zhenxing said bitterly, is it fun for you two to fight? I advise you to call my grandmother to get her back before it's too late. When Chen Zhenxing was 10 years old, his grandparents defeated his grandmother in a close fight over 5 days and 5 nights. Grandma, on the other hand, stubbornly believes that grandpa is not a martial artist and engages in sneak attacks. The two argued for another day, and eventually grandma went back to her mother's house in a huff. Neither has returned to this point. Although Chen Laogai had always prevented Chen Zhenxing from going to see his grandmother. When he was a child, Chen Zhenxing always secretly went to see his grandmother. Chen Zhenxing spread his hands and said, if you don't support me in withdrawing from the marriage, then I'll have to talk to my grandmother about this. Support! Their Xianyuan family's women are all more savage than one another. We can't marry them. I'll call and help you return this marriage. Chen Laochi pulled out a latest model Apple cell phone to make the call. Is this Regulus Manchurian? I'm your brother-in-law. Toot toot. Old Monster Chen pointed at his cell phone in dismay. This guy even hung up on me. Chen Zhenxing sweated. What about this? You send him a message. Son of a bitch dares to hang up on me. Old Monster Chen sent a message over, which read as follows. My grandson is going to withdraw from your granddaughter's marriage, so you have to agree to it even if you don't. After the message was sent, a call came from there. Who are you to make decisions for Negi? Negi begged me for it, and he was right there with me. Put him on the phone. Chen Zhenxing was busy shaking his head. Old Monster Chen said, don't talk to me about this useless stuff. Just withdraw from the marriage. Why did you withdraw? Because that granddaughter of yours is such a bully. Let my sister talk to you. Regulus Manakura. I'm not talking to your sister. Before Old Monster Chen could speak, Chen Zhenxing's grandmother had already answered the phone. A cold voice rang out. Where's Negyuzin? I want to speak to Negyuzin. When Old Monster Chen heard this voice, he shivered and hurriedly handed his cell phone to Chen Zhenxing, whispering, your grandmother. Chen Zhenxing picked up the phone. Grandma, hey. Why don't you come to see grandma and run off to the mountains again? I'll stay at my master's for 2 days and then I'll visit you. Bullshit. Alas, I raised you for nothing. Your surname is Chen after all, not Xian Yuan. I'm just here for 2 days, and I'll see you in 2 days. Don't come to see me. Consider me dead. Chen Zhenxing said. I was wrong. Grandma, let's talk about Xian Yuan Shangyue, shall we? Grandma said with certainty. No backing out of the marriage. If you dare to back out of the marriage, I'll dare to really divorce your grandfather. Why? Don't threaten me. Grandma is doing this for your own good. You'll see when you get married. She's vicious, and I don't know her. We'll be spending a lot of time together, and I've already called her to come back as soon as possible. Chen Zhenxing knows that it definitely does not make sense on the grandmother's side, and the grandfather is afraid of the grandmother, so there is no room for this matter to be resolved. Unless Chen Zhenxing could beat Xianyuan Shangyu. Grandma added, good grandson, when you have more contact with Katsuyuki, you will realize that she is a very good girl. Oh, I know. When are you coming to see grandma? In a couple days. Chen Zhenxing handed the cell phone to his grandfather. Old Monster Chen whirled around and hung up the phone. Chen Zhenxing ate with an unpleasant look on his face. Old Monster Chen said in relief, the Xian Yuan family is actually quite good. Get along for a while first, and then withdraw from the marriage if it doesn't work out. Chen Zhenxing gritted his teeth and said, I'm not going to give her a good look anyway. I'm going to work out. I'm going to surpass her. Eat quickly. Old Monster Chen said with a smile. After eating, take you to the fair. Has my old man's son been back lately? Didn't have to. Pretty busy work. Where's my cousin? When old Monster Chen heard these words, he put down his wine glass. I know what you mean. Don't think too much about this matter. I have a number in my heart. I don't care to compare myself to him. Chen Zhensheng also has an aunt. Aunt's family has a son. Business wizards. Once did a sensational global acquisition. Instantly make him famous. For the family generated revenue of 12 billion US dollars. There are some patriarchs within the Basho Chamber of Commerce who support him. And those who stood on Chen Gensheng's side were thinking of letting Chen Gensheng perform as soon as possible to prove that he was not inferior to this cousin. But they were banned from doing business and going to school properly. Jingle bells. Chen Gensheng's cell phone suddenly rang. Surprisingly, it was Caffeine Yang who called. We're in Tianfu City. How should we get to you? Chen Gensheng was surprised. You guys came to Tianfu City, Claw? Of course it's going to come to winter camp. And after our unanimous decision, it's coming to your hometown this time. It rarely snows here. You can't ski. You can't see the snow. So why come here? Cut the crap. Where should we find you? Send the address. Just a moment. Chen Gensheng hung up the phone and asked his grandfather. My classmates are coming to play with us. Where should I arrange for them to go? Let them come here tea. We have plenty of houses left. Chen Gensheng said. You have a yard full of plum deer, white cranes, tigers, and this rambling landscape. So you're not a poor person at first glance. It's been a long time since there's been any excitement here at Grandpa's, so when the time comes, you'll just have to watch me make up lies to make sure they believe them. Chen Gensheng sent a locator to Yang Saifei and told them to come by cab. There is also an elevator of a few dozen meters near the foot of the mountain that goes straight to Sanqing Peak, where you take a cable car straight to this place. Old Monster Chen said to Shadow Mistress, bolt up dough bao and rice dumpling so they don't bite anyone else. Oh, old Monster Chen looked around the room, scratched his head and said, it should be about time. I was supposed to be living a life of purity. Chen Gensheng couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, this was the first time any of his friends had come here. What poor person have you ever seen who would install an elevator on a mountain? Has a point. So what should we do? Chen Gensheng thought for a moment and raised his eyes. Just say it's from the scenic area, not our family. Chen Laochi immediately pulled out his cell phone and called his old housekeeper. Fatty Biao. Immediately rush out a sign that says Tianmeng Mountain Scenic Area. Then find some people to act as tourists, and set up a water and food cellar on the mountain. In short, make it look like a tourist area. You only have about half an hour. Understood. In half an hour, there were more than 100 tourists on Tianmeng Mountain. There were also stalls set up on the hill and guided tours that were bustling with activity. Yang Saifei, Bai Yi, Chen Yehao, and the others who came to the foot of the mountain were shocked to see such a spectacular scene. Have we come to the wrong place? That's right. That's the address Chen Gensheng sent me. They live in a scenic area? Chen Gensheng ran over and waved. Here it is. Hey, how did you guys think of coming to my house? Kosako said. We didn't have fun without you. And Mr. White suggested we come to your house. Whitey said shyly. The whole class wanted to come and see it. Thank you for still thinking of me. I have a big dinner for you tonight. Come with me. Chen Gensheng took them on a 100-meter elevator straight to the summit. Gao Shuo exclaimed. This tourist area is also too good to have an elevator. Gensheng, why does your family live in a scenic area? It's too cool. As soon as you open your eyes there's a beautiful scenery. Chen Gensheng smiled sarcastically and said, in the past, the scenic area wanted to give us compensation, but my grandfather didn't agree to it because he thought it was too little, so he's been living here ever since. Arrive at Sanqing Peak and take the cable car down. The scenery along the way is picturesque. The students let out a gasp of amazement. If I woke up in a place like this every day, my life would be perfect. Jensen, is your grandfather's house for sale? I'll offer $5 million. You can forget it. $5 million and you want to buy a house inside the scenic area. How do you think? This place is so beautiful. Look, there are white cranes. The sound of birds is constant. And there are monkeys. In this mountain forest, strange and exotic beasts abounded. Back then, more than $30 billion were spent to create this landscape, changing the landscape of the mountain and artificially diverting the waterfalls over, at a huge cost. Students were taking pictures with their cell phones. Chen Gensheng took the opportunity to laugh. Shoot one for me too. Chen Gensheng deliberately stood beside Bai Yi. Yang Saifei saw this and walked over. I want to shoot too. With that, Chen Gensheng and Yang Saifei stood on either side of Bai Yi to take a picture. Chen Gensheng had a bad taste in his mouth. Aren't you a senior? Why did you join our class winter camp? I think I'd like to. Bai Yi laughed. This time it's also thanks to Kai Fei. At first there were no more air tickets. She asked for connections to buy them. As he said that, the gondola stopped. There, at eye level was a row of wooden houses, each one being a two-roomed house. 6 in all, jagged and staggered. Each wooden house is surrounded by a sea of flowers and a variety of potted plants, as exquisite as a house in a fairy tale. Wow, it's so beautiful here. The air is filled with the scent of flowers. Old Monster Chun greeted the front with a smile. Welcome to your humble abode. I'm sorry to have missed you. Bai Yi stepped forward to exchange pleasantries. Hello, sorry to bother you. It doesn't exist. You're all Negi's classmates, so of course I'm going to treat you well. I'm Chen Genxing's homeroom teacher. My name is Bai Yi. Oh, hello. Very young. Come inside and talk. The living room is still spacious, neatly and cozily decorated. Shadow Sister served a pot of tea. Bai Yi was surprised. You're here too? Old Monster Chen said. This is my adopted granddaughter, and I've asked her to take care of Yayaganshing in Shanghai. It was only then that Bai Yi got a good look at Shadow Sister, and she was instantly stunned. Spiritual like a gem, like bright eyes, willow leaf brow, small mouth soft and glossy, delicate features, translucent skin. Although there is not the slightest expression on the face, but let a person cannot remove their eyes from her face. A woman like Bai Yi was captivated by him. Old Monster Chen laughed. Teacher, drink tea, Bai Yi said with an embarrassed look on her face. Before, I thought Chen Genxing was a poor student. It's just poor students. Don't look at us living so well. In fact, it's just a hotel owner. Chen Laoqi's heart is like a hornet's nest, spreading panic, not even blinking an eyelid. Recently, business is not good. We are not a 4-level tourist area here. The tourists are especially few. Oh, so it's a hotel. Ah. A group of students ran into the living room in a panic. White Yi frowned. What's wrong? Don't be rude. Mr. White. There's a tiger. Bai Yi whirled around in fear and stood up, seeing Shadow Mistress leading 2 fierce tigers past her. This, Old Monster Chen said. Don't make a fuss. These 2 tigers were also raised from childhood and are very obedient. White Yi was shocked. She raised it? Right. It doesn't bite. Old Monster Chen instructed Shadow Girl. Lead it somewhere else. The students looked at Shadow Girl with adoration. That's so cool. I love this young lady. Can you afford to love? If you dare touch a tiger's ass, you're entitled. Don't dare. Bai Yi admonished. You haven't greeted Nong Shang's grandfather yet, so be polite. Yang Saifei came to Chen Laoqi and smiled. Hello Grandpa, my name is Yang Saifei. My relationship with Chen Genxing is particularly good, and the 2 of us are now working together. Cough. Chen Genxing coughed violently. Yang Saifei whirled around and shut up. Chen Yehao walked up carrying a whole ham. Old ancestor, my name is Chen Yehao, Chen Zhixing's son. This is the ham my father asked me to bring you. Oh, your old man has sent a lot of them. With all his heart. Chen Yehao was able to show his face in front of Old Monster Chen, and that was definitely in the school's favor. If it were normal, not to mention Chen Yehao, even Chen Zhixing wouldn't be able to see Old Monster Chen. Old Monster Chen said to Chen Gensheng, wash some fruits, greet your classmates, don't just stand there. Grandpa, don't bother, we want to go around and see the sights. Come back for the evening meal, to be had. It's not a bad view, let Negi take you there. And then, Chen Gensheng led a group of students around the canyon. Old Monster Chen carried the chopper and went to the sheep pen. Bai Yi panicked and walked over. What is your old man doing? Of course it's to kill a goat. You call Gensheng and ask him to catch a few fish and come back to make a spicy boiled fish. Old Monster Chen personally cooked for the students. Shadow Meyer walked straight into the sheep pen. Grandpa, you rest. I'll do it. I'm going to butcher 2 rabbits. Seeing that Chen Genxing's family was so enthusiastic, Bai Yi couldn't be idle herself. And more importantly, she wanted to show off in front of Chen Genxing's grandfather. So she went to pick some vegetables from the vegetable field not far away and came back. Chen Genxing and a group of students enjoyed the scenery and took pictures not far away. Come to a lake, which is stocked with all kinds of fish. Chen Genxing grinned. Who takes a bath? Too cold to wash. Chen Genxing stripped off his clothes, leaving only a pair of mighty tiger quadrille pants, and dove headfirst into the lake. Chen Genxing has been extremely good at water since he was a child, and he dove in headfirst and fished out 2 large carp and threw them ashore. Crap, bull, are there a lot of fish in here? Yang Saifei asked worriedly. Aren't you cold inside the water? Come up quickly. That's how I got here when I was a kid, and my grandfather said he'd make you boiled fish. Chen Genxing caught 2 more fish before he climbed up. Kosaku marveled. I really didn't expect you to live here. I thought you were living poorly. Chen Gensheng, what is that girl holding the tiger to you? I'd like to add her WeChat. I'd like to. Don't even think about it. You're not her type. Just as they were talking, Shadow Girl came to the lake with an expressionless face. A group of students subconsciously took a step back. Shadow Girl pulled out her pink frosted kitchen knife and knocked all 4 fish to death, lifting them with 4 fingers in the gills and leaving. Zah, too sassy, that's the kind of girl I like. Won't she smile? Chen Zhenqing shook his head and said, it will laugh. Just not at outsiders. Gasuo said, Genso, we want to take a picture with those 2 tigers, but you have to hold them. Does it really not bite? Chen Zhenqing put his finger in his mouth and blew a loud whistle. The whistle echoed through the canyon. Hoo hoo hoo. 2 fierce tigers came running wild. A group of students fled in fear. Doughbois, rice balls, lie down. The tiger lay down obediently. Chen Zhenqing turned his head to look at them. Come here, T. Don't you want to take pictures? The students' heads were shaking like rattles. No biting. Only then did Gosaku come over warily. Brother, I do trust you. Don't worry. Takasaka stroked up the tiger's back with a trembling hand. The 2 tigers lay motionless on the ground. Gosaku then stroked up with relief. Take my picture quickly. Chen Zhenqing used his cell phone to take a few pictures of Gao Shua in another video. The rest of the students saw this and came boldly to the tiger. Young Caffeine directly turned on the live broadcast. Live play Manticore. The live cover attracted tens of thousands of online viewers right off the bat. Yang Saifei stroked the tiger's head and said excitedly, see, this is a real tiger. Is this a zoo? I think it's the circus, isn't it? Circus tigers are the most obedient. Young Caffeine said, it's domesticated. Crap. What kind of family conditions? How dare you retire a tiger? The anchor is so raw. All kinds of gifs are constantly brushed in the live room. The whole screen of 666. Chen Zhenqing picked up Yang Saifei and let her ride on the tiger's body. Yang Kaifei was so scared that her whole body stiffened. The fans in the live stream saw this scene and the gifs were swiped even more ferociously. This tiger is a woman's equal. Even tigers go soft when they see a tigress. Bull. Anchor touched the tiger's ass. As the saying goes, you can't touch the tiger's ass. Strongly urged the anchor to touch the tiger's ass. Touched the tiger's ass and swiped the big gift. Yang Saifei clenched her teeth and reached out to touch the tiger's butt. Then whirled back. Gifts were swiped. The income that this live broadcast brought to Young Caffeine was hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then, Yang Saifei live-streamed the beautiful surroundings. Chen Zhenqing led them to the top of the mountain, which had long been empty. Ha! There were a lot of tourists when we got here. Why are they gone now? Who's still here now that the sun is setting? It's also true that this place isn't a famous tourist area after all. As the sun sets in the west, the remaining sun is even more beautiful. A class of students sat and admired the flaming clouds in the sky. Root sun, I'm in love with this place, and I'm coming back here next time. Chen Zhenqing said, forget it, don't even come here in the future. Why? Once you guys come, my family won't be able to eat meat for quite some time. We spend money. That doesn't make you guys come. At this time, Chen Zhenqing's cell phone rang. Come back for dinner. Chen Zhenqing stood up and said, let's eat. Let's go. Depart. A dozen students rode the gondola back to the canyon. Inside the living room, a large oval dining table. The table was set with delicious food in a variety of colors and flavors. Old Monster Chen exclaimed, Bai's craftsmanship is very good. A bit of our ba shu flavor. I only know a little bit about it. 2. Old Monster Chen looked around at the students and smiled from ear to ear. I haven't been this lively here for a long time. Welcome you children. Eat and drink well today. Thank you, Grandpa. Begin. Everyone started moving their chopsticks to eat. Chen Zhenqing picked up the wine jug and poured a glass of wine for his grandfather. Bai laughed. They are all underage. Let me have a drink with you. Oh, you drink a lot? It's not much. I can drink 4 taels of white wine. Women's towel. Drink up. Chen Zhenqing poured more for Bai and urged. This wine is a bit strong. So drink slowly. Bai picked up her wine glass and said to the students, let's toast Grandpa together. Thank you for your hospitality and for interrupting. It doesn't exist. Come on. Drink up. A cup of wine beautifully down. Chen Old Monster clamped a mouthful of food. Asked with a smile, my grandson has today's achievement. All the white teach good. I have heard of it. I should honor you a cup. As he spoke, 2 glasses of wine went down. A table full of delicious food. Instead, Shadow Girl squatted on a rock in the yard with a bowl of some spicy chicken and some spicy rabbit meat to eat. Gosako couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, why doesn't that young lady sit over here and eat? Oh, too many people. She's not used to it. She's been afraid of meeting people since she was a little girl. Feeling quite embarrassed and a bit of a turtle dove, Bai came into the courtyard and laughed. You're Chen Genqing's friend. And we're all Chen Genqing's friends. And we've met a few times. So why don't we go to the house and eat? No need. Shadow Mistress stood up and walked out of the yard with her bowl. Cold and forlorn. Bai did not understand how there could be such a strange woman in the world. After a hearty meal, Chen Zhensheng raised a bonfire. Old Monster Chen took out the brewed plum wine and shared it with the students. Drink less of this. You can't get drunk. You guys talk here. I like to take a walk after dinner. It was with this in mind that Old Monster Chen began to walk up the hill. There was originally no road there, and it was hardened by Old Monster Chen stepping out a path up the mountain. On the following day, there was a fair. Elder Monster Chen led a group of students to a nearby village to catch a market. Few of these rich kids had ever seen such a bustling bazaar, and everything felt new. The bazaar was full of vegetables, clothes, mountain products and kittens and dogs, and they were overwhelmed by the sight. A girl saw an English short kitten, squatted down and asked, "How much do you charge for this English short?" "You give 500. "Ha? 500? Did I hear you right? At the pet store this English short is at least $2,000. I'll take it. I'll take one too." Soon, 4 English shorthorn kittens were purchased. Bai was horrified to find that wherever Shadow Meyer, who had been walking alone in front of her, passed, the chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, and dogs trafficked on either side of her prostrated themselves on the ground. "This, Root son, what's up with that sister of yours?" The students heard Mr. Bai's exclamation of surprise and looked over to see the astonishing scene. "Holy shit, that's amazing, isn't it? How did she do that?" Chen Zhensheng said, "My grandfather said that when he picked her up in the mountains. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Regarding Shadow Sister's birth, Chen Zhensheng didn't know, and neither did Old Monster Chen. Shadow Girl herself doesn't even know who her parents are." Old Monster Chen sat with a group of old men drinking tea and chatting. "Nejisan, take your classmates for a nice stroll. Don't slow them down." "Got it." And then, Chen Zhensheng took them to a bowl of rice noodles. In their eyes, everything in this bazaar was very cheap, and they bought whatever they liked. It didn't take long for everyone to return with large bags full of money. Back in the valley, everyone started to pack up and get ready to leave. Chen Zhensheng also packed his suitcase. Old Monster Chen exhorted, "Go back and study hard. Don't worry about anything else. I know, you have to take care of yourself too." Bai thanked again and again. "Thank you for your hospitality. If you have time to go to Shanghai, be sure to tell us, so that we can also do our part as hosts." "Good. My grandson is in the hands of Mr. Bai at school." After exchanging pleasantries, the group left by cable car with their luggage. Chen Zhensheng bought them all first-class tickets. "Root, we'll come back to your house next time," Chen Zhensheng said in a bad mood. "I told you, I won't let you come back." A few of the boys had been jumping at the chance to ask the Shadow Girl sitting in front of them for a WeChat. They hadn't seen Shadow Mistress's appearance before, and since they saw her true appearance the day before yesterday, they were completely stunned by her overwhelming looks. At the moment, Shadow Girl is wearing her signature pink duck hat again. The boys egged each other on. "You ask for it. I'm not going. You go. I'll give you $50,000. I'm scared." "There you go." Yang Caffeine skimmed her lips and said, "No interest in looking like that. I'll do it." Yang Saifei walked up to Shadow Sister. "Shadow Sister, can I add you on WeChat?" "Not allowed." Shadow Mistress coldly refused. Yang Kaifei returned to her seat in ashes. Bai asked in a low voice, "Zhensheng, does your sister have psychological problems? If she really does, you can find a psychiatrist in Shanghai to counsel her a bit. No big deal. That's just the way she is. No need to make a big deal out of it." Back at Purple and Gold School, it was business as usual. Chen Zhensheng does nothing but study and exercise every day, week after week. On this day of Saturday, Chen Zhensheng was working on a problem in his dormitory. Whitey called and invited him to an opening. Chen Zhensheng gladly agreed to the appointment. This is a deli that her parents opened in Shanghai. The store is not big, just 50 square feet. When it opened, no one else was invited either, and Chen Zhensheng was the only one invited. Bai's younger brother held Chen Zhensheng's hand. "I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but my sister has been stopping me from doing so." Chen Zhensheng smiled sarcastically. "Usually I'm quite busy studying." Coincidentally, there was a similar deli opening across the street, and the gesture was very large. The store was not small, and all kinds of cooked foods were much more complete than those on Bai's side. The deli across the street also had a big stage with all sorts of cool acts, running live raffles, discounted sales, and more. On the contrary, this side is much cooler, and no big stage was invited, and even no one sent flower baskets. Bai's brother said indignantly, "I've long said I'd let you hire a big stage and liven things up, and I've talked to my friends about it." White father said, "Cannot be invited, and not your business. This is my business." Invited your friends, that is not in disguise to let people get a share of the money. It was the first time for Chen Zhensheng to attend someone else's opening ceremony, and he was a little underprepared, which made him realize that he should send a flower basket or something. He sent a message to the lousy temple group. After about half an hour, the first Bentley pulled up. Chen Yehao arrived in a private car and presented a large flower basket. Mr. White, business is booming. Bai Yi was surprised. How did you know? After saying that, Bai Yi looked at Chen Zhenxing, who was smiling at the side. Mr. Bai, you're really not interesting enough to invite only Chen Zhenxing alone. The school does have a rule that there can't be any money exchanges between students and teachers. Chen Yehao said. My little master said in the group, cannot let Mr. White difficult. This time will not take the share of money. All send flower baskets. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound. The sound drowned out the sound of the big stage across the street, and the luxury sports car drew a crowd of lookers and onlookers. A sports car came this way. Mr. White, business is booming. Mr. White, good luck with your business. One large basket of flowers was sent up, and the little store door was soon full. Whitey was flattered to receive them. In front of the deli across the street, the owner's family and relatives and friends were very sour. I don't know how much it cost to hire it. A swollen face. I'm guessing spending that much money on actors would be enough for them to rent another storefront. Brother, our guys are running over to their side to shoot sports cars. Damn, old five. Aren't you in the gang? Get a few people over there to show them some color. Okay, I'll get someone. I'll get you some more friends over. And those friends of mine have luxury cars. It didn't take long before 3 or 4 limousines drove up over there as well and parked in front of the entrance, provoking this side. In the roadside suddenly stopped a few commercial vehicles, rushed over a group of social lads, flaunted, ferocious, squatting in front of the White family store. Just do not go. An end to eat stinky tofu, eat the finished package deliberately thrown at the door, and spit, and chew beetle nut spit all over the place. Intentional nausea, a face of society, my most hanging expression. Whitey's brother was so angry that he rushed up to fight. Bai Yi tugged at him. Don't make a scene. I'll go talk to them. Bai Yi was just about to go forward to the theory when a middle-aged man in a suit came. This person is the chairman of the Zhengyuan Education Group, Chen Xixing. Behind him is a few people carrying a flower basket. Positive Light Education Group sends flower baskets. Ah, Bai Yi was flattered and greeted her. Chairman, how did you know about this too? When my own employee's store opens, of course I have to send a congratulatory gift to wish you a prosperous business. Huge banners went up. Huge baskets of flowers were placed. It was a wake-up call. A congratulatory gift from the Basho Group. A temperamental beauty in OL women's clothing came in a graceful manner. Hello, I am the chairman's assistant. Our chairman is not in the country. Specially instructed me to send a congratulatory gift. Wishing you good luck for your opening. Business is booming. Said he presented a generous red envelope, as well as a large basket of flowers and a banner. Chen Zhenxing greeted everyone and hung up quickly. We must be stronger than the opposite side. We can't let them steal the show. Okay, you guys set up the baskets all right and set them up. Bai Yi and the female assistant excused themselves. This can't be allowed. Sending a flower basket is already enough to make me flattered. The assistant smiled. The chairman ordered that it must be delivered. The assistant shoved the thick red envelope to Bai Yi and turned to leave. Bai Yi's family was wide-eyed and confused. Father Bai asked in dismay. How do you know so many bosses? Buyer's brother corrected. Dad, what boss? Do you know what Bashu Group is? Bashu Group is the leading company in Shanghai, old and powerful. Bai Yi's mind was a bit spinning for a moment. She didn't remember when she had met with the chairman of the Bashu Group, right? The group of society boys saw that the store was offering free samples, so they gathered around and yelled for free samples. Mother White brought them a plate of cooked food to try for free. How is this enough to eat? Let's have one of the sesame chicken. If it's good, we'll buy it. Let us have one of the slate ducks for free, too. Bai Yi's brother came over with a stool and angrily shouted. Roll or not, if you don't roll, I'll beat you to death. Come on, here you go. You're not a man if you don't fight today. Boo. A bottle hit him directly on the head. It wasn't Whitey's brother who hit him, but another burly man. The rest of the society lads looked up at the sight of the man who made them shit their pants. Chen sat up. The strong man shouted angrily. Which one? Who is the big brother? Nee. No big brother. The burly man raised his hand and slapped him to the ground. Chen set up a walk over and calmly said, don't fight here. Drag it to the store across the street and fight in front of their boss. Okay, Rico. Chen Tai's little brother dragged a few of them to the deli across the street, stormed in front of the boss. Each one of them was too silent to say anything. The Heaven and Earth Dynasty will send a congratulatory gift. Chen Shu set up and pulled out a red envelope, saying with a smile, Mr. Bai, good luck with the opening. Bai Yi scrambled to excuse herself. I really can't accept it. Thank you so much. In fact, Bai Yi had never met Chen Tiejie, but had only occasionally heard the students talk about such a person. Be sure to take it. You must be curious, right? I'm from the same hometown as Chen Zhensheng. Bai Yi then realized that the surname Chen. I'll take your flower basket. I can't take this money. Teacher Bai must accept this, a small token of my appreciation. Chen Chen set up the red packet and stuffed it into Mr. Bai, pointing at the banner he had sent. You can hang this banner of mine here. It's a protective charm. Chen Tiching led a group of strong men in black suits to get into the car and leave. Dozens of black sedans sailed away. The owner of the deli across the street broke out in a cold sweat. Is that Mr. Chen standing there? Yes, brother, you messed with the meanest man in Shanghai. I just wonder. A small store has so many people sending congratulations. The Ba Shu Group, the Zhang Guang Group, and the Heaven and Earth Dynasty Association. I'm also screwed. My big brother is a little brother under Chen Tiejia's hand. This time I called a group of brothers to go across the street to smash the scene. If this matter is investigated, I'll specify that I'll break 2 fingers. Bad luck. Why don't you check it out? That's it. Got us beat up. Friends have pointed to the store owner. The boss's heart was not in the right place, and he had 100 claws. Brother, is there any point in keeping this deli open? That won't be necessary. Close the door. The owner eventually had to close the business to save his life. It had just opened and closed, and the owner was sorry but helpless. But what about all my cooked food? Go across the street and talk to their boss. We'll sell them these deli foods cheap. The boss could only walk over there cheekily. White is overwhelmed by the large companies that have come to congratulate her, all of them sending baskets of flowers from the students' home companies. The boss smiled with embarrassment. Old brother, I'm really sorry. I've come to apologize to you. Oh, I'm the one who's sorry for hitting you. Nothing, I just wanted to discuss something with you. Father White asked. What is it? I'd like to sell you all the deli food from my deli at a low price. Would you like to buy it? Father White was surprised. Sell it to me at a low price? You're not driving? The owner smiled bitterly. I can't keep it open. I beg you to buy it, or else all those delicatessen food will go bad. Of course, Father Bai was willing to buy it at a low price, but he just felt quite embarrassed that people were closing down just after opening. In the end, Father White spent only $30,000 on all 60 types of deli food. Chickens, ducks, fish, geese, cows, sheep and pigs are all available. Bai Yi walked next to Chen Zhenxing and secretly took his hand. Thank you for helping me. If it wasn't for you, I think today would definitely be a bad opening. What a thank you for our relationship. On the side of the road, a girl in a pink ducktail hat passed by. Chen Zhenxing panicked and let go of Bai Yi's soft palm. Whitey said to her classmates, what do you want to eat this morning on me? Chen Yehao proposed. Teacher Bai, I have a suggestion. Take some of your family's cooked food. We'll buy some snacks and drinks. We'll pack a movie theater, and we'll eat while watching the newly released movie. Okay? That's a good offer. I'm for it. This will also save Whitey a lot of money. The money to pack the theater comes out of the old Sun's Hall funds, and the students pay for snacks and whatnot out of their own pockets. Basho Cinema, Hall 1. Bai Yi and Chen Zhenxing carried 4 big bags of cooked food. Plate duck, spicy rabbit head, duck neck, duck rack and so on. The theater also had a special table. Bai Yi picked up the Coke and said, thank you classmates. I originally wanted to have a quiet opening today. I didn't expect you guys to give me such a big surprise. Thank you. Chen Zhenxing finished a cup of Coke in one gulp and grabbed a slab of duck to nibble on. Bashful to the board, Bai Yi wiped Chen Zhenxing's mouth with a paper napkin. Eat slowly. This is just yours. There's more. Whitey's actions brought a sigh of relief from her classmates. Teacher, I want to wipe my mouth too. Teacher, I want one too. Bai Yi handed them a pack of paper towels. Wipe yourself. Ugh, eccentric. During the movie, Bai Yi and Chen Zhenxing sat together. The two couldn't help but hold each other's hands. The two of them looked at each other in the darkness with such affection that they couldn't help but lean toward each other. Bai Yi closed her eyes, her heart racing. Whoosh! A leftover chicken bone shot between them. Chen Zhenxing turned his eyes to see. The shadow sister sat in the last row, holding a bought Ken Big Master family bucket. Chen Zhenxing whirled around and sat upright, eyeing the screen. Bai Yi waited for a while but couldn't feel Chen Zhenxing's lips and opened her eyes to see Chen Zhenxing watching the movie intently. Shame bowed her head, her face bashful. Shadow Girl really did it like a shadow. Sometimes, Chen Zhenxing didn't even notice Shadow Girl. Ding! Chen Zhenxing's cell phone rang. It was a text message from Shadow Girl. You son of a bitch. Be careful. You don't want to live. I still want to live. Shadow Sister was entrusted by Xin Yuan Shengyu to supervise Chen Zhenxing. If Chen Zhenxing really did have something going on with Bai Yi, Shadow Sister could not escape blame. This movie, Chen Zhenxing watched the boring. Before the movie was over, he went out of the theater. Shadow Girl passed him lightly. She'll be back in 2 months. Chen Zhensheng broke down and grabbed his hair. Crazy bitch. Crazy bitch. Bai Yi walked out of the movie hall and asked with concern. Zhensheng, what's wrong with you? Chen Zhensheng recovered as usual and grinned. No matter, Mr. Bai. Let's go out for a walk. It's too stuffy here. Okay. And then, Bai Yi and Chen Zhensheng strolled along the sidewalk of the commercial street. Chen Zhensheng thought it was better to tell Bai Yi about this to avoid getting deeper and deeper into it. In the cold wind, Chen Zhensheng didn't know how to speak. Passing a milk tea store, Bai Yi bought 2 cups of milk tea and handed one to Chen Zhensheng. Warm your hands, Chen Zhensheng said. Mr. Bai, there's something I want to talk to you about. Say it. It's that girl I told you about last time. My doll girl. Bai Yi was stunned and asked. What's wrong? I came back home this time to get out of the marriage, but my grandmother didn't agree. When the words came out, Whitey understood. Bai Yi is very sad, but also squeezed out a frank smile. Good and why to withdraw from the marriage ah? Now how difficult to get married. The bride price can easily hundreds of thousands of dollars. No house without a car is very difficult to find a daughter-in-law. I think you still do not want to withdraw from the marriage. After saying that, Bai Yi lowered her head and took a sip of milk tea, sadness showing between her beautiful eyes. Chen Zhensheng wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say, and so the two walked for a long time in silence and speechlessness. Back to school. Chen Zhensheng returned to the dormitory with a depressed mood. Zhao Shuai-hong stood up and said, Boss, have you eaten yet? I'll help you go to the cafeteria to buy food. I've eaten. Why aren't you in bed yet? Waiting for you to come back. Looking at Zhao Shuai-hong, Chen Zhensheng sprouted an idea and asked, I have a question I want you to answer okay. I want to withdraw from the marriage, but the woman is very strong and I can't beat her. Is there any other way to get the woman to voluntarily withdraw from the marriage? Zhao Shuai-hong froze for a moment and said, You could have just told her. It shall not be done. She is the kind of girl who would rather cripple me and take care of me for the rest of my life than back out of the marriage. Zhao Shuai-hong covered her mouth and laughed. Is there such a girl in this world? That's very infatuated with you Why did you withdraw from the marriage? Chen Zhensheng said, You do not care for what? You help me think of a way. You are also a girl. Let her be disappointed in you. Let her think you're worthless and a scumbag. Chen Zhensheng became interested and asked, How can I make her disappointed in me? Zhao Shuai-hong thought for a moment and raised her eyes. Doing some really scummy things, like going to nightclubs, having a foot in 10 boats, getting women pregnant, and then having an abortion. Hammer yo! Chen Zhensheng immediately denied. You're not letting me slag. You're letting me die tea. Gao Shua came back at this time, and after hearing what Chen Zhensheng said, he made a good suggestion. Girls hate that kind of no-good guy. You need to act no good. Chen Zhensheng spread his hands and said, Am I very productive? Gosako nodded seriously. Very impressive. So how do you get out of the way? No study. Stop. This won't work. Learning was something the family took very seriously, and he couldn't do that. Asked this girl for money. Borrowed it. Didn't pay it back. Asked for money every other day. Chen Zhensheng bristled. You don't know her. She can't wait for me to ask her for money. You don't know how rich she is. Gao Shua asked. A rich white woman? How does it compare to Chen Jingxi's family? About 1,000 Chen Jingxi's. Crap. You put aside to write a web novel? Also 1,000 Chen Jingxi family are not as rich as her one person. How is it possible Chen Zhensheng felt helpless, counting martyrs. You can't help me, because your concept of rich is still stuck in the rich list of those few. Kosako said. Those guys are each worth $10 billion. Does the Rothschild family know? Does the Rockefeller family know? Do the Waltons know? Do the Morgans know? Gao Shua and Zhao Shuai-hong were dumbfounded. Kosako said dismissively. These are historical figures you're talking about. What do you know about hammers? Stop talking and take a shower. Zhao Shuai-hong stood up and smiled. Boss, do you need a rub? Gosaku was stunned. Is scrubbing still in your job description? Rub me too. Nice try. I only serve my boss alone. You go back to sleep. Okay boss. Zhao Shuai-hong left the dormitory. Gao Shua glanced at the disdainful Chen Zhensheng and turned away with an inferiority complex. Sunday morning. Chen Zhensheng ran wildly for 10 kilometers on the playground as usual. Breakfast in the cafeteria. Caffeine Yang came over and asked, Is there any activity today? No have to. I want to study. There's a horse race that must interest you? Chen Zhensheng's eyes lit up. A horse race? Where is it? How much prize money is there? Yang Saifei knew that Chen Zhensheng would be interested, and she had specially secured a spot in the competition for Chen Zhensheng. Jin Shan, rich people like to play like this. Why don't you try it? I'm sure we'll have to try it. When do we start? 2 p.m. Chen Zhensheng was stunned and casually ate a few buns before running to the stable. Chen Zhensheng asked the horse trainer. Can this sweat-blooded horse of mine participate in the race? Running horse. No problem. When's the game? This afternoon. The trainer shook his head. I'm afraid it's too late. Even though he's a sweat-blooded horse, he hasn't been trained for a long time, so I don't know if he'll be able to win the race. Rich people like to watch horse racing. It's not unusual to lose a few $1 million a game. Chan Kansang is a bit more impressive. Not only does he want to race horses, he also wants to buy them. It's too late to train now. It's in 5 hours. Chen Zhensheng said. We still have 4 hours of training left. You guys tell me the protocol of the race first. I'll ride a few laps in the arena first. You guys watch from the sidelines. I suggest you might as well buy a horse for fun. Or don't enter it. That won't do. I'll take both. Let's begin. Chen Zhensheng rolled over and mounted his horse. The trainer said, racing, of course, is about running as fast as you can, and you can't train for that here. So let's go and familiarize ourselves with the grounds. Oh, and then, the sweatbloods were loaded and transported to the Golden Hill Racecourse. There are already a lot of competing horses at the racetrack familiarizing themselves with the course. Yang Saifei ran forward and backward to help Chen Zhensheng open up, and finally filled in the name. Root Sun, what do you call this horse? Kim Pyo. At that point, the referee came over and started explaining the rules. Full unimpeded 2,000 meters. The referee glanced at Chen Zhensheng's Jin Biao and said in surprise, such a good horse is also competing? No? Sure. It's just a shame. Usually such sweat-blooded BMWs, which are worth millions of dollars, are not willing to take part in any race for fear of accidents. The referee hands Chen Zhensheng a number and sticks it on his back. No. 15. Also last place. Chen Zhensheng held Jin Biao and headed to the arena to familiarize himself first. This is the time of the year when physical exertion is the most important thing to avoid. Walking on the track, Chen Zhensheng touched Jin Biao's horse's face. This is not a walk. A moment to really race up. You have to give me out 12 points of the spirit. It is not in vain that my sister spent so much money to buy you. Yang Caffeine chased her ass over. Started betting. I bought $100,000 for Jin Biao to win. Chen Zhensheng gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, wise choice. Where to bet? Help me bet $1 million as well. Do you have that much money? Why didn't I? You don't manage my Netflix company. You didn't take my money for yourself, did you? Yang Saifei was stunned, blinked her eyes and said in dismay, you wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? What don't you know? Your Netflix company has been acquired by the Ba Shu Group, and there's still your signature. Chen Zhensheng said helplessly. Oh, I signed it. It is said to be an acquisition, but in fact Chen Zhensheng did not get a penny. So, there's no more money for you, and if you ask me to borrow it, I might be able to lend you $1 million. Chen Zhensheng took out his cell phone and glanced at the information on his bank card. Only 320,000 was left. He knew this incident must have been done by his grandfather who made his third sister do this, forbidding him to make money from his business. Chen Zhensheng killed the money and transferred 300,000 on his cell phone to her. Help me bet 300,000 on me to win. In case if you lose, you might not even have money for your meal. Yang Kai-fei said kindly. Think about it. If you want me to support you, I'm still happy to do so. Of course think about it. Go ahead. Chen Zhensheng was depressed. His grandfather was trying to make him work and study to the end. Afternoon. Chen Zhensheng changes into his race suit with 30 minutes to go. Yang Saifei found Chen Zhensheng and said with a displeased face. No. 15. Your odds are very high right now. Why? My old man's is a sweaty horse. Even though yours is a sweaty horse. You don't have a great reputation in the industry. You're just a novice. Humph. Wait for the payout. Come on. I'm on to you. If you lose I'll raise you. A short distance away, a wry-faced teenager handed one of the racers a packet of something. Young master, this will get you banned if you get caught. Don't worry, you won't be banned. This person was none other than Lin Xiaoxian, who had his 5 fingers chopped off by Shadow Girl. He recovered and was discharged from the hospital. The surgery was a success. Lin Xiaoxian has been looking for an opportunity to get back at Chen Zhensheng. He was surprised to see Chen Zhensheng at his own racecourse. So God help him. The racer came to Chen Zhensheng and said, brother, I just saw the referee looking for you over there. Oh, good. Chen Zhensheng turned to go out. That racer mixed a packet of laxatives into the feed and fed it to Jin Piao. Boo. Jin Piao thumps racer with a kick to the gut. Fell to the ground on the spot. It seemed that Jin Piao didn't find it enjoyable either, and raised his front hooves to stomp on him violently. Wow. The racer spat out a mouthful of old blood and scrambled to escape. Chen Zhensheng came back to see a group of people surrounding his horse. Claws? Your horse kicked a racer and spit him out. Ha! Where is everyone? Run. A middle-aged uncle kindly warned. I think he deserves it. Brother, you have to be careful. That guy is not a good person. He wants to feed your horse medicine. Son of a bitch is mean. At this point, the race begins and the judge allows all racers to ride their respective racehorses onto the track. That racer had been hospitalized, and Lin Xiaoxiang arranged for another racer and handed him a dagger. You can assassinate Chen Zhenxing during the course of the match. Game on. A black horse ran at the head of the pack. Chan Kansang's Jin Piao is not a soft spot, opening the running in 5th place, and chase it all the way. Giddy up. Oh, exempt. Kim Pyo, beyond 4th place, 3rd place, straight after 2nd place. That 15 is fierce. Momentum has the look of 1st place. There's still 1,000 meters to go, and the winner is the one who makes it to the end. Dark Horse was the winner last time. That's a sweaty horse. On the observation deck, a group of wealthy men with champagne and cigars were watching this match. Hey, are any of you buying number 15? I bought 200,000. Buy less. I'm told this horse is from the Purple and Gold International School. A middle-aged man with a balding top and an 8-pointed beard's eyes flashed a stern look when he heard the name of this school. Is that the school that chopped off 5 of my son's fingers? Dad, Chen Zhenxing is the rider of the 15th racehorse. I've already arranged it. At this time, the boss's wife of the top club, Kai Ying, came next to Lin's father and patted him on the shoulder. Mr. Lin, don't mess with the one called Chen Zhenxing, Lin's father said indignantly. In Shanghai, there's no one I can't afford to offend, and no matter who he is, he'll have to pay a terrible price. Kai Ying said, don't blame me for not warning you. Ha, you don't have to scare me. I'm also familiar with all the famous big shots in Shanghai. There's no Chen Zhenxing. Okay, anyway, I warned you, believe it or not. Lin Xiaoxiang said, whoever he is, he's dead. I've already arranged for killers. Kai Ying looked at the two of them in shock. You two really don't know how to die. How dare you assassinate Chen Zhenxing? What? Old Kai, can you not just say half of it? What's this guy's story? And there's someone Old Lin, can't touch? Kai Ying whispered something in Lin's father's ear that paralyzed him. Chen Sanner's own brother. Kai Ying's words really made Lin's father's whole body shiver. Lin's father grabbed his son, Lin Xiaoxiang's shoulders and panicked until his lips trembled. Quickly, go and stop that killer. Dad. Why? He's the one who cut off 5 of my fingers. Lin's father roared in exasperation. It doesn't matter if I cut off one of your arms. Go! It was the first time Lin Xiaoxiang had seen his father so out of sorts, and he realized the seriousness of the matter. But it's already too late. On the field, Chen Zhenxing rode the sweat blood horse galloped on the racecourse, and saw that he was about to catch up with the first place. It's 500 meters to the terminal. The third place was the assassin arranged by Lin Xiaoxiang, only one horse's head behind Chen Zhenxing. Just as Chen Zhenxing was concentrating hard on chasing the first place, the killer suddenly pulled out his dagger and quickly stabbed it into Chen Zhenxing's waist. Ah! Immortal board! Chen Zhenxing covered his wound and angrily cursed the killer. The sweaty blooded horse was running wildly. Chen Zhenxing didn't grab the reins and his body stumbled and fell under the horse. Blood flowed out along the cracks of Chen Zhenxing's fingers. There was a gasp of surprise from the viewing platform. Shadow Sister jumped off the viewing platform in her pink ducktail hat and rushed towards Chen Zhenxing. Shadow Meyer held Chen Zhenxing's head and broke his hand covering the wound. Don't move. Let me take a look. Nothing happened. It didn't stick too deep. The wound was small, but it was bleeding scarlet blood. Yang Caffeine ran over it this time with an anxious heart. Chen Zhenxing, what are you yelling for? I'm not dead. Shadow Mistress said to Princess Yang Kai, call an ambulance. With those words, she stood up, her beautiful eyes welling up with murderous intent, and drew the pink frosted kitchen knife at her waist. Shadow Sister, you don't care. Go to the hospital first. There's a lot of people here. Don't make a move. An ambulance was parked right at the racetrack and quickly took Chen Zhenxing to the hospital. This small injury was nothing to Chen Zhenxing. It was just that the others were too panicked. In the hospital, Chen Zhenxing stitched up the wound. Just as she was about to get out of bed and move around, Yang Saifei stopped it. No, your wound has just been stitched up. I really don't have a thing. No, lie down. Chen Zhenxing called Shadow Sister and asked her not to kill the man. Shadow Girl didn't answer the phone. It didn't take long to get to the ward. Shadow Mistress just came in and pushed Yang Caffeine out. Recuse yourself, aha. Close the door to the hospital room. Chen Zhenxing asked, you killed that assassin? Shadow Sister nodded and lifted Chen Zhenxing's clothes to take a look at the wound. A worried look rippled across the face of the city's beauty. Chen Zhenxing asked again, were you seen by anyone else when you killed him? Nope, got it. I killed him on his way out. Chen Zhenxing sighed in relief. Don't tell anyone about this. Too late. Your third sister already knows. And I've investigated to find out who's trying to assassinate you. Who? Lin Xiaoxiang. This son of a bitch. Old me will definitely not let him go. A dozen limousines drove into the hospital. Miss Chin-san was wearing a brown tweed coat with a pair of 9-minute black leg shrinking pants, and a pair of light black high-heeled shoes under her feet. Her whole body was permeated with a noble temperament, and she walked towards the ward with a breeze. Behind her were 10 burly bodyguards in suits, instantly guarding the entire corridor. Yang Caffeine was all scared silly and hid in the corner of the corridor dumbfounded. The bouncer stepped forward and made a gesture of invitation. Please leave. Please leave. Yang Caifei left quickly. Third Miss Chen pushed open the door of the ward, walked to the side of Chen Genxing, directly lifted Chen Genxing's clothes to look at the wounds, and sighed in relief as if she was relieved. Chen Genxing laughed with a relaxed expression. Nothing to worry about. Don't worry. Third Miss Chen looked at Shadow Mistress. Shadow Girl panicked and lowered her head like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. Missy? Which one? Lin's maritime group. Lin Xiaoqiang. It was at this moment that a pleading voice sounded at the door. I'm begging you. Will you let me in? I'm here to make amends. I'm begging you. Shadow Mistress heard the sound and walked out of the ward. Seeing that it was Lin Xiaoqiang and his father and son, she said in a deep voice, let them come in. As soon as he entered the hospital room, he saw Miss Chen's frosty face, and was so scared that he fell to his knees and kowtowed as if he were pounding on garlic. Third Miss Chen. I know I'm wrong. I beg you to spare me. Old Lin angrily scolded his son Lin Xiaoxiang, still not fucking fast enough to kneel down and apologize. Lin Xiaoqiang was dumbfounded by his father's attitude. The father, who had always had a tough attitude in the business world, kowtowed to a girl, and did so sincerely. When he came here, his father told him that if he didn't get forgiveness from Ms. Chan-san, their family group would go bankrupt and they, father and son, would live on the streets. Not even any company in the entire Chinese business community would be willing to help them, nor would any bank lend them money to start again. Lin Xiaoqiang knelt down, kneeling beside Chen Genxing's hospital bed. Gensheng, I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Will you give me a chance? Lin Xiaoqiang thought of his family going bankrupt, living on the streets with his father. No more expensive schools, no more luxury cars. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaoxiang burst into tears. Chen Gensheng said, you son of a bitch is too chicken shit. If I do not give you some memory, you will not change. Lin Xiaoqiang thumped straight kowtowed, brother Gensheng. I will never dare again. I will avoid you when I see you. I have no eyes. I am a villain, said the man, slapping himself. Chen Gensheng was also kind-hearted and looked at the third sister. Look at their remorseful appearance. Give them a way to live. Miss Chen-san said coldly. Take out your cell phone. Old Lin pulled out his cell phone. I'm giving you two choices now. First, I'll crush your shipping group and you get lost. Second, sell all the shares you're holding to me for less than half the price and take that money and leave Shanghai. Pick two. Without hesitation, Lao Lin called his assistant, arranged a meeting, drafted a contract, and prepared for a cheap sale. It was all he could do. And now he could land some money or he really wouldn't have a penny to his name. Get lost. Thank you, Third Miss Chen. Thank you, Third Miss Chen. Father and son left the hospital room happily. Third Miss Chen patted Chen Genxing's leg. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Spicy rabbit head. Shadow Mistress said. You can't eat hot peppers if you have a wound. No matter. You don't know my body. Thick skin. This small wound will heal in 2 or 3 days. Chen Genxing's physique was different from normal people, and his recovery ability was also very strong. Miss Chen-san asked her bodyguard to go buy some Szechuan dishes. Chen Gensheng added. Third sister, why don't you help me with an idea? What idea? Retreat. Third Miss Chen patted Chen Genxing's leg again to show her comfort. Just resign yourself to your fate. Our grandmother's words. Our old man's son did not dare to refute. How do I have the guts to yo? Regarding the matter of withdrawing from the marriage, the family had to listen to old Mrs. Xian Yuan. There was nothing Chen Sanner could do. Chen Gensheng felt that he couldn't escape Xian Yuan Shang Yu's clutches. Yang Kaifei returned to the school to tell Bai Yi and a group of Lao Zi temple members about the incident. Dozens of luxury cars gathered at the hospital that night. Bai Yi came to the hospital room with a concerned face, again checking the wounds on Chen Genxing's body first. Where's the killer? Have they been caught? Bai Yi huffed. The murderer must be severely punished. On the sidelines, Shadow Girl said quietly, die. The crowd of students shivered in fear and took a step back. Bai Yi opened the thermos pot. I stewed bone soup for you. Bai Yi sat on the edge of the bed and fed Chen Genxing with a spoon. Yang Caffeine was displeased. Teacher Bai. He hurt his waist, not his hand. Mr. Bai, is this a blatant show of affection? A group of girls spoke up sourly. Chen Genxing took the thermos in order not to embarrass Bai Yi. Teacher Bai. I'll drink it myself. Bai Yi blushed. Young Choi Fei said. You lost, and so did your $300,000. Chen Zhensheng was very unconvinced. Crap. I'm not convinced. I'm in an emergency. Right. Where's my Jean Biao? Young Chafee said. Your horse is fine. Sent back to the stable. It shall not be done. I have to compete. It's gone. The stable is gone. Bai Yi grumbled. Don't race horses. How dangerous. Chen Zhensheng smiled bitterly. I lost $300,000. My meal money is gone. Bai Yi said. I'll support you from now on. Yang Saifei said. I want to raise it too. Girl A said. I'd rather keep it. A group of girls have said they want to keep it. The group of boys hated it with a passion. Chen Zhensheng was upset. He clearly could have won first place. Chen Zhensheng looked at Shadow Girl. I want to be discharged. No. The third sister said that we must stay for 5 days. Bai Yi glanced at the time. We have classes tomorrow. So I'll go back first. One by one. The students said goodbye to Chen Zhensheng. Bai Yi gathered up Chen Zhensheng's clothes. I'll take these clothes back and bring you new ones tomorrow. Oh, thanks, Mr. White. Bai Yi blushed and laughed. Thanks for nothing. White Yi leaves the hospital. Chen Zhensheng asked Shadow Girl. See, Mr. Bai is so gentle, and I know she's gentle, but I can't marry her either. Chen Zhensheng clenched his teeth and with a ruthless heart, he asked Shadow Sister to call Xianyuan Shangyu. I'll have to speak to her myself. Shadow Mistress's face shifted and she pinched a sweat for Chen Zhensheng. Are you sure? Okay. I advise you that you had better not mention the withdrawal. Shadow Girl dialed Xianyuan Shangyu's cell phone number. Passed. Shadow Sister, have you eaten yet? Xianyuan Shanyu's voice rang on the other end of the phone. Chen Zhensheng's heart jerked up. That, cough cough cough, it's me. If you dare to bring up the matter of withdrawing from the marriage, I'll kill you back right now. Without waiting for Chen Zhensheng to speak, Xianyuan Shangyu directly cut him off, disliking the words that were on his lips. You're pretty good? Not good. Annoying. For what? Because you're going to repudiate me. Do you think the two of us are a good fit? I've been learning to cook lately, with a focus on Szechuan flavors. Chen Zhensheng wondered. Why did you learn to cook? Because there's a formidable rival who's also cooking for you. And if the old lady can't kill her, can't she outdo her? The formidable enemy Xianyuan Shangyu was talking about was Bai Yi. Chen Zhensheng was anxious. If you dare to touch a finger of Mr. Bai, I'll fight you. Can you spell me? That's going to spell it out too. Can't. Chin Jensen, this one has to be admitted. Xianyuan Shangyu said. Don't worry. I'm not a shrew. Competition is what makes me strong. By the way, don't kill the god of war again. Give me face. Chen Zhensheng said. And no war god dares to find trouble with me. Husband, bear with me for 2 more months. I'll be back in 2 months. And then I'll give you the most precious thing I have. Husband, 8 years old. I'm going to be busy. So give me your cell phone number and we'll be in touch often. No. Chen Zhensheng hung up the phone. Chen Zhensheng instructed Shadow Girl. Don't give her my cell phone number. Shadow Girl nodded. Chen Zhensheng asked again. Puzzled. Why does she want me to stop killing the war gods? Is she good with the war gods? It seems you really don't pay attention to her. She's teaching Kung Fu in the Kunlun Mountains right now. And all the warlords around the globe have learned their skills from her and are her disciples. This way. Chen Zhensheng muttered. Violent. This girl child is too violent. 5 days in the hospital. Chen Zhensheng was finally discharged from the hospital. The first thing I did when I was discharged from the hospital was to go to the Szechuan restaurant in the school cafeteria and eat a big meal. While Chen Zhensheng is recovering, Bai Yi is trying to deliberately alienate her. Just yesterday, she got a message. There are only a few people in the world who are qualified to be my enemies. And the only enemy who can make me pay attention to you is you. And since you also like Chen Zhensheng, I'll give you a chance to compete with me. This statement deeply broke down Bai Yi's psychological defense, making her always think that she was the third party. $580 after a full meal. Chen Zhensheng couldn't afford to pay for his meal. The Szechuan restaurant owner laughed. It's fine. This meal is on me. No, put it on the books and I'll pay you back in a few days. It's really my treat. The boss was on the verge of tears, but he knew Chen Zhensheng's identity. And this Szechuan restaurant is the branch of the Bashu restaurant in Shanghai. To put it bluntly, it is in the school specifically for Chen Zhensheng. If the boss dares to keep score, he'll lose his job if the boss finds out about this. Chen Zhensheng patted his shoulder. I, Chen Zhensheng, have always not owed others, and I understand your plight. There is nothing to it, it should be remembered. Chen Zhensheng left the Szechuan restaurant. Just as Chen Zhensheng was taking a walk on the playground, the news of his loss had long spread through the school. Brother Root, I heard that you don't have money for food. Do I need to lend you money? A cute sophomore girl came to the playground and asked Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng shook his head and said, Don't borrow other people's money. I'll give it to you. Don't give it back. That shall not do. I am a man of principle. Yang Caffeine ran over again. Chen Zhensheng. I'll transfer $100,000 over to you. Use it first. I've transferred $100,000 to you as well. Tinkerbell. Chen Zhensheng's cell phone was ringing here and there. When I opened my cell phone, I was surprised to see that they were all transfers. Gosaku transferred 100,000 yen. Yang Saifei transferred 100,000 yuan. Chen Yehao transferred 200,000 yuan. Jinsi Chen transferred 300,000 yuan. Girl A transfers $300,000. That's a good $4 or $5 million. Chen Zhensheng did not receive. Said bitterly, do not transfer money to me again. I cannot afford to pay. Not letting you return it. Chen Zhensheng did not receive the money. As an invisible super rich kid, it's shameful to borrow other people's money. It's more a sign of your own incompetence. Even though the family won't let him do business, it can't affect his ability to work for a living. He can't do his doggerel either. Chen Zhensheng pondered that it was time to find a job to earn some living expenses. Lying on his bed in the dormitory, Chen Zhensheng used his cell phone to look up jobs. Gao Shua laughed bitterly. I say, why are you so bitter? So many girls are willing to support you, and you still have to look for a job. Cheap bastard you. What do you know? If I take their money, then I won't have the courage to refuse them in the future. In case I am asked to take off, will I take off? If I have to go to a hotel, will I go to a hotel? Gosaku sweated. Are you still a man? We can't wait to have this beauty. Chen Zhensheng checked the local job postings. There are too many types of jobs. What do you think is suitable for me? Gosaku said in a nonchalant manner. If you're so physically strong, you might as well work as a porter. It's only $4,000 a month. Not doing it. Is there one of those $10,000 a month jobs? That's all I can do for now. I'll have to work on it. Chen Zhensheng downloaded a day taxi and applied for an account. That's it? Well, that's fine. Just wait. Chen Zhensheng glanced at the time. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening. Ding. You have a new order. Chen Zhensheng grinned. Here comes business. Ha ha ha. Chen Zhensheng took the key and ran out. Come to the school parking lot and drive his Lamborghini Poison to the call point. Buzz. A speedy ride through the enchanting streets. A backpacking workaday young man's eyes light up with excitement when he sees he's hit a Lamborghini Poison. What man wouldn't want to own a supercar? Crap. Is this for real? I can't believe I hit a Lamborghini Poison. Right. Get in the car. The youth sat in the car with excitement. Can I experience the pushback? To be had. Sit still. Buzz. Chen Zhensheng stepped on the gas and moved forward at full speed. Whoa ho 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 ho. That was awesome. What a treat. The youth blushed and cheered. What do you do for a living? Sales. Isn't it a bit of a big deal for you to run a Dada special in such a nice sports car? It's hard to say. And I have to make some money to live on. I take it you're a rich kid here to experience life? Chen Zhensheng smiled without saying anything. 10 kilometers away. Chen Zhensheng quickly delivered. It also allows young lads to experience a hearty ride in a sports car. Give a good review. Well, this was one of the best experiences I've had and I must give you 5 stars. Chen Zhensheng earned $30. His heart is happy. Gave it a 5-star review. Another order came in on Chen Zhensheng's cell phone. Buzz. Depart. Chen Zhensheng made a drift turnaround to head to the starting point. The second passenger was a vibrant young girl with eyes full of little stars looking at the mechanical supercar. Hello, Dada car at your service. Wow. Little brother is handsome too. And with this supercar, you must be a rich kid, right? I'm the driver. So buckle up and let's go. Buzz. The superb pushback will make the young girls gasp in amazement. The youthful teenager pulled out her cell phone and started taking selfies. My boyfriend still listened to me and bought Lamborghini Poison. He was going to buy a Ferrari to begin with. I hate Ferraris the most. It's still Lamborghini Poison that has the most mechanical feel to it. Shooting the video, the youthful teenager posted it on her circle of friends and Firetone platform. Hello, to the place. The youthful young girl took Chen Zhensheng's arm and said in a coy tone, Little brother, do you believe in love at first sight? Remember to give a favorable review. Little brother, let's have dinner together. My treat. Chen Zhensheng smiled sarcastically. I'm afraid I'll eat you poorly. Please get off. I don't want to. I want you to take me for a ride. Little brother. Chen Zhensheng asked. Do you want to charter a car? $10,000 for a chartered car. The youthful girl bristled. You're really no fun. Aren't I pretty enough? You're pretty, but not my type. Get off. In Chen Zhensheng's eyes, there was little demand for poise, and even no distinction between beauty and ugliness. Any woman will do if he wants. The youthful maiden opened the car door and snorted coldly. What's so great about it? It's not just a sports car. Ah, dirt old man. Give you a bad review. After saying that, the youthful girl raised her head and left. Sure enough, she did give a bad review. Crazy bitch. Ding. You have a new order. With renewed hope, Chen Zhenxing started the sports car and sped away. The customer was a very ordinary young man, holding a large bouquet of roses, fixing his hair every now and then, probably about 25 years old. Thought I had called the wrong car when I saw Lamborghini Poison. Are you Mr. Lee? I'm the Dida car you called. Please get in. Embarrassed, the young man got into the car and said, restrainedly, I never thought I'd get to ride in a sports car someday. Buckle up and let's go. Buzz. Chen Zhenxing Lamborghini Poison sped away like an arrow on a string. The boy reddened with excitement. The lad's destination was a bank 40 kilometers away. Chen Zhenxing quickly sent him to the place. Give it a good review. Handsome. Definitely. Definitely. The young man got out of the car and gave Chen Zhenxing a 5-star review, while Chen Zhenxing was waiting for the order. He saw the young man standing next to the bank freezing and shivering, his hands holding the roses tightly. Not long after a girl in work clothes walked out of the bank. She was talking and laughing with a male colleague walking to a parking space on the side of the road ready to leave. Yeah. The young man called out to the girl, coyly walking over and giving the girl the rose in his hand. For you. I'm taking you to a big meal today on my paycheck. The girl called Yaya looked embarrassed and said, Li Wei. In fact, I've wanted to tell you for a long time that I want to break up, and as you can see today, I'm with him. Li Wei was stunned and said in dismay, aren't you and him old folks? Old folks know each other better. Li Wei. Let me say something that I'm not afraid of hurting your pride. Your little salary can't support me at all. That does hurt a man's ego. Yaya went on to say, his salary is over $20,000 a month, and he's also our department head, better than you, and has his own car. This boyfriend of hers is at least 10 years older than her. Li Wei clenched his fists and said angrily, I'm still young, I can struggle, and he's a married man. You're so unloving. I despise you. Chen Zhenxing couldn't stand to watch from the sidelines. Just for the fact that this young man had just given him a 5-star review, he had to help out. Jensen Chan stopped next to the lad in his Lamborghini Poison. Opening the car door, he said courteously, young master, the master wants you to come home for dinner. The boy was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Chen Zhenxing made another gesture of invitation. The young man then got into the car. The girl are dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. This. Hey, Li Wei, when did you buy this car? Ah? The girl caught up and slumped against the car window. Li Wei sneered. I finally realized that you are a woman who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. You don't deserve me at all. No, Li Wei, listen to me. Just now I was also just testing you. I didn't really want to break up with you. The girl tried desperately to keep Levi. And on the other side of the room the older man was so angry that he drove off when he saw that the girl was actually like that. Li Wei shouted angrily. Shut up, you gold-digging woman. Is it that you are willing to be with whoever has money? You've successfully disgusted me. Chen Zhenxing asked. Young master, shall we go? Go. Buzz. Chen Zhenxing stepped on the gas and sped away. The girl took a few steps after him and crouched on the ground, bawling. She was chagrined. She regretted it. On the way back, Levi said awkwardly, thank you for being so helpful. There's nothing to it. Don't want a woman like that. You're bound to find a girl with eyes full of you. Thank you. Why don't I buy you dinner? Count on it. It's not easy for you. So cheer up. Li Wei got out of the car, and Chen Zhenxing's Dida special car continued. After running 20 consecutive orders of business tonight, Chen Zhenxing didn't return to school until 12 o'clock at night. Earned more than $800. Chen Zhenxing beautiful sleep. In the morning at breakfast, Chen Zhenxing didn't dare to eat more, so he ate $50. Chen Yehao deliberately bought more breakfast to sit with Chen Zhenxing. Little Master Tai, eat together. Chen Zhenxing laughed. The young man is very uptight. Chen Yehao said, Little Master Tai, why are you so bitter? Borrowing money wouldn't be the end of it. I don't have the money to pay it back, and that's just fine. After breakfast, Chen Zhenxing went to his class. Senior 2's lesson today was golf. Chen Zhenxing is not interested in this at all. He does not love this kind of rich man's game. Golf course at the Purple and Gold School. The other students were practicing while Chen Zhenxing sat alone and played with his cell phone. Whined. Might as well let me take a couple orders. The teacher asked. Chen Zhenxing, why aren't you practicing? Don't want to learn that. It won't be of much use to me. The teacher said. It is very useful. Nowadays rich people like to play golf. If you learn it you will have the chance to play golf with some business predators while talking about business. And you can meet more rich people at the golf course as well. Chen Zhenxing said, I think I do not have much use. Not just hit the ball into the hole. It is too simple. Do not have to learn. Ha ha ha. Chen Zhenxing, I admit that you are something. But don't be blindly arrogant. The difficulty of golf is not something you can imagine. Let's put it this way. If I score that hole, you'll give me a vacation. How many rods? One shot. That one's not even close. Chen Zhensheng picked up the club and swung it out violently, about 16 meters away, and the ball fell into the hole accurately. There was a gasp of surprise. Chen Zhensheng handed the club to the dumbfounded teacher and left in style. How does this guy know how to do everything? A hole-in-one. That's better than a pro. Alas, teacher, we have nothing left that can be difficult for Chen Zhensheng. Excellent, let him be. Besides, when Chen Zhensheng drove his car and prepared to go out to run a single, Bai reached out and stopped Chen Zhensheng's car. Mr. White Claws, what are you doing driving a car when you're not in school? It's golf class today. It's not important to me. I'm going to run a few errands while I'm at it. Bai said sternly. You can use this time to take other courses. Aren't you rich? Why do you still want to run a bill? Lose. I'll contract your meal, so you can attend class in peace. Even though Bai was now deliberately distancing herself from Chen Zhensheng, she still couldn't let go of him in her heart. Hey, no, I'll just work 3 hours a day. That's enough for me to eat. Whitey asked. Are you sure you don't want me to help you? Chen Zhensheng shook his head firmly. Then I'll charter your car today. How much? Bai sat in the car. There is some in the heart. She also knows that Chen Zhensheng does not want to borrow other people's money. She will help him in this way. Chen Zhensheng grinned. Where are you going? Mr. Bai, it's almost lunchtime. Help me find a place to eat. Gotta have it. Chen Zhensheng started his Lamborghini and sped off. Come to a very minimalist restaurant. Just stopped and was mobbed. Bai sat down at the dining table and ordered 10 dishes and 30 bowls of rice in one sitting. Chen Zhensheng smiled sarcastically. How can this be a good thing, T? You pack my car and treat me to dinner. It's no fun for me to eat alone, so why don't you eat with me? Thank you, Mr. Bai. Then I'll make myself at home. After sitting down, Chen Zhensheng began to wolf down his food. When Bai saw Chen Zhensheng, who had buried his head to eat, her beautiful eyes showed a sorrowful look. Ever since Bai received Xin Yuan Xinyu's text message, she had secretly vowed to alienate Chen Zhensheng. After all, they were still teachers and students. But during this period of time, Bai was like possessed. Chen Zhensheng's appearance lingered in her mind. Teacher Bai, you eat thaya too. Well, eat. Bai transferred $5,000 to Chen Zhensheng. This is the money for my chartered car. You'll drive me to a class reunion at 5 p.m. To be had. It's just that isn't this too much money for a car? I should. After all, you have such a nice car. After dinner, Chen Zhensheng drove Bai to get her hair done again and went home to change into a beautiful outfit. Come to the agreed-upon hotel. A few classmates were chatting in front of the hotel when they saw a customized Lamborghini Poison, and their eyes went straight. This isn't going to be one of our classmates driving it, is it? As far as I know, none of these classmates of ours drive this kind of car. It's too expensive. The car stopped in front of the hotel. The door rose and Whitey got out of the car. Crap. Whitey. Geez, Whitey. Your car? This is? Whitey smiled sarcastically. I took the car. The students were in the midst of some bawling out when they heard this and their enthusiasm was halved. Harm. I thought it was your car. Bai, you didn't used to be like this. Now you've become vain too? I said can you two stop looking at each other the moment you meet? Go up first. Huang Qiuhong is Whitey's nemesis. When she went to college, she climbed the ladder. Huang Qiuhong was jealous of Bai's beauty and envied her for always having many handsome men around her to pursue. Huang Qiuhong now finally raised eyebrows. Find a husband is Shanghai local indigenous. The family has 2 sets of demolished houses. Her husband is a general manager of an investment company. A small life than the top than the bottom. Bai was too lazy to climb with her, thinking that climbing up the ladder of life was a sign of childishness. Huang Qiuhong glanced at Chen Zhensheng who got out of the car. Surprisingly such a handsome young man, smiling innocently looking at Bai. That look is clearly not a normal relationship. Mr. Bai, Wu Xiaoxi is here waiting for you. Yo, didn't you call the car? How come it's your student? Bai didn't want her classmates to speculate wildly, so she didn't let Chen Zhensheng in. Don't. It's your fault for bringing your students here and not letting them in. Bai's classmates know that Bai teaches at an aristocratic school, where all the students are rich and famous, and they have long wanted to meet them. They usually don't have this opportunity to contact rich kids. With the enthusiastic persuasion of Bai's classmates, Bai finally agreed to let Chen Zhensheng attend the reunion. In the hotel's large box, students arrived one after another. Men and women, handsome and beautiful, in all walks of life. The one who organized the reunion was a relatively successful career man, wearing a Rolex Green Aqua Ghost, and his car key was a Mercedes-Benz Big G. He was also quite a smooth talker. Open and close your mouth with industry jargon. Huang Qiuhong asked. Hua Li, you talk so wonderfully, how much money did you make this year? Huang Qiuhong poor afraid. And now every time you get together with other people, talking about money, how much the husband bought, how much money earned by speculation and so on. Low self-esteem makes it so. Guo Li smiled and said with some pride. It's not much, around $30 million. These words made many of his classmates envious. Earning more than $30 million a year, this was definitely the most successful one among them. One of the best female classmates to marry is Huang Qiuhong. White E is kind of an underachiever among them. Plates of delicious food were served. Chen Zhenxing was salivating at the sight, and he hadn't even listened to what they had said just now. Huang Qiuhong raised 4 bottles of red wine. This is my sister-in-law gave me. She said that these 4 bottles of red wine more than 50,000 yuan. She is not to drink less than 100,000 below the red wine. So she gave me. Guo Li pulled out 2 bottles of 10,000 yuan Maotai. You women drink red wine. We drink white. Bai Yi, have you ever had red wine? White E offered 2 bottles of Lafite. It just so happens that I brought 2 bottles as well. This Lafite is real? It's not a fake you bought at the supermarket, is it? What years of Lafite? Whitey was met with skepticism from all the students just by bringing it up. This is the difference in status. If it is a 10 billionaire, even if he wears a fake gold ring, others are unwavering in their belief that it is real. If a person of Whitey's stature took out a real Lafite, they would have questioned it in the first place. Chen Zhensheng, who was on the side, said, bullshit, it's true. I gave it to Mr. Bai. Chen Zhenxing caught the attention of the other students as soon as he opened his mouth. Hua Li said, just now I wondered why there was a small child. Bai Yi introduced. This is my student, Chen Zhensheng. Hua Li said with some dissatisfaction. Bai Yi, we're at a class reunion. Why did you bring a student here? The man on the side said. He's delivering White E. He's driving a Lamborghini Poison. Hua Li immediately smiled in a pleasant manner. Then you must have a good relationship with Bai Yi, right? And personally drove here to deliver. Teacher Bai has been kind to me, so the two of us have a better relationship than the other students. Chen Zhenxing pointed at the table full of food and asked, it's time to eat. If you don't eat it will get cold. Eat? You want some wine? Bai Yi stopped Guo Li. He can't drink and has to drive. Guo Li smiled and asked, what's your name? Chen. Chen Zhenxing said to the waiter, give me 10 bowls of rice first. Okay. Rice? We don't eat rice. You order your own. Hey, that's just me. When the rice was served, Chen Zhenxing's eating style made them highly suspicious if Chen Zhenxing was a rich second generation. How long has it been since you've eaten? Bai Yi explained to the group. He eats a lot, and he needs $500 or $600 a day just to eat. I haven't seen such a rich kid who can eat so well. Chen Zhenxing waved his hand and laughed. I'm not a rich second generation, just an ordinary person. Huang Qiuhong skimmed his lips. Ordinary people can afford to drive a Lamborghini Poison. Don't be modest. We are not looking for you to borrow money. Guo Li asked again. Handsome. What kind of company does your family run? Nothing, just a normal family. Guo Li wanted to flatter Chen Zhenxing, and perhaps receive a big project from Chen Zhenxing. Bai Yi helped Chen Zhenxing explain. Don't even think about it. He's really an ordinary kid from an ordinary family. He's just earning some money at our school and bought a Lamborghini Poison. It's okay. An ordinary family studying at Zijin School, and earning a Lamborghini. You're even better at doing business than Guo Li. These words made Guo Li's attitude immediately cold. Nowadays young people are pretending to be rich, earn some money and buy a Lamborghini all of a sudden. Don't know how to save money and give it to their parents. Your parents are still old enough to live an ordinary life. You drive a sports car to pretend to be a rich second generation in Shanghai City. Old Gua. You're having fun with this one attitude for a while. Okay. Who doesn't know who? Let's talk about something else. Guo Li picked up a glass of wine. Come on. Our classmates get together once a year. It's not easy in Shanghai. Drink one. A glass of wine. Guo Li looked at Bai Yi and asked, Bai Yi, do you have a suitable boyfriend? Why don't I introduce you to one? Guo Li has been fawning over a rich kid recently, and knowing that this rich kid is a womanizer, he thought of introducing him to a girlfriend who might be able to hook him up. I don't need to. You'd better think about yourself. Bai Yi smoothly gave Chen Zhenxing a piece of braised pork and placed it in his bowl. Then said, you few don't need to worry about me. Huang Qiuhong said, you're the only one left from our classmates who is single. Why don't I introduce you to one? My husband has a friend who is particularly handsome, and most importantly, particularly rich. Stop. I don't like rich. I like to work together. It makes me feel solid. Guo Li takes a sneak peek of Bai Yi, sends it to his rich friend, and sends him the address as well. If you can make it, Guo Li, even with this rich second-generation relationship, the future business in Shanghai City and so on will be much better. When Guo Li's rich second-generation friend saw Bai Yi's photo, he was instantly fallen by her beauty. It took less than 20 minutes to drive up. Entering the box, Guo Li rose to greet him. Tian Xiao, long time no see. Guo Li, your classmates are having a party? How did you find such a shabby hotel? Tian Xiao turned to the waiter and said, add me a seat over here. It's next to White Yi. Guo Li urged Chen Zhensheng. Move to the side. Chen Zhensheng didn't pay any attention to him and lowered his head to eat. Guo Li then told the student to Bai Yi's right. Move over. That student moved to the side. Tian Xiao looked at Bai Yi, reached out his hand and smiled. Hello, my surname is Tian. Tian of Tian's Machinery. Tian's Machinery, which is a company with a market capitalization of $10 billion, produces various types of engines, agricultural machinery, and only a few large factories of auto parts in China. Whitey smiled politely. Hello, have a seat. Take your seat. Guo Li introduced grandly. This big handsome guy, I have to give you a good introduction. Tian Xiao. You must have heard of Tian's Machinery, right? Yo, that's a big company. A couple of my homies work in your factory. Guo Li, you can actually know Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao laughed. Old Guo and I are considered good friends. Since you guys are Guo Li's friends, you're also my Tian Xiao's friends. I'll buy this meal today. How's this for a good time? Don't be polite to me. Let's go sing after dinner. Guo Li poured red wine for Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao reached out and blocked it. Frowning, what kind of wine not just pour? So inferior red wine is who? Huang Qiuhong skimmed his mouth resentfully. Tian Xiao saw the fight, pointed and said, drink this. It's not bad. Guo Li said. Tian Xiao looks like a frequent drinker of high-grade red wine. This is what Mr. Bai brought over. Oh, it seems that Mr. Bai is also someone who likes to drink red wine. I wonder which kind Mr. Bai likes to drink? Bai Yi laughed. Actually, I don't know much about it. I just drink it blind. My student gave it to me. Guo Li busily said. Ms. Bai is a classroom teacher at Zijin International School. Teacher? This profession was like a shot in the arm for Tian Xiao, who had never really picked up a female teacher. Zijin International School. What a coincidence. My cousin is at Zijin International School. Her name is Tian Tian. Oh, sophomore. Whitey's attitude was nonchalant. Tian Xiao, on the other hand, had been talking eloquently about himself as a flower. And at this time, Chen Zhensheng finished his 10 bowls of rice and burped. Bai Yi pulled out a few paper towels and handed them to Chen Zhensheng. Wipe your mouth. Look at you eating all over your mouth. Are you full? Eat well. It's good. Bai Yi picked up the red wine and laughed. Gentlemen, we're almost done eating here. I should go back too. With that, he finished his wine and prepared to leave. Guo Li busily said, Hey, Bai Yi, what's your hurry? We haven't even spoken yet. It's long overdue. What's the point of talking? The reunion is getting boring. There are already a few male students who are impatient. They don't have a chance to talk in the whole room. It's all Guo Li showing off with that Tian Xiao. I should get going too. My wife's about to get off work. A few male students got up and left one after another. Tian Xiao gave Guo Li a wink, signaling him to retain Bai Yi. Guo Li comprehended and laughed. Bai Yi, they are leaving because they all have families. A few of us need to get together. And in a while, Tian Xiao is going to invite us to a nightclub to relax. Bai Yi said. Lao Guo. I do not like that kind of place. It's too noisy. Tian Xiao stood up at this time and said. Why don't I send Mr. Bai back? I feel that I have something in common with Mr. Bai in particular. So it's just that we can talk about it together. Sorry, this student council sent me. Tian Xiao had long been looking at Chen Zhensheng in a bad light. And when Bai Yi took the initiative to get Chen Zhensheng a napkin just now, it made him jealous. Chen Zhensheng stood up and said. Going now? Well, go. Leave the hotel. Tian Xiao and Guo Li chased after him. Hey, kid. Tian Xiao came to Chen Zhensheng and said. Go back by yourself. I'll see Mr. Bai off. It shall not be done. Mr. White has chartered my car. Tian Xiao pulled out his cell phone and said. I'm transferring $10,000 to you right now. So get the hell out of here. Chen Zhensheng's sword brows sank, realizing that the guy in front of him was going to pick a fight. Seeing this, Bai Yi came and blocked in front of Chen Zhensheng, looking angrily at Tian Xiao. Is there anything else? Guo Li said from the sidelines. Bai Yi, we're all old classmates. Give some face. It's not that I don't give you face. It's that I'm really quite busy. I don't have a family and I'm busy. After saying that, Bai Yi pulled Chen Zhensheng's hand and was about to leave. Tian Xiao reached out and tugged on Bai Yi's arm. Chen Zhensheng whirled around and grabbed his wrist with a slight force. Tian Xiao screamed in pain like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Is MS white for the likes of you to touch? Son of a bitch. Spread your hands. Don't you fucking dare do that to me. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, which one, yo. Kick him off. Chen Zhensheng sped off in his Lamborghini Poison carrying MS. Bye. Instead, Bai Yi was rejoicing in her heart, proving that Chen Zhensheng still cared about her and did not allow men to touch her. Bai Yi asked, would it confuse you if Xian Yuan Shine You and I really had to compete fairly? Will, MS. Bye. Some things are not as simple as you think. In short, you should not mess with her. Chen Zhensheng couldn't tell his own life, and he also knew that there was no way he would be with Bai Yi. That's why he has to keep his distance from Bai Yi as well. I see. Can I know what kind of girl she is? Chen Zhensheng thought about it and said, I almost forgot what she looks like. In my impression, she is a very brutal woman. Every time her grandfather taught her some techniques, she used me as a test subject. Do you know the splitting tendon and bone hand? Breaking my arm and then connecting it to me, pointing me to convulsions and foaming, biting me with poisonous snakes, just to try whether the medicine developed by her grandfather works or not. Whitey was shocked to hear this. Are you kidding? Could there be such a cruel girl? Pretty brutal. So you don't want to mess with her. Whitey shuddered, terrified and intrigued. When they were young, Chen Zhensheng and Shadow Meyer were Xian Yuan Shangyu's guinea pigs. This was what caused both of them to be afraid of Xian Yuan Shengyu to this day. Back to school. Whitey said, thank you for the ride today. I should be thanking you for that, making me earn my keep for a few days. Bai Yi still appreciates Chen Zhensheng, a boy with principles who doesn't just spend girls' money or borrow girls' money. Bai Yi didn't want to see Chen Zhensheng running to his special car on the side, so that the time for studying would be gone. Zhensheng, if you want to make money, I can introduce you to a job. Bai Yi introduced Chen Zhensheng to a decent job. Teaching assistants work to assist teachers with daily tasks, assisting them with homework, grading papers, organizing materials, etc. This job was something Bai Yi had discussed with Chen Shujian, who was of course very willing to help and offered him a salary of $10,000 a month. Chen Zhensheng felt that it was a bit high and did not want to drag Chen Shujian down. After all, if this matter was known by the family, Chen Shujian was going to receive a serious warning and would most likely lose his job as principal. In the principal's office, Chen Zhensheng sipped his tea and said, a salary of $5,000 a month will do. Well, thanks Uncle Junior. Has anything been going on with the family lately? The Basho Chamber of Commerce has made internal changes. Your great aunt now sits as vice president, and your mother returns home on the 10th of next month. Oh, she came back for something? Chen Shujian laughed sardonically. How could I possibly know? Your mother just has to come back every time, it must be a big deal. Chen Gensheng's mother is a handy figure, a global gold medal fixer who travels to and from various countries to drum up business, frequenting the royal rooms of various countries and attending banquets of heads of state. Did the biggest businesses to facilitate the decommissioning of nuclear aircraft carriers deal between China and the British Empire, lobbying countries in the process of transporting nuclear aircraft carriers can all the way to the green light counterparts. That's what she's got. Mother Chen's business doesn't match the Chen family at all, each doing their own thing. Chen's mother and Chen's father are completely pinpointed. Both are strong, and no one is convinced by anyone. Chen Zhensheng said, this time when I come back, I hope the two of them can live in peace for a while. Chen Zhensheng stood up and left the principal's office. In the teachers' offices, Chen Zhensheng helped Bai Yi organize the test papers. Bai Yi handed him a cup of milk tea and asked with a smile, it's almost time for the final exams. Do you think you'll be able to get to the top of the school? Pretty much. If not first, I'm in the top 3. Review more during this time. Your grandfather will be very happy if you can get first place in the whole school. Mr. White, someone's looking for you. Go check it out. Looking for me? Bai Yi out of the office a look. Downstairs stood Tian Xiao. This guy is really persistent. With a look of disgust, Bai Yi said, I hate this kind of man. He doesn't care about my feelings at all. Isn't this affecting my work? Chen Zhensheng stood next to Bai Yi and deliberately reached out to put his arm around Bai Yi's shoulders. Tian Xiao was dumbfounded by this scene. Then he dropped the rose in his hand on the ground and angrily pointed at Chen Zhensheng. The security guards quickly stopped him and dragged him out of the school. My father is the chairman of Tian's machinery in Shanghai. I'll fucking kill you all. Despite his hoarse screaming, it didn't help because these guards knew there were too many students richer than him at Zijin International School. Bai Yi blushed and whispered, aren't you afraid that people will misunderstand if you do this? The whole school guessed it. At that moment, an ordinary-looking girl ran over. Bai Yi recognized the girl as Tian. Root, did my cousin come after you? Well, it was just racked away by security. This guy is really shameless. I told him a long time ago not to provoke you, but I didn't expect him to come anyway. Tian Tian was Chen Gensheng's loyal lickspill and a member of the Old Sun's Temple. Of course she knew how powerful Chen Gensheng was. Chen Gensheng said, "Go back and persuade your cousin again. And I'll do it next time if you come back." "Good. When I go back I'm going to educate him properly." Tian Tian took a few steps and returned. "Brother Root, there's a news story I don't know if you've read. It's the news about Xiao Xian breaking up with Chen Jingxi." "When was that?" "Yesterday a paparazzi photographed Xiao Xian going in and out of a hotel with a mysterious woman. And today Chen Jingxi broke up with him." Chen Zhensheng said angrily, "This son of a bitch is bold and daring. I warned him long ago." White E asked, "Did Jingxi come to school?" Tian Tian shook her head. "No, Brother Root, teacher bye. I'll go back to my class first." After Tian Tian left, Bai Yi admonished, "Don't be impulsive either." "I know." After school, Chen Zhenxing drove his Lamborghini straight to Chen Jingxi's home. When Chen Jingshi's parents saw Chen Gensheng's sudden arrival, they scrambled to get up and greet him. Chen Zhenxing asked, "Where's Jingxi? Been in my room all day and haven't eaten a bit of food." Chen Zhenxing arrived at the bedroom door, reached out and crushed the door handle, pushing the door in. Chen Jingxi was splashing ink and writing many names of Zhang Xiaoxian all over the place. "Have some dinner. Leave me alone. Let me die in the shadow of betrayal. I want to remember this man's name. A little deeper. So deep that I can't forget it even if I drink Mona's soup." Chen Zhensheng kicked away the papers scattered on the floor and bristled. "The more you look like this, the harder it gets." Chen Jingxi choked on her tears. Chen Zhensheng left the bedroom and said to Chen Jingxi's parents, "Make her some rice." Leaving Chen Jingxi's home, Chen Zhenxing drove his Lamborghini to the site of the Golden Rooster Awards. Chen Yehao received a call from Chen Zhenxing and came here early to wait. At this time, all kinds of stars are competing for beauty. One after another walk through the red carpet. The scene is a lively hustle and bustle. Chen Zhenxing and Chen Yehao stood in the crowd paying attention to the red carpet. There was a lot of screaming as soon as Xiao Xian appeared. A tall actress took Xiao Xian's arm and enjoyed the attention. Chen Yehao said angrily, "It appeared." Chen Zhenxing pushed past the security guard and rushed over. Chen Yehao snatched a reporter's camera and then ran over. "Shit! Scumbag!" Chen Yehao raised the camera and slammed it on Xiao Xian, knocking him down. Chen Zhenxing grabbed Xiao Xian's greasy head. "Ancestor board. I warned you long ago. As long as you dare to fail Jingxi, I will not let you go. Will you let me explain?" "Explain your mom." Chen Zhenxing yanked his greasy head and said to Chen Yehao, "You fight. My old man's fist is too heavy. I'm afraid to kill him with one punch." Boom boom boom. Chen Yehao kept swinging his fists at Xiao Xian's face and gave him a beating. They were finally separated by a group of security guards yanking and pulling them apart. Chen Zhenxing straightened his messy hair, pushed the security guard away, and chided, "Let go of me. I'm very angry today." Chen Zhenxing and Chen Yehao walked into the Golden Rooster Child Awards. There are a lot of stars here who have no idea what just happened on the red carpet outside. Chen Zhenxing walked straight onto the stage, grabbed the host's microphone, and looked around at the crowd of big stars on stage, each with a puzzled expression rippling across their faces. Hey, let me say a few words before the Golden Chickadee Awards begin. Who are you? Security guard. Security guards, kick him out. A big name in the entertainment industry shouted angrily. None of the surrounding security guards moved. Chen Zhensheng said, "Sit down first and wait for me to finish." All the celebrities on stage talked up. Chen Zhensheng continued, "Starting today, Xiao Xian is going to be removed from the entertainment industry. No matter which company dares to sign Xiao Xian, then that company will disappear along with Xiao Xian." The scene of the Golden Rooster Awards is filled with stars from the entire entertainment industry. They watched as Chen Zhenxing dominated the stage, and none of the security guards on the sidelines dared to come forward to stop him. The president of the Film and Television Association walked onto the stage and said respectfully, "Can I say something?" Chen Zhenxing handed him the microphone. The president solemnly said, "Just now this little brother has made it very clear that there is a newcomer called Xiao Xian. From today onwards the domestic entertainment industry prohibits him from re-entering, whether it's advertisements or variety shows. As long as there is any company that dares to use him, I won't show any mercy." The president's words were even more of a shock to the stars in the room. Who is that young man? How dare he make the president of the association come out to stand up for him? I'm not sure, but the head must not be small. Just now someone told me that he violently beat up Xiao Xian on the red carpet, but there were a lot of reporters present at that time. Kinda handsome. Must have a great background in the entertainment industry. Would like to get to know him. I don't think you're trying to understand. You're trying to climb on him. Don't you want to? Think. A few of the popular little flower girls whispered. Chen Zhensheng said, "I've finished my words. You guys go on." Out of the venue, Xiao Xian has been pulled away by an ambulance. Reporters swarmed around Chen Zhenxing and interviewed him. May I ask why you hit Xiao Xian? Do you have a grudge against him? Aren't you afraid of his fans exposing you online? Chen Zhensheng said, my last name is Chen. I'm Chen Jingxi's elder. I'm here today to help Jingxi out. If his fans want to expose themselves online, as long as they have that ability, I'm more than welcome to expose them online. The attitude is very arrogant. Seeing this news by eyebrows slightly knit, murmured, not right this is not Chen Gensheng's temperament. He is a very introverted boy this is said so overbearing, completely unlike him. The video of Chen Zhensheng violently beating Xiao Xian has gone viral on the internet, and there is speculation about what Chen Gensheng's background really is. After hitting Xiao Xian, surprisingly nothing happened at all. Chen Zhensheng returned to school. Students chanted Chen Gensheng's name in the dormitory building and the playground, as if the dragon-slaying knight had returned in triumph. Chen Zhensheng, Chen Zhensheng, Chen Zhensheng, I love you. The whole school chanted Chen Zhensheng. Back in class, the students gathered around. Root son, we've all watched the video. So many media are there, and you dare to do it. Chen Zhensheng said with full concern, this kind of scum must be properly punished. Bullying my family Chen Jingxi, that is not allowed. Chen Zhensheng, I'm curious, why did you hit Xiao Xian and nothing happened to you at all? I don't know. Maybe his conscience got the better of him. Xiao Xian wanted to take revenge, but he really couldn't do anything about it. And for the first time, he felt what it was like to be helpless. No one who begged grandpa or grandma would help him. Xiao Xian completely fell silent in the entertainment industry. Yang Caffeine narrowed her eyes to measure Chen Zhensheng and said quietly, I can probably guess what your background is? What's my background? Yang Saifei had seen the third Miss Chen of the Bashu group enter the hospital room with her own eyes in an aggressive manner. Chen Zhensheng, Chen Yehao, Chen Jingxi, third Miss Chen. You are all surnamed Chen. Are you third Miss Chen's brother? Chen Zhensheng was stunned, thinking that this niece guessed really accurate, but also cannot be admitted. Bullshit. I do not know what Miss Chen-san. Is her name is Chen-san? Yang Saifei shook her head and said, very few people know her real name. You're overthinking it. I'm just a little bit related to Chen Yahao. Chen Jingxi. Chen Gensheng's face sank, his deep eyes staring at concubine Yang Kai. Since you guessed wrong, you have to pay the price. Yang Saifei asked. What price? It's almost lunch. Yang Saifei covered her chest and pouted. Scared me to death. Not just invite you to dinner. Any time. Hey, just buy me dinner. Caffeine Yang said. I'll treat you to Western food. Steak all you want. Yang Saifei's home is now restored and she now earns some money from live broadcasting every day. More importantly, she wanted to have a relationship with Chen Zhensheng, an upscale Western restaurant, in order not to affect the two of them on their date. Yang Caffeine purposely ate at an upscale Western restaurant outside the school. Sitting down, Chen Jensen ordered 15 steaks. Chen Zhensheng asked, are 15 copies too many? It's okay, just order whatever you want. Chen Zhensheng didn't have that much in mind. He thought it was just a simple meal. Yang Kai-fei? What a coincidence. A man with a bag clutched to his hand looked at Yang Caffeine in surprise. Yang Saifei was stunned and looked a little flustered, squeezing out an awkward smile. Such a coincidence. You're also eating here. Yeah. The middle-aged man with the clip-on bag sat down, ignoring Chen Zhensheng on the side. Last time I dined with you, I didn't enjoy myself. Let's make another appointment some other time. Yang Saifei said in a panic. What about once we are just friends. Not what about is a normal dinner. The man with the clip-on bag glanced at Chen Zhensheng and asked, is this your boyfriend? No, my classmate. What did I say? If you have a boyfriend, I won't brush you off. The man with the jacket bag looked over and said proudly, I'm Yang Kai-fei's list one big brother. Chen Zhensheng nodded. Eating together? Then I'm not going to be polite. Yang Caffeine busily said, some other day. Let's eat some other day. It's inconvenient for me to be with my classmates today. Big brother Pengjiai was a little upset. Concubine Yang Kai added, didn't you just eat? Go and get busy first. Brother Pengjiai said, your classmates have asked me to sit down and eat together. So let's join them. Yang Kai-fei reached out and tugged on the Peng One big brother. I didn't expect big brother Pengjiai to hold consort Yang Kai's hand and smiled lewdly. Consort Kai, to be honest, you can surely understand what's going on in my mind. And I've swiped no less than $3 million for you, right? What are you doing? Spread my hands. Chen Zhensheng reached out and grabbed his wrist. A little force. The list of a big brother on the pain of crying parents. You son of a bitch is not honest he. Say on talking. Move a hammer hand T. Get the fuck off me. It hurts. Chen Zhensheng casually pushed. The first big brother of the list was launched a few meters away. Have guts. I'm afraid you don't know who I am. Do you? Just wait here. Well, the old man still has 15 steaks left to eat. Big brother Pengjiai called for a call. Yang Kaifei's eyebrows knitted slightly as she said in a sly voice, Zhen Sheng, can you give face and not hit him? I'm still counting on him to swipe gifts for me. Lousy is not going to fight easily. You should have advised him to tea. Yang Kaifei walked up to big brother Peng Yi and dragged him out of the restaurant. A waiter came to Chen Zhenqing and said in a cold manner, Sir, please leave our restaurant. For what? Because we don't want to invite unnecessary trouble. The waiter is going to kick people out. Chen Zhenqing raised his eyes and looked around to see what kind of restaurant it was. The waiter urged again. Please leave. We're not that easy to mess with. If you don't leave again, we'll force you out. Chen Zhensheng said, Call your manager over? I don't think you're that strong mentally to withstand what's going to happen next. The waiter shouted angrily. What do you think you are? How can you talk so pretentious? Let you roll. The waiter was clearly running out of patience. The manager hurriedly came to Chen Zhensheng and said with a smile on his face, I'm really sorry, Mr. Chen. Snap. The manager first apologized to Chen Zhensheng, then raised his hand and slapped the waiter. Apologize. The waiter's slap was like flying an airplane in his ear. Why did you hit me? He was fighting in our store. The waiter was defiant. You don't have to care even if he tears the store down. Go to the finance and settle the bill. Get lost. The waitress was struck so deeply that she was momentarily speechless and shed tears of aggravation. Chen Zhensheng said, I told you a long time ago. You are still young, not strong enough mentally to withstand what is going to happen. The waiter huffed, unwilling and unable to do anything at all with Chen Zhensheng, who made themselves just a little waitress. This time it's my eyes, and I'm not going to serve. Just leave. Stand still, Chen Zhensheng said to the manager. He is also for the sake of the restaurant. Standing in the restaurant's point of view, he did the right thing, but the way of talking too much, the next time it will not be an exception, and then arrange for him to be a foreman. Okay, Mr. Chen, the manager said to the waiter. Why don't you come over and thank Mr. Chen? At this time, Yang Saifei also returned. What's wrong? No matter. Quickly sit down and eat. Chen Zhensheng asked again. Your big brother of Peng Yi. How did you solve it? Oh, it's fine already. He went back. But Yang Kaifei's face was a preoccupied look. Zhensheng, I'll settle the bill for you. I still have some things to go and work on. You can eat here. Alright then, can't keep you busy. Yang Saifei settled the bill and left without looking back. Chen Zhensheng finished 15 steaks beautifully by himself. After eating the steak, Chen Zhensheng drove back to the school. Takasaku then told him something. Cafe Young changed schools. When was that? We were just having dinner together. About half an hour ago she checked in for a transfer. Chen Zhensheng asked suspiciously, why do you want to transfer to another school? I don't know, but it looks frustrating. Chen Zhensheng took out his cell phone to call Yang Saifei, but it was hung up. Called again and just pulled the plug. Chen Zhensheng surprised, screwhammer yo. For what to hang up the old man's phone it? Gosaku asked. Did you two have a falling out? No. Why don't you give her a call and ask what's going on? Chen Zhensheng had an ominous premonition. Could it be that concubine Yang Kai had also received a warning? When Gao Shua called, Yang Caffeine likewise didn't answer and instead sent a text message. Don't contact me, and tell Negasonic not to think too much about it. It's fine. Seeing this text message, Chen Zhensheng understood what was going on. It was just that Chen Zhensheng didn't understand why it was also necessary to warn Princess Yang Kai. Chen Zhensheng went out of the dormitory and stood at the entrance of the school. Shadow Sister didn't take a moment to arrive in front of Chen Zhensheng. What's going on? Did you warn Princess Yang Kai? She's too inferior. Your third sister won't let you play with such a girl to prevent you from getting into the bad social atmosphere. Chen Zhensheng sweated. Is this necessary? She's quite good. Shadow Girl pulled out her cell phone and found a video to show to Chen Zhensheng. The photo is of Yang Kai-fei with her Peng Yi big brother, the same one who came out of the restaurant today while eating steak. The two were talking by the roadside when brother Peng Yi hugged and tried to kiss Priscilla Yang Choi-fei. Yang Kai-fei covered her mouth with her hand and could only let him kiss her face. Shadow Mistress turned off her cell phone and said, your third sister said that no delinquents are allowed around you. Yang Kai-fei is the school bully, and that guy is her top one big brother. You can talk to your third sister. Chen Zhensheng said without a trace of humor. It would be better to come to the big city, and there wouldn't be that much to do. Right, there's a family gathering tonight. You'll have to attend. Where? Pascal Cuisine. I know. Chen Zhensheng decided to have a good talk with his third sister about not interfering in his private life. The family was so protective of him that it kind of took Chen Zhensheng's breath away. Evening. Chen Zhensheng drove to Bashu Cuisine. On the third floor, this whole floor is closed to the public. Chen Zhixing's family, Chen Jingxi's family, Chen Shujian's family, and Chen Tiqing's family all came. These are the ones that Chen Zhensheng recognizes. There are also many collateral, direct lineages that Chen Zhensheng does not recognize. All in all, There are more than 30 people on the third floor. As soon as Chen Jianqing arrived on the scene, everyone rose. There were those who were called Taiji, those who were called master, those who were called uncle, and an old man in his 70s who was called brother. Chen Jianqing didn't even realize that there were so many clansmen in Shanghai. Chen Jianqing greeted them one by one. Chen Jianqing looked at Chen Jingxi, who still had a depressed expression on her face. Why aren't you happy? Yi Hao and I will help you beat him up. He's just as dead as I hate him. Chen Jingxi's grandfather reprimanded. How do you talk to your great master? In that tone? After all, with so many clansmen present, it was still important to focus on the occasion. Chen Jianqing looked around at the crowd and smiled. I didn't know there were so many clansmen in Shanghai. Sit down. Don't stand. They each introduced themselves in order to leave an impression in front of Chen Jianqing. They all held important positions in companies under the Ba Shu group, and they were all promoted by Miss Chen San. It's not nepotism, it's that they're actually capable. The Chen family is also very competitive, all demanding that their children get into top universities and be able to join the family business. Not a moment later, Chen Sanner came out of the elevator in a star-studded manner. The group of clansmen rose to greet them once again. Chen Sanner greeted them with a smile. Are they all here? Let's eat when we're all here. Arrived. 3 large dining tables with over 30 people seated in order. Sitting next to Chen Sanner was Chen Jiansheng, and all the people sitting at this table were older. Chen Sanner laughed. In the past, we had to get together every year, and this year, we got together at this time because my brother is in Shanghai, and it's time to get acquainted with you guys. All kinds of Sichuan dishes are served. Chen Sanner's fair face had a smile on it just a moment ago, but in the next moment, she was solemn. The reason for letting you guys get acquainted with Jianqing is because recently, many of the Ba Shu Group's industries have been experiencing things that are disrespectful to Jianqing. Chen Jianqing was stunned and felt that third sister was making a bit of a fuss. Third Miss Chen is lecturing. The clansmen were all silent. Other than not being able to give money to Jiansheng, whatever he does in Shanghai City must be unimpeded. Chen Sanner then picked up her wine glass again and smiled sweetly. This is the first thing for today. After drinking this glass, let's say the second thing. Come on, everyone pick up their glasses. The clansmen raised their glasses. My mom is coming back in a few days, and I think it might be because of the change of position in the Basho Chamber of Commerce, since it was my great-aunt who became the vice president, and my mom feels threatened by Negasonic. These words made Chen Jianqing startled. Third sister, is that necessary? She came back just because of the matter of Big Aunt being the vice president? Chen Sanner said, you still don't know the importance of the Bashu Chamber of Commerce. That's where the core of our family is. The members within the Bashu Chamber of Commerce were all core clansmen who determined the future course of the family business. Even Chen Sanner had to follow the decisions of the Bashu Chamber of Commerce. The first president was Chen Loqi, and the second president was Chen Genqing's father. The Pascal Chamber of Commerce manages more than 200 businesses nationwide. Chen Genqing's great-aunt became the vice president, and that power was second only to Chen Genqing's father. This matter attracted the attention of Chen's mother, and all of those here are surnamed Chen, and all of them are also Chen Sanner's people, so there was no need for her to say this behind their backs. At this time, a balding middle-aged man with a wine glass wanted to toast Chen Jiansheng. Uncle Junior, let me toast to you. I'm the head of the Dunshire Infrastructure Group. My name is Chen Shuku. Oh, hello, young master. I am the head of Highlight Technologies. The clansmen came to toast Chen Jiansheng. Seeing these people, Chen Jiansheng realized how many businesses their family had in Shanghai. It's appalling. It's only one city in Shanghai now, and the city of Kyoto, the city of Baiyun. You've all worked hard. Thank you. Chen Jiansheng understood what third sister meant. These clansmen were all on third sister's side, which was equivalent to being Chen Genqing's people. Today, third sister had organized this party to let him get acquainted with all the people who would become Chen Genqing's forces in the future. Third sister, I'm afraid you'll be arguing with Grandpa if he finds out about this. Argue all you want. I've got to get you acquainted with everyone first. Cousins are starting positions early. You're still in school. I've got to find a way to get you solidified while you're there. Chen Sanner of course had to think of ways to let her brother adapt to this kind of life in advance. Not only her, Chen Da, Chen Si were all ready for Chen Jiansheng, waiting for Chen Jiansheng to graduate from university at any time. Chen Jiansheng took the opportunity to say, Third sister, where did you get Princess Yang Kai? Let her come back. She's too inferior to be your friend. It's not inferior at all. She is a school bully and studies well. Besides, I'm not looking for her to be my girlfriend. What can someone else do if they kiss her? Chen Jiansheng thought about it and added, don't you want me to get in touch with business as early as possible at this party today? It's also helpful for me to have more friends around me. Chen Sanner asked, what do you want to do then? Let her come back and continue to study at Zijin School. She's about to take the college entrance exam. Fine, but you can only use her to learn and to be your friend. I know. After this family dinner, Chen Zhenxing was ready to go back to school. With the family, these people are considered to have mixed a familiar face. In the future in Shanghai City, no matter what Chen Zhenxing do, all unimpeded. Young Kai-Fei is back in school again, but this time she's back a lot more honest. Did not take the initiative to pick up Chen Zhensheng, not to mention overbearing at school. She's also logged out of her Forenza number, and her Samoyed is off the leash and behaving like a neighborhood girl. In the cafeteria, Chen Zhenxing took the initiative to serve the meal and sit with Yang Saifei. Hey, let me taste your Brussels sprouts, okay? Chen Zhenxing took a bite of the vegetable salad in Princess Yang Kai's bowl and spit it out. What's that you're eating? There's no flavor at all. Chen Zhenxing chucked her a piece of braised pork ribs from his plate. Try mine. It tastes great. Yang Saifei refused his braised pork ribs. I eat this nutritionally balanced. One more thing won't do. Chen Zhenxing smiled sarcastically. Are you angry with me? Don't dare. Scared to death. Yang Saifei didn't dare to be angry with Chen Zhenxing. When she realized who Chen Zhenxing was, she was scared out of her soul. She finally understood why the bank had suddenly cut off the loan in the first place, with a deadline to collect the principal and interest, leaving their family bankrupt in a matter of days. The loan was later continued and her family was saved. It was all manipulated by Chen Genxing's third sister. No wonder Chen Zhenxing could fire so fast on the Firetone platform. It was his family's Firetone platform. Fire when you want it. Yang Saifei didn't even dare to look directly at Chen Zhenxing now. Chen Genxing's image in her mind was instantly taller. Chen Zhenxing whispered, "Don't tell anyone else. Got it? Well, I won't tell. That's all? Tell me more. You used to talk at length." Chen Zhenxing really wasn't used to the current Yang Saifei. Yang Caffeine was not good at saying much. She now felt that Chen Zhenxing was unattainable. Simply a godlike existence. She's like an ant. Yang Caffeine quickly finished her meal and said, "I'm going to class. There's still a few months left before the college entrance exam." After saying that, Yang Saifei quickly left. Chen Zhenxing let out a sigh. There's no point. If the entire school knew about my background, then I definitely wouldn't have any friends. Gao Shua greatly came to Chen Zhenxing. Brother Zhen, the brothers have been humiliated. You have to decide for us. What is it? Picking up girls without picking up anyone else and getting punched in the face. Chen Zhenxing gave him a blank look. This is something that lousy won't help. They also said that our Zijin International School is a poor school. You all can't beat them, can I? Now I even have problems eating. Gao Shua was aware that Chen Zhenxing could mobilize dozens of private helicopters. There is a saying circulating in the school that Chen Zhenxing may not be the richest, but he is definitely the most connected. Gao Shua said, "You don't even care that the members of Laozi Temple are being bullied?" It gives the brothers a chill. Chen Zhenxing handed him the car keys. "Take my car. The only customized Lamborghini Poison in the country. Unique. The ultimate dream for men." Kosako said, "It's not about a car. We have to overwhelm them in terms of momentum." Where? Art school. It turns out that all these Gao Shua guys like to drive their luxury cars to the art school to find young ladies to play with in their spare time. Went there today and ran into a bunch of rich kids who were even tougher than they were and hit their car with $1 million sports car on the spot. It's not like these rich kids from the purple and gold school. Tranquility doesn't like to show off his wealth. But no one else is allowed to fool around in front of him either. Unable to put aside Gao Shua's constant pleas, Chen Zhenxing decided to step in and cut his teeth on wealth with these rich kids. Chen Zhenxing drove a Lamborghini and led a group of Laozi Temple members to the art school. In the neighborhood of the art school parked all the top sports cars. Next to the girl is more than a tall and beautiful. Gao Shua pointed to a youth not far away and said, "The girl next to him used to be my girlfriend, but now that guy has taken her away. Brother Root, our brothers have been humiliated, and none of the brothers can swallow this." In fact, there was only one senior, Gao Shua, and the rest were all sophomores and juniors. After all, upperclassmen are too young right now. Chen Zhenxing asked, "Which one humiliated you?" "It's that skinny guy with the round-inch head. This guy has a bit of strength in Shanghai, called Zhang Struggle, opened a few companies on his own, and his dad is the 20th richest person in China." Chen Zhenxing bristled. "There are no 19th ranked ones in our school?" A crowd of students shook their heads. Kosako said, "There are in the 20s and beyond. The top 20 billionaires on China's rich list are worth at least $80 billion. This Zhang Struggle is somewhat capable. Can you help us get back our face, Brother Root?" Chen Zhenxing walked over. Zhang Struggle was hugging the art school girl and chatting with the other rich kids. "Zhang Struggle," Gao Shua said in exasperation. "This is our brother Zhen." Zhang Struggle threw away his cigarette and sized up Chen Zhenxing. "Oh, it's you, the anchor that was quite hot a while ago." Chen Zhenxing said, "They said you humiliated them. Why should they be humiliated? You're all here to pick up girls, each to pick up your own. Zhang Struggle smiled. You're an outsider. You don't understand our rules here. This part of the art school. It's turf. It's for robbing. Chen Zhenqing didn't understand and asked again. What does it mean? Stealing territory? Is the art school run by your family? That is to say, this turf is mine. Zhang Struggle, including the resources of the girls in this art school, are also mine. And no one else is allowed to come here to pick up girls, as long as they are my friends. When he said this, Chen Zhenqing understood that he was occupying the latrine. Chen Zhenqing asked, then we must pick up girls here. What would you do? Then you are just purely asking for trouble. Zhang Struggle stroked his beloved car. Quality girls only love quality men. You brats don't deserve it. Very proud indeed. Completely disregarding this group of rich kids from Zijin International School, Chen Zhenqing pointed to the Lamborghini Poison on the side of the road. Do I count this as quality? Zhang Struggle was stunned and surprised. Yours? It's mine. Zhang Struggle's Ferrari really isn't as valuable as Chen Zhenqing's. Zhang Struggle went on to say, I crashed this car just the year before last. It's nothing to brag about. Chen Zhenqing turned around and got into the Lamborghini Poison and started to turn around. Slammed on the gas. Boo. The Lamborghini worth more than $40 million crashed into Zhang Struggle's Ferrari. Two cars crashing like that. Millions of dollars in damage. Getting out of the car. Chen Zhenqing said, now what? Am I qualified to pick up girls here? Zhang Struggle sneered. Showing off your wealth in front of me? Showing off in front of a beautiful woman? You're looking for the wrong person. Zhang Struggle waved his hand and an Aston Martin drove in front of Zhang Struggle. The last thing I need is a sports car. And you just intentionally hit my car. So you have to compensate me at least $2 million. Chen Zhenqing said, I'll take back the right to pick up girls in this area today. No fighting. Just spelling rich. Chen Zhenqing couldn't have liked it better. Buzz. 5 multi-million-dollar sports cars. Cool Bugatti Veyrons sped by. It attracted a huge crowd of girls. The 5 drivers came down and handed 5 car keys to Chen Zhenqing. Chen Zhenqing asked, now does Lousy have the qualifications to pick up girls here? Are you kidding me? You own all 5 of these? If it's not Lousy's, is it yours? Chen Zhenqing looked at those girls from the art school. Would you rather sit in his sports car and laugh? Or sit in my Bugatti Veyron and cry? Bugatti! Bugatti! A bunch of girls chanting Bugatti. Zhang Struggle said, you're paying to rent this, aren't you? The license plate number isn't even there. Chen Zhenqing looked around in a circle and found a brick to slam on the Bugatti. Chen Zhenqing asked, is it handsome? The girls screamed, so handsome. Just how much money do you have to be so capricious? Rude as a cowboy. Chen Zhenqing said, don't flaunt your wealth with me. If money can buy longevity, I can make the whole country live until 18 generations are together. Ha, you're really good at bragging about your pen. It's a bit unrealistic to think that just 5 Bugattis would want to take this territory of the art school. Zhang Struggle directly called for a private luxury helicopter. There were even more gasps. Winning over the art school girls. Zhang Struggle looked at Chen Zhenqing smugly. Do you know what this is? You don't necessarily own it even if you know. Struggle. You'll have to forgive this guy's ignorance. He must not know what your family does. Chen Zhenqing laughed inside. A rented helicopter. And you have the nerve to show it off. I advise you to return it. Don't embarrass yourself here. Zhang Struggle said. What the hell do you know? I bought this. Don't you dare smash it. These words made it a bit difficult for Zhang Struggle. And he didn't dare to smash it. A multi-million-dollar sports car he dared to smash. The helicopter he really didn't dare to smash. Not to mention it's a luxury helicopter. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chen Zhenqing then laughed. I dare you. Chen Zhenqing picked up a brick and slammed it into the helicopter. The glass is smashed. Zhang Struggle stormed. You're fucking sick, aren't you? Are you showing off your wealth? Do you know that this piece of glass has to be ordered from abroad? I'll pay you for a new one. In the distance, 4 luxury helicopters flew over. Chen Zhenqing directly compensated Zhang Struggle a rack. Now I'm going to ask once more. Served? Zhang Struggle was too dumbfounded to speak. Chen Zhenqing looked at the girls from the art school. Who would like to go play with us? Wow. Art school girls flocked to it. Chen Zhenqing said to Gao Shuo, I'll take care of it for you. You guys play the rest. I'm going back to school to study. Chen Zhenqing came to the curb and swept a shared bike away. The helicopter left with a bunch of beautiful women and Gao Shuo and the others. 5 Bugattis followed slowly behind Chen Zhenqing. Zhang Struggle and his boys were stunned. Struggle. This guy isn't simple, is he? When did such a strong rich second generation come out of our Shanghai city? I don't think it's local, or I'm sure I'd know. Zhang Struggle looked around. Not a single girl from the art school was left. All went on a helicopter ride. Chen Zhenqing humiliated Shanghai's famous rich kid. Zhang Struggle. Chen Zhenqing's name was gradually becoming known in the circle of wealthy second-generation people in Shanghai. There's still a month or so to go before school lets out. Chen Zhenqing do the final sprint. The final exam must be the first in the school. Bai Yi bought a lot of study materials for Chen Zhensheng. Chen Shujian came to the second class of the first year of high school carrying 2 large boxes. Puzzled, White Yi asked, "Principal, what is this?" "For Chen Zhensen, all the textbooks for sophomore and junior year." "Ha?" Bai Yi was surprised. "He's only a senior now. Why did he give these textbooks?" "Teacher Bai, I have to entrust you with one thing. Let him learn the entire course as soon as possible. I'll raise your salary to 100,000 a month, and you have to tutor him throughout the entire course." Chen Shujian had received orders from Miss Chen, who was far away in the city of Kyoto, that Chen Zhensheng must be allowed to complete all of his high school studies as soon as possible. Bai Yi asked in confusion. "Why? He's learning well now. Why does he have to learn it all at once? This is too much to explain to you. You need to just do what I say." Chen Shujian left. Bai Yi looked at Chen Zhensheng with a despondent expression. After class, Bai Yi sat down next to Chen Zhensheng and said, "How are you doing in your senior year's classes?" "Almost. These are textbooks for the entire sophomore and junior years, and I'm going to tutor you through them starting today." The principal arranged it. Chen Zhensheng understood what was going on and grinned. There's still more than a month to go before vacation, so there's still plenty of time. I also made a deal with young Saifei that the 2 of us would tutor you on a rotating basis so that it would be faster. Bai Yi said grudgingly, "So for this month or so, you can't go anywhere with me, and your old son's temple activities are cut off." "Well, learning makes me happy." So, after school, Chen Zhensheng came to the place where Bai Yi rented to start studying. Bai Yi had cooked Chen Zhensheng a hearty meal that suited his tastes. Watching Chen Zhensheng eat like a pig, Bai Yi's delicate face raised a pleased smile. "Jensen, is it true that you're leaving Shanghai after the new year?" "Why do you ask?" "I don't know. The principal told you to learn the full curriculum for sophomore and junior year without even taking the high school entrance exams, so I'm sure you'll have to go to school somewhere else." Chen Zhensheng was stunned and understood a little. "Mr. I guessed correctly that Chen Gensheng's big sister had already arranged a university for him in Kyoto City. As long as Chen Zhensheng finishes high school, don't go to college and fail to keep up with your studies." Whitey was a little melancholy that relationship had ended before it had even begun. "Negasonic, I want to know what exactly your family does." Chen Zhensheng smiled sarcastically. "Teacher Bai, haven't you seen what my house is like?" Bai Yi can also vaguely sense that Chen Gensheng's background is not simple, only that she doesn't have the courage to face Chen Zhensheng, who is a second-generation rich man. Had dinner. Bai Yi went to the kitchen to wash the dishes and let Chen Zhensheng familiarize himself with the sophomore textbook first. "Why don't you stay here tonight? I've got your bedding. Why don't I just go back to school and sleep? After all, you're not married yet, and I'm worried it'll be a bad influence on you." "It's nothing. Besides, you've got to study until 12. There's only a little over a month left and there's a bit of a time crunch. Wash the dishes and clean up." Bai Yi cut another fruit plate and placed it next to Chen Zhensheng, and began to give Chen Zhensheng a lecture on his sophomore year subject. Bai Yi's body gave off a faint scent. Chen Zhensheng looked at Bai Yi's delicate face, a pair of soulful and beautiful eyes under her long eyelashes, eyes as bright as stars. He stood up and quietly made his way to the door. It slammed open and there was nothing and no one outside. He came to the window again, his sharp eyes looking around. Bai Yi laughed and asked, "What are you doing?" "It's a shock." He was looking to see if Shadow Girl was watching him from somewhere. "Nothing." Chen Zhensheng sat down and continued to study. Bai Yi sat next to Chen Zhensheng and lectured. "I'll come up with a test paper in a few days to test your learning, so that when you get to college, you won't be unable to keep up." Bai Yi paused in the middle of her sentence and added, "Have you thought about what university to go to?" Chen Zhensheng shook his head and said, "Not yet. I don't know which university my sister has chosen for me. If you can choose a university in Shanghai, you should still try to choose here." Chen Zhensheng looked deeply at Bai Yi's beautiful side face. Bai Yi gave Chen Zhensheng a sly look. "Study carefully." Ha ha ha. Ding. Chen Zhensheng's cell phone rang. It was a tweet from Shadow Girl. "You son of a bitch are not honest. Do you think I can't see it?" Chen Zhensheng was so frightened that he looked around in a panic to make sure that Shadow Girl was not hiding here. Chen Zhensheng was much more disciplined this time, and obediently studied. Learned at 11 p.m. Bai Yi stood up and stretched. "Go take a shower. It's time for bed." Chen Zhensheng wants to go back to school to live. Do not want to give Bai Yi trouble, but also worried about chilling her heart. The bedroom next door was neatly organized, with new bedding, pillows and other things. After taking a shower, Chen Zhensheng laid down on the soft bed and prepared to sleep. Bai Yi entered the bedroom with a cup of hot milk. "Drink it before you go to sleep." Chen Zhensheng took the hot milk inside. "Teacher Bai, you are so virtuous and have a gentle personality." Bai Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Go to bed early. You have classes tomorrow." A wave of melancholy came over her as she didn't want to talk much more about the subject. Chen Zhenxing finished the hot milk in one gulp and lay down to sleep. Bai Yi glanced at Chen Zhenxing with disappointment, helped Chen Zhenxing close the door, and exited the bedroom with a complex expression. Chen Zhenxing, who was lying on the bed, hated that he could not want to beat Shadow Girl violently. The thought of him going off to college in another city after the new year was a bit disheartening. The next day, wash up and go to school together after breakfast. Just as he entered the class, a group of students surrounded him with bitchy expressions on their faces. Root son, how did your studies progress last night? Leave the old man alone. You have too much nastiness in your hearts. By the way, I heard you're going to finish your sophomore and junior year of high school ahead of schedule. So what are we going to do? Chen Zhenxing asked. What do? You must be leaving if you finished school early. Where are you planning to go? Chen Zhenxing shook his head. I don't know. My big sister arranged it for me. I don't know yet. Gosako sighed. Are you going to leave after the new year? What will happen to our old son's temple? Dismantle it? You guys can keep running the business. And no matter where I go, we're all members of the Temple of Lao Tzu. Bai Yi arrived at the class with her books in her arms and looked around the group of students with a serious expression. Now start the class. Chen Zhenxing thought of separating from these classmates he had just gotten acquainted with. A different kind of sadness came over me. From being sneered at and not accepted in the beginning, he was now shouting at Root in every breath. There are a lot of ludicrous stories going on here. Chen Zhenxing has very few friends, and only after coming to the city did he feel happy to have friends. The other students are in class, and Chen Zhenxing has to study for his sophomore year. Today it's Caffeine Yang's turn. In Chen Zhenxing's dormitory, young Caffeine asked, don't you have a nanny? Quit. I can't afford to pay her now. Let's get started. Yang Saifei was now respectful to Chen Zhenxing and didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. Did you stay at Mr. White's last night? Well, don't get any ideas. It's just for one night. I'm not imagining things either. Yang Caffeine took out the materials she had made today and explained them to Chen Zhenxing. It took about an hour to explain. Yang Saifei closed her notebook. Take a break while you digest. Chen Zhenxing took out a drink from the refrigerator and handed it to Yang Caffeine. Tough for you. In the end, you are a school bully. I admire you. Yang Saifei wanted to speak, not knowing whether she should ask or not. When she realized that Chen Zhenxing was from the Ba Shuchen family, she became extremely curious, because she had heard all sorts of rumors about the Ba Shuchen family in the business world and wondered if they were true. Chen Zhenxing sat down and started taking notes. Me. I'm just purely curious. Don't mind me, haha. Ask, is it true that your family's income in 1 year is the GDP of a second-tier city in 1 year? Chen Zhenxing asked. How much is the GDP of a second-tier city in a year? How can it be $1 trillion? Oh, I don't know how much our family makes in a year. So will you be inheriting the family business after college? Yang Caffeine was now looking at Chen Zhenxing adoringly as if she had become a little fangirl. Maybe. I'm actually not interested in the whole inheriting the family business thing. A lot of people are crying out to inherit the family business. Why aren't you interested? Chen Zhenxing has little interest in money, so he doesn't want to inherit it either. His greatest hobby is to live an idle life with his grandfather. I don't know. It just feels exhausting once you inherit. When Chen Zhenxing was a child, he seldom saw his parents. They were busy every day, and even when they had time to visit him, they only stayed for 2 or 3 hours before leaving. Plus he grew up with a very relaxed, slow-paced life in the mountains with his grandfather. Concubine Yang Kai sighed. I really didn't expect your background to be so powerful. So can I be friends with you? Aren't we friends? Are we friends? Yang Saifei felt that this friend was a bit untrue, and she always felt in her heart that there was still some distance between her and Chen Zhenxing. I'll probably be going to college after New Year's, so we may not see each other, but I'll still help you if you need me for anything. Zijin International School has left deep memories for Chen Zhenxing, and he surely can't forget these people either. The two chatted for a while, and young Sifei continued to give Chen Zhenxing a lecture. Negi, I have a small request. Can you oblige me for a moment? What's the request? I want you to go to a party with me and eat whatever you want. Chen Zhenxing said seriously. It's okay, but you absolutely can't expose my identity. Got it? Good. Absolutely no exposure. Yang Saifei was so excited that she almost jumped up. There is a person from the Bashuchen family by her side. That face is simply given enough. It definitely hits the spot and wows the crowd. Yang Caffeine added. Let me say this first. This party is actually a business party. I'm attending this business party because I want to pull in some business for my family. Of course this will definitely be in your favor. Oh, this look no matter. Chen Zhenxing didn't care and grinned. You helped me with my homework. I'm going to help you, aha. The two just clicked. This party was unique in that it was a gathering of young entrepreneurs and rich kids. They are the young generation of businessmen in Shanghai, and the future of the city's business community belongs to them. Chen Zhenxing didn't need to pretend to be poor in front of Princess Yang Kai, and directly arranged for a luxury private helicopter to land in front of the hotel. All cars and pedestrians at the gate are stopped. Yang Saifei, who wowed the crowd with a body-shaping evening gown, disembarked from the helicopter with Chen Zhenxing's support. It immediately caught the attention of everyone in the room. Is this Princess Yang Kai? When did it get so big? It went out of sight some time ago, rumored to have offended the Basho group. Boy, look at this row. That set of evening gowns is worth over $200,000. Now is this her return to Shanghai? The celebrities in the audience, however, scoffed at Yang Saifei, who was now a third-rate minor celebrity in their eyes. Che, faking it, it's not natural at all. It's shallow to spend a lot of money on renting a luxury private jet. No one in Shanghai wants to play with her right now. An entire floor of the hotel is a venue, where wine and food are served. Soothing piano is played, and handsome men and women gather in twos and threes with champagne and wine. The atmosphere is cordial. Yang Saifei's arrival was only a momentary surprise, and not many people were willing to climb into conversation with her. Few and far between. When Chen Zhenxing saw the various desserts on the table, he salivated as if he had seen a bikini beauty. You talk to your friends, I'm going to dinner. Wait. Yang Caffeine tugged on Chen Zhenxing and whispered, I'm embarrassed now that you're not accompanying me. I'm in the middle of my family's path. No one wants to talk to me. Concubine Yang Kai, I didn't expect you to be here as well. I've heard that you've been banned. How do you still dare to show up in Shanghai? These celebrities gathered around and had a dig at Princess Yang Kai. That's a big load you're packing. With the helicopter and the big diamond necklace. You didn't spend a lot of money, did you? Unfortunately, as big as the row is, no one here dares to do business with your family. Yang Saifei kept a light smile on her face, seemingly unaffected emotionally by these sneers. The truth is that inwardly, I can't stop cursing with them. Yang Saifei said with a subdued face. It's true that there was a bit of a misunderstanding with the Chen family some time ago, but it's fine now. So you're all salty about carrots and carrots. Hee, your cheek is really thick. This party I advise you not to attend. You also know that this party was started by Qin Yehua. In a moment he will see you and kick you out in public. That would be a shame for the adults. Yang Saifei was smiling smugly after hearing these words. The one she was now holding on to was the full-fledged authentic heir of the Ba Shu Chen family. Not to mention Chen Yehua, even if his father came, he would have to keep his tail between his legs. Yang Kaifei was trolled by a group of celebrities and had no temper at all. She tugged at Chen Zhenxing and looked at him accusingly. Chen Zhenxing shouted, which one is Chen Yehua? Chen Yehua, son of a bitch, come out to me. The rich and famous women present looked over in disgust at the impolite call. This guy is so unqualified. He can't be from our new rich youth circle in Shanghai, right? The new rich youth they are talking about are, on the other hand, the new generation of rich businessmen's youth. Definitely not. The accent is not from our area. No wonder. I'm most annoyed by this kind of out-of-town thugs coming to our new rich youth party. They're also trying to climb the ladder and pull in some business or something. Ha! Selling your flattery here like a clown. Chen Zhenxing just smiled lightly in the face of these sneers. Quickly tell Chen Yehua to come out and meet me. A second-generation rich young man couldn't stand Chen Zhenxing's arrogant attitude and stepped forward to angrily rebuke. Hey! Where's the country bumpkin from that dares to call out Hua Xiao's name? Don't want to live, do you? Chen Zhenxing picked up a glass of champagne and told young Caffeine to sit down as well. Wait, aha, I guess it will come out soon. Security! Security! Get these two out of here. We don't welcome such lowlives at this party. A few security guards came next to Chen Zhenxing and told them to leave. Chen Zhenxing said indifferently, I advise you not to do anything beyond your capabilities. Your hearts may not be able to take it in a while. Chen Yehua heard the news and came to the venue with a few beautiful women. What's going on? Xiao Hua, you're finally here. There's a guy here calling you by your name with an arrogant attitude. Chen Yehua was stunned and said with a displeased face, who is so lifeless that they dare to cause trouble in my place. Chen Yehua pushed away the security guard to take a look and almost fell to his knees in fear. Tai master? Are you Chen Yehua? Your friends don't seem to be too friendly with me. Why didn't you tell me before you came? So I could make arrangements. No need. I'm just accompanying a friend. Chen Zhenxing pointed at the delicious dishes on the table. Is that roasted suckling pig a sample? It's not a sample. It's edible. Chen Zhenxing rubbed his hands together excitedly. Then I'll be polite. Chen Zhenxing used a table knife to cut off a piece in his mouth. The charred and crispy texture makes Chen Zhenxing as if falling into the clouds. Bashful yo. I'm the first time to eat roasted suckling pig. The golden color is too tempting. Chen Yehua poured Chen Zhenxing a glass of champagne and asked with a smile. Young master, is there anything else lacking? There's no shortage of cluckers. You guys go ahead and leave me alone. The surrounding rich kids and celebrities without exception all had stunned expressions on their faces. Chen Yehua smiled to the crowd. Let all of you worry. This is not an outsider. According to seniority I should call him a grandpa. Please continue. Yang Saifei straightened her makeup. Chen Zhensheng was giving her a huge face. Now it was up to her. Someone asked Chen Yehua in a low voice. Young Hua, what does this Thai master of yours do? High school students. Chen Yehua didn't dare to say too much. No wonder it's so arrogant. So it's your great-grandfather. But the quality of your Teiyukai is worrying. Hearing this, Chen Yehua's face sank as he looked at him angrily. Watch your words. If you dare to talk about my great master again, we won't have any friends left to be friends with. The words froze the rest of the group. Chen Yehua is a kind person. In the circle is famous for good temper. Even if someone really with him a few jokes, he will not take it seriously. However, now that someone said that the quality of his great master was worrying, Chen Yehua was instantly furious. These people understand. Don't go talking about that young master of Chen Yehua's. Chen Yehua walked up to Yang Saifei, reached out his hand and smiled. Hello, my name is Chen Yehua. You're my great-grandfather's friend, aren't you? Hello, I'm sorry for coming uninvited without an invitation. Wherever, you can always come to every party from now on. Chen Yehua is the big brother in the circle of new rich youth, capable and business-minded, made a small billion in 2 years, is a role model for many people. At the same time, he was a direct descendant of the Ba Shu Chen family, and the Ba Shu group was interested in cultivating him. Chen Yehua said, I remember. Your family went bankrupt some time ago, right? Yang Caffeine said awkwardly. Yeah, so I wanted to come and develop some connections and take on some projects for the family. Oh, it's quite nice, where we all help each other out with the right projects and investments that need to be made. Since she had come with Chen Zhensheng, Chen Yehua certainly had to help her. Even so, some celebrities were still reluctant to stand with Princess Yang Kai, much less to pay attention to her, feeling that Yang Saifei, who had broken her labor, was not qualified to be on par with them at all. More than anything else, they were jealous of Princess Yang Kai's beauty, because when Yang Saifei's family was not yet bankrupt, Yang Saifei had been the object of desire of many rich youngsters. Chen Zhenxing came into the crowd with a plate of cut-up roasted suckling pig. Yi Hua, if you have any good projects, share more with Caffeine Yang. She's been teaching me lately, and I'm going to finish high school early, so it's been pretty tough lately. The people around them froze. Is there such a thing as being so blunt about wanting a project? They knew that even if this unqualified high school student was a relative of Chen Yehua, they wouldn't just give it without hesitation, right? Yang Saifei was so moved that Chen Zhenxing directly asked for the project for her. Chen Yehua said, I've recently been talking to my friends about a relatively good project, a project to dismantle factories in the south. There are several industrial zones that need to be dismantled, and if Princess Yang Kai is interested, I can be introduced to the shares. Yang Saifei was pleasantly surprised and smiled. Really? Can our family take shares? Of course, if the young master says so. I'll have to arrange one for you anyhow. Chen Zhensheng patted Chen Yehua's shoulder and praised. Well done. A group of celebrities, young masters were dumbfounded, because this project is worth more than $1 billion. Many people want to join in. Chen Yehua also have not been nodding. After all, the more people join, the less he earns. And it was Chen Genshing's words that led Chen Yehua to take the initiative to let Yang Saifei join. This time many people didn't dare to underestimate Chen Zhenxing anymore. Yang Caffeine picked up a glass of champagne and smiled sweetly. I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. It was so that many celebrities took the initiative to climb into conversation with Chen Zhenxing. I'm good friends with Yi Hua, and since he's called you Little Master, I have to follow suit. I'm going to scream too. How nice to be called Little Brother. And young, Little Master Tai. I'll drink to you. The celebrities surrounded Chen Zhensheng, their bodies exuding the scent of high-class perfume, leaving Chen Zhensheng mesmerized. Chen Zhensheng had a smile on his face. Seeing this, Yang Saifei was jealous and squeezed out the other celebrities and reached out to take Chen Genshing's arm, not saying anything, just hinting to the celebrities that this handsome bee is mine. Back from the party, the luxury helicopter landed on the tarmac of the Zijin International School. Yang Saifei was thankful to Chen Zhenxing again and again. Tell me, how would you like me to thank you? Make more excessive demands, so as to give me some peace of mind. Chen Zhenxing narrowed his eyes at concubine Yang Kai. Are you sure you want me to make excessive demands? Yang Saifei's cheeks blushed and she nodded slightly. How excessive is fine. Buy me dinner for a month. No, buy me dinner until vacation. In Chen Genshing's opinion, this request was very excessive. Yang Saifei rolled her eyes. Chen Zhenxing, you're so boring. Chen Zhensheng said, eating your food for a month is an excessive request. Okay, I'll buy you dinner until vacation. Hey, thanks. Yang Saifei also knew that she couldn't afford to climb up to Chen Zhenxing now, and could only think about it in her heart. Saying goodbye to Yang Saifei, Chen Zhenxing returned to the dormitory. It was a full day. On the day of Saturday, Bai gave Chen Zhenxing a half day off to go for a stroll and take a break. Along with them came a group of classmates such as Chen Jingxi, Chun Yihao, Gao Shuo, and Yang Kaifei. After all, people still love shopping. Chen Zhenxing was so shy that he could only rub them the wrong way. When Chen Zhenxing saw the fried chicken nuggets for sale, he asked Chen Jingxi, "Have you ever had fried chicken nuggets? No greasy stuff." "I haven't had it yet." Chen Yehao was very perceptive and immediately bought $50 of fried chicken pieces for Chen Zhenxing. Chen Zhenxing grinned. "Not bad. Very insightful. When you graduate from college, follow me." Bai Yi couldn't help herself. Gao Shuo said, "Root, I want to hang out with you too." "You can't. You have no eyes. See what else you want? It's pretty cold." Gao Shuo immediately ran into a sportswear boutique and bought Chen Zhenxing a $1,000 down jacket. Hey, do you think I have a chance? You're a workable man." And then, Bai Yi and Chen Jingxi, Yang Kaifei went to store for women's clothes. Chen Zhenxing and Gao Shuo, Chen Yehao squatting on the side of the road eating fried chicken nuggets. "Chen Zhenxing." Someone behind him called out to Chen Zhenxing. As soon as Chen Zhenxing turned around, a cold light suddenly swept by. "It's a dagger." Chen Zhenxing quickly backstage, fixed his eyes. "Is a killer wearing a mask?" Chen Zhenxing asked. "Why do you want to kill me? Someone is paying for your life. The man paid you to die, didn't he?" Phew. A pink kitchen knife swept in. When? The killer surprised Shadow Girl by blocking her chopper with a dagger. Chen Zhenxing's eyes narrowed as he said gruffly, "There's something about this assassin," to the extent that he was able to block Shadow Sister's kitchen knife. Shadow Mistress said, "You go first. No matter. Keep him alive and ask him who sent him. Gotta have it." Suddenly, several more masked killers came out of the crowd. These killers gathered toward them with fierce eyes. Chen Zhenxing said to Qing Yehao, "You two go find them and protect them." In public, these killers chose to strike here. Obviously the situation was so serious that they had already resorted to any means necessary. Other than offending the god of war, Chen Zhenxing did not have any other enemies who wanted to put him to death. The corners of Shadow Sister's mouth raised in a sardonic smile, and her beautiful eyes glowed with a wildly excited expression. She hadn't encountered such strong opponents in a long time, and these killers were slightly stronger than the god of war. It was enough to get Shadow Girl excited. "If you guys don't pass 10 moves in front of me, I despise you." Phew. Before the words left her mouth, Shadow Sister's strength was in full swing, holding a pink kitchen knife as she charged forward. Whoosh. A bit of coldness arrived first, followed by the sword coming out like a dragon, only to see Shadow Girl jump over and chop the chopper down. Killer whirled around and took a few steps back. Pust. Shadow Girl kills an assassin who hasn't reacted yet with a sound move. Buzz. Dozens of black cars sped by. Hundreds of black-robed strong men got out of the car, quickly coaxed the crowd away, and they tore open a large number of black cloth. Each person stood to the periphery, with the black cloth circled into a space of 100 meters long and 80 meters wide, prevent anyone outside from seeing the bloody scene. Chen Zhenxing sat on the sidelines eating fried chicken and watched Shadow Girl's ethereal figure with great interest. I still taught her that trick. 2 helicopters were circling in the air. The killers panicked at the sight of this formation. How did he get such a strong woman around him? Why didn't you ask around when you took this order? That guy didn't say that either. What now? Find a way to escape. There's no way to get away. There's a helicopter up there. This girl is just crazy. The more she kills, the more excited she gets. Just as the two of them were conversing, 4 more of their brothers died. The 3 remaining assassins cringed. Chen Zhenxing finished the last piece of chicken, took out a paper towel and wiped his hands, walked over to him and said, "I'll give you guys a way out. Name who sent you to kill me and you'll live." "No way. It's our ethics as assassins not to name our employers." Chen Zhenxing skinned his lips and said, "You are also getting paid to do things, and now you are all going to die martyred. But also talk about the professional ethics of the hammer." Whoosh! A storm of power swept by. The kitchen knife slashed across the neck of one of the killers. Blood flowed on the spot. Killer panicked. "Okay, I'll say, it's the Warlord Alliance Association." Whoosh! No sooner had they finished speaking than Shadow Girl sprinted over to cut them down. Several burly men in black loaded all the bodies into the car and cleaned the blood off the floor. "Put away the black cloth. Get in the car and leave. Everything is calm again." They came running over worried. "Negi, you're not hurt, are you?" "I'm fine. Don't worry." "Where are those people?" "Disposed of." Chen Yehao said. "It must be the god of war." Chen Zhenxing knew that it would definitely not be that simple. The god of war was all scared by him and would not seek revenge on him again, much less hire a killer. Hiring an assassin. That would be an insult to the god of war. Bai Yi said. Let's go back and stop coming out to play. Just as they were about to leave, in the distance a luxury caravan traveled in great numbers, clearly a Mercedes Maybach. A group of suited bodyguards got out of the car and stood at the curb in unison. One of the customized bulletproof Mercedes Maybachs opened its doors. A tall and beautiful woman got out of the car. Noble temperament, graceful and luxurious dress, just like a queen descending. Gao Shuo was stunned. Is this another set of people? Yang Saifei's beautiful eyes opened roundly and covered her mouth as she exclaimed. It's her! My God! Finally seeing her in reality. The appearance of this regal woman who looked like a queen caused a commotion. Not only was concubine Yang Kai exclaiming in shock, but Bai Yi had a look of adoration on her face when she saw her. Su solve! Bai Yi lost her voice as she saw the noble woman and called out her name. Susanna Su, Chen Genxing's mother. It's that global gold fixer. She doesn't have a company, but is cool with investing. To date, more than 1,000 companies have been invested in worldwide. It's more of a shareholder in a tech giant company, a very soft tech company, a bite of a tech company, a bone tech company, the richest woman in the world. There isn't one. It's the ultimate goal and the ultimate idol for many women. Susanna Su came toward Chen Zhensheng. Bai Yi was shocked. Susanna Su knows Chen Zhensheng? Chen Jingshi said. That's Chen Genxing's mom. Ah, Chen Zhensheng. How is this possible? Too shocked. Bai Yi couldn't accept this trippy shock for a moment. The strongest woman she admired turned out to be Chen Genxing's mother. Susanna Su suddenly cupped Chen Genxing's face and reached out to hug Chen Genxing's neck again. Did you miss your mom? Brat surprisingly grew in size again this year. Chen Zhensheng pushed away Susanna Su and said awkwardly, how old am I? Don't hug me. After all, there were classmates and teachers watching. The brat knows how to be shy now. He. Susanna Su pinched Chen Genxing's face and asked, say, did you miss me? It was the first time that the dozens of suited and booted bodyguards on the sidelines had seen Susanna Su in such a character. There's another side to Sister Su. That's what makes her like a woman. This is the first time I've seen Sister Su smile. Is that kid the son that Sister Su always talks about? There is indeed a slight resemblance. In order to meet that kid, Sister Su has asked 6 designers to pick out the clothes and design the hairstyle for more than 3 hours. It was the first time the bodyguards had seen another side of Susanna Sui. And that side only comes out in front of my son. I want to, okay? I miss you. Come on, mommy will take you to dinner. Chen Zhenxing reached out to Bai Yi and the girls and waved. Teacher Bai, get in the car. Let's go together. I'm still. Before the words were finished, the bodyguard had already opened the car door and made a gesture of invitation. Inside a customized bulletproof Mercedes, Susanna Su surveyed Chen Zhensheng with eyes full of doting love and touched his head every now and then. My son, did we meet a killer before we got here? Well, haven't figured out any background yet. No need to get confused. I can tell you right now. It's your cousin. Ah, Chen Zhensheng said in dismay. No way. He dares to make a move to assassinate me? Susanna Su took out a box of fine cigarettes from her bag and smoked it elegantly. I came back this time. He must have realized the threat, so he might as well make a move on you in advance. Susanna Su came back this time to oppose Chen Genxing's great aunt being the vice president of the Bashu Chamber of Commerce. She wanted to pave the way for her son's smooth inheritance of the Chen family business, and all those who dared to stand in the way of her son's inheritance would be her enemies. Chen Zhenxing asked, then how long do you plan to stay when you come back this time? Are you sad to see your old mom go? This time I'll be home for New Year's Eve. Susanna Su touched Chen Genxing's head again. This time I'll clean up the enemies around you. I think it's better to let me do it myself. There's no way I can grow up with you guys protecting me like this all the time. Susanna Sui said proudly. It's the children of poor families who need to grow up. You can stay innocent. A luxurious and exclusive hotel. Inside the luxurious room, Bai Yi and the girls stood constrained and didn't dare to take their seats. The general manager personally greeted Susanna Sui. Welcome Sister Su to our restaurant. Don't be polite. Open the wine I brought first for me to wake up. Susanna Su lit another thin cigarette. My customized dishes can start. Okay Sister Su. I'll prepare it for you right away. When Susanna Su saw that her son's classmates were all still standing, a gentle smile then lifted up on her cold face. Please sit down. My son was able to bring you guys along, so I'm sure you must be on good terms, right? Quickly sit down. Chen Zhensheng introduced. This is my homeroom teacher, Bai Yi. Susanna Su reached out and smiled. Hello, Mr. Bai. I'm Chen Genxing's mother, Susanna Su. Bai Yi came back to her senses and took hold of Su Sol's hand. The soft palm of her 10 fingers made Bai Yi feel ashamed of herself. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Have a seat. The group took their seats. A few of the children looked at Susanna Sui admiringly. Chen Zhensheng said. Your addiction to cigarettes is getting stronger. Susanna Su pressed out the cigarette in her hand and laughed. Usually there is a lot of pressure, and it's good to have a cigarette to relieve your fatigue. Chen Zhensheng added. Does my father know that you're back? I should know. I didn't tell him anyway. Susanna Su couldn't help but stroke Chen Zhensheng's head again. Mommy hasn't bought you a present in a long time. What do you want? I don't want anything. I may have to go to college in Kyoto after the new year. My big sister arranged a college for me. Well, it's something I asked your big sister to do. Chen Zhensheng was stunned. Why? Susanna Sui said. Of course. I want you to finish your studies as soon as possible and inherit the family business as soon as possible. Chen Zhensheng was helpless. He hadn't had enough fun yet. Whitey wanted to open her mouth to say something, but didn't feel it was appropriate. She thought that this kind of uprooting was rather not good for Chen Zhensheng. At that moment, 2 bottles of waking red wine were brought up. The waiter poured some red wine for Susanna Sui to taste first. Susanna Su tasted it and nodded her head to confirm that it was ready to be poured. 2 cups will do. I'll drink with Mr. Bai. And you, Zhensheng, have a drink with your classmates. For the first course, 7 servings of braised half-head abalone and sake. 1 per person, $10,000 each. For the second course, a wild yellowtail, 7 pounds 4 tails each, 110,000 apiece. Seeing these dishes, even Yang Kai-fei, Chen Jingxi and the 2 of them were deeply shocked. None of them had ever eaten a half-head abalone, much less a wild rhubarb fish. Susanna Su cut off a piece of steamed wild rhubarb fish for Chen Zhensheng and put it on his plate. Eat? Mom hasn't seen you eat for a long time, and watching you eat gives Mom an appetite. Ha ha ha. Chen Zhensheng lowered his head and began to eat. Susanna Su raised her cup to look at Bai Yi and smiled. Ms. Bai. I know everything. Thank you for counseling my son. I'll toast you. Bai Yi was flattered. I wouldn't dare. Taking a sip of red wine, Susanna Su waved her hand and a female assistant placed a contract in front of Bai Yi. Puzzled, Bai Yi asked. Mrs. Chen. What is this? Don't call me Mrs. Chen. Just call me Sister Su. Susanna Su pointed to the contract and said. This is a 597 square meter flat in Thompson. I've bought it for 5 years, and I occasionally come back to live there, and it's been unused for 3 or 4 years, so I hope you don't think it's shabby, and it's a bit of a reward for you. When Susanna Su made a move, it was a house worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Frightened, Bai Yi immediately excused herself. Sister Su, I really can't accept this. The gift you gave me is too expensive. Teacher Bai, you take care of my son. It's also very hard. You also have to tutor him in his homework every day, and take care of him in his life. I'm especially thankful to you. Susanna Su signaled her assistant to pass the pen to Bai Yi, and said with certainty, Teacher Bai, these are what you deserve, so don't excuse yourself. Chen Zhensheng walked over, opened the fountain pen and handed it to Bai Yi, grinning. Teacher Bai, I lied to you. I think you must be a little unhappy in your heart. This must be accepted. Bai Yi had a red face and her heart was in great turmoil. Chen Zhensheng took Bai Yi's hand and made her sign her name on the housing contract. Since then, Bai Yi has become a member of Shanghai's high society. Chen Zhensheng picked up his drink and said, I'd like to toast you all. I've had a very happy and fulfilling time in Shanghai. You're the first friends I've made. Cheers. With hot tears in his eyes, Gao Shuo smothered the drink in one mouthful and choked. I've long sensed that you're not right. I just didn't expect you to be so strong. Oh. I finally have a rich friend. Chen Zhensheng said, remember to visit me in Kyoto City in the future. It has to go. I can't let you get away with such a rich friend as you. As we chatted, another course of food was served. 2 Yangtze crabs, 7 of them, top quality black and white caviar, the crocodile tail stew, and all kinds of other deluxe delicacies, are a feast for the eyes. Gao Shuo exclaimed, if it wasn't for Auntie Chen, I'm afraid I'd never be able to eat anything this good in my life. Susanna Su said with certainty, call Auntie Su. Auntie Su, eat more. Susanna didn't like the word Chen. It made her feel like she was relying on the Chen family's power, so no one is allowed to call her Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen. It was a really good meal. That's $800,000 for one meal. Susanna Su smiled and asked, have you all had enough? I'm full, thanks to Auntie Su's hospitality. Susanna Su said to Chen Zhensheng, go to your third sister's place in a while. Your second sister is also back. Bai Yi was being very discerning at this time, and then stood up and said, thank you for your hospitality, Sister Su, then we'll return first. In fact, Gao Shuo, Yang Saifei and the others were eager to visit the Basha group, the tallest and most imposing high-rise in the CBD office district. Okay, I'll have the driver take you back. Chen Zhensheng said, see you tonight. Bai Yi didn't dare to look at Chen Zhenxing now. She had an inferiority complex, and in her heart she felt that Chen Zhenxing was suddenly very far away from her. Chen Zhenxing traveled to the Basho building in his mother's bulletproof car. In front of the office building, the bouncer opened the car door. Chen Zhenxing had just gotten off the bus when he saw a group of men and women in suits standing on either side. There was a lot of bowing. Chen Zhenxing was a bit embarrassed by the gesture and smiled sarcastically. He's the only direct descendant of the Ba Shu Chen family, right? Yes. Third Miss Chen's brother, the future heir. Wow. Quite handsome. If he were my boyfriend, then, wouldn't I have everything I need? If he confesses his love to you, you'd have to be mentally tough too. You'd have to faint for sure. Yeah. It takes a strong mind to be his wife. The annual income is equivalent to 1 year's GDP of a second-tier city, and it's not really affordable. Chen Zhenxing took the president's special elevator straight to the top floor. Chen San'er hugged Susanna Su and said excitedly, "Mom, I missed you. Go, 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 what a mom. My skin is even better than yours now." "Hey, that's right. How do you take care of it? Cost me $7 million in cosmetic injections." Taking his seat, Susanna Su skillfully smoked a fine cigarette. Chen Zhenxing looked around and marveled. "Third sister, your office is so big, and there's a pool outside. I'm just working for you. It's your office." The assistant brought 3 cups of coffee. Susanna Su crossed her legs, rubbed her forehead, and said with a melancholy air, "Get me another glass of red wine." Chen Zhenxing was stunned. "You still drink? You drank a whole bottle at the restaurant just now." This is the other side of the powerful woman, bent on proving her might and creating her own wealth and power. Independence comes with loneliness, and years of loneliness have made her dependent on cigarettes and alcohol. It's the only spiritual solace she has left. The other side of Susanna Sui only comes out in front of her family, showing others nothing but strength. Susanna Su asked, "Third sister, was it your cousin who assassinated Zhenxing today? I'm looking into it too. I'm not sure yet." Susanna Su pulled out her cell phone and dialed her second daughter's cell phone. Where have you been?" "On my way. Being tracked. In a few moments. To help you?" "No need." Hanging up the phone, Susanna Su said grudgingly, "Really? I don't like anything but hacking, and I've caused a lot of trouble." Chen Zhenxing said excitedly, "I haven't seen second sister for 2 years. I wonder if second sister has become beautiful again?" Miss Chen San reached out and twisted Chen Zhenxing's ear. "You mean I'm not as pretty as second sister?" Hey, they're all pretty. They're all equally pretty." Susanna Su took a shallow sip of red wine and continued, "That guy must have hired an assassin from the League of Assassins, and only the League of Assassins would take on this kind of mission." It was the first time Chen Zhenxing had heard of this alliance and asked, "How is the Assassin Alliance better than the War God Temple?" Susanna Sui said, "The difference between the two is huge. The League of Assassins is in the shadows, like a shadow, and even the mighty God of War can't match it." Chen Zhenxing was horrified. Surprisingly, it's even more powerful than the War God. There's no way to compare. The Assassins Alliance specializes in assassination, and the God of War is good at head-on battles. "Hi, I'm back. Negi." Chen Xiao air dress is not so noble. Black duck tongue cap, shoulder-length short hair, carrying a worn-out cowhide shoulder bag, wearing wax-coated women's jackets, wearing a pair of calf leather women's boots under the feet, wearing a very neutral. Chen Xiao'er was about 175 tall, 30 years old, with a slim, malnourished-looking body, but that didn't stop her from being beautiful. Each of these 5 daughters of Susanna Sui is beautiful, like her. Chen Zhenxing reached out and hugged Chen Xiao'er. "Second sister, I missed you to death." Chen Xiao'er said, "Of course I want to. I haven't seen you for 2 years. The brat has grown so tall." Chen San'er skimmed his lips and flirted. "Yo, Chen Xiao'er is back. He didn't bring any killers after you this time, did he? Every time you go home, you bring a bunch of trouble." "Shut up, stingy woman." Chen Xiao'er had once borrowed a sum of money from Chen San'er, and because the amount was too large, Chen San'er had to ask his father. Chen Xiao'er then got upset and didn't borrow it. Susanna Sui and her second daughter did see each other from time to time. After all, Chen Xiao'er was the ally of the Hacker Alliance, and held a great deal of the world's privacy, as well as unsolved mysteries. That's the kind of information Susanna Su needs to be an assassin. The 3 siblings bickered for a while. Susanna Su looked at the cozy scene in front of her with a smile on her face and felt that everything she did was worth it. "Well, sit down, all of you." Chen Xiao'er and Chen Zhenxing sat together, holding hands. Chen Zhenxing asked excitedly, "Second sister, are you spending New Year's Eve at home this time?" "Can't be New Year's. I came back to help you find out who assassinated you." Susanna Su is going to use to make a big deal out of this, and in a few days it will be the annual meeting of the Basho Chamber of Commerce. Susanna Sui wants to rid her son of the enemies who are preventing him from inheriting the Chan family at the annual meeting. She was well prepared. Chen Zhensheng laughed bitterly. If it's really my cousin, I'll talk to him face to face. I think we're all family members. There's no need for conflict, not to mention the fact that Big Aunt has always treated me well. Susanna Su looked at her son tenderly and said, Missy, you are too kind. Your great aunt and your great aunt has been cultivating their son. From the two of them got married, and gave birth to 4 sons consecutively. The eldest son cultivated the waste, then cultivated the second son. The previous 3 sons have not been cultivated, but only the youngest son was successful after all. How is this possible? Is my great aunt so heartfelt? Susanna Su glanced at Chen Xiao'er. Chen Xiao'er pulled out a USB flash drive from his cowhide backpack. Take a look. These are all evidence. Chen Sanner brought the laptop over and plugged in the USB drive. It has the sound of conversations, videos, some accounts, and even details of all the expenses of the great aunt's family. Chen Zhensheng saw that several of his cousins had employed private tutors since childhood, all of whom were top scholars in the country. Started learning to speculate in the stock market when I was a freshman and familiar with the financial industry. It's simply cultivated to the point of misery. Chen Zhensheng looked like a fool compared to these cousins. Humph. I desperately wanted to bring you out of Tianmeng Mountain in the first place just because I knew what was in her heart. And I also wanted to cultivate you into an excellent heir. But your grandfather was dead set against it. At the mention of the past, Susanna Su lit another thin cigarette. Chen Zhensheng sighed. So compared to 4th cousin, I really have no advantage at all. Chen Sanner said, you have 5 excellent sisters and a superb mom. What are you afraid of? Chen Xiao'er held Chen Gensheng's hand and said, with second sister as your eyes, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Go boldly. After talking for a while, Susanna Su got a little drunk. Chen Zhensheng sent his mother back to live in Tang Palace. Chen Zhensheng chatted with his 2 sisters in the living room. Chen Xiao'er rubbed his stomach and said, I'm hungry. Lao San, you're so rich. Order some takeout. Chen Sanner bristled. Doesn't your hacker alliance make money? You, the head hacker, are losing money to it. That's a lot of crap. Order it at Bashu Cuisine. I've never even had authentic Sichuan food outside. Chen Sanner picked up his cell phone and made a call. More than 20 dishes were delivered in an hour. The 3 siblings sat around and ate. Chen Zhensheng asked, second sister, is there any news about me? There is. Some time ago you offended a lot of divine halls. All kinds of bounty information. I listened in on 88 war gods' cell phones at the same time. Finally there is no great danger. All timely notification of Shadow Sister Air. Chen Xiao'er brought up Shadow Sister Air and asked, how come I don't see Shadow Sister Air? Where is it? Chen Zhensheng was about to pull out his cell phone to call Shadow Girl. Shadow Girl came down from the 2nd floor. Chen Xiao'er said, sit down and eat. Shadow Sister sat down and asked, when can I go to work with you? Not yet. Didn't I tell you? Protecting Negasonic is your life's work. Chen Xiao'er gave her a piece of bacon and asked, is it because you think this job is boring? Right. In my opinion. Why don't we just kill that cousin of yours so we can get to the root of this? Chen Zhensheng busily said, it shall not be done. There is not enough evidence yet. Chen Xiao'er said, they're also very cunning. Knowing that I'm a hacker, they've installed anti-bugging devices in their homes, and in their cars, and their cell phones haven't downloaded any apps under the Bashu group. So this time, I came back to take care of it myself. Chen Zhensheng said with certainty, even if the evidence is overwhelming, don't kill him. Shadow Mistress asked unhappily, why? After all, they're relatives, so don't fight and beat them. Accompanying the second sister, the third sister after dinner, nightfall, Chen Zhensheng also took a bus back to Zijin International School. Just after arriving at the dormitory, Gao Shuo, who was ambling around studying, immediately stood up and respectfully fetched a basin of foot washing water. Root, I'll wash your feet. Are you turtle son of a bitch nervous? I'm going to the restroom. Get out of my way. Do you have to go to the bathroom yourself? I'll go for you. Crawl yo. Gao Shuo pulled Chen Gensheng's hand. Brother Root, you're the direct heir of the Bashu Chen family. Brother Root, I'm so rare to you. Takasaku had that look in his eyes that was almost like a treasure. Don't get next to the old man. I need to go to the bathroom. When you go to Kyoto City, will you remember having me as a friend? Why don't I change schools too? Chen Zhensheng said in no uncertain terms. I'm going to college. Stop it. Takasaku said. Now the whole school knows who you are. Oh, it's about time I told everyone. And I can't keep it from everyone on my way out. This is the best goodbye for Chen Zhensheng. Next day, Monday, Chen Zhensheng got up early in the morning and went to the cafeteria to eat. The students stood up, and thousands of pairs of eyes were looking at Chen Zhensheng. Envy, admiration, worship, Chen Zhenxing was looked at a little embarrassed. Look at what well, eat thaya. And not the first time to see me. Brother Root. A boy hugged Chen Zhenxing. Brother Jen. You can't forget us. Brother Root, we are all members of the Laozi Temple. Root, I'll always follow you. Some of the boys hugged Chen Zhenxing in 3 layers. Chen Zhenxing said helplessly, all let go of old me first. I want to eat. The students let go of Chen Zhenxing. Fine. We'll eat with young Chen. I'll take the check. Don't even try to grab it from me. I'm buying. Soon. Chen Zhenxing had a variety of breakfasts in front of him. Chen Zhenxing was not polite and took a big bite. Chen Shujian came to the cafeteria and said to all the students, students, everyone just do as before. Let Chen Zhenxing study at ease during this time. But the whole school knew that Chen Zhenxing was the direct heir of the Ba Shuchen family now, and there was no peace in his heart. The Ba Shuchen family, that's how powerful it is. They never dreamed that this powerful heir would be in the same school as them for so long. After breakfast, Chen Zhenxing followed a group of male and female students behind him, chattering and asking questions. They were too curious about the Ba Shuchen family because of the godly legends of the Ba Shuchen family in the outside world. When the entire school knew that Chen Zhenxing was the sole heir of the first line of the Ba Shuchen family, they were unmotivated to go to class and were thinking about holding on to this thigh. At the end of class, the pretty girls gathered around and the boys fought with the girls. Root, I propose that we must get together when the first day of vacation is over. Yes, after the new year you'll go to Kyoto City, so there will be less chance to see each other in the future. No one is taking it from me. I have to pay for it. Fuck you. I'll take the check. I'll pay for what it costs. Chen Genxing's head was big, and said bitterly, you group of guys who dislike the poor and love the rich, I won't forget you. If you are so enthusiastic again, I won't come to class from tomorrow. Can we not be excited? You're the Ba Shuchen family. My father is counting on your family to live. My parents, knowing that I went to school with you and am also a member of the Old Sun's Temple, specially granted me a sum of money to treat you to dinner and get on good terms with you. Yang Saifei squeezed through the crowd and took Chen Genxing's arm. All get up. Chen Zhenxing and I are the perfect match. Screw you. Chen Zhenxing and I are a match made in heaven. Root, it's my first time. Here you go. Me too. I can give. Chen Zhenxing sweated. Don't mess with me. All disperse. I want to study. This day at school. How many girls sent messages to Chen Zhenxing? Chen Zhenxing did not reply. The dedication of the former to the latter. Chen Zhenxing loomed large. After school, Chen Zhenxing gave an order and the whole class of boys and girls gathered at Mr. Bai's house. Today we're going to help Mr. White move. Did Mr. White buy a house? Gosako said. Root's mother gave Mr. White a set of tangs. I let go. Root brother. I kneel. The Thompsons. The smallest home costs $50 to $60 million. This one is over 500 square feet. When Whitey opened the door and saw so many students, she didn't know what was going on. You guys are? Chen Zhenxing grinned. Helping you move I knew you would definitely not go over to live there. Bai Yi wants to find an opportunity to return the house yet. She really dare not live in such a good house. Very mismatched with her status. Chen Zhenxing waved his hand. Help Mr. Bai pack up his things. Be careful with the expensive things. Bai Yi tugged on Chen Genxing's hand and said, Zhenxing, listen to me. I really can't accept this house. Even if I move there, I'm sure I won't be able to sleep. Hey. It's no big deal. That bed is pretty soft. You'll fall asleep in a while when you lay on it. The students went into their rooms and started packing. Chen Zhenxing asked, Yi how? Hire a van. Good. Let's move well and eat at Mr. Townsend's house. Agreed. Bai Yi stood by the side at a loss for words. Looking at Chen Zhenxing directing the students to pack up their things, her heart was mixed. Ever since she knew that Chen Zhenxing was from the Ba Shuchen family, she had gone online to look up about the Ba Shuchen family. It didn't matter that this check completely turned her perception upside down. The income of the Ba Shuchen family in 1 year is the GDP of a second-tier city in 1 year. This line directly summarized how heaven-defying the Ba Shuchen family was. In Bai Yi's heart even more inferiority complex. The thought of the first time but also almost fell in love with Chen Zhenxing. Ashamed of no place to hide. The students were motivated to pack up and a few students downstairs were in charge of picking up at the elevator and loading the car. Bai Yi now has a high salary of $100,000 per month, which is still more than enough to treat the students to a meal. Why don't you come with me to the grocery store and get something? Gotta have it. Seeing this, Yang Saifei also took the initiative to follow. Mine is a Mercedes-Benz Big G. It packs a lot of stuff. In a supermarket, Bai Yi is also quite willing to spend money. Chicken, duck, fish and meat all have, and prepared some materials for the hot pot. Spent $2,000 to $3,000. Thompson, Large 500 plus SQ feet home with direct access to the bund. The students cheered and pulled out their cell phones to take pictures. It was also the first time for White E. Chen Jianqing took her to visit a few bedrooms, living room and so on. The decoration is also very high grade. Every household appliances, toilet, wash basin and so on are all high grade imported products. Come into the large spacious kitchen. White E took off her down jacket and began to get ready. Chen Jianqing was helping to cut the vegetables and chop the chicken. Root, this isn't your job. Let a few of us do it. Several girls volunteered to share the work in the kitchen. Yang Saifei was envious. Her ultimate dream was to have a house of her own in Townsend. But unfortunately she couldn't afford it, nor could she buy it. Root son, have you ever lived here? No. How many houses do you have? Chen Jianqing spread his hands and said, how do I know this? Anyway, there is a place for me to live. Chen Jianqing is less attached to material life. Buying a house and renting a house are both the same to him. Mr. White, with such a big house, do you feel empty living alone? Bai Yi laughed bitterly. It must feel very empty. I can't live in a house that big by myself. Soon, the fondue began. White Yi said, you guys eat the hot pot first. The stir-fry will be ready soon. A group of students served drinks. Gosaku said, I must take this opportunity to toast Brother Root. Yeah, I hope you don't forget about us in the future. We'll visit you in Kyoto City sometime. Chen Jianqing picked up the drink and said, go rich and noble, do not forget each other. Dry. The meal was meaningful to Chen Jianqing because it was probably the last meal he would have with his friends. It's about to be vacation, and Chen Jianqing is going back to Bashuten. I'm going to Kyoto for college after New Year's. The meal didn't end until 9 p.m. Chen Jianqing was about to leave when Bai Yi called out to him. I just looked in the closet and there's a lot of your mom's clothes. I packed them up, so take them back. Do you try it on to see if it fits? Bai Yi was busy shaking her head. Jiansheng, don't make it difficult for me, okay? Give me this house, and I'm all but ashamed of it. It's okay, just try it. These clothes of Susanna Sui's were not less than $10,000 each. Even a pair of socks cost $5,000 to $6,000. And there was a rack in the check room with all kinds of limited edition as well as diamond-encrusted bags. There are thousands of designer cosmetics in the bedroom, each of which is a brand that girls love. Chen Jiansheng said, what size shoe do you wear? 42. Hey, it's just as well. My mom's a 42 too. So you can have all of these. And the bags. All the clothes, bags, and other miscellaneous stuff added up to a value of over $100 million. What's more, in one of the drawers in the check room lay 30 ladies' watches. Bai Yi firmly refused to take it. You must return these things to your mother. I reckon she's forgotten all about it. Keep it, she's not short of it. But, if you think it's something used, it's for sale online. Bai Yi sweated. Even the third-hand ones are not cheap. Chen Jianqing realized that he couldn't talk Bai Yi. White Yi is dead set against taking it. Chen Jianqing then chose to leave. Hard leaving these things to Bai Yi. In a flash, school is out. New Year's Eve is in 8 days. On the day of vacation, the students made a joint request to Chen Jianqing. They wanted to see the strength of the Ba Shuqian family in Shanghai. Brother Root, we've only heard of the Ba Shuqian family in legends. We really haven't seen it with our own eyes. Root, please, let us and other assholes open our eyes. It makes sense for these rich kids to call themselves assholes in front of Chen Jianqing. Chen Jianqing also didn't know how to bring them to see the strength of the family. I'll call and ask my third sister. Chen Jianqing told the third sister about the situation. The third sister then sent 3 luxury helicopters to pick them up. Landed on the tarmac of an estate in Xishan, Shanghai. Beautiful, tall bunny maids half bowed around the tarmac waiting for them to disembark. Welcome home, young master. Chen Jianqing was stunned and looked around. Old me didn't even know that this was my house too. These are your maids? Crap. Any one of them picked out at random could be in showbiz. That's cruel. Am I here for the unpleasantness? Miss, you're so pretty. Can you add a WeChat? A front and back maid smiled sweetly. My WeChat is only for young master to add, yo. There were 5 tour buses parked out front. Take a scenic ride through a lush green lawn and across a blue man-made lake. The air was filled with the intoxicating aroma of wisteria trees all around. From time to time you see an antique building. The river, the huge welcoming pines. Yang Saifei exclaimed, this is a garden-style manor. Is this your home? Or are you bringing us here to travel? Chen Jiansheng was also baffled. I don't know. The butler said, this is the young master's home. Soon, a huge antique building came into view. This building has 6 floors, not high but wide, surrounded by some side halls with winding corridors and birdsong. From time to time, nannies could be seen tending to the flowers and plants, and everyone who saw Chen Jianqing put down their hands and bowed. Breathtaking. I passed by here once before and thought it was a tourist attraction. How big is this? The steward said. 8,000 acres. The crowd was full of surprise. Stop in front of the courtyard. They entered the courtyard on foot. 10 maids stood in the courtyard to welcome Chen Zhensheng. Young master, we prepare global cuisine and make it for you anytime. May I ask if you want to eat now? Let's not eat yet. We'll go around again. Inside the courtyard, they wandered through some of the houses. Each of these houses is very neat and tidy, with a preponderance of guest rooms. The butler took them on a tour as he explained. Usually it's family members who come to the Shanghai city to do things to reside for a few days. Miss Chen San lives here more. Miss Chen Air is living here these days, the classmate said excitedly. Root, can your second sister let us meet her? You have 5 sisters. Just your second and your fifth are more mysterious. Legend has it that your second sister is an ally of the Hackers League. These students still knew a lot about the various legends of the Chun family. Ha? Really? Hacking? That sounds cool. How do you think that video of Root used to disappear? This remark reminded many students, who were still wondering, that the video had disappeared into their cell phones for no apparent reason. I heard you guys wanted to see me? A voice sounded behind them. The students backed away in fear and looked at Chen Xiao'er adoringly again. Allies. It's beautiful. Chen Zhensheng, you're nothing like your sister. Looked all strong. The boys looked at Chen Xiao'er with a florid face. Chen Xiao'er walked over with a smiling face. Are you all Genshing's classmates? The students nodded their heads. I want to learn hacking from you, one of the boys said with all his courage. Chen Xiao'er bristled. You can't. Your mental quality is too juvenile. Wow. So down to earth. I've always thought that the Ba Shuchen family was out of reach, but I didn't expect it to be close at hand today. The students were so excited that they wanted to talk to Chen Xiao'er. Chen Xiao'er looked at Chen Zhensheng. You play here with your classmates. I still have things to do. Oh, I know. Be careful, haha. Chen Zhensheng knew that his second sister was the woman on the manhunt, the woman with the $5 million bounty. She has stolen so many state secrets that she knows if there are aliens in Area 51 in the United States of America. Back in Shanghai, the family's men were still more than enough to protect her. Chen Zhensheng looked at his classmates. Don't stroll around. Let's go eat. My third sister specially prepared this for you. Good. Let's also see what the Ba Shuchen family eats every day. In the large dining room, there is a rectangular revolving table. No sooner had they taken their seats than tall, beautiful maids approached with plates, distributed silver cutlery, and prepared hot towels to carefully wipe the hands of each student. 6 decanters filled with $1 million red wines. There were even 4 bottles of Amanda champagne, each over $1 million. The butler said, Young master, first serve a few appetizers. These appetizers are all Western. Salmon with caviar, fruit salad, vegetable salad, crab congee, shrimp puree, etc. And they are all served in small portions. For Chen Zhensheng, it was simply not enough to stuff his teeth, and he finished it in one bite. Then it was time for the hardtack. Chen Genshing's favorite Chinese dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, roasted leg of lamb, dongpa pork and so on. These dishes are very barnyard in Chen Genshing's eyes. As they ate, the butler introduced at the side, we chose a small portion. There are Korean, Japanese, French and so on in the back with a total of more than 50 national dishes. I arranged for a small portion to make it easy for all of you to eat all of them, and eat just enough to fill you up. Chen Zhensheng laughed. It's hard for you. You sit down and eat some too. The butler was stunned and busily waved his hands. Thank you, young master. I've eaten. This butler was also meeting Chen Zhensheng for the first time and did not expect Chen Zhensheng to be so approachable. The maid poured champagne for Chen Zhensheng. Chen Zhensheng picked up the champagne and said, Don't just eat. Have a drink. To Brother Root. To hubby. My husband. It's my husband. Everyone's husband. Chen Zhensheng sweated. You can call like this when there is no one else, but when that one comes back, don't call. I'm worried that your lives are in danger. Gao Shua asked. Brother Root, you said last time that your fiancé who was engaged to be married to a doll. When are you going to bring it out for us to meet? Ha? Root, when did you get a fiancé? No, completely shattered my beautiful dream. I don't mind being a mistress. You wish. Finish this gourmet feast, sipping tea in the living room with a small bridge outside the window. The sunlight coming in and warming your whole body. There are professional tea masters to make tea for them. Root, it's so cozy living here. It feels like the whole thing has slowed down. Brother Root, I want to be your wife so much. I don't want anything. Let's move here after we get married. Nice try. If we're going to get married it's going to be me and Root. Chen Zhensheng leaned on the sofa and smiled nervously. Yang Saifei asked, Which university are you going to in Kyoto City? Zhensheng? Next year's college entrance exam. I'm going to apply to the same university as you. Chen Zhensheng shook his head. I don't know. My big sister arranged it for me. Kosako said. Definitely the best universities. Huaqing University, Kyoto University. Chen Yehao said. Maybe it's an aristocratic university. Chen Zhencheng said in a firm tone. I won't go to an aristocratic school anymore. There's no point. Yang Saifei wants to hold on to Chen Gensheng's thigh, so she will apply to the same university as Chen Zhencheng. Chen Zhencheng stood up and said, I'm going to go swimming. Are you with me? Ah, so sudden. I didn't bring my bathing suit. I didn't bring any either. What should I do? Gosaku, we'll give you the money. Go buy it for us. The girls didn't want to let go of the opportunity to compete for the honor and gave Gao Shua some money for running errands to get a bikini. There is a pool in the courtyard and a pool indoors. Going home for New Year's. Chen Zhencheng became more and more flustered, because Xianyuan Shangyu is coming back. But there was another problem. Regarding where Chen Zhencheng went to spend the New Year's Eve, the Xianyuan family and the Chen family had a very unpleasant falling out. Chen Gensheng's grandmother strongly urged Chen Zhencheng to go to Xuanyuan's house to celebrate the New Year. Chen Laogai urged Chen Zhencheng that he must go home for the New Year. Dozens of black sedans were guarding the vicinity of Shishan Manor and would greet Chen Zhencheng as soon as he appeared. Fourth Master. It mustn't be done. The Xianyuan family has sent 30 cars to wait here. The president of the Bashu Chamber of Commerce chapter, Chen Gangyong, called Old Monster Chen to report on the situation here. You also sent more people to spread. Is our Chen family not as numerous as their Xianyuan family? Chen Gangyong said with difficulty. I am worried about the impulse. Old Monster Chen said. Conflict is conflict. Engage. Got it. Chen Gangyong hung up the phone and looked at Chen Ticheng, Chen Shujian, Chen Zhixing and the other group of Chen family members in Shanghai City in front of him. Establish. How many minions do you have in Shanghai? Chen sat up and said. As much as you want. Good. You arrange for people to block all of the Xianyuan family members guarding the outside of the manor. And remember, try not to start a conflict. Got it. As the strongest man in the underground of Shanghai, Chen Tiejia has over 10,000 minions at a single call. Soon, hundreds of sedans traveled, every 4 blocking one of the Xianyuan family's cars. Make it so they can't get out of the car. In the garden of Shishanzhuang, Chen Zhencheng and his second sister packed their bags and prepared to leave. Aren't you going back? Third sister? She's not coming back. The group has some things to do, I guess. Where's our mom? It's in Bashutan. Transfer to the airport by luxury helicopter. The people outside the manor panicked. The Xianyuan family's man pulled out his cell phone and said, as expected, the old lady guessed it. Young Master Chen is leaving in a helicopter. The people at the airport are ready. Understood. We've been blocked by the Chen family. Team 2. Prepare to block the Chen family's convoy along the way. Copy that. Old Mrs. Xianyuan was no vegetarian, and would have thought of this move long ago, and on this journey to the airport, she had arranged for a fleet of vehicles to strike at any time to block the Chen family from traveling to the airport. Chen Zhenyong got the news and immediately called Basho Airlines. The young master is most likely going to take Bashu Airlines. There are people from the Xianyuan family outside who are blocking the way. You must let the young master get on the plane and return to Bashutan. Understood. Chen Gangyang spoke to Chen Ticheng again. Have your people head to the airport to stop the Xianyuan family. Good. Chen Tai set up another call to the punks who were near the airport, asking them to create some trouble for the Xianyuan family's convoy. Chen Gangyang said bitterly, it's such a headache. Fourth master and fourth grandmother really are pinheads. Chen Shujian said, little uncle this out of school, pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. Chen Zhixing weakly looked at Chen Gangyang and asked, Master Yong, what's going on over at the Bashu Chamber of Commerce? I heard that Grandma Tai came back with big moves. Chen Zhenyong solemnly said, no matter what changes happen, we, surnamed Chen, unconditionally stand by Genshing's side. That's for sure. And besides the fact that the great-grandmother is back, there's no surprise in the matter. They, the clansmen, were very well aware of the strength of Susanna Sui. That being said, there are quite a few patriarchs in the Basho Chamber of Commerce who are on the side of the great aunt. Chen Zhenxing sat in the helicopter and saw dozens of cars racing each other below. Following the helicopter closely, Chen Zhenxing asked suspiciously, second sister, what kind of people are down there? Are they after you? Hammer, that's robbing you. Rob me for what? Our grandmother told you to go to the Xianyuan family for New Year's Eve. And our grandfather told you to go back to Bashutan for New Year's Eve. Chen Zhenxing smiled bitterly. What can we do? Where are we going? Chen Xiao'er laughed. Whatever. Why don't we let grandma and grandpa spend New Year's together? There are ideas, but it's harder to do them. Aren't you afraid of meeting Xianyuan Shangyu? At the mention of this name, Chen Zhenxing froze, indeed not daring to meet Xianyuan Shangyu. Arrival at the airport. They had just gotten off the plane when they were surrounded by a crowd. Young master, we are the Xianyuan family. The old lady misses you so much that she can't eat a single bite of rice. Young master, I'm from the Ba Shu Chen family. Don't trust them. Young master, let me show you a video of our old lady. A burly man, who was 195 tall, held up his cell phone to show Chen Zhencheng. Chen Zhencheng glanced at the video. The video turned out to be the grandmother who had not seen for a long time, which was secretly photographed, facing a table of hearty meals but sighing. Chen Zhencheng stood still to step onto the Basho airplane. The captain and a group of flight attendants came down. Welcome home, young master. Please get on the plane. We've prepared a delicious Szechuan meal for you, and your favorite spicy rabbit head. Young master, the Xian Yuan family's private jet is ready to take off at any time. Chen Zhencheng saw that his grandmother had lost a lot of weight, and his heart was flooded with all kinds of feelings. Chen Zhencheng looked at his second sister. You go back and tell grandpa that I will definitely return to Ba Shu Tun with grandma before the year is out. After saying that, Chen Zhencheng walked towards the Xian Yuan family's private jet. Young master! Young master! A group of people from the Ba Shu Chen family wanted to rush up to stop Chen Zhencheng. The housekeeper of the Xian Yuan family waved his hand, and with a holler, dozens of people rushed up to block them. Chen Zhencheng boarded the Xian Yuan family's private plane and headed to the Xian Yuan family in the Zhoushan Island.